Su-young participated in the reality show Amateur Career Radar, initially intending to enjoy a tranquil fishing experience. However, upon the awakening of the system, his fishing rod took an unexpected turn. Not a single fish was caught, yet evidence of scams, child trafficking criminals, national treasures, and drug paraphernalia surfaced one after another. The police followed his lead to solve major cases, while netizens erupted in laughter, suggesting a thorough investigation into that fishing rod is in order. It undoubtedly has a side hustle. On the fourth day, when the cutting-edge lithography machine emerged, the production team was left in utter disbelief. You were supposed to fish, yet you presented the nation with a production line? Chapter 1. The fisherman never goes home empty-handed. In Huaxia, Haicheng, the July sun blazed down upon Haicheng, and the heat was palpable. The grand live broadcast of Amateur Career Radar officially commences, exclaimed host He Ling, brimming with enthusiasm on stage. In this episode, we randomly select 20 participants from the city, pairing them with various underprivileged occupations to provide them with a transformative life experience. The assessment period will last 1 month, and at the end, the contestant with the highest popularity, along with their accompanying photographer, will receive a generous cash prize of 10 million from Little Honey Company. But there are also penalties. Every week, the 3 contestants with the lowest popularity will be eliminated. Now let the show begin. Dear viewers, you can click on the main page of the show to enter the contestants' live broadcast rooms. As the host's words echoed, the live stream erupted with excitement. Underprivileged occupations included waiters, delivery drivers, barbers, and fishmongers, among others. These individuals might never earn 10 million in their lifetime. Yet now, in just 1 month, they could ascend to the pinnacle of success. Wow, I heard the rewards were substantial, but I didn't expect them to be this generous. 10 million? In just a month? Such grand gestures, truly befitting of lay bus. 10 million in a month, specifically targeting the underprivileged? Why hasn't fate granted me such an opportunity? To be fair, for highly educated corporate workers, knowledge can change one's destiny. But for the underprivileged, it is merely a matter of trading sweat for money. The production team's homepage was clicked into, revealing the first live broadcast window. An expansive construction site filled with the cacophony of machinery. Dust swirled in the air, seemingly ready to spill from the screen. Contestant number 1 was an excavator operator. Seated in the control room, with sun-kissed skin, he pushed forward, lowered the arm, and then to the right, dropped the bucket. With a full scoop of soil, his series of operations flowed seamlessly. Any pause for even a second would be a disrespect to the 10 million. The second live broadcast window appeared. Hello, are you the user with the ending number 4300? Please fasten your seatbelt. We are heading to the destination now. Contestant number 2 was a rideshare driver, navigating through the rush hour, picking up ride after ride. Working late into the night, he simply charged higher fares during the evening. The third, fourth, fifth, the production team swiftly switched through several live windows, each showcasing dedicated workers, until they arrived at the final contestant's broadcast room, an endless coastline beneath the islands. A few fishermen squatted, rods in hand, embodying a serene and peaceful passage of time. Photographer Liu Xiaobao twitched the corners of his mouth, gazing at the motionless young man before him, deeply engaged in introspection. Had he perhaps committed some grave misdeed in a past life, thus leading him to be paired with such an unremarkable individual? Initially, upon discovering the results of the draw, Liu Xiaobao felt a flicker of joy. He had drawn the opportunity to follow a fishing enthusiast, where, you may wonder, Haicheng. There exists a saying within the industry: to avoid returning empty-handed, one must venture to Haicheng, the only place on the vast expanse of Huaxiao that can fulfill your fishing dreams. Exemplary professional performance naturally garners greater popularity. Yet, reality could be a swift slap in the face. The program had been airing for a full 3 days, and this seemingly unremarkable brother had yet to catch even a single dead fish. Out of 20 participants, they were at the very bottom, the last place. With $1 million a month on the line, such an opportunity was rare and fleeting. He could not allow this chance to slip away. Su-young, surely you haven't fallen asleep? Unable to contain his frustration, he let out a thunderous shout that pierced the heavens. Su-young furrowed his brow and let out a grand yawn. Who was making such a ruckus? He hadn't slept so soundly in ages. Photographer, wait, you really were asleep? How could you maintain such a steady grip on the fishing rod while asleep? What? He actually fell asleep? $1 million a month, and he can't even be bothered to fish properly? Oh my, he's really sleeping? Isn't that a waste of time? A moment's pause, I would shake him awake, urging him to open his eyes to the world. Such frustration. Wait, what I really want to ask is, does anyone earn that million? This sentiment resonated with all the viewers in the live stream. Su-Yang slowly turned his head, regarding the blinking red light of the camera, his brow furrowed. 3 days prior, upon awakening, he found himself in this blue star world. Fortuitously, he was selected to partake in a live streaming program as a fisherman. For a socially anxious programmer, being in front of the camera was far from enjoyable. However, there was no recourse upon his arrival. The original owner had already signed a contract with the production team. Terminating the contract would entail a hefty penalty, and he had no money. With a sigh of resignation, Su-Yang leisurely swayed in his recliner, his cold voice resonating in the live stream. What's the rush? It's only the 3rd day. You see, in his previous life, he was a programmer working from 9 to 6, with nothing but overtime filling his existence. Diligent and dutiful, he burned himself out. Yet, what did he reap from such toil? Years of overwork led to a sudden demise one fateful night while working overtime. What had hard work brought him? A house he never lived in, and no romantic pursuits. Little did he expect that fate would grant him another chance. In this life, he resolved to reject the grind of the corporate world and embrace a plan of leisure. Completely and utterly, he had chosen to lie flat for 3 days, merely wishing to fulfill his role as a mascot. With a reluctant glance at the photographer, Su-Yang let out a deep sigh. Despite his desire to slack off, he still needed to eat. It was evident that their group was running low on resources. If his memory served him correctly, their entire group had but 180 yuan as thoughts drifted. A cold mechanical voice echoed in Su-Yang's mind. Ding! Detection of the host's extreme lethargy has successfully triggered the universal phishing system. Su-Yang was momentarily taken aback. Was this a standard feature for transmigrators? Was it meant to encourage him to face life with renewed vigor? To speak candidly, this system has arrived just in the nick of time. Had it not come now, he would truly have faced starvation. In his previous life, he was either burning the midnight oil at work or commuting to his job. Where would he have found the time to fish? This fishing system is indeed a timely boon. Su-Yang felt a surge of excitement as he summoned the system panel with his thoughts. However, as the system had only just activated, the panel's contents remained entirely locked. On the left side, items corresponding to fishing were listed, while the right displayed their respective point values. On the opposite side lay the points mall, where one could redeem prizes using the points earned. The pricing was transparent and fair for all. While the prize section was still shrouded in darkness, Su-Yang could vaguely discern entries like the luxurious Thompson, Riviera, Maserati, and cash. For a moment, Su-Yang was at a loss for how to react. Was this truly a system? It felt like a vehicle propelling him to the pinnacle of life. Moreover, the system was remarkably user-friendly. Not only could the items caught be exchanged for fishing points, but even influence points could also be accumulated for rewards. Suddenly, the flickering red dot caught his eye, and it seemed far more appealing. Though he had resigned himself to mediocrity, his mind was still sharp. This Blue Star world was not much different from his past life. Live streaming remained the most effective means to accrue influence points. Participate in a show, garner some popularity, and redeem prizes. With a house, a car, and cash in hand, wouldn't the latter half of his life be a complete leisure? Su-Yang wore an impassive expression, yet inside, he felt an overwhelming urge to leap with joy. However, this stoic demeanor, appearing indifferent to the world, was likely perceived by netizens as a sign of utter defeat. Just as Liu Xiaobao was about to wail at the heavens, and netizens braced themselves for an outpouring of frustration, Su-Yang's fishing line suddenly plunged beneath the surface. Chapter 2. What on earth is this hard drive while you're supposed to be fishing? The unexpected tug on the fishing rod left Su-Yang momentarily dumbfounded. Just a second ago, the system had activated, and now it was already in action? Could this Blue Star world possibly be more competitive than his previous life? Su-Yang stood there, stunned, unable to take any action. As a model worker, he had never been able to muster even a modicum of dedication in his lifetime. 3rd time's the charm. Ladies and gentlemen, let us see what this attempt yields. Come on now, it's a bit theatrical for you up there. In this city, how could one possibly go 3 consecutive days without catching a fish? TSK, TSK. The streamer ought to put in more effort. Look how sparse the audience has become. If I weren't fond of fishing, I wouldn't even be here. 10,086. Streamer, please do your best. If you fail to catch anything again, you might be eliminated. I enjoy watching. It's all about participating virtually. I'm just curious. I've seen the rod move. why is the streamer as still as a monk in meditation? Seeing Su Yang frozen in place, Lu Xiaobao shouted anxiously, bro, it moved. Hurry up, don't let it get away. Lu Xiaobao's frantic cries attracted the attention of a few nearby anglers. Who could resist the allure of excitement? They exchanged glances, and in perfect unison, each one set down their fishing rods and rushed towards Su Yang. As Su Yang remained still, his gaze fixed upon the surface of the sea. Could this system be as lackadaisical as he was upon going online? Although he had never fished before, he had certainly not lived under a rock, had witnessed the antics of pigs before. Biological stress responses dictate that, when faced with danger, creatures instinctively struggle. This is particularly true when the hook is first set. The larger the fish, the more vigorous the thrashing. A seasoned angler knows to patiently tire the fish before reeling it in. However, Su Yang distinctly sensed that from the moment the fishing line tightened, the rod showed no signs of resistance. A dead fish? Or perhaps seaweed? Or kelp? A dead fish would taste inferior? Should he add more ginger? Could seaweed or kelp be stir-fried? His thoughts drifted further away, and he remained motionless for quite some time. Nearby, a gathering of onlookers had been observing for a while, and their impatience grew. Hey, handsome, are you going to reel it in, or what? If you can't, just say something. Exactly. We're waiting for the show. Hearing the commotion behind him, Su Yang sighed inwardly. He couldn't let a hook go to waste after all. He rose decisively, lifted the rod again, and yanked the line with vigor. With a crisp sound as the fish broke the surface, a mass entangled in seaweed and kelp was flung onto the ground. What the heck? Did I just pull up a bundle of kelp? The pungent scent of mud assaulted his senses, prompting him to cover his mouth and nose. Beneath the scorching sun, Su Yang's tall, imposing figure was illuminated. Squinting, he surveyed the dark, slimy mass before him, black muck intertwined with dark green seaweed. Confusion set in. Lu Xiaobao gazed at the mass of seaweed, feeling a chill run down his spine. Initially, he thought Su Yang was unable to haul it in, but witnessing his smooth, decisive motions only deepened his concerns. Such casual actions suggested that the catch was rather insignificant. He had been contemplating whether there would be enough for two to share, yet now it seemed he hadn't even glimpsed any fish scraps. Hey, handsome, you're incredible. This seaweed and kelp and haicheng are far harder to catch than fish. Is your float rigged with poison? It's been 3 days and you haven't caught a single dead fish. Your hook and line seem quite suitable. Perhaps you should try your luck elsewhere. Young man, you're fishing for trash every day. The onlookers exchanged jibes, their taunts growing more fervent. Lu Xiaobao felt his temples throb with frustration, yet he found himself at a loss for words. After all, the old men were speaking nothing but the truth. Just as the young lad was about to unleash his retorts, he overheard old Yin mumbling. Isn't it so? After all these years, he's the first one to go home empty-handed every day. Surely, he hasn't paid homage to Ma Zhu. Lu Xiaobao paused, realizing the source of the problem. This was easily resolvable. His expression shifted dramatically as he turned to old Yin, adopting a serious tone. Excuse me, sir, could you kindly inform me of Ma Zhu's address? We ought to pay our respects at the dock. Silence. A silence so profound it felt like death itself. The atmosphere was as quiet as the live stream was ablaze with activity. I can't breathe from laughing. Was he serious just now? Asking where Ma Zhu lives? This young man certainly does not hail from Coastal City, otherwise he would not be asking who Ma Zhu is. I wonder if this photographer might inadvertently cause a heart attack in those few individuals. Judging by the photographer's expression, I believe he is earnest after all. It is quite normal for young people not to recognize Ma Zhu, as their true love lies elsewhere. Su Yang lifted his eyelids and cast a disdainful glance toward Lu Xiaobao. Then, he turned his attention to the dark mass before him, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, he picked up a branch from the ground and approached the object. Seaweed? Kelp? Would such things emit a crisp sound? Having caught it, one must surely investigate what it is. With long, slender fingers, he prodded the mass with a branch, poking it this way and that, peeling back layers of tangled seaweed and kelp. Su Yang was taken aback. This was, astonishingly, a hard drive. What is more, the hard drive was ensconced in waterproof bags, meticulously wrapped, impervious to water. If it were carelessly discarded in the sea, why would it require such protection? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he strode purposefully toward the rocky outcrop. The blazing sun made him squint as he observed the enormous rock formations and their hidden recesses. When the tide rises, these rocky areas become submerged. If someone had intentionally placed something beneath, camouflaging it with seaweed or kelp. Even Mazu would find it difficult to discover. As Su Yang pondered this, Lu Xiaobao's head suddenly emerged from behind him, eyes wide with astonishment. "Brother, it's actually a hard drive. I just saw them at the seafood market, ranging from 50 to 200. If we sell it, we'll have our meals covered for the next few days." Su Yang silently turned to face Lu Xiaobao, and upon confirming his serious expression, he spoke with a measured tone. "I suggest you see if you can find the owner." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobao's eyes sparkled like stars. "Right, brother. How did I not think of that? This hard drive, so well protected by a waterproof bag, must belong to someone who lost it. If we can locate the owner, it could be worth more than just 200. In his excitement, Lu Xiaobao mused that perhaps the owner might even cover accommodation costs. The more he thought, the more exhilarated he became, and in the next moment, he had retrieved his laptop from his backpack. As a photographer, he always carried his essentials. Whatever connectors or hard drive enclosures he needed, he had it all. After preparing his laptop, he donned a pair of disposable gloves. Su Yang observed, pleased with this level of preparedness. He settled into a fishing chair, ready to witness what lay within the hard drive. Lu Xiaobao cautiously lifted the hard drive from the ground, peeling away the layers like an onion. Shouting toward Su Yang, he exclaimed, "Brother, great, it's not waterlogged." He hurriedly cradled the hard drive and rushed to his laptop, connecting the data cable and switching on the hard drive enclosure. 3 seconds later, the computer screen displayed, "Your hard drive is encrypted. Please enter the password." Chapter 3. Alarm, a monumental dilemma. Under the scorching sun, the heat renders one's mind dizzy. Behind the rocks, a group of individuals congregates, the atmosphere thick with tension. "Hey, young man, are you up to the task? You've been fiddling for ages, yet you still claim you can do it." Lu Xiaobao clutches a computer, his short sleeves stained with salt from countless rounds of sweat. His mind races, overwhelmed with anxiety. He selects the command line, and if that fails, he possesses a universal decoding tool that has never let him down. The elderly gentlemen around him chatter incessantly, and what was meant to be a display of skill has turned into a resounding slap to his pride. Unable to unlock the hard drive is akin to reeling in a piece of junk. Su Yang reclines on a nearby lounge chair, propping his head on his arm, observing Lu Xiaobao encircled by the elderly onlookers. He leisurely suggests, "Why not call the police?" Lu Xiaobao pauses, bewildered. "Call the police? Do they even assist with hard drive issues?" The suggestion incites further agitation among the elderly spectators. "Are you really going to call the police? Young man, you're wasting taxpayers' money. You're bothering the police for such a trivial matter? Not only are you wasting their time, but you're also dragging them away from their important duties just to unlock a hard drive for your personal gain. You certainly have some nerve. Indeed, the police are here to apprehend criminals and fugitives. Do you think they have time to help you with your hard drive? How naive, young man." The group of elderly onlookers expresses their outrage, their emotions palpable, with an almost visible red halo atop their heads. Is the host out of his mind? Call the police? To assist with a hard drive? P.S. Truly audacious. Let's hope the host doesn't regret this. He might end up in trouble for wasting public resources. I truly cannot comprehend the attitude of modern youth. They don't engage in serious matters, yet jump around aimlessly, while the online commentators engage in their discourse. Su Yang remains nonchalant, his tone steady as he continues. Who knows what might be stored inside? What if it contains instructions on dismemberment or drug manufacturing? The crowd falls silent. What a peculiar rationale. In the next moment, Lu Xiaobao's voice pierces through the air. "Hello, is this 110? This is Lu Xiaobao, and I wish to report a case. Greetings, this is the police station in Xiangzhou District, Haiqing City. What seems to be the issue? We were fishing and found a hard drive, but we can't access it." Lin Fei, observing the sun that could melt a person outside, thinks about the case hanging over him, and his lips twitch in annoyance. What is wrong with people today? Seeking police assistance for unlocking a hard drive? Do they think the police have nothing better to do? He has been working tirelessly for countless days, with no progress on his ongoing cases, wishing for days to stretch to 48 hours. Why must there be such a disruption? With that thought, his tone turns slightly impatient. "Sir, the police do not unlock hard drives. Perhaps you should visit a computer store?" Lu Xiaobao hurriedly clarified. This hard drive was securely wrapped in a waterproof bag and thrown into the sea, rather than carelessly discarded. Lin Fei's mind raced, and he suddenly recalled the individual confined in the detention room. Today marked the 7th day. and despite knowing the person had committed a crime. The lack of a complete chain of evidence hindered any conclusive decision. The crucial piece of evidence was, in fact, a hard drive from his office computer. They had searched tirelessly for several days, around the clock, scouring every conceivable location. Yet it was like searching for a needle in a haystack. There were no leads. At that moment, someone reported finding a hard drive. A sense of urgency surged within Shun Fei as his blood ran warm with intuition. Even his hand, gripping the microphone, trembled slightly. If that hard drive truly existed, it would undoubtedly represent a significant breakthrough in the largest transnational fraud case since the establishment of the nation. Outside, the sound of heavy breathing echoed, tinged with fatigue and anxiety. The response team had just returned from searching a villa outside the city and had even obtained a search warrant for his mother-in-law's home. Yet, the elusive criminal remained hidden. Lin Fei steadied his thoughts, gazing at his weary teammate, whose stubble bore testament to countless sleepless nights. At that moment, he deeply empathized with his comrade's feelings. From embedding informants, infiltrating enemy ranks, gathering evidence, to making arrests, this protracted battle had persisted for 3 to 4 years. Yet now, due to the absence of a pivotal piece of evidence, all their efforts were in jeopardy of unraveling. With this realization, Shun Fei spoke firmly into the phone. "In 10 minutes, we will arrive." After ending the call, he instructed, "Bring everyone back. There's no need to search any longer." The young officer was taken aback, his eyes immediately welling with tears. "Captain Lin, what do you mean? My brothers are not afraid of exhaustion. There are still 5 hours before the time limit for detention expires. If we abandon this now, in 5 hours, this scoundrel will be released. Who knows how many families will suffer as a result? Who said anything about giving up? Notify all members of the 5th team to assemble and depart in 5 minutes. 10 minutes later, at the scene of the live broadcast, Su Yang yawned widely as he noticed the police cars approaching with haste. The drowsiness that had begun to settle over him was instantly dispelled. As the doors swung open, a dozen officers descended in a flurry. The onlookers, filled with trepidation, exchanged fearful glances with Su Yang and Liu Xiaobao. "You've landed in a serious situation. Haven to you? I told you not to call the police. Does decrypting a hard drive require this many officers? Are we joking here?" The atmosphere grew solemn, and for a moment, no one spoke. Lin Fei surveyed the scene, his gaze landing directly on the laptop being opened. Anxious, he wasted no time and got straight to the point. "Is this the hard drive?" Before anyone could respond, Lin Fei strode forward, barely concealing his unease, and cautiously picked up the hard drive, his pupils narrowing in shock. The entire being was immobilized, fixated on the lower right corner of the hard drive. There, etched, was a poppy flower. Even in its ash form, he could recognize it. Lin Fei's hand, clasping the hard drive, trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 4. The Complexity of the Case, Expert's Dilemma at the Office of Haiqing Television Station's Program Team. A hefty hand slammed down onto the desk. What is the 50-numbered internet personality doing? Why would they call the police? How did the police arrive here? They couldn't catch a fish, yet they managed to reel in the police? How is that even possible? The director trembled with anger, his wig quivering perilously, creating an almost palpable sense of impending disaster. Within the office, the senior members of the program team fell into a contemplative silence, each cursing inwardly. But their ire was directed at Su Yang, a leading internet personality with the highest viewership in a live stream, and one who stood on the brink of elimination in merely 4 days. They had not caught a single fish, yet somehow managed to summon the authorities? Presently, they were engaged in a televised event, bound by contract with the station. Any mishap during the program could implicate the entire production team. Even if a situation arose that warranted police intervention, could they not at least turn off the cameras? Were they still broadcasting live? Just endure a few more days. There were elimination rules in place, and they needed to devise a strategy to rid themselves of this misfortune. The production team was calculating their next moves with fervent intensity. Even the onlookers, the local elderly men, resonated with a sense of schadenfreude, observing the instigators with a mix of gossip and amusement. One local elder shook his head in resignation. TSK, the young man certainly stands out, but is he perhaps a bit misguided? It can't be that serious, right? Serving the people, after all. What's the matter? Can't the common folk call the police? Of course they can, but it depends on the situation. Do you have any idea how busy the police are? You're merely fishing for a hard drive, not something of monumental significance. Indeed, If every minor incident warranted a police call, we would run out of officers in no time. You don't understand. This matter, on a larger scale, is a waste of public resources, declared an elder known as Old Yen, his voice resonating with authority. Having retired as a minor leader in a state-owned enterprise, he summarized the sentiments of his peers. Meanwhile, Su Yang's livestream was abuzz with activity. What was so captivating about fishing? Regardless of the location, where there were police cars, there would be a gathering of spectators. Here they come. I was just having a meal when my brother called me over. Heard the host is in big trouble. Is there a class representative to summarize? You've arrived just in time. The police just came in, and the host managed to reel in a hard drive and called the police. Whether it's a big deal remains to be seen, but the leading officer's expression is quite severe. Stay tuned for updates. Even if the host fails to catch a fish, would they really consider turning themselves in? What is the point of seeking out the police? They might just end up charged with abusing police resources. I bet the host will be dining at the station tonight. Perhaps they can even save on a meal. In a live broadcast, Lin Fei held the hard drive, his hands trembling imperceptibly. His right thumb incessantly rubbed the poppy flower etched in the lower right corner. Her complexion remained unperturbed, yet her heart raced with fervor. Slowly turning her head, her voice emerged hoarse. Who reported the incident? Who reeled it in? What transpired? I reported it. Even Liu Xiaobao, typically oblivious, could discern the officer's unusual reaction. It felt akin to encountering a long-lost son after 2 decades. This hard drive was undoubtedly more than a mere lost item. Her drifting thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Su Yang's icy voice. I caught it. Liu Xiaobao was taken aback. What was going on with him today? Based on his understanding of Su Yang, he should have wished to vanish into the earth. Before Liu Xiaobao could voice his curiosity, Lin Fei approached them with long strides. His expression was grave, and his commanding presence sent a tremor through the onlookers. Liu Xiaobao's heart quaked with uncertainty. Lin Fei stood before them, at attention, with his back straight, rendering a precise military salute. I extend my gratitude to both citizens for providing valuable leads to the police. His resonant voice struck a chord with Su Yang and his companion. Su Yang raised an eyebrow, entirely unsurprised. They had learned in their first grade that important discoveries should be reported to a teacher. As they matured, their mothers advised them to seek assistance from the police in times of trouble. Thus, whether the matter was grave or trivial, reporting it was always the right course of action. Lin Fei's gesture left the onlookers, the elderly men, astonished. This narrative diverged from their expectations. Shouldn't the police have sternly reprimanded these 2 young individuals? Perhaps to caution them against squandering societal resources? But here they were, expressing gratitude. Old Yen, am I mistaken? They didn't catch any fish, yet they still received commendation? Old Yan's tone was laced with sarcasm. After 3 days of fishing without success, today they reeled in a hard drive and received praise from an officer? Indeed, the police must have erred. A mere hunk of metal is impressive now. Observing Su Yang's nonchalant demeanor, the elderly men felt even more incensed. Had they known, they would have reported it too. What if it made the news and they were featured? Wouldn't that bolster their stature at home? Not only the elders struggled to comprehend, but the younger crowd was equally perplexed. The live chat buzzed with speculation. The plot is unfolding in a direction I cannot fathom. Why is there gratitude? Does the officer imply that the streamer provided a clue for the case? Moreover, judging by the officer's demeanor, it could be a significant lead. What luck does the streamer possess? Envy abounds. To summarize, the streamer not only avoided trouble, but also performed a good deed, unintentionally aiding the police with a clue. Amidst the myriad of discussions, Lin Fei remained unaware. At that moment, he quietly observed the scene, contemplating Su Yang's words. Was it truly such a coincidence that it was caught? Their team, tirelessly searching for so long, and this lad casually reels it in? It was akin to winning the lottery without taxes. Upon arriving at the scene, he had already dispatched technicians to examine the hard drive. Although the poppy flower on the hard drive serves as a clandestine emblem within the core of the criminal organization, it is imperative to unlock the hard drive and examine its contents before drawing any conclusions. One can only hope that this endeavor does not end in futile anticipation. Lin Fei felt a tumult of emotions, standing behind the technician. How is it? Can you unlock it? The young man before him carefully connected the hard drive, opening the familiar interface and entering commands, his fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard. Rest assured, Captain, it's a piece of cake, he proclaimed confidently, his demeanor light and cheerful. The technician's assurance brought a slight sense of relief to Lin Fei. He pulled out his phone to check the time. Less than 3 hours remained. There was still time. Observing Lin Fei's weary and tense expression, a team member spoke with concern. Don't worry, Captain. Xiao Liao is the finest technician in our department. He has participated in numerous information-related cases. With him here, no hard drive is insurmountable. Lin Fei nodded slightly. As time ticked by, he clenched his fists, feeling the dampness of sweat. All eyes were fixed on Lin Fei and the technician before him. Unbeknownst to them, just moments earlier, upon hearing the young man's operational command, Su Yang furrowed his brow and shook his head without hesitation. The technician, brimming with confidence, pressed the final button. Lin Fei leaned forward, fixated on the screen, nervously inquiring, "What's the status?" "Don't worry, Captain." But before the last word could escape his lips, reality struck hard. The blaring alarm echoed, accompanied by the ominous red warning, "Decryption failed." Chapter 5. How dare you, an Air Force personnel, question others' abilities? In disbelief, the young man exclaimed at the screen before him. This hard drive is only encrypted at one layer. How could it possibly fail to decrypt? Lin Fei was momentarily stunned. Upon witnessing the failure of decryption, an unexpected calm washed over him. The very fact that the decryption was unsuccessful fortified his suspicions. This was a case of transnational fraud involving billions of dollars. A hard drive containing crucial evidence should not be easily accessible. Noticing the technician's expression of guilt, Lin Fei patted him on the shoulder. "It's all right. Go get the doctor from the car." The technician's eyes brightened with realization. Yes, as long as the professor is here, what is there to fear about unlocking it? He hurriedly dashed to a black sedan parked nearby. Moments later, an elderly man in his 50s emerged from the vehicle. Lu Xiaobao stared in shock, struggling for words. "No way, no way, no way. Am I seeing things? It's Professor Qian." Su Yang was taken aback. "Is he that impressive?" Hearing this, Lu Xiaobao turned to Su Yang, his expression one of incredulity, as if to say, "Are you disconnected from reality?" At the moment Professor Qian appeared, the Livestream also ignited with another wave of excitement. "Alas, I lack education, but I can't believe I've encountered my life idle here. A genius from the touring class of Youth Technology University. How did the host manage to fish out Professor Qian with just a hard drive? In the realm of the Huaxia Youth Hacker class, the records maintained thus far remain unparalleled. The emergence of Dr. Qian heralded a situation that was anything but trivial at the broadcaster station. Lin Fei, upon spotting Dr. Qian, hurriedly approached to assist him as he took a seat before the computer. "Doctor, we must rely on you now." At this moment, the technical staff, with flushed faces, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. "I have brought shame upon you, teacher. Our self-developed decryption software has proven ineffective. The methodology resembles one from years past. Featuring an automatic destruction function, 3 unsuccessful attempts result in the complete annihilation of the file's data." Dr. Qian, his hair silvered and adorned with black frame glasses, was momentarily taken aback by the technician's report. This was one of his most exceptional students, yet few cases had ever posed a challenge to him. Even in the past, when very few in Huaxia could decipher such matters, he had prevailed. His aged voice carried a hint of jest. "How rare. It has been years since I have seen you in such a fluster." "Very well, let me take a look." Dr. Qian slowly seated himself before the computer, and as he faced the black screen, a palpable shift in his aura ensued. The black characters cascaded like rain as his fingers danced across the keyboard, entering a state of complete immersion. Lin Fei observed Dr. Qian's mobility-challenged left leg and felt a surge of emotion. The uniform he wore symbolized a sacred duty and an honorable mission. Despite being of an age where one might leisurely stroll with dogs or engage with birds, Dr. Qian was still fervently dedicated to his work, pouring himself into the task at hand. With Dr. Qian present, decrypting the hard drive felt akin to plucking a fruit from a tree. The encrypted poppy flower on the drive was not a cipher that could be easily unraveled. He was nearly certain that this particular hard drive contained the missing piece of the critical evidence chain. Lin Fei instinctively reached for his phone to check the time. Excellent. There were still 2 hours remaining, ample time. As long as the case was resolved within the detention period, that scoundrel would not escape. All the officers present clenched their fists, their eyes reddening with fervor, their blood nearly boiling. However, at that moment, Su Yang fixated on the screen, let out a sigh. This sound, inaudible against the quiet backdrop of the coast, seemed egregiously out of place. Almost in unison, the gazes of all the officers turned towards Su Yang. Dr. Qian was fully concentrated on cracking the code. How could this young man disrupt the doctor's thoughts at such a critical juncture? The younger, more impatient officers glared at him with piercing looks. Even Lin Fei, usually composed, could not hide his disapproval. Facing the collective scrutiny, Su Yang wore an expression of innocence and leisurely remarked, "His method is flawed. It cannot be unlocked." "Oh my!" Lu Xiaobao, hearing this, nearly stumbled backward, quickly grasping Su Yang's clothing. "Brother, what are you saying? Do you even know who that is?" The other officers were momentarily stunned into silence, unsure of how to react. Had he lost his mind? How could anyone claim that Dr. Qian was wrong? This audacious young man dared to speak such words? With sincerity evident on his face. It was clear that he did not intend any malice. Nonetheless, Lin Fei found himself both amused and infuriated. "Young man, do you have any idea who he is?" The technician, visibly agitated, glared at Su Yang and demanded, "Whom are you accusing of being wrong? Apologize to my master at once." Apologies, but such an expectation is utterly futile. All that arrives is the clamor of a live broadcast. Is the host out his mind? Is he blind? Does he even recognize who stands before him? Can he possibly be mistaken? Is Liang Jingru singing courage to him every day? While Dr. Qian was bringing glory to the nation, he was likely still in his diaper. Raising my hand discreetly, perhaps you all missed a detail. When the technician was decoding, the host shook his head. "What do you mean by that? Does shaking his head imply he can discern others' errors? Does it signify he can solve the puzzle? Was there some residual fluid in his brain at birth? Can he not exhibit a modicum of humility?" With a single utterance, Su Yang incited the fury of the crowd. Awaiting an apology in vain, Lin Fei shot a stern glance at Su Yang. "Young man, I care not who you are, but please maintain your silence. Do not disturb the doctor. If something goes awry, you shall bear the consequences." Su Yang shrugged nonchalantly, raising his hands in surrender. "All right, my apologies, feel free." 1 second, 2 seconds, each moment stretching like an eternity. The crowd stood behind the doctor, fixated on the progress bar inching across the screen. Lin Fei, struggling to suppress his trembling hand, retrieved the director's number, his thumb hovering over the call button. They awaited the moment of 100. 96, 97, 98, 99. Beep, decryption failed. Gasps echoed as the crowd's pupils dilated in shock. How could this be possible? Dr. Qian abruptly rose, his hands gripping the table, his body quivering slightly. Lin Fei stumbled, his phone crashing to the ground. He rushed to the screen, incredulity etched across his face as he beheld the crimson letters. Once again, failure. Doctor, how can this be? Chapter 6, Madness. Daring to tamper with crucial evidence. Everyone present had nearly prepared to bask in the joy of victory. No one anticipated that even Dr. Qian would be unable to crack the code. A heart soared to the heavens, only to plummet heavily into despair. A voice filled with hatred shattered the silence. "It has benefited that beast." Another hoarse voice, gravelly as if filled with grit, chimed in. "The little boy we found in the cellar. His hands and feet were severed for disobeying orders and attempting to alert others. And that old woman, who sacrificed her own kidney to save her son. Yet, that beast rejected the old woman's kidney. Then there was that university student, sold into a village and left to suffer. Enough. Do not speak further." Lin Fei's eyes were already tinged with red. He understood the brother's discontent. He too was unwilling to accept this fate. However, Huaxia is a nation governed by the rule of law. Without evidence, they could only release the suspects. This hard drive was their last glimmer of hope. If Dr. Qian could not decrypt it, no one in Huaxia could. Team Leader Lin and Dr. Qian looked at the crimson letters, their voices trembling. "This hard drive offers only 3 chances. We have already attempted twice, both ending in failure. There remains one last opportunity." At this juncture, Dr. Qian paused, unsteadily rising to his feet. With an unsteady gait, he moved forward step by step, yet with a determination that was unwavering and indisputable. "I possessed only a 50% certainty. However, should failure ensue, all data on the hard drive would be irrevocably lost." Lin Fei hesitated. If the hard drive's data were to vanish, they would never have the means to bring the wrongdoers to justice in their lifetime. Even the slightest hope of 00000000001 would be extinguished. Yet if the hard drive remained unsolved, in just over an hour, they would have to release the suspect. And the cost of recapturing him would be measured in the blood of countless brothers. The viewers in the live stream fell into silence, as no one had anticipated that Dr. Chien would be unable to unlock the hard drive. I am astonished. Surely, this is the most significant news in Huaxia this year? Dr. Chien cannot open the hard drive? Do you remember what the host said? He claimed Dr. Chien's method was flawed. Could it be that the host knows the correct decryption method? Impossible. If he could unlock it, I would livestream a small knife cut in my backside. I recall a recent international fraud case. They say vital evidence was missing, and the main suspect's computer hard drive mysteriously vanished. No wonder the police are so anxious. The host is remarkable. He managed to reel in such critical evidence. But if even Dr. Chien cannot open it, surely no one in the country can? Are we truly going to let that scoundrel go free? Killing him 100 times would not be excessive. The discussions in the live stream were fervent. Meanwhile, Lin Fei found himself trapped in a dilemma. Everyone around fell into deep contemplation, some with reddened eyes, others wearing expressions of anguish. Some crouched on stones, repeatedly tugging at their hair, while others leaned against corners, cradling their heads. Unbeknownst to them, Su Yang had quietly approached the computer. The sound of the ticking interface jolted everyone back to reality. Who is tampering with the computer? This is bad. There's no one by the computer. Bro, what are you doing? Lu Xiaobao was the first to react, exclaiming, "What the hell? What did you get to the computer? If you touch it, this could land us in serious trouble." It was evident to even the most naive observer that this was no ordinary hard drive. The police were watching that thing as if it were their very own eyes. Lin Fei's expression turned to one of sheer panic. The thought of their last opportunity replayed in his mind. Don't move. 1,000 words were condensed into those two. Yet Su Yang stood before the computer, casually tapping the keyboard. Different technicians flitted about, windows switching rapidly. Dr. Chien's speed seemed like lightning as black characters cascaded down the screen. Su Yang, with just his right index finger, playfully tapped a few keys. The familiar progress bar reappeared. Lin Fei, in despair, closed his eyes. It was over. This time, it was truly, irrevocably over. Meanwhile, at Haicheng television station, in the program team's office, the urgency was palpable. I mean, right now, immediately, prepare the announcement. If Su Yang is taken by the police, release the termination notice at once. The sound of fruit crashing against a marble tabletop echoed as the screen splintered with a crack. The director fixated intently on the screen before him, wishing fervently to pierce Su Yang's entire body with a multitude of holes. After much effort, he had secured the position of producer for this program, hoping to earn one final profit before retirement. To his dismay, this episode featured an amateur who not only called the police, but also tampered with crucial evidence at the scene. This could spell disaster, if pursued. The program's cancellation would be the least of his worries. He too would face disciplinary action. As retirement loomed, he was unwilling to invite such trouble upon himself. Thus, moments ago, he had instructed his assistant to prepare a unilateral termination statement. Destroying critical police evidence could lead to detention for over 3 years. The production team would never employ an amateur with a criminal record. Now, he could only hope that Su Yang's actions would not bring catastrophic ruin upon the team. Yet, what if Su Yang succeeded? The director promptly seized the shattered phone, preparing a simple announcement to promote Su Yang, one he hoped would not be necessary. Amidst the astonishment of the production crew, the scene fell into a profound silence. The onlookers, akin to fishermen watching an extraterrestrial, gazed at Su Yang in disbelief. What was this child thinking? While others would flee at the sight of police, he seemed desperate for attention, pushing forward recklessly. Observing the chaos was one thing, but daring to tamper with a police computer was outrageous. The viewers in the live stream erupted in response to Su Yang's antics. I want to knock some sense into the streamer. What on earth is going on in that head? This is utterly irresponsible. How could the streamer act this way? Didn't he hear Dr. Chien say this was the last chance? Exactly. Could it be that the streamer is in cahoots with the criminals? Actively destroying evidence. This is terrifying to contemplate. But that doesn't add up. If the streamer were truly allied with the criminals, why would he call the police and claim to have caught the hard drive? He could have simply hidden it. You clearly don't understand. This is a classic case of feigning innocence while secretly plotting. How could he deny catching the hard drive in front of the cameras? Poor police officers on the scene. Their spirits must be shattered. Everyone disperse. The sirens will soon wail. Having destroyed the sole piece of evidence, he will likely spend several days in custody, unable to be released until the situation is clarified. The progress bar crawled forward. Every second felt like an eternity. The technical expert's eyes were aflame with frustration as he clenched his fists. He blamed Su Yang for his reckless actions, yet loathed himself even more for his lack of skill. What good would punishing the fisherman do? Could time be reversed? Could the hard drive be decrypted? Would the sacrifices of his brother's blood and sweat go in vain? Ultimately, the fault lay with him. If only he had been a bit more capable. Perhaps the outcome today would have been different. Time continued its slow march forward. At that moment, there remained a mere half hour until the potential release of the suspect. Each passing police officer cast a piercing glare at Su Yang, for this hard drive might be the only remaining evidence. The potential consequences of total data destruction are incalculable. And the catalyst for this calamity stands before us, a young man. Lin Fei, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions, casts aside all illusions and gradually opens his eyes. Within his gaze lies an unfathomable depth of weariness and concession. Beside him, Dr. Qian maintains an impassive visage, yet his hands tremble uncontrollably in private, a testament to the burden of confronting the valiant youth before him, who are willing to sacrifice everything. An oppressive atmosphere pervades the space. Dr. Qian's eyes are fixated on the progress bar on the screen, yet his feet remain immobile. Beneath the blazing sun, the architect of this predicament, Su Yang, stands in the interplay of light and shadow, his disheveled hair casting mottled shadows, seemingly oblivious to the enormity of the mess he has created. Chapter 7. It is time to witness the power of the Air Force ding-dong. The hard drive has been unlocked. In that instant, everyone is jolted, clearly stunned to the core. Unlocked, truly? Is this a mere illusion? Lin Fei suddenly whirls around, stumbling toward the screen. He bends down cautiously to gaze at the row of green letters, whispering them aloud, fearful that this might be a cruel jest from the heavens, causing the green letters to vanish. Dr. Qian, standing nearby, nearly presses his face against the screen, yet miraculously finds a calm within. After a moment's contemplation, his fingers fly across the keyboard, initiating operations. It is indeed unlocked. The data is accessible. Dr. Qian abruptly turns, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions as he regards the young man before him. It is utterly astounding. How has he managed this? Dr. Qian's words fall like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of those present. The technicians rub their eyes in disbelief. Is this a dream? How could a hard drive that even masters could not decrypt be so effortlessly tampered with by this young lad? When did society evolve to such an extent? The horror is palpable. A mere fisherman can breach the password that eluded Dr. Qian? Who is this individual, truly? The sheer volume of information is overwhelming. The technicians stare at Su Yang, rooted in astonishment, until Dr. Qian urges them to proceed with data retrieval. Meanwhile, the two police officers standing behind Su Yang gape in astonishment. The officers wrapping up their work at the scene halt, their steps frozen. All eyes converge on this nonchalant figure who, at first glance, seems incapable of decrypting a hard drive. Is it conceivable that someone could unravel the mystery that stumped Dr. Qian? Is this feat achievable by a fisherman who has spent 3 consecutive days in the Air Force? Who exactly is this individual? Finally, a female officer voices the question that lingers in the minds of all present. Su Yang is taken aback, his words precious and few. Su Yang, Su Yang, Su Yang. These 2 syllables resonate in the hearts of everyone gathered. Brother, my brother. Lu Xiaobao, having rebooted after a momentary shutdown, rushes towards Su Yang, his excitement bubbling over, nearly spilling forth. If it were not for the camera fixed to him, he would have truly leapt in place. The Buddha does not reveal his true form. Who would have guessed that his elder brother could unravel the hard drive that even Dr. Qian could not decode? Lu Xiaobao had already rebooted on the spot, but alas, the old gentleman might have already been damaged. Each of them had their jaws slightly ajar, displaying various materials of false teeth. Initially, one would assume that the young man was about to be taken into custody. Unexpectedly, with a mere casual fiddling, he became the most dazzling figure in the entire venue. Old Yen, closest to Su Yang, scrutinized him from head to toe before abruptly inquiring, "Young man, Have you settled down? Damn it. The sound of the abacus beads rattled, leaving everyone in the room aghast. Upon hearing Old Yan's words, Su Yang's eyes widened in terror. He unabashedly displayed such a plethora of expressions before the camera. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter at the sight. The host's expression now resembles that of someone who has just ingested something unpleasant, right? He doesn't look this terrified, even when facing arrest. I can't believe I took so long to process this. It's so fantastical. What exactly happened? The password that Dr. Chen could not decipher was resolved by the main host. So, is there a possibility that when the technicians were working, the host's shaking of his head was already? Oh my goodness, I lack the education to comprehend this. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would not have dared to believe it. If I were to speak of this, no one would believe me, right? The password that Dr. Chen couldn't decode was cracked by the host. If he possesses such abilities, why participate in variety shows? I must clear the host's name. I misunderstood him earlier and now extend my sincere apologies. No more pretense. I will directly reward him. Miju. I apologize, host. I misjudged you. Who would have thought you were so unassuming? In an instant, Su Yang's live stream was inundated with a myriad of gifts. Concurrently, the number of viewers was experiencing exponential growth. At the onset of the program, there were merely dozens of individuals engaging in casual conversation, and now it had surged to nearly 10,000, one astonishing rate of increase. At this moment, a particular comment captured everyone's attention. So, how exactly did the host crack it? Isn't he just an amateur who can't catch a single fish? How does he possess such skills? The thoughts of the viewers mirrored those of Dr. Chen. Upon confirming that the hard drive had indeed been decrypted, he had already instructed Lin Fei to arrange for technicians to begin examining the data. At that moment, he strolled over to stand before Su Yang. In a vast world, there are always those who surpass others. He, who has always held reverence for academia, never considered himself omnipotent. Young man, your name is Su Yang? He gazed at the handsome youth with unabashed admiration. After today, Haicheng, or rather, the entire nation, would remember this name. How remarkable. His tone suddenly paused before he smiled and asked, "What method did you employ to unlock the hard drive?" Although he was one of the nation's foremost researchers, Dr. Chen was never arrogant or aloof. The Yangtze River's waves pushed the previous ones forward. Only through each generation surpassing the last can our motherland thrive and prosper. The current generation is nearing the twilight of their historical stage. Setting technology aside, what is truly rare is their state of mind. The young man before me exhibits no hint of arrogance or pride, presenting instead a visage of sincerity and composure. Dr. Chen nods in satisfaction, his gaze toward Su Yang growing increasingly benevolent. Just as Su Yang is about to speak, he is interrupted by an unexpected voice. "Teacher, the data can be fully restored. It is currently being retrieved." Dr. Chen's brow furrows ever so slightly. "Look at that impatience," he remarks, a hint of reproach in his tone. "What is all this fuss about?" "Understood. Not just that, Professor. The vulnerabilities in the backdoor have also been repaired." The technician's voice dwindles towards the end, lacking conviction. This vulnerability was a part of the end-of-year examination crafted by the professor for his few disciples. Moreover, this question had been assigned to them months prior. Given that it was devised by Dr. Chen, its difficulty was self-evident. Yet, he could not fathom how Su Yang, having merely decrypted a hard drive, managed to rectify the flaw as well. Once upon a time, his peers had been thoroughly vexed by this assignment from the professor, enduring several sleepless nights without resolution. Was the disparity between individuals truly this vast? When the technician looked towards Su Yang again, his eyes brimmed with reverence. This was a pinnacle he could scarcely aspire to reach. Upon hearing the studentess' words, Dr. Chen felt as if struck by lightning once more. The flaw had been repaired, too? Chapter 8. Explosive Traffic, Expert Recruitment. He was well aware of the questions he himself had crafted. Even he would likely require a significant portion of the day to mend that vulnerability. The surprises this young man had brought him today were simply overwhelming. This lad's talent eclipsed even that of his own past. Meanwhile, Su Yang gazed at the visibly excited technician, feeling utterly speechless. Such a conspicuous flaw in the backdoor posed security risks, especially if a phishing program were at play. Redirecting his gaze towards Dr. Chen, he considered the virtues of respecting one's elders, a cherished trait in Huaxia. If he surmised correctly, This professor was indeed a leader in the industry, a tech aficionado. If he refrained from revealing the solution, it was likely this professor would find little solace in sleep tonight. Su Yang calmly articulated a series of command codes. His tone was serene, yet it resonated like a boulder plunging into a tranquil lake. Dr. Qian and the technicians gasped, exchanging glances. They had contemplated numerous layers of complexity, only to discover that the most intricate solutions were, in fact, the simplest. They had exerted themselves in vain. In a flash of inspiration, the technician suddenly recalled something and stared intently at Su Yang. Did you already identify the issue when I first initiated the operation? Su Yang, with an air of nonchalance, innocently nodded. Lack of experience leads to unsteady results. The technician displayed a degree of negligence, leaving such a significant system vulnerability while daring to insert an encrypted hard drive. It is entirely possible that upon unlocking the password, the data within could be lost. Adhering to the principle of learning from experience, Su Yang took it upon himself to highlight the underlying issue. Upon hearing this, the technician's face turned ashen. In contrast, Dr. Qian listened with palpable excitement, enthusiastically patting Su Yang on the shoulder. Excellent, excellent. The technician appeared thoroughly bewildered, his understanding having been reshaped numerous times throughout the day. Dr. Qian, while admiring Su Yang's technical prowess, was equally impressed by his audacity and meticulousness. This young man remained composed under pressure, possessing exceptional observational skills. The hard drive's password was not as complex as they had assumed. Rather, they had overcomplicated the situation. This was a game within a game. With the criminal playing with psychological tactics, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. If Su Yang had effortlessly decrypted the hard drive, the embedded program would have automatically destroyed the data upon receiving the decryption alert. The true challenge lay not in the command to decrypt the hard drive, but in dismantling the data-destroying program. Thus, Su Yang ingeniously circumvented the steps required to access the hard drive, utilizing his editing privileges to locate and obliterate the data-crushing program. He then returned to the beginning, inputting the simplest command to decrypt the hard drive. This was a battle of criminal psychology. Undoubtedly, Su Yang emerged victorious in this silent war. As he felt the weight of everyone's gaze upon him, a shiver ran down his spine. Lu Xiaobao, noticing Su Yang's discomfort, curiously inquired, "Brother, what's wrong? Isn't it good to be praised? Our live stream has gained quite the following. We should be safe from elimination this week." His tone was laced with joy as he regarded Su Yang with admiration. "It's all thanks to you. Who would have thought you possess both technical skill and a sense of ambition, capable of devising alternative methods to boost popularity?" Su Yang was taken aback, as if startled. "What are you talking about? Ambition? I merely acted on impulse." Impulse. Lu Xiaobao's words filled Su Yang with dread. For this lifetime and beyond, he could not bear to hear the term ambition. Had he not made his disinterest evident? After all this time spent fishing, how could Lu Xiaobao conclude that it was ambition? He had never expected a reel and a hard drive. The package had been so neatly wrapped, precisely to avoid unnecessary trouble, which is why he chose to report it. Once the police took it away, that should have been the end of it. Yet, the police began examining the hard drive right there. What a coincidence it was that this hard drive had been encrypted. He truly acted on impulse. Perhaps it was a remnant of a past profession. Su Yang merely wished to continue fishing, but Lu Xiaobao and the camera captured his casual remark, igniting further enthusiasm. "I admit, I am utterly impressed by the host. Although it was a significant achievement, he downplays it as mere impulse. What a profound state of mind. To echo the previous sentiment, this is not the realm of the ordinary. Upholding justice is a virtue every Chinese person should possess. Allow me to voice the unspoken thoughts of the host. The phrase truly moved me. A streamer who performs good deeds without seeking recognition is a rarity indeed. If every member of the Huaxia Nation embodied such qualities, how splendid that would be. Such self-media streamers who promote positive energy deserve greater recognition. They're the stars we ought to pursue." The viewers in the live stream room ignited with excitement. Their barrage of comments flowing in profusion, gifts flooding the screen, flowers, rockets, and hearts in abundance. At that moment, a particular gift captured everyone's attention. A viewer sent a red envelope of 66 yuan. With the sound of the envelope opening, it instantly ushered in a new realm for the live stream. A viewer named rewarded the streamer with a red envelope of 66 yuan. Another viewer contributed a red envelope of 99 yuan, and yet another bestowed an impressive 666 yuan. In a short span, the livestream audience had surged beyond 50,000. Is this not more captivating than a television drama? Liu Xiaobao's phone vibrated furiously. As he curiously retrieved his phone and opened the livestream page, he was taken aback, immediately covering his mouth in astonishment. His eyes brimmed with moisture. Goodness, a staggering sum exceeding 2,000 yuan in rewards. What could possibly be more delightful than this? He urgently nudged Su Yang's arm, exclaiming, "Brother, look, we are wealthy now." Meanwhile, Su Yang was forcibly experiencing the thrill of sudden affluence. On the other side, Lin Fei and his team were diligently tidying up the site. After confirming that the hard drive could be unlocked and each folder was accessible, the contents within were no longer suitable for on-site viewing. Time was of the essence. They needed to return to the bureau promptly. "Doctor, shall we depart?" As they prepared to leave, Lin Fei noticed Dr. Qian standing motionless, as if nailed to the spot. Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, instead of following the main group, he headed towards Su Yang. In front of everyone, he looked at Su Yang and solemnly asked, "Su Yang, would you be interested in becoming the director of our bureau's information department?" Dear readers, in order to gather funds for this semester's tuition and living expenses, the humble author has commenced a new book. I implore each of you to spend just 30 seconds to support me with your love. With 100 generous readers offering their affection, I could rise in the morning and afford a few buns to sustain myself for the day, enabling me to continue penning these not-so-exciting tales. Thank you once again. Chapter 9. Who are you to reject the expert? Upon Dr. Qian's declaration, the technicians were left utterly dumbfounded. Even Lin Fei was taken aback. The information department of the Haiqing Bureau, what a concept! They had never recruited technical personnel from society before. The minimum qualification required was a doctorate, all of which came from prestigious institutions like the Huaxia Police University, ensuring their integrity. In the police force, maintaining a correct stance and a clean background is paramount. Even when suitable talent is discovered in society, they must undergo a period of training in specialized institutions before being assigned to the municipal bureau. How could one be granted direct entry and to assume the role of director immediately? However, Dr. Qian's esteemed position in this field suggests he would not utter such words without reason. Could it be that this young man is indeed a rare gem? Lin Fei found himself momentarily at a loss. And it wasn't just Lin Fei. Everyone present felt as though they were experiencing auditory hallucinations. The pinnacle of the universe is a government position. Who wouldn't desire such a thing? My grandson has been attempting to secure a contract as an auxiliary police officer for years and has yet to succeed. What does this imply? Are they inviting this Air Force fellow to take the lead? A wave of bitterness surged within old Yen. Hearing the old man's words, his lips curled in disdain. The young man truly possesses remarkable talent. To be able to secure an exceptional admission into the police force? Old Yan's insights were certainly sharper than those of an average retiree. He understood that both the police and military have provisions for exceptional talents, particularly in the realm of information technology. This young man likely has no inkling of the significance of such an opportunity. Just look at that dazed expression. Liu Xiaobao felt a mix of joy and sorrow upon hearing Dr. Qian's words. Who wouldn't he wish for such a fortunate turn of events? He felt happy for Su Yang. From that point on, he would be embraced by a golden career, living a stable life. Yet, the sorrow came from the thought that if Su Yang withdrew from the show, he would inevitably have to find a new partner. Indeed, he felt a tinge of reluctance. Su Yang was quiet and unassuming. He did not respond with the exuberance that Liu Xiaobao had anticipated. "Brother, are you not overjoyed? Hurry and respond." "Joyful?" Su Yang scoffed inwardly. "What is there to be joyous about? What does a steel rice bowl mean? It merely signifies a position that confines you, compelling you to work incessantly." After enduring a rare chance for leisure, would he foolishly entrap himself in such a burden? What does it matter to him, this so-called position? With that thought, Su Yang resolutely declared, "I will not go. I want to fish." Liu Xiaobao's eyes widened in disbelief. "My brother, do you even realize what you're saying?" Not only Liu Xiaobao, but everyone in the vicinity regarded Su Yang as though he were an anomaly. The older gentlemen were itching to chastise him. This young man, having never faced the harsh realities of society, was truly naive. If he returned home and his parents learned of his rejection, he would surely face dire consequences. The elderly men murmured among themselves, their tones unwavering. while Su Yang's expression remained unchanged. He conveyed one message, an unwavering refusal. Upon hearing Su Yang's rejection, the technician's phone slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground with a thud. In a lifetime, to hear someone turn down a teacher, did he not realize how coveted this opportunity was? With a teacher's guidance, Su Yang had no idea how profoundly his life could transform. Even a fool knows how to make the right choice, yet he audaciously rejected it? It was utterly inconceivable. Dr. Qian was momentarily taken aback by Su Yang's words. However, he did not dwell on it excessively. Though surprised, there was also a tinge of regret. Such a decisive refusal would require more than a few words of persuasion. Time was of the essence. They needed to return to the police station promptly. Upon contemplating this, Dr. Qian handed his personal business card to Su Yang, allowing for the possibility of reconnection should Su Yang have a change of heart. Subsequently, with the assistance of technical staff, he made his way toward the vehicle. Lin Fei cast a lingering glance at Su Yang before departing the scene with the hard drive in hand. The crowd dispersed with a buzz, leaving the atmosphere unusually refreshing. After a taxing day, feeling weary, Su Yang settled into his fishing chair and stretched expansively. Just as his hands began to retract, a familiar mechanical chime resonated. Su Yang paused in surprise. The system had finally activated. Beep. Detected items fished by the host. The universal phishing system is categorizing. Beep. The system identifies the items fished by the host as mechanical. The system panel is activating. Beep. The system panel is now active. The host may claim system rewards. Goodness. The system is operational. He hastily focused his thoughts to access the system panel, eager to discover the rewards awaiting him. Sliding the transparent bar to the right, he found that the previously invisible text had now become distinctly legible at the bottom. Phishing items, mechanical, unlocked phishing points, 50 points. Wow. Su Yang's heart, which had been rhythmically steady, now experienced a delightful flutter. It turns out that points could indeed be accumulated. With curiosity piqued, he opened the prize exchange system to see what could be redeemed with his 50 points. Little did he know, a moment's joy could swiftly turn to dismay. Minimum points required for prize redemption, 35 points. Available prize, fishing rod upgrade. Su Yang, he knew how to treat himself. All right, let us upgrade the fishing rod and see what more extraordinary items he could catch. Moments later, congratulations, host. Fishing rod upgrade complete. The fishing rod in Su Yang's hand appeared transformed, though perhaps it was merely an illusion. Content with the day's events, he closed the system panel. Meanwhile, Liu Xiaobao remained enraptured by Su Yang's earlier exclamation, now transformed into a devoted admirer, keenly observing Su Yang's every move. Brother, what's wrong? Huh? Nothing. I haven't eaten all day. Su Yang's response jolted Liu Xiaobao back to reality. In the grand scheme of things, nothing was more paramount than a meal. After a long day of exertion, his brother had yet to dine. Reflecting on the substantial tips from the live stream, Liu Xiaobao impulsively declared, "Brother, let us go. We'll eat whatever's expensive." Dear readers, in pursuit of gathering this semester's tuition and living expenses, the humble author has embarked on a new book. I kindly request that you spend just 30 seconds to offer your support. With just 100 generous readers showing their love, the author could enjoy a couple of bonds to sustain through the day and continue crafting these not-so-exceptional tales. Thank you once again. Chapter 10. The Director Rewards. Getting on Sunun Taiyan. Meanwhile, in Haicheng, at the Municipal Public Security Bureau, Lin Fei returned to the office and promptly arranged for specialized technical personnel to handle the criminal evidence contained within the hard drive. After verifying the authenticity of the evidence on the drive, Lin Fei forcefully suppressed the anger surging within him and knocked on the door of the director's office. This matter was of great significance. He felt compelled to report it personally to the director. Soon, a robust voice called out, "Come in." Upon receiving permission, Lin Fei pushed open the door and entered the office. Director, before he could finish his sentence, he was taken aback by the scene before him. It turned out that their usually stoic director, who never indulged in videos or live streams, was engrossed in a live broadcast by Su Yang. What was even more astonishing was that not only was the director watching, but he was also rewarding Su Yang with donations. As if that were not enough, he had become the top supporter in Su Yang's live stream. How did Lin Fei discover this? Simple. The top supporter's username unmistakably matched that of the director, both of whom shared a fondness for salted fish, a unique trait that left no room for doubt. Was this really the typically serious director? It felt surreal, as if the sun had risen in the west today. In stark contrast to Lin Fei's astonishment, the director appeared remarkably composed. Lin Fei, you're here? What brings you to me? Director, I initially came to report on the matter concerning Su Yang, but I see you have already watched the live broadcast. Now, we have extracted crucial evidence from the hard drive. What should we do next? Upon hearing that Lin Fei had come to discuss this matter, Director Tian's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Although Su Yang was participating in a program, he had made significant contributions to our investigation. Not only did he provide the police with criminal leads, but he also assisted in locating evidence. Such a model citizen deserves our recognition. I have already submitted a report to nominate him for an exemplary title and to reward him with a banner. Lin Fei quickly nodded in agreement, fully endorsing the idea. Su Yang certainly deserved it. Remembering the business card left for Su Yang by Dr. Qian before his departure, Lin Fei pondered if Su Yang, now so formidable, might bring them even greater surprises regarding this case. Although he understood that as a criminal investigation captain, he should not place his hopes on an airman. His instincts as a police officer suggested that there would be further interactions with this airman. Just as Lin Fei was about to turn to leave, Director Tian spoke again. In the name of the Municipal Bureau, we will grant Su Yang a cash reward of 20,000 yuan. Lin Fei quickly nodded again, recognizing the importance of tangible rewards for the youth. Honors are well and good, but we must also provide something substantive. A cash reward is essential. Director Tian waved his hand. By the way, Su Yang should currently be on his way to dinner. He has worked hard all day. Do not disturb him. Tomorrow, deliver the bonus and the banner to him personally. Seeing his director's genuine concern for Su Yang's affairs, Lin Fei's expression immediately grew serious. Understood, Director. I will ensure the task is completed. After leaving the director's office, Lin Fei sent a text message to Su Yang and then immersed himself back into the pressing demands of his work. With the evidence found, there were still numerous matters to address. If someone had deliberately placed the hard drive beneath the rocks, who could their accomplice be? Lin Fei eagerly approached the interrogation room, intent on unraveling the mysteries within. Meanwhile, Su Yang, upon receiving a text message, simply smiled and remained silent. What reward could possibly outweigh the importance of his own indifference? Concurrently, within the upper echelons of Haicheng television station, a thunderous voice echoed through the long corridor, startling the beautiful secretary outside, her heart racing in trepidation. Inside the office, the producer dared not utter a word. Who could fathom how the plot had spiraled into such chaos? Seeing Su Yang tamper with police evidence, wouldn't a rational response be to promptly announce a contract termination? The termination notice, meticulously crafted by the legal department, was designed to avoid any entanglement with the production team. Little did they know the slap in the face would arrive so swiftly. The producer stared at the screen before him, astonishment etched on his face. Merely 3 days into the program, Su Yang's group had been languishing at the bottom of the rankings. Just a few days more, and surely they would be rid of this jinx. However, the data displayed on the screen revealed a startling surge in Su Yang's livestream popularity within just a few short hours. From being at the very bottom, he had ascended to the top of the 50 live streams, a stunning first place. The rapid growth was astonishing. Throughout his tenure in production, the producer had never encountered such a phenomenon. Remarkably, due to the uptick in Su Yang's viewership, the entire program's ratings soared by a staggering 40 percentage points in a mere 24 hours. The producer was left dumbfounded. He had never anticipated that just hours before, the artist poised to bring monumental crisis to the production team would undergo a complete transformation, evolving into their greatest opportunity. The conference room fell into an unusual silence as everyone awaited the director's remarks. Suddenly, a voice broke the quiet. The viewership of the live stream continued to soar, threatening to overload the servers and risk a crash. Before the words could fully resonate, the director's lion-like roar erupted. Why aren't you addressing this? Allocate the maximum resources to him. Hurry. The director composed himself, adjusted his suit, and slowly rose from his chair. Taking a deep breath, his expression regained its customary seriousness as his sharp gaze swept across the production staff. I hereby announce, in the name of the television station, our commendation of Su Yang's actions. The production team will reward Su Yang with 50,000 yuan in cash. Furthermore, in the forthcoming resource allocation, Su Yang's group shall receive the utmost preferential treatment. The PR department is to act within the hour. I want to see official endorsements for Su Yang across major media platforms. At this declaration, a profound silence enveloped the room. What did the director's actions signify? To elevate an ordinary individual with the full might of the station? In all the years since its establishment, no one had ever received such treatment. Yet today, it was bestowed upon a mere angler. No, a fisherman who couldn't even catch a single fish. Could this individual truly be just an angler? An angler, possessing such remarkable capabilities? As the astonishment enveloped the crowd, the atmosphere thickened with disbelief. The producer stepped forward cautiously and inquired, "Director, might this be too radical?" Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the director, who erupted with a roar, "You know nothing." The director glared at the producer, his frustration boiling over. He was certainly not so impulsive as to make this decision without reason. It was not that he placed his trust in Su Yang, but rather in Dr. Qian. Years ago, before he ascended to the position of director, he had the privilege of participating in a clandestine operation led by Dr. Qian during an information warfare campaign, attended even by high-ranking officials. They treated Dr. Qian with utmost respect. Had he not retired back to Haicheng, these individuals would never have encountered him in a municipal case. However, all of this remained a secret, one he could not divulge. The fact that Su Yang had caught Dr. Qian's attention and was invited into the police force indicated that this young man was exceptional. A journalist's keen intuition would not lead him astray. Chapter 11. Am I the fool? As the sun dipped below the horizon, its fading rays danced upon the sea's surface, creating a shimmering spectacle. Su Yang and Liu Xiaobao selected a highly rated private dining establishment with an average cost of $188 per person. For the contestants, this was an extravagant repast. The project team's initial funding was quite limited, as expenses for meals and accommodations left little for the ordinary workers to earn. With a substantial sum amassed from viewer donations as Livestream, Liu Xiaobao waved his hand grandly, exclaiming, "Brother, after a long day, what do you wish to eat? Order anything you desire." Su Yang raised an eyebrow at the naive fellow across from him and calmly replied, "Choose the more expensive options." After casually perusing the menu, he noted the prices: charcoal grilled durian at $199, crab casserole at $399, and salmon sashimi at $499. Liu Xiaobao gulped nervously. "Brother, should we perhaps be more frugal?" Su Yang glanced at the menu once more, his demeanor unruffled. "No need, order it. Money can be earned again." With these words from Su Yang, Liu Xiaobao hesitated no longer. "Boss, 1 crab casserole, 1 rack of lamb, 1 oil-braised shrimp, and 2 portions of grilled durian, and a half-dozen beers." He placed the order in one breath without a moment's pause. In the live stream, viewers were thoroughly entertained by the scene unfolding before them. Who would have thought this photographer is a natural entertainer? He seems to have memorized the menu after rehearsing it in his mind numerous times. I suspect he was busy checking his phone earlier, pondering what to eat. Having money is wonderful. I just roamed around other streams, and some ordinary contestants and their photographers were settling for instant noodles. Meanwhile, the restaurant owner hastily noted the order and rushed to the kitchen. The stoves roared with flames, punctuated by shouts and the clattering of spatulas, creating a harmonious symphony. In a corner, a young dishwasher, holding a high-pressure hose, hummed a lively tune as he scrubbed the dishes. "Listen, my friend, you made the right choice by teaming up with me. Though our earnings may not be substantial, they're stable, you know. Meals and accommodation are provided, and I earn a consistent 60 a day." The mood of the ordinary worker was quite buoyant. He had originally been an excavator operator and by chance found himself, in this show, winning the role of a dishwasher. The work was easy, and the best part was the provision of meals and lodging. Although the dormitory is somewhat infested with cockroaches, having a place to rest is a luxury that surpasses that of many ordinary individuals participating in the show. The photographer, affectionately dubbed Little Fatty, chuckled. "Of course, just yesterday, our photographers were conversing in the group chat. I heard that the 50th group of participants is down to just 1 in 8, not to mention earning money. Even having a proper meal has become a challenge. But look at us, it's quite advantageous here. Mingling in the kitchen allows us to build rapport with the chefs. A few flattering words, a request for some of the dishes ordered by the guests, and who knows when we might get an extra serving." Imagining this, the 22nd participant playfully patted his chest muscles and grinned. "I heard there are guests ordering oil-braised prawns tonight. I spoke to the kitchen, and they promised us 2 each." We can also grab some peanuts and stir-fried potato shreds, and the two of us can enjoy a drink. Little Fatty's eyes sparkled at the thought. Just as they were immersed in their culinary daydreams, the boss rushed in, urgency written all over his face. Newcomers, quickly help serve a dish. Why are you standing there in a daze? The 22nd participant was taken aback. One must lower their head when under someone else's roof. Whatever the boss commanded, there was no time to waste. This exemplified the qualities of an exemplary professional manager. My apologies, boss. I will attend to it immediately. After collecting the dish, he carried a steaming pot of chicken and crab to the front hall. Little Fatty, embodying the diligence of a professional photographer, followed closely behind. In the lavish private dining room, upon opening the door, the vast space revealed only two individuals. The 22nd participant was momentarily stunned. Wealth truly has its advantages. A room designed for 6, accommodating merely 2. One could only imagine the number of dishes ordered, for in this private dining establishment, each room has a minimum spending requirement. Adjusting his mindset, he reminded himself that the customer is king. The 22nd participant maintained a perfectly timed smile. Good evening, sir. This is your chicken and crab. The remaining dishes will arrive shortly. I wish you a pleasant dining experience. But before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous exclamation echoed from the room. Little Bao, Little Fatty, what are you doing here? The atmosphere grew exceedingly tense. Apart from Su Yang, the three exchanged bewildered glances. Unable to contain himself, the 22nd participant inquired. Do you know each other? Little Fatty nodded vigorously. They're the group that went fishing. Upon hearing this, the 22nd participant felt a heavy weight in his chest. He was all too familiar with that fishing group, the duo known for their comedic antics, who had failed to catch a single fish for 3 days. What were they doing here? This was hardly a place within their financial means. He distinctly remembered that their group only had 1 in 8 left. Even if today was a stroke of luck and they finally caught some fish, this was still beyond their budget. This was a renowned private dining establishment in Haicheng, with an average cost of 188 per person. If dining in a private room, with a minimum spending requirement, a meal would easily cost several thousand. The corners of the 22nd participant's mouth twitched involuntarily as he glanced at the pot of chicken and crab on the table. Recalling the menu displayed at the entrance with several dishes yet to be served, he suddenly found the idea of peanuts paired with potato shreds utterly unappealing. It turned out they were indeed the comedic duo, just moments ago mocking others, now receiving a taste of their own medicine. The atmosphere in the private room was permeated with an unsettling ambience. The sudden clamor that erupted moments ago successfully captured the attention of the restaurant owner. What was happening? The owner, visibly anxious, pushed the door open. He ran a private dining establishment, emphasizing both the ambience and service. A slight elevation in a server's tone could lead to financial penalties. However, upon witnessing the scene within, the owner felt a weight in his heart. Why did it appear so tense? Could it be that the two newcomers had offended a guest? His gaze fell upon the young man seated across the table, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes. This young man looked so familiar, as though he had encountered him before. Suddenly, the voice of the news broadcast from Haicheng television rang out jarringly. Beautiful Haicheng, civility begins with me. Then came the announcement of a news segment, a large live broadcast program amateur career radar, featuring contestant number 50, Su Yang. Contestant number 50, Su Yang. Contestant number 22 and his photographer, upon seeing the stream of text on the screen, felt their pupils constrict. They could no longer discern the specifics of the announcement, fixated instead on a line of text. The production team was awarding cash, 50,000 yuan. On the right side of the screen was the daily popularity ranking of the contestants' live streaming rooms. Su Yang, first on the popularity chart. Contestant 22 involuntarily took a few steps back. 50,000. Why was this contestant number 50, who couldn't he even catch a fish, being awarded such a sum? Let alone 50,000. Even 5,000 would be a fortune for participants like them. The envy was overwhelming, and contestant 22 felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Meanwhile, the restaurant owner's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was a golden opportunity. Chapter 12. On-site recognition. A moment of glory. The owner strode forward, visibly thrilled, gazing at Su Yang and Lu Xiaobao. Just moments ago, he had only glimpsed their profiles in the live stream. Now he could behold them in person from every angle. Mr. Su, having you at our establishment is truly an honor. He turned to contestant 22, urging, quick, Inform the front desk that the Flower Blooming Prosperity private room is complimentary. Also, bring out a plate of the newly arrived black gold abalone. Contestant 22 was taken aback. Following the thunderous applause, they had been unexpectedly struck by a windfall. He had painstakingly cultivated relationships with the kitchen staff, managing to occasionally snag a couple of large prawns. But this Air Force fellow, the owner was offering complimentary service and black gold abalone. Contestant 22 felt his blood rush, his vision dimming. In the final seconds of self-control, Xiaopeng pulled him out of the room. Maintaining their dignity, not collapsing in a live stream, was their group's last act of defiance. Meanwhile, the two individuals in the private room were utterly bewildered. The production team was offering 50,000 yuan? Such staggering wealth had suddenly descended upon them? Su Yang was unaware of how stingy the production team could be, but Lu Xiaobao was all too familiar. They never even bought 4-ply toilet paper. Now, they were being awarded 50,000 yuan? If it weren't for the words on the screen, he would have thought he was hallucinating. And now, he had initially intended to indulge extravagantly with the rewards from their live stream. Having casually chosen a restaurant, the owner unexpectedly offered a complimentary meal. Glancing silently at Su Yang beside him, Lu Xiaobao realized that this was all thanks to his benefactor. With such a supportive figure, Lu Xiaobao instantly felt a renewed sense of hope in life. He hastened his eating pace, frequently raising his glass in celebration with Su Yang. After indulging in a delightful feast, the two returned to their lodgings and enjoyed a restful night. The following day, early in the morning, Su Yang was roused by the blaring alarm clock. Upon opening his eyes, he realized it was nearly 9 o'clock. Listening to the chorus of snores resonating in the room, Su Yang pondered for a moment before deciding to rise. Although he had been rather lackadaisical, the system was now online and his fishing rod had been upgraded. His heart brimmed with anticipation for the day ahead. Surely, he would not fail to catch any fish this time. After waking Lu Xiaobao, they hastily consumed a light breakfast and rushed to the fishing spot. With everything prepared, Xiaobao turned on the camera. Woo! Here we go. The streamer has started. Good morning. Handsome, I'm hiding under my covers watching you this early. The location is the same as yesterday. Wow, I just saw the old men around here. Their gazes toward the streamer are so amiable. Haha, wasn't he there an old man asking the streamer if he had a partner yesterday? With such a lucky charm, bringing him home would mean prosperity. A new day had dawned. Xiaobao discreetly stepped away from the camera and whispered, Brother, our fishing rod has been blessed since yesterday. Let us give it our all today. Su Yang paid him no mind, setting up a small chair and seeking a prime spot for fishing before casting his line. Reclining leisurely on the chair, he appeared anything but serious about fishing. Despite the blazing sun, Su Yang found solace beneath a tree's shade. With refreshing sea breezes caressing him, truly delightful. Minutes later, Su Yang closed his eyes. Is the streamer serious? It's already past 9, and he's just now getting started. Closing his eyes within 10 minutes? I just checked other live streams. The dishwasher has already wrapped up the breakfast rush, and the excavator has been at work for 2 hours. Viewership and rewards have nothing to do with hard work. Reality has given us a harsh lesson. The streamer is a prime example. I wonder if the streamer can catch any fish today. You're mistaken upstairs. What's interesting about fishing? I'm not here to watch him fish. Lu Xiaobao watched as Su Yang's eyes fluttered shut, his lips twitching with concern. He genuinely feared that Su Yang's fishing rod might accidentally slip into the sea. Just before Su Yang could drift into slumber, the distant rumble of engines grew nearer. The fishermen on location turned their gazes toward the commotion. What was happening? Why were police cars arriving so early in the morning? What had this Air Force fellow done to attract 2 police cars? The viewers in the live stream also caught sight of the speeding police vehicles. Wow, is it this thrilling so early in the morning? What unsavory deeds has the streamer committed? I was feeling a bit drowsy, but now I'm inexplicably wide awake. Is there more gossip? 2 cars and 10 officers. What a show. Can you wish the streamer some good fortune? Have you forgotten who helped decode the hard drive yesterday? The remarks made by the individual upstairs seem to carry some weight. Yet it is hardly conceivable that the police are merely here to express gratitude. Are they not too idle for such a purpose? Meanwhile, Lu Xiaobao's eyes darted about, his mind racing with thoughts. Su Yang, calm and composed, sat leisurely in his chair, his gaze fixed on the fishing float, deeply focused. Suddenly, Lin Fei emerged. Opening the car door and approaching Su Yang, a long box in hand, followed closely by several police officers. The fishermen present had long since set down their rods, gathering in a circle, their murky eyes sparkling with undeniable intrigue. Who wouldn't be captivated by such commotion, especially early in the morning with fresh gossip? As the crowd's attention intensified, Lin Fei's steps gradually came to a halt before Su Yang. Setting down his fishing rod, Su Yang rose slowly, inquiring, "Looking for me?" No sooner had he spoken than Lin Fei and the officers behind him stood at attention, saluting Su Yang. In the ensuing silence, Lin Fei's resonant voice echoed. "On behalf of the Haicheng Public Security Bureau, I extend our gratitude to Comrade Su Yang for his invaluable assistance in cracking a transnational fraud case. His ingenuity has earned him the title of Model Citizen of Haicheng." With that, all the officers behind Lin Fei executed a precise military salute, their synchronized posture sending a shiver down the spines of those present. At that moment, the fishermen's gazes towards Su Yang shifted dramatically. A juicy piece of news this early in the day, and yet it turned out to be a delightful surprise. Initially, they had thought him merely unlucky, but here he was, having reeled in a prestigious banner. Indeed, one could not deny that his demeanor and aura set him apart from the ordinary. Though they were all fishermen, his honor became a shared pride among their ranks. Remarkably, he was still a newcomer, having only been fishing for less than a week. It was astonishing, and to think he was an airman, now awarded a banner. "Brothers," one exclaimed, "I truly envy that banner, personally delivered by the Public Security Bureau. No less, a captain leading a troop to salute him. Who among us, having worked a lifetime, has ever enjoyed such recognition?" The onlookers regarded Su Yang with unabashed admiration. Yet, Su Yang maintained an air of nonchalance, as if this event bore no significance to him. As he accepted the banner from Lin Fei, the crowd erupted in excitement. Chapter 13. The Surge of Public Opinion. Su Yang's Meteoric Rise. "Goodness, one can catch a banner while fishing? That's incredible," exclaimed a newcomer among the fishermen. "What is going on, old man? Enlighten me." "What? The head of the criminal police came personally to reward an airman? This airman is quite remarkable. Indeed, initially, they thought this airman had the worst luck possible, only to realize they were the jesters in this tale. Do you know how the evidence was uncovered? The streamer caught it while fishing." "Yes, you heard correctly. It was caught while fishing." "Remarkable. It seems one cannot engage in wrongdoing without facing exposure. Indeed, there's a saying, justice may be delayed, but it will always prevail." The younger crowd buzzed with conversation, while the older gentleman fixated silently on the striking red banner in Su Yang's hands, its vivid hue impossible to ignore. Suddenly, someone initiated the chant, "The host is handsome." The hearts of the youth surged with fervor, their passionate voices rising in a crescendo. The phrase "the host is handsome" echoed repeatedly from their lips. The atmosphere in the venue became electric. Simultaneously, the live stream was not to be outdone. "This is the star we young people should pursue. The host is truly handsome. I'm overwhelmed with emotion. I declare, from this moment on, I am devoted to the 50-number Ordinary Person's live stream. From now on, I will watch whatever he catches. Henceforth, I shall be the most loyal fan of the 50-number Ordinary Person's live stream. I adore his calm demeanor, like a mountain that does not crumble under pressure. Absolutely enchanting. I particularly admire how the host remains unfazed by fame and fortune, with such looks and charisma. Can he truly be just an amateur angler? How can someone from the Air Force look like this? P.S. Nothing like that at all. Is there anyone among the viewers who knows where this is? I seek a location. I must see my darling in person." The atmosphere among the spectators was thick with excitement, with several young ladies gazing at Su Yang with sparkling eyes. Ahem. Lin Fei cleared his throat heavily. Kesting asidalong glanje et Su Yang. Could he be the first Air Force fellow to captivate the hearts of so many young women? Furthermore, Lin Fei's voice rang out once again. The crowd responded. Has the police officer not finished speaking? Why is he still panting? To express gratitude to Comrade Su Yang for his exceptional contributions to this case, the Haicheng Public Security Bureau awarded a cash prize of 20,000 yuan. Incredible. While some may have overlooked the program's 5,000 yuan cash reward, this 20,000 is tangible, packed in bags. It is a direct stimulation for the eyes. The youth went wild. Has the government become this generous? When common folks do good deeds, they receive not only moral encouragement, but material rewards as well. 20,000 yuan. That's enough for 4 months of my salary. I am already weary of expressing envy. From this day forth, I have resolved to stand up against injustice. I will accumulate 3 acts of merit daily, and surely the police will reward me. Is it too late for me to resign and join the ranks of the Air Force fellows? It's not too late, but can you guarantee that you will have the same luck as the host? The elder gentlemen in attendance widened their eyes. The banner of admiration seemed unattainable. Who would have thought there would also be a cash reward? Old Yen, pinch me money. Cash, real cash. You pinch me. I've saved a lifetime of pocket money and still don't have that much. An Air Force fellow receives 20,000 for catching a mere hard drive? No way. I'm not fishing tomorrow. I'll catch something else. Huh. Do you think you can catch it? Do you possess the skill to find evidence that has eluded you for years? You cheeky lad, with that poker face, are you not secretly overjoyed? However, they did not realize that Su Yang was not expressionless. He simply did not care. What significance does a bonus hold compared to his own indifference? Beside him, Liu Xiaobao, however, was fixated on the money bag, his eyes glazing over. Brother, pinch me hard. Su Yang raised an eyebrow, unceremoniously twisting. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Oh my goodness. It's real, brother. We struck it rich. After ascertaining he wasn't dreaming, Liu Xiaobao began to stomp his feet in a frenzy. Just yesterday at dinner, the television station rewarded them with 50,000 yuan, and by that very night, the money had already arrived. Although they were not in dire need of funds at the moment. Who could ever have too much money? This windfall was simply exhilarating. The 50,000 had barely warmed in their hands, and now an additional 20,000 had come their way. They currently held a total of 70,000 in cash, an astonishing sum. How could one ever exhaust such lavish wealth? Liu Xiaobao pondered how much merit he must have accrued in his past life to be placed in the same group as Su Yang. With this substantial amount, at least in the days to come, they could indulge in fine delicacies without worrying about sleeping rough. Compared to the meager 180 yuan just 24 hours prior, it felt like a complete reversal of fortune. Liu Xiaobao's lips curled into an irrepressible grin. Lin Fei was quite pleased with the audience's reaction. The desired effect had been achieved, and he was eager to return. I'll head back to handle the case. You all continue with your tasks. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Su Yang, he departed with the other officers. However, unbeknownst to Su Yang, 20 minutes earlier, the official WeChat account of the Haicheng Public Security Bureau had taken the initiative to enter his live stream. This was the first instance since the inception of the amateur career radar program that an official account had voluntarily shown interest in a guest. This attention was akin to a lit fuse. Before long, the number of fans in Su Yang's live stream had surged past 100,000, a staggering growth rate. This phenomenon drew the program team's keen focus. In the office of the director of Haicheng Television, the atmosphere was chaotic, filled with various voices clamoring. Director, the live scene of guest number 50, Lin Fei personally delivered a banner. Director, not only did he deliver the banner, but he also awarded 20,000 in cash. Director, the fan count in guest number 50's live stream has exceeded 100,000. Director, this is extraordinary. Our program's popularity index has surged into the top 20. Before the screen, the director scrutinized the latest data, his hand trembling as he held the teacup. He could hardly believe what he was witnessing. In less than a week since the program aired, its popularity had eclipsed that of the previous 3 months combined. And all of this was thanks to guest number 50. Su Yang. He was truly a miracle worker. The director was filled with anticipation, eager to see what further wonders Su Yang could bring as the program continued. Chapter 14. Renowned and Rising Again. Meanwhile, the official WeChat account of the Haicheng Public Security Bureau had just released an official announcement. In brief, it expressed gratitude to Su Yang for providing crucial evidence in this special operation, bestowing upon him the title of Model Citizen. The announcement even specifically detailed the source of the evidence, which had been obtained through the host's efforts. It was utterly unbelievable. Once the official account posted, the trending lists across major platforms began to shift dramatically. In the bustling office of the Haicheng Public Security Bureau, a startling revelation unfolded as the name Su Yang surged to the forefront of trending topics on various platforms. What? Show me, exclaimed the director, snatching the tablet from a staff member's grasp. His fingers glided swiftly across the screen, his gaze unwavering. The once boisterous office fell into an eerie silence, with every face displaying a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Trending first? How could this be possible? Since the establishment of Haiqing television, no guest on any program had ever reached the pinnacle of trending status, especially not within mere days of airing. Su Yang's viral fame had inadvertently elevated their station's visibility, thrusting them into the unexpected limelight. The notion that a provincial television station had to ride the coattails of an Air Force officer's popularity was utterly unfathomable. Meanwhile, the implications of this phenomenon rippled through the city of Deep City, where the Public Security Bureau's office buzzed with incredulity. Has Haiqing cracked the case? But that case has been dormant for 7 or 8 years. How do they manage it? Could it be a mistake? An Air Force officer aiding in a breakthrough? Impossible. Yet, the official WeChat account of the Haiqing Public Security Bureau had made the announcement. Could there be any doubt? Xiao Wu. Is it so difficult to acknowledge someone else's excellence? The Bureau's official communication confirms it. It cannot be false. Xiao Wu's reluctance stemmed not from disbelief, but from the grim prospect that if Haiqing had indeed solved the case, their own standings would plummet, jeopardizing their year-end bonuses. What are the bonuses? The one who assisted in decrypting the hard drive is merely an Air Force officer. Is that truly something to boast about? Is there no one left in the information department? At this remark, the personnel in the information department exchanged apprehensive glances. How could there be no one? Suddenly, they turned back to the screen, fixated on the line, declaring the Haiqing Public Security Bureau's technicians were at a loss. The entire provincial information department was acutely aware that Qian Lao resided in Haiqing, a veritable treasure of public security information, revered within their field akin to a patriarch. Yet, this online phishing expert was a full-time Air Force officer. Was it conceivable that Dr. Qian's expertise paled in comparison to that of an Air Force officer? The young men in the information department were left speechless, their eyes reflecting disbelief as they regarded one another. Amidst the murmurs, a commanding voice broke through the chatter. What is all this noise? Are we still working? The authoritative tone belonged to Yong, the director of the Deep City Public Security Bureau, who strode in with a vigorous gait. Haiqing is brimming with talent. Even an Air Force officer can assist in solving cases. And what about you? Instead of gossiping, should you focus on that missing persons case? Ever since Yong had seen the announcement from the Haiqing official account, he had felt a surge of excitement. On one hand, he was elated that his neighboring bureau had finally resolved a long-stalled case, providing closure to the dedicated officers on the front lines, and more importantly, ensuring the tranquility and stability of society. This was indeed a momentous occasion worthy of celebration. If time were to rewind 6 months, he would undoubtedly have traveled to Haiqing in person to celebrate with his brothers. However, ever since that incident of missing persons occurred a few months ago, he has scarcely enjoyed a restful night. Under the vast sky, in broad daylight, how could several living individuals simply vanish while taking a trip to the restroom? It is crucial to remember that this is Deep City, a super first-tier metropolis. Months have elapsed, yet the individuals remain unfound. Family members visit every few days. Anyone in their position would demand an explanation. Moreover, with the year-end fast approaching, if there are no developments in this case, what will become of his reputation at the year-end summary meeting? The resolution of the case in Haiqing has shifted the burden entirely onto them in Deep City. Not only Deep City, but even the tranquil waters of the provincial capital across the distance have begun to stir. In the provincial capital, within the office of the Public Security Bureau, knock, 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 come in. A deep voice reverberated like a bell. Secretary Gu, holding the latest reviewed documents, gently pushed open the door to the director's office. His footsteps were steady, seemingly devoid of anything amiss. However, the noticeably elevated pace of his steps betrayed his inner turmoil. Director, the case in Haiqing has been solved. Director Sun was taken aback. Solved? After 7 years? Have we found the evidence? Secretary Gu quickly presented his phone. Here is the announcement from the Haiqing Public Security Bureau. Please take a look. Moments later, a hearty voice echoed throughout the office. Excellent, excellent. Draft a report. Those due for recognition must be acknowledged, and those deserving rewards must receive them. Typically, the processes of recognition and rewards were matters of routine. However, at this moment, Secretary Gu displayed a troubled expression. Rubbing the back of his head, he said, Director, I intended to consult you regarding this matter. I discreetly inquired with Director Tian of the Haiqing Public Security Bureau. For this case, a fisherman provided substantial assistance, even helping Dr. Qian and his team unlock the hard drive. As Director Sun listened while reviewing documents, he abruptly lifted his head upon hearing this. What did you say? The The authority of a long-standing official lingered, and though he maintained composure, he was profoundly astonished by the news. Are you saying that Dr. Chien could not unlock it? Instead, a fisherman managed to do so? Secretary Gu nodded with an enigmatic expression. Director Sun furrowed his brow, his tone growing solemn as he inquired. Have you investigated the identity of this fisherman? How could an ordinary person unlock a password that even Dr. Chien could not? What is Dr. Chien, if not the best in the field? How could an ordinary individual achieve what he cannot? In Haicheng, no, in the entire eastern province such talent exists. Faced with Director Sun's piercing gaze, Secretary Gu's expression became increasingly difficult to interpret. Director, we have confirmed and clarified that he is indeed an ordinary person, a full-time fisherman, currently participating in a live broadcast for Haicheng television. Furthermore, he is not only a fisherman, but also an airman. With a clatter, Director Sun's pen slipped from his grasp onto the desk. The shock within him was beyond verbal description. An airman had disrupted the judicial system of Eastern Province. Meanwhile, far away in Haicheng, Su Yang remained blissfully unaware of these developments. After receiving the honor banner, he languidly reclined in his lounge chair, his eyes partially closed, wielding a fishing rod, the very essence of his expertise. Suddenly, the tranquil sea surface rippled. The float jerked violently. Chapter 15. Will the briefcase self-destruct? Are you mad, or am I? Goodness, something's biting. Su Yang blinked in surprise. Has it really happened so quickly today? Lu Xiaobao sprang to his feet, his heart racing with excitement. Indeed, a spiritually enhanced fishing rod proves its worth. My brother is exceptionally skilled today. He has barely settled in for half an hour before something stirs. Is a first fish about to make its appearance? Lu Xiaobao secretly rejoiced, eagerly rolling up his sleeves. This moment could determine whether he sheds the title of Air Force guy. The viewers in the live stream were equally intrigued, beginning to speculate. The host is on a lucky streak. The fishing rod is moving so swiftly today. It seems like a big fish. Seriously? The host actually hooked a fish? What is so entertaining about fishing? The truth is out. I'm not here just to watch the host fish. Last time, the fishing rod moved quickly, but all he caught were random bits. That is true. So what exactly is he going to reel in this time? Clearly, the majority of the viewers had come to stir the pot. Even the elderly gentlemen present ceased their fishing, some not even bothering to grab their rods. Their gazes fixated on Su Yang. As soon as Lu Xiaobao sensed the commotion, the bystanders instantly converged. The rod moved. It moved. Hey buddy, I saw you yesterday. You're back again today? Since there's nothing to do at home, I thought I'd see what tricks this fisherman has up his sleeve today. Me too. I got up early. Since I had nothing better to do, I came here for some amusement. The crowd of onlookers engaged in enthusiastic chatter. The volume was just enough to give Lu Xiaobao a headache. However, Su Yang appeared oblivious, maintaining his calm demeanor as he focused intently on the fishing rod. Gradually, the rod bent elegantly, forming a beautiful arc. As Su Yang prepared to lift it, he sensed something was amiss. Why does it feel a bit heavy? Lu Xiaobao, upon seeing this, became even more exhilarated. Steady, brother, it must be a big fish. Contrary to his expectations, no shimmering silver broke the surface. Instead, the rod merely trembled. What the heck, it won't budge. A jolt of anxiety coursed through Su Yang. What kind of fish is this heavy? Why can't I pull it? Moreover, the rod felt as if something beneath the surface was resisting. Lu Xiaobao sensed the oddity as well and hurriedly came to assist. The fishing rod was evidently bent into a parabolic curve. Lu Xiaobao's veins bulged as he exclaimed, "Brother, what brand of fishing rod is this? It's holding up under such weight." Su Yang merely pursed his lips, maintaining an inscrutable expression. Their commotion once again sparked lively discussions among the onlookers. It seems this young man has hit the jackpot. Judging by the curvature of the rod, he must be reeling in something substantial. That luck is infuriating. I haven't even seen a fry today. It is difficult to articulate. Just yesterday, he successfully reeled in a hard drive. And who could have anticipated that today would unfold in such a manner? Perhaps there will be more excitement to witness. Just as the thought lingered in the air, a thunderous crash echoed. A black briefcase was forcefully hurled onto the rocks. The scene fell into a hushed silence. Su Yang wore a perplexed expression, while Xiao Bao was equally taken aback, shifting his gaze between the briefcase and Su Yang. What on earth? How did a briefcase come up? And with such effort expended? What kind of absurdity is this? Ha ha ha. A nearby onlooker burst into laughter, their mirth jarring against the stillness. Didn't I predict it? I mentioned it was uncertain, right? There are no fish, just a wretched bag. TSK, TSK, how pitiful. This young man must have angered Poseidon. Hasn't it been 4 days now without a catch? The situation is even more ludicrous than the last. While the hard drive, despite lacking evidence, could fetch some money, this time it is merely a tattered bag, not even worth a dime. The fishermen of Haicheng truly embody the essence of the empty-handed. They surpass even my younger days. What is happening here? Having traveled a great distance to witness this, today's spectacle is anything but sweet. It's a letdown. Yet upon the briefcase's appearance, netizens were filled with excitement. Or rather, as long as it wasn't fish, they were satisfied. Oh wow, I told you so. The streamer has no luck with fish. Rubbing hands in anticipation. What has the streamer caught? Why is my focus on the streamer's fishing rod? What brand is it? How could it have been like that without breaking? It must have snagged something while pulling up that briefcase. Do you think there's money inside that briefcase? In such a shabby bag, what money could possibly be inside? If anything, it could only be food coupons. How could that be? Are you mad? Who would throw money into the sea? What amounts are we talking about? I bet it's just dead cats or dogs. Perhaps the one who tossed it into the sea did so to accumulate good karma. In the live stream, the viewers engaged in lively discussions. The camera perched on Liu Xiaobao's shoulder provided a first-person perspective of the scene. On the rocky coast lay the briefcase, quietly resting. The handle was frayed, and the surface of the bag bore numerous signs of wear and tear. Its style was antiquated, reminiscent of items from decades past. Strangely, despite its dilapidated state, one could not ascertain the material from which it was crafted. When it was first tossed onto the rocks, it was damp, yet now, all traces of moisture had vanished, revealing a dull hue that shimmered with a leather-like sheen. Su Yang furrowed his brow, gazing intently at the briefcase, his expression inscrutable. Leather submerged in water undergoes hydrolysis, leading to the degradation of the internal oil film within its structure. Typically, this would result in hardening, cracking, or conversely, the outer surface softening, adhering together, or even rotting. Regardless of the outcome, it was inconceivable for it to remain intact, let alone exuding a subtle luster. Su Yang scrutinized the briefcase closely, his gaze suddenly fixating on the leather clasp. Liu Xiaobao glanced at the briefcase, then at Su Yang's expression. Noticing Su Yang's furrowed brows and serious demeanor, he resolved to lend a hand, to alleviate his brother's troubles. After all, they had already hooked the bait. It was essential to discover what lay within. What if this briefcase contained something valuable? With this thought in mind, Liu Xiaobao stepped forward and picked up the briefcase. The online spectators, who had been silent, suddenly buzzed with excitement. Isn't this a case of self-inflicted humiliation? Clearly, this is a worthless bag. Why pick it up? Isn't he concerned about bacteria from a sea? Isn't he worried about ruining his hands? You've hit the nail on the head. Haven't T, you notice the bag is still gleaming? Are you seeing things? It's impossible. This is a leather bag. How could it possibly remain intact after being submerged? The viewers began to argue, while the onlookers eagerly awaited to witness Su Yang's folly. Goodness, could he genuinely be curious about what the briefcase contained? Wasn't this a futile struggle? The bag was already in such a dilapidated state. What more could be discerned? This young man was as stubborn as they come, reminiscent of my own youthful tenacity. However, Liu Xiaobao remained unfazed, weighing the briefcase in his hands. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he turned to Su Yang. Brother, it seems there's something inside. Shall we open it? As he spoke, his right hand brushed against the clasp of the bag. Su Yang's pupils constricted abruptly. His tone, previously calm, now bore an urgency and severity unheard of before. Don't touch it. Chapter 16. What did you say? A self-detonating device? Don't move. Su Yang's voice was laced with an unmistakable urgency. He beheld the brown leather bag's clasp, a chill running down his spine. Meanwhile, Liu Xiaobao, startled, felt a shiver run through him, holding the briefcase with uncertainty. Brother, what is wrong? A look of bewilderment etched on his face as his gaze flitted between Su Yang and the bag. The curiosity that had bubbled within him evaporated in the wake of Su Yang's alarmed outburst. Su Yang, however, did not respond to Liu Xiaobao's query. His tone brooked no dissent as he continued. There's a self-detonating device in there. Call the police immediately. Su Yang's words landed like a thunderous stone upon the hearts of the gathered crowd. Upon grasping the gravity of Su Yang's statement, Liu Xiaobao's pupils dilated in horror. A wave of dread surged through him, rendering his legs weak. Had he truly been cradling a self-detonating device? Realization struck him. No wonder he had sensed something peculiar the moment he touched the briefcase. The tactile sensation had compelled him to caress it. He had assumed that after being submerged for so long and in such tatters, it would be rotten and sticky to the touch. Yet surprisingly, it emanated a warmth that felt almost alive. Liu Xiaobao unwaveringly believed Su Yang's assertion. A hand tightly grasped the briefcase, while the other trembled as it reached for a mobile phone, preparing to call the authorities. Meanwhile, the onlookers and online viewers were in an uproar. The crowd had not anticipated that such early morning drama would not only be sweet, but also substantial. Was this fisherman out of his mind, reporting everything he found? Surely, calling the police was a minor issue. The real concern was, what on earth was this self-destruct device? Wasn't this merely a briefcase? How could these two be related? Calm down, my friend. Remember the last time the streamer pulled out an ordinary hard drive, which led to a major case. Don't rush. However, I fear this time he may be in over his head. I came all this way for the spectacle. My friend, with his $50 eyes, couldn't he even discern what the self-destruct device was? It's not merely about whether one could see it or not. It's about using one's brain. How could a self-destruct device even function underwater and then still be operational? More importantly, a briefcase, a self-destruct? The viewers in the live stream could faintly hear the murmurs of the crowd discussing the unfolding events. Popularity 1111111. Popularity 1111111. The photographer must have been stunned. His mind short-circuited. Was he really going to make that call? My goodness, a self-destruct device? How could the streamer dare to say such a thing? He asked Livestreaming, not attending a physics or chemistry class. Even more absurd, the photographer believed him? Honestly, I'm rather curious. Look at the streamer's calm demeanor. It seems rather unusual. His composure reminds me of the way he decoded the hard drive. Perhaps this briefcase truly is a self-destruct device? What are you babbling about upstairs? I'll take him for a self-destruct device. Have you ever seen one that could explode after soaking in water? One comment abruptly silenced the entire livestream discussion. A wave of confusion washed over the viewers. How could a briefcase possibly contain a self-destruct device? No, it was impossible. The streamer must have misjudged. And even if there were one, how could it possibly explode after being submerged in water? Such notions were utterly preposterous. Meanwhile, Liu Xiaobao, undeterred by the skepticism surrounding him, had already dialed the emergency number. Hello, is this 110? My brother has pulled a briefcase from the water, and it has a self-destruct device. Please come to the scene. I can provide the location via my phone. Thank you, I'm quite scared, goodbye. Hello? Hello? At the High City Police Department. Officer Yang had just returned to the office, barely settling in when he casually answered a ringing phone. What did he hear? A briefcase? A self-destruct? One that had been pulled from the sea could still self-destruct. Wait a moment. A self-destruct device? That voice. Yang's heart raced, nearly causing him to stumble as he dashed through the office corridor, bursting into Captain Lin Fei's office. Captain! Suddenly, Yang recalled whose voice it was. Just an hour ago, he had been taking statements from him. He was a photographer accompanying Su Yang. Could it be that Air Force fellow again? This was far too alarming. Upon witnessing the flustered demeanor of Xiao Yang, Lin Fei's countenance darkened, resembling the charred bottom of a pot. He glanced at his subordinates, each more unruly than the last. No wonder the director often criticized his lax management. Just look at this scene. Just as Lin Fei was about to reprimand them, Xiao Yang's frantic voice pierced through. Captain, the self-destruct device. Lin Fei was taken aback, an ominous premonition bubbling up from the depths of his heart. Clarify the situation. What transpired? In a few hurried sentences, Xiao Yang recounted the phone call he had just received. Lin Fei sprang to his feet, scattering documents across his desk in a tumultuous flurry. A wave of dread washed over him. A briefcase, a self-destruct device, his mind raced. If this call had come from someone else, he might have dismissed it as a prank. A briefcase caught while fishing, one that had been submerged, and equipped with a self-destruct mechanism. Surely they were being mocked. Yet, this call originated from Su Yang's photographer. Lin Fei's instincts as a policeman warned him that this matter was far from straightforward. Moreover, he could almost ascertain that the briefcase was indeed the one fished up by Su Yang. The memory of the hard drive that Su Yang had reeled in along with the casual unlocking of its password, filled him with a chilling apprehension. Could it be that they truly had fished up a self-destruct device? While the magnitude of the explosion remained uncertain, the number of fishermen at the scene was significantly greater than before. If it were to detonate, the consequences would be utterly catastrophic. Suddenly, Lin Fei snapped back to reality, realizing his back was drenched in cold sweat. He fixed his piercing gaze on Xiaoyang. Gather everyone, summon the bomb disposal experts, and head to the scene immediately. Now, Chapter 17. Upon the arrival of the bomb disposal experts, Lin Fei was astonished to discover that Su Yang was indeed acquainted with them. The police station was a mere 20-minute drive from the scene. Yet Lin Fei had managed to arrive in just 10 minutes. Before even stepping out of the vehicle, he caught sight of that familiar figure in the distance. A weight settled in his heart. What was happening? He hadn't even warmed his seat, and already there was chaos. As Lin Fei approached briskly, a group of fully armed officers clad in bomb suits trailed behind him. Su Yang reminded composite. It seemed he wouldn't need to take action himself. After all, there was ample time before any explosion could occur. Where is it? Su Yang asked nonchalantly, gesturing towards Lu Xiaobao. Turning his head, Lin Fei's gaze fell upon the briefcase. A remarkably worn, unremarkable flap-top briefcase, the kind that would barely elicit a glance if discarded among trash. A briefcase like this, housing a self-destruct device? Lin Fei's initial impression was one of skepticism. He couldn't help but steal a glance at Su Yang. Was he placing too much faith in this individual's capabilities? Not only Lin Fei, but the other accompanying officers also furrowed their brows upon seeing the briefcase. A self-destruct device? This briefcase? It was impossible to draw any connection. The expressions of disbelief among the officers at the scene were palpable. Immediately, some onlookers emerged to mock and deride. Brother, do you not understand that when the police are called, there's a protocol to follow? You found a tattered bag and thought to summon the police? This is an egregious misuse of public resources. Your thought process is troubling. Does this fool believe that by cracking open a hard drive, he has achieved something significant, and the police actually showed up? Does he think he might uncover something worthwhile and earn accolades? He may look decent, but his intellect seems lacking. If one could earn a reward for reporting a discovery, I would resign tomorrow and fish every day. Upon hearing the discussions at the scene, Lin Fei's mind was clouded with uncertainty. Just as he lifted his left foot, a hoarse voice called out, "Hold on." Startled, Lin Fei turned towards the source of the voice. The police on site were equally taken aback. Director Tan? A middle-aged man clad in a bomb disposal suit approached with measured steps towards the briefcase. Without turning his head, he signaled to the accompanying officers. Addressing Lu Xiaobao in a calm tone, subtly relaxed, he instructed, "Gently set it down and step outside the cordon." Lu Xiaobao, holding the briefcase, hesitated not a moment. After placing it down, he exited the scene. Upon reaching Su Yang, he collapsed onto a rock, gasping for breath. Meanwhile, the two special police officers repeatedly examined the briefcase, bewildered before looking up at Director Tan. "Director, it appears to be an ordinary bag. A standard style, the handle frayed. Nothing particularly special aside from the quality of the leather." Director Tan, standing a few meters away, nodded slightly, feeling a sense of relief. These two were his trusted subordinates. It was implausible that they could fail to recognize a self-destruct device. He gestured to the crowd, indicating that it was likely a misunderstanding. A collective sigh of relief swept through those present. Lin Fei patted Su Yang's shoulder heavily, exclaiming, "You nearly scare me to death. I thought you genuinely recognized a self-destruct device." With a grand wave of his hand, Lin Fei was about to call for a retreat when Su Yang shot him a sidelong glance. His lips parted slightly, exuding an undeniable authority. "This self-destruct device has a unique clasp. Just examine the flap of the briefcase, and you will comprehend." Lin Fei's hand remained raised, frozen in shock as he stared into Su Yang's eyes, filled with astonishment. Every police officer present felt a jolt at Su Yang's assertion. How could a mere Air Force officer surpass Director Tan's disciple in expertise? Yet, confronted with Su Yang's resolute gaze, their doubts evaporated. The onlookers, however, were quick to express their dissent. Has this fisherman lost his mind? His claims grow increasingly absurd. Does he truly believe he is more knowledgeable than those two special officers? Absolutely. Those two officers scrutinized the briefcase multiple times. If there were indeed a self-destruct device, how How could they have missed it? Arrogant and presumptuous, this young man, who spends his days fishing instead of working, clearly seemed idle. That said, my fellow brothers, we must remain vigilant. What if it truly is a self-destruct device? Indeed, the last time, it was this fisherman who tampered with the hard drive. What did you all say back then? Wasn't that a slap in the face? I can't stay any longer. If this turns out to be true, I feel I haven't lived enough yet. Indeed, this commotion is for others to witness. I can no longer watch and would rather return home to savor braised pork. The atmosphere on site began to grow restless, with elderly individuals hurriedly gathering their belongings. The viewers in the live stream observed this scene, and the barrage of comments surged. Is it possible that the host has hit the nail on the head again? The incident with the hard drive left a profound impression on me. Your perspective is rather skewed. It's an entirely different matter. Indeed, the hard drive merely indicates that the host may possess some technical knowledge, but even the bomb disposal unit failed to detect it. How could he, a mere airman, manage that? I remember you. You were the one who claimed the host couldn't decrypt the hard drive last time, and now look at you. A woman's intuition compels me to trust the host. Observe his calm demeanor. One wouldn't act this way without certainty. Exactly. Who in their right mind would casually assert that this device could self-destruct? All eyes were fixed on Su Yang. No one noticed that Director Tan, upon hearing Su Yang's words, suddenly jolted. A special clasp, a flash of realization struck him. He seemed to have encountered such an object before. Could it be? A wave of panic surged within Director Tan. I must take a closer look. He approached the briefcase, scrutinizing it meticulously. His gaze ultimately settled on the lock, and his pupils constricted sharply. A chill raced from his feet to the crown of his head. He had seen this device. At an auction in the black market of the Eagle Country a few years back, there had been something strikingly similar for sale. This was not merely a self-destruct mechanism. Even if submerged in the ocean for a millennium, as long as it was within laser range, it would detonate. Moreover, it emitted a plasma beam, the explosive force rivaling that of a small cache of explosives. Good heavens, Director Tan could not suppress a curse from escaping his lips. How could someone have fished this out? Is this even something that can be caught? Director Tan abruptly turned to Su Yang, his eyes brimming with terror. That chiseled face, so composed. Could he truly be an airman? If retrieving it was mere luck, recognizing the design of this self-destruct device was certainly not. Who exactly is this airman? Chapter 18. Preparing to defuse the bomb. The show is at stake. Director Tan stood frozen, unable to regain his composure. Director Tan, look, there are too many people present. To avoid causing a significant disturbance, Lin Fei's subsequent words remained unspoken. Hearing Lin Fei's voice jolted Director Tan back to reality. Now was not the time to ponder the airman. The immediate priority was to ensure the safety of the crowd. Should this device explode, it would constitute a grave safety incident with immeasurable consequences. Contemplating this, Director Tan's expression shifted dramatically. He cast a complex glance at Su Yang. This young man truly knows how to stir up trouble. After retracting his gaze, Director Tan promptly issued a command to Lin Fei. The entire area was to be placed under strict surveillance, and preparations were to be made for bomb disposal. Upon hearing these words, the hearts of all present law enforcement officers jolted with shock. A lockdown? Bomb disposal? Good heavens! This truly was an explosive device. Could it be that this Air Force officer was correct? Lin Fei looked at the young man beside him, his face betraying his disbelief. He murmured to himself, Su Yang, what on earth do you do? While others were oblivious to the backgrounds of Director Tan's subordinates, Lin Fei was acutely aware. The two officers under Tan had been with him for over a decade, having tackled thousands of cases together. They had even been seconded to special police units in neighboring cities. Yet, astonishingly, they seemed less capable than this Air Force officer by his side. Lin Fei felt as though he were hallucinating. Just how many surprises could this Air Force officer still present? Had it not been for Su Yang today, had this explosive device gone unrecognized, he dared not ponder the consequences. Not only Lin Fei, but all the officers present now gazed at Su Yang with transformed expressions. If there had been any lingering doubt regarding the Air Force officer's actions being an overreaction, it had dissipated, replaced now with astonishment, admiration, and gratitude. From the very moment they subdued the individual on the vessel, they had borne the responsibility of safeguarding the lives and property of the public. Su Yang's prompt and adept handling of the situation coupled with his timely alert to the authorities and recognition of the specialized explosive device, had effectively saved countless lives on site. Lin Fei's eyes glimmered with profound meaning as he clapped Su Yang's shoulder with emphasis. He surveyed all the officers present, his voice resonating like thunder. All teams, set up the perimeter and commence operations. Understood. In an instant, the officers sprang into action. The atmosphere on site surged with urgency. Am I imagining things? Lao Yin, pinch me. Did you hear that? The police just said bomb disposal. Could it be that the Air Force officer was indeed right? Is his mouth truly blessed? Didn't you see the police already starting to set up the perimeter? How could this be a false alarm? Do you think the people as police are merely playing games? Let us hurry, an explosive device. I've only ever seen such things on television. Why leave? Isn't it exciting to witness? Even if it is a bomb, how much power could a briefcase clasp possibly hold? Meanwhile, under the shade of a tree, Su Yang rested his head on his hand, observing the officers preparing for bomb disposal not far away. Stealing a glance at his watch, he remained silent. Beside him, Liu Xiaobao stared at Su Yang with wide eyes, rendered speechless. He believed wholeheartedly in his brother's judgment. He knew that calling for help was the right course of action. However, instinctively, he followed his brother's directives without question. He had never imagined that something so casually acquired could indeed turn out to be an explosive device. This is utterly incongruent with his understanding. Liu Xiaobao stared at Su Yang, his mouth agape, at a loss for how to articulate his thoughts. Yet within, a tempest of questions raged. He yearned to comprehend who his brother truly was. How could he discern what even the special police officers failed to notice? The camera perched on Liu Xiaobao's shoulder instantly relayed the unfolding scene. The profile of the host is captivating. So handsome. Oh my goodness, my darling. Is anyone upstairs derailing the conversation? Isn't the focal point the fact that the host identified that as a self-destruct device? I am genuinely astonished. When the host mentioned that clasp, the leading officer visibly froze, quite evidently. I saw that too. It felt as though he had never considered it until the host pointed it out. The absurdity of it all is staggering. A special police officer failed to notice. Yet the host did? What is the host's true identity? Could he possibly be some hidden magnate? I find it plausible. Could an ordinary fisherman possess such knowledge? As a veteran, I must assert that the host is indeed extraordinary. His actions may have saved the lives of everyone present. I thought the host's decoding of the hard drive was remarkable, but in comparison, this is on an entirely different level. It's akin to warning everyone to flee before an earthquake. The barrage of comments flooded the live stream as viewers fervently discussed Su Yang's actions. In a moment, rockets, flowers, lightning gifts, and hearts filled the screen. 111, 000, 115, 000, 120, 000. On an ordinary weekday morning, the popularity of Su Yang's live stream skyrocketed. This was an unprecedented occurrence for any streaming platform or program. Due to the immense strain on the network in such a short span, the technical team received urgent alerts. In the high-rise office of the Haicheng television station, an unusual silence enveloped the room. The station director's hand trembled as he held his thermos. The revelation of the self-destruct device clearly placed tremendous pressure on them. Who was this 50-numbered unknown individual? How had he managed to reel in a self-destruct device? Was this even suitable for broadcast? We might have tolerated the Air Force's antics, but what is the point of creating chaos? Do they think this self-destruct device is as manageable as a hard drive? If it were to detonate in front of a live audience, it would just be their program at stake. The entire television station could face repercussions. Who was responsible for inviting this formidable presence to the program? Previously, Su Yang had retrieved a hard drive. Now, he had directly caught a self-destruct device. What would this individual attempt to catch next? A nuclear bomb? With that thought, the director's face contorted in bitterness as he declared, "Immediately arrange personnel and prepare a new program. This one is likely unsalvageable." Upon the director's words, the leaders in the office erupted in chaos. Dear readers, to gather the funds for this semester's tuition and living expenses, the author is excited to announce the release of a new book. I humbly request that you spare a mere 30 seconds of your time to support the author with your affection. With just 100 generous patrons, the author could enjoy a few buns in the morning to sustain themselves for the day, enabling the continuation of crafting these not-so-exceptional tales. Thank you once again. Chapter 19. Su Yang disarms a bomb with bare hands. Are we preparing for a new program? Has the director lost his mind? This show has aired for so many episodes, with countless resources invested. To abandon it now would incur significant financial losses and tarnish the station's reputation. Throughout the years, the director has always been decisive. Since the station's inception, it has weathered numerous storms, yet even in the direst of times, the director has never suggested canceling a program. This is unprecedented, and all of this chaos is the result of this enigmatic 50-numbered individual. It is truly astonishing. Meanwhile, at the bomb disposal site, would you say anomalies in the disarmament? Lin Fei's mind buzzed with confusion at Director Tan's words, almost shouting in disbelief. He had assumed this would be a straightforward task, perhaps merely a matter of intricate design. With Director Tan's expertise, was it not akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Yet what did he hear? Anomalies in the disarmament. How could this be possible? Director Tan is the foremost bomb disposal expert in all of China. In his illustrious career, he has never uttered the word anomaly. The scene fell silent. The unfolding events astonished every officer present. No one anticipated that even Director Tan would be unable to disarm this bomb. Quickly summon an expert from Kyoto. Lin Fei suddenly shouted. Time was of the essence. Director Tan surveyed the crowd, then returned his gaze to the two wires beneath the latch, one red and one blue. The electric detonator was not even visible, as this was a plasma beam explosive. Once they entered the laser measurement range, the bomb had already begun its countdown. Moreover, he had only seen such devices in the black market and had never before experienced disarming one. If it made a wrong cut, could it potentially detonate right among the many civilians and comrades behind him? Lin Fei's voice was low, contemplating the last resort. Director Tan slowly shook his head. This explosive was incredibly powerful. A detonation could not be predicted in terms of its impact radius. Furthermore, even if they started evacuating the crowd now, it would already be too late, for the device was in a countdown state. They were running out of time. Director Tan dared not think further. Beads of sweat trickled down his back. Observing his increasingly grave expression, the two disciples before him grew tense, beads of sweat cascading down their temples. The master had declared that there were anomalies in the disarmament. Yet, the process had been progressing smoothly until this point. Now, only two wires remain, one for immediate detonation and the other for safe disarmament. The master examined them for quite some time before arriving at the conclusion of an anomaly in the disarmament process. The two exchanged glances, their hearts plummeting into the abyss. Meanwhile, upon hearing the announcement of the disarmament anomaly, the bystanders scattered in panic. In mere moments, the scene was left with nothing but scattered fishing gear. A few audacious souls, unafraid of death, rushed to higher ground, raising their phones to record voice messages. Su Yang, you should leave quickly. Lin Fei furrowed his brow as he observed Su Yang, who remained remarkably composed. The bomb is no trifling matter. Get away from the scene. Su Yang, seemingly oblivious, raised his hand to check the time, slowly rising to walk towards Director Tan, as if strolling leisurely in a garden. Lin Fei was taken aback. What was Su Yang planning? That was a bomb. Recalling the previous incident of decrypting the hard drive, he hesitated, wishing to grasp Su Yang's hand. Could it be that this time, Su Yang would surprise him again? Liu Xiaobao was equally astonished. Back when there was only a small amount left, his brother had not faltered, and now, with a substantial sum in hand, why was he willingly approaching the bomb? As Su Yang approached the briefcase, the live stream erupted once more. What does the host intend to do? Why is he moving toward the explosion? I've seen people courting death, but I've never seen anyone seeking it out so brazenly. I have a daring thought. Could the host believe he can disarm that self-destruct mechanism? No way, right? Disarming a bomb is an entirely different concept from decrypting a hard drive. The host may have some hacking skills that he's self-taught, but disarming a bomb? Is that something one can learn on their own? I concur with the previous comment. Among regular police, only a few can become special forces, and within that, only a select few can become bomb disposal experts. However, the host's calm demeanor truly gives me the illusion that he is omnipotent. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Su Yang had already reached the toolbox behind Director Tan. Bending down, when he straightened up, he held a pair of wire cutters. Liu Xiaobao's eyes widened. What was his brother planning? Wire cutters for cutting wires? Oh no. The viewers erupted upon seeing Su Yang wielding the wire cutters. Twice this morning, I nearly had a heart attack. Hearing about the disarmament anomaly gave me one, and now seeing the host with those cutters has done it again. This is madness. Is the host insane, or am I losing my mind? P.S. Heading to disarm the bomb with those cutters? Doesn't he fear for his life? Does he dare to disarm it? Would anyone really allow him to? I can't even watch this. Thankfully, my brother has already fled. He was just watching the chaos. I noticed there were bomb shields at the scene. Is there any possibility they could protect these people? This isn't a movie. Just a cut. And the explosion will be averted? What a joke. If it were that simple, why didn't the special forces cut it earlier? They mentioned an anomaly in disarmament. If the special forces can't solve the problem, do you really think the host can? Not even a deity would dare to act so recklessly. On another note, as Su Yang extended his wire cutters, a large, dark hand intercepted him. Director Tan, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, slid down to his chin. He stood rigidly, his eyes fixed on Su Yang without so much as a blink. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke. Young man, this matter does not concern you. Bomb disposal is our duty. Please vacate the scene immediately. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. His calm demeanor ignited a fire of anger within Director Tan, causing his tone to grow stern. I don't care who you are or what achievements you've made in the past. Put down those cutters and leave the scene. Now. At once. Before the last word escaped his lips, Su Yang glanced at his watch, furrowing his brow, and with a swift motion, he brushed aside the hand blocking him. In an instant, he approached the briefcase with remarkable speed. Snip! Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively severed 2 wires simultaneously. Director Tan's pupils constricted, his tone shifting dramatically. Everyone, get down! In a desperate bid to gather enough funds for this semester's tuition and living expenses, the author has launched a new book. I humbly ask all readers to spend just 30 seconds to show their support, as with 100 generous contributions, the author could afford a few buns to sustain him through the day, enabling him to continue writing this not-so-exciting story. Thank you once again. Chapter 20. Surviving the Crisis. Bomb disposal successful. Director Tan exclaimed in shock, prompting everyone to instinctively retreat, hands clutching their heads, lying flat against the ground. Oh no! A cacophony erupted, with some losing their shoes, others collapsing onto one another, and some rolling around on the ground, desperately searching for a safe spot. Dust swirled in chaos, leaving everyone in disarray. In a discreet corner, Liu Xiaobao curled into a tight ball, his eyes firmly shut, his back drenched in cold sweat, trembling slightly. In the live broadcast room, as the camera momentarily faltered, the screen turned black. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I'm at a loss for words. All I can do is exclaim in disbelief. Is the cameraman shaking? It feels like the screen is wobbling. Goodness, if I were there, I wouldn't just be trembling. I'd be terrified out of my wits. If I survive this, I must send the host a knife. Even action films wouldn't dare portray it this way. The host is incredibly bold. What's he been raised on? How could he dare? How could he dare? How could he dare? That's a bomb. Not some harmless string. He cut it without hesitation. Everyone, stay calm. As a university physics teacher, let me say a word. From a physics standpoint, the host acted correctly. Cutting those 2 parallel wires means the device won't explode. With a physics teacher here, let a psychology teacher chime in. From the perspective of microexpressions, the host's mental fortitude is remarkable, a true exemplar. It's pitch black. My heart is racing. Will it explode? Is there any sound? I can't see the screen, so I can only listen now. I've turned down the volume to avoid startling my roommate. Meanwhile, in the office of the director of the Haicheng City Public Security Bureau, the floor lay strewn with remnants of food. Director Tian leaned against the desk, struggling to support his own weight, his gaze fixed intently upon the dark screen before him. Just 5 seconds prior, he had been holding takeout, intending to relax by entering Su Yang's live stream. Yet, the moment he clicked in, he witnessed Su Yang sever the red and blue wires. It felt as if lightning had struck him. His throat tightened as a wave of despair surged from the depths of his heart. How could this airman dare to act so recklessly? There were so many people present, each one a living, breathing soul. Even Director Tan lacked complete assurance of being able to defuse the bomb, and yet he cut the wires without a moment's hesitation. The shrill ring of a phone jolted Director Tian back to reality. Upon seeing the screen, his pupils constricted. He hurriedly answered the call. Minister Sun, yes. I will report to the secretary immediately and coordinate medical resources as swiftly as possible. Yes, sir. There was no time for superfluous words. Director Tian understood that this was a race against time. The severing of the wires was now a grim reality, and all that remained was to minimize casualties. Without a moment's hesitation, he dialed the internal line to the deputy director's office. Immediately contact the hospital and arrange medical resources. A batch of injured may be arriving. So have them prepare. I will report directly to the mayor. Get on it. With that, he ended the call. The screen remained shrouded in darkness. Director Tian's back was now drenched. A man who had never been devout in his beliefs found himself earnestly praying in this moment of crisis. Meanwhile, within mere seconds of Director Tian's phone call, trending topics filled with various keywords had taken over major platforms. Haicheng citizens defuse bomb livestream. Countless netizens flocked to the livestream, resulting in an explosive surge of viewers. 200, 000, 300, 000, 500, 000, 800, 000. In an instant, the number of viewers approached 1 million. Yet, in this sea of nearly 1 million, an unspoken understanding prevailed. Everyone waited in silence within the darkness. No one spoke. The barrage of comments lay blank. Simultaneously, the minds of all present at the bomb disposal site were equally vacant. 1 second, 2 seconds. Each tick of the clock felt as interminable as a century. The absence of an explosion resonated in the air. Director Tan was the first to react, a shiver coursing through him. Could it be? Had they successfully defused the bomb? The briefcase lay there, eerily still, stumbling toward it. He noticed that the previously blinking red light had ceased its flicker. Director Tan's pupils dilated in disbelief. It truly has been defused. The tension that had gripped him shattered in an instant. Summoning every ounce of strength, he bellowed, "Brothers!" It didn't explode. "We are alive." A triumphant roar erupted from the crowd. They had survived the ordeal. All the officers at the scene leaped in excitement, embracing one another. Unanimously, their gazes turned towards Su Yang, who reclined languidly in a nearby chair, his demeanor serene, as if all this unfolding chaos were merely a figment of their imagination. Lin Fei felt his heart race uncontrollably. Su Yang had once again redefined his understanding of the impossible. What is it that this Air Force gentleman cannot accomplish? The gazes of everyone in the venue turned towards Su Yang, filled with awe. He managed to dismantle a device that even Director Tan could not unravel. It is known that there are no more than 2 individuals across all of China capable of such a feat. This Air Force gentleman is utterly formidable. His composure and resilient psychological fortitude leave all the present police officers feeling inadequate. Meanwhile, this scene profoundly shocked the online audience in the live broadcast. The comment section was flooded with generous donations. Captain C. Cucumber tipped 100 skyscrapers. You are my little darling. Tipped 100 rockets. Big Mou's Arctic Bear loves plush toys. Tipped 10 super rockets. You asked me if I love you for 10,000 years. Tipped 4,000 flowers. Southern Little Potato tipped 100 golden beans. Buy materials with free shipping. Tipped 500 happy waters. A myriad of flowers, rockets, skyscrapers, golden beans, and happy waters flooded the screen, showcasing the limitless creativity of the viewers. Simultaneously, the barrage of comments scrolled by at a meteoric pace. "I'm losing my mind. Where did this divine host come from? How can they even handle bomb disposal?" The host is truly a blend of audacity and meticulousness. More importantly, I suspect they are a retired agent. This bomb disposal has completely astonished me. Regarding the previous comment, let me emphasize that the host even recognized that device, which is chilling upon reflection. What exactly is this host's background? In response to the above, they are merely an ordinary fishing enthusiast. Emphasizing again, an Air Force gentleman, with such an aura surrounding him. He certainly does not fit the mold. What kind of Air Force gentleman looks like this? In a live stream with nearly 1 million viewers, the comment section was abuzz. The last time such a scene occurred was during the Spring Festival Gala, when they scrambled for a 10 billion yuan red envelope. Meanwhile, in the top office of Haicheng television station, the station manager stared at the impending collapse of the server data, utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 21. The competition for attention. Is Su Yang set to soar? Station manager, what should we do now? In the office, everyone looked to the station manager, awaiting his next directive. The head of the information department frequently glanced at the back end, monitoring data, anxiously fidgeting like a cat on a hot tin roof. Since he joined the television station, he had never encountered such a critical situation. This 50-numbered individual certainly knows how to stir things up. Following the hard drive incident, the station's resources had already begun to tilt in his favor. Yet, it had only been a few minutes, and now the server was on the brink of collapse. Since the inception of live broadcasts, the number of viewers had never exceeded 300,000. Yet, this Air Force gentleman appeared and instantly shattered the million mark. How has this been accomplished? Could this 50-numbered individual truly be a genius? If this level of skill were applied to fishing, would he not become the king of fish? Now, effortlessly reeling in such attention has placed everyone at the television station in a predicament. Sacrifice all program resources to support Su Chen's live stream. Relinquishing Su Chen's live broadcast room to preserve the greater good, the station director answered without the slightest hesitation. At all costs, he commanded an expansion of the servers to ensure the normal operation of the 50-numbered ordinary person's live stream. The moment the director's words fell, the room erupted into a cacophony of disbelief. Every face present wore an expression of incredulity. What did the director just proclaim? To support the 50-numbered ordinary person with the full might of the station? Had he taken leave of his senses today? Could such an act be within the realm of possibility for the director under normal circumstances? Was this 50-numbered individual somehow his own son? Unbelievable. As everyone grappled with the notion that the director had lost his mind, the head of the information department turned and walked away. Since joining the television station, he had always been the director's partner, and he held unwavering trust in his old comrade's judgment. His intuition urged him that backing Su Yang was undoubtedly the right choice. Meanwhile, as the station hurriedly expanded its capacity across town in a conference room at the Provincial Public Security Bureau, all heads of significant departments were gathered, fixated on a single screen within the room. The screen displayed the crime scene where Su Yang was located, but at that moment, it was shrouded in darkness, revealing no imagery. Staring at the pitch-black screen, anxiety gripped the hearts of all present. By the time Director Tan had arrived at the crime scene, the incident had been preliminarily classified at high level. Under directives from superiors, everyone present was on high alert, poised for any orders of assistance. Just as they had steeled themselves for the worst, an electrifying voice emanated from a speaker. "We are safe." Upon hearing this declaration, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, and everyone present was thrown into disarray. Safe? Such absurdity in broad daylight. According to the data recorded by the Public Security Department, any incident classified at such a level would inevitably result in catastrophic casualties. There had never been a recorded instance of zero casualties. Could it be that the individuals at the scene were simply paralyzed by fear? These were seasoned law enforcement officers, and soon they formed a rudimentary hypothesis. However, the moment they glimpsed the situation in the live broadcast room, their doubts swiftly turned into existential contemplation. On the screen, everyone appeared as if they had miraculously survived a disaster, while the classified briefcase lay quietly, unchanged. A collective shock coursed through them as they realized the truth. The voice had indeed spoken accurately. This severe incident had, astonishingly, resulted in no casualties. But how could this be? Was Director Tan not capable of neutralizing the explosive device? Could there have been other experts present on site? Who could it be? Had specialists been airlifted from the capital? No, that was utterly implausible. The capital was thousands of miles away from Haicheng. Even if there were experts, they could not possibly arrive in such a short span. Most critically, Old Tan of Haicheng was a treasured guardian of the Eastern Province. Even in the capital, few dared to claim superiority over Director Tan's prowess. Even the device that he could not dismantle was successfully disassembled by someone on site. What kind of extraordinary individual was concealed here? As everyone wore a look of bewilderment, the imposing figure of Su Yang came into view. Upon seeing the specialized wire cutters in Su Yang's hand, a jolt of realization coursed through the crowd. Could it be him? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't this the person who assisted in solving the case in Haicheng last time? The Air Force officer who decrypted the hard drive. Could it be that he is also the one who successfully disarmed the device this time? Is this Air Force officer even more formidable than Director Tan? When did the world become so fantastical? Although many were reluctant to accept that an Air Force officer resolved this critical incident, they had no choice but to acknowledge the truth. It was indeed an Air Force officer who successfully disarmed the self-destruct device. The vast conference room fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. After an indeterminate period, the room erupted into a clamor. What on earth? When did Haiqing have such a remarkable figure? This young man's psychological resilience would be perfect for our SWAT team. Bold and meticulous. What nonsense. Your SWAT team only apprehends individuals. We are the ones who defuse bombs. Such talent is wasted in Haiqing. He should join our SWAT team too. What are you arguing about? Disarming bombs could very well be an accident. Let's not forget, this young man's hacking skills are unparalleled. He belongs in our information department. Upon hearing the words of the head of the information department, everyone involuntarily twitched at the corners of their mouths. Good grief. An accident in bomb disposal? How could that possibly be an accident? The team with the least tolerance for error is the bomb disposal unit. An accident could cost one life or even more. This Air Force officer did not flee the scene and skillfully disarmed the bomb. Are you suggesting that this is an accident? This is a reckless pursuit of fame, disregarding all else. Leaders from various departments of the East Province Public Security Bureau had gathered, bickering like common townsfolk over the chance to claim a civilian. Secretary Gu, standing beside Director Sun, looked on in astonishment. Those in the know understood that this was a gathering of the prominent figures in the East Province Public Security System, while those unaware might have thought they stumbled into a mahjong parlor. Just as the arguments escalated, a commanding voice resonated throughout the office. Enough. The room fell utterly silent. Director Sun's gaze remained fixed on the young man on the screen. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke in a voice that carried across the conference room. Secretary Gu, please contact Director Tian. The Bureau is in need of a director. Inquire if he would be interested in coming on board. Clatter. Someone accidentally toppled their chair upon hearing Director Sun's words. Secretary Gu's eyes widened in disbelief, his throat constricting momentarily. Just when it seemed surreal that the department chiefs were vying for a mere civilian, an even grander spectacle awaited. Director Sun himself was personally seeking to recruit him. Secretary Gu instantly transformed into a bundle of envy. An Air Force officer, personally handpicked by the director, and before one could blink, he might become his direct superior, navigating through countless obstacles and evading both overt and covert threats. He finally stood beside the director of the office. This impudent youth, effortlessly ascending to prominence? Is it not possible to simply fish in peace? Who could possibly land the position of an office director through fishing, especially one appointed under exceptional circumstances? The Secretary Gu could not help but feel a surge of envy, struggling to regain his composure. Meanwhile, Director Tian remained oblivious, unaware that the plans of the provincial capital had already unraveled in Haiqing. Chapter 22. The Astonished Onlookers and the Composed Su Yang. On another front, Director Tian arrived at the bomb disposal site. Standing on the beach, surrounded by clusters of rocks, he felt a chill run down his spine despite the crisis being averted. Had Su Yang failed to defuse the bomb, the consequences of the resulting debris would have been unimaginable. Lost in thought, his phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. Upon seeing the caller ID, he instinctively straightened up and hurriedly answered the call. Gu, the secretary. Moments later, Director Tian's pupils widened in disbelief. What on earth did he just hear? Could it be madness? An airman daring to challenge the various departments of the Public Security Bureau? The director himself seeking personnel? And offering the position of office director at the Provincial Public Security Bureau? Having weathered many storms, even Director Tian felt as if his ears were deceiving him. This position was one that countless individuals dared not even dream of. Gazing at the calm visage of the young man before him, Director Tian spoke. Chomrade Su Yang, in light of your outstanding performance during this critical incident, would you be willing to serve as the office director at the Provincial Bureau? Initially half asleep, Su Yang opened his eyes upon hearing these words. The corners of his narrow eyes lifted slightly, his deep gaze resembling a tranquil lake, betraying no hint of emotion, as if he had not heard the proposition at all. Yet, everyone present was rendered speechless by Director Tian's declaration. To become an office director at the Provincial Bureau? Was this not the very definition of being second only to the highest authority? What a storyline straight out of a television drama. The officers present could hardly conceal their envy as they beheld Su Yang's expression. They had anticipated an award for being an exemplary citizen or perhaps a cash bonus, which would have been remarkable enough. But who could have imagined that this airman had caught the attention of the provincial leadership, and with such an audacious offer, no less? As an office director, what did this signify? There exists a saying, in the bureaucratic hierarchy, one's ascent is dictated by the status of those one associates with. The head of the provincial bureau, what a figure that is. Should this airman accept the role of office director? Even the heads of the numerous municipal bureaus under the province would feel compelled to show him respect. Most importantly, this was a position handpicked by the director himself, bearing an aura of distinction, instantly making him a favored figure in the eyes of many. Countless individuals spend their entire lives scheming yet never attain such heights. As Su Yang sat quietly at home, was he truly to be overwhelmed by such tremendous wealth and fortune? It is no exaggeration to assert that any individual present, even Director Tian, would have acted without hesitation. Only from a lofty position can one gain a broader perspective, and thus, the path ahead will widen. With this newfound background and connections, any future assignment to the local level would be akin to wielding a powerful sword. It is evident that Su Yang's life trajectory has undergone a profound transformation at this moment. This reward surpasses the imagination of all who witness it. The gazes directed at Su Yang shifted dramatically. Yet, Su Yang himself remained unfazed, exuding an air of calm dignity. It was as though he had not heard Director Tian's words, nor grasped the magnitude of the reward. Amidst the stares of the crowd, Su Yang's icy voice rang out slowly. If unwilling, then fishing is quite enjoyable. This seemingly casual remark landed heavily upon the hearts of all present. If Director Tian's earlier statement had filled the room with astonishment and envy, Su Yang's words now plunged the atmosphere into utter bewilderment. Everyone was stunned. Even Director Tian took a moment to regain his composure. Good heavens! What do you mean by unwilling? Do you comprehend what you have just declined? Countless individuals would go to great lengths for such an opportunity. You dare to say you are unwilling? Fishing is enjoyable? Have you become addicted to being a mere airman? Or are you one who cannot even catch a fish? Becoming the director of the provincial office means a smooth path ahead, does it not? At this moment, Liu Xiaobao, who had remained in the background, could no longer contain himself. He approached and pinched his brother sharply, a gesture filled with urgency. Upon seeing Su Yang's piercing glare, Liu Xiaobao felt no fear. Brother, are you out of your mind? Do you understand what you have refused? That is a position that could propel you to great heights. Once this opportunity passes, it may never return. So why not agree right away? Su Yang merely cast a faint glance at them, speaking slowly and deliberately. Is it true that once at the provincial office, one can simply slack off? Director Tian was taken aback. What kind of statement is that? Certainly not. Going to the provincial level is an opportunity to better utilize your talents and abilities. Su Yang raised an eyebrow at Director Tian. Then why should I go? Just a few words led everyone present to question their own existence. What do you mean, why should I go? Is fishing all that occupies your thoughts? Young man, should you not reflect on your own words? The gazes upon Su Yang transformed from reverence to confusion, and now they regarded him as if he were a fool. Su Yang was not oblivious to the shift in the crowd's perception. He casually scanned his surroundings before resuming his usual nonchalant demeanor. The position of provincial office director is truly impressive. He has witnessed the views from such heights and finds them lacking in allure. Having lived a second life, he understands more clearly than anyone else. The higher the position, the greater the constraints. Where is the comfort in merely slacking off and fishing? Observing Su Yang unwafring composure. He remained dignified and undaunted. The expression in Director Tian's eyes gradually shifted. This outcome was entirely unforeseen. One must understand that the olive branch he extended today would likely be rejected by only 1 in 100. A flicker of surprise crossed Tian's mind. A refusal could indeed be a blessing, as long as the individual remained in Haiqing. He had an inkling that this young man might yet contribute to the city. Since you are disinclined to join the provincial office, let us proceed thus. I shall report to the city and request a bonus of 500,000 for you. Simultaneously, I will advocate for you to receive the honor of Haiqing's Outstanding Youth Medal. 500,000. The shock reverberated through the gathering, leaving everyone in a daze. 500,000 in cash. Their eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. How many years could this sustain them? Among the crowd were young officers who had just begun their careers, discreetly counting on their fingers, again and again. As the attendees were ensnared in their own thoughts, they were suddenly jolted by Director Tan's urgent voice. Director, we have a new discovery. Chapter 23. The path is dim, but the flowers are not yet bloomed. Again facing adversity, Director Tan gazed at the diary, peeking from the briefcase, lost in contemplation. He could scarcely believe that such a meticulously crafted briefcase contained merely a diary. Furrowing his brow, his instincts warned him that the situation was far from straightforward. Let us take a look. Just as he pondered, Director Tian had already approached him from behind. Tan nodded, carefully extracting the diary. It was truly an exceedingly ordinary diary, the sort that would go unnoticed even if discarded in a trash bin. The sole noteworthy feature was its pristine condition, with no signs of water damage whatsoever. Tan and Tian exchanged a glance, both recognizing the shared bewilderment in each other's eyes. Subsequently, Tan donned gloves and slowly opened the diary. However, what transpired next defied all expectations. The diary was utterly blank. A mere glance revealed nothing within its pages. How could this be? How could it be empty? Tan was unable to accept this outcome, flipping through the diary several times, yet still discerned nothing amiss. In that moment, a tumult of emotions surged within him. This Su Yang certainly had a knack for creating chaos. What peculiarities had he ensnared? This diary seemed increasingly suspicious. With a briefcase constructed from special materials, equipped with a self-destruct mechanism worth millions, solely to safeguard a blank diary, even the most absurd reasoning would not suffice. There must be some hidden agenda within this notebook. It appeared that despite Su Yang's lack of fishing prowess, he excelled at presenting challenges to the police, challenges that left them speechless. As the explosive incident lingered, he promptly orchestrated a diary debacle. If this diary truly was blank, they would have no avenue for investigation. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream fervently debated the implications of this empty diary. As the audience buzzed with speculation, Director Tan suddenly spoke up. Quickly, bring the toolbox. Just moments ago, he had ascertained one crucial fact. There was undoubtedly something concealed within that diary, for it would not have been placed in a briefcase equipped with a self-detonation mechanism otherwise. Since the contents had been obscured, his task was to unveil them. Within the toolbox lay an array of revealing potions, and he intended to test each one methodically. He began with the color developer powder. Tan's two apprentices worked in synchrony. One opened a blank page while the other cautiously sprinkled the powder onto it. 1 second, 2 seconds passed, yet the page remained unchanged. Master, shall we try another? The lack of result was anticipated, as color developer powder targets a limited range of common invisible ink components. A briefcase equipped with a self-detonation mechanism would likely not employ such ordinary substances. Tan nodded slightly, switched to the developing solution. Shaoli produced a new dropper and retrieved the pre-prepared developing solution, applying a drop to the corner of the diary. This upgraded formula was designed to reveal any ink containing potassium thiocyanate or silver chloride, ensuring visibility even in mixtures. However, the diary still showed no sign of reaction. Tan's initially relaxed demeanor shifted to one of grave concern. The developing solution isn't working? That can't be right. It should detect any commercially available ingredients. Unless, in a flash of inspiration, Tan recalled the legendary potion that had never been utilized before. A briefcase equipped with a self-detonation mechanism, designed to protect a diary imbued with this extraordinary potion. The pieces began to fall into place, and he ordered, "Go fetch my universal solution." Shaoli was taken aback. The universal solution. While others might not grasp its significance, he understood all too well. It was astonishing that such a complex, invisible ink required the use of his master's universal potion. The last time the universal solution had been employed was in connection with a case involving 30 lives. Who exactly was Su Yang, that something so trivial could compel his master to resort to such measures? Soon, Shaoli returned with the universal solution, delicately applying it to the diary. As time elapsed, each second felt like an eternity. The diary remains unchanged. After confirming its condition, Director Tan broke into a cold sweat, overwhelmed by disbelief. This is impossible. He gazed incredulously at the scene before him, unwilling to accept the reality that his miraculous solution had failed. In the next moment, he snatched the universal solution from the officer's hands, determined to try once more. Yet, the result was the same. The diary remained blank. In that instant, Director Tan felt as though his entire worldview had collapsed. The other party's methods were far too sophisticated. He seemed utterly outmatched. Meanwhile, the other officers began to murmur among themselves. This diary appears to be a significant matter. If even Director Tan's miracle solution couldn't resolve it, it must be something extraordinary. Surely, once the contents of the diary are revealed, that young man Su Yang will be credited with another achievement. How on earth can this guy outshine even the model officers? Is he truly just an airman? Does he possess no other identity? Yet, let's not be overly optimistic. If the contents of the diary cannot be displayed, we will be in dire straits. If even Director Tan cannot handle it, will we need to summon experts from Kyoto? Are you foolish? Did you not hear Director Tan's apprentice mention that the universal solution was concocted with a professor from Kyoto University? There is but one bottle in all of Huaxia. As these discussions unfolded, Director Tan's gaze fell upon the distant figure on the rocky outcrop. Chapter 24. The Savior in the Eyes of the People, Su Yang. Beneath the shade of the rocks, that tall figure was now twisting open a bottle of mineral water, preparing to drink. As Director Tan observed this young man, an inexplicable thought arose within him. Somehow, he felt that this airman was their only hope. The realization startled him. In that moment, Director Tan found himself in a state of internal conflict. Just as he wrestled with his thoughts, the voice of Chief Tian suddenly rang out. It seems we can only turn to him now. Upon hearing Chief Tian's voice, Director Tan's heart jolted in disbelief as he turned around. Their chief stood imposing behind him, radiating determination. However, the officers present were anything but calm. Surely the chief and old Ten do not intend to enlist the airman as help to resolve this issue? Impossible. Have they lost their minds? Regardless of his prowess, he is merely a fisherman, an airman. What could he possibly do? It seems our chief is resorting to desperate measures. If this airman fails, it is a minor issue, but what if he damages the diary? Then experts from Kyoto will be rendered helpless. Do not be so pessimistic. When the airman defused the bomb, we thought it was impossible, and what happened? He proved us wrong. What if another miracle occurs? Miracle, my foot. Just a moment ago, we had wire cutters. Now what do we have? Nothing. What can we rely on? Force will not create miracles. Hush. Let us observe how the chief and Director Tan proceed. The scene erupted into a cacophony of voices. The cacophony of voices reverberated in the air, inevitably punctuated by some notes of skepticism. Yet the unwavering gaze of Director Tian remained unchanged. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, he approached Su Yang alongside Director Tan, both clutching notebooks. At that moment, Su Yang, with his tousled bangs obscuring his eyes, held a bottle of already uncapped mineral water, his throat constricting. Su Yang, do you have any means to decipher this diary? Director Tan inquired. Though blank, it should contain a special elixir. I have experimented with various solutions, all to no avail. The pupils of Director Tan widened in alarm. The diary exuded an eerie aroma, and the once pristine pages began to darken at an astonishing rate. What the? Director Tan gasped in terror. Director Tian. Instinctively, Tian extended his hands to support Tan's trembling grasp. They exchanged a glance, fear mirrored in their eyes. The diary's pages were undergoing an unfathomable transformation, becoming so brittle that they seemed on the verge of disintegrating into dust. The situation had utterly surpassed the expectations of everyone present. If this pace continued, it was not merely a matter of unlocking the diary's secrets, but rather, they would have no opportunity left at all. Director Tan's countenance twisted in despair. If he was not mistaken, this must be the elixir's self-destruct mechanism. What secrets did this diary conceal to warrant such elaborate safeguards? Witnessing this scene, Director Tian's face flushed with urgency, his hands trembling incessantly, stripped of any semblance of authority. The unease within him intensified, almost certain that the secret hidden within this diary was of profound significance. The two individuals holding the diary instinctively turned their gaze towards Su Yang, as if grasping at a lifeline. Yet, Su Yang remained unfazed, his expression betraying no hint of concern, as if everything unfolded precisely as he anticipated. With an air of nonchalance, he retrieved a bottle of mineral water from a nearby box and offered it. Lu Xiaobao, standing alongside, widened his eyes in disbelief. What was his brother attempting? It was evident to any observer that the police were on the brink of combustion, yet his brother seemed intent on extinguishing the flames with water. Lu Xiaobao felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. Such audacity! The viewers in the live stream were equally astounded by the unfolding drama. Pinch me. This is too abstract. Experts are at a loss, and now they seek assistance from a fisherman, and the fisherman hands over a bottle of water? I completely don't understand. Is the police engaging in a desperate gamble here? Their solution showed no reaction. And now they turn to the streamer? What is happening? I'm getting anxious just watching. I can hear the diary cracking from behind the screen, just like the sound of biting into a jianbing. The streamer says, "With my left hand, I conjure a dragon. With my right, I paint a rainbow. Let me perform a transformation." Apologies, but the atmosphere is too tense. Allow me to lighten it. Is it only my curiosity that wonders what secrets lie within that diary? Why does it continue to change? The pages have evidently darkened, reminiscent of oxidation. Could it be that it's shattered? Why are two individuals holding it? The difficulty is insurmountable. I foresee no resolution with this diary. Perhaps the host should retreat. Do not strain yourself. Spare me your exclamations. I am on edge. Amidst the tension in the live stream, the officers present displayed a stark change in demeanor. Their chief, a man who has earned first-class honors thrice, is a figure who has confronted death itself. He has always maintained an unflappable composure, yet never have I witnessed such a countenance. And that fisherman, what does he mean? Is he mocking our chief? What is his intent? Is he offering a drink out of kindness or ridiculing our skills? I suspect this airman harbors ill intentions. The chief is cradling the diary. Does he have hands free to drink? In such dire circumstances, the airman still seeks to undermine others? This time, the chief is courting humiliation. The airman not only fails to resolve the predicament, but also seeks to slap him in the face. Is it possible that the airman intends to suggest using mineral water? Stop. It is broad daylight. And Xiao Wu, having just graduated, I do not fault your naivety, but do not speak nonsense. The diary is on the verge of disintegration. Do not tell me that is a bottle of glue? No, Gao observed the expression in Director Tan's eyes, unlike the skeptical gazes of mere bystanders. Director Tan's reaction to the mineral water in Su Yang's hand was one of sudden realization, his pupils contracting sharply. In an instant, an unbelievable thought flashed through his mind. Could the secrets of this diary be revealed through mineral water? Good heavens! Is he mad? Mineral water could unveil the text of the diary? This is sheer folly. Director Tian, witnessing Su Yang's actions, momentarily wore a look of confusion, which was soon replaced by an unprecedented resolve. Water can do that? Upon hearing Director Tian's words, Director Tan nearly dropped the diary in shock. Goodness, is this what the chief has inquired? Or has he proactively posed the question? Though framed as an inquiry, even a child could detect the underlying certainty and undeniable urgency. Having partnered with Director Tian for over a decade, I have never seen him so blindly inquisitive, nor have I ever heard him pose such a naive question. If Su Yang were to respond negatively, what would become of the chief's reputation? His face would be left stinging from embarrassment. Director Tan felt a shiver run down his spine. This airman not only complicates their challenges, but also has the potential to tarnish their dignity. Su Yang observed the expressions of the two men with an unperturbed demeanor. It was as if he could see through their thoughts. With a slight raise of his brow and a subtle smile, he spoke in a calm and measured tone. This solution contains cobalt chloride, a chemical element that reveals its color only upon contact with water. After speaking, he placed the mineral water on the small table before him, reverting to an expression of indifference. Cobalt chloride? Director Tian was bewildered, looking at Director Tan with a face full of confusion. Yet unexpectedly, upon hearing Su Yang's statement, Director Tan was struck as if by lightning, his eyes widening in terror. Chapter 25. The bottled water in Su Yang's hand is the true elixir. Cobalt chloride. Goodness, it is actually cobalt oxide. How could he have overlooked this? His concocted universal solution is capable of dissolving many elements, yet he failed to consider cobalt oxide. The reason being, this element reveals itself simply with water. It was so elementary that he inadvertently dismissed it. Could it be that the most improbable point was indeed the answer? In a flash of inspiration, Director Tan suddenly recalled the exceptionally waterproof briefcase. Could it be designed to protect the diary within from water damage? Director Tan stared at Su Yang in disbelief, his heart racing with astonishment. Had this young man already discerned the truth? The viewers in the live stream erupted into excitement once more. Wow, the host's tone and expression are just spot on. Are there any chemistry teachers among the viewers to enlighten us? The host is indeed my idol. At this moment, I believe in miracles. I knew the host would find a way. Are you a bit of a blind follower? That's just water, mineral water. How can that make a mysterious diary reveal its text? If true, I'll run naked down the street during the live stream. Don't be so certain. I just looked it up, and cobalt chloride indeed changes color upon contact with water. If it's that simple, why haven't the experts recognized it? Is it precisely because it's too simple? Did the criminals successfully predict the experts' predictions? Analyzing it this way, the host is impressive, spotting the criminal's trick at a glance. No wonder he appears so calm. He is strategizing. Goodness, the host is practically a genius. If this is true, he has done a tremendous service. The police are at a loss, and now the host takes action. Magnificent. I think you're all mindless followers. Haven't you noticed the diary has already changed? Didn't you hear that sound? Does the chief really need to test it with water? The viewers engaged in fervent discussion, evidently divided into opposing factions. Meanwhile, Director Tion observed the constantly shifting expressions on Director Tan's face. His tone was urgent. Old Tan, there's no time. Quickly try it. As soon as Director Tion uttered these words, the entire scene felt as if time had been momentarily suspended. Liu Xiaobao's eyes nearly bulged out. When did the police start revering his brother's words? The officers present could scarcely believe what their chief had just declared. Goodness, did you hear that? The chief said to try it. Is this something one can casually test? It felt as if the diary was on the verge of shattering. The chief had truly lost his composure. He had never seen him place such faith in another, especially not in someone from the Air Force. What kind of elixir had been used on that diary? Not only had its color changed, but it seemed as if its very material had transformed. Just moments ago, with a loud crack, it seemed it might have shattered. Why not connect with the experts in Kyoto now? Why take such a risk? How could the chief place such trust in this Air Force officer? Time is of the essence in seeking expertise from Kyoto. By the time I delve into my research, I fear my notebook may already be reduced to mere fragments. It is far too abstract. Moreover, Director Tan seems to place considerable faith in the Air Force fellow. Is there truly no one to support him? He appears to possess an exceptional level of confidence. It matters not. Director Tan is poised to take action, and soon we shall witness the results. All eyes in the room are fixed upon Director Tan. He grips a plastic water bottle tightly, observing the resolute expression on Director Tian's face, as well as the impassive demeanor of the young man nearby. Resolutely, he thinks, all right, let's give it a try. With a decisive twist, Director Tan unscrews the cap of the purified water. He opens his notebook and cautiously spills a few drops onto the blank page. An astonishing spectacle unfolds. The transparent droplets do not penetrate the paper. Instead, they dance like countless shimmering pearls, rolling across the white surface. The trails they leave behind cease to darken, gradually returning to their original whiteness. This scene captivates the attention of everyone present, their expressions filled with astonishment. All hold their breath, fearful of disturbing the phenomenon. Moments later, the bizarre continues to unfold. Goodness! A gasp escapes from the crowd as faint blue-violet characters begin to emerge where the droplets have rolled. This is unbelievable. Director Tan cannot help but utter an expletive. The bottle in his hand has deformed. Director Tian's eyes widen in disbelief, his trembling hands gripping the notebook more tightly. Even more astonishingly, the rapid deterioration of the notebook seems to have halted. Unbelievable. After years in the public security system, Director Tian has encountered countless events. Yet he feels as though his worldview has been shattered. Is this Air Force fellow even human? Although he had mentally prepared himself, the reality of the situation strikes him like a heavy blow. It is truly remarkable that merely using purified water has allowed the text to gradually reveal itself. He cannot help but think of 4 words to affix to Su Yang's forehead: Treasure of Haicheng. Following their recent interactions with the police, Director Tian considers revisiting old cases, pondering whether Su Yang might uncover new clues. The other officers present, witnessing the emerging text, fall into a stunned silence. However, in the next instant, as if drawn by the sight of a national flag, all eyes swiftly shift towards Su Yang. Incredible. Whatever he says becomes reality, despite being younger than them. He exudes an aura of overwhelming prowess. What other secrets does this young man possess? Are they to be rendered obsolete? Director Tan gazes at the blue-violet characters, reflecting on the oversight. In creating the universal solution, he had indeed contemplated cobalt chloride. Yet he assumed no one would use the simplest of substances to unravel the most intricate of mysteries. Little did he expect, in the intricate dance of wits against malevolence, The struggle transcends mere technicality. It also delves into the realm of psychological warfare. Director Tan couldn't help but silently marvel at the astuteness of this young man. In this cerebral confrontation with criminals, he felt woefully outmatched. Yet, as fragments of handwriting gradually materialized, the contents of the diary revealed themselves, startling him as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Director, look! Chapter 26. The Fierce Competition of Humanity. Su Yang achieves extraordinary feat. Chief Tian furrowed his brow as he observed the gradual clarity of the diary's text. The indistinct letters transformed from a vague blur to a lucid revelation. Although the handwriting was hasty, it adhered to a consistent format, documenting line by line. With each word becoming legible, Chief Tian felt as though struck by lightning. He staggered to the left, nearly losing his footing. "Chief!" A chorus of astonished voices echoed. However, Tian was oblivious to his surroundings, his mind a blank slate. What he just witnessed. Xin Yuan Bao, male, age 2 price. The lines were filled with information about children, gender, family circumstances, potential buyers. Within the first second, he comprehended the significance of this diary. No wonder it was concealed within a briefcase equipped with an explosive device. The connections between the explosive mechanism and the children's information suddenly fell into place, offering a coherent explanation for everything. Chief Tian struggled to assimilate the flood of information in his mind, snapping back to reality amidst the clamoring voices. With urgency, he instructed Lin Fei, "Assemble the team. We must return to the bureau immediately." After uttering these words, he approached Su Yang. "Thank you once again, Su Yang, for your remarkable contribution. The contents of this diary may pertain to a significant case. Time is of the essence. We must return to the bureau and will contact you regarding subsequent matters." With a decisive wave of his hand, Tian commanded, "Dismissed." Back to the bureau. This situation far exceeded his imagination. He needed to hasten back to report to his superiors. The scene concluded as the police officers of the Haicheng Public Security Bureau tidied up and departed, the briefcase in tow, leaving the area desolate after the midday hour. With the police gone, a sense of emptiness enveloped the scene. Liu Xiaobao exhaled in relief, his sparkling eyes glancing at Su Yang, who was resting with closed eyes. The tension dissipated, replaced by a sudden pang of hunger. "Brother, shall we go for a meal? How about that private kitchen we visited yesterday?" he suggested, pulling out his phone to check for today's tips. After all, the enthusiasm of online viewers determined whether he would dine on steamed buns or lobster that day. He casually glanced at the live streaming room on his phone, and upon seeing the astonishing number representing its popularity, Liu Xiaobao gasped in astonishment. "Wow!" Su Yang was jolted awake by the unexpected exclamation, frowning in irritation at the chubby youth beside him. Little did he know, it wasn't merely the surprise of his companion. It was the staggering rate at which his follower count was soaring. To date, the popularity of Su Yang's live broadcast had reached an astonishing 5 million. 5 million. Upon opening the main page of the program, it became apparent that the second contestant's popularity was a mere 50,000, a staggering 100-fold difference. Witnessing such figures, Liu Xiaobao couldn't help but smile broadly. With such a popularity rating, even if no one were to offer any rewards, the grand prize for the top contestant was practically within reach. His brother, Liu Xiaobao, was eager to share this monumental joy with Su Yang, but Su Yang's presence had already vanished. Turning around, he spotted Su Yang's tall figure heading towards a private dining establishment. Liu Xiaobao slapped his forehead in realization. His brother had eaten even less than he had that morning and must surely be famished. With this thought, he hastily gathered his belongings and hurried to catch up with Su Yang. After a short while, the silhouettes of Su Yang and Liu Xiaobao meandered towards the private restaurant at a leisurely pace. As they walked, Liu Xiaobao reminisced about the delightful dishes from the previous day. "Brother, shall we order some pig trotters later? They're simply exquisite and never tiresome." Before he could finish, in noticed Su Yang abruptly. Liu Xiaobao, taken aback, followed Su Yang's gaze and was met with a sight that made his face scrunch in dismay. Numerous long-legged, ample-chested women with sharp features gathered in groups, wielding selfie sticks and striking various peculiar poses. At that moment, the restaurant owner stood by the window, eagerly waving at the two, clearly excited to see them, and gestured for them to enter through a back door. "You two have finally arrived. The same private room as yesterday. Flourishing blossoms?" Upon hearing these words, Liu Xiaobao couldn't help but ponder. Owner, have you been waiting for us all this time? Initially attracted by the serene ambience of the restaurant, he was now taken aback by the raucous crowd outside. Stealing a glance at Su Yang, he noticed his brother frowning, evidently concerned about attracting unwanted attention. With so many people outside, is there still a private room available? Liu Xiaobao inquired. No sooner had he spoken than the owner began nodding fervently, almost like a chick pecking at grains. Yes, yes, yes. The very room at the back that you had yesterday, Flourishing Blossoms, is reserved for you. Liu Xiaobao raised an eyebrow. Owner, you have quite the memory. The restaurant owner chuckled, his voice deep and robust. It's not that I have a good memory, he paused, casting a glance at Su Yang. It's that particular individual. He is quite unforgettable. Upon hearing this, Liu Xiaobao nodded vigorously. Indeed, with my brother's current popularity in the Livestream, he is the most dashing gentleman in all of Haicheng. Once inside their previous private room, and after closing the door, Liu Xiaobao boldly addressed the owner. We'll have your signature dishes, grilled squid, ginger pig trotters, king crab, and 24 garlic oysters. That should suffice for now. Please, hurry with the dishes. I'm famished. Understood. The owner quickly noted the order and dashed into the kitchen. However, just as he exited the room, he nearly collided with a server rushing in. What's going on? Be careful. You'll startle the guests. Boss, it's bad. The front yard has been overrun by them. Upon hearing this, the owner was taken aback and swiftly rushed to the front. Upon entering the quaint little archway of the front courtyard, I abruptly halted my steps. Goodness! While I was aware of my own modest eatery, I could hardly believe my eyes. Was this not the legendary den of enchantment? The beautiful ladies who had previously lingered at the entrance were now all flocking towards the rear courtyard. Faced with the sight before me, I felt utterly overwhelmed. Ladies, what is happening? One of them exclaimed with a sudden shriek. Boss, do not presume we are oblivious. The camera in Su Yang's live broadcast has been recording nonstop. He is currently in the private room at the back. I was taken aback. How could it be that I had unwittingly dug my own grave? Since early this morning, a myriad of internet celebrities have been arriving at my doorstep, each brandishing a stand and chattering excitedly into their screens. They had not even come in to dine, but were merely congregating outside. My curiosity piqued. I inquired and learned that they were all awaiting the young man who had dined here yesterday. How could this be? In the service industry, one must always be attuned to the customer's moods. That young man exuded an aura that was unmistakably extraordinary. Upon entering, he had immediately requested the most secluded private room, clearly wishing for solitude. No wonder business had surged today, with every table occupied. It appeared I had inadvertently benefited from his presence. If that were indeed the case, I could not allow these interlopers to intrude. What if they disturbed my fortune? With that thought in mind, I let out a cry akin to that of a distressed pig. The other staff members rushed to assist, determined to prevent these sirens from encroaching even a single step into the rear courtyard. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Su Yang, all that was transpiring before him went unnoticed. The refreshing coolness of the air conditioning enveloped him, and the once chaotic space had finally quieted down. Rubbing his brow, Su Yang felt a sense of relief after a long day. He sipped his tea, gently swirling the cup, watching the leaves dance and drift, lost in contemplation. He reflected on the throngs of spectators and the events that had unfolded that day. It was evident that tomorrow would likely bring even more onlookers. Su Yang furrowed his brow. It seemed a change of scenery for fishing was in order. As he pondered, the waiter arrived with an array of exquisite dishes and fine wines. Gentlemen, here are the items you ordered. Please let us know if they meet your satisfaction. We shall gladly prepare something else if needed. Gazing at the vibrant and aromatic feast before him, Su Yang suddenly felt a pang of hunger. Liu Xiaobao, too, almost drooled at the sight. Waving his hand dismissively, he set aside pleasantries with the owner and eagerly picked up his chopsticks. To his delight, the flavors of this private kitchen were indeed exceptional. The ingredients were freshly sourced that very day, and the seasoning was just right, neither too salty nor too bland. It tantalized the taste buds while perfectly enhancing the aroma of the dishes. The pig's trotter melted in his mouth, with just the right amount of chewiness. The oysters, served still sizzling, were infused with a robust garlic fragrance, complemented by a hint of red chili that tantalized the nostrils. The black gold abalone was succulent, mingled with a rich abalone sauce that made one yearn to devour bowls of rice drenched in it. Liu Xiaobao even ordered a pitcher of beer to accompany the meal. two individuals clinked their glasses and indulged in their meal with great delight. Before long, several plates lay empty, just as they were nearing the end of their repast. The service bell rang, and the proprietor cheerfully entered. "Boss, the bill," Liu Xiaobao exclaimed, thoroughly satisfied with his meal. The boss, momentarily taken aback, waved his hands animatedly as if to dismiss the notion. "Oh, no, no, no." Liu Xiaobao, puzzled, thought to himself, what does this mean? Is the meal free? Just as he contemplated this, the boss, still smiling, began to explain. "Gentlemen, today, your meal is on the house. This is due to the fact that since your visit yesterday, our business has more than doubled. Many patrons have flocked in since morning, eagerly awaiting your return. Thanks to you, our little establishment is thriving. So from now on, your meals here will always be complimentary." The boss continued, "Now, let me add you on WeChat." As he pulled out his phone, it vibrated incessantly. Seeing this, Liu Xiaobao teased, "Looks like business is booming, boss. Even past meal hours. You're still receiving so many messages." Just then, he noticed the other man at the table gasping in astonishment, eyes wide and fixed on the screen. Liu Xiaobao, intrigued, asked, "Boss, what is going on? Is someone's wife looking for you?" After a brief pause, the boss dramatically pointed at his screen. Liu Xiaobao leaned in closer, exclaiming, "Wow." The top of the screen was ablaze with real-time news alerts, each notification causing the phone to vibrate wildly. The latest update read, "Shocking. The Air Force successfully defused an explosive device," followed by all the rage in Haicheng. Air Force hero, Su Yang. A cursory glance at the page revealed a torrent of news concerning Su Yang, complete with vital video clips and enthusiastic commentary from netizens. The comment section was equally vibrant. "In 3 minutes, Secretary Zhang, I want all the information on this man, including his measurements. Thank you." Wow, at the 8:49 mark, when the big guy picked up the wire cutters, how cool was that? Brothers, do not skip ahead. This video is worth watching 100 times. What show is this? What have I missed? Is the host a celebrity? With a face like that, is he trying to tempt me in a crime? I'm smitten. I watched the entire thing with bated breath. Everyone's reactions were so genuine. Crime dramas pale in comparison. The host is the ultimate hero, especially that moment when he bent down to grab the wire cutters. The television station has the capability to produce such high-caliber programming. From today onward, I'm locking in on this live stream. Liu Xiaobao was left speechless. He had never anticipated that, in addition to the fervent tips from the live chat viewers, there would be such an unexpected twist of delight. The boss, still relishing the moment, exited the social media app and opened another news outlet. Again, the headlines were dominated by articles about Su Yang, proclaiming, "The Air Force hero successfully defuses the explosive device," followed by a sensational breaking, "Major child abduction case. Clues from the Air Force hero." The screen was awash with fiery red headlines. A solitary airman is enough to capture one's attention. The explosive device is truly breathtaking. Let us delve into another realm, the bustling platform of Douyin. Upon witnessing the top trending topic, Liu Xiaobao was utterly astounded. The #1 trending topic. What immense traffic this must signify. Even more astonishingly, this trending topic has been pinned by the official account. Gratitude to the High City Airmen for rescuing people from peril. Lacking any sensational keywords, it is quite ordinary. Yet it occupies the coveted position of the top trend. Why? Because it has been actively promoted by the official account of High City. What? Officially pinned. What on earth did the streamer do? Officially certified. It must be of the highest quality. Goodness, how have I never encountered this airman before? Where did he come from? To the one above. Are you unaware of this recently popular livestream? I shall send you the link. Here is the replay. Don't miss it if you pass by. You won't regret clicking. What? Have you all not followed this livestream? Last time, a friend recommended it to me. The hard disk decoding segment was quite impressive. I'll find you the address. The content of the second trending topic reads, "The airman remains unyielding, rejecting the golden rice bowl." The reason it is yet to ascend to the top spot is that this entry was just released moments ago. It has been propelled to the second trending position by millions of netizens. Unlike the previous trending topic, this one is laden with images, all screenshots from Su Yang's livestream. There are glimpses of Su Yang's silhouette, his profile, his bowed head, and his composed demeanor. Each movement is captivating. He is truly a walking embodiment of charisma. The boss passionately articulates the trending content, while Liu Xiaobao, brimming with excitement, turns to Su Yang and exclaims, "Brother, look, you're trending." In stark contrast to Liu Xiaobao's exuberance, Su Yang remains remarkably composed. At this moment, a singular thought occupies his mind. If he does not change locations, he may find himself besieged by peculiar internet celebrities before he even begins fishing tomorrow. Thus, he resolves to find a new fishing spot. Observing Su Yang's calmness, the boss and Liu Xiaobao exchange glances and give him thumbs up. This must be what they call maintaining one's composure in the face of calamity. With such poise, Su Yang is evidently a person of great ambition, just as the boss and Liu Xiaobao marvel at Su Yang's serenity. A sudden knock echoes from the door. Chapter 28. You even rejected the national goddess. You must be floating. Following this, a melodious voice resonates. Excuse me, may I come in? Upon hearing this voice, Liu Xiaobao momentarily froze. This voice, why does it seem so familiar? He felt he had heard it somewhere before, but could not recall at that moment. The boss, hearing the voice, abruptly turned towards the door, her expression one of disbelief. How did she come here? Was it not mentioned that there were significant figures to be interviewed? Would there be no meetings prior to that? How could it be that she sought him out on her own? Could it be that she is here for Su Yang? That seems implausible. Does Su Yang possess such charm? Regardless, let's observe further. Noting the visitor's courteous demeanor, Su Yang naturally did not decline. Please come in. Upon the door of the private room being pushed open, an exquisitely sweet face appeared before the trio. Upon recognizing the visitor, Liu Xiaobao nearly leapt from his spot. Wow! The national goddess, Bing Bing. What brings her here? Is it for Su Yang? Goodness, this is utterly astonishing. My brother is truly remarkable. As Liu Xiaobao marveled at Bing Bing's arrival, a torrent of comments flooded Su Yang's live stream. Damn, I genuinely envy the host. Not only does he enjoy complimentary meals, but he also gets to meet my first love. Wow, I don't envy the free meal, it's just a trivial matter, but Bing Bing. I long to have a chance for a one-on-one with my goddess. What is being said above? A beautiful woman is meant to be admired, but the culinary delight is what truly matters. I envy the host for his complimentary meal. Just look at that. Black gold abalone. All right, enough of that. I envy both. It's utterly heart-wrenching. I have nothing. I'm just a good-for-nothing. Comparing people is disheartening. Comparing goods is even worse. The key is the host's calm demeanor. He shows no reaction upon the entrance of the goddess. As Bing Bing entered, she instinctively tucked away the stray hairs by her ear, presenting herself in the most perfect manner before Su Yang. Initially, Bing Bing had come with a mission from the central authority. However, upon seeing Su Yang, her mindset transformed entirely. For some inexplicable reason, Su Yang appeared extraordinarily radiant in her eyes, inciting an unbidden desire to draw closer. Once composed, Bing Bing offered a sweet smile. Hello, Mr. Su. May I interview you? Following this inquiry, the outline for the exclusive interview materialized in her mind. Based on her previous experiences, no one had ever declined her grand interview request, and she presumed that Mr. Su would be no exception. Yet, Su Yang's subsequent response took Bing Bing by surprise. I'm sorry, but I do not have the time for an interview. The moment those words escaped his lips, Bing Bing was left utterly flabbergasted. Did someone truly dare to refuse her request for an interview to her face? Did Su Yang even realize who she was? As Bing Bing grappled with her astonishment, the boss and Liu Xiaobao beside her could no longer maintain their composure. Goodness, who is this Su Yang? He is in the presence of a national goddess. She is backed by the central authority. How could he turn her down? What is Su Yang thinking? Does he truly find a national goddess like Bing Bing unworthy of his attention? They were practically itching to pry open Su Yang's mind to uncover what thoughts resided within. In earlier times, he exerted immense effort for Bing Bing to promote his small shop on her social media platform, yet not a shred of her influence graced him, let alone the backing of the formidable central mother behind her. However, the aspiration he held dear was met with an unwavering refusal from Su Yang. When did this world become so absurd? Or could it be that Su Yang is overly arrogant? This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and yet Su Yang summarily dismissed it? As the boss was left astounded by Su Yang's rejection of Bing Bing, Liu Xiaobao suddenly came to a realization. His brother had even declined the provincial director. What was so special about a personal interview? Not to mention, even if it was a direct invitation from the national goddess, his brother had the confidence to refuse. With a viewership exceeding 1 million, he hardly required any endorsements. Nevertheless, when Liu Xiaobao's gaze fell upon Su Yang, it was still laced with considerable confusion. Did this elder brother truly lack interest in the national goddess? Why was there no guidance after such a lengthy discussion last time? What was going on? Meanwhile, the audience in Su Yang's live stream erupted in excitement at his words. Wow, just a second ago, I envied the host. And now I want to knock some sense into him. Empty his head of water. Slowly brings out a thumbs up to commend the host for rejecting the national goddess. What is he thinking? It's not merely the personal interview he rejected, but the entire endorsement of the CCTV platform. If the host understood what he declined, I can only slowly type impressive. The host, as confidence, has me utterly captivated. That moment was simply too cool. To reject even his first love goddess. He truly is the one I admire. Inside the room, Bing Bing remained in a daze for a long time. Meanwhile, Su Yang stood up and strode out, seemingly treating Bing Bing as if she were invisible. Lu Xiaobao, jolted back to reality, hurriedly followed suit. The boss, witnessing this, discreetly exited as well. The national goddess being rejected was not a piece of news just anyone could relish. After Su Yang departed, Bing Bing slowly regained her composure, her eyes filled with determination. Very well, Su Yang, you have successfully captured my attention. Whether for the sake of completing a task or proving myself, I must secure an interview with you. Subsequently, Bing Bing turned and left the private room. Perhaps she herself was unaware of the peculiar feelings she had begun to harbor for Su Yang. Chapter 29, an exciting early morning. The moonlight was gentle and the stars sparse. Su Yang and Lu Xiaobao enjoyed a restful night. Just after 7 in the morning, the live stream room was already filled with eager viewers. It's 7 o'clock. Why is the host woken up? Has he forgotten he's a fisherman? Morning fishing is prime for catching big fish. Doesn't he know? Goodness. The person above, are you really here to watch the host fish? You may not be aware that the host excels at fishing. As long as he refrains from fishing, he can engage in various activities. Greetings, everyone. I had thought no one would be here so early. Why is the camera still dark? When will the host arrive? The host undertook such a thrilling endeavor yesterday that it is likely a significant portion of his brain cells have perished. Thus, it is understandable for the live stream to commence later today. The netizens exchanged casual remarks. Meanwhile, Su Yang lay in bed, gradually opening his eyes. 7 hours of restful slumber was sufficient to dispel his fatigue. Good morning, brother. Lu Xiaobao was also roused by the alarm clock, his voice muffled and tinged with remnants of sleep. He stretched widely, refreshed after a brief morning routine, and with bleary eyes, he activated the camera. It was time to rise and earn some money. The day's live stream had begun. However, upon witnessing the popularity of the live stream, all remnants of drowsiness vanished from his mind. What on earth is happening? How is it that over 80,000 people are already here? They couldn't have been waiting the entire time, could they? It is morning, and moreover, it is a weekday morning, not the evening when everyone has finished work or school. Having worked as a photographer for so long, this was the first time he had encountered such a scene. At that moment, when the netizens saw that the live stream was no longer cloaked in darkness, they instantly became animated. Wow, good morning, host. Has the broadcast finally begun? Can we see the host like this for free? By the way, where is the host going fishing today, and what are we hoping to catch? If you had mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten that the host is a fishing streamer. Forget about fishing, but when it comes to stirring things up, the host never disappoints. I've calculated it. Today is a great day, so we must have a splendid start. Seeing the enthusiastic response from the netizens and the abundance of fans right from the start, Lu Xiaobao's mind began to whirl. The production team had not prohibited them from interacting with the audience. Engaging with the viewers would not only enhance fan loyalty, but also prevent the hard-earned audience from dwindling. With this in mind, Lu Xiaobao began interacting with fans in the comment section. Hello everyone, I am the photographer of the 50-numbered ordinary person. Today, we will be fishing in a brand new area. Upon his announcement, the audience in the live stream became instantly eager. Oh, the host is starting to explore new spots. Let us go, let us go. Strive to catch something even more impressive. Oh, I mean a bigger fish. Brothers, family, beloved fans. What are you all waiting for? Give the host some encouragement. Let us get those opening red packets rolling. The netizens rallied together, and Lu Xiaobao could hardly believe the effectiveness of this interaction. Before even commencing work, a wave of donations began to flood the live stream. Pikachu Watching Stars at Xiao Island donated 200 for a skyscraper. Maine Coon, who eats grapes without spitting out the skins, donated 50 for a super rocket. A little chef S. Charming Huang Rong donated 1,000 for golden fries. Meanwhile, at the corner of the hotel garden, Bing Bing, hasn't that streamer already declined? Assistant Xiaomin paced back and forth, finding this motion the only remedy for her drowsiness. A hint of resentment tinged her tone. Ever since Bing Bing's title as the nation's goddess skyrocketed in popularity, opportunities had flowed in abundance. It baffled her why. At the ungodly hour of 3 or 4 in the morning, she was brought here and insisted on interviewing that man. Yet now, after 3 to 4 hours, they had yet to catch a glimpse of him. This was utterly absurd. Her curiosity piqued. She wondered what sort of man could compel the national goddess to block his door before dawn. Hearing her assistant's words, laced with dissatisfaction, Wang Bingbing remained unperturbed, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the hotel entrance. Despite a sleepless night, she exhibited no signs of fatigue. Adorned in a sleek black silk dress that accentuated her long legs and slender waist, she emanated sophistication. Her meticulously applied makeup concealed any trace of weariness. Observing such a poised Wang Bingbing, Xiaomin felt a sudden intrigue. Bingbing, who is it that has captured your attention so fervently? Surely, you cannot be enamored with him? You must remain rational. With your current standing, finding a suitable partner should not be an insurmountable task. The last gentleman I introduced to you, a returnee who runs his own company. Before Xiaomin could finish her sentence, she noticed Wang Bingbing's eyes light up. He's here, she exclaimed, rushing forward. Su Yang. Upon hearing his name called so early in the morning, Su Yang lifted his gaze, his mind momentarily sluggish. His chiseled features, strikingly handsome and illuminated by the morning sun, showcased a profoundly captivating profile. This sight caused Wang Bingbing's heart to skip a beat. Xiaomin, witnessing the tall and dashing man emerge, swallowed her words. However, as Su Yang approached, he merely furrowed his brow, seemingly oblivious to her presence, and walked past Wang Bingbing. Once again, the national goddess found herself overlooked. Although the sun blazed fiercely, Wang Bingbing felt as if a cold wind swept past her as Su Yang brushed by. Did he truly harbor no interest in her whatsoever? Lu Xiaobao's eyes wandered aimlessly as he hurriedly followed Su Yang. The viewers in the streaming room, witnessing the scene unfold in the early hours, were utterly enthralled. Oh my, the streamer is astonishing. He shows no regard for the fair sex. He walked by with Bingbing's face looking pale. Wah, the streamer is too ruthless. I wish I could comfort my goddess, but alas, she scorns me. The way Bingbing gazes at the streamer is clearly extraordinary. It's different from yesterday, don't you think? It's rare for a man like the streamer to be rejected by any woman. Bingbing's infatuation is entirely understandable. What is truly baffling is how the streamer offers her no chance. It's just so decisive. I envy the streamer 1,000-fold. I would gladly trade anything just for a single glance at him. What kind of woman does he truly desire? As the viewers engaged in fervent discussions, the atmosphere became charged with excitement. Suddenly, a police car approached from a distance and halted before Su Yang. Chapter 30, arriving at the battlefield. Only 5 minutes, and the fishing rod moved. Lin Fei, accompanied by Officer Xu Li, stepped out of the car, carrying a bag. Upon seeing Su Yang, Lin Fei felt a surge of emotions within him, striving to maintain his composure. The individual before him had played a pivotal role in unraveling the largest child trafficking case since the founding of Huaxia. Not only had he meticulously apprehended the criminal den, but he had also successfully contacted the families of the abducted children. Had the police department dared to keep Su Yang's information confidential, countless parents would have flocked to express their gratitude. Thus, the department had promptly dispatched him to present Su Yang with a reward. With this thought, Lin Fei stood tall and saluted sharply, extending the heavy bag in his hands. Su Yang, this is the reward from the Bureau for you. 500,000 in cash. What the heck? How simplistic and crude to deliver it in a bag. The viewers in the live stream, upon witnessing such a sum so early in the morning, were left astonished. Am I still dreaming? Why, upon opening my phone, do I see such a plethora of cash? I have never seen so much money in my life. 500,000 in cash. Even those who can't catch fish are doing so well now. Whoa, I genuinely envy the streamer. It would take me nearly a decade to earn this much. The streamer made 520,000 in just 2 days. Time to change careers immediately. Not a moment's hesitation. Are you sure you can defuse bombs? Can you decrypt diaries? Can you unlock encrypted hard drives? The core skills of a streamer are truly irreplicable, wow. And there's more. While the viewers in the live stream were engaged in discussions, Lin Fei spoke again. There is also a banner. Woohoo! Another banner. Lu Xiaobao's eyes widened, torn between the bag of money and the banner. His brother, this time, they had truly triumphed. Unfazed by fame and fortune, a hero of the people. Upon glancing at the inscription on the banner, Su Yang merely cast a fleeting look before withdrawing his gaze, his tone nonchalant. I apologize, but I must go fishing now. I cannot afford to be distracted with other matters at the moment. Please deposit the reward directly into my account. Carrying it is rather inconvenient. Lin Fei stood frozen, taken aback by Su Yang's words. While there had been attempts at refusal before, none had been as decisive and unambiguous as Su Yang's. Wang Bingbing, witnessing Su Yang's actions, felt her heart flutter. Truly, he was a man she admired. Unmoved by fame and fortune, he remained steadfast. A fleeting blush crossed her cheeks as she gazed at Su Yang's retreating figure, her fervent admiration intensifying. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream, still reeling from the previous wave, were once again ignited by Su Yang's actions. What a way to shatter one's worldview so early in the morning. Can someone really refuse a reward? How outrageous! Director, are you seriously unwell? Streamer, if you don't want it, I do. A banner hanging at home can still impress. Is it not a stark contrast here? The host remained remarkably composed, while the photographer was nearly drooling in anticipation. With merely half an hour to reach the office, he promptly resolved to submit his resignation, unable to wait another moment. Brothers, see you tomorrow at the fishing spot, he declared. I don't care for the accolades, but I envy that substantial bundle of genuine cash. Good heavens! You upstairs, stop your jealousy. The host is about to start streaming. Who knows what he'll catch today? This is far more captivating than any television drama. As the online audience buzzed with chatter, Su Yang chose not to take Lu Xiaobao to the previously designated fishing spot. Instead, he ambled leisurely along the coastline. Lu Xiaobao, trailing behind, was bewildered. Brother, aren't we supposed to go fishing? What will the viewers watch if we don't? Will the hard-won followers dissipate? Just as Lu Xiaobao was lost in thought, he suddenly heard Su Yang's indifferent voice. This is the spot. Lu Xiaobao, upon seeing where Su Yang had settled, was struck with dismay. This place. We might as well be fishing for phantoms. A lengthy stretch of coastline, and yet here was a secluded corner commonly referred to as a small water area. If he wasn't mistaken, it was also a shallow flat. Surely, his brother couldn't be serious? Seeing Su Yang had already set up a small stool and taken a seat, Lu Xiaobao felt a wave of anxiety. Brother, this spot isn't suitable. Let's south find another place. It's too shallow here. We won't catch anything. To his surprise, Su Yang appeared lethargic, pulling down his cap and skillfully casting his fishing rod. This will do. It's shady here. After that, he fell silent. The viewers in the live stream found this scene both amusing and exasperating. What the heck? I thought the host was walking along the coastline for half the day to scout a suitable spot for big fish. Instead, he is completely off the mark. The host isn't searching for the best fishing location. He is merely looking for the shadiest part of the entire coastline. Oh, the heavens! Has the host become complacent after receiving so many rewards? Doesn't he fear losing our affection? His follower count is at stake. Can a live stream regain its momentum? This won't do, brothers. We must find a way to motivate the host. Spurred by the enthusiastic viewers, a new wave of donations surged into Su Yang's live stream. Xiao Yang loves spicy food, donation of 1,000. Harbin Little Flying Elephant, donation of 2,000. ISNT the Huskier Baby, donation of a super rocket, 150. Thinking 100 times about wanting to lose weight, donation of 500. To everyone's astonishment, the already booming live stream, which had over 1 million viewers, saw its popularity skyrocket once again. Countless onlookers flocked to Su Yang's stream on this weekday morning, causing the traffic on other platforms to plummet drastically. At that moment, the popularity of Su Yang's live stream surged past 2 million. Had it not been for the program team's focused support for Su Yang's channel, the server would surely have collapsed under the pressure. Fortunately, despite the overwhelming influx of traffic, the live stream continued to operate smoothly. Lu Xiaobao was taken aback upon witnessing the torrent of gifts and the overwhelming popularity in the live broadcast room. Goodness, so many. Wasn't it said that the economy was in a downturn? It seems he alone was the impoverished one. just as Liu Xiaobao was engulfed in a frenzy of conflicting thoughts. Intending to turn to Su Yang for a vent, he suddenly noticed that the fishing rod, which Su Yang had been casually holding, had abruptly moved. Incredible. Within less than 5 minutes, the rod was already in motion. Chapter 31. An unforeseen phenomenon? Su Yang, what on earth have you caught? The moment the fishing rod twitched, the comment section of the live broadcast erupted with excitement. Wow, wow, wow. The host is really on fire today. Has it only been a few minutes since arriving at the battlefield? Has it even been 5 minutes? And the rod is already moving? This is astonishingly fast. Let us applaud the host's efficiency. Is there a prize-guessing event? Let us speculate on what the host might catch this time. The fishing rod has completely transformed into a parabolic curve, unlike the previous 2 times. Could the host be on to something significant this time? I'm rubbing my hands in anticipation. To the one above, are you a literature enthusiast? Hasn't anyone considered that the host might actually catch a big fish this time? Fishing? Unthinkable. Why didn't he tune in to watch the host fish? Why hasn't the host pulled up the rod yet? As the viewers in the live room engaged in animated discussions, Liu Xiaobao, overwhelmed with excitement, became tongue-tied. Could it be that my brother has hooked something? Something big? Unlike the previous occasions, this time, the fishing rod bent almost instantaneously into a perfect conical curve, and it continued to sink. It was almost certain at that very moment that something substantial had taken the bait. Liu Xiaobao felt a surge of exhilaration within. His brother was about to make a name for himself. He would redeem the disgrace of being an amateur. Meanwhile, Su Yang's expression did not reflect surprise. Instead, he wore a frown of concentration. The sensation at the end of the rod felt familiar. Much like the last time, the catch showed no signs of struggle. He was uncertain whether it was indeed a fish he had hooked this time. Yet one thing was clear. Whatever lay beneath exerted considerable force, making him acutely aware of a resistance. It was heavy, or perhaps it had snagged on something. Su Yang quickly made a determination. Since the hook was set, he had to see what it was. He straightened up and gave a vigorous tug on the rod. Su Yang let out a muffled groan. Liu Xiaobao, behind him, was oblivious to the unusual occurrence. His brother was actually being pulled forward by the fishing rod. Su Yang furrowed his brow. How careless. He almost stumbled. The viewers in the live room witnessed this scene and erupted once more. This scene feels oddly familiar. The last time the host went fishing, he couldn't budge it no matter what. This time the water seems deeper than before. Come on, host, put in more effort. What on earth could it be? Are you all being overly optimistic? Even an amateur can have their moments. However, today the host has chosen an unpromising location. The shallow waters seldom yield large catches. Curiosity peaks regarding the host's fishing rod, evoking a sense of using a mere ounce to shift a ton. What does it matter if no fish are caught? After all, fishing hosts are everywhere. What one seeks is a host who is merely fishing for entertainment. Look, the host is making a move. Su Yang subtly turned, narrowing his elongated eyes, a silent scoff escaping his lips. Though he wished to abandon the endeavor, he found himself unable to do so. After all, this fishing rod was an upgraded model from the system. The thought of discarding it felt akin to spitting out the prize he had nearly secured. With this in mind, Su Yang took a step back, firmly gripping the rod and retreating gradually. However, during this backward motion, his gaze inadvertently wandered around the shallow waters, causing him to halt momentarily. Perhaps it was mere illusion, but he felt as though the shallows were shifting as he tugged on the rod, the sand along the shore seemingly cascading into the water. As he took 2 more steps back, Liu Xiaobao, positioned behind him, sensed something amiss. While Su Yang's focus remained on the fishing rod, Liu Xiaobao enjoyed a broader view and perceived the situation with alarming clarity. As Su Yang continued to retreat, the sand on both sides of the shallow area kept slipping into the water, rendering the coastal waters murky. Concern flickered in Liu Xiaobao's eyes. Brother, perhaps we should stop fishing. We wouldn't want to trigger a mudslide or something similar. The viewers in the live stream, witnessing this chilling spectacle, began urging Su Yang to abandon the venture. Photographer, do not let the host continue. Safety comes first. Indeed, don't pull. It feels as if you've snagged underwater vegetation. Who knows if it's entangled with rolling stones? If it collapses, we would be trapped. The remote corner the host has chosen is deserted. If something goes awry, there would be no one to assist. My goodness, this is too thrilling. If I were there, I would run away in an instant. Hesitation for even a second would be a disrespect to the heavens. Host, please stop. Though I'm immensely curious about what you might reel in, safety is paramount. There will be another opportunity to fish. The viewers expressed their deepening concern for Su Yang. Yet, through the screen, the urgency lacked the visceral intensity of the actual scene. Liu Xiaobao felt as if he could hear the ominous sounds of a mudslide, just as he felt compelled to drag Su Yang away from the perilous sight. An astonishing scene unfolded. The vast expanse of the sea suddenly darkened ominously, evoking a sense of an impending apocalypse. Yet, moments later, a more jaw-dropping spectacle emerged upon the water surface. Countless golden rays pierced the heavens, cascading onto the sea. The entire surface shimmered with golden brilliance. Liu Xiaobao's eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness, this is utterly bizarre. 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. Brother, what divine entity have you angered? What on earth lies beneath the surface, waiting to be caught? Before the camera, viewers in the live stream were already covering their mouths in astonishment. What on earth has the streamer caught? My keyboard is about to be scorched from my frantic typing. A sense of foreboding looms. As if the streamer has transgressed some divine law. The unusual phenomena serve as a dire warning. Photographer, hurry and pull the streamer away. This is utterly terrifying. I have never witnessed such a scene before. It feels as though the streamer has crossed a celestial boundary. To the brother upstairs. You possess a grasp of language and literature. Remain composed. The situation is already dire, and the streamer will undoubtedly retreat in the face of adversity. To persist now would be an act of sheer audacity. Curiosity knows no bounds. I am exceedingly eager to discover what the streamer has ensnared to provoke such an extraordinary event. Please, do not lower the fishing rod. In a live broadcast room bustling with over 1 million viewers, the atmosphere is anything but ordinary for a weekday morning. Meanwhile, Su Yang stands at the water's edge, his tall figure poised, lips pressed tightly together, revealing no emotion. He holds the fishing rod steadily, unperturbed by the bizarre occurrences before him. As tension mounts in the hearts of all present, Su Yang raises the rod, as if infused with divine strength. Chapter 32. The Airman's Steady Performance. Has he really caught a coffin? Wang Bingbing, breathless, arrives on the scene with Xiaomin. Before them lies a captivating sight. The morning sun casts a golden glow upon Su Yang's profile, illuminating him with an ethereal light. Xiaomin's heart races. Yet as a devoted admirer of beauty, she suddenly comprehends why Bingbing, despite being so directly rebuffed by Su Yang, would stubbornly rush to his side. Who could resist such a face? Casting a sidelong glance at Bingbing, Xiaomin lets out a heavy sigh. Indeed, Wang Bingbing gazes at Su Yang from a distance, her cheeks flushing. Stray strands of hair dance in the wind, obscuring the twinkle in her eyes. This man ignites a peculiar passion within her. A journalist should never yield to a mere rejection. Not even Su Yang's aloof demeanor can extinguish the fervor blazing in Bingbing's heart. With this thought, Bingbing smiles and strides forward, rod in hand. Who dictates that this shallow bank is reserved solely for Su Yang's fishing exploits? Meanwhile, Liu Xiaobao catches sight of Bingbing from the corner of his eye, momentarily stunned. He turns his head, rubbing his eyes, and upon confirming that he is not hallucinating, his expression transforms into one of utter disbelief. What the hell? The national goddess has arrived? Wasn't she just rejected by his brother this morning? Is she truly pursuing him? Is this something a goddess would do? He had never realized his brother possessed such magnetism upon witnessing Bingbing's entrance. The viewers in the live stream room are electrified. Oh my goodness, my goddess has come. She has followed him here. Has she abandoned her dignity for an airman? Is the goddess smitten with the streamer? Wasn't the earlier rejection decisive enough? Why has she come all the way here? How does one converse so audibly above? Could it be a manifestation of a journalist's professional ethics? Perhaps the goddess seeks to capture first-hand news. Can you believe it? I cannot. The national goddess pursuing an airman to watch him fish? Who is this airman that commands such attention from the goddess? Oh, how I envy her. If only she would glance my way, just once, I would willingly wash her feet. I implore the brothers in Haicheng for a location. Does anyone know where this is? I must be present to witness the goddess and the streamer. The viewers in the live stream were overwhelmed with excitement. At that moment, Bingbing had just positioned herself beside Su Yang, eager to initiate a greeting. Yet, she heard a loud splash. Su Yang didn't even spare her a glance, his actions remaining uninterrupted. As he lifted his rod, a square box slowly emerged from the depths, ensnared in seaweed. With each retreat of Su Yang, the box revealed its complete form. Silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the sound of crashing waves. Everyone stood motionless, as if time itself had ceased. When Liu Xiaobao finally discerned what Su Yang had caught, he nearly stumbled in shock. His assistant, Xiaomin, akin to a bewildered character from a classic tale, gripped Bing Bing's arm, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Su Yang had inexplicably pulled up a long cube. This cube bore an uncanny resemblance to a coffin. The once lively and teasing atmosphere in the live stream abruptly froze, as if someone had pressed the pause button. All present were astounded by the spectacle before them. Despite having imagined countless bizarre scenarios, none could fathom that he would haul up a coffin. Suddenly, the previous anomalies found a disconcerting explanation. Had the divine been offended? This was undeniably ominous. The coffin, measuring a length of 2 people, was tightly enwrapped in seaweed and coated in a thick layer of silt, as though it had languished at the ocean's bottom for centuries, exuding a putrid stench. On the other side of the camera, after the barrage of comments had momentarily ceased, the chat erupted once more. I can hardly believe it. I envisioned hundreds of possibilities, yet could never have anticipated the streamer would pull up a coffin. And such a sizable one at that. Goodness, this is the first coffin I've ever seen. Is this truly a coffin? How could such a thing be found in the sea? Is this some sort of stunt orchestrated by the production team? How could a fishing rod possibly yield a coffin? Surely, there can't be a body inside? Hey, don't frighten us. It's broad daylight. We aren't here to star in a horror film, whether we are or not. It has already unfolded. Have you ever witnessed such a terrifying, celestial phenomenon? It's madness. Utter madness. Am I still dreaming? How could someone catch a coffin while fishing? This has never happened in Haicheng, right? And it appears so heavy. Let me add, most crucially, the fishing rod remains intact. The fishing rod had bent into a perfect line, yet it astonishingly remained unbroken. The viewers in the live stream were fervently agitated, while the atmosphere on-site was eerily silent. Liu Xiaobao pressed his hand against his chest, acutely aware of the tumultuous rhythm of his heart, struggling to regain his composure. It was understandable to reel in a hard drive, and even a briefcase containing an explosive device could be accepted. However, what on earth was this? Could such an object truly be caught by an amateur angler? The surface was coated with mud and darkened seaweed, resembling a seal of sorts. An ominous and chilling aura enveloped the scene. Liu Xiaobao swallowed hard. Brother, I can't be dreaming, right? Is this real? It must be real. Just give me a slap if it is. With no hesitation, Su Yang delivered a sharp smack to Liu Xiaobao's shoulder. Ouch! Brother, you really hit me. Liu Xiaobao turned, looking both aggrieved and unable to express his anger. Does it hurt? Su Yang's cold voice sliced through the tension. It does. Liu Xiaobao nodded fervently, resembling a pitiful SpongeBob. If it hurts, then it's not a dream, Su Yang stated matter-of-factly. Meanwhile, Wang Bingbing, initially taken aback, soon regained her composure. When Xiao Min noticed her calm demeanor, she ceased her actions. There was a familiarity to Wang Bingbing's expression. It was the unmistakable countenance of a seasoned news reporter. If one believed that the national goddess was merely a sweet face, they were woefully naive. Her keen sense for news was as sharp as ever. Clearly, Wang Bingbing instinctively reacted to the peculiar object Su Yang had pulled from the depths. The sight of a coffin emerging from the water was already sensational enough. Moreover, it was evident to any discerning eye that the seaweed adorning the coffin appeared deliberately wrapped, setting aside the initial sense of foreboding. The combination of seaweed and coffin bore an almost conspicuous implication. She, ever the spectator hungry for intrigue, was now compelled to uncover the secrets concealed within that coffin. Was it a millennia-old corpse? Or perhaps a trove of gold and jewels? Wang Bingbing felt a rush of excitement, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with anticipation, as she gazed at Su Yang with an unmistakable intensity that could not be overlooked. He was indeed the man she had set her sights on. Even if the interview fell through, this coffin made the trip worthwhile. As her thoughts drifted, she suddenly noticed Su Yang moving with purpose, his destination being none other than the coffin itself. Chapter 33. Who Dares to Disturb a Coffin? The onlookers were already in a state of shock. Upon witnessing Su Yang's actions, their pupils dilated in unison. They watched in awe as the imposing figure approached the coffin. Assistant Xiao Min, already uncomfortable with the sight of the coffin, was now utterly horrified by Su Yang's intent. Her worldview shattered in an instant. She couldn't help but curse internally. What was this streamer thinking? Did he truly intend to open the coffin? Who in their right mind would approach a coffin so brazenly? This was utterly taboo. Meanwhile, Wang Bingbing and Liu Xiaobao remained remarkably composed, especially Liu Xiaobao, whose astonished gaze was directed towards those around him, truly a person who had never witnessed the world. As the sole individual present who had experienced a bomb disposal scenario, confronting mortality was something he had already navigated. Thus, opening a mere coffin was, for him, akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Wang Bingbing maintained her composure on the surface, yet within, a subtle thrill coursed through her. As a documentary journalist, she was naturally skeptical of superstitions. A coffin, after all, was merely that. She had encountered far more harrowing scenes in her career. In this moment, her eyes brimmed with admiration for Su Yang. While men with 3 legs roamed the streets, those brave enough to open a coffin were a rare breed indeed. The audacity displayed was sufficient to eclipse 99 of men in China. Not only in the physical realm, but also in the live stream, viewers were witnessing the spectacle, and a barrage of comments flooded the screen once more. Is the host truly contemplating opening the coffin? It's already unfortunate to have drawn such an ominous object. Why not just leave? What compels them to see what lies within? The host's actions and thoughts are indeed beyond our mortal comprehension. Is there a desire to discover whether there are corpses inside? Just imagining it is terrifying. The host is incredibly bold. No wonder they can dismantle explosives with their bare hands. Truly a paragon of disregarding life and death. Come on, everyone, let us not be too hasty. When has the host ever let us down? Perhaps this is the goddess of fate bestowing her blessings. Who knows? The host might uncover a coffin full of riches. Exactly. Finally, someone has voiced my thoughts. Has it never occurred to anyone that perhaps something is deliberately concealed within the coffin? How could a coffin possibly end up in the sea? Is anyone truly engaging in a sea burial? It defies logic. Wow, what you just said resonates. This coffin could very well be a diversion. After all, the average person would never think to open a coffin. And it's quite evident that the host is not your average individual. That makes sense. I support the host in this endeavor. I shall be the first to contribute. No one could have anticipated that on an ordinary weekday morning, a coffin would ignite a fervor of donations within the live stream. Truly, a gathering of onlookers who thrived on drama. Money could always be earned, but the spectacle of fishing for a coffin and subsequently opening it was a rare occurrence. Curiosity compelled everyone. Who wouldn't he wish to unveil the secrets contained within a coffin? With the atmosphere charged, the donation notifications became a blur. Due to the staggering amount and frequency of contributions, the anomalous data triggered the platform's alert and diversion mechanism. At this moment, aside from the traffic previously directed towards Su Yang by the production team, the Douyin platform also experienced a surge as the live stream exceeded traffic thresholds, directly resulting in an elevation of the host status. A newcomer to the live streaming scene had now surpassed 1 million followers, firmly securing a position among the top 3 streamers on the platform. The popularity was rivaling that of the illustrious Xiao Yangguo. The butterfly effect extended far beyond this immediate moment. The enthusiasm of the viewers, the influx of influencers, led to a cascade of fans flooding into the live stream. The system had automatically begun to direct traffic to Su Yang, placing his live stream prominently on the homepage. This signifies that Su Yang has encountered numerous opportunities for exposure. The live streaming room buzzed with excitement, akin to the festivities of the Lunar New Year. On an otherwise ordinary weekday, millions awaited the host's live unveiling of the coffin. Due to the traffic drawn to the live stream, astute netizens had already identified the area where Su Yang was situated. The scene was increasingly populated with curious onlookers. Who among the bold would not wish to witness Su Yang's marvel in person? Yet, despite the lively atmosphere and the burgeoning crowd, Su Yang remained unfazed. With his eyes slightly narrowed, a glimmer of determination shone within them as he fixated intently on the coffin before him, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Bingbing, the nation's goddess, wore a grave expression that had mysteriously appeared. Initially, she believed it to be an ordinary coffin. However, upon closer inspection, she unexpectedly discovered intricate black designs featuring vivid depictions of deities, auspicious beasts, and mythical creatures. Rather than a mere coffin, it resembled a stone sarcophagus. She recalled having seen such a stone sarcophagus adorned with similar patterns during an interview at a museum. This was unmistakably indicative of a unique civilization from a specific era. To her astonishment, the seemingly casual catch of Su Yang had deeper implications, sending chills down her spine. She dared not delve further into her thoughts. If her suspicions held any truth, this was no ordinary coffin. Indeed, she was certain that if her conjectures were accurate, this stone sarcophagus would undoubtedly stir seismic waves within the archaeological community. With this realization and the need to validate her hypothesis, Wang Bingbing discreetly took a photograph with her phone. She then scrolled through her WeChat contacts, selecting a particular individual to send the image. Just as she began typing in the chat box, Xiaomin inadvertently glanced over. That single glance nearly caused her eyes to pop out in astonishment. Though she suspected that Bingbing might have stumbled upon significant news, she could never have anticipated the magnitude of it. Turning her gaze back to Su Yang, she wore an expression of shock. This Air Force officer, regardless of what lay within the coffin, was it possible he truly understood the significance of what he had unearthed? Xiaomin felt an urge to exclaim in disbelief. The piercing gaze directed at Su Yang from behind him did not seem to faze him in the slightest. Clearly, he had begun to discern the extraordinary nature of this coffin. The layer of silt obscured his ability to ascertain whether it was made of bronze. Nevertheless, the distinct patterns on the coffin's surface were vividly reminiscent of those he had encountered in history books. In that moment, his interest in the stone sarcophagus deepened significantly. If his assumptions were correct, this was an object typically only seen on television. Now, not only did he have the opportunity to touch it, but he could also open it and discover its contents. With that thought, a flicker of resolve sparkled in his eyes. He withdrew a military knife from his pocket, poised to cut through the water plants. Just then, a sweet voice interrupted him. Wait, Chapter 34, what? A shocking revelation for the archaeological community? Su Yang was taken aback. His movements halted. Lost in concentration while observing the coffin, he had failed to notice the presence of others at the scene. Upon turning to identify the newcomer, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. How could it be her? Had she followed him here? Hadn't he already declined an interview? As Su Yang pondered, Wang Bingbing approached briskly, her expression grave. Without waiting for him to speak, she began articulating in standard Mandarin, akin to a news report. Emir Su Yang, I suspect that the coffin you have fished up is an artifact from the Bronze Age. I've already taken photographs and sent them to experts for verification. To avoid any damage to the relic, it is advisable not to open it for the time being. Her words flowed rapidly, her voice neither too loud nor too soft, sufficient for all present to hear. In an instant, as soon as Wang Bingbing finished speaking, the crowd instinctively reacted with astonishment. What did the goddess just say? I arrived on the scene and heard the word artifact. Did the host really catch a relic? They questioned. Please tell me this coffin was indeed pulled up by the host? Bro, you missed the most thrilling moment. Look at this massive coffin. The host managed to haul it up. Come, ask me. I'm a die-hard fan. I rushed here straight from the live stream. What'd I say, coffin? The host can even defuse bombs with his bare hands. Let us just say, this airman can do anything. Except fish. Bro, are you praising the host or mocking him? What else would a fisherman do if not fish? Aren't you all here to watch the host fish? Since someone revealed the host location in the live stream, more and more spectators gathered at the scene. Those unable to attend continued to comment in the chat. Who was it that said someone was streaking at the scene? What did I say? The host never disappoints. P.S. Getting more impressive by the day. Arrive at the scene in 4 minutes and 28 seconds. The fishing rod moved. Oh my, the host is back. How did the situation escalate this much each time? If the national goddess is to be believed, did the host really catch a relic? It's hard to fathom. If it truly dates back to the Shang or Zhou dynasty, the era of bronze, such a large coffin would not merely make the host famous in Haicheng. Mr. Xia, is that the Xia from the National Cultural Heritage Administration? The recipient of the Field Archaeology Award from the Huaxiao Archaeological Society for 5 consecutive years. Incredible that he is being consulted. The national goddess wouldn't lie, especially not during a live stream. What on earth is the host made of? How could he casually fish out an artifact? How much is it worth? At this moment, discussing money seems trivial. If what the national goddess says is true, the host has accomplished something monumental. The prize money would be insignificant. This coffin is a priceless treasure, and soon all of Huaxiao will know him. Wow, you're right. Once the host gains fame, even if he no longer participates in this live stream program, he will be a walking bundle of traffic. While the online viewers were in a frenzy, Su Yang, having heard Wang Bingbing's words, maintained an air of calmness. His voice, cool and composed, simply stated, I understand. Upon hearing those words, Xiaomin couldn't help but let out a cold scoff internally. Indeed, He was handsome, but his arrogance was equally palpable. How audacious of Su Yang to make such a claim. Did he truly understand? Did he comprehend that this matter required verification from the esteemed elder of China's archaeological community? Elder Xia? Or did he realize that this might be the largest bronze coffin ever discovered in China to date? She had just seen Bing Bing send a message to Elder Xia's assistant. Anything that could warrant Elder Xia's attention was, to put it bluntly, a priceless treasure. How dare Su Yang assert that he possessed such knowledge? With this thought, Xiaomin's gaze towards Su Yang gradually transformed. Meanwhile, Wang Bingbing, upon hearing his statement, also displayed a fleeting look of astonishment in her eyes, though she quickly regained her composure. With a gentle curve of her eyes, she contemplated offering an explanation to clarify Su Yang's misunderstanding. Yet, Su Yang's slight smirk and piercing gaze seemed to see through their innermost thoughts. His gaze slowly shifted to the coffin, remaining silent. In that moment, Bing Bing, witnessing Su Yang's demeanor, found herself at a loss for words to explain. An awkward atmosphere enveloped the group. Elsewhere, in a vast underground chamber on the outskirts of Kyoto, a group of elderly men, all over 50, carefully cleaned a stone tablet with small brushes, their heads adorned with microscopes. Not far away, two elderly gentlemen sat in chairs, gazing intently at the nearby ruins. Their once cloudy eyes now sparkled with an undeniable brilliance. Elder Xia, the entirety of China's 5,000 years of civilization lies right here. Sighed the director of the Cultural Relics Bureau, Director Li. He had dedicated his life to the field of archaeology and, due to his outstanding achievements, had risen to the esteemed position of the Bureau's head at a relatively young age. Wherever a site was discovered, his presence was felt. He was not alone. The elderly colleagues nearby, all engrossed in their work, were likewise recipients of state subsidies. To them, each artifact was not merely an object, but a vibrant chapter in the grand narrative of China's history. Standing beside him was Elder Xia, a venerable figure with a head full of white hair, yet maintaining a straight posture. He was the towering figure in China's archaeological community. Noticing Elder Xia's lack of reaction, Director Li suddenly recalled his slip of the tongue. How could he claim that this represented the entirety of China's history? The poetic narrative of our nation was still missing its most exquisite symbols. There were still countless invaluable artifacts lost across the globe. This realization filled Director Li with a sense of melancholy. As his thoughts drifted, he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. What was happening? Entering a site required utmost caution to avoid triggering any reactions. Those permitted entry were seasoned archaeologists with decades of experience. How could they commit such a blunder? Elder Xia furrowed his brow, turning to inquire. Following the sound, Director Li glanced over and was taken aback upon recognizing the newcomer, the assistant standing beside Elder Xia. The head of the archaeology department at Kyoto University, an old comrade, appeared quite flustered. What could have transpired? A sense of unease gripped Li as he sensed that whatever had caused such a loss of composure in Yang was no trivial matter. Yang, breathless and at a loss for words, extended his phone forward. Li adjusted his reading glasses and glanced at the screen, noticing the name on WeChat. With a teasing smile, he remarked, "Old Yang, at your age, one would expect a bit more composure. Is it really necessary to be so excited over a message from the national goddess?" Just as Yang's heart rate had begun to stabilize, he found himself blushing furiously. Instinctively, he reached to reclaim his phone, but before he could act, he heard the unmistakable sound of Elder Xia's sudden outburst. Wait, what is this? Chapter 35. The legend of the Air Force man captivates Kyoto. Elder Xia's gaze was fixed intently on the screen of Yang's phone. However, he was not focused on the upper part of the display, but rather on the chat window that had not yet been closed. In the image, there lay a coffin. Noticing Elder Xia's unusual reaction, Li quickly suppressed his earlier jesting demeanor. What is this? He inquired, leaning closer. Yet, when he finally glimpsed the last image in the chat dialogue, his expression shifted dramatically. Before Yang could react, Li snatched the phone from his hands. Zooming in on the image, his pupils constricted as he processed its contents. He abruptly looked up, incredulous at Elder Xia. This photo, Old Xia. Li's mind was awash with astonishment. The rusted hue of the coffin and its apparent bronze material. Could it possibly be an artifact from the Shang or Zhou dynasty? If he was not mistaken, the intricate patterns and the sheer size of this bronze coffin could rival the renowned Simuwa Ding since the founding of the Huaxia civilization. Indeed, it might even hold greater significance. For, throughout the Shang and Zhou periods, no coffin had ever been unearthed. With this realization, Li turned to Elder Xia, and upon meeting his gaze, his heart sank, followed by an uncontrollable surge of excitement. At that moment, Yang had also regained his breath and hastily recounted the unfolding events. In summary, an airman had caught a coffin while fishing, and a journalist from CCTV had recently interviewed him on-site, resulting in this very photograph. Wang Bingbing, harboring doubts, inquired further, which caused Yang's pupils to narrow into pinpoints upon first seeing the image. His research focus was precisely the emblematic era of the Shang and Zhou periods. No one could be more acquainted with the distinctive markers and patterns on that coffin than he. Waves of exhilaration surged within Yang. However, the two individuals opposite him remained silent, even Elder Xia, who pressed his hand to his heart, feigning calmness. What had he just heard? An airman caught a coffin? In merely 5 minutes? Had his daily encounters with the relics of the earth led him to hallucinate? How could this be possible? An airman fishing up a coffin? And a bronze one, no less. The mere weight of it is not something a young man could haul up alone. Contemplating this, old Xia furrowed his brow, unable to find a rational explanation. In contrast, Li Yuan, after a moment of astonished silence, inquired, "You must be referring to that popular fisherman from Haicheng, Su Yang, right?" Yang Yuan, taken aback, responded, "Li Yuan, are you acquainted with him?" Li Yuan, renowned as the encyclopedia of archaeology, was a man in his 50s with the heart of a 15-year-old. The live streaming programs were a daily source of entertainment. Upon hearing that it was Su Yang who had caught it, his surprised expression swiftly dissipated, replaced by an air of tranquility. He thought to himself, who did I expect? It turns out to be him, that Air Force fellow, who can even disarm bombs with his bare hands. Catching a coffin should be a routine feat for him. Li Yuan waved his hand, unwilling to elaborate further. After all, in the realm of archaeology, the false often resembles the true, and one must see the site in person to ascertain the facts. Being a public servant, he felt compelled to be meticulous. One cannot draw conclusions solely based on images. Meanwhile, Yang Yuan observed the two men, each lost in their own thoughts, and after a moment of reflection, spoke up. Bingbing is on site. She has an interest in archaeology and can be considered my half-student. I will instruct her to secure the scene, but this matter is of utmost importance. I must set off for Haicheng immediately. With that, he turned to leave. Wait, old Xia's voice rang out once more. We three shall go together. Before the last word had settled, both Li Yuan and Yang Yuan spoke up in unison. No, you are of considerable age. How can you travel such a distance? What if? No need to say more. I am fully aware of my own health. Old Xia firmly rejected, his tones suddenly trembling. If it truly is an artifact from the Shang and Zhou dynasties, Xiaoyang, Lao Li, this will redefine the history of our Huaxia civilization. Old Xia's words sent a jolt through the other two. For archaeologists, the spirit of archaeology is paramount. Each archaeologist harbors a unique chapter of Huaxia within their heart. As Old Xia articulated, if their assumptions prove correct, who would not wish to witness the miracle on site? Or rather, who would not wish to bear witness to the history of Huaxia? Li Yuan and Yang Yuan exchanged glances, each perceiving the thoughts of the other. Li Yuan was the first to speak. Let us go together. I will make the arrangements. With that, he retrieved his phone and stepped aside to make calls, arranging for accompanying personnel and a medical support team. Above all, it was imperative that old Xia's well-being remained uncompromised. He was, after all, a national treasure of Huaxia. Meanwhile, in the capital, a storm was brewing unbeknownst to Su Yang. At the site in Haicheng, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Su Yang wore a stoic expression, revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. Bingbing stood before him, her composure having faltered a minute earlier, her face awash with the discomfort of attempting to prevent Su Yang from opening the coffin. Fearing that her idol might misunderstand her intentions, Bingbing steeled herself and spoke up. If it truly is an artifact from the Bronze Age, blindly opening the coffin could cause the relics inside to deteriorate. When the terracotta army was unearthed, it lost all its color in mere minutes. The staff didn't even have time to react. As she reached this point, her tone was laced with regret. At this moment, Su Yang remained utterly absorbed in observing the coffin before him, lost in thought. In a moment of urgency, Wang Bingbing involuntarily took a step towards him. It was precisely this step that inadvertently caused her toe to graze a corner at the bottom of the coffin. The faint sound of a crack echoed, piercing the silence like a bolt from the blue. A shiver coursed through Bingbing's heart. In the blink of an eye, a more terrifying scene unfolded. The entire coffin began to emit a series of intense creaks, groaning as if it were alive. Even Su Yang's expression shifted in alarm, for the sound originated from within the coffin itself. Upon hearing this noise, Wang Bingbing immediately recalled the moment she had inadvertently kicked the coffin's corner. Her complexion turned ghostly pale in an instant. Could it be her fault? It was as if something inside had suddenly been activated. The sound resembled that of a steel crusher in a factory. With this realization, her already ashen face grew even paler, despite the volume of the noise. She found herself stepping forward, compelled to discern the source of the sound within. Just as she extended her hands, on the verge of touching the coffin's wall, a chilling voice broke through the air. "Do not touch." Bing Bing froze momentarily. Upon hearing Su Yang's voice, her fingertips instinctively attempted to retract. However, it was too late. The coffin seemed to act like a colossal magnet, firmly grasping her fingertips. A wave of numbness surged along her arm. The sudden turn of events left everyone present in a state of shock. By the time they processed the situation, Bing Bing felt as if she had been paralyzed. Unable to move even an inch, beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and her complexion took on an otherworldly pallor. She struggled to pull her hands back, but the overwhelming force gripping her fingertips allowed her no freedom of movement. This minuscule area of contact, scarcely a square millimeter, felt as if the coffin were extending from her very fingertips. It was only then that Xiaomin, standing behind her, grasped the gravity of the situation. Her pupils dilated in horror as she screamed, "Bing Bing!" The bystanders, equally shocked, found themselves rendered speechless, their gaze fixed on Wang Bingbing and Su Yang, straining to comprehend the eerie happenings surrounding the coffin. A tense silence enveloped the scene for several minutes until, suddenly, a young man broke the stillness with an exclamation, igniting the crowd's emotions. "What the hell is going on? I can't believe it. What's happening to the national goddess's hand? And what is that sound coming from inside the coffin? Has the goddess encountered something unsettling?" The host urged her to refrain from touching it. Has she discovered something alarming? How terrifying! I now find myself regretting attending this event, as I initially came merely to admire the gold and silver jewelry, yet suddenly a sinister atmosphere envelopes the space. This coffin is rather ominous. How can it cling to one's hand? Is there a mechanism at play? Goodness! Look, has the national goddess's hand darkened? Observant netizens at the scene have noticed that the tips of Bing Bing's fingers, having brushed against the coffin's surface, are silently turning black. Bing Bing, her hand. Her assistant, Xiaomin, overhearing the audience's chatter, exclaimed in fright once more. A jolt of alarm surged through Wang Bingbing as she turned her gaze to her fingertips. The darkness was spreading at an alarming rate. Suddenly, a buzzing filled her ears, and her legs weakened, as if all her strength had been siphoned away. Mianwile, Su Yang, just a step away, witnessed this unfolding scene, his eyes flashing with disbelief, as the crowd's attention fixated on the national goddess's fingertips. Su Yang swiftly plunged the blade of his military knife into the seam of the coffin. With a twist, a sharp crack echoed, and the sounds emanating from within the coffin came to an abrupt halt. A pungent odor of gunpowder and sulfur rapidly permeated the air. Upon witnessing this, viewers in the live stream gasped in shock. How on earth did the national goddess become ensnared by the coffin while I was away for a meeting? What is the story behind this coffin? Did the host initiate this? Who else could possibly be present? The host is truly my idol. There is nothing he wouldn't dare to do. Does no one think the host acted a bit rashly? The national goddess mentioned that this coffin could be a relic. Recklessly opening it could damage historical artifacts. Are you still unaware of the situation? Didn't you see the national goddess's hand turning black? Was she poisoned? Is a relic worth sacrificing a life for? Do not question the host's actions. He never engages in a fight he cannot win. Compared to defusing a bomb with bare hands, this is a mere hammer. As this comment appeared, a chorus of netizens rallied in agreement, fervently supporting him. In the eyes of devoted fans in the live stream, Su Yang's actions were beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Meanwhile, as Wang Bingbing comprehended what Su Yang had done, a flush of color returned to her previously pale face. They both understood the gravity of the situation. They had both heard the sound of the triggering mechanism. The unknown peril is the most terrifying kind. In ancient times, to prevent disturbances after death, people would often place various traps within coffins, and some would even introduce toxic substances. The moment her fingertips darkened served as a dire warning. A normal person would either flee or escape, undoubtedly leaving the scene. Yet, Su-young not only remained, but actively sought to rescue her. Observing her fingers return to their original state, Wang Bingbing's heart churned with tumultuous emotions. Meanwhile, the onlookers, who had just moments ago been absorbed in the perilous plight of Bingbing, were now captivated by the shock brought forth by Su-young. What an extraordinary experience this has turned out to be. The Air Force personnel indeed did not disappoint. I had anticipated that he would not open the coffin without reason. Astonishingly, he has done just that. Is there anyone knowledgeable among us? What just happened with the national goddess's fingers turning black? And what does the coffin's opening signify? Typically, such actions would daunt the average person. The excitement is palpable. This is far more thrilling than any film. Is the situation we just witnessed truly the focal point? Surely, there must be some mechanism involved. Regardless, the national goddess is safe, all thanks to the Air Force personnel. I must admit, am I the only one who yearns to uncover what lies within that coffin? Now that it is open, my curiosity is insatiable. The crowd gathered to witness this spectacle buzzed with speculation. Initially, there was curiosity about whether the coffin was an artifact, but now nearly everyone present is eager to discover its contents. The murmurs of anticipation grew louder, and the onlookers were abuzz with excitement. Mianwile, Su-young, who stood closest to the coffin, maintained an air of calm. He felt no sense of wrongdoing in his actions. With unwavering focus, he observed the gaps surrounding the coffin, watching as the sulfurous smoke gradually dissipated. Through the crevices, the interior of the coffin appeared shrouded in darkness. The corners of Su-young's narrow eyes lifted slightly. At this point, he was nearly certain that this coffin possessed an extraordinary origin. The earlier sulfurous scent might have been a mechanism's activation. A mechanism so intricately designed to accompany such a large bronze coffin sparked a memory in Su-young's mind, reminiscent of a news story from long ago. Could it be that this was the very significant artifact that archaeological experts sought? With that thought, the last traces of hesitation vanished from his gaze. Su-young abruptly struck the coffin lid. Rather than remaining still, the lid glided smoothly aside, as if it were mounted on a track. With a whoosh, the entire cover of the coffin effortlessly slid open. Chapter 37. The influential figures of Kyoto gather in Haicheng. The audience in Su-young's livestream had yet to recover from their earlier shock and found themselves once again overwhelmed. Brothers, is this how streamers operate? I am utterly baffled. How could such a massive coffin be opened so nonchalantly? Is there a treasure hunter among us? Can anyone elucidate the principle behind the streamer's technique? Why did a gentle push cause the coffin to open? The streamer must have practiced. The force used was not mere brute strength. If only there were a replay. It must involve a skilled technique. It's not that absurd. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised by anything that happens with the streamer. How it was opened is no longer the focus. Rather, we should speculate about what lies within such a large coffin. Under normal circumstances, it would surely contain a body. However, I have an inexplicable premonition that what is hidden inside this coffin is anything but a corpse. I wholeheartedly agree. The item that the streamer has unearthed cannot be comprehended through mundane reasoning. I wager that within this box lies the maiden of the rice paddy. Upon the emergence of this comment, the atmosphere of the chat room underwent a dramatic transformation. The maiden of the rice paddy? You certainly have a vivid imagination. Why not suggest a mermaid instead? Is the person above completely infatuated with women? The maiden of the rice paddy, a mermaid? Why not mention 100-pound lighter Jiaolin? At this moment, you're still preoccupied with thoughts of women? I am truly astounded. Aren't you afraid? Since the coffin lid was opened, I could sense the eerie atmosphere even through the screen. The perspective of the onlookers in the live stream paled in comparison to the shock experienced by those present at the scene. From the moment Su-young pushed the coffin open, everyone held their breath, fixated on that very coffin. Despite the bright sun overhead, the instant the coffin was unveiled, a sense of impending doom enveloped the air. Yang Yuan and his two companions arrived at the scene by helicopter without delay. Had it not been for the sight of Wang Bingbing, they might have thought they had come to the wrong place. Scanning the crowd, the sight was filled with heads, yet silence reigned. So quiet one could hear a pin drop. Following the collective gaze of the crowd, one could see the coffin lying in the center of the assembly. Although the distance was considerable, an instinctive sense of foreboding quickened Elder Xia's heartbeat the moment he stepped out of the vehicle. As the three disembarked, they immediately drew the attention of the onlookers. One of the spectators, upon catching sight of Elder Xia at the back of the throng, nearly gasped in disbelief. No way. Could that be the professor from Kyoto's archaeology department? The incredulous murmurs surged among the crowd. Bro, what's going on? Do you know this person? How do I even describe my acquaintance? I have only seen his photograph in university textbooks. Does that count as knowing him? Textbooks? Upon hearing this, the eyes of the other spectators widened in astonishment. Who among them had not undergone 9 years of compulsory education? What kind of individual would appear in a textbook? The previously hushed atmosphere erupted into a clamor. Wait, the person who has arrived is an archaeology expert? Could it be that the Air Force has indeed unearthed an antique? Hold on, am I seeing things? The dean of Kyoto's archaeology department? My goodness, I'm actually seeing him in person. Why is he acting as an aide to that elderly gentleman? The identity of the elderly man remained unclear, but the man on the far right, dressed in a suit, was recognized by many as a prominent figure from the Cultural Relics Bureau. The head of the Cultural Relics Bureau? The dean of Kyoto's archaeology department? And the dean is supporting that elderly man? I must inquire, who is that old gentleman? My goodness, do you want to take a guess at who he is? I fear you won't dare to imagine. No wonder Yang Yuan is supporting him. To put it simply, one could consider him the Yang Zhening of the archaeology world. The Yang Zhening of archaeology? Could it be the living fossil of Chinese cultural relics mentioned in the documentary Chinese Treasures? Goodness. Chinese Treasures is a program specifically created by CCTV to seek out national treasures from both domestic and overseas sources. The buzz among the crowd grew louder. And upon hearing the commotion, Wang Bingbing turned around to see Yang Yuan leading the way at the forefront. In the fleeting moment when their gazes met, Wang Bingbing felt a jolt in her heart. She was well aware of the full schedule of the dean of the Archaeological Institute at Jing University. As a prominent figure in the realm of Chinese archaeology, he not only engaged in various research projects, but also served as the right-hand man to the venerable Elder Xia. Elder Xia, a living fossil in the field of Chinese archaeology, was a towering figure. The mere thought of him ignited the fervor of a journalist within Wang Bingbing. Yet, she quickly pondered, how could one gain an audience with Elder Xia so easily? Even for an interview with Dean Yang, she had waited a full 3 months after her application. Yet this time, merely because a message sent earlier, she found herself in the presence of the esteemed figure within 2 hours. Could it be that the coffin brought forth by Su Yang was truly an extraordinary artifact? Wang Bingbing's mind raced with thoughts. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to her, Elder Xia gazed at the coffin from a distance, peering through the gaps in the crowd. In an instant, his murky eyes cleared, radiating brilliance. His previously hunched back straightened with a sudden vigor. He trembled in disbelief, his grizzled beard quivering, and his lips quaked involuntarily. Li detected the unusual demeanor of Elder Xia. What's the matter, Elder Xia? The head of the Cultural Relics Bureau appeared as anxious as a child. He had never seen Elder Xia like this, as if he had received a tremendous shock. If anything were to happen to Elder Xia, he would be unable to account for it. At the forefront, Dean Yang, after a brief exchange of glances with Bingbing, could not tear his gaze away from the coffin. He stood transfixed, as though nailed to the spot, his heavy footsteps hindered. A man accustomed to power, whose emotions rarely betrayed him, now displayed unmistakable shock upon his face. How is this possible? Dean Yang murmured, recalling something and abruptly turning to Elder Xia. What met his eyes was a reflection of the same astonishment he felt. In that moment, Dean Yang felt as if struck by lightning. Observing Elder Xia's expression, the last vestige of uncertainty vanished from his mind. The mysterious patterns adorning the coffin were precisely the clues they had sought for most of their lives. What did it mean to search high and low in vain? Particularly for Elder Xia, he had thought that before his eyes closed for the final time, he might never recover the national treasures of China lost overseas. To his astonishment, he now found himself staring at one right here. With that thought, Elder Xia could no longer contain his excitement. Leaning on his cane, he made his way toward the coffin. Meanwhile, Su Yang, having pushed open the coffin lid, remained motionless, utterly captivated by the object within. Chapter 38. Astonishment. The dragon's head revealed. Su Yang was not oblivious to the commotion around him. However, at that moment, he was entirely unconcerned with who had arrived or what was being said. His focus was solely captivated by the item nestled within the coffin. It appeared to be a bronze ornament, yet it was no mere trinket, for no ordinary household would utilize such a large object as a decorative piece. What astonished him most was the shape of the object, reminiscent of a dragon. The dragon, a symbol deeply intertwined with the essence of Huaxia, serves as a revered totem and a majestic emblem of auspiciousness. The dragon's totem evokes memories of history from years past. In a flash of insight, a fragment appeared in Su Yang's mind, the 12 animal heads of the old summer palace. No wonder the design on this coffin appeared so familiar to him. This was indeed a crucial clue from the previous program Huaxia Treasures, which sought to recover national treasures lost overseas. After the destruction of the old summer palace, the 12 animal heads were lost. While many have since returned to the homeland, 5 remain scattered abroad, among which the most significant is the dragon's head. This year marks the year of the dragon. If the dragon's head were to return to the homeland this year, its significance would be immeasurable. Contemplating this, a wave of fervor surged within Su Yang. He retrieved a pair of white gloves, which he had unknowingly stowed away, and with great care, he cradled the copper artifact resembling a dragon, placing it atop the coffin lid. The audience in the live stream was immediately taken aback upon witnessing this object. What on earth? Is this what's inside the container? Why does it look so familiar? Goodness, the host is incredible. Could it truly be what I think it is? One of the 5 lost animal heads? And it's a dragon's head? No way. The dragon's head has been missing for so many years. How could the host possibly have caught it in just 5 minutes? This is like a movie. What is impossible about it? Ever since the host pulled up that hard drive, I believe anything he catches. Oh my God, if this dragon's head is authentic, the host has accomplished something monumental. This is far beyond a mere prize of hundreds of thousands. This is outrageous. Is there anything the host can't reel in except fish? Is anyone calling the police? If this is real, there should be officers on the scene. Amidst the crowd, interactions flared up in the live chat, prompting someone to shout for the police. Lu Xiaobao, present among the onlookers, quickly grasped the situation. Trembling, he fumbled for his phone to alert the authorities. Panic washed over him, a sensation he had never experienced before. Just minutes earlier, he had learned from Wang Bingbing's assistant about the backgrounds of the 3 individuals who had just arrived. It is no exaggeration to say that before participating in the program, the highest-ranking official Lu Xiaobao had encountered was the village's head secretary. The first time he met the program director after joining, he was so nervous he could hardly stand. Since teaming up with Su Yang for the show, he had encountered the captain of the sub-bureau, the director of the Public Security Bureau, and even the mayor, each more fantastical than the last. Now, individuals from Kyoto, figures typically seen only on the evening news, stood before him in the flesh. Lu Xiaobao felt utterly dazed. However, when his brother emerged from the coffin, cradling a red bronze ornament resembling a dragon, Lu Xiaobao nearly fell to his knees in astonishment. This object bore an uncanny resemblance to the dragon head depicted in the burning of the old summer palace. The onlookers may have been oblivious, but Lu Xiaobao was acutely aware of his brother's capabilities. With a staggering probability of 99, 999, 999, this artifact was undoubtedly authentic. Trusting his instincts, beads of cold sweat formed on Lu Xiaobao's forehead, and he had no doubts about his brother's prowess. He had to call the police. It was imperative. If word got out that this piece was genuine, what would happen if people rushed to seize it? Trembling, he pressed the emergency number. Although the other onlookers could not immediately share Lu Xiaobao's faith in Su Yang's abilities, a keen-eyed internet user had already unearthed the identities of the 3 individuals associated with Yang Yuan. Coupled with Wang Bingbing's respectful demeanor towards Yang Yuan, the murmurs among the crowd grew louder. Wow, I knew this was no ordinary matter. But honestly, I can't even begin to fathom that the streamer might have actually hooked a dragon head. Do you think the streamer is a deity? This thing doesn't seem technologically advanced. It's merely a red bronze ornament. A quick search online could reveal that even counterfeit items can be produced. It's just a craft piece. How difficult can it be? Mate, you have a point. But let us be real. If this were a fake, why would so many notable figures be present? Are they just idly wasting time? Come on, do you get it? Even if 3D printing technology could reproduce such a craft, it would be impossible to incorporate precious metals. To put it simply, it cannot be replicated. The discussions among the crowd were unknown to Su Yang, who was intently gazing at the red bronze ornament atop the coffin, his mind racing with thoughts. He scrutinized the surface for signs of age. The difficulty of replicating the beast head was immense, and typically individuals or organizations would refrain from such endeavors. Genuine beast heads were auctioned, and private transactions carried too much risk. Moreover, even if a replica were created, it would be inconceivable to place it within a coffin equipped with mechanisms. Furthermore, the intricate patterns on this coffin were clues sought by the Cultural Relics Bureau for the return of the beast heads. After thorough contemplation, Su Yang was nearly certain that this was indeed the true dragon head. Deep down, in his heart, he hoped that during the year of the dragon, the head could find its way home. A century had passed, and contemporary China was no longer the China of old. Back then, it was at the mercy of others, unable to protect its own cultural treasures, which drifted overseas to various corners of the world. The motherland had been desperately seeking them. Yet the path to their return was fraught with obstacles. Some beast heads had not even been afforded a chance to come home. Reflecting on this, Su Yang was overwhelmed with emotion, unable to resist caressing a corner of the dragon head. This gesture once again stirred the hearts of the audience watching the live stream. Wow, the streamer has truly elevated his perspective. Regardless of whether this is indeed the dragon head, his action undoubtedly evokes memories of our glorious past. Much love for the streamer. I harbor a personal desire that the dragon head that the host has fished out is indeed genuine. And I fervently hope that the beast heads lost overseas will return to the embrace of our motherland. As the audience in the live stream was incessantly commenting, a frail yet resonant voice suddenly pierced through the atmosphere, trembling unmistakably. It is indeed it. Chapter 39. He is the embodiment of miracles. The voice echoed like thunder, capturing everyone's attention. As Liu Xiaobao turned, the camera positioned on his shoulder faced Elder Xia directly. Wow, I recognize this old man. He is a living fossil of Chinese archaeology, a figure who single-handedly supports half of the field. Why is he here? I have a vague premonition. Could it be that the elder came specifically to meet the host? Don't feel it too deeply. If you feel it, you are right. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised by anything that occurs around the host. Indeed, it is Elder Xia. He is my idol. He has preserved half of our cultural heritage. Without him, who knows how many artifacts would have been lost overseas. Brothers, this is extraordinary. I've just checked on Baidu. Elder Xia alone has authenticated 5 beast heads that returned to our homeland. The implications are chilling. The ornament resembling a dragon. Could it be that the host has indeed fished out a dragon head? Fishing for a dragon head in the year of the dragon? If it is true, the significance is monumental. Whether or not it is a genuine dragon head, Elder Xia would ascertain with just a glance. I must take leave today. I need to uncover the truth. At the scene, Wang Bingbing, upon seeing Elder Xia behind Yang Yuan, gasped in astonishment. The mere presence of Yang Yuan was already shocking. But now he stood alongside Elder Xia, a titan of Chinese archaeology. Wang Bingbing felt her scalp tingle. It is known that due to health reasons, Elder Xia does not emerge unless it is a historic event. And here he was. Moreover, the Minister of the Culture Department, a figure who belongs only on television, was also present. What a formidable combination. Each individual is a towering figure within the crowd. Contemplating this, she glanced at Su Yang. The man she admired was truly remarkable. Could he really just be an unremarkable fishing host? It was simply inconceivable. More terrifyingly, the simultaneous presence of these 3 individuals suggested that the dragon head Su Yang had caught might indeed be authentic. In that moment, Wang Bingbing found it hard to fathom the implications. If Su Yang truly had fished up a dragon head, what an extraordinary achievement that would be. While Wang Bingbing was still in shock, Elder Xia approached Su Yang with the aid of his cane, his silver hair shining and his spirit vibrant. You are Su Yang? My surname is Xia. You are quite impressive, young man. Su Yang had long been aware of the 3 individuals who had just arrived on the scene. With a single glance, he could ascertain that the identities of these 3 individuals were anything but ordinary. It was only upon hearing the voice of Elder Xia engaging him in conversation that a spark ignited in Su Yang's mind. This voice was one he had just heard the previous night, during the program about the treasures of Huaxia. With this realization, Su Yang transformed his previously nonchalant demeanor into one of gravitas. Extending his right hand, he clasped hand with Elder Xia. Hello, Elder Xia. My name is Su Yang. It is an honor to meet you. Elder Xia observed Su Yang's composed and dignified manner, and a hint of admiration flickered in his eyes. May I have a look at the item you retrieved? Elder Xia inquired eagerly, glancing intently at Su Yang's back. Su Yang stepped aside, revealing the red copper ornament behind him. Despite having envisioned this moment countless times, the instant Elder Xia laid eyes upon the ornament, his expression became unrestrained. Leaning on his cane, he approached the dragon's head, scrutinizing it with utmost care. As time slipped by, beads of sweat began to form on Elder Xia's forehead. Young Yuan, witnessing this, intended to wipe the sweat from Elder Xia's brow, but was firmly pushed away by Elder Xia, whose gaze remained fixated on the ornament. The sight of the esteemed director of the Archaeology Institute of Jingda being rebuffed sent the live chat into a frenzy. Wow, it's undeniably authentic. Just look at Elder Xia's movements. He is clearly anxious about anyone touching the dragon's head. My goodness, I am losing my mind. Can a mere Air Force fisherman truly have caught this? It's simply remarkable. Really? You base your judgment on a single action? Isn't that a bit hasty? Those of you upstairs clearly don't understand Elder Xia. His stature wouldn't allow him to become so agitated over trivial matters. No. Even a bomb disposal expert isn't fazed by such things. It's merely a dragon's head. It seems the host has once again achieved something extraordinary. I envy him greatly. Every day, he either accomplishes something or is on the verge of doing so. My envy is overwhelming. My egg roll has lost its appeal. By the way, can Elder Xia truly determine the authenticity of this dragon's head just by looking at it? I'm simply too curious. This is a moment to witness a miracle. As this barrage of comments flooded the chat, the spectators in the live stream grew increasingly tense. Who wouldn't wish to witness a historic moment? At this juncture, a pin dropping could be heard amidst the profound silence. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Elder Xia produced a pair of white gloves from his pocket and addressed Yang Yuan. Please fetch the metal detector. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Why would Elder Xia require a metal detector for such items? Though he pondered this, he promptly handed over a black case to Elder Xia. Just as Elder Xia accepted the case, he turned to Su Yang and said, "Young man, since you were the one to discover this dragon's head, you shall be the one to witness this miracle." Elder Xia's expression was warm and benevolent, yet Yang Yuan and Li Bu, overhearing this, were taken aback. After following Elder Xia for half their lives, they were well aware of his habits. He was a person who dedicated his entire life to diligence and meticulousness, embodying an unwavering commitment to his work. How could he possibly entrust such a crucial identification to another after only completing half of it himself? It seemed as though his own master had completely abandoned his principles upon encountering Su Yang, as if the established rules no longer held any significance. At this thought, Yang Yuan cast a glance at Su Yang, his eyes tinged with a hint of resentment. If it weren't for the presence of others, he would have felt compelled to pat Su Yang on the shoulder and exclaim, "My friend, who exactly is the disciple of Master Xia here?" Upon hearing Master Xia's decision, Su Yang too was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, he accepted the metal detector from Master Xia's hands. Witnessing Su Yang's actions left Yang Yuan utterly perplexed. Did this young man believe he was wielding a magic wand? Did he possess any understanding of how to utilize such an instrument? Master Xia was merely being polite. This lad truly seemed oblivious to his own standing. Meanwhile, the onlookers collectively held their breath in anticipation, ready to witness a genuine miracle. Chapter 40. Is your dragon head genuine? Under the scrutiny of all present, Su Yang adeptly retrieved the metal detector, adjusting the parameters and positioning the detection panel horizontally. With a click, he turned the device on. This sequence of actions once again left the crowd in awe. Wang Bingbing could hardly conceal her astonishment. She would believe Su Yang could fish, as that was a popular pastime. She could also accept his skills as a hacker, attributing it to a hobby. However, why did he also know how to defuse bombs, and now he could operate a metal detector as well? What on earth was this young man's true identity? Such knowledge could not possibly belong to an ordinary fisherman. On the other side, Yang Yuan's gaze toward Su Yang suddenly shifted. This metal detector was not one that could simply be purchased from Taobao. It was a specialized instrument used exclusively at their academy. Every PhD student in the archaeology department was required to learn how to operate such professional equipment upon enrollment. Moreover, the parameters of the metal detector were notoriously difficult to adjust. How could Su Yang possibly possess such expertise? Not only did he know how to use it, but he also appeared remarkably proficient. The viewers in the live stream witnessed Su Yang's performance and immediately began to rally in support. Indeed, he is my idol. I always said there is nothing a streamer cannot accomplish. I am completely at a loss for words. How does he even know how to operate such a complex device? This is far from something one would typically encounter. I am forever devoted to my idol. The streamer never fails to impress. This morning's event was truly worth witnessing. A milestone in the history of Chinese cultural relics. Oh my goodness, the streamer is incredibly handsome. Those who know him saw him pull a dragon head from the coffin. Those who don't would think he was retrieving a talisman from a display case. Wow, wow, wow. The streamer is moving in. P.S. taking the metal detector over there. As the live stream buzzed with excitement, Su Yang proceeded to sweep the metal detector across various angles of the dragon head. The metallic sound of the machine reverberated throughout every corner of the venue. As Su Yang retracted the instrument, a series of test results appeared on the screen. The target contains multiple precious metals with specific metal values. Upon seeing this phrase on the display, old Xia's pupils constricted sharply. Although he had already harbored a strong premonition upon first laying eyes on the dragon head, at this moment, his heart still trembled violently. The dragon head, once lost overseas, had become a legend on the island, its whereabouts unknown. In the year of the dragon, it was miraculously reeled in by an airman. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, if he had not been present, he could scarcely believe that what he had searched for his entire life had been so effortlessly caught by an airman. Standing behind old Xia, Yang Yuan was equally astonished. He certainly understood what the metallic sound signified. Unable to conceal his excitement, he noticed his teacher's reddening eyes, which stirred profound emotions within him. His teacher, who had dedicated his life to the preservation of Chinese cultural relics, had harbored the greatest wish of seeing the 12 zodiac heads once more in his lifetime. Yet the dragon head had remained elusive. In this moment, his teacher's dream was finally fulfilled. With this thought, he spoke with fervent enthusiasm, Mr. Su Yang. This dragon head is indeed genuine. You are truly a great benefactor to our nation. Upon uttering this, Yang Yuan nearly lost his composure. As a cultural relics worker, no matter how proficient he became in his craft, he could not change history. Each time, he beheld the treasures of China that had been lost to foreign lands. The pain in his heart was indescribable. Yet this young man before him, whose appearance matched his reliability, had managed to bring a national treasure home. At this moment, Yang Yuan felt utterly overwhelmed. If not for the fear of startling Su Yang, he would have wanted to give him a heartfelt embrace. Observing the esteemed founders of Chinese archaeology before him, Su Yang smiled slightly and politely replied, "It is nothing. This is what every Chinese person ought to do." Goodness! Upon hearing Su Yang's words, old Xia could no longer contain his emotions, and his eyes instantly welled with tears. Look, look! This is the true embodiment of our nation's fine youth. This is the star that young people should aspire to. Throughout his life, he had encountered many individuals. Some, along the way, became lost in themselves, letting small achievements inflate their egos. Yet the young man before him had maintained a demeanor of humility since arriving on the scene. Just as old Xia was filled with profound reflections, his personal phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, old Xia was puzzled. How could this individual, who only studied the zodiac heads, have the time to call him? Though perplexed, he pressed the answer button. As the call connected, an excited voice burst forth from the speaker. "Old Xia, I have wonderful news for you. I have found the dragon head. I have gathered all 12 zodiac heads." Upon hearing these words, Elder Xia's expression immediately grew peculiar. He glanced at the phone in his hand, then turned to look at Su Yang beside him, realizing that this situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. At that moment, the person on the other end of the line, noticing Elder Xia's silence, promptly began to tease him. "Elder Xia, what's the matter? Have I rendered you speechless?" "Surely not. Is it not merely a matter of collecting the 12 bronze heads of the old summer palace? Give yourself another 20 years, and you could achieve something similar." Hearing the teasing tone of old Wang on the other end, Elder Xia felt an immense surge of anger. The dragon head was clearly right in front of him, and yet old Wang had the audacity to claim he had found it himself. At his age, was he resorting to lies just to compete with him? It was utterly incomprehensible. "Old Wang, you claim to have gathered the 12 bronze heads? Do you have any idea why I am in Haicheng? A young man named Su Yang has fished out the dragon head. At your age, do you dare to lie?" Elder Xia, leaning on his cane, cast a glance at the composed Su Yang, his anger boiling over. The old man on the other end of the line, despite his years, was less mature than the young man standing before him. Unexpectedly, after Elder Xia finished his statement, an even more boisterous laughter erupted from the other end. "Elder Xia, are you regressing with age? Fishing out a dragon head? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? On the other end of the line stood an elderly man with graying hair, holding the phone in his left hand and a magnifying glass in his right. It was indeed old Wang. He bent over, smiling as he examined the object placed before him. To his astonishment, old Wang had a dragon head on his workbench as well, identical to the one that Su Yang had caught. Chapter 41. A Sinister Conspiracy. In a laboratory at a research institute in Kyoto, old Wang meticulously observed the bronze head laid out before him. Hearing Elder Xia's words on the phone nearly drove him to slam it down in frustration. How could this be? After a lifetime dedicated to archaeology, gathering the 12 bronze heads was a dream he had cherished even in his sleep. Since last year, upon learning of the dragon head's whereabouts, he had forsaken food and rest, employing every method to locate the seller. He even traveled to Eagle Country twice. From verifying the authenticity of the dragon head to masquerading as a merchant to facilitate its return home, a team of over a dozen had labored for more than a year. Today, they had finally retrieved the dragon head from customs. The moment the dragon head was unveiled in the laboratory, he was eager to share the news with Elder Xia. Yet, this elder seemed to be losing his faculties, claiming that he too had just discovered a dragon head. Did he think it was a mere trinket available in bulk at the Northgate wholesale market? The more old Wang pondered, the angrier he became. Reflecting on the arduous efforts of his team over the past year, he continued to yell into the phone, "Elder Xia, are you blind? Can you not discern between the genuine and the counterfeit? This one before me has just been authenticated, and I am uncertain of its authenticity." Through the phone, Elder Xia could sense the palpable fury radiating from old Wang. However, upon hearing the words of old Wang, old Xia tugged at his beard, growing increasingly irate. He spoke into the phone with a raised voice. "I do not care what nonsense you have in front of you. I have just verified this one before me. Are you questioning my professional abilities?" After shouting the final words, old Xia nearly lost his breath. To his surprise, old Wang on the other end not only showed no sign of remorse, but raised his voice even higher. "Are you deliberately opposing me? Am I doubting your capabilities? Pray tell, where did this dragon's head come from?" Upon uttering this, old Wang could hardly contain his laughter, contemplating whether he should purchase some supplements to prevent senile dementia for old Xia. The fact that a fisherman could confidently assert the authenticity of the object he caught was preposterous. Hadn't he spent over a year sourcing this item from overseas? It was simply unfathomable. While old Wang was lost in thought, he was unprepared for old Xia's next proclamation, delivered in a tone he had never before encountered. "Let me tell you, I firmly believe in Su Yang. Whether you choose to believe it or not is your affair. If you doubt, come and see for yourself." Before old Wang could react, old Xia abruptly hung up the phone. Listening to the busy signal, old Wang, in a fit of anger, hurled his phone away and shouted at his assistant beside him, "Let us go to Haicheng." That stubborn old man shed a tear until he seized the coffin. Meanwhile, at the Haicheng site, old Xia, equally enraged, tossed the phone to Director Yang. "That old Wang is truly infuriating. It is undoubtedly the coffin caught by Su Yang, revealing the dragon's head. He didn't even need a metal detector to ascertain its authenticity. How can he not believe it? Can I not discern this trivial matter of authenticity? What was that saying? It's simply outrageous, absurd to the extreme. If old Wang dares to come to the site, I will make him eat his words right there." With this thought, he glanced at Su Yang, his mood lifting slightly. He had not intentionally spoken loudly, yet those around him had nearly caught every word he uttered. The crowd was filled with surprise and disbelief, their gazes at the dragon's head tinged with skepticism. Only the young man before them remained composed, as if he had not heard the entire exchange. Simultaneously, the onlookers, having overheard old Xia's conversation, began to speculate about its contents. As old Xia hung up, the crowd erupted in discussion. "Wow, did you hear that phone call? There's another dragon's head. I was right behind him, and I heard it clearly. It seems another expert has also found a dragon's head, supposedly after great effort from overseas. To be fair, I think this one is more credible than that fisherman-s. Perhaps it is the fake one. Is that even possible? If it were fake, could old Xia not tell? It is possible to be misled, for the counterfeit can appear more authentic than the genuine, and perhaps the instruments are incapable of discerning the truth." The onlookers at the scene were abuzz with speculation. Likewise, the viewers in the live stream were equally vocal. Some even managed to uncover the identity of the individual who contacted Mr. Xia. "Brothers, unbelievable. I have discovered who called Mr. Xia. This is a tale of envy and rivalry. Oh, What is this? Could it be someone of equal stature to Mr. Xia? An expert as well? Not just any expert. He is a doctoral supervisor and a recipient of a state council stipend, specializing in Qing culture with a particular expertise in the animal heads. Goodness, could the host have fallen for a counterfeit this time? Has he hooked a fake animal head? If there were only the hostess find, I would have no doubts about its authenticity. However, the existence of another one complicates matters. The drama unfolds. There are indeed two animal heads. I heard someone mention that another expert is en route to the scene. Given the host's composed demeanor and his apparent bomb disposal skills, I stand by the host. I too support the host. Moreover, the coffin he retrieved appears to remain unopened, and the host even knows where the mechanism is. At this point, our words carry little weight. Even the two experts cannot reach a consensus. We must await the live comparison of the two dragon heads. The viewers in the live stream buzzed with excitement. Meanwhile, across the ocean, in the land of eagles, a middle-aged man with golden hair and blue eyes stood by the window. Speaking in halting Mandarin, he addressed a Chinese man behind him. Have both been located? The Chinese man nodded, his tone tinged with excitement. The one we handled has already changed hands to a Chinese expert. The other one, it is said, was caught by a fishing livestream host. Upon hearing this, the golden-haired man nodded in satisfaction. Keep a close watch. Do not allow any slip-ups. At all costs, we must retrieve the dragon head from within the coffin and bring it back to the land of eagles. Chapter 42. An epic appraisal of treasures. Authenticity of the dragon heads. At the scene in Haicheng, the whirring of helicopter blades grew louder as it approached. Those with keen eyes recognized that a significant figure was arriving. What ordinary person would travel by helicopter? As expected, the helicopter landed and several elderly gentlemen emerged. All over 50, with thinning hair, bottle-bottom glasses, and solemn expressions, typical scholars. Leading the group was a short, sprightly man with silver hair, followed by a slightly younger individual carrying a large box. Upon alighting, they had a clear objective. They headed straight for Su Yang. The onlookers, still digesting the previous information, were instantly served a new revelation. Goodness, I've seen that old man before. Just 5 minutes ago, while researching Mr. Xia on Baidu, I came across a photo of the two together. What does this mean? Are they associated? Are they friends? The nature of their relationship remains uncertain, yet the intrigue deepens. This venerable gentleman is indeed remarkable, and he is a distinguished archaeologist specializing in the Qing dynasty. How on earth did he arrive at the scene? Could it be that Elder Xia was just speaking with him? And what about that individual with the dragon head? My goodness, is it possible that the box he is holding contains another dragon head? By the heavens, I have found it. This old man is named Wang Song, an esteemed professor at the Huada Archaeological Institute. It is said that their relationship can be described as one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. How astonishing. This fisherman has managed to attract two experts simultaneously to the scene. The presence of such an expert indicates that something significant must have transpired. Quickly, let me ascertain what has occurred. The noise of the helicopter caught not only the attention of the onlookers, but also drew the gaze of Su Yang and everyone surrounding Elder Xia. Director Yang was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, Wang Lao actually came. Stealing a glance at his mentor's expression, he felt a tinge of concern. He undoubtedly believed in his mentor's professional capabilities. However, the fact that Wang Lao personally brought the dragon head to Haicheng suggested he was not one to undertake ventures without certainty. He must be intent on overshadowing his mentor. A sense of unease began to creep into Yang's mind. He noticed that Su Yang had not spared him a glance. Inwardly, he mused that this fisherman was truly a troublemaker. Meanwhile, the national goddess, standing beside Director Yang, upon witnessing Wang Lao's arrival, had her pupils dilate in surprise. Wang Lao is here too. If Elder Xia is a figure who has contributed half of the narrative of Chinese artifacts, then Wang Lao certainly accounts for the other half. Wang Bingbing was utterly astonished. At this moment, in Haicheng, two monumental figures have been summoned. Generally, even in the capital, it is rare for both of them to be stirred into action simultaneously. Seeing Wang Lao here, along with the large box beside him, she could intuitively discern his intentions. At this thought, Bingbing cast a speechless glance at Su Yang, feeling a pang of anxiety for him. How can you remain so focused on admiring the dragon head when you are entangled in such a significant matter? At that moment, Su Yang was entirely absorbed in the dragon head and coffin, offering no attention to anyone else. His expression remained calm, revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. The camera perched on Lu Xiaobao's shoulder was perfectly positioned to capture Su Yang's profile. The viewers in a live stream were instantaneously diverted. Just based on the host's calm demeanor, I am absolutely convinced of his prowess. Are you really believing in the host's capabilities? Is it merely due to his looks? What a world obsessed with appearances. How dare you suggest the host lacks skill? It has been decades since two titans of archaeology have appeared together. Which Air Force personnel in China could achieve this? Oh my, just thinking about it is exhilarating. That old gentleman who just arrived should hasten to open the box and confirm if things are as I suspect. Indeed, this is not the moment to discuss the host's looks. We need to ascertain whether there are indeed two dragon heads, and which is genuine and which is a counterfeit. The viewers were animatedly discussing these matters. Old Master Xia gazed at Old Master Wang, who approached him bearing a large chest. With a slight twitch of his lips, he addressed Wang. You truly are relentless, arriving here despite everything. Upon hearing Xia's words, Wang's expression, already fraught with urgency, tightened further. His silver hair gleamed as he spoke with robust vigor. Why should I refrain from coming? Only the guilty would stay away. As they drew nearer, Wang's eyes fell upon Su Yang and the dragon head before him, causing a jolt of astonishment to course through him. The deep purplish hue and the intricate, crack-like structures encircling the dragon's brow were unmistakable, as were the signs of fracture on the dragon's snout. The more he scrutinized, the tighter his brow furrowed, with doubt creeping into his mind. Noticing Wang's expression, Xia felt no surprise. He let out a derisive snort. You old fool. Could I possibly be mistaken? What Su Yang has caught is genuine, without a doubt. He shot Wang a reproachful glance. Nevertheless, Wang remained silent, although suspicion lingered in his heart. He cast a sidelong glance at Xia and then called out to those behind him, quickly, bring forth the chest. His words sparked a flurry of chatter among the crowd. Did you hear that? I was right. The old man has indeed brought another dragon head. Excitement rippled through the audience. Ah, this is going to be entertaining. After all, only one can be authentic. There cannot be two genuine dragon heads in Huaxia. The atmosphere was electric, akin to a live treasure appraisal, where the item in question was a national treasure beyond monetary valuation, and the appraisers were titans of the archaeological realm. This is a monumental event in Huaxia's archaeological history. Brothers, may I borrow a spot? This must be documented in full. As the crowd murmured, their attention turned to a middle-aged man who, with deliberate steps, approached Su Yang and the others while cradling the large chest. Gently, he placed the chest on the steps beside the coffin. Donning white gloves, the man meticulously peeled away the layers of plastic wrap. With a definitive click, the locks released and the sides of the chest fell away, revealing a transparent glass case that housed, indeed, a dragon head. The dragon head was an exact replica of the one before Su Yang. Wang's voice rang out once more. Old Xia, let us not jump to conclusions. Can you assert that this one is fake? As Wang's words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Even Xia, who had earlier wore a mocking grin, now sported a grave expression. All eyes were fixed intently on the display, with Yang's mouth agape, betraying his disbelief. The two dragon heads, whether in their bronze hue or the intricate details of the brow and snout, were indistinguishable. Yang's heart raced, while Wang Bingbing, too, shed her earlier composure, nearly gasping in astonishment. How could there exist two identical dragon heads? Even a 3-year-old child knows that the summer palace housed but one dragon head. Upon witnessing the grave expressions of these two experts, even the most oblivious individuals present could discern that a significant predicament had arisen. An atmosphere thick with tension enveloped the room. Unexpectedly, the two experts spoke almost in unison. Old Wang, where on earth did you procure this dragon head? You claim it was caught by a fisherman? Their simultaneous inquiries revealed a shared understanding. It was a rare sight indeed. Merely by appearance, the two dragon heads were indistinguishable. Furthermore, every detail aligned perfectly. Wang Lao and his entourage of state-subsidized elders furrowed their brows, their gazes oscillating between the two dragon heads. The earlier palpable tension had dissipated entirely. Neither expert uttered a word, yet their knitted brows betrayed their emotional turmoil. Originally intent on undermining his rival, Wang Lao now observed the dragon head caught by Su Yang, lost in deep contemplation. He did not require a metal detector. After dedicating his life to the study of animal heads, he could not help but suspect that if he had not brought one himself, he would have immediately concluded that this fisherman had indeed caught a genuine dragon head. Regardless of its origins, be it caught or excavated, as old Xia would say, the false cannot become true, and the true cannot become false, even if he were reluctant to admit it. The current reality was that he could not distinguish between the two. It was utterly laughable. After a lifetime of studying animal heads, he now found himself unable to discern which was authentic and which was counterfeit. Simultaneously, old Xia's sentiments were scarcely more favorable than those of Wang Lao. Initially believing that old Wang was being unreasonable and deliberately obstructive, he thought that once he witnessed the dragon head caught by Su Yang, the truth would become evident. However, he could never have anticipated that the situation would unfold in such an unpredictable manner. Old Wang had indeed arrived, cradling the dragon head he had discovered. The moment he laid eyes on it, the shock he felt was akin to that of first seeing Su Yang's catch. These two dragon heads were truly identical. Old Xia cast a sidelong glance at Su Yang. Observing Su Yang's nonchalant demeanor, old Xia scoffed. This fisherman had unwittingly posed a conundrum not just for them, but for the entirety of Chinese archaeology. If both were forgeries, that would be one matter, but these two clearly appeared genuine. How could there possibly be two identical dragon heads? Wang Bingbing had anticipated a grand spectacle today, but never envisioned it would transpire in such a manner. Across the vast expanse of China, if neither old Xia nor old Wang could ascertain the authenticity of these objects, it would not be an exaggeration to assert that no one else in the country could determine the truth of these two dragon heads. What had begun as a fishing live stream had unexpectedly devolved into a drama reminiscent of the tale of the true and false Monkey Kings. Bingbing silently brainstormed potential headlines for today's news, her mind racing with possibilities. Minutes passed, and the atmosphere remained thick with varied thoughts, as no one dared to break the silence. Suddenly, an elderly gentleman, closest to Wang Lao, adjusted his reading glasses and approached the dragon head caught by Su Yang. Casting a glance at Wang, he turned decisively towards Elder Xia, stating unequivocally that the two dragon heads were indistinguishable to the naked eye, with the results from the metal detector being identical. If that were the case, then it must certainly be a counterfeit. Upon hearing this, Dean Yang was immediately enraged to the point of laughter. Director Deng, you must take responsibility for your words. There has yet to be a conclusion. On what grounds do you declare our findings false? Director Deng squinted, glancing at the composed Su Yang beside him. What more is there to discuss? Do you truly believe that such a significant national treasure could be caught by a mere fisherman? Dean Yang, upon hearing this, felt somewhat stifled, momentarily at a loss for words. However, just a second prior, Elder Xia, who had been fixated on the dragon head, immediately sprang to his feet upon hearing this remark. Even heroes question their origins. Who says that a fisherman cannot reel in something genuine? Upon hearing Elder Xia's interjection, Wang also grew anxious. Surely, after investing over a year to find this dragon head, you cannot claim it to be false. You say it's fake? Where's the evidence? Speak. As the two eminent figures began to voice their opinions, the atmosphere in the room instantly became lively. Neither side was willing to concede, leading to a commotion reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. The energy in the room was palpable, with some supporting Su Yang and others doubting his credibility. The audience in the live stream, not to be outdone, chimed in as well. Wow, the host is incredible. The experts are actually arguing. Because of him. No, brothers. Aren't these two the most esteemed archaeological experts in China? How can they not discern authenticity? The host is impressive. Catching a dragon head is one thing, but now he's inadvertently posed an unsolvable dilemma for the experts. How will this conclude? What the last person said makes sense. Which reputable national treasure was caught by fishing? Is the host about to face a downfall? Last time during the bomb disposal, some said the host would fail, and what happened? He remained unscathed. The brother above? That phrase isn't used quite right. A surge of spectators flocked into the live stream, the unprecedented traffic capturing the platform's attention. Within mere minutes, keywords related to Su Yang and the dragon head dominated the trending lists. Epic treasure appraisal, authentic or counterfeit dragon head, Air Force expert faces archaeological dilemma. Almost every title was followed by the word explosive. The live stream witnessed a frenzy of incoming traffic, with nearly every individual engaged in archaeology flocking to Su Yang's broadcast. In just a few moments, the popularity of the live stream skyrocketed, surpassing 7 million viewers. Even the heads of the streaming platform, had they not witnessed it firsthand, would have found it hard to believe. Meanwhile, the commotion in the room resembled a bustling market in northeast China at 7 in the morning. Just as neither side was willing to yield, Su Yang, who had remained silent until now, spoke softly with a cool tone. "That is fake." The declaration struck like thunder, leaving the entire venue in stunned silence. Chapter 44. Su Yang unravels the mystery. The minds of everyone present buzzed, akin to an overwhelming 80 decibel sound. All eyes converged on Su Yang, the airman who had pulled up the dragon head. What he just claimed. Fake. In an instant, everyone present felt as if they were caught in a mirage. The director Deng, who had just been quarreling with Dean Yang, cast a disdainful glance at Su Yang, scoffing coldly. Are the youth of today so prone to uttering nonsense? After uttering this remark, director Deng slowly turned his gaze towards Su Yang, his eyes brimming with contempt. Do you believe you surpass the experts, or perhaps even the esteemed head of the Archaeological Institute at Kyoto University? His words instantly stirred a tempest of murmurs among the crowd. Wang Bingbing shot a worried glance at Su Yang, her almond-shaped eyes filled with concern. This was not merely a matter of standing idly by. Those unfamiliar with the field may not realize that success in this profession is not merely a matter of talent. It is the result of rigorous daily immersion in artifacts, honing one's discerning eye through relentless monotony that causes many to falter. Individuals like Elder Xia and Elder Wang, who have achieved mastery in this domain, truly embody the adage that one must be a little mad to succeed. Yet, Su Yang, being so young, had a background devoid of any archaeological relevance in her work. How could she possibly discern the authenticity of the beast's head? This thought made Bing Bing feel a pang of anxiety for Su Yang. She could hardly bear to witness someone she admired being publicly humiliated. The voices of the onlookers rose in a crescendo, with many deeming Su Yang to be delusional. Her credibility had plummeted. What could this fisherman possibly be thinking, being so unreliable in his speech? Indeed, with so many archaeological experts present, including 2 top-tier specialists, how could a mere fisherman claim to identify the authenticity of an artifact? Moreover, he had the audacity to assert that someone else's dragon head was a forgery. How bizarre. It seemed this fisherman was rather unwell in the head. He did not appear to be the sort to make such unfounded claims. What could he possibly be thinking? You know nothing. Can't you have a little faith in the host? Is it such a monumental task to recognize a dragon head? It's not as if it's akin to defusing a bomb. Exactly. Clearly, you are newcomers, lacking worldly experience. Do you recall the last time someone attempted to defuse a bomb? Didn't they end up being ridiculed? An uninformed host, this endeavor is certainly less challenging than bomb disposal. And besides, how can you be so sure that the host is incapable of discerning the truth? What if he knows? Upon hearing the crowd's chatter, Elder Wang let out a cold huff. The audience's perception was indeed quite sharp. He could hardly be bothered to engage in trivial banter with Su Yang, and instead, he turned directly to Elder Xia. Is this the individual you hold in such high regard? What a farce. After a lifetime in archaeology, Elder Xia, I fear you are risking your own reputation this time. The moment those words escaped his lips, Dean Yang's expression shifted dramatically. His mentor had devoted himself diligently to the field of archaeology, and differing opinions during artifact appraisal were entirely normal. Yet, Wang's statement implied that Su Yang was merely spouting nonsense, and that his own mentor was blind to the truth, sheltering her. Even if Elder Wang was a respected figure in this profession, Dean Yang could not stand idly by while he insulted his mentor. His tone bore unmistakable reproach. Elder Wang, what do you mean by that? Elder Wang let out a light snort, as if recalling something, and suddenly broke into a sly smile before speaking. Old Xia, are you in a rush to achieve something because you are campaigning for the president next month? Upon hearing this, Yang Yuan immediately became flustered. His face flushed with indignation as he attempted to retort. Suddenly, a silver cane appeared before him. Turning around, he saw his master, whose expression was unusually calm. Looking at Master Wang, his previously murky eyes now appeared unexpectedly clear. Let's first hear what Su Yang has to say before reaching a conclusion. The viewers in the live stream were astonished by this scene, expressing their disbelief. A former Air Force member transformed into an appraisal expert? And Old Xia is supporting him? Incredible. An archaeological epic, the authenticity of the treasure is in question. Old Xia seems to have a thick filter for the host. Even though the expert who arrived later spoke harshly, how could a fishing streamer appraise the dragon head? I admire the host's looks, but truth be told, artifacts are not like decrypting a hard drive. This requires discernment. It takes a lifetime of experience among artifacts to develop such skills. From the rooftop, a rational analysis. Every situation is different. It seems the host is not optimistic this time. Wow, Old Xia truly loves the host. He even suggested letting the host express his views first. What serious insights can a fishing streamer provide? It's fine if the host embarrasses himself, but he must not drag Old Xia down with him. Otherwise, his reputation will be tarnished. It's evident he is now supporting the host. The discussions in the live stream were, of course, invisible to Su Yang. Upon hearing Old Xia's words, a fleeting glance of gratitude crossed his eyes. Master Wang, noticing this, sneered coldly. Having been present for so long, he finally directed his full attention to Su Yang. A pretty boy like him dares to brazenly claim that the dragon head he brought is fake? The thought made Master Wang chuckle in anger. Very well. I shall grant you an opportunity to avoid others accusing me of bullying the weak. With that, he cast a meaningful glance at Old Xia. Old Xia, however, remained oblivious, giving a slight nod to Su Yang. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yang surveyed the crowd before speaking calmly. The dragon is the only one among the 12 zodiac signs without a physical prototype. It symbolizes the spirit of Huaxia. The 12 animal heads of the old summer palace represent the 12 hours of the day, with each head spouting water at its designated hour. Just as Su Yang reached this point, Director Deng impatiently interrupted him. Don't waste everyone's time with things that can be found on Baidu. Su Yang was taken aback, and Old Xia frowned. Meanwhile, Master Wang acted as if he were oblivious. Su Yang raised his eyelids, shifting from his previously calm demeanor to a more serious tone. Expressionless, he continued, the fake animal heads may appear indistinguishable at first glance, but the water spouts within their tongues are incapable of producing water. As soon as he finished speaking, laughter erupted in the room, the derision palpable and impossible to ignore. Master Wang regarded Su Yang without any hint of mercy. Young man, I expected you to possess unique insights. The animal heads of the old summer palace can no longer be restored to their original structure. How can you prove that what you say is true? Chapter 45. The fisherman discovers the authentic dragon head. Upon overhearing the conversation between Old Wang and Su Yang, the murmurs of the onlookers grew increasingly fervent. Was the fisherman mad? Had he merely resorted to information gleaned from Baidu to deceive the masses, only to be exposed in such an embarrassing manner? Anyone who has undergone 9 years of compulsory education knows that the beast heads were used for timekeeping at the Summer Palace. It seems they were only in use for 3 years, as Emperor Qianlong forbade their usage, eventually opting for a manual method. Regardless of the means, the beast heads were taken by foreign invaders, and now they cannot be restored. Who knows the veracity of what the Air Force officer claims? Cunning indeed. Did he deliberately mention something unprovable, rendering his statement effectively meaningless, while salvaging his pride? What absurdity! If I cannot substantiate that what I say is false, then what I assert must be true. Surely, the Air Force officer does not intend to play such a game? The liar's paradox appears to be well within the Air Force officer's grasp. Is he not frequently deceptive? Initially, there were those who held a glimmer of expectation for Su Yang. However, upon his utterance regarding the beast head spouting water, not only did doubt arise among the crowd, but it also stirred the emotions of many in the archaeological community watching the live stream. Did the host not consider the implications of his words? The Summer Palace represents a deep-seated sorrow for countless Chinese citizens. Indeed, it seems a lapse in judgment. The dragon head is a national treasure returned from abroad, and the ruins of the Summer Palace stand as evidence of foreign aggression. To prove the authenticity of the dragon head, must one not return to its original site? I suspect the host knows it is impossible to verify, hence his remarks. This has turned into a game of wits. Is such behavior not excessive? Rushing from a lab to the host's live stream, as an archaeological worker, the return of the dragon head is a collective aspiration for all Chinese people. The host should not exploit this matter for his own amusement. Has he lost his mind in pursuit of accolades? Even Elder Xia, at his age, is bewildered by the host's antics. All right, let us disperse, brothers. I'm about to unfollow. This situation holds no suspense, judging by the host's actions. I am certain the dragon head he claims to have caught is a forgery. Voices of skepticism regarding Su Yang filled the live stream, and even some professionals in archaeology ceased to follow him due to his seemingly irresponsible remarks. The emotional intensity only escalated. Furthermore, some envious individuals seized the opportunity to undermine Su Yang's popularity, relentlessly stirring the pot online. The barrage of comments in the live stream became a blur, difficult to decipher. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the venue, after a brief period of discussion, returned to a tense calm. Old Wang wore a serious expression. Elder Xia's eyes betrayed his concern, and Wang Bingbing appeared utterly perplexed. Others in the crowd did not conceal their mockery. Almost every gaze was directed at Su Yang, as if they were witnessing him tumble into a pit of his own making, devoid of any sympathy. At that moment, while everyone was fixated on Su Yang's humiliation, a sudden shift in tone from Yang Yuan broke the tension. "Master, look here." Unbeknownst to anyone, Yang Yuan had crouched before the dragon head brought by Old Wang, shining a flashlight into one of its water spouts, his eyes wide with astonishment. In order to clarify matters for all present, Director Yang lifted the dragon head, facing it towards the audience. He first cast a look of astonishment at Su Yang before addressing the elders, Mr. Xia and Mr. Wang. The water outlet holes in the tongues of the two dragon heads are different. The one brought by Mr. Wang has a closed outlet. Before Yang's words had fully settled, Mr. Wang's voice sliced through the air with a resonant impossible. He stumbled back a step, only to be steadied by Director Deng. Mr. Wang snatched the flashlight from Yang's hand and directed its beam at the nasal bone of the dragon head. The dragon's tongue's water outlet remained shrouded in darkness. At that moment, Mr. Wang felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over him in the depths of winter, chilling him from the crown of his head to the tips of his fingers. This cannot be. Desperately, he seized the dragon head from Yang once more, unwilling to concede defeat. Yet the water outlet of the dragon's tongue still yielded no glimmer of light. Blood surged to his head, enveloping him in a consuming darkness. For no one knew better than he did that upon first receiving the dragon head, he had meticulously examined it. However, he had only glanced at the water outlet hole of the tongue. Few were aware that the design of the dragon head's water outlet differed fundamentally from that of other beast heads. For 3 years, the beast heads of the old summer palace operated on the principle of the dragon and phoenix water wheel, using gravity to spray water at each hour. However, Emperor Qianlong later altered this to a system of large water tanks being drawn up. All beast heads expelled water from their mouths. Yet, as the dragon head symbolized the spiritual totem of China, the ancients held a profound reverence for the dragon. The Son of Heaven was considered the embodiment of the dragon. Thus, the dragon head's water display had to be more magnificent and imposing than that of other beast heads. Otherwise, it would incur the severe sin of disrespect. Therefore, the dragon's nostrils were interconnected, enabling a more dramatic water display. Little did he expect that the issue would emerge from this very detail. Even more astonishing was that this fisherman had discerned such intricacies without any tools. "Mr. Wang, are you all right?" Director Deng's voice gently pulled him back to reality. The murmurs of the crowd caused Mr. Wang to sway once more. His right hand trembled as he retrieved his anti-hypertensive medication and swallowed it. His back was soaked with cold sweat. Meanwhile, Mr. Xia regarded Su Yang with a gaze that was nothing short of awe, almost as if seeing his own grandson-in-law. He felt a surge of emotions. Although he had felt an immediate connection with this young man upon their first meeting, the young man's current actions were utterly beyond his expectations. The design of the dragon head was unique among the beast heads. Its prolonged absence overseas had been a lingering concern for every Chinese person. To prevent malefactors from creating counterfeit replicas, all research details regarding the dragon head were classified documents. Aside from their cohort of old-timers, even the students newly entering this field were completely in the dark. Yet, Su Yang was able to unveil this profound truth with a single utterance. Could it be that this young man's identity is far more complex than merely being a fisherman? Regardless, this individual not only managed to catch the dragon head, but also, in the face of the impotence of the elder experts, discerned its authenticity. This is nothing short of a monumental achievement in the realm of archaeology. With this thought, Elder Xia couldn't help but let out a heartfelt chuckle. "Su Yang, you have truly accomplished a great feat." The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. What? That line sounds so familiar. In Chapter 46, The Air Force of Haicheng transforms into a top-tier sensation. The same words, yet in a different context. Some seasoned onlookers quickly pieced it together. This phrase had been uttered 3 times before, but this time it was adorned with the descriptor monumental achievement. Everyone present was left in stunned silence. The expert who had previously questioned them with an air of arrogance was now holding a flashlight, seemingly revitalized. And to think that the initial speaker had just declared that the fisherman had succeeded. Astonishingly, the fisherman had indeed triumphed. As the crowd processed this revelation, their expressions began to shift. Director Deng, supporting Elder Wang, felt an intense gaze upon his face, akin to the burning sensation of ultraviolet rays. Before he could lift his head, he heard Yang Yuan's teasing voice. "So, Director Deng? Lost for words, are we?" Director Deng's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling the heat rise within him. How infuriating! As Elder Wang's prize pupil and the director of the Cultural Relics Bureau, he found himself outdone by an inexperienced young man. He refused to accept it. He could not believe that this lad had uncovered the secret of the dragon head purely by chance. With this thought, Director Deng shot a glare at Su Yang while supporting Elder Wang. Deep down, he was resentful but dared not voice his disagreement at that moment. Wang Bingbing, who had just moments ago been anxious for Su Yang, was now so excited that she felt like leaping into his embrace. Truly, he was a man she had chosen. He had not let her down. This was what one called a counterattack from the brink of despair. A detail about the dragon head that neither of the two experts had noticed, a national treasure that eluded their immediate recognition, had been identified by the very man she believed in. It was simply unfathomable. If this incident were to be publicized, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous stir. With this thought, Wang Bingbing's mind raced. She immediately switched into journalist mode. After all, this was an epic event in the field of archaeology. The return of the national treasure known as the Dragon Head, intertwined dramatically with the authentication of its authenticity. Each keyword was compelling enough to capture attention. Wang Bingbing began to formulate ideas in her mind. Why not seize this opportunity to promote her man, even though Su Yang currently had a plethora of fans? Perhaps surpassingly Jiechi or Xiao Yang, he was still merely a trending star, an internet sensation. However, with official endorsement, he would transcend the label of a mere fisherman. No longer just an ordinary internet celebrity. Wang Bingbing's heart surged with excitement. The young lady has set her sights on a man of remarkable caliber. Why then must he remain concealed? She is determined to use her expertise to make her voice heard. Su Yang, a patriotic broadcaster with a heart full of national pride, shuns fame and fortune. With a thought in her mind, the national goddess springs into action. She swiftly takes out her phone, deftly composing the content she has meticulously crafted in her mind, accompanied by spontaneous snapshots from the scene. With her personal account, she sends it forth, tagging mainstream media outlets such as CCTV, Huaxia News Network, and Phoenix News. Meanwhile, the onlookers, having acknowledged the successful appraisal of the fishing enthusiast, erupt into a cacophony. Goodness, I told my wife that this fisherman would surely falter and end up running naked in the neighborhood. Can you believe it? An airman appraising treasures? Absurd. Does this airman possess a golden eye? Who would believe such a tale? What good-hearted person would authenticate national treasures? I thought this airman was playing a logical paradox, using cunning intellect, yet it turns out he is genuinely skilled. I came here from the broadcaster's channel. I watched yesterday's live stream and harbored strong suspicions about the broadcaster's identity. Could he be a retired agent? No, there were 2 top-tier experts of the scene, living relics of archaeology, not to mention the stature of a dean, all those present pale in comparison to an airman. I must confess, for the first time, I feel an overwhelming envy for the profession of the airman. The crowd, initially reveling in schadenfreude, has transformed into a sea of admiration. Some even began drafting resignation letters, deciding to join the ranks of airmen like Su Yang. The atmosphere was electric, and upon hearing Elder Xia's words, the live chat went into a frenzy, rendering the comments unreadable as they zipped past. Position secured, absolutely secured. If the broadcaster continues like this, what need have we for Bai Jingting at this year's Spring Festival Gala? The broadcaster is the true star. Ha ha. Did you see the one who was flattering Director Deng take a hit? Any brothers feeling the same satisfaction as I am? Was slap in the face so gratifying? The expert who arrived later was clearly shaken. I noticed he started taking medication. Oh, broadcaster, have mercy. The broadcaster hasn't done anything. These individuals are merely seeking out abuse, and that dang fellow was exceedingly rude, interrupting the broadcaster. Who could have imagined that a fisherman would possess such knowledge? How did he uncover the secret of the dragon's head emerging from the water? Even the experts failed to notice at first. Once again, it proves that Su Yang, you are my idol. The broadcaster's observational skills are extraordinary. During the last bomb disposal, his keen perception was equally remarkable. I nearly thought he was using cheats. What fisherman is as versatile as he? Wow. I am utterly captivated by the broadcaster's current demeanor. This is what it means to remain unflappable under immense pressure. In the live chat, the netizens were typing feverishly. This was the most outrageous barrage of comments since Su Yang began his broadcasts. Meanwhile, in the backstage of the live stream, the platform staff stared wide-eyed in disbelief. From the depths of my heart, I exclaim, "Goodness gracious!" This marks an unprecedented moment in the annals of live streaming history, where the popularity curve of the streamer has reached astonishing heights. Here lies the data monitoring chart from the live stream of the ordinary individual, Su Yang. Merely 5 minutes prior, due to a single remark from the host, several fans decided to unfollow. For the first time since the broadcast commenced, the popularity growth metric displayed an upward green trend. Yet just 5 fleeting minutes later, not only did the unfollowing users return, but the growth curve ascended with an almost 90-degree trajectory. Astonishingly, it soared to 8 million, 8.5 million, 9 million, and ultimately surpassed the 10 million milestone in the span of a mere 5 minutes within an ordinary weekday broadcast. A novice streamer who had registered their account just days ago achieved a staggering popularity surpassing 10 million. Such a phenomenon represents an extraordinary influx of traffic, unparalleled since the inception of the live streaming industry. Given Su Yang's current follower count, endorsements would undoubtedly commence at a minimum of 8 figures. Goodness, has the once nobody transformed into a leading figure? The staff in the background remained agape, their mouths still unhinged. Yet again, they were left astounded. Chapter 47. Acknowledgement from the Ministry of Publicity of the Dragon Nation. The staff behind the scenes rubbed their eyes. Upon confirming they were not mistaken, their minds raced with 1,000 thoughts. It was the first time in their careers that they witnessed such an explosive surge in a novice streamer's popularity. As the staff marveled, the viewers in the live chat also caught sight of the comment. CCTV News, like Su Yang, the talented fishing streamer. Goodness. CCTV News. I've never seen anything like this. A state media station endorsing a novice streamer? What a tremendous honor. Is this an official promotion? The streamer is undoubtedly a winner in life. With the backing of CCTV, they need not worry about traffic. They're the favored child. I don't envy the official promotion. I envy the national goddess's grid of 9. Each one features the streamer. If the national goddess claims to have no interest, not even the Queen Mother would believe it. The national goddess is the ultimate supporter. Could this be considered a wise spouse? Moreover, her active endorsement through official media is enviable. The goddess truly cares for the streamer. As a newcomer in the streaming world, I came here to learn. Yet I realize the streamer's success cannot be replicated. I do not envy women. I envy the streamer's current popularity as I aspire to build my own career. Indeed, I'm a long-time fan. I have followed the streamer since the program's inception, whether it be decoding hard drives or disarming bombs, showcasing true strength. And let us not dismiss this instance. For even if fishing for dragons was luck, the ability to appraise treasures is indeed skill. Incredible. My scalp tingles. I suddenly wish to see what the streamer will catch next. In an instant, the fishing enthusiast from Haicheng dominated the headlines of major news platforms. Meanwhile, in the upper echelons of the Haicheng television station, the director slammed his teacup down on the desk, unable to restrain his expletives. He was on the verge of losing his mind over the overwhelming popularity. He was engrossed in Su Yang's live stream. Upon witnessing the soaring popularity of Su Yang and the multitude of viewers in the live broadcast room, he envisioned a radiant future ahead. Recalling the previous night's news from the provincial broadcasting station, buoyed by Su Yang's momentum, he pondered whether this could be the final opportunity in his professional journey. However, just as he began to indulge in this delightful reverie, the screen before him suddenly went black. 404 error. Exiting and re-entering yielded the same disheartening result. The station director felt a surge of panic. With millions of viewers online, how could the server malfunction? This could very well be a catastrophic incident for the television station. If things went awry, not only would his prospects of advancement to the provincial level be jeopardized, but even his safe retirement could be at stake. In a fit of anger, the director swiftly summoned the head of the information department to his office. To his astonishment, he discovered that the deputy director had secretly appropriated half of the resources for a program titled Endless Vitality. The head of the information department trembled at the desk, utterly unprepared for the situation's escalation. What began as a mere favor for the deputy director had spiraled into chaos. Splitting the resources would have been manageable, provided that Su Yang's live stream did not exceed 1 million viewers. The allocation had been sufficient for his needs. Yet he had never anticipated that a seemingly secure outcome would unravel so dramatically. Who would expect such an influx of viewers on an ordinary weekday morning? The head of the information department felt tears welling in his eyes, realizing that he had offended the station director while failing to manage the deputy director's affairs. Just as he prepared to propose a remedy, an insistent ringing of the telephone pierced the air. The station director's gaze fell upon the caller ID, his pupils dilating in alarm as he swiftly answered the phone. "Director Xia, good day," without granting the director a moment to speak. The voice on the other end unleashed a torrent of urgent dialogue. The director's complexion fluctuated between shades of blue and white, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Understood. Director Xia, I will address this immediately." Within a minute, the call ended abruptly, as the director slowly lifted his gaze. His eyes appeared vacant as they met those of the information head. With a jolt, the head of the information department shook himself back to reality. Right this moment, even if it means halting all other programs, ensure that Su Yang's live stream operates smoothly. Go quickly. The director's final words erupted in a near roar. To his disbelief, he had received a call from a national radio and television administration under such dire circumstances, specifically concerning a seemingly trivial matter regarding a live stream. What did the director say? The higher-ups were placing immense importance on this situation and insisted on ensuring the normal operation of Su Yang's live broadcast at all costs. His direct superior, a prominent figure, had reached out to him the instant the stream encountered its crisis. Could it be that even a busy official like him was watching Su Yang's stream? Yet, unbeknownst to the station director, it was not only the provincial broadcasting authority's head who was tuned in. Even in the heart of the capital, within the Central Television's grand building, home to the annual Spring Festival Gala, discussions were swirling about Su Yang's pitch-black live broadcast. What could possibly be happening? Urgently summoned, only to witness a black screen? You may not be aware, having just returned from abroad, but this has recently become the hottest topic trending. It can only be described as unprecedented. The Air Force aficionado from Haicheng has unveiled a treasure, reeling in a dragon's head. ISNT this monumental news? I am utterly bewildered. If it weren't for Bing Bing's timely report from the scene, I would have never believed it. Honestly, I thought it was a fabrication. A fabrication, indeed. This Air Force enthusiast is no stranger to such exploits. Just a few days ago, the Ministry of Public Security submitted an application for commendation, featuring the same fisherman as the protagonist in a promotional video. It is said he can disarm explosives with his bare hands and possesses unparalleled expertise in appraising treasures, leaving me feeling utterly inadequate. Sigh, but do not be disheartened. Individuals like Su Yang are truly exceptional. Consider it from another perspective. As fellow citizens of Huaxia, we should take pride. No, I am quite busy. I was summoned this early in the morning merely to observe this fisherman. The entire studio is filled with elite members from CCTV. Just 5 minutes ago, they received an urgent notification to gather in the broadcasting hall. As everyone pondered the purpose of this assembly, Shantai approached the podium with a steady gait. Colleagues, I apologize for the abrupt summons. There is an exceedingly urgent task that requires your attention. The Huaxia Propaganda Department is conducting a thematic education campaign to promote Su Yang's heroic deeds. All departments must collaborate and submit their work in 3 days. The room fell silent for a full 3 seconds, followed by a cacophony of astonishment. What on earth? The Huaxia Propaganda Department, in conjunction with CCTV, is promoting a mere fisherman? This commotion is utterly absurd. The last time such a scene occurred was during the promotion of the Huaxia Republic Medal. Everyone present was astounded. Who is this fisherman, truly? Chapter 48, The Official Favorite. Exhausted by the word envy. CCTV, Kyoto. This is the news hub of Huaxia, where groundbreaking news is a daily occurrence. Each story undergoes rigorous scrutiny before making it to the primetime slot. Yet now, the large screen in the studio displays the live stream of an ordinary fisherman from Haicheng. Shun Tai gazes at the screen, his expression peculiar. He was taken aback when he received the directive from the propaganda department. As a central figure in the news realm, he is well-versed in the most sensational stories circulating online. How could he not know Su Yang's name? He originally intended to conduct a special interview with Su Yang following this incident. To his surprise, just this morning, he received a call from above. Goodness, they intend to use Su Yang as a model for a series of thematic educational initiatives. He nearly dropped his phone in shock. It is worth noting that the last individual selected for such a campaign was someone who received the Republic Medal, having made significant contributions during the mask era. Shun Tai's heart raced with astonishment. This fisherman from Haicheng is poised to achieve nationwide fame. Meanwhile, at the Haicheng municipal government, in conference room number 1, 10 minutes prior, almost all the heads of municipal departments in Haicheng have gathered at this moment. A large screen displays on the left Su Yang's live broadcast room, while the right side showcases Baidu's trending topics. At the moment when Elder Xia announced Su Yang's achievement, a thunderous applause erupted in the venue. Some of the younger staff members were even so exhilarated that they jumped up in excitement. Mayor Yao also felt a slight sense of relief in his heart. Director Xie from the office eagerly approached, but before he could voice his inquiry, he was taken aback by the expression on his mayor's face. Was he imagining things? How could the mayor's eyes be so bright? Was he overly thrilled? No, it must be an illusion. In Mayor Yao's position, he had witnessed countless storms. How could he be so emotionally stirred by a mere fisherman? Director Xie found himself momentarily dazed. However, upon seeing the cheering crowd in the live stream, he suddenly felt a resonance. This was none other than the dragon head. For every Chinese person, it symbolizes spiritual totemism and bears historical significance. Yet at this moment, it was uncovered by an ordinary fisherman in Haicheng, allowing them to personally witness this historic moment in their lifetime. At this very moment in Haicheng, they could collectively welcome the dragon head home. An inexplicable warmth surged through Director Xie's heart. Suddenly, Mayor Yao's robust voice resonated in his ears. Prepare the vehicle immediately. And rush to the scene. Understood. Director Xie regained his composure and pulled out his phone to message the driver. Having been Mayor Yao as secretary for nearly a decade, he executed his tasks with impeccable precision. 5 minutes earlier, he had already instructed the driver to be on standby. Just as he was finishing his message, he heard Mayor Yao's voice again. Notify Director Shi to bring all the elite personnel from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau to the scene for observation. Hearing Mayor Yao's words, Director Xie was momentarily stunned. He foolishly added, "Is that the new recruit from Jinxiao this year?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he caught the cold, piercing gaze of the mayor and felt a chill run down his spine. Regrettably, he wished he could take back his words. What Jinxiao? Although he graduated from the world's leading archaeology program and was a key overseas talent introduced to Haicheng this year, could he possibly compare to this fisherman? Could he extract the dragon head? Could he authenticate the authenticity of the dragon head that even experts could not determine? The more Director Xie pondered, the more cold sweat he broke out in, wishing he could slap himself for his foolishness. As the chief secretary of Haicheng, to utter such questions was utterly disgraceful. Meanwhile, after casting a glance at Director Xie, Mayor Yao turned his gaze back to Su Yang's live broadcast room, suppressing his emotions and forcing back the tears welling in his eyes. When he received the call that morning, he nearly fell out of bed in shock. He never anticipated such a monumental event would occur within his jurisdiction. The dragon head had been caught by a fisherman. What had started as a mundane television broadcast had escalated to such grand proportions. The recent events have stirred the interest of two prominent archaeological experts from Kyoto. The nation's goddess has been relentlessly pursuing the angler across the globe, with even a national broadcaster stepping in to lend support. The name Su Yang has become an incessant echo in conversations, a name that resonates powerfully, though merely a common internet live streamer. This angler has garnered the attention of several department heads. Director Tian from the Public Security Bureau approached him for a work report, even going so far as to submit a formal request for a bonus and recognition for the angler. Director Liu from the Information Development Bureau remarked on the angler's unique method of decoding hard drives, deeming him an exceptional talent worthy of special recruitment. Even individuals from the armed police have discreetly sought information about this angler's background. He was initially puzzled as to why such a seemingly ordinary angler would attract such diverse attention. However, within 24 hours, he was met with an even greater surprise. The angler had managed to catch a dragon head. This prompted Elder Xia to fly in from Kyoto. Not only is this young man handsome, but he also possesses both courage and intellect, exuding an aura that clearly distinguishes him from the ordinary. Despite his many years in office and encounters with numerous talented youths, he could not help but admit that this Air Force officer left a profound impression on him. Major, everything is ready. Shall we depart? Director Xie approached briskly, whispering to Mayor Yao. Meanwhile, across the ocean, in the land of eagles, Velarda stood by the window, arms crossed, observing the clouds rolling across the sky, seemingly catching a whiff of the sweet air of his homeland. He felt he had spent enough time in this place. Once the matter of the dragon head was settled, he vowed to return home. Although he despised this location, he had no choice but to endure life here. In addition to fulfilling various tasks assigned from above, he was also responsible for monitoring the latest developments in Huaxia. Only upon gathering all 12 animal heads would his mission be deemed complete. For many years, he had not had the opportunity to set foot on his homeland soil. Now, fortune seemed to smile upon him, as the issue of the dragon head was nearing resolution. Lost in thought, he was abruptly interrupted by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Velarde's displeasure was evident as he returned to his chair, donning an air of arrogance. "Come in," he commanded. The next moment, a flustered subordinate burst into his office. "Master, we have a serious problem. You must see this." Chapter 49. Layers of Intrigue. Shattering the Eagle Sauce Conspiracy. As Mike spoke, he handed his phone to Velarda. Upon receiving the device, Velarde's gaze immediately fell upon the top trending topic, the angler from Haicheng and the dragon head. A cold smirk escaped him as he glanced at the red dot on his computer screen, feeling surprisingly calm. "Mike, is this really worth your alarm?" he queried. After all, he had stayed in this foreign land for so many years precisely for the animal heads. No, master, you must look. Yet, the mockery on Velarde's face had not yet faded. Upon seeing the trending news on the screen, the smile froze on his lips. The angler from Haicheng identifies the authenticity of the dragon head. Velarda suddenly rose, knocking over his teacup, causing scalding water to splash everywhere. Yet, he was oblivious to these mishaps. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Mike. He fixated on the trending news, along with the accompanying images. Su Yang's profile, the experts, and the 2 dragon heads on site. Astonishingly, the dragon head had been identified. What are next steps? Before Mike could finish his sentence, Velarda erupted in a furious rage, hurling his phone against the wall. After years of toil in this cursed place, that was the last dragon head. After over a year of meticulous planning, it had not even been 24 hours. How could even the experts not recognize it while this fisherman did? Velarda cursed vehemently, stomping his feet in frustration. Mike, cowering in the corner, had inadvertently cut his brow on a shard of glass from the shattered phone. Seeing Velarde's manic demeanor, he dared not utter a word. After years of following Velarda, he had never witnessed such unbridled fury. The more Velarda gazed at Su Yang's profile, the more his eyes burned with rage. He began violently smashing objects in the office, venting his emotions. Time passed, and soon there was nothing left to destroy. The room lay in disarray, littered with fragments. Gradually, Velarda composed himself. The situation had spiraled far beyond his plans. He had exerted immense effort to convince Old Wang that the dragon head in his possession was a national treasure, lost overseas. Yet to his shock, from a moment it left customs to its identification, not even 24 hours had passed. He never anticipated that a mere fisherman from Haicheng could simultaneously reel in the genuine dragon head. Nor did he foresee that Old Wang would present his counterfeit at the site, failing to recognize it at first glance. Velarda slumped into his office chair, his spirit extinguished. After an indeterminate time, he slowly opened his eyes. His blue gaze now resembled that of a dead fish. It was not until he caught sight of the 2 illuminated dots on the screen that a glimmer of vitality returned. The counterfeit, once discovered, would surely be destroyed. Yet, as long as he knew where the real one was, Velarda fixed his steely gaze on Mike. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Instruct them to commence the dragon head production once more." Upon hearing this, Mike promptly complied and left as if granted a pardon. Commencing the dragon head production again, Velarda clenched his jaw in pain. Crafting this dragon head had required the creation of hundreds of models. Such an endeavor is not easily replicated. However, to steal the dragon and transform it into a phoenix, he could only create another to swap it out. How infuriating. That damned fisherman. His work was seemingly flawless. If this counterfeit could replace the real one, he would have the opportunity to reclaim the genuine artifact. Then, the 12 zodiac heads of Huaxia would remain forever incomplete. He could even fabricate another at any time to expose the counterfeit. Yet, this path had been irrevocably obstructed by that fisherman. Gazing at the red dot illuminated on the screen, Velarda felt a flicker of relief within. Fortunately, he has a plan B. As long as he can ascertain the whereabouts of the true dragon head, there remains a glimmer of hope. The ruthless glint in Velarda's eyes was unmistakable. Regardless of the cost, he must obtain the dragon head. Meanwhile, at the scene in Haicheng, after the verification of the genuine and counterfeit dragon heads, the heavy stone weighing upon the hearts of the dignitaries from Kyoto finally lifted. No one had anticipated that what was thought to be an insurmountable dilemma of the century would, at this moment, be resolved through the intervention of a mere fisherman, revealing a path amidst the darkness. Wang Bingbing, with her phone in hand, deftly typed away, swiftly sharing the unfolding events on her personal account. When it comes to the man she has her eyes on, who else would promote him if not herself? Old Master Xia let out a sigh of relief. He had never felt the air in Haicheng to be so invigorating. With a beaming smile, he instructed Yang Yuan to tidy up the scene in preparation for the National Treasure's return home. Standing aside, Old Master Wang's expression was a mixture of gloom and uncertainty. Old Master Wang, what do you think about destroying this fake on-site? Seeing Old Master Wang's countenance soften slightly, Yang Yuan took the opportunity to inquire. The old man had traveled great distances to deliver the dragon head, only to have it exposed as a counterfeit by a fisherman. This was not just a matter of face. It was a blow to his very integrity. Yet, even though this dragon head was indeed fake, the craftsmanship behind its forgery could only be described as exquisite. The team responsible for this forgery must be extraordinary. The greatest threat to the cultural relics of Huaxia is not their loss overseas, but rather the proliferation of forgeries and fraudulent sales. Hence, there exists an unwritten rule. Counterfeit items are to be destroyed on the spot. Although Old Master Wang had spent a lifetime in academic debate with his mentor, he did not deny the contributions he had made to the preservation of Huaxia's cultural artifacts. He was a man who would not tolerate any imperfections. Upon Yang Yuan's inquiry, Old Master Wang nodded without a moment's hesitation, casting a glance toward Su Yang. Thankfully, he had brought along some medication. Otherwise, would he not have been the one to collapse today? Originally, he had come to undermine Old Master Xia, but now he found his own face stinging from the slap of embarrassment. Alas, he could not blame anyone but himself. For the first time, Old Master Wang pondered whether age had dulled his faculties. How could he have forgotten the intricate details pertaining to the identification of the dragon's snout while in the laboratory? Otherwise, he would not have been so hesitant to look up now, leaving an opening for that Air Force fellow. He had dedicated his life to the study of animal heads. How could he possibly have failed to identify the counterfeit? It was merely a moment of carelessness. Little did he expect that this fleeting lapse would result in a humiliation before his rival, a rival with whom he shared a complex relationship of love and rivalry. Regret swelled within Old Master Wang's heart. Though he felt a tinge of resentment, the situation was beyond his control. On the other side, Yang Yuan, accompanied by a few individuals, cautiously placed the genuine dragon head into the vehicle. He then turned to set the counterfeit dragon head down in an empty space. However, just as Yang Yuan prepared to utilize the laser device on the fake dragon head, a piercing alarm blared, deafening all present. Just a moment ago, Old Master Xia had been smiling. Now, he abruptly turned his attention toward the source of the commotion. What is happening? Why is the alarm sounding? Yang Yuan's expression also shifted dramatically, his pupils narrowing in alarm. The laser device was recently upgraded by the national security. Due to the rampant smuggling of artifacts from abroad, modifications were specifically made to their equipment. Any marked counterfeit artifacts would trigger an alarm. However, this dragon head could not possibly exist. The entirety of the dragon head was seamless, visible in its entirety at a glance. Why did the laser device emit a sound? Yang Yuan, undeterred, attempted once more. The laser device had not yet been applied to the dragon head, yet the sound intensified, becoming even more jarring. Heartbeats thundered. The tension among everyone present escalated once more. How could a counterfeit dragon head harbor such a mystery? Chapter 50. When in doubt, consult Su Yang. At the scene in Haicheng, the onlookers were wide-eyed with anticipation. This morning had been a roller coaster of excitement, surpassing even the most entertaining New Year-esque spectacle. Just as the authenticity of a dragon head was about to be determined, the counterfeit unexpectedly emitted an alarm. Wang Bingbing stood frozen, utterly bewildered. Surely, the man she had an eye on could not be constantly creating news, could he? Could there possibly be a bomb hidden in there? Brother, your imagination is wild. What bomb could possibly fit within a metal copper statue? Yet, why did the instrument in the expert's hands trigger an alarm? Presenting a demeanor as if they were facing a formidable foe, Yang Yuan, holding the laser device, conducted several tests, each resulting in a piercing alarm. The cacophonous alert caught the attention of other experts. Even Elder Xia and Elder Wang approached Yang Yuan from behind. Yang Yuan's back was drenched in cold sweat. Yet he remained perplexed. Why would the impeccably crafted counterfeit dragon head set off an alarm? Just as anxiety enveloped him, he suddenly heard his master's voice. "Young man, come quickly and see what is going on." Elder Xia turned his head, looking at Su Yang as if he were savior. This action immediately provoked Elder Wang's indignation. "Old Xia, have you lost your mind? He is merely a fisherman." Elder Wang felt that Elder Xia must have been bewitched to seek counsel from a fisherman, as if it were customary. Elder Wang could not accept this. It was a disgrace to the entire archaeological community. Ignoring Elder Wang's words, Elder Xia gazed at Su Yang with fervent eyes. In the live broadcast, viewers began to murmur, "Wow, the host has become a savior." The experts look at him with such admiration. Shocking. The expert's conditioned reflex is to consult the host when in doubt. The host has truly gained respect this time. Is this a last resort? Is this counterfeit dragon head truly troublesome? If it's alarming, why not just melt it down? This expert is somewhat irrational. The opposing experts are beginning to voice their opinions. The host is not omnipotent. After all, he is just a fisherman. Indeed, with so many experts from Kyoto, unable to authenticate the treasure, now they turn to the host for a solution? That is a bit embarrassing. Let us see how the host responds. Meanwhile, at noon, Su Yang felt a pang of hunger. As he momentarily drifted in thought, he suddenly heard Elder Xia calling out. Following the sound, he was momentarily blinded by the brilliance in the old man's eyes. A careless expression lingered on his face, yet he soon became earnest. His gaze rested on the faux dragon's head for merely a few seconds before he turned to Elder Xia and spoke. There is something within the left dragon horn. Once again, the scene fell into an eerie silence, as if time itself had been suspended. Even Dean Yang was taken aback. What did that mean? What could possibly be within the left dragon horn? Wasn't this merely a counterfeit dragon head? What else could there be? Elder Wang stared at Elder Xia in disbelief, then glanced at Su Yang. Did you really believe this? Although such thoughts crossed his mind, a chill crept through him. An alarm rang incessantly. There was something inside the dragon horn. This dragon head had taken him over a year to track down, finally acquiring it from an overseas collector. Even if it were a fake, how could there be something inside? The implications were chilling, and beads of cold sweat formed on Wang Lao's back. He hurriedly tried to suppress his thoughts, convinced that this fisherman was merely speaking nonsense, eager to stir chaos. Yet, despite his internal musings, his complexion began to pale. In stark contrast, Elder Xia exhibited a completely different reaction. His face was fraught with urgency as he repeatedly tapped his cane, signaling Dean Yang to heed the fisherman's words and swiftly examine the horn. Without hesitation, Yang cradled the faux dragon head and moved to prepare for the examination of the horn. A flicker of doubt arose in Elder Xia's mind. Su Yang's assertion had been translated into certainty in his mind. Yet why would a counterfeit dragon head contain something? Moreover, how could it trigger an alarm from the upgraded Security Bureau's laser device? A sudden thought flashed through his mind, and he turned with a grave tone to inquire. Old Wang, where did you procure this dragon head? It was then that Elder Wang's gaze fixated intensely on the direction of the faux dragon head. His face drained of color. Witnessing this reaction, Elder Xia sensed that something was amiss. Su Yang remained silent, lips pressed together. The atmosphere grew thick with intrigue as those present began to murmur amongst themselves. What was happening? How could there be such a mystery surrounding a counterfeit dragon head? If the fisherman claimed there was something, it must indeed be true. The crowd believed without question. The expression of the later expert also seemed off. Perhaps yet another sensational revelation awaited. A mere counterfeit dragon head seemed trivial, yet the expert demanded to know its origin. A hint of conspiracy wafted through the air. While onlookers stood as mere spectators, sparks flew in the distance. Moments later, the commotion subsided. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Dean Yang extracted an object the size of a fingernail from within. What the hell? The crowd erupted in astonishment. There truly was something within the counterfeit dragon head. The Air Force fellow had been correct. Without a doubt, the live stream was once again inundated with comments. I'm numb. I've lost all sense of reaction. Did that Air Force fellow have some divine insight? Who would have thought there would be something inside a counterfeit dragon head? The Air Force fellow, forever a legend. This will become a sacred profession, forever changed by one man's influence. ISNT a time he got used to the hostess skills. I've long since acclimated. That later expert is still young, and he actually doubted the host. What the hell, I knew the host wouldn't fail. However, my curiosity knows no bounds. If deception is the order of the day, what could possibly be concealed within? This question echoed in the minds of nearly everyone present. What is this object? Is this what triggered the alarm? At that moment, upon hearing the sound, Mr. Wong faltered, his pallid visage devoid of any color. A chill coursed from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Mr. Xia, too, wore a furrowed brow, his expression grave as he gazed at the small black square in Mr. Yang's hand. Although aging, he remained astute. If it were merely a case of artifact forgery, it would be solely for profit. There would be no need for such elaborate schemes to hide something within. Moreover, this object had triggered the laser alarm. Having dedicated his life to the study of artifacts, he sensed that the situation was far more serious than it appeared. After a moment of contemplation, he reasoned that since the laser had gone off, perhaps the Security Bureau might have some leads. With that thought, Mr. Xia retrieved his phone and initiated a video call to Minister Liu of the Security Bureau. Minister Liu, this is Old Xia. Old Xia, have you wrapped up your business? Are you back in Kyoto? I have some fine wine waiting for you. Before Minister Liu could finish his pleasantries, he was interrupted by Mr. Xia. Old Liu, do you recognize this? As he spoke, he angled the video towards a small black cube. Suddenly, a cacophony of falling furniture resonated from the speaker, followed by the minister's alarmed voice. Old Xia, where did you find this? Chapter 51. The Mayor's Arrival. Experts seek assistance. Mr. Xia felt as if he had plummeted into an icy abyss. Witnessing Minister Liu's reaction, he understood the gravity of the situation. They had known each other for many years, and even during the infamous spy case, Mr. Liu had never displayed such a lack of composure. What hidden conspiracy lay behind this counterfeit dragon horn? Had it not been for Su Yang today, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Old Wang, you must speak up, Mr. Xia urged desperately, observing Director Deng supporting Mr. Wang, who appeared barely able to stand. Beads of sweat trickled down his temples as he clutched his chest with his right hand. At that moment, Wang Bingbing also set her phone aside. Minister Liu of the Dragon Country Security Bureau. She had once had the opportunity to encounter him during an interview and recalled him as a figure of sturdy demeanor. His face a mask of authority and seriousness. How could he display such disarray? What had Su Yang unearthed that caused such shock? A sense of foreboding crept into Wang Bingbing's mind. As the onlookers observed this scene, hushed whispers began to circulate. It turned out that the counterfeit dragon head had been discovered by Mr. Wang, a respected expert who would hardly engage in forgery. Yet his current reaction seemed decidedly off-kilter. Incredible. Our Haicheng has gained notoriety this time. Who would have thought that a mere fisherman, unable to catch any fish, would instead stir up such a whirlwind of events? This is utterly surreal. To hear a puppet, a mere mascot on the evening news, exhibit such a lapse in composure right before my eyes is astounding. Whatever the conspiracy may be, as long as Su Yang is present, it shall not pose a problem. I find myself envious of that airman. I have a premonition that he might have achieved another commendable feat. The brother above seems to have a point. Let us swiftly ascertain the origin of this faux dragon head. If all else fails, we shall seek assistance from the fishermen. The crowd is eagerly anticipating the unfolding of events. However, the voice of Old Wang has yet to be heard. Instead, the excited shouts of Liu reverberate through the loudspeaker. Enough with the idle chatter. Regardless of what this is, these items come in pairs. One has been exposed to the air. If the other cannot be located, it will detonate. Old Xia, send me the location immediately. I shall promptly contact the armed police to reach the scene. Upon hearing Liu's words, Old Xia felt a jolt of shock. and his phone slipped from his grasp onto the ground. What is the situation with this precious artifact? Why would it explode? At that moment, Old Wong suddenly broke free from Director Deng's support and swiftly grabbed his phone, speaking loudly into it. Investigate the customs. The dragon head has entered from the Eagle Nation through the customs in Deep City. What are you waiting for? Find it. Wong's voice seemed to exhaust all the breath in his chest. In an unseen corner, he clenched his fist to suppress the tremors within his body. No wonder it was so fortuitous that during his visit to the Eagle Nation, he stumbled upon clues regarding the dragon head. It made sense now why the other party had been reluctant to sell for so long, but had contacted him just yesterday, claiming urgency. Now, he realizes he has long been under their surveillance. But why would they go to such lengths? Is it related to that fisherman? By heavens, they have treated him as a pawn. All he desires now is clarity on whether the Eagle Nation is indeed behind this scheme. Despite the sweltering heat of High City, a chill pervades Wong's heart. He casts a somewhat guilty glance at Su Yang, reflecting on his previous defiance. Had it not been for him, he might have already fallen into another's trap. Just as Wong was lost in thought, a black sedan approached in the distance. When Mayor Yao stepped out of the car, he was greeted by the chaotic scene before him. Striding purposefully, he approached where Old Xia and Teacher Wong stood. The two experts wore serious expressions, while Su Yang bowed his head, gazing intently at the coffin, lost in contemplation. Mayor Yao took the initiative to greet them, saying, "Old Xia, Old Wong, I am Yao Song, the mayor of High City. We have been in contact previously. What has transpired?" Old Xia, now regaining his composure, hurriedly clarified the situation in detail. The vehicle with license plate High 00002 had also captured the attention of viewers in the live stream. Wow, that license plate. Su Yang is impressive. He even lured the mayor to the scene. The experts from Kyoto have arrived, and so has the mayor. To summarize, that airman with a fishing rod has stirred up quite a storm. Wow, are the spectators now so professional at eating melon? Why is no one leaving? Did they not hear that an explosion was imminent? Impossible. I heard it too. How could the crowd not? Are they willing to risk their lives for gossip? Why stay when they know an explosion is coming? Do they truly believe the fisherman can handle it again? Your questions above are redundant. The fisherman dismantled a bomb with his bare hands last time. What is this situation in comparison? The scene was in utter disarray. Regardless of whether they were professors from Kyoto, staff accompanying Mayor Yao, or enthusiastic citizens, everyone was frantically searching for the whereabouts of another small block. The area spanned a mere kilometer, not overly expansive. In no time, all visible surfaces had been thoroughly examined. As expected, there was nothing to be found. Mayor Yao's expression twitched. He had come to wrap things up, only to be unexpectedly handed such a hot potato. If they had truly fallen victim to the machinations of the Eagle Nation, this would be far more than a mere counterfeit artifact. The implications of security threats to Longwa elevated the situation to a national crisis. Yet as far as the eye could see, there was a golden expanse devoid of any obstructions. Here lay Haicheng, with a beach stretching beneath their feet. Should something be buried in the sand? Digging 3 feet down within a kilometer radius would take days and nights to uncover. If, as Liu had stated, there were explosives within, they could detonate before being assembled. Since he had arrived, there was no reason to endanger the experts from Kyoto. He promptly directed his subordinates to ensure that all experts from Kyoto left the scene immediately. He called Director Tian, instructing him to bring a team to seal off the area without delay. Upon noticing the imposing figure of Su Yang not far away, for some inexplicable reason, Mayor Yao felt a sense of calm wash over him. A voice echoed in his mind, urging him that this airman would surely have a solution. With this thought, Mayor Yao found himself instinctively moving towards Su Yang. However, just as he lifted his left foot, his right foot had yet to touch the ground when he witnessed Elder Wong pushing aside Director Deng as support and suddenly appearing before Su Yang. "Young man, you must have a way. Do you know where the other one is?" The Kyoto experts gasped in astonishment at Elder Wong's actions, momentarily forgetting the threat of the bomb. They stared wide-eyed at him, incredulous. Who had ever seen Elder Wong in such a state? When had he ever humbly sought help from anyone? He was an esteemed expert from Kyoto, pleading with an airman from Haicheng. Director Deng's eyes widened, reflecting his astonishment as he re-evaluated Elder Wong's character. Yet, before the surprise could dissipate, it transformed into sheer horror. Elder Wong stepped closer, tilting his head with a beaming smile directed at Su Yang. This will surely be a piece of cake for you. Chapter 52. Breaking the Stalemate. Su Yang discovers the locator. Elder Wang's expression was one of delightful eagerness, exuding charm and appeal, casting a longing gaze at Su Yang that was almost pitiful. Wang Bingbing, too, shook herself from her thoughts, suddenly raising her hand to pinch her forehead, striving to calm her emotional turmoil as she clutched her phone tightly, fearful of dropping it in shock. She had never realized Su Yang possessed such charisma. Was this what they called universally appealing? With a clatter, Elder Xia's cane fell to the ground. He could hardly believe his eyes and rubbed them in disbelief. Was this truly the old Wang he knew? The one with eyes perched atop his head? With a slight twitch of his lips and a flick of his gaze, he cast aside his cane and approached Su Yang. He squeezed past Wang's position and swiftly grasped Su Yang's hand. Good lad, have a look. What if you find it? I'll report it and reward you. Su Yang. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Wasn't this meant to be a bomb search? Shouldn't the atmosphere be tense? The audience in the live stream, witnessing this scene, erupted in astonishment. This is hilarious. Experts vying for a fisherman's favor? Just moments ago, old Xia was so agitated, as if he feared old Wang would leave a favorable impression on Su Yang. I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen it. Just a moment ago, old Wang was glaring at Su Yang, and now his attitude has flipped 180 degrees. If I were in his shoes, I'd do the same. What does face matter? The priority is to locate the other small square. What on earth is that small square? Just look at the nervous demeanor of the head of the Security Bureau. It's clear this has escalated to a national security level. Isn't the fisherman impressive? As a native of Sichuan, I hold the fisherman in the same esteem as Hua Hua. To the brother upstairs, you've monopolized my laughter today. I appreciate your affection for the host, and I eagerly anticipate the host's actions. Under the watchful eyes of all the onlookers and netizens in the live stream, Su Yang lowered his gaze in contemplation, pausing for a few seconds on the coffin before slowly shifting his focus to the small black object in Yang Yuan's hand. With a soft exhalation, he commanded, "Hand it over." Yang Yuan, taken aback, quickly extended the small black square toward him. The contrast of Su Yang's fair fingers against the dark object created a striking visual. As he grasped the small square, a glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes, and a slight smile graced his lips. In the next moment, without hesitation, he pressed down on one of the square's pointed corners and hurled it towards an unoccupied area in the distance. What the heck? The crowd was caught completely off guard. What was this fisherman up to? Wasn't he searching for another black square? They hadn't even discerned what it was before it was thrown away. Old Xia and old Wang exchanged bewildered glances, equally stunned. Mayor Yao gaped, his heart sinking. How could Su Yang just throw it away? They were relying on this clue to find the other one. And now, with the second one nearly lost, he had discarded the first? Hadn't he severed the thread of their investigation? Witnessing Su Yang's unexpected action, some spectators began to retreat from the scene. An explosion was no laughing matter. No matter how delicious the melon, life was far more precious. However, those leaving hadn't gone far when a piercing alarm suddenly blared from the object Su Yang had tossed. What the heck? Some timid spectators felt their hearts leap into their throats. Bound by fear, they dared not move, only hearing their hearts pounding wildly. Was that thing about to explode? What on earth was this fisherman doing? The small black device emitted an alarm, prompting a desire to leave as I yearned to return home. Yet, why did no one seem to depart from the scene? Could it be that the device malfunctioned, triggering the alarm? Observing the crowd, they appeared remarkably composed, especially those seasoned individuals who had previously dealt with bomb disposal scenarios. Their calmness was astonishing. No worries, this is merely a trivial matter. The last time our bomb disposal experts were present, nothing went awry. Rest assured. Indeed, we were all curious about the nature of this small black device and the reason behind its alarming sound. Seconds ticked by, yet the murmurs of the onlookers did not quell the persistent alarm. It continued to ring with a rhythmic melody, unabated. There were neither explosions nor flames, nor any other reactions, just the continuous, systematic blaring of the alarm. Gradually, the spectators recovered from their initial shock. Mayor Yao and the experts began to harbor doubts. Elder Xia turned his gaze towards Su Yang and inquired, "Young man, what is the meaning of this?" Elder Wang looked utterly bewildered, pondering why this small black device would emit sound when thrown. What exactly was this object concealed within the dragon-shaped casing? At his advanced age, A wave of emotion surged within Elder Wang, compelling him to tear up. Mayor Yao, too, bore a cautious expression as he shifted his attention to Su Yang. Should we arrange for personnel from the Information Bureau to investigate? What is this device, and why does it continue to sound the alarm? He gestured towards the location of the small black device, deep in thought. It seems as if this object is awaiting a response. As soon as he uttered those words, Su Yang slowly nodded, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. The aura surrounding Su Yang rendered them hesitant to approach, prompting them to turn their eager gazes towards Mayor Yao. Thirsting for knowledge. What does it mean to await a response? Mayor Yao, taken aback, internally shouted in confusion. Faced with the expectant eyes of the crowd, his face fluctuated between red and pale, leaving him quite embarrassed. He intended to convey that the alarm closely resembled a telephone ringing. Who could have anticipated that Su Yang would nod in affirmation? Just as the crowd's thoughts wandered, another series of alarming sounds erupted. Moreover, what was even more astonishing was that these two distinct sounds emanating from different locations harmoniously blended, forming a continuous, seamless alert. Once again, everyone present was left in awe. Could this be yet another small black device? No wonder Su Yang had nodded. He had indeed predicted this. The earlier alarm was, in fact, summoning another small black device. It was no wonder the fisherman had thrown that small black device. Did he possess the foresight that it would trigger a locating mechanism? That the small black device would emit sound? The manner in which this revelation unfolded was utterly astounding. Incredible. Who could have imagined such a scenario? First and foremost, who would dare casually throw something they knew would explode? Secondly, upon hearing the alarm from something thrown, who would remain at the scene instead of fleeing? The ingenuity of the designer of this device is remarkable. They did not succumb to technology, but rather to fate. After all, they encountered Su Yang, the fisherman, who truly opened my eyes. This could easily be a scene from a film, but no, even movies lack such tension. I am utterly drenched in cold sweat. The fisherman has captivated the entire audience. Not only are the experts seeking his counsel, but even the mayor has begun to gauge his reactions. Goodness, Su Yang is moving in that direction. Has he discovered another small black piece? All eyes in the room are fixated on him. Su Yang approaches the coffin containing the genuine dragon head, bends down, and when he rises, he astonishingly holds yet another small black piece. He glances at the crowd, a slight smile gracing his lips. He has found it. The latest laser positioning device developed by the Eagle Nation. What? The false dragon head conceals a positioning device. Calling out to the coffin containing the true dragon head? Chapter 53, The Battle for Humanity. A live reenactment of 3 visits to the cottage. Su Yang's words struck like a hammer, sending a chill through the hearts of those present. Old Wang's pupils instantaneously contracted into tiny dots, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze. He felt as though he had been immobilized. This positioning device had recently been introduced to them by personnel from the security department. Yet, he has been out of contact with this sea turtle in Eagle Country for over a year. Could it be that they had begun to lay their plans over a year ago? Knowing his obsession with gathering the 12 animal heads, they must have deliberately targeted him. First, they arranged for the false dragon head to be discovered by him, then meticulously orchestrated events to ensure he would obtain it. They even anticipated that he would call Old Xia to boast, correctly guessing he would be present at the scene. The whereabouts of the true dragon head had been flawlessly revealed. Moreover, there was an intricate scheme within a scheme. Had Su Yang not identified the authenticity of the dragon heads, the true dragon head might have been destroyed, causing the national treasure of Huaxia to vanish forever, leaving behind merely a forgery that could be replicated at will. At this thought, Old Wang's body weakened, and he slumped onto the beach. Had Su Yang not been present today, he could have become a traitor to Long Country. Old Xia, witnessing Old Wang's collapse, felt his white beard tremble. The false dragon head had been brought by Old Wang. Seeing him in such a state, Old Xia understood all too well. It was evident that the old man was far too eager to reunite the 12 animal heads, which had led him into someone else's trap. With a quiet sigh, Old Xia bent down and patted his old friend on the shoulder, choosing not to speak, for he comprehended the regrets that dwell within the hearts of every archaeologist. Fortunately, this incident did not result in catastrophic losses. Contemplating this, Old Xia turned to Su Yang, his eyes suddenly moist. He stepped forward and grasped Su Yang's hand firmly. Young man, if it weren't for you today, our national treasure might never have returned home. The final words held a poignant weight, nearly bringing him to tears. Wang Bingbing captured this momentous photograph, her eyes slightly reddened. She sent it in a WeChat group named CCTV Tea Room. This image would surely stir a significant uproar across the entire CCTV network. As she put away her phone, she intended to step forward to assist the two esteemed experts, but suddenly heard old Xia wiping his eyes and addressing Su Yang. "Young man, how about becoming a distinguished expert at Jing University?" Upon hearing this, Wang Bingbing froze in her tracks, her face a tableau of astonishment. Jing University, distinguished expert, angler? Each word was familiar to her, yet this assemblage left her utterly confounded. In the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom, only 2 individuals had attained the status of distinguished experts at Jing University. And now, Su Yang was being nominated as the 3rd by the venerable Elder Xia, not to mention that the previous 2 experts had only been recognized in their 60s or 70s. Considering her partner's age, if he truly became a distinguished expert, it would shatter records since the founding of the Dragon Kingdom. Gazing into Elder Xia's kindly eyes, Wang Bingbing finally believed that Elder Xia had encountered true love. Not only was Wang Bingbing astounded, but even Yang Yuan, who was no stranger to life as tempests, was rendered speechless. Had he truly heard correctly? Distinguished expert? In the Dragon Kingdom, Jing University stood as the pinnacle of academia. To be recognized as an expert, there was no mere exaggeration of one's excellence. The prestige required was not only paramount, but also necessitated authoritative validation in a specific field. One should not underestimate the significance of this validation, as it was earned through relentless endeavor and overcoming formidable challenges to obtain the certificate issued by the Ministry of Education. Of course, there were shortcuts, such as gaining the endorsement of a figure of authority within the industry. To date, there were only 2 distinguished experts at Jing University in the whole of the Dragon Kingdom. One had participated in a renowned hydraulic engineering project, while the other had developed a vaccine that saved countless lives. Although her mentor was a preeminent authority in archaeology, he had never extended an invitation to anyone to become a distinguished expert. For years, regardless of the notable scholars in the field or those who sought to use connections, her mentor had steadfastly upheld his standards and principles. Even now, as the dean of the archaeology college at Jing University, he was diligently penning papers in pursuit of that esteemed qualification. Yet, at this very moment, in Haicheng, her mentor had proactively extended an invitation to an angler. Had she not heard it with her own ears, Yang Yuan would never have believed it. How could her mentor so willingly cast aside his principles for this angler? Not only Yang Yuan, but the onlookers also regarded Su Yang with envy. The living fossil of the archaeology realm, a figure atop the pyramid, had indeed invited an angler to be a distinguished expert. Incredible. If only it were me, I would vow to live a life of abstinence. Incredible. Since the founding of the Dragon Kingdom, I checked, and there have only been 2 distinguished experts at Jing University. Just 2. What merit or capability does this angler possess? I do not envy the angler's pursuits, nor do I covet the affection of a national goddess towards him. After all, I lack both talent and beauty. However, the title of distinguished expert, now that is something I truly envy, a golden opportunity in an ironclad position. Distinguished experts, I have heard, even enjoy certain privileges for their families. Housing and residency matters are addressed at the minimal standard, and it is said that they can reside in the family compound, with their children having the freedom to choose their educational districts. Wow, is it truly that remarkable? No wonder the national goddess's expression transformed upon hearing the words, distinguished expert. Could it be that she envisioned a radiant future for herself? Beneath the fervent exchange of words, the urgency of the fishing enthusiast's agreement echoed through the air, as hesitation for even a fleeting second would signify a profound disrespect towards one's own existence. The onlookers, each a connoisseur of banter, reveled in the humor of the moment. However, to the astonishment of all present, the seemingly languid Wang Lao sprang to his feet upon hearing Xia Lao's words, executing the movement with remarkable agility. In a swift stride, he positioned himself before Su Yang, forcefully displacing Xia Lao to declare, "You may appoint any esteemed expert at your leisure, but this young man shall be our institute's director." The impact of Wang Lao's proclamation caused Director Deng to fumble his phone, which plummeted into the sand. The thought of a fishing enthusiast assuming the role of the institute's director was unfathomable. After years of relentless toil, he had merely attained the position of a researcher and director. Deng had harbored hopes of ascending the ranks before retirement, perhaps securing a role as a deputy director. Yet, Wang Lao's audacious suggestion of appointing the fishing enthusiast as the director was utterly beyond comprehension. Even if this individual possessed some merit, could he truly be deemed worthy of leading the nation's most prestigious archaeological institute, particularly as a mere fisherman from Haicheng? Director Deng shook his head in disbelief, feeling the madness of the situation envelop him. He had initially considered Xie Lao's behavior outrageous, but Wang Lao's competitive spirit was equally astonishing, as he sought to claim Su Yang for the role of director. Director Deng struggled to maintain his composure while reflecting on his previous antagonism towards Su Yang. If Su Yang were to ascend to the directorship, what future would await him? Before he could entertain further thoughts, he observed Xie Lao's furious glare directed at Wang Lao. "What are you trying to do, old Wang? Are you attempting to steal my thunder?" Xie Lao exclaimed, his frustration palpable. Wang Lao, however, dismissed him entirely, retorting, "Why should your desires take precedence over mine? Su Yang is not solely yours. If he agrees to serve as our institute's director, I could retire by tomorrow. Can you match that?" Xie Lao, flustered and sputtering, struggled to articulate a coherent response, his blood pressure surging. Meanwhile, Mayor Yao, with a look of concern, watched the two experts bicker, fearing any potential misstep in Haicheng. But upon hearing their discussion about luring Su Yang to Kyoto, he could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Gentlemen, please, there is no need for contention. Su Yang cannot leave." As Mayor Yao's words settled in the air, both Xie Lao and Wang Lao turned their gazes towards him, their dissatisfaction unmistakable. Xie Lao even instinctively pushed Su Yang back protectively, adopting a demeanor of fierce guardianship. With a sigh of resignation, Mayor Yao attempted to clarify, "You may not be aware, but Su Yang is currently engaged in a live broadcast program, and he has signed a contract." No sooner had Mayor Yao finished speaking than Wang Lao's eyes widened in disbelief. "What a signed contract? Are you insinuating a penalty for breach?" "I shall cover it." Xie Lao, unwilling to concede, countered, "I will cover it. I'll use my private funds." "Old Wang, while you rest, your meager pension is hardly sufficient for your granddaughter's expenses." Wang Lao. The two experts engaged in a fierce debate nearby, while Mayor Yao stood aside, unable to interject. Observing Su Yang's composed demeanor, he suddenly had a moment of inspiration and decided to take decisive action. Mayor Yao approached Su Yang with a sincere expression. "Su Yang, you aren't planning to go to Kyoto, are you?" Su Yang paused, turning his head with little expression. Mayor Yao immediately grew anxious. How could the face of Haicheng leave for Kyoto? "Young man, I'm only thinking of your best interests. The housing prices in Kyoto are exorbitant, over 100,000 per square meter, whereas in Haicheng, they're a mere fraction of that. The air quality in Kyoto is poor, often plagued by smog, heavy snow, and freezing rain. In contrast, Haicheng enjoys a temperate climate year-round. The traffic in Kyoto is dreadful. Stepping outside means facing congestion, with electric bikes everywhere. Here in Haicheng, the roads are wide and the population is manageable. You can't leave. You are the ambassador of Haicheng's image, the face of our city." Witnessing this scene, the crowd felt an absurd resemblance to a monk stumbling into a spider's lair. Director Deng and other experts fell into a thoughtful silence. Wang Bingbing was so engrossed that she even forgot to report in. The two experts were figures of great esteem in their field, while the mayor was a presence who commanded respect. Now, in a bid to retain a mere fisherman, this was quite a gamble. The audience, witnessing this display, couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement. Was the mayor perhaps a comedian from the Dian Society? It was hilarious, as if he feared the fisherman might leave in despair. My goodness, I have never encountered such a down-to-earth mayor. His efforts to retain talent are truly commendable. To put it bluntly, it was almost shameful. Have you ever seen a mayor behave in this manner? Ultimately, it is the fisherman who possesses exceptional skills. Experts from Kyoto are vying for him, and the mayor is pulling out all the stops to keep him here. The spectators were buzzing with excitement, proclaiming the drama to be utterly delightful. Viewers in the live stream flooded the screen with comments, exclaiming, "What a remarkable protagonist. The mayor is pulling out all the stops to keep the streamer from leaving. Even the ambassador of Haicheng is involved. Such cunning. No recognition or awards can compare to this strategy." Brandishing the Haicheng label allows you to contribute elsewhere. This maneuver is simply brilliant once the ambassador of Haicheng is established. Every time the streamer appears, the first thought will be that he hails from Haicheng. The two experts must be infuriated. There can be many directors. But the ambassador of Haicheng is truly unique, an honor that is unparalleled. As the discussions among the viewers continued, a sudden donation captured everyone's attention. Southern Little Potato donated 10,000 golden beans. Wow. A generous donation of 10,000 golden beans. The comments immediately flooded in. Brother, what a tycoon. Such generosity. True to his name, Southern Little Potato from Haicheng. Kudos to the mayor and the streamer. This unorthodox approach to attracting talent is splendid. Haicheng Suyang. As soon as this barrage of comments appeared, the ensuing responses were remarkably synchronized, creating an impressive display. The citizens of Haicheng showed their support for the mayor with grand gestures. Main Kun from Haicheng donated 20,000 for the skyscraper. Must reach the shore. Donated 50,000 for the rocket. Wealthy Principal Wong donated 100,000 for the super golden beans, and count me in. As a proud resident of Haicheng, I support the mayor and wish to maintain the city's dignity. Donated for the skyscraper. The sentiment echoed. Haicheng cannot be without Su Yang. He is the pride of the people. Support the mayor. Today, as humility will transform into tomorrow as pride. Donating for the rocket. Su Yang is worth it. This is certainly not a display of humility. Actions speak louder than words. Here comes the super golden bean. Keep the host. Oh my goodness. Unlike the previous donations, this wave of contributions was staggering in magnitude. An array of extravagant gifts flooded in, all starting from tens of thousands. Inspired by the mayor of Haicheng, nearly every citizen in the live stream contributed their modest efforts, uniting their desire to keep Su Yang. Due to the overwhelming number of gifts, the backend prompted users to consider direct monetary conversion. Liu Xiaobao received a notification on his phone and was taken aback by the content. Today, there were so many influential figures. As a humble supporter standing in the background for his brother, he recognized the significance of the event, but did not anticipate such a sensation. In just a few hours, the donations in the live stream had already surpassed 1 million. 1 million! Liu Xiaobao stifled his excitement, repeatedly reminding himself to stay calm. Basic principles, don't get too excited. Meanwhile, at the top of the Haicheng television station building, a series of loud knocks echoed from the director's office. The secretary and her colleagues exchanged wide-eyed glances, engaging in silent communication. Shortly after the director's arrival, he summoned all the station's leaders. What could be causing such a heavy pounding? What was happening inside? Rumor had it that the deputy director was at odds with the director over a live broadcast. The director had cut off all programs under the deputy's purview. Could they possibly be in a physical altercation? As the chief secretary pondered, the sound of furniture crashing to the ground emerged from the office. The people outside jolted in alarm, sensing trouble. Just as the chief secretary approached the door, contemplating whether to call security, hearty laughter rang out from within. Ah, good. Even through the door, the director's jovial laughter resonated. The chief secretary stood in bewilderment. Why was the director, who seemed quite unhinged during Su Yang's broadcasts, behaving so unusually? Inside the office, the various leaders exchanged glances, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Chapter 55. One could almost call Su Yang father. At the conference table, the director gazed at the screen, his chubby fists waving excitedly. He grinned broadly, pounding the table as he focused on Su Yang's livestream, listening intently to the mayor's articulate discourse. A group of leaders, both high and low in rank, stood at the bottom, their lips twitching slightly, momentarily at a loss as to how to respond. The station director fixed his gaze on Su Yang on the screen, his mouth stretching wide with delight. This fisherman was not merely the face of Haicheng. He was undoubtedly the station's lucky star and savior. Just this morning, upon entering the office and accessing the back-end data monitoring, he was instantly routed to the spot. On an ordinary workday, the platform's traffic had triggered a threshold alert. High popularity was one thing, but for Su Yang, it was merely a basic skill. However, just moments ago, in a mere half hour, viewer donations had astonishingly surpassed 1 million. Such a phenomenon had never before occurred in the history of live streaming. Su Yang's meteoric rise had undoubtedly propelled their television station forward. Who did not know that this was their station's program? As the stock market had not yet closed, several stocks under their group had already hit the ceiling. Thanks to Su Yang's influence, the program had achieved consecutive limit-ups for 3 days. This was remarkable, especially considering that other stocks had plummeted. Even more astonishing was that, in the past 2 days, the stocks had reached their limits almost immediately upon opening. This was what one might call a reversal against the odds. Therefore, how could Su Yang possibly leave? It was absolutely imperative that he remain. He was not just Haicheng's face. He was truly the station's golden goose. Reflecting on his own purchase of several 100,000 shares in their group, the director felt a surge of excitement. He turned to the office director and said, "Go to the live broadcast room and make an announcement. Our ambassador must have a real position, and I shall serve as his director." Upon uttering these words, the room fell silent, all eyes on the director's serious expression. The office director gasped, pausing for a few seconds. "Director, you won't be the station director?" The director raised an eyebrow, non-committal. He did not perceive his decision as particularly shocking. The mechanism at Haicheng Television was distinct from that of other places. He had attained his position precisely because he had brought genuine profit to the station. Thus, even though the deputy director had always viewed him unfavorably and had seniority, he had never managed to contest his role. Now, the entire station relied on Su Yang's broadcast to achieve their current traffic and results. So what did it matter if he ceased to be the director? What relevance did it have to Su Yang? With Su Yang's traffic anchoring the station, even when this live program concluded, they could still ensure their stock prices would remain stable. Even if Su Yang were merely to serve as a mascot for the station, it would still be a guaranteed profit. Rather than wait for someone to negotiate a penalty for breach of contract, he would take the initiative. Meanwhile, in a secret underground laboratory of the National Security Department, a group of experts and professors donned goggles and helmets as they conducted laser experiments. On the vast control panel lay a small circuit board, intricately connected with various wires and external instruments. Several individuals huddled behind a computer screen, their expressions grave. As they watched the progress bar move slowly across the screen, beads of sweat had already soaked their palms. This was the 999th experiment. A few days ago, operatives from the Cheetah Code of the Eagle Nation, risking their lives, sent back a circuit board. They attempted countless times to extract operational data, yet to no avail. It was evident that this was likely a semi-finished product or perhaps a defective one. Nevertheless, the operatives braved great danger to send it back, which surely concealed a monumental secret. Professor Wen gazed at the computer screen, his vision momentarily obscured, having labored tirelessly for 3 days and nights. The man in his 50s found himself at an impasse. The sight of the enormous red cross on the screen evoked an unmistakable sense of disappointment among the team. A young man behind Professor Wen, a flicker of concern in his eyes, stepped forward. "Director, perhaps we should take a break?" he began, but was abruptly cut off by Professor Wen's resolute interjection. "Enough. There is no time. Do you understand the significance of what the cheetah has risked to send us?" The laboratory fell silent once more. Though Professor Wen did not articulate the rest, everyone was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. The mere mention of the cheetah signified a level of utmost secrecy. As the staff immersed themselves in the weighty atmosphere, the jarring sound of an automatic door echoed through the room. A staff member, breathless and clutching identification, had evidently sprinted to the lab. His labored breaths captured the attention of everyone present. The peculiar nature of their work meant that all signals were blocked in this area. Unless it was a matter of grave urgency, the minister would not dispatch someone to the lab. What could have transpired? Professor Wen hastily rose. Anxiety etched across his face as he regarded the staff member. Before he could voice his concerns, the staff member spoke in fragmented sentences. "A fisherman in Haicheng found a laser positioning device in a faux dragon's head. Preliminary assessment indicates it is the very item sent by the cheetah," he explained, gesturing towards a small integrated circuit board on the workbench. Upon hearing this news, the already quiet laboratory felt as if time had come to a standstill. The silence was palpable. The team exchanged incredulous glances, questioning whether they had misheard. A fisherman discovered this small black component? They had spent 3 days and nights trying to decipher its purpose. Was it sent by the cheetah or from the Eagle Nation? It was unfathomable. This had to be some cutting-edge invention from the Eagle Nation. Yet it was found by a fisherman in Haicheng, faster than their own security department. Even more astonishing was the fact that this fisherman recognized it as a laser positioning device. Impossible. Professor Wen's mind raced as he pushed past the staff member. bolting towards the minister's office, silently concluding that there must have been a misunderstanding. The information regarding the cheetah could not have possibly leaked. It was absolutely inconceivable that a mere fisherman from Haicheng could identify a laser positioning device. Having spent numerous years in the security department, I recall the incident when the Eagle Nation bombed the embassy. If this fisherman truly possesses such prowess, he ought to immediately venture to Haicheng and call out to Su Yang as father. Chapter 56. The Man Who Creates Miracles. Professor Wen dashed fervently towards the minister's office, panting heavily as he stood before the door. Just as he was about to knock, a powerful voice resonated from within, rich with authority. A chill ran down Professor Wen's spine. He glanced up and confirmed that it was indeed the minister's office. Reflecting on the voice he had just heard, he realized it was unmistakably the minister's tone. However, the combination of this voice with the minister's usual demeanor sent a tremor through him. Given the minister's unique position and lofty status, he had never witnessed any fluctuation in his emotions. The minister's ability to mask his feelings is often perceived as profound by others, but for him, it is merely a fundamental aspect of his professional integrity. What could have transpired to render the minister so uncharacteristically agitated? After signaling to knock, Professor Wen eagerly entered the office. However, before he could utter a word, an alarm blared suddenly from the 70-inch screen before him, accompanied by a drastic change in the minister's expression. Professor Wen turned his gaze towards the screen in confusion. In an instant, he was rendered motionless, his pupils constricting to mere pinpoints, disbelief etched across his face. The young man on the screen was grasping an object identical to the circuit board on the console. The two individuals in the office remained utterly still, their eyes transfixed on Su Yang on the screen, scarcely daring to blink. 1 second, 2 seconds passed. Minister Liu was astounded, struggling to regain his composure. The item sent by the cheetah had no possibility of being leaked. According to the information provided by Cheetah, this locator device appeared in pairs. If the other could not be located, the system settings could not be successfully deactivated, leading to the self-destruction of the remaining device. This new locator developed by the Eagle Nation housed a graphite bomb composed entirely of pure carbon fibers. While it would not cause casualties in the city, the minuscule graphite bomb, once launched, would release countless fibers into the air. Wherever they landed, they would obliterate the city's electrical infrastructure. If a city's electrical system were instantly destroyed, it would result in the paralysis of the entire metropolis. This is precisely why they must decipher this locator in the shortest time possible and locate its pair. Minister Liu gazed intently at the screen before him, his fists clenched tightly. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would scarcely have believed it. A mere fisherman from Haicheng had managed to locate a complete laser locator. How had he accomplished such a feat? Even Cheetah had only obtained fragments of the information. It was the absence of crucial data that had hindered their ability to fully decode the information. Professor Wen and his team had labored in the underground laboratory for an extended period without any groundbreaking progress. Yet, Su Yang had discovered it within the guise of a faux dragon's head. A spark ignited in Minister Liu's mind. If this positioning device remains undiscovered, and if the dragon's head enters the museum, the entire collection of artifacts and the electrical system of Kyoto would collapse, rendering the museum's alarm systems equally inoperative. At this thought, Liu was struck with alarm and immediately set off for Haicheng. He dared not contemplate further, for this was an unimaginable conspiracy. Now that Su Yang had located one positioning device, its exposure was inevitable. They needed to decipher it in the shortest time possible to successfully locate another one. Meanwhile, Professor Wen stood before the screen, seemingly lost in his own world, entirely oblivious to Liu's words. His gaze was fixed upon the positioning device that Su Yang had thrown, ensconced in a profound silence. Although their minister did not participate in the research, his understanding was as clear as day. The fundamental principle of the positioning device was not complex. However, its secret lay within the circuit board, cloaked in an uncountable array of graphite fibers. Without data, the conductive point's locations could not be analyzed. Should the device be compromised without knowledge of its position, it would unleash a multitude of graphite fibers. At that moment, he had been fixated on a singular point, until he saw the fisherman on the screen, gripping the diagonal and casting the positioning device away. Suddenly, it dawned on him. The conductive points were not merely one point, but rather a closed loop. It was the very loop that Su Yang held in his grasp. Professor Wen was taken aback, his lips twitching involuntarily. The thing he had labored over for days in the laboratory, this fisherman had discerned without a moment's hesitation, almost instantaneously upon acquiring the positioning device. He had grasped its significance and tossed it away. Could it be that a mere fisherman was more astute than him, a professor of national security? Yet, he had never heard of this individual before. As the two men in the room were rendered speechless by Su Yang's actions, the screen suddenly erupted with a series of piercing alarms. Lu and Professor Wen's hearts surged into their throats as they exchanged glances, their expressions pale. Professor Wen's face drained of color, and Lu was no better off. Both men simultaneously feared the worst. A graphite bomb. Within moments, several contingency plans sprang to mind. Even preparations to seek assistance from the South Sea were made. Just as Lu reached for the phone to issue an urgent internal distress call, he noticed the young man on the screen approaching the coffin, bending down to search for something. Seeing Lu frozen in action, Professor Wen's face contorted with urgency. Minister, quickly request support. In that instant, it was impossible to locate another device, and should graphite. Professor Wen's words were abruptly cut off by Lu's raised hand. Following Lu's gaze, they beheld the tall figure on the screen, slowly rising. Goodness! Professor Wen stumbled back 2 steps. Lu's phone clattered to the floor. Su Yang, in his hand, astonishingly grasped yet another positioning device. Both devices had been found by this fisherman. Minister Lu and Professor Wen exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting mutual astonishment. The young man on the screen was experiencing a shock that transcended mere words. He knew. At the moment he grasped the conductive point and cast it aside. He was actually seeking a second positioning device. Astonishingly, he was aware of the secret surrounding the second device. He even understood that the alarm from the first device would trigger the pairing with the second. Thus, the alarms from both devices could resonate in seamless continuity. This young man was formidable. Could it be that he had knowledge of the situation? No, it was inconceivable. An event of utmost confidentiality within national security could never be leaked. It was his exceptional reasoning and judgment that enabled him to navigate this matter so adeptly. Meanwhile, within the borders of Eagle Country, in a clandestine office of the embassy, Valada was sweating profusely as he fixated on the red dot on the screen. It was supposed to be 2 flashing red dots, but just a minute ago, they had suddenly vanished. Chapter 57. To deal with the eagle. One must strike swiftly and decisively. Valada rubbed his eyes, and after confirming that his vision was not deceiving him, he felt a wave of darkness wash over him and fell from his chair. These 2 red dots represented the locations of the positioning devices, and now the lights had inexplicably gone out. Had the devices been discovered? The thought crossed his mind, but was swiftly dismissed. Impossible. The Dragon Country had a saying, steal the beams and change the pillars. They had meticulously prepared for this plan over the course of more than a year. They had even contacted the most authoritative expert in cultural relics appraisal through the embassy. If they had passed even that expert's scrutiny, how could there possibly be someone more formidable than the expert surnamed Wang? Valada scoffed inwardly. Of course not. During the execution of this plan, he had thoroughly grasped the preferences of several authoritative experts in the realm of Dragon Country's cultural relics. That group of old fools certainly lacked the capability to thwart his plan. Could it be an issue with the positioning device's signal? Just as Valada was about to summon a technical expert to investigate, his assistant Mike suddenly burst in. Sir, we have a major problem. Valada, already irritated, glared at Mike's reckless demeanor. What is it that warrants such a commotion? Are you itching for trouble? Mike gulped nervously, panting heavily, and cautiously extended his phone. Upon witnessing this action, Valada's irritation only intensified. The red dot of the positioning device had vanished, and he had no time to concern himself with trivial gossip from Dragon Country. The positioning device was offline. Quickly, summon someone. Nothing is more important than this, Valada exclaimed, his words punctuated by spittle flying everywhere. Yet, Mike remained frozen in place, hesitating to move, even inching the phone forward cautiously. This unusual behavior caused Valada to feel a pang of anxiety, and his gaze involuntarily drifted back to the screen. It was filled with authoritative news from Dragon Country, with a headline that read, Su Yang breaks the positioning device case. Valada's pupils dilated in shock as he sprang to his feet. In a moment of disbelief, I snatched Mike's phone, my eyes scanning the news headlines. How could this be possible? The locator had been discovered by a fisherman named Su Yang from Haicheng. Moreover, he had found two. His plan was impeccably crafted, even hidden within the dragon's head. To achieve aesthetic perfection, he devoted over a year to countless casting experiments, striving not only to ensure that the locator's signal remained unaffected, but also to achieve a seamless overall casting. Thus, the exterior would have not a single crevice, appearing utterly flawless. Furthermore, he had meticulously planned a year in advance, disguising his identity, deliberately leaving clues to entice experts from the Dragon Nation's attention. Everything unfolded smoothly, and just as he pinpointed the true location of the dragon's head, this fisherman named Su Yang not only discerned his counterfeit, but also further located the locator. Velarda cast another glance at the computer screen before him, now shrouded in darkness. The red that had vanished, Lady Luck had not favored him. It was over. The locator had been discovered, and his scheme to lay claim to the artifacts of the Dragon Nation had met with utter failure. A series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Before Velarda could respond, two staff members entered the room. "Mr. Velarda, the ambassador requests your presence in his office." Velarda felt a wave of despair wash over him. The ambassador would undoubtedly not let him off the hook. His body went limp, and he trembled uncontrollably. Meanwhile, at the Haicheng site, the staff had nearly completed their wrap-up tasks. Personnel from the security department were already waiting at the Kyoto airport for the handover of the locator. Yang had secured the dragon's head, glancing at the onlookers who seemed hesitant to speak. Su Yang stood unwavering at the center. To his left were Elder Xia and Elder Wang, their eyes filled with anticipation as they gazed at him. To his right stood Mayor Yao. While unable to afford to offend the experts from Kyoto, was now visibly sweating. The crowd murmured among themselves. Why was Su Yang still silent? They were eager to see his choice. Adults do not face dilemmas. Can't they have it all? At this moment, I fully empathized with Su Yang. If I were in his position, I too would be at a loss. Experts have their merits, while the ambassadorial role offers wealth with less responsibility. What is there to hesitate about? If it were me, I would undoubtedly choose Kyoto, as long as the household registration issue could be resolved. Wouldn't that be better than the hollow title of ambassador? What does Kyoto have that Haicheng lacks? The mayor speaks only the truth. And what are the specially appointed experts? Isn't that merely a hollow title? Can they eat or drink? Quiet down, quiet down. Our opinions do not matter. It's not as if we are the ones going. Why get so agitated? We must see how Su Yang decides. The murmurs of the crowd intermittently reached the ears of the three individuals, causing their expressions to fluctuate between hope and anxiety. Su Yang, maintaining his composure, surveyed the crowd before politely addressing Elder Xia and Elder Wang. "Thank you both for your kind offers, but I currently have no intention of going to Kyoto, nor can I accept the position of a specially appointed expert." As soon as he finished speaking, Mayor Yao's lips curled into a smile. Elder Xia and Elder Wang were left in a state of shock and embarrassment. They had anticipated that Su Yang might hesitate, but they had not expected such a definitive refusal. His decision to not go to Kyoto for the time being was understandable, as their proposal had indeed come rather suddenly. One must always consult with family. However, what does it mean to decline the position of a distinguished expert? Is it not prudent to leave oneself with a safety net? Does he comprehend what this title represents? In the entirety of Longhua, he is the sole individual to receive such an extraordinary nomination. Yet, he declined without a moment's hesitation. Elder Xia, fearing for Su Yang's well-being, understood the significance of being a distinguished expert, as he would need to advocate for it with the authorities upon his return. If the higher-ups discovered that Su Yang himself harbored no desire for this honor, would it not render his efforts utterly futile? Contemplating this, Elder Xia furrowed his brow in frustration. "What do you know about not becoming a distinguished expert, you young rascal? Think it over first. I shall return to Kyoto. Take your time to consider. There is no rush for a response." With that, he patted Su Yang on the shoulder, casting a glance that silently urged him to be quiet. Following that, he took hold of Elder Wang and departed with a group of influential figures from Kyoto, leaving Haicheng behind. Elder Xia remained unperturbed, sensing that his connection with this fisherman was far from over. The immediate priority was to return to Kyoto and hand over the positioning device to the security department. Watching the two experts depart, Su Yang felt a slight relief wash over him. He recognized that their intentions were benevolent. Kyoto, beneath the feet of the emperor, the heart of Longhua, a place that countless yearn for. Yet, how many are aware of his true aspirations? In this lifetime, He merely wishes to live freely. Distinguished expert? Image ambassador? Merely intangible shackles. What could be more pleasurable than fishing? While Su Yang contemplated his own thoughts, he remained oblivious to Mayor Yao observing his expression with quiet scrutiny. A fleeting glimmer of certainty in his eyes. Chapter 58. 2 million for a mouthpiece. Before Su Yang could take a step toward leaving, Mayor Yao stepped forward, looking at him earnestly. Mr. Su Yang, I am Yao Song, the mayor of this city. On behalf of all the citizens of Haicheng, I extend my gratitude for your contributions to the archaeological endeavors of Longhua. Su Yang was taken aback, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. How intriguing. Another dimension to this. Ah, the image ambassador. Just as Su Yang was about to politely decline, Mayor Yao seized the opportunity. Mr. Su's contributions to Haicheng merit the title of image ambassador without question. However, we have an additional reward. Su Yang was momentarily stunned. An extra reward? Observing Su Yang's reaction. Mayor Yao smiled sadly. The series of events had convinced him that Su Yang was indeed a treasure of Haicheng. To retain him, sincerity was essential. Fortunately, the onlookers reminded him that the title of image ambassador was merely a nominal one, devoid of tangible benefits. Mayor Yao decisively declared, on behalf of Haicheng, I present a reward of 2 million. What? 2 million? The crowd that had yet to leave the scene erupted in astonishment at the mayor's proclamation. 2 million. Goodness. And it's for Su Yang. 2 million. It would take 10 years, no, 20 years of hard work to earn such a sum. No wonder the fisherman opted not to go to Kyoto. Were I in his position, I would decline as well. Nothing compares to the allure of the mighty yuan. Dear brother, do not trivialize the words of the fisherman. Observe how others remain silent. The mayor has mentioned 2 million, yet he shows no reaction. Indeed, if it were I would likely leap up on the spot. Wouldn't that suffice to clear my mortgage? The onlookers buzz with excitement, while the few individuals around Su Yang remain remarkably composed. Liu Xiaobao dares not speak. Ever since the experts from the capital arrived, he regards his brother with a reverence akin to that of ancient deities. Wang Bingbing was initially engaged in capturing photographs on site. Upon hearing Mayor Yao's remarks, she abruptly halted her actions. Perhaps the gathered crowd is unaware of what the municipal government's cash reward of 2 million signifies. This recognition comes directly from the city, and such a substantial reward is reserved for those who have made significant contributions across various fields. Having worked in journalism for many years, she recalls that the last time such a large sum was awarded was during a flood, when a member of the armed police saved lives using a kayak. At that moment, a smile of realization spread across Wang Bingbing's face. What is there to be astonished about? Had Su Yang not caught this illustrious dragonhead? Had he failed to authenticate its legitimacy? Or had he not successfully located the two positioning devices, the treasures of Longhua would have been lost forever. With this thought, Wang Bingbing felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks and stole another glance at Su Yang. She discreetly shifted to a better vantage point to capture his profound profile and continued editing the news photos. Meanwhile, Mayor Yao's lips curled upwards as he swiftly contemplated. Since such a generous reward is to be bestowed, he ought to arrange a city-wide recognition ceremony for Su Yang. It would be an opportune moment to invite all the mainstream media from Longhua to promote Haicheng, while also using Su Yang as a model for commendation, setting a benchmark for cultural achievements. Lost in his pleasant musings, he was abruptly pulled back to reality by Su Yang's chilling voice. Thank you, Mayor. That is very kind of you, but I have done nothing deserving of such a reward. I shall forego the money. I only wish to fish in peace. The crowd? Su Yang's words struck like a Hiroshima bomb, leaving everyone astounded. Wait, what did he just say? He refuses the 2 million? The fisherman is turning down the offer? What on earth is he thinking? The municipal government's reward, given freely, is being declined? Goodness, this fisherman is audacious. Such is his vision, though I cannot comprehend it. Is it possible for me to accept? A chorus of lamentation arose around them. A collective frustration at Su Yang's apparent indifference. Mayor Yao too was taken aback. Su Yang did not give the impression of someone who chased fame and fortune. Thus, when Elder Xia and Elder Wang invited him to the capital, he remained so nonchalant. Consequently, Yao had thought that not only was his public image important, but that he must also provide substance. If the image ambassador could not entice Su Yang, then he would have to resort to a bold move. 2 million cash, real cash. How is it that all his cards are on the table, yet Su Yang opts out? Can it be that not even cash can entice this fisherman? Su Yang surveyed the reactions of those around him with an air of tranquility. 2 million. Is that truly a significant sum? If he were to triumph in this competition, the prize would amount to 10 million. Yesterday, Xiao Bao showcased the generous donations from online viewers. Although he may not possess 2 million at this moment, it is inevitable that he will acquire it eventually. Accepting this 2 million now would equate to embracing the role of a brand ambassador. Given his social anxiety, how could he possibly embody such a mascot? Fishing seems far more liberating. Thus, Su Yang resolutely opted to decline the offer. The viewers in the live stream were left astounded by this turn of events. Oh my goodness, I anticipated that the host wouldn't desire to be a brand ambassador, nor did I expect him to seek the hollow title of an honorary expert. However, I never imagined he would refuse 2 million. The host has truly surprised me. There are still those who can reject the allure of money. I can only say your perspective is rather limited. You fail to grasp the host's inner thoughts. What kind of host is he? A fisherman. How does one attract traffic nowadays? Brother upstairs, you've hit the nail on the head. With the host's current popularity, as long as he continues to live stream, he need not worry about a lack of viewership. One can only say the host possesses great wisdom, not swayed by immediate gains. What is 2 million? Merely a fraction of the host's income. Oh, I adore him. This is government reward money. How can one refuse it? The host truly has vision, unaffected by mundane desires. Indeed, the truth is revealed. Honorary professors need not clock in, nor does the host. As for the brand ambassador role, it requires daily commitment, which the host also declines. This level of detachment is beyond my reach, a modern rendition of indifference to fame and fortune. The viewers shared their reflections in a flurry of comments. Meanwhile, Su Yang and Liu Xiaobao began to gather their belongings. He had completed his tasks and felt hunger pangs. Liu Xiaobao, having endured a day filled with excitement, was entirely drained and preoccupied with thoughts of food. Wang Bingbing stood in a daze, gazing at Su Yang, lost in contemplation. Mayor Yao observed the two feigning busyness, attempting several times to interject, only to be skillfully sidestepped by Su Yang. He stood there, feeling quite awkward. Upon noticing Wang Bingbing beside Su Yang, an idea struck him. Miss Wang, how would you feel about 2 million? Chapter 59. The mother-in-law's growing satisfaction with her son-in-law. The viewers in the live stream, with their eyes gleaming with anticipation, flooded the screen with comments. The national goddess is no longer pretending. How forward of her. I feel a tinge of embarrassment from behind the screen. Goodness. She didn't hesitate for a moment. The goddess just followed the host. After such a display, if I were a woman, my eyes would be glued to the host as well. I am envious. Does this count as a double harvest in love and career for the host? Why bother fishing? With such looks, he could simply promote products while live streaming. What are you on about upstairs? If the host isn't fishing, what am I to watch? I've been relying on this to add some color to my mundane life. The viewers' discussions did nothing to impede Su Yang's pursuit of a meal. As Liu Xiaobao strolled, daydreaming of king crab, he suddenly noticed a group of middle-aged men and women congregating 500 meters from the restaurant. Here they come. That's him. As Su Yang and Liu Xiaobao were still recovering from the unexpected encounter, they found themselves surrounded by a group of middle-aged men and women. Liu Xiaobao, taken aback, instinctively took 2 steps back, bewildered. The gazes directed at his brother were as predatory as those of wolves and tigers. Before Liu Xiaobao could utter a word, a woman stepped forward with fervor. Young man, I've perused your profile, and I see you are still single, correct? My daughter just graduated with her master's degree. She has a wonderful temperament. Before she could finish, a man interrupted, pulling her aside. My daughter is truly a beauty, studying painting with an exquisite aura. What do you say? All right, old Li. You speak so boldly, yet your daughter weighs nearly 200 pounds. How do you have the audacity? Liu Xiaobao was left speechless. Good heavens. I've seen people block others to collect debts, but never to offer up their daughters. Yet, Liu Xiaobao could hardly comprehend the fervor of these middle-aged men and women. The fact remained that Su Yang's attributes were simply too exceptional. Which young person could resist such immense wealth and fortune? They were confident that their daughters, nurtured for decades, would not be easily overlooked. The older generation regarded Su Yang with the same satisfaction a mother-in-law feels for her son-in-law, growing more impressed with each passing moment. This young man was, without doubt, the most eligible bachelor in Haicheng. Naturally, they greeted him with the utmost enthusiasm. At that moment, Su Yang, typically composed, displayed a rare look of bewilderment, standing frozen for several minutes. He had never encountered such a spectacle, neither in this life nor the previous one. Who would have thought that this group of middle-aged folks would block his way during a meal? Seizing the opportunity amidst the commotion, Liu Xiaobao quickly pulled Su Yang away, making a hasty retreat towards the back entrance of a private dining establishment, escaping unscathed. The owner, as warm as ever, spotted Su Yang from a distance and welcomed him, leading him to a secluded private room. With pockets full of cash, Liu Xiaobao ordered without hesitation, selecting all of his brother's favorites and adding a bottle of Waha milk for himself, hoping to nourish his mind. The owner, grinning, took the order and hurried the kitchen staff. As they indulged in a sumptuous meal, Su Yang and Liu Xiaobao remained blissfully unaware of the attention they garnered from others. Meanwhile, the owner was busy attending to guests in the front hall. Suddenly, a woman with sunglasses, long flowing hair, and an enchanting figure entered the courtyard. The owner's eyes widened in recognition, a familiar feeling washing over him. Lost in thought, he watched as the woman approached him directly, removing her sunglasses. After scanning the area, she gently inquired, "Boss, which private room is Su Yang in?" Her voice was as fragrant as blooming flowers. The owner's heart raced, and he composed himself. Turning around, his eyes widened in shock. "Miss Wang, good heavens! No wonder she seemed familiar. It's none other than the national goddess, Wang Bingbing. What brings her here? Wasn't her reservation canceled? Why has she returned so suddenly? Wait, did she just mention Su Yang?" His thoughts raced. Could it be that the rumors from the live stream were indeed true? The proprietor's mind was racing with calculations. Ever since Su Yang gained fame, the business of his humble establishment had flourished beyond measure. Some patrons even frequented the place daily, dining from 11 in the morning until 8 or 9 at night, all for a fleeting glimpse of the legendary fisherman. If they missed him today, they would surely return tomorrow. Su Yang had become a living emblem for their eatery, a veritable god of wealth. With this thought in mind, the owner discerned the weight of priorities and, without hesitation, smiled at Wang Bingbing as he spoke. "I apologize, Miss Wang, but you are well aware of our establishment's policy regarding customer privacy. It cannot be breached. Furthermore, Mr. Su has already finished his meal and departed." Upon hearing this, Wang Bingbing seethed with indignation. How infuriating! Arriving just a moment too late, she was fully cognizant of the rules, yet she had hoped to leverage her own notoriety to gain an advantage. Even if she couldn't catch a glimpse of Su Yang this time, knowing which private room he occupied would suffice. To her dismay, the owner showed her no leniency. Had she not witnessed that scene on the road earlier, she would never have admitted to pursuing Su Yang. She intended to claim that she was merely hungry and came to dine, fostering a chance encounter. However, the sight of the elderly patrons eyeing Su Yang with such intensity only fueled her frustration. Her lips pursed in anger. She was resolute in her determination to secure Su Yang's attention and take the initiative. How could a man she had not even pursued be the object of such scrutiny from a gaggle of older patrons? If she could, she would gladly keep Su Yang hidden at home, cooking for him daily and relishing a blissful life together. This thought brought a faint blush to her cheeks beneath her mask. Clenching her small fist tightly, she resolved that waiting for food was no cause for concern. Surely Su Yang needed rest as well. Yes, sleep. With this in mind, Wang Bingbing decisively turned to Xiaomin and said, "Let us go to where Su Yang sleeps." The owner gasped upon hearing these words, watching in disbelief as the national goddess departed. It turned out that the goddess was this kind of goddess, fiercely pursuing a man. The mere thought made him blush. Meanwhile, Su Yang and Liu Xiaobao were blissfully unaware of this little interlude. They had returned to the place they had rested the previous day. As they entered the room, both collapsed onto the bed. Su Yang stretched languidly. After a long day, even idleness could be exhausting. Where'd he fish tomorrow? This location was unlikely to be viable again. Surely it would be crowded. Just as he was about to pull out his phone to check for more secluded spots in Haicheng, Liu Xiaobao spoke up. "Brother, let us interact with our online followers." Chapter 60. Ambassador, generous donation of 2 million. Liu Xiaobao excitedly gestured with his phone, saliva flying as he spoke. After 3 days of streaming, he was almost certain that as long as his brother avoided any pitfalls, victory in this contest was destined to be theirs. Initially, He thought the pinnacle of his life would be achieved by following his brother to win this competition and claim the 10 million prize. But now, upon witnessing the overwhelming surge of over 10 million followers, Liu Xiaobao could hardly contain his ambition to embark on a career. Even though he had turned off the camera the moment he entered the hotel, the chat room was still abuzz with activity. The streamer logged off rather early. I wonder what the angler looks like while fishing. Goodness, dear sister upstairs, what are you imagining in that mind of yours? Are you getting lost in fantasy? There's no denying the streamer's charm. Equally sweet and salty. Men are enamored too. I almost wish to take the streamer for a stroll around Chengdu. Hey, you up there, share your location. I promise not to harm you. I just want to see the streamer fish. No, I mean fish for anything but fish. Speaking of fishing, I must arrive early tomorrow to secure a good spot and ride on the streamer's popularity. Thanks to the streamer, my followers have surged by several thousand today. Observing the barrage of comments, Liu Xiaobao shook his head and chatted animatedly with Su Yang. Brother, the female fans are utterly captivated by your looks. Make sure to style your hair before heading out tomorrow. Wow, brother. There are actually other streamers trying to siphon your traffic at the venue. Some even plan to stake out their spots tomorrow. What time are we departing? Hearing Liu Xiaobao's fervent chatter, Su Yang, who had been resting his eyes, opened them, furrowing his brow. It seemed they would need to change locations once more the following day. The next day, the first rays of sunlight filtered through the curtains, illuminating the entire room. Su Yang slowly opened his eyes, having enjoyed a restful night. After a quick freshening up, he gathered his fishing rod and bait, ready to set out. A vibrant day was about to begin. He planned to take Liu Xiaobao to find a new fishing spot. Earlier at breakfast, he had done some research and discovered a secluded coastal junction not far from their lodgings. Given its border location, it was usually quite deserted, making it the perfect retreat for him. As he approached the roadside, he happened upon a taxi. A smile crept across Su Yang's face. His luck was favorable. During rush hour, it typically took half an hour to hail a cab. Surprisingly, the very first one he encountered was unoccupied. Hello, may I ask if you're Mr. Liu? With tail number 4300? Liu Xiaobao promptly closed the door and responded eagerly. Yes, indeed. Excellent. Please fasten your seatbelt. We shall be off shortly. The driver, in a cheerful mood, spoke with a melodic cadence. The air-conditioned interior of the taxi provided a welcome reprieve from the sweltering heat of the day. Traffic report 875 from Haicheng. Welcome to this morning's news. Spreading love, warming the world. Mr. Su Yang, the newly appointed ambassador of Haicheng, has generously donated 2 million RMB awarded by the city government. This charitable contribution will be entirely invested in the Hope project of our city. Upon hearing the sudden announcement from the car speakers, Liu Xiaobao inhaled sharply. 2 million for the Hope project? He instantly recalled the mayor's mention of the reward for his brother yesterday. He had not anticipated that the mayor would donate that money. And in his brother's name, no less. Wow, this move was truly brilliant, given that the money had already been donated, especially to the Hope project. Could his brother ever reclaim it? Could his brother truly claim that he was not the one who donated? This ambassador of Haicheng is undoubtedly well appointed. Liu Xiaobao sighed internally while searching for the QR code in his master's vehicle. Master, where's your Alipay QR code? The fishing spot was not far from where they were staying, and they arrived in the blink of an eye. No need to look. I am here specifically to pick you up. Upon hearing this, Liu Xiaobao was taken aback, alarm bells ringing in his mind. It was important to note that his brother was now a celebrity in Haicheng. Could they be in any danger? The driver glanced at the two in the rearview mirror. One was tense, while the other appeared calm. Secretly, he admired them. Young man, quite impressive. Regardless of the situation, your composure is remarkable. A vital quality for any fisherman. He pulled over to the side of the road, reaching into a black bag in the passenger seat, as if searching for something. Liu Xiaobao's anxiety heightened at this sight. What on earth did this driver intend to do? Both he and his brother were individuals of considerable wealth. Could they really be facing a robbery in broad daylight? Instinctively, Liu Xiaobao positioned himself protectively in front of Su Yang. Just as he assumed a defensive stance, the driver spoke up. I finally found it. As it turned out, after much rummaging, the driver retrieved a pendant from his black bag. He turned to the two passengers in the back seat. This pendant is for you. It holds no significance for me. After speaking, he cast a meaningful glance at Su Yang. Young man, you are quite remarkable. Observing the driver's somewhat unusual behavior, Su Yang remained unperturbed. He accepted the pendant, which bore the waves patterns and a fishing rod embossed on it. Su Yang was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed a pendant, yet it resembled a metal moor. In a flash, Su Yang recalled something, and looking back at the driver, he felt a newfound respect. He hung the pendant on his backpack, nodding slightly at the driver. "Thank you." The actions of the two left Lu Xiaobao completely bewildered. What was this, a handover ceremony? Why was his brother so amicable towards this driver? Before Lu Xiaobao could comprehend the situation, Su Yang pulled him out of the car. This little interlude left no significant trace in Lu Xiaobao's mind. Carrying the items for their meal, he opened the camera, cheerfully following behind Su Yang. Gazing at the boundless coastline ahead, with waves crashing onto the shore and the white foam rolling and tumbling, he felt an indescribable sense of contentment. This was life. While pondering, he sought a favorable spot to place their belongings, handing a stool to his brother before finding an ideal location for the live stream. Let us get started. What delightful surprises would the heavens bestow upon them today? The viewers in the live stream finally saw the illuminated broadcast. Wow, the host has finally begun. We've been waiting forever. It seems the host has changed locations again. Is this the meaning of shoot and scoot? Goodness, this location looks quite challenging. How does one select a breakwater when all the good catches have already been claimed by those upstream? What a futile endeavor this is. It is no wonder the streamer is unable to catch anything. Who among the respectable populace would come to watch a streamer fish? Why the rush? Let us see what delightful surprises the streamer may unveil today. The photographer is quite considerate, isn't he? The temperature outside approaches a sweltering 39 degrees, and it is fortunate that he brought a parasol to provide some shade. To be frank, I find the streamer's sun-kissed complexion appealing. But lo and behold, someone has already noticed. Just as Su Yang alighted from the vehicle, a taxi followed closely behind. A graceful figure emerged, glancing about the beach. Chapter 61, Breaking News. The fishing deity's heir has arrived. Wang Bingbing stepped out of the car. Even with sunglasses shielding her eyes, the glaring sunlight compelled her to instinctively squint. On the expansive beach, the silhouettes of Su Yang and Lu Xiaobao stood out conspicuously. Upon spotting the figures she had longed to see, the national goddess exhaled a sigh of relief. The oppressive heat enveloped her, rendering the air slightly sticky. Yet, none of this dampened her exuberant spirit. Earlier that morning, she had received an urgent directive from her editor, and by the time she reached the hotel, Su Yang had just boarded a taxi. In her haste, she instructed her driver to follow closely behind. Thankfully, she did not lose track of him. Reflecting on her editor's instructions, Bingbing murmured softly to herself. If only Su Yang could be as easily swayed as other men. Her editor had insisted she remain in Haicheng, resolutely requiring her to interview Su Yang before returning to Kyoto. She felt a mixture of joy and frustration. The joy stemmed from the prospect of pursuing a handsome man at the expense of public funds, while the frustration arose from the fact that she had scarcely exchanged even a few earnest words with him. With this thought in mind, Wang Bingbing lifted the large bag she carried. No matter, she may not be adept at fishing, but she could certainly excel in other pursuits. Resolute, she strode towards Su Yang, her bag in hand. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaobao had just secured a spot and sat down beside his brother. Hardly had he settled when a wave of sweet perfume wafted towards him. As he looked up, he could not help but exclaim, "Goodness!" Today, his brother had chosen a different location for the live stream. How did the national goddess manage to find them? He barely sat down, and the goddess had already arrived. Lu Xiaobao rubbed his nose, his expression turning peculiar. He knew the goddess admired his brother, but he had no idea it was to such an extent. His brother had already made a clear refusal just yesterday. Observing the goddess's flowing hair radiating confidence, he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. From what he understood of his brother, he seemed to remain indifferent to everything, even prizes. How could he possibly allow a woman to influence his swiftness in drawing his sword? Contemplating the potentially awkward situation that might arise, Lu Xiaobao pondered whether it would be wise to make a hasty exit. Just as he contemplated his next move, he suddenly noticed Wang Bingbing approaching them. Offering a gentle smile, his heart raced and his steps faltered. The title of national goddess was indeed well-deserved. One mere smile transformed Xiaobao's round face into a crimson hue. "Su Yang, I have purchased enfant shy. What flavor would you like?" Lu Xiaobao, how direct. His face turned crimson upon hearing that. The unexpected voice startled Su Yang as well. Upon opening his drowsy eyes, he beheld Wang Bingbing, her smile radiant like a blossoming flower. The corners of her mouth etched themselves into Su Yong's memory, leaving him momentarily dazed. "Miss Wang, what brings you here?" The viewers in a live stream were treated to an early morning spectacle that was utterly delightful. "Oh my, how sweet." The goddess is completely unabashed. She didn't even bring an assistant today, clearly intent on supporting the host to the end. Wherever the host goes, she follows. If the host is fishing, she provides the bait. I am enviously speechless. Doesn't the host feel moved? The goddess is so fervently pursuing him. I wish I could be that close. Laughing out loud, the photographer is such a typical guy. He is just standing there while our national goddess carries such a large drink bag. Wow. The gaze of the national goddess is so intense. I can hardly bear it. Where is she even looking? Liu Xiaobao busily played with his phone, content to be the mascot of the moment. However, upon seeing the viewers' comments, he couldn't help but glance up. In the next instant, Liu Xiaobao nearly tumbled into a pit, his face aflame with embarrassment. The national goddess was fixated on the area below his brother's waist. Her eyes did not even flutter. Just as Liu Xiaobao contemplated looking down, Bingbing suddenly turned her head. Instead of the anticipated blush, her brow furrowed slightly as she asked, "What's going on?" Liu Xiaobao was momentarily stunned, internally lamenting. How could he explain the biological structure? What does going on even mean? Observing Liu Xiaobao's complexion shift from red to white, the national goddess appeared bewildered, continuing her inquiry. "That charm on Su Yong's bag, where did it come from?" Liu Xiaobao froze, realizing Wang Bingbing was pointing at the charm on Su Yong's bag. Recalling the fleeting moment that danced through his mind just moments ago, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Stammering, he replied, Just earlier on the way here, it was given to me by a taxi driver." Wang Bingbing stood there, silent and contemplative. She never anticipated having the chance to see this charm again. Though referred to as a charm, it was, in fact, a medal. A one-of-a-kind piece, the only medal of its kind in all of Asia. Back when she was an apprentice, she traveled the world with her mentor on interviews, and she had always regretted not having observed this medal closely. To her astonishment, she had encountered it once more, here in Haicheng, with Su Yong. A taxi driver? Wang Bingbing suddenly raised her head, her tone urgent. He had thick eyebrows and large eyes, a bushy beard, deep forehead wrinkles, and wore black frame glasses, correct? Liu Xiaobao was taken aback. "Miss Wang, how do you know?" Wang Bingbing's heart raced. It was indeed him. He had given this medal to Su Yong without even leaving his name, and Su Yong might not even know what this medal signifies. And yet, he casually attached it to his bag. Wang Bingbing's unusual demeanor also captured the attention of the viewers. What has happened to the national goddess? One moment, I thought I was witnessing a rather risky scene. The next, I found myself engulfed in the realm of professional journalism, which left me feeling somewhat disoriented. It seems that, according to the goddess, the streamer possesses something quite remarkable, reportedly gifted by a taxi driver. Is this a jest? What could a taxi driver possibly offer that is of any value? If he had something worthwhile, would he be driving a taxi? It appears that the national goddess's charm is so potent that everything about the streamer seems appealing. Goodness, my friends, I have discovered something. What is the situation upstairs? Please elaborate. Everyone, remain quiet. Just moments ago, Wang Bingbing mentioned Su Yong's pendant. And observant netizens have already captured screenshots. That pendant symbolizes the Guinness World Record. How did it come to be with the streamer? What is the story behind this? Since the inception of the fishing world, there has been but one individual who has consistently held the world record year after year. Incredible. I have found this as well. Because this person has held the title annually, he has become the benchmark of the industry. Subsequently, Guinness honored him by establishing the pendant that adorns the streamer's bag. It may appear unremarkable, yet there exists only one such piece globally. Moreover, that elderly gentleman once declared that should a more exceptional individual emerge, he would willingly relinquish this accolade. My goodness, the elderly gentleman has made a statement. Quick, take a look. A seemingly ordinary Weibo post, devoid of Su Yong's account, has stirred a significant uproar across the internet. Chapter 62. The Nemesis of the Eagle Nation, Su Yong. An ordinary account, a mundane Weibo post. Yet it has captivated all official media platforms. One particular account has left everyone gasping in astonishment. Guinness World Competition. What is the origin of this account that directly connects to the Guinness World Competition? before the astonishment of netizens could dissipate. They glanced at the subsequent content of the Weibo post. Goodness gracious, it was even more explosive. A fishing enthusiast proclaimed, "The god of fishing has a successor. Su Yang from Haiteng." The post concluded with the coordinates of Su Yang's fishing location today. A 9-square grid accompanied by the azure sky of Haicheng and soaring seagulls. I can hardly believe it. The comments section exploded. I thought I was hallucinating. Upon clicking on the blogger's profile, I was astounded. The Guinness World Record holder from previous years. Goodness, Su Yang from Haiteng. These 4 characters have recently gained immense popularity. News of him fills the internet. ISNT, he the one who caught the dragon head just yesterday. In less than 24 hours, he has once again been recognized by the Guinness record holder for fishing. This individual is certainly not merely riding on Su Yang's coattails. He himself is a legend, never revealing his true name, and has only posted this one Weibo message throughout the years, with the rest being event promotions. Incredible. The god of fishing is publicly recognizing his successor? Does this imply that Su Yang surpasses him in skill? Even if he has not landed a fish? Is fishing still the focal point? What Su Yang has caught is beyond the reach of others. He is the sole individual in the world to receive such an honor. And he traveled all the way to Haicheng, specifically to seek out Su Yang, and so much more. Some netizens have uncovered the truth. One individual has even transformed his Mercedes to resemble a ride-hailing vehicle, specifically to pick up Su Yang from a hotel, presenting him with a medal. The god of fishing has ventured to Haicheng to serve as Su Yang's chauffeur. Is this acceptable, Haicheng angler? Moreover, there was an unilaterally announced Guinness record. Declare my concession to Su Yang. I must admit, Su Yang is formidable. The comments section buzzes with excitement, as enthusiastic users have already tagged the show's official Weibo account, even sharing the address of Su Yang's livestream. Meanwhile, within the embassy in the Eagle Nation, an eerie atmosphere cloaks the office, suffused with an overwhelming sense of oppression. Varada, how could such an error occur? Do you comprehend the extent of our losses? Even those foolish individuals from the Dragon Nation could not be dealt with. I deem you the true fool, the ambassador exclaimed, hurling an ashtray in frustration. Blood streamed from Varada's forehead, his clenched fist trembling behind him. Bowing his head, a pool of blood began to form at his feet moments later. The ambassador's face twisted in fury. After over a year of planning and expenditure exceeding $100 million, to see it all unravel at the final moment was unbearable. With the next presidential election looming, it was imperative to deliver a devastating blow to the Dragon Nation for the current administration to secure re-election. Varada was undoubtedly the most familiar with the historical development of Dragon Nation artifacts. There exists an ancient proverb in Dragon Nation. Changing generals at the last moment is a grave taboo. Despite his numerous grievances, he had no choice but to grant Varada one final opportunity at this critical juncture. With this thought, the ambassador endeavored to quell his rage. Varada, I shall grant you one last chance. Should you fail again, you shall vanish from my sight forever. The ambassador's voice was calm, yet chilling, akin to a midnight reckoning. Varada's ears buzzed, and his blood ran cold. To disappear from view. Unable to resist, Varada crouched down, burying his head between his legs. As the scent of blood wafted through his mind, conjuring images of the embassy's basement and its dreadful instruments of torture. This was it, the final opportunity. He abruptly closed his eyes. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until the sound of the ambassador's footsteps departed from the office. Varada straightened up, slowly opening his eyes. Now, filled with a crimson intensity, his expression twisted with rage. He retrieved his phone, his voice ghostly. Mike, are you prepared? Master, everything is ready. Came Mike's strong reply from the other end. Varada uttered no further words, abruptly ending the call. His nails dug deeply into his palm, drawing forth beads of blood. He was determined to make the Dragon Nation pay a steep price. The locator device had been found, but that was of no consequence. He possessed a trump card. This time, he was confident that he could deliver the most significant blow to the Dragon Nation. Simultaneously, at Haicheng Beach, what was once a desolate stretch of sand was now bustling with groups of internet celebrities. Some wielded selfie sticks, while others had even brought professional photography equipment. How amusing! They had come to capitalize on Su Yang's popularity. Fortunately, these streamers were cautious not to offend their benefactor, maintaining their distance from Su Yang, merely observing from afar. Wang Bingbing cradled a cup of icy mung bean paste, forcefully inserting a straw into it. Su-yang, you must try this mung bean paste. It's absolutely delightful. I usually reside in Kyoto, but I never anticipated the summer in Haicheng to be this sweltering. It's impossible to do without something cold. Come, give it a try. Wang Bingbing raised the cup of mung bean paste, her eyes eagerly fixed on Su-yang. At that moment, Liu Xiaobao, already supporting his forehead, dared not glance in their direction. It was awkward, exceedingly so. Observers online witnessed this scene and promptly commented on the excessive sweetness of the moment. Sometimes I genuinely admire the streamer. I couldn't possibly defuse a bomb, but when it comes to charming girls, I excel. Why is the streamer completely unresponsive? The national goddess is lowering herself to make advances. It's a fervent pursuit. Oh dear, can the streamer handle this? I don't believe it. Allow me. I, who can't even manage a split, hesitate to show off in front of the streamer, yet I yearn for the national goddess's mung bean paste. Oh dear, are you all here to stir up trouble? I merely came to watch the streamer fish. Oh, you nearly led me astray. I've been solely focused on this. I specifically took leave to see the streamer fish. Why hasn't there been any action today? Indeed, it seems nearly half an hour has passed. All we hear is the national goddess chattering away. Last time, the streamer had a catch in 5 minutes. You don't understand. The position the streamer has chosen today is even worse than the last shallow spot, right on the border with Uezhou. There's simply nothing to catch. The good fish are all in Uezhou. Wow, you up there really know your stuff. I'm just here for the spectacle. By your reasoning, the fishermen today won't have a mishap, right? The audience began to worry that Su-yang might underperform today. Meanwhile, he sat calmly on a small stool, having not even brought a reclining chair. With his eyes half closed, leaning on his fishing rod, he appeared utterly unperturbed. He politely declined Bingbing's mung bean paste, feeling a momentary embarrassment. At that moment, he simply wished to relax completely, devoid of any concerns. How comfortable it was to be alone and free. The life of a fisherman was one of unrestrained liberty. Suddenly, he heard Bingbing's sweet voice rise in pitch. It's moving. A gasp drew everyone's attention. Had he hooked a fish? Su-yang opened his eyes, a glimmer of sharpness flashing within. However, there was no arc as he had imagined. The bobber had only moved imperceptibly. The surface of the sea rippled momentarily, quickly returning to tranquility. Liu Xiaobao scratched his head in confusion, voicing his bewilderment. Where's the movement? I didn't see anything. After speaking, he glanced incredulously at the national goddess. At that moment, Wang Bingbing rubbed her eyes. Was she imagining things? She distinctly saw the bobber move, her gaze fixed intently on Su-yang. It couldn't have been a mistake, yet gazing at the calm sea, she too felt a bit disoriented. Seeing Su-yang straightening up with a serious expression, she felt a sudden wave of embarrassment. Her face flushed slightly, and her voice became barely audible. I'm sorry, Su-yang. Perhaps I was mistaken. However, Su-yang remained motionless, his lips tightly pressed together. Bingbing cast a furtive glance at Su-yang, her previously flushed cheeks now a vivid crimson, just as she found herself at a loss, believing Su-yang would remain silent. He unexpectedly turned around, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Thank you for the reminder, Su-yang said politely, instantly disarming Bingbing. Her once mortified expression now bore an additional hue of red creeping to her ears. She stood there, entranced, her gaze fixated on the charming curve of Su-yang's smile. She had never realized that his smile could possess such an allure, almost criminal in its charm. The viewers in the live stream, witnessing Su-yang's charismatic maneuver, began to flood the chat with excitement. A beautiful exterior is commendable, but an intriguing soul is rare. This host possesses both. How can one be so exceptional without fear of being struck by lightning? With Su-yang's flirtation, the national goddess has reawakened. Just look at her gaze. So resolute, it could inspire loyalty. I feel an overwhelming urge to pursue Su-yang until the end. What nonsense! The goddess is being serious, you know? Didn't you notice her assistant isn't even here today? Has the assistant returned to work, leaving her in Haicheng? Wow, that devilish smile from Su-yang just now resembled the charming young actors of opera. So alluring. How much virtue must his ancestors have accumulated for him to possess such a visage? Hey, are we veering off topic here? Are you all here for the gossip? The fishing enthusiast line is moving. Why is no one reacting? Am I the only one curious? Oh my, the chemistry between those two is palpable. I can barely contain my excitement. But still, I am quite intrigued by the fishing enthusiast situation. Why, thank the goddess. Su Yang's polite gratitude came even without Bing Bing's verbal prompt. The subtle sensation at the end of his fishing rod had already alerted him to something unusual. Weighing the rod in his hands, a fleeting flicker of doubt crossed his mind. This was a sensation starkly different from before. He felt no weight at all. Had he snagged nothing? No, he was certain that something had taken a bait. What could be so light? A trace of uncertainty crept into Su Yang's thoughts. Noticing his momentary inaction, the onlookers began to voice their concerns. The popular fishing enthusiast from Haicheng had not moved. The rod remained unbent. Brothers, could the fishing enthusiast be faltering? Don't be too harsh on my darling. It's only natural to falter today. Just look at this terrain. Even a deity would struggle to catch anything here. If nothing bites, keep fishing. At least pull it up to see if anything's there. The murmurs from the crowd drifted into Bing Bing's ears, causing her delicate face to flush with alternating waves of crimson and pallor. These people were truly enjoying the spectacle. Chattering incessantly, she felt a pang of regret, realizing that her momentary slip of the tongue had placed Su Yang in such an awkward position. She felt a surge of protectiveness over her man, unable to bear the thought of him being slighted by others. Seeing Su Yang gaze down in silence, Bing Bing was about to step forward when he took a long stride back, elegantly flicking the rod. The sound of the line slicing through the water resonated in the ears of everyone present. Wow! Someone in the crowd couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Then, in the next instant, there was an enveloping silence. On the desolate beach, a small object resembling an airplane, no larger than a palm, lay quietly. It was no wonder that Su Yang effortlessly hooked it with his fishing rod. The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and confusion. Even some distant content creators, eager for a prime view for their live streams, approached the scene. What on earth is this? After a few seconds of silence, the atmosphere erupted like a boiling pot. Oh no, I'll have to perform a stone-crushing act for my bunkmate when I get back. This fisherman has truly flopped. How did a child's toy end up here? It resembled a Lego block, which explains why the fishing rod didn't even bend. Alas, my day off to witness this spectacle has gone to waste. Let us disperse. What more can come from a mere toy? Brother, I genuinely fear you'll be left embarrassed. When a streamer is up to something grand, you're still in your infantile attire. It's not that I'm mindlessly supporting the streamer. Haven't you all noticed the detail? This object is sealed so tightly that there's south no visible place for a hook to catch. How, then, did the streamer manage to reel it in? With this question raised, the crowd's gaze shifted towards the small airplane lying on the sand. Upon closer inspection, some were lost in contemplation. The small airplane, not larger than a palm, was entirely visible. Its impeccable seal suggested it was unlikely to take on water. How indeed did it catch the hook? Amidst the puzzled gazes, Su Yang bent down to pick up the small airplane. Holding it in his palm, he scrutinized it intently, his expression growing serious. His unusual demeanor caught the attention of the viewers in a live stream. Look, I knew something was amiss. The streamer has furrowed his brow. What is this little airplane for? To the commenter above, I can assure you, whatever it is, it's certainly not something you encounter daily. Can this thing even float? Let us not stray off topic, folks. Let us get the streamer to cast his line again. What more can this little black airplane reveal? To the commenter above, I remember you. The one who said you'd run naked after your last flop. Haven't you learned your lesson? Have you forgotten the streamer's prowess? The live stream was abuzz with excitement, while Wang Bingbing remained the most composed of all. Witnessing the astonishment on others' faces, she felt an indescribable sense of pride. Did you dare to question my man? Does it hurt to be proven wrong? Regardless of what this small airplane is, as long as Su Yang has no aerial support, he is the most dazzling presence here today. With this thought, Wang Bingbing casually snapped a photo of the small airplane and took a couple of live photos of Su Yang, beginning to edit a 9-grid layout. Just as she was focused on deciding which of Su Yang's live photos to use, she suddenly heard gasps from the crowd. Following their gaze, her eyes widened in disbelief. The small black airplane in Su Yang's hand emitted a blinding light. Chapter 64. The True Punishment. The frequency of calls to the police is higher than my meals. Everyone on the scene was stunned. What is Su Yang up to? His gaze narrowed slightly as he rapidly shook the small airplane in his hand. As the onlookers observed Su Yang's enigmatic actions, they were utterly perplexed. What could have prompted this angler to engage in such childlike antics? I have performed similar gestures while soothing my child, Perhaps this is the most relatable aspect I share with this angler. But alas, your antics are merely a fit of whimsy. How can you even compare yourself to Su Yang? The finesse of a bartender pales in comparison to his. Surely, Su Yang would not be frivolously waving that little aircraft. There must be some concealed mystery behind it. Could it be that he is merely testing the aircraft's ability to fly? Surely, a streamer cannot dabble in every domain. Might this aircraft be related to aerospace? Is that within a streamer's expertise? The angler has never faltered. I firmly stand my ground. You all make way for me. I wish to see from the front. Su Yang's uncharacteristic behavior heightened the focus of the crowd. At this moment, he had ceased his actions, intently scrutinizing the tail wing. By all appearances, it was merely a standard plastic object, and its weight was unremarkable. The only anomaly was that it seemed to contain something within. If it were indeed an ordinary toy, it should be empty. As he watched the viscous liquid oozing from the sealed aircraft, a glimmer of insight flashed in Su Yang's eyes. Clearly, his intuition was correct. This little toy was anything but ordinary. Simultaneously, a sudden realization struck him, reminiscent of a news piece he had stumbled upon regarding the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. If this toy truly bore any relation to that incident, the ministry might soon find itself in turmoil once more. With that thought, Su Yang's expression grew increasingly grave. In the next moment, he resolutely conveyed his orders to Liu Xiaobao. Call the police. His voice was low, imbued with an unsettling chill. The chat room erupted in a frenzy upon hearing Su Yang's words. What? What did I miss? How did I return from the restroom to find the angler calling the police? Isn't this a bit of an overreaction? Reporting a toy aircraft? Taxpayer money is at stake. Do they think making money is so easy? To the naked eye, it is indeed just a toy aircraft. These things are abundant in toy stores. Has the streamer never had children? The appearance is inconsequential, my friends. Have a little faith in the streamer. Did you forget the recent live stream? What about the briefcase incident? The smaller the object, the greater the matter. Everyone stay calm. When the police arrive, we shall discern the situation. While the audience in the chat room debated fervently, Liu Xiaobao wasted no time in dialing the emergency number. Hello, 110? This is the program's live location. We have an unusual toy aircraft here, and we request the police to come and verify the situation. On the other end of the line, the operator, Zhou Xiaona, furrowed her brow upon hearing the report. What on earth? A live program? An unusual aircraft requiring police confirmation? How do these words even connect? Can one truly call the police for this? In earlier times, her predecessor remarked that this position held significant importance. The moment a call comes in, it necessitates immediate reporting. Yet, she couldn't help but feel that her predecessor was overly concerned. This is the criminal police unit, not some trivial department dealing with insignificant matters. Did they truly believe that these officers had nothing better to do? Sir, please do not squander police resources. If it is merely a toy, there is no need to involve the authorities. Upon receiving the operator's response, Liu Xiaobao was rendered momentarily speechless. Goodness, he knew that the person on the other end was not his brother's dedicated operator. Otherwise, such words would never have been uttered. But what was the situation here? Had his brother's operator been reassigned? Were the police beginning to disregard his brother? That seemed implausible, given his brother's previous contributions. Even if relationships had cooled, it shouldn't happen so swiftly. No, he needed to assert himself. He could not allow this to interfere with Su Ji's affairs. With that thought, Liu Xiaobao took a deep breath and began to explain. Officer, we are indeed not wasting police resources. Every time my brother hauls something in, it is worthy of at least a second-class merit. If you do not believe me, feel free to verify with your superiors. In any case, please act swiftly. Do not wait until an incident occurs to regret your inaction. Without waiting for a reply, Liu Xiaobao promptly hung up the phone. This situation felt rather unusual. Logically, upon hearing the term fishing enthusiast, the police operator should have dispatched officers immediately. Instead, they not only refrained from responding, but accused him of wasting police resources. Truly an unprecedented occurrence. Did those people not recognize his brother's capabilities? Meanwhile, standing nearby, Wang Bingbing sensed that something was amiss. After the previous incidents, Su Yang's influence had escalated to a rather alarming degree. If someone close to him were to call the police, they would undoubtedly respond with utmost urgency. To her surprise, not only did they fail to act promptly, but they also attempted to advise Liu Xiaobao against squandering public resources. How perplexing. She stole a glance at Su Yang, who remained as composed as a mountain, and sighed in relief. If Su Yang decided to exploit this incident, countless individuals would surely find themselves in dire straits. Concurrently, operator Zhou Xiaona, after the call was disconnected, was left bewildered by the situation. From the tone of the caller, it seemed as if there was indeed a legitimate concern. However, she had just taken a direct line call. Even under the worst circumstances, the caller should have reported any dangerous situation. To demand a police response over an unusual toy conjured up by a fishing enthusiast? This was utterly absurd. Did that fisherman truly think he was a big shot in Haicheng? Furthermore, she had merely filled in for the operator while they stepped out for a moment. As a PhD graduate from Huada, she had significant aspirations for her internship in Haicheng, primarily seeking guidance from Professor Wu. As the founder of BGI Aerospace Electronic Communication Engineering, Professor Wu's credentials are undeniably impressive. In comparison to that so-called fisherman and his peculiar aircraft, there exists an insurmountable chasm. The mere thought of the perplexing problem that had plagued her for 5 years caused Zhou Xiaona to let out a resigned sigh. This conundrum, it seemed, could only be unraveled by Professor Wu. The crux of the matter was that someone of his stature was not easily accessible for a meeting. She wondered when she might have the opportunity to seek his guidance. Just as Zhou Xiaona was engulfed in her despair, Lin Fei and his companions burst into the room. "Xiaona, what troubles you? Why the sighing? Has there been any news from that legendary fisherman?" Hearing Lin Fei's words, Zhou Xiaona's curiosity piqued. "Brother Lin, what exactly is the situation with the fisherman? A report just came in claiming that the fisherman has caught an unusual small aircraft and wants us to respond to verify the situation." Lin Fei had barely settled into his chair when he heard Zhou Xiaona's inquiry. He sprang to his feet, rushing toward the dedicated phone line to check the incoming call records. Upon confirming that it was indeed a report from Su Yang, Lin Fei's expression shifted dramatically. "This is bad. That fisherman might be up to no good again." He then turned to Zhou Xiaona, saying, "You may not have heard of Su Yang yet since you just arrived in Haicheng. He was involved in our last case regarding an international child trafficking ring, as well as the counterfeit Dragon Head incident. A quick online search will reveal everything. I must report this to the chief immediately." His voice trailed off as he hurried toward the chief's office. Left alone in the office, Zhou Xiaona sat in a daze. Just who was this fisherman that could incite such panic in Brother Lin? After all, he was the captain of the city's criminal police. "All right, let me investigate who this Su Yang really is." Zhou Xiaona pulled out her phone and, dismissively, opened the most popular live streaming platform. To her astonishment, 8 out of the top 10 trending topics were related to Su Yang, the Haicheng image ambassador. Her hands trembled slightly as she clutched her phone. No wonder her senior had advised her to keep an eye on the phone. It turned out this was Su Yang's direct line. Had she already landed herself in trouble on her first day at work? Meanwhile, Lin Fei pressed the top floor button in the elevator, his heart racing. Su Yang is in trouble, he thought. Even though it was merely a small aircraft, he dared not underestimate the situation. Following the previous incident, their bureau had formed a dedicated team specifically to address matters concerning Su Yang. However, this team was directly managed by the chief, necessitating that he report to Director Tian without delay. The sound of the elevator arriving jolted Lin Fei from his thoughts. Without waiting for the doors to open fully, he lowered his head and rushed out. Outside the elevator, another person seemed equally eager to enter, resulting in a collision. Lin Fei rubbed his nose and, upon looking up, found himself face-to-face with Director Tian, who was making the same gesture. They exchanged a glance, each recognizing the unspoken understanding in the other's eyes. At nearly the same moment, the alarm for a critical incident was triggered. The sudden, jarring sound of the bell pierced the air, accompanied by the chaotic clatter of footsteps. The entire municipal police department of Haicheng was thrown into disarray. In the assembly hall on the first floor, all personnel stood ready, poised for immediate deployment. Director Tian surveyed the specialized task force assembled for Su Yang, his expression grave. "Brothers, we have just received a direct line call. Su Yang has ignited another situation. Everyone must remain on high alert. Follow me to the scene immediately." As he turned to lead, he inadvertently caught sight of a tall figure in the corner. "Xiaona, you come along too." She was an exceptional talent from the prestigious Huada strengthening program, pursuing a combined Bachelor S, Master S, and Doctorate under Professor Wu. Although he had already informed Professor Wu to assist at the scene, she likely wouldn't arrive that quickly. It was best to have her accompany them for now. With this thought, Director Tian pressed his temples. Ever since this fisherman appeared in Haicheng, there had not been a single day of peace. Even though he knew the odds were slim, he silently hoped that this time would be merely a false alarm. Each day, influential figures from Kyoto arrived by helicopter, placing immense pressure on the airways. Xiaona, hurry and get in the car. We cannot afford to waste a second on this critical incident. Seated in the police vehicle, Xiaona found her mind blank, like a marionette observing her comrades, clad in tactical gear, standing at the ready. She had not anticipated that merely filling in for someone else, responding to a fisherman's emergency call, would escalate into a classified incident. The elite personnel of the Haicheng police were fully mobilized, with both the director and the captain of the criminal police personally leading the charge. What astonished her further was that, even before arriving at the scene and grasping the situation, it had already been deemed a serious incident. Her heart raced. What kind of existence was Su Yang, truly? Meanwhile, at the scene of the incident, the scorching afternoon sun in Haicheng failed to dispel the chill felt by the onlookers. No one dared to speak loudly, fearful of startling Liu Xiaobao's small aircraft. A siren wailed in the distance. The police had arrived. Wow, so many police cars. This fisherman is quite something. Just a casual call, and they mobilized this many vehicles. What exactly is that little aircraft? Is there danger? Should we retreat? The onlookers, eager for excitement, expressed their determination to witness the unfolding drama, dismissing any fear. What could be worse than the last bomb disposal? The bigger the incident, the juicier the gossip. As the crowd buzzed, Director Tian, seated in the first police vehicle, was the first to push open the door and stride towards Su Yang. From a distance, he spotted the tall figure, who remained composed and unperturbed. Director Tian couldn't help but feel a sense of calm wash over him, despite the earlier dampness in his palms. Upon seeing him, Su Yang's eyes betrayed no emotion. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream began to react fervently. Wow, that face. Could it be that the host has summoned him here? What does that mean upstairs? Do you know him? I'm from Haicheng. Of course I know him. I often see him on the news at 7 p.m. He is the head of the Haicheng Public Security Bureau. You must be mistaken, my friend. Have you ever seen a police chief summon like that? Exactly, it sounds absurd. Perhaps it's just a stroke of luck. It's not like every incident can shake the entirety of Longhua. That chief, it really might be him. He came last time during the dismantling operation. I remember. If it were a trivial matter, why would the chief bring so many people? This is wild, brothers. By your reasoning, the little airplane the host caught might indeed have some significance. What on earth is this guy's true nature? Approaching Su Yang, Director Tian spoke first. Su Yang. Upon receiving the call, we rushed over. What's going on? Where is the item? Seeing a familiar face, Su Yang nodded slightly. Liu Xiaobao, standing to the side, quickly held up a small object in his palm, a toy airplane. At first glance, it appeared quite ordinary. Director Tian and Lin Fei exchanged puzzled looks. Turning around, he waved his hand. Xiaona, come take a look. Suddenly called upon, Zhou Xiaona snapped back to reality. Why is your face so red? Don't get heat stroke. Lin Fei reminded her, noticing her flushed cheeks. Under the gaze of the crowd, Zhou Xiaona felt as though she might ignite. She wasn't overheated. She was simply intoxicated by the sight of Su Yang. Chapter 66. You can always trust the fisherman. Gathering her thoughts, Zhou Xiaona took the little airplane from Lin Fei's hands, adjusting her black-framed glasses. The atmosphere around her shifted. With her slender fingers, she examined the airplane meticulously, scrutinizing the nose, wings, fuselage, and tail, leaving no detail overlooked. The crowd held their breath, the tension palpable. Director Tian's expression turned serious. There were no visible seams. If what Su Yang claimed was true, and the airplane was indeed anomalous, there could potentially be issues with its internal structure. However, without any instruments on site, they could only rely on their expertise to speculate. Zhou Xiaona, a top student at Huada, had experience with exchanges at various global bases, and her knowledge was undoubtedly impressive. Director Tian pondered this while observing Zhou Xiaona's composed demeanor. Externally, the airplane appeared normal, made of routine materials. After weighing the toy airplane like Su Yang, Zhou Xiaona lifted her gaze to meet Director Tian's. With an arch of her brow and a gentle smile, she declared, "It's just an ordinary toy airplane. There's nothing wrong with it." Director Tian's expression eased, and he saw confirmation once more. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely," Zhou Xiaona replied with clarity and decisiveness. Nodding, Director Tian relaxed completely. While Zhou Xiaona might not be able to resolve any underlying issues, he trusted that she could discern whether there was a problem. Upon hearing this, the onlookers collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. They were terrified, believing it was something serious. This girl certainly had a flair for the dramatic. Such an ordinary toy has summoned a throng of police. See, I told you so. What a fisherman. It's merely a tempest in a teapot. Disperse, disperse. We still have time to make it to work this afternoon. Brothers, what say you? What about the esteemed graduates from Huada? When the false dragon head appeared last time, even the experts failed to recognize it. It was the fisherman who discerned its true nature. Indeed, indeed. Where did this girl come from? Does she possess any practical experience? Wang Bingbing, positioned closest to the crowd, overheard their discourse and pondered for a moment. Recalling Su Yang's remarkable feats, she unhesitatingly placed her faith in his capabilities. She approached Director Tian. Director Tian, for the sake of prudence, perhaps we should invite an expert to examine the scene. Upon hearing Bingbing's words, Zhou Xiaona's expression soured immediately. She was no stranger to this rising star of CCTV. She had even seen the discussions online regarding her and Su Yang. The national goddess is fawning over the fisherman. What a vivid headline. Yet, while you may indulge in excessive admiration, you must not question my expertise. With this thought, Zhou Xiaona spoke with conviction. Even if an expert were to arrive, it would be the same. I can assert with certainty that this is merely an ordinary aircraft. An unspoken tension filled the air. Even the slow-witted Lin Fei sensed something was amiss. Wang Bingbing raised an eyebrow, her gaze sharp and unyielding. If this aircraft had been caught by someone else, I would have no objections to your statement. However, this aircraft was caught by Su Yang. Director Tian, you have witnessed Su Yang's prowess, have you not? If any issues arise, who shall take responsibility? As she spoke, her eyes were fixed on Zhou Xiaona. You. Zhou Xiaona found herself momentarily speechless, her face flushed with indignation, her fingers digging tightly into her palm. Director Tian observed the two young women, feeling the awkwardness brought on by Su Yang's pointed remarks. Instinctively, he glanced towards the instigator. There stood Su Yang, eyes slightly narrowed, leaning against a large rock, exuding an air of nonchalance, entirely unconcerned. Gazing at his striking profile, Director Tian took a deep breath. The viewers in the live stream witnessed this scene and expressed their delight. The host is impressive. Doing nothing but acting as a mascot has sparked a quarrel between two ladies. The national goddess is truly devoted. She showed no regard for the director and directly confronted the new policewoman. Why can't I have a lady like that? For the brother above, wake up. Why do you only see the girls? The host didn't deliver this time. I'm a bit disappointed after waiting so long. What a bunch of onlookers thriving on chaos. Does the host need to deliver something for it to be entertaining? Is the host's face not appealing enough? The host was overly cautious this time, even calling the police. Isn't that a bit of a waste of resources? Waste of resources? If the police hadn't come, would we have seen these two ladies compete for a man? The live stream buzzed with chatter. Meanwhile, Director Tian steadied his emotions. After all, he was the darling of Haiqing. Who could deny that he was the ambassador of Haiqing's image? Before them stood two individuals. One, a rising star from CCTV, and the other, a talented graduate dispatched from a prestigious university. Just as he contemplated how to ease the tension, a gentle hum filled the air. Suddenly, the small airplane in Zhou Xiaona's hands emitted a blinding light. Everyone present was startled by this unforeseen event, gasping in shock. What on earth is happening? Could there be an issue with the toy plane? The newcomer's face paled. The slap in the face arrived too swiftly. Why are the guys so timid? It's merely a toy plane lighting up. Why the fuss? Look at the fisherman, so composed, I even suspect he might be asleep. Su Yang remained expressionless, as if he had anticipated this turn of events. However, Zhou Xiaona's face oscillated between white and red. Just a moment ago, she had claimed it was an ordinary toy, and now she found herself contradicted. How could an unremarkable plane suddenly illuminate? This indicated that, despite its flawless exterior, there must be something extraordinary within. If she were in a laboratory, she would be able to discern what lay hidden inside. But now, without the necessary instruments, she could only rely on her observations of the toy plane. Yet, she discerned nothing. Director Tian's gaze darted between the small airplane and Zhou Xiaona. Noting her grave expression and fluctuating complexion, his unease grew. What's the situation? Any clues? His tone revealed his anxiety. Zhou Xiaona pressed her lips tightly together, remaining silent. Just as the crowd stood helpless, a distant engine roared to life. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Professor Wu is here." Chapter 67. A luminary of the industry, here for Su Yang. The officers present felt a wave of relief wash over them upon hearing this announcement, as if grasping a lifeline. Wang Bingbing's eyes sparkled with hope. How wonderful! She hadn't expected Director Tian to have the foresight to summon Professor Wu to the scene. Finally, someone could vindicate Su Yang. Professor Wu? A hint of doubt crept into Zhou Xiaona's mind. Could it be the Professor Wu she had been longing to meet? The thought startled her. How could she dare entertain such an idea? Had she been completely bamboozled by this fisherman? There are many professors with the surname Wu. Professor Wu had just returned from an overseas exchange. How could someone she could barely contact possibly appear in Haicheng? Meanwhile, Director Tian observed the black sedan slowly approaching the site, his demeanor brightening. Xiaona, don't just stand there. Let us go welcome Professor Wu. He hadn't expected Professor Wu to come in person. Initially, he had held little hope, merely sending a message to the professor's assistant. To his astonishment, the esteemed figure had arrived on site. Zhou Xiaona, suddenly singled out, gathered her thoughts. All right, let us see which Professor Wu this is. With that, she followed Director Tian to meet the approaching vehicle, which came to a gentle halt. An elderly gentleman, his hair a cascade of silver, yet his posture remarkably upright, pushed open the door and stepped out of the vehicle. Director Tian moved forward to greet him. Professor Wu, I am immensely grateful. I never anticipated that you would come in person. Zhou Xiaona lifted her gaze, and, in the next instant, it was as if a bolt from the blue had struck her. This face, one she had scrutinized countless times on her computer screen, belonged to Professor Wu, renowned for his academic exchanges at Harvard. No, this cannot be true. Zhou Xiaona's mind went blank as she instinctively rubbed her eyes. Before her stood the venerable elder, his eyes shimmering with the light of wisdom. Her pupils dilated in astonishment. It truly was Professor Wu, the very scholar she had yearned to meet. After the initial shock, a torrent of exhilaration surged within her. Zhou Xiaona's hands trembled uncontrollably at her sides. Unable to contain her excitement any longer, she took a bold step forward. Professor Wu, at long last, it is an honor to meet you. Her sudden movement startled those present. Professor Wu seemed unfazed, furrowing his brow as if searching for a memory. Who are you? Hearing the voice of her idol, Zhou Xiaona was overwhelmed with emotion. She quickly raised her identification card. Professor, my name is Zhou Xiaona, a doctoral student in information engineering at Huada, specializing in quantum communication. I had the privilege of attending your lecture at Harvard and was inspired by your latest published paper. Upon hearing the mention of her paper, Professor Wu finally regarded Zhou Xiaona with a keen eye. From Huada, did the small aircraft reveal any anomalies? Zhou Xiaona momentarily froze, her thoughts swirling. Was Professor Wu testing her? Was this an interview? Could her background in quantum communication and her published work have successfully captured his attention? If she performed admirably, might there be an opportunity to study in Professor Wu's esteemed laboratory? The joy swelling within her was overwhelming. Who would have thought such a serendipitous encounter would unfold in Haicheng? Maintaining a serious demeanor, she replied earnestly, I have already conducted a thorough inspection, Professor. The entire fuselage and the wings. Before she could finish, Professor Wu frowned as if recalling something significant. Abruptly, he waved his hand, interrupting her. Never mind. That is of little consequence. His tone was resolute. Zhou Xiaona was taken aback, and even Director Tian and the policeman nearby wore puzzled expressions. The small aircraft was not important. Wasn't Professor Wu here to inspect it? Before anyone could regain their composure, Professor Wu's expression turned grave as he addressed Director Tian with an air of authority. Where is Su Yang? Please facilitate an introduction. At his words, Zhou Xiaona stumbled back in disbelief. Was she imagining things? Su Yang? An introduction? Each word was indeed commonplace, yet strung together in this context. Uttered from the lips of such a distinguished figure, felt utterly incongruous. A scholar of international repute, akin to Qian Shuessen, a figure Harvard had aspired to name as an honorary professor for over a decade, was now requesting Director Tian to introduce Su Yang, the very person known for his fishing exploits. Zhou Xiaona's heart was gripped by terror, leaving her in a state of disquietude. Could it be that Professor Wu was not merely here to investigate the peculiar small aircraft? Was he here specifically to meet Su Yang? A deity she had yearned to encounter for years had now chosen to visit Haicheng to see a fisherman? Zhou Xiaona felt a sudden constriction in her chest. As soon as the viewers in the live stream beheld Professor Wu's appearance, the chat erupted in a frenzy. What the hell? Wu Sun? He actually came to Haicheng. Hey brother, don't get too excited. Who is Wu Sun? Clarify. I just did a quick search. Let us just say, one screen wouldn't suffice to recount his achievements. He only returned from abroad yesterday, and here he is today in Haicheng. The crucial point isn't just that he is in Haicheng, but that he arrived and immediately sought out Su Yang. The host must have accumulated immense virtue in a past life. It's evident he is here for the host. Please, someone introduce me. By comparison, the two archaeology experts from last time pale in significance. This is entirely based on international renown. Indeed, this Wu is akin to Professor Qian Shuessen since the establishment of the Dragon Nation, someone whom the Eagle Nation has pursued relentlessly. Rumor has it that Harvard has long desired him as an honorary professor. We've finally seen a living legend. Do you realize that this individual will advance our nation's quantum communication technology by 50 years? The progenitor has appeared, my friends. I must pay my respects at the next flight. Fellow citizens of Haicheng, here is the location. Once you land, come directly to the scene. I'm already on DD, and I'll wait for you in 20 minutes. Oh, how I envy the host. Even the national banquet couldn't attract such a prominent academic figure. The hostess' life is truly awe-inspiring. Look at that police officer from earlier. She seemed too young and was quite startled. Clearly, she didn't expect Professor Wu to arrive. That slap to the face stung a bit, but the girl meant no harm. She was just inexperienced, unaware of the fisherman's perils. Haha. Isn't the host the most composed one in the room? Professor Wu lifted his gaze, scanning the crowd. He immediately spotted the tall young man standing beneath the shade of a tree, his demeanor starkly contrasting with those around him. Professor Wu's eyes sparkled with intensity as he stepped towards Su Yang. Chapter 68. A crisis looms, tension mounts. Su Yang, Professor Wu silently said. These two characters had become so familiar to his ears they might as well have left calluses. When he inadvertently glimpsed a text message from Director Tian to his assistant, which contained the words Haicheng Su Yang, his thoughts instantly turned to the two elderly gentlemen who had extolled the fisherman with such fervor. After all, there could be no other Su Yang in all of Haicheng, or indeed, in all of the Dragon Nation. With this in mind, he experienced no hesitation and followed his assistant to the venue. He was eager to discern just how formidable this fisherman truly was. The two elderly gentlemen had spoken of Su Yang in such exalted terms. While he trusted the judgment of his old friends, a flicker of skepticism lingered within him. The young man possesses the ability to unravel key information regarding human trafficking cases, defuse bombs with his bare hands, and locate the tracking device of a foreign nation. Why isn't he soaring to the heavens? If such a talent truly exists in the entire Dragon Kingdom, he must not be overlooked for any reason. If Zhou Xiaona were to grasp Professor Wu's current thoughts, she might very well suffer a heart attack on the spot. Meanwhile, sensing an approaching presence, Su Yang opened his eyes. His sword-like brows were stern, radiating an aura of nobility. Professor Wu couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. This young man truly was a paragon of excellence. Approaching Su Yang, he said, "Mr. Su, I have long admired your reputation. I am Wu Sun, a retired gentleman." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Xiaona, still unsteady on her feet, nearly stumbled again. What had she just heard? She abruptly turned her gaze toward the direction of Professor Wu and Su Yang. She could hardly fathom that the deity in her eyes would refer to himself as a mere retired old man in front of a fisherman. Zhou Xiaona stood frozen, repeatedly admonishing herself to remain calm, to stay composed. Wang Bingbing, following closely behind Professor Wu, initially aimed to capture a few newsworthy moments but was utterly taken aback by his words. She stared in disbelief at the elderly professor and the young man before her. Despite having witnessed Su Yang's prowess numerous times, Professor Wu's statement today fell upon Wang Bingbing like a heavy stone upon her heart. It was well known that Professor Wu was not only a prominent figure domestically, but also held considerable esteem internationally. Yet here he was, exhibiting such deference in the presence of Su Yang. To say he was demonstrating humility towards an equal would be an understatement. Wang Bingbing was not alone in her astonishment. Director Tian, observing Professor Wu's demeanor, felt a strange sense of injustice after the initial shock. As the head of the Public Security Bureau in Haicheng, it seemed he was overshadowed by this fisherman. In front of Professor Wu, even Mayor Yao, and by extension, the provincial governor, appeared as mere juniors. Even the phone number of Professor Wu's assistant had been acquired through his report to Mayor Yao. Initially, he had not anticipated Professor Wu would attend the event in person. However, not only did he arrive, but he also displayed an astonishing attitude towards this fisherman. Director Tian's thoughts spiraled, the shock lingering in his mind. Concurrently, Professor Wu's words ignited a frenzy in the live broadcast. What on earth? Professor Wu refers to himself as a retired old man in front of the host? This is insane, utterly surreal. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would think this Professor Wu was an imposter. To put it bluntly, this is a blatant display of humility towards a host. Can you believe an internationally renowned academic shows such deference to a fisherman? Guys, Haven T, you notice the crux? Does Professor Wu know Su Yang? Brothers above, you've hit the nail on the head. Did you not see Professor Wu walking towards Su Yang? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Yang regarded the elderly gentleman before him with neither subservience nor arrogance, maintaining his usual composure. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement of Professor Wu. With a cheerful smile, Professor Wu gestured towards a small airplane and asked, "Brother, did you catch that?" Upon hearing the term brother and glancing at the elder with his silvery hair, Su Yang's expression revealed a hint of peculiarity. The doctoral candidate from Huadao remarked that it was merely an ordinary aircraft. What are your thoughts on this? Professor Wu's gaze was intense, his demeanor reminiscent of a playful old rascal, with a glimmer of insight in his eyes that could not be overlooked. At the sound of Professor Wu's words, a flicker of surprise crossed Su Yang's eyes. Although he had never met this elderly gentleman, he could easily deduce, considering his previous encounters with Elder Xia and Elder Wang, that this man likely shared a status akin to theirs, since he was a reinforcement summoned by the police. Shouldn't he promptly inspect the small aircraft? If his assumptions were correct, the activation time was nearing. While Su Yang's heart was filled with doubt, his exterior remained composed. His demeanor, neither obsequious nor arrogant, secretly garnered Professor Wu's admiration. A subtle undercurrent flowed between them. The onlookers exchanged glances, shifting their attention between Professor Wu and Su Yang. What does it mean for the experts to consult a fisherman? Surely the expert can discern the truth. What nonsense is being spoken? If the expert cannot see through it, does that mean the fisherman can? Is he omnipotent? Do not forget, at his core, he is still merely a fisherman. What fisherman could effortlessly expose a false dragon's head? It appears the expert is indeed seeking the fisherman's counsel. A collective gasp arose, followed by a chorus of murmurs. Why do I sense that this aircraft must be of great significance? If there were no issues with it, the expert would undoubtedly not even glance at it, let alone consult a fisherman. The crowd continued to buzz with speculation, their gazes continuously darting between Professor Wu and Su Yang, unaware that in the hands of Director Tian, the small aircraft, which had consistently emitted a soft glow, suddenly burst forth with blinding light. The atmosphere was electrified with startled exclamations. Professor Wu's countenance shifted dramatically. He bellowed at Director Tian, "Lower it horizontally, do not tilt it." The abrupt upheaval sent a shockwave through the hearts of all present. Professor Wu strode purposefully to the aircraft, his voice sharp and commanding. "Who has been careless enough to jostle this small aircraft?" As his words fell, silence enveloped the crowd, and the surrounding atmosphere thickened. The expressions of the accompanying police officers altered drastically. Observing Professor Wu's reaction, everyone understood that this aircraft harbored a significant secret. The officers' gazes converged on Zhou Xiaona. In an instant, color drained from Zhou Xiaona's face, leaving her ghostly pale. Director Tian, having witnessed his fair share of significant events, struggled to maintain his composure. He approached Professor Wu from behind and spoke softly, as if fearing to disturb him. "Professor Wu, given the circumstances, we must rely on you." Director Tian stood upright but slightly hunched, his shirt dampened by cold sweat. The gravity of the situation was evident. The fact that Professor Wu was so visibly distressed spoke volumes about the seriousness of the matter. With a heavy sigh, Professor Wu's once robust voice now sounded frail. Su Yang was not mistaken. This aircraft is far from ordinary. However, I must admit, I'm currently at a loss to discern the nature of the issue. Upon hearing this, Director Tion's legs weakened, instinctively causing him to take 2 steps back. The expressions of everyone present transformed from confusion to horror. Simultaneously, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room underwent a dramatic shift. Chapter 69. Entering the fray, a storm approaches. Upon hearing Professor Wu's words, the chat exploded. Goodness, can the host not do something useful? What kind of nonsense is this? What does the expert mean? What does it mean to be more than just abnormal? Whether it's abnormal or not, I just want to know if it will explode. Having experienced a bomb disposal scene once, I never want to endure that heart-stopping feeling again. It certainly won't. If it were going to explode, would the police react this way? It won't explode. Professor Wu's esteemed lineage assures us. The ancestor is a top expert in quantum information and wouldn't be sent to the scene without reason. The viewers in the live chat were indeed correct. There would be no explosion. However, Professor Wu's brow was furrowed, showing no signs of relaxation, as he observed the liquid seeping from the tail of the small aircraft. His unease continually intensified. His mind raced. In a flash, a thought crossed his mind. Professor Wu's eyes widened suddenly. He turned sharply to look at Su Yang. Could it be that thing? Gazing at the tall young man with an indifferent expression, their eyes met, and it seemed they could see the affirmation reflected in each other's gaze. Professor Wu's dark pupils gradually expanded, and a wave of dread washed over him. He recalled the top-secret document from the security department on his desk, the latest signal material developed by the Eagle Nation, the specifics of which remained a mystery. According to data from various departments, this signal base station from the Eagle Nation possessed an extraordinarily broad frequency coverage range, specifically designed to target the Dragon Nation. Unlike conventional satellite base stations, it was impervious to any jamming devices or signal interference and did not rely on any data links from control rooms, unbound by spatial constraints. As long as the opposing side activated this base station, the signal could reach any corner of the Dragon Nation. It could transmit commands and even counteract military weaponry deployed by the Dragon Nation. With this thought, Professor Wu's brow furrowed deeply. Could this small aircraft be an unidentified signal base station? Just as this notion surfaced, he quickly suppressed it. His gaze shifted to the tail of the small aircraft. How could liquids serve as a signal? While Professor Wu pondered with a frown, a piercing ringtone erupted from his jacket pocket. He retrieved his phone, glancing at the caller ID. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Olnya, what brings you here? Without any pleasantries. The voice on the other end spoke urgently and rapidly. Old Wu, we have a serious situation. Our space station staff just detected a completely new signal. This signal's data has never appeared before. It could not only interfere with our current satellites, but also issue erroneous military commands. Before he could finish, another voice interrupted. Not good, Director Nya. A signal has been lost to the north of the star map. What did you say? On the other end of the phone, chaos erupted suddenly, as if a pot of porridge had been stirred. Almost simultaneously, the small aircraft emitting a radiant glow flickered unexpectedly. Professor Wu's expression changed instantaneously. In a flash of insight, a brilliant thought struck his mind. He exclaimed into the phone, Old Nya, did you just say there was a signal loss? Before the other party could respond, the small aircraft flickered again, and another signal vanished. Director. Buzzing filled the air as Professor Wu's body swayed involuntarily. All that remained was a persistent hum in his ears. In his mind's eye, he noted the fleeting crease on Su Yang's brow. Meanwhile, in the capital of Long Country at the Aerospace Department, the Joint Operations Command Hall was in disarray. Directeur, the full visual map is activated. Yet the radar has yet to detect any signals. Director Nya, another signal has vanished from the south. Nya Haishing's brow furrowed deeply as he observed the small window on the right side of the screen, which had lost 2 satellite signals in less than a minute. They had completely disappeared without a trace or forewarning. Such an occurrence could only be executed by a satellite base within Long Country. Yet, no signals from other nations have been detected. Could it be that an unknown signal base had infiltrated under the vigilant radar of Long Country? Unbeknownst to them? No, that was utterly impossible. A jolt of anxiety surged through Nya Haisheng, causing him to accidentally topple his cup. The sharp sound of shattering made his heart race. In the next moment, another satellite on the star control map abruptly lost its brilliance. A third satellite had vanished. Nya Haisheng gazed at the 3 disappearing black dots. his expression darkening to an extreme. Meanwhile, at the scene in Haicheng, Professor Wu's right hand, clutching his phone, trembled incessantly. The aerospace department had synchronized the star control map in real time to his device. As a leading expert in this field, Professor Wu was their final hope. They had transmitted the parameters of the lost satellites to the space station and activated all available radar frequencies. Yet, no feedback had been received. 1 second, 2 seconds. No one had ever witnessed Professor Wu in such a state. Director Tian, Zhou Xiaona, and the police officers present were all in a state of panic, their faces etched with concern. The calmest among them appeared to be the national goddess, Wang Bingbing. She glanced at Su Yang's profile, her eyes shimmering with brilliance. Approaching Professor Wu, she softly spoke, "Professor, satellite signals do not vanish without reason. Perhaps it relates to the small aircraft that Su Yang caught. Should we inquire if he has any insights?" Her voice, as melodious as a nightingale, was both charming and soothing. However, upon hearing her words, the crowd erupted into a chorus of excitement. "Oh my, does this count as a confession? I can't shake the feeling of DJVU. Brother, are you new here? How can you still have doubts? There are two matters that cannot be doubted. First, the prowess of the fisherman, and second, the affection of the national goddess. Alas, while I cannot envy the fisherman's abilities, might I not be granted a mere fraction of the national goddess's favor? What affection is this? Do you not consider that perhaps only the fisherman can resolve the issue? Impossible. Allow me to raise my hand. I am a humble disciple of Professor Wu, the 18th generation. I am utterly convinced that in the realm of quantum communication, Professor Wu stands as the ultimate authority. To put it plainly, your faith in Mazu should be equaled by your faith in Professor Wu." The last individual to utter such words ended up parading naked around Haicheng Avenue under the watchful eyes of netizens. "Brother, I advise you to remain silent." "No, he speaks with reason." A voice from the audience interjected, drawing the attention of those nearby with its deep, resonant tone. On the Type 055 destroyer, equipped with advanced shipborne radar, if any unidentified signal bays were to invade our nation, both the space and security departments would undoubtedly be aware. Thus, is this not merely a filter of the national goddess? The small aircraft's signal loss has no bearing whatsoever. The audience exchanged knowing glances filled with intrigue between Su Yang and Wang Bingbing, whispering conspiratorially. Suddenly, a cold scoff echoed through the venue. Chapter 70. Tension mounts. A clash of wills. It seems that the presence of beautiful women inevitably creates an atmosphere of discord. Zhou Xiaona cast a disdainful glance at Wang Bingbing, then at Su Yang, her eyes glinting with icy shards. This is how news is fabricated. Just a sensational headline and a pretty face. The national goddess's arched brows suddenly radiated a chill. With a piercing gaze directed at Zhou Xiaona, she inquired, "What do you mean?" Zhou Xiaona shrugged, exhibiting no trace of fear. In terms of professional competence, she held no doubts about herself. To question him on matters even Professor Wu cannot ascertain? What a farce. A mere streamer from Haicheng, engaged in fishing, could discern what even Professor Wu could not? Zhou Xiaona scoffed, deeming it utterly preposterous. Not only does she surpass her idol, but she likely outshines even the undergraduates she mentors, does she not? This little flower from CCTV, it seems, possesses only superficial skills, while other matters may be overlooked. Zhou Xiaona could tolerate no grain of sand in the realm of academia. An awkward silence permeated the atmosphere. The viewers in the live stream witnessed this scene unfold. Just a moment ago, they were discussing satellites, and now they were caught up in the drama. Wow, this lady truly dares to speak. One cannot say she is wrong, but she certainly shows no regard. Researchers can be so exceedingly arrogant. Graduating from BGI, perched atop the pyramid, how could she possibly regard a streamer with any respect? I was indifferent at first, but now I inexplicably detest her. The professor hasn't even spoken, yet she prattles on. The national goddess is splendid. I hope they end up together. Have you all gone mad? Is this truly the time for such fantasies? Did you not see the professor's expression? Professor Wu's face was as impassive as stone. In his mind, rapid simulations calculated various scenarios. Simulated signals, digital signals, computations. If the small aircraft were indeed connected to the vanishing satellites, what kind of signal was being transmitted to cover such an extensive area? Even if a constant false alarm rate could filter the targeted objects, Tracking them remained an arduous task. Distance, speed, and angle are not constants. They are in a state of perpetual flux. Professor Wu gazed at the small aircraft, striving to discern a breakthrough within the confines of his thoughts. Yet, just as he became ensnared in his musings, the small aircraft flickered once more. The fourth one, on the control chart for satellites, had already vanished. Professor Wu's breath quickened, and instinctively, he turned to look at Su Yang. Remarkably, within a mere half-hour, for satellites within the territory of Longhua had disappeared. A chill surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. The unease in Professor Wu's heart reached a crescendo. Suddenly, he recalled a previous news report from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This was likely far more complex than the mere disappearance of satellites. Realizing this, Professor Wu instinctively glanced back at Su Yang, instantly understanding that this could be a deliberate conspiracy. If no solution was found, the remaining satellites of Longhua might vanish one by one. "Brother, make your move quickly." Professor Wu's urgent exclamation directed at Su Yang left everyone in the room astounded. Director Tian's gaze darted between Professor Wu and Su Yang, bewildered and hesitant to speak. Was the old professor losing his sanity? Had he completely abandoned his dignity? Was he really seeking help from a mere fisherman? Didn't he know the current viewership numbers were higher than those of the Spring Festival Gala? Contemplating this, Director Tian couldn't help but break into a sweat for Professor Wu. Dr. Su Yang remained unaware. It was to be expected. However, Professor Wu's action seemed akin to placing his reputation on the ground for others to trample upon. Zhou Xiaona took 2 steps forward involuntarily upon witnessing Professor Wu's actions, only to halt abruptly, her expression fraught with confusion. Just a moment ago, she had been skeptical of Su Yang, and now she was being slapped in the face by none other than her idol taking action himself. Professor Wu offered no explanations, not even a word of rebuttal. He merely demonstrated his stance through action. Zhou Xiaona clenched her fists, her long nails digging into her palms. The pain brought a flicker of rationality amidst her confusion. At that moment, no matter how hard she tried to fathom it, she could not comprehend why Professor Wu had called upon the fisherman for assistance. Wang Bingbing observed Su Yang, her posture upright. The sea breeze tousled her long hair, carrying a hint of subtle rosemary fragrance. A smile barely contained graced her lips as she gazed at Su Yang, her eyes sparkling like stars. Meanwhile, the anxious onlookers in the vicinity, who had felt their hearts in their throats, were instantly disarmed by Professor Wu's words. The face of the last expert had escaped their memory, but this one was etched in their minds. How amusing. The originally thrilling scene was transformed into a moment of levity by his casual utterance of "brother." In the presence of so many onlookers, even connected to the aerospace department, he audaciously sought assistance. Was the old professor acting on instinct, or was he merely throwing caution to the wind in desperation? Had the fisherman known what to do, he would have intervened long ago, rather than waiting until now. Beneath the shade of a tree, Su Yang pressed his temples and glanced at his wristwatch. An enigmatic glimmer flickered in his eyes as he strolled towards the small aircraft, bowing his head in silence. Upon witnessing Su Yang's actions, Professor Wu's eyes suddenly ignited with fervor. He gestured towards the small plane, showing no signs of embarrassment for his plea for help, gazing at Su Yang with eager anticipation. "Brother, what on earth is happening? Please enlighten me." Su Yang remained silent, squinting slightly, bending forward to scrutinize the small aircraft. The crowd held their breath, fearful of disturbing him. Seconds ticked by, yet Su Yang made no move. The fisherman, it seemed, had indeed faltered. It was hardly surprising. If the experts were at a loss, they should quickly rally more assistance. While a lack of knowledge was forgivable, the attitude was questionable. Why not voice uncertainty sooner? It was merely a hindrance. The murmurs among the spectators grew louder. The glimmer in Professor Wu's eyes gradually dimmed. Suddenly, the small aircraft's light flickered imperceptibly. Professor Wu's demeanor shifted instantly. This is bad. He glanced down at his phone screen. If his suspicions were correct, could it be that yet another satellite was about to vanish? Observing the small aircraft's light trembling rapidly, Professor Wu bellowed towards the screen. "Old Nya. Initiate level 1 alert immediately and activate the full radar. We must sever the signal." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the young man before him executed an action that would haunt his thoughts with a pang of dread for the rest of his life. Chapter 71. One wave, unsettled. Another arises. At the very instant the light of the small aircraft shifted, all eyes were riveted upon it. Goodness, is it about to flash again? Surely another satellite, ISNT, about to disappear. The hearts of the crowd raced, and Professor Wu's clenched fists trembled uncontrollably. From the moment the small aircraft illuminated until satellites began to vanish, merely half an hour had elapsed. At this rate, it would take less than 24 hours for all the satellites launched by Dragon Country to potentially lose contact. If all satellites were lost, it would be tantamount to leaving the gates of Dragon Country wide open. A chill enveloped Professor Wu as he felt the small aircraft's light once again exhibit a faint fluctuation. His heart sank. Just then, he noticed the young man beside him take a sudden step forward. Su Yang made a move that would cause Professor Wu to experience heart palpitations for the rest of his days. He produced a small, black object the size of a fingernail from his pocket, and, in a flash, pressed it firmly against the tail wing as the fluorescent light flickered. Professor Wu's expression instantly froze upon witnessing Su Yang's actions. How could this young man dare to do such a thing? He had somehow procured a magnet and was using it to attract the tail wing. In an instant, all beams of light converged into a singular point. The radiance of the small aircraft doubled. By employing the magnet to forcibly shape the digital beam, he simulated the filtering point measurement. This young man, astonishingly, employed such a method. While the world had only theorized about quantum signal simulation technology, no practical application had yet been achieved. If the experiment succeeded, it would revolutionize not just aerospace, but also artificial intelligence, robotics, and even precision surgeries. It would be no exaggeration to say it could transform human life as we know it. However, due to the complexities of quantum signals, the theory had yet to materialize into practice. Yet, what Professor Wu could never have anticipated was that, within just a few days, someone would grasp this principle and utilize the most rudimentary method. As he gazed at the focused young man before him, his pupils dilated with astonishment. The laboratory's information and data were classified. There was no way this fisherman could possess such knowledge. Could it be that he had taught himself? Meanwhile, standing not far away, Zhou Xiaona felt a tightening in her throat as she observed Su Yang's actions. A few words escaped her lips. Photon polarization. This cannot be mere coincidence. His technique was to use the magnet to manipulate the metallic ions, forming the most primitive bent optical fibers, and then attempt polarization in both horizontal and diagonal directions. Zhou Xiaona murmured to herself, her almond-shaped eyes widening in disbelief. No, this was impossible. He was merely an ordinary fisherman. How could he possibly know this? Most would have encountered this term only in foreign science fiction magazines. Even the concept itself was typically reserved for the latest international industry forums. Undoubtedly, only individuals with the highest level of access could engage with such content. Those with that elite status were undoubtedly significant figures in the realm of quantum academia. In the entirety of Longhua, such individuals could be counted on one hand. Su Yang could not possibly belong to that circle. If he were involved in the industry, how could Professor Wu not recognize him? Yet, how did Su Yang possess knowledge of this perplexing enigma that had troubled the quantum field for 30 years? Zhou Xiaona's expression shifted continuously, her gaze towards Su Yang filled with growing awe. Observing the reactions of Professor Wu and Zhou Xiaona, Wang Bingbing struggled to suppress the upward curve of her lips, secretly exhaling a sigh of relief. The expression on Su Yang's face was one of undeniable affection. She had not anticipated that he would take action so decisively, given the gravity of the situation affecting the entire nation. She had assumed he would at least consult with Professor Wu. As a seasoned journalist, Wang Bingbing quickly analyzed the risks involved. Even though she believed in Su Yang's capabilities, there were always uncertainties. If he had discussed it with Professor Wu, then his actions could indeed be defined as a desperate measure. However, just moments ago, Su Yang took matters into his own hands, causing her heart to flutter. Thankfully, the situation was fraught with tension, but ultimately safe. Reflecting on this, Wang Bingbing subtly shook her head in resignation, realizing she had overthought the matter. How could her partner's confidence be swayed by the opinions of others? Those with expertise discerned the intricacies, while the laypeople merely indulged in the spectacle. The crowd began to interpret the expressions on display. Goodness, could it be that the angler had intervened, heralding peace once more? The expression of the academically gifted policewoman resembled one struck by an electric shock. How tragic, to be dealt a severe blow on her first outing. The harshness of her previous words now echoed painfully in her ears. Are you all perhaps a tad too eager? The experts have yet to reach a definitive conclusion. What if the angler fails? Good grief, you truly have a loose tongue. Oh my, look, it seems to be tilting. Meanwhile, in the command hall of the aerospace department, the atmosphere contrasted sharply with the preceding cacophony. An unsettling silence prevailed, punctuated only by the sound of a pin drop. Yang Liwei, accompanied by the core personnel of the aerospace team, gazed intently at the large screen. Anxiety etched across their faces. One side displayed a myriad of satellite images, while the other showcased Su Yang's livestream. As they watched, the small aircraft was suddenly engulfed by a concentrated beam of light. Yang Liwei felt a bead of sweat trickle down, his heart racing to his throat. This young man was not merely taking risks. He was playing a game of life and death. The concentrated beam, in a sense, amalgamated the sensors situated within the craft. Both the frequency range and precision were exponentially magnified. If this signal base station truly bore a connection to the vanished satellite, Yang Liwei silently glanced at the signal indicator. The comprehensive radar scan had yet to detect any suspicious signals. His lips pressed tightly together. A deep-seated worry clouded his gaze. This young man's actions would yield either success or failure. Should he succeed, they might recover the lost signal or even initiate a counter-tracking operation. However, failure could mean the complete disappearance of all satellites, leaving them without even a moment to regroup. The figure on the screen seemed blissfully unaware of the associated risks, executing his movements with seamless fluidity. With focused intent, he manipulated a magnet, no larger than a fingernail, to gradually shift the liquid metal ions. From the wings to the fuselage, he moved with precision, etching the trajectory of the metallic particles in his mind. Yang Liwei's expression shifted once more. Disbelief compelled him to step forward for a clearer view. Could this trajectory possibly be the Clark orbit? Just as shock enveloped him. The concentrated beam on the screen caused the small aircraft's body to lose balance and tilt violently. A faint, almost imperceptible sound of electricity crackled through the air. The small aircraft abruptly dimmed, plunging into darkness. In the hall, silence reigned. Chapter 72, A Twist of Fate. Su Yang, you are truly a progenitor. In the vast command hall of the aerospace department, the atmosphere turned frigid the instant the aircraft blacked out. A glimmer of hope that had just ignited vanished without a trace. Yang Liwei suddenly turned to the left, scrutinizing the star control map. Dots of light remained scattered across it. However, just as he contemplated a sigh of relief, a sudden commotion erupted. Director, over here. Director, over there. Director. 1, 2, 3 satellites on the control chart are systematically vanishing. Yang Liwei felt a lump in his throat. The command hall was thrown into chaos, with his core team erupting into heated debates. Did Professor Wu not foresee this? Does that angler even comprehend his actions? From the trajectory of the angler's right hand earlier, it seems he knows precisely what he is doing, yet he disregards the consequences. The youth of today act solely on impulse. Enough of the bickering. What time is it? We must swiftly determine how to restore communication. Someone at the operations console was furiously entering commands. Others began to input frequencies anew, attempting to contact the remote sensing satellites. As Yang Liwei frantically conjured emergency protocols in his mind, the internal phone suddenly rang. The special ringtone startled him, prompting him to gather his focus. Minister, Yang Liwei hastily pressed the answer button. After several minutes of listening to the instructions on the other end, his expression shifted dramatically. He almost opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent. After a long pause, Yang Liwei hung up the phone, as if having made a monumental decision. He pressed the control button on the command platform. Count down 10 minutes. If there is no progress in 10 minutes, we will send a distress signal to the South China Sea. A gasp echoed throughout the room. Everyone exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes reflecting disbelief. 10 minutes? How could this be possible? Since the disappearance of the first satellite, they had suspected a conspiracy, an insidious plot against the Dragon Nation. However, sending a distress signal to the South China Sea? The Aerospace Department had never issued such a call since the establishment of the Dragon Nation. Has the situation escalated to this severity? Seeing the persistent disappearance of black dots on the screen, a chill ran through the crowd. Was seeking help from the South China Sea truly inconceivable? Half of the Dragon Nation's satellites had gone dark. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream witnessed this scene, flooding the screen with comments. Even through the screen, I can hear the madness over there. Aerospace Department? With the satellites gone? Who wouldn't lose their mind? Damn. We might end up without mobile signal. I won't even mention the lack of mobile signal. What if the Eagle drops an atomic bomb? Let me ask seriously. If missiles came, is our Taro cellar safe? Is there a professional here? Can that expert brother clarify what is happening? Honestly, the host's handling of this exceeds my understanding, but if the small aircraft suddenly loses power, I should know why. Can those upstairs stop gasping for breath and hurry up? The entire information transmission process is encrypted. Either the password was cracked midway, or the signal base itself carries data verification to prevent tracking. Wait, are you implying that the host actually emitted a tracking signal, but got cut off? It's possible. This is merely my conjecture. If it holds true, only that particular nation could have developed this signal base station technology. The live broadcast room fell into an unusual silence. The online viewers, who had been reveling moments ago, now united in their support for Su Yang. At the scene in Haicheng, panic ensued. Zhou Xiana noticed the sudden blackout of the small aircraft, her tone shifting dramatically. She was certain that Su Yang was guiding ion aggregation, attempting to execute ion interference to sever the signal. Based on Professor Wu's reaction, it seemed that there were no satellites disappearing from the aerospace side, indicating that Su Yang's approach was indeed correct. However, the sudden power failure of the signal-based station raised alarm. Zhou Xiana observed Su Yang's profile, lips pressed together, and instinctively leaned forward. Initially, she had never thought that an ordinary fisherman from Haicheng could surpass her in skill. Yet, from Su Yang's identification of the signal-based station to his focused manipulation of the ion beam, and then witnessing him employ a Clark orbit to guide the beam, her astonishment grew, continuously challenging her perceptions and leaving her with profound admiration. Although unaware of Su Yang's true identity, it was evident he was far more than just a mere fisherman. The moment he produced a magnet, it signified a declaration of war. A surge of distinct emotions coursed through Zhou Xiana, her concern intensifying. Meanwhile, Professor Wu, upon seeing the sudden blackout of the small aircraft, felt his voice grow hoarse. No one understood better than him the catastrophic consequences of an internal signal failure at this critical moment. He glanced at his phone screen, and indeed, the Aerospace Department's star control map showed satellite signals vanishing one by one. Could it be that the suddenly concentrated beam had led to the enhanced signal being backtracked? Professor Wu quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. Su Yang's trajectory was a stationary orbit at a radial relative velocity, rendering it undetectable by the opponent. A flash of insight struck him. Could it be? He turned sharply to look at Su Yang. Su Yang's expression remained unchanged. Yet this did little to alleviate the concern in Professor Wu's eyes. If he was not mistaken, the signal base station must possess a protective mechanism. When signals were undetectable, or when satellite signals could not be severed, a countermeasure would automatically activate. In a laboratory setting, he would have had confidence in deciphering the internal structure, but now, from the moment the signal base station was activated, he was utterly bewildered. The information he had grasped was solely due to Su Yang's actions. Had Su Yang not intervened today, the Dragon Kingdom would have faced a catastrophic disaster. Now, the situation was once again unclear. With this thought, a wave of frustration washed over Professor Wu. Damn it, he instinctively uttered a phrase from his cultural heritage, realizing that despite having lived for so many years, he had never felt so helpless. Hearing the sound, Su Yang casually turned his head, his expression as serene as ever, his hands not ceasing their movement. Professor Wu was momentarily stunned. Was this akin to driving with closed eyes? Was he simply resigned to the situation? Professor Wu was on the verge of calling upon his ancestors when, suddenly, a scene unfolded before him that nearly induced a cardiac arrest. Chapter 73. Entangled in Crisis. Yet witnessing a miracle, Su Yang maintained a calm demeanor, casting a fleeting glance at Professor Wu that bore an intensity akin to thunder. It was precisely this glance that jolted Professor Wu into realization. The young man before him remained composed, while he himself was engulfed by despair. Regaining his composure, he chastised himself for panicking at such a critical moment. As he observed yet another satellite vanish, Professor Wu was certain that this signal base station must possess the capability to emit some form of interference signal within the borders of the Dragon Nation. It was even plausible that it could analyze local signal frequencies. Thus, its efficacy could only be maximized within these confines. Contemplating this, Professor Wu felt a jolt of fear. How had this signal base station entered the territory? Why had no reports of anomalies been received? It seemed the earlier news from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was not without foundation. There were indeed calculated efforts targeting the Dragon Nation, accompanied by such advanced technological means. With a mere flicker of thought, he knew precisely who was behind it: Eagle Nation. A fragment of memory flashed through his mind, recalling discussions from a few days prior. Had the layout begun from that moment? Professor Wu clenched his jaw in frustration. His fears had indeed materialized. Since the founding of the Dragon Nation, the entire country had devoted its resources to military and aerospace development. The slumbering lion had finally awakened, much to the chagrin of certain individuals. Even so, the military capabilities of the Dragon Nation still lagged behind those of the Eagle Nation. A breakthrough in the realm of quantum technology would undoubtedly allow for a remarkable leap forward. Professor Wu gazed at the focused expression of Su Yang. Had this young man not discovered the signal base station today, the entire Dragon Nation might have been plunged into an unprecedented crisis. Fortunately, they were in a position to address the issue, and perhaps even to outpace the Eagle Nation. Remarkably, Su Yang had already orchestrated miracles on 2 occasions. Lost in thought while observing the young man's profile, Professor Wu felt a premonition that perhaps today, the quantum conundrum that had troubled the Dragon Nation for decades could finally find resolution through this young man. With excitement surging within him, Professor Wu steadied his mind and stepped forward. "Young man, do you have any leads?" he inquired of Su Yang. The police officers were taken aback, and Director Tian appeared utterly stunned. Su Yang possessed capabilities within acceptable limits, but Professor Wu was an authority in the field of quantum technology in the Dragon Nation. His presence was initially intended to lend gravitas to the situation. Yet, he never expected to find himself relying entirely on Su Yang. Moreover, the gravity and seriousness etched on Professor Wu's face conveyed a sense of careful inquiry toward Su Yang. Director Tian instinctively rubbed his eyes. Was this truly the Professor Wu he knew? The memory of their first encounter surfaced in his mind. In the most prestigious internal communication forum in the country, esteemed astronauts from the aerospace department, including Yang Liwei, Nia Haisheng, and Wang Yaping, sought the counsel of Professor Wu regarding issues related to space satellites. Not daring to utter a sound, it is noteworthy that these individuals hold at least the rank of Major General, accompanied by second-level security personnel, and even their rations are subject to inspection. Moreover, Yang Liwei himself is a figure of general rank. Yet, upon encountering Professor Wu, even General Yang transformed entirely. It is said that this general, in his quest for clarity on extravehicular activities, would run 3 hours daily to a shop in the northern city to purchase pig trotter rice. However, at this very moment, the national treasure, whom even Yang Liwei reveres, was seeking assistance from a mere fisherman in Haicheng. Director Tian rubbed his eyes, striving to comprehend the scene before him. Meanwhile, the onlookers were left agape upon hearing Professor Wu's words. Was there an issue? How could another satellite have vanished? Was this signal base truly that formidable? If true, the consequences would be unimaginable. The previous efforts to rescue the Zhongxing 18 satellite had cost a staggering $1.5 billion. Setting aside the financial implications, the ramifications of a satellite going dark are dire. Does this not equate to leaving the door wide open? Even more alarming, in 2022, a satellite that had been lost for 40 years was rediscovered and began transmitting signals again. Imagine if this were a premeditated act, even leading one to mistakenly accept a false signal before initiating their own transmission. Such audacity is unfathomable. It is evident who possesses the capability to orchestrate such nefarious deeds. Support the broadcaster. Keep up the good work, and it is imperative to expose the truth, ideally with irrefutable evidence. At this moment, reputation pales in comparison to results. No wonder the professor has sought assistance. The crowd murmured quietly, wary of disturbing Su Yang. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, in the command hall of the aerospace department, Old Yang. There are only 5 minutes left. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps resonated from outside the door. The staff instinctively turned to see the source of the noise. Upon seeing the newcomers, everyone's pupils widened in shock. Goodness, are these not the figures they could only witness on television? Several individuals adorned with golden pine branch epaulets strode into the command hall. Yang Liwei was equally taken aback upon recognizing the arrivals. He anticipated that Minister Zhang would personally attend. Wasn't he supposed to be in the South China Sea reporting on the Shenzhou 17 launch? Just as Yang Liwei was about to speak, Minister Zhang Kaxian gestured for silence, his gaze fixated on the star control map, observing the now missing satellite with a grave expression. What on earth is Old Wu doing? How could he be so confused at such a critical moment? A young man with 2 stripes and a star, standing behind, soon spoke up. This individual, rumored to be a fisherman, was causing quite a stir. How could this be accounted for to the organization if there were an issue? Quickly send Old Wu the key. We must slow things down. Zhang Kaxian maintained an expression of calm authority, yet internally, he was already quite displeased with Professor Wu's unilateral actions. Initially, he had not been overly concerned about the disappearance of 1 or 2 satellites. However, the moment I laid eyes on that signal base station, an unsettling chill coursed through me. The emblem that adorned the top-secret document 001 from the Ministry of Defense bore an uncanny resemblance to this small aircraft, almost 90% alike. If that were indeed the case, not even Professor Wu could manage it. No one in the entire Dragon Country would be capable of handling such a matter. Once this signal base station was activated, it would be impossible to halt its operation. The sole recourse now was the quantum encryption mentioned in the classified document, a means to counteract the decryption. This was the only method capable of transcending the existing transmission rates. How could the young man on the screen possibly possess such knowledge? With this thought, Zhang Kajian's gaze darkened. He spoke in a hushed tone to Yang Liwei behind him. Utilize the exclusive quantum communication line of the South China Sea to send a code to Old Wu's phone. It must be swift. There is no time to lose. Before the last character had been uttered, Minister Zhang heard a sudden exclamation echo through the expansive command hall. What the hell? Chapter 74. The world's attention, the anticipation of the crowd. The unexpected voice left everyone momentarily stunned. Minister Zhang turned towards the source of the sound, only to see a staff member at the operations desk sheepishly scratching the back of his head, his face flushed as he pointed to his phone, explaining, CCTV is currently broadcasting live. Minister Zhang was taken aback. Surrounding him, staff members hastily retrieved their phones from their pockets. Mere seconds later, audible gasps filled the air. On the screen, CCTV, one had astonishingly connected to Su Yang's Livestream as a special broadcast. CCTV had interrupted its current program to showcase Su Yang's streaming session. Since the establishment of the television station, such an occurrence had never transpired, save for national emergencies. Could it be that this incident had escalated to a national emergency? This was no longer a mere platform broadcast. The entire Dragon Country, with its billions of citizens, was now witnessing the shocking case of the satellite's disappearance. Minister Zhang pressed his fingers to his throbbing temples. Broadcasting live before the entire nation was akin to subjecting them to an intense ordeal. With this in mind, he swiftly navigated back to the homepage, decisively clicking on trending topics. A cursory glance at the top few revealed: unidentified base station, satellite disappearance, aerospace crisis. The fisherman reemerges with might. All mobile signals in Binching have vanished, with viewership numbers at 543 and climbing at an astonishing rate. Seeing the millions of likes and comments that seemed endless, Minister Zhang's countenance grew ashen. Though he had mentally prepared himself, he was still unprepared for the rapid escalation of the situation to a level where it was now widely known across the Dragon Country within a mere half hour. If mishandled, not only would they risk losing the public's faith in the aerospace sector, but inciting mass panic could plunge the entire nation into chaos. Minister Zhang's brow furrowed deeply as events spiraled beyond his control. Just then, several individuals with shoulder insignias behind him suggested, "Old Zhang, now is not the time for hesitation. We must urgently seek assistance from the South China Sea. Time is of the essence." Indeed, even if Old Wu can decode the quantum encryption, he will need time. I doubt he can resolve this matter in the immediate future. Could one truly expect that young man at the scene to be of any assistance? What an international farce. To involve the Ministry of Foreign Affairs directly is absurd. Let the blame be cast first. Minister Zhang's lips twitched in agitation. Yet it is unfeasible. There is currently no concrete evidence. The Eagle Nation will merely adopt an innocent facade. They might even retaliate with accusations. Most importantly, this could expose Long Nation's current technological shortcomings. If foreign media were to learn of our lost satellite, it would surely be sensationalized. Since the establishment of our nation, we have never faced such a daunting predicament. Minister Zhang steadied his mind, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. There could be no further hesitation. He must personally call for assistance from the South China Sea. He retrieved his phone, his fingers deftly dialing the office of the South China Sea. Meanwhile, at the scene in Haicheng, the crisis remained unresolved, enveloping the area in a heavy silence. All eyes were fixed upon the two figures, one elderly and one youthful. The crowd continued to swell. What on earth is happening? Damn it, I saw on CCTV news and rushed over to the scene. Good heavens, just yesterday, a concert hall in Russia was attacked by terrorists. Could it be our turn now? Why speak such nonsense? We must have faith in our nation. Besides, we have Su Yang here. What is there to fear? It is different this time. This situation is unlike any before. What do you mean by that? Please clarify. Quantum communication has always been a technical enigma. The reappearance of the satellite signifies that signal transmission is operating normally. The fishermen merely delayed the disappearance of the fifth satellite. The onlookers bore solemn expressions, their gravity palpable. Suddenly, Professor Wu's phone emitted a peculiar melody. Upon hearing this sound, Professor Wu's countenance shifted dramatically. In his entire career, he had only heard this sound once before. The first time was in 1999, during the bombing of the embassy by the Eagle Nation. Professor Wu's hand trembled as he opened the screen. Upon viewing the content, his pupils constricted sharply. Quantum key. Seeing a sequence of zeros and ones, he instantly comprehended. Was he being instructed to use the key to solve the current dilemma? Professor Wu fixated on the string of characters, his agitation mounting as he muttered national treasures one after another. This is of no use to me now. I am a human brain, not a supercomputer. I didn't even bring my laptop. There's no time at all. It's over. Hearing the commotion around him and noting Professor Wu's barely contained frustration, Su Yang cast a casual glance at the screen in Professor Wu's hand, surprise flickering in his eyes before shaking his head imperceptibly. His gaze returned to the small aircraft before him, perhaps unable to withstand Professor Wu's incessant noise. Su Yang's lips moved slightly. There is no need for such trouble. What do you mean by that? Su Yang's tone was languid. There is no time to decrypt it. Professor Wu was taken aback. He had not intentionally concealed the phone screen, not out of carelessness, but because he believed it was impossible for anyone to recognize the content displayed, filled with zeros and ones, interspersed with dashes and vertical lines. To the untrained eye, it would undoubtedly appear as mere gibberish, a prank of sorts. Even someone as astute as this young man might recognize it as quantum encryption. However, when Su Yang uttered the words that could not be deciphered in time, Professor Wu was left utterly astonished. Su Yang understood. He knew what it was. Miraculously, the professor's tumultuous heart calmed as he gazed intently at Su Yang. Even without turning his head, Su Yang could feel the intensity of that burning gaze, just as he felt the prickling sensation at the nape of his neck, as if Professor Wu were about to leap upon him. Su Yang pondered briefly before deciding to act swiftly. He retrieved a device the size of a matchbox from his pocket, connecting two wires to the tail of a small aircraft. With his slender fingers, he tapped upon it, as if inputting a sequence of commands. Professor Wu glanced at his watch. Brother, there are 5 minutes left. Please, tell me what to do. In the next moment, Su Yang's voice, devoid of hesitation, rang out coldly. 2 minutes will suffice. Without a moment's pause, he regarded Professor Wu and spoke a lengthy string of technical terms in English. Once again, silence enveloped the room. The audience was left in a state of bewilderment. Su Yang had spoken in English, a torrent of specialized terminology. What on earth was he saying? Chapter 75. Raising his hand to suppress Su Yang's invincibility. After a brief moment of stillness, the barrage of comments in a live stream surged forth. What the hell? I thought the fisherman was inept. Who have guessed it was I who lacked understanding? Are you trying to say you lack knowledge? Perhaps it's you who is lacking substance? I can only enjoy the spectacle. I must say, it is quite captivating. Where is that aerospace PhD from earlier? Can someone explain what the host just said? Honestly, I only understood him mentioning the gravitational field equations, which are fundamental in fluid mechanics. All the top scholars in the world can only aspire to approach this equation, but the host? Please, don't take a breath and interrupt. What about the host? It seems he directly articulated the results of that equation. Although I only caught a few keywords, the rest eludes me. Gravitational field? Impossible. Something that even Einstein could not resolve. Can the host truly decipher it? A flurry of questions ensues. Surely you jest. Do you mean to imply the host surpasses Einstein? That is preposterous. Is the professor on site truly stunned by the host? Why such silence? An eerie stillness blanketed the scene. Who would have thought a fisherman could so effortlessly converse in English? Wang Bingbing bit her lip, her almond-shaped eyes widening slightly. She grasped half, no, perhaps only a quarter of what was said. Though her conversational English was adequate, the specialized jargon Su Yang used was entirely foreign to her. She could only grasp a few common terms, such as like. However, her focus lay not on the content, but rather on Su Yang's impeccable accent, the kind that could make her heart flutter. The national sweetheart's heart raced, her long hair dancing in the breeze. A barely audible sigh escaped her lips, delicate as a whisper. The moment I first laid eyes on Su Yang, I was undeniably captivated by his appearance. After all, with a face that could enchant everyone from middle-aged women to blossoming young girls, who could resist such allure? Yet, time and again, Su Yang astonished me with his unexpected depth, akin to a book where the next page remains a mystery. Initially, I pondered that should our relationship deepen, my two antiquated family members would surely deem Su Yang unworthy of me. Thus, I endeavored to secure every possible opportunity for him to shine, whether through press releases or various interviews. Subconsciously, I yearned to convey to others just how remarkable the man I admired truly was. However, just moments ago, a flicker of panic erupted within me, revealing a disconcerting realization. I had never truly known the real Su Yang. It was I, Wang Bingbing, who was unworthy of him. As I momentarily lost myself in thought, the contrast was stark. Underneath her black-rimmed glasses, Zhou Xiaona's eyes sparkled with an undeniable brilliance. The formula? I was not imagining things. It was indeed the very matter that the fisherman had just mentioned. After all, I had engaged in discussions at Harvard, and I understood most of the terminology Su Yang had just articulated. At that moment, Zhou Xiaona could hardly contain her nodding. This was a conundrum that scholars in both aerospace and fluid dynamics grapple with throughout their careers. Hearing Su Yang articulate a string of specialized terms evoked a sensation akin to attending an academic forum. As I replayed his words in my mind, the once bright gleam in Zhou Xiaona's eyes was suddenly clouded with confusion. The issues of linearity and flow damping became increasingly perplexing. Her expression shifted. Her gaze fixated intently on Su Yang. I couldn't comprehend. How could this be? I prided myself on my expertise, particularly within this field. Even if I had previously struggled to grasp Su Yang's methods, I would only feel regret for my inability to anticipate them upon reflection. Yet now, after Su Yang had articulated so much, I realized it was entirely beyond my comprehension, especially the optimal enhancement dissipation estimates. Wasn't he that a riddle the entire world was attempting to solve? Su Yang had just proclaimed a conclusion, but was that truly a conclusion? If so, it was utterly terrifying. At the very least, all of Longway's cutting-edge technology would be advanced by 50 years because of his revelation. With this thought, I could not help but approach Professor Wu, observing the old scholar's face shift like a painter's palette. I cautiously ventured, "Professor Wu." What Su Yang just articulated for several minutes. The elderly professor remained silent. I even began to doubt whether he had heard me. Yet he nodded emphatically, then shook his head. Before I could inquire further, Professor Wu seemed to have found a long-awaited outlet for his emotions. The conundrum that has plagued me for decades was precisely the question posed at last year's Harvard Global Scholars Exchange. I finally have the answer. A shiver coursed through me. I looked incredulously at Su Yang, then back at the professor. Professor Wu's gaze remained unwavering, as if he had already anticipated the query from Zhou Xiaona. He continued, "Indeed, Su Yang has just provided me with some guidance, and I now comprehend how to address this issue." As soon as the words left his lips, Zhou Xiaona's pupils constricted sharply. She stumbled back involuntarily, for she was acutely aware of the problem Professor Wu had just mentioned. It was, after all, the most frequently occurring keyword within the discourse. The regularity problem of the three-dimensional Navier-Stokes equations, a conundrum that had stumped the global elite for a decade without resolution. How could it be so casually brushed aside by a mere fisherman? No, something was amiss. Zhou Xiaona felt a tingling sensation at the crown of her head, utterly unable to accept this reality. Suddenly recalling the professor's earlier gesture, she grasped his arm tightly. Then why did you just shake your head? Professor Wu seemed to have anticipated her inquiry. After a brief silence, he spoke slowly. The latter part has completely surpassed my realm of knowledge. Su Yang was discussing the application of the Pythagorean theorem in fluid mechanics, which I do not comprehend. Upon uttering these words, Professor Wu wore a calm expression, his gaze towards Su Yang shifting from admiration to a hint of reverence. A profound silence enveloped the room, an oppressive stillness akin to death itself. Everyone present fell into a hushed reverie. Just as Zhou Xiaona grappled with her reaction, the instigator, a man standing merely a step away in front of the small aircraft, suddenly straightened up. It settled. His cold voice rang out, piercing the silence. The tone was not loud, yet resonated sufficiently for all to hear. Instantly, a collective gasp escaped the crowd. What had the fisherman just declared? It settled? Chapter 76. A media sensation, the legend of a superstar. At the scene in Haicheng, as everyone was still digesting Su Yang's statement, a sudden, jarring screech of brakes shattered the tranquility, causing hearts to race anew. The crowd instinctively turned towards the source of the sound. The expressions of the police changed dramatically. Director Tian was the first to take decisive action, hastily approaching. Mayor Yao, what brings you here? Upon uttering these words, Mayor Yao felt a surge of indignation. Earlier that morning, during an executive meeting, a secretary had burst in unexpectedly. He had intended to reprimand them, but quickly realized that Secretary Wang, who had been with him for some time, would never commit such a blunder during a meeting. Something significant must have occurred. In a flash, Su Yang's face crossed his mind. Rather than Haicheng being the focal point of the entire Dragon Nation, it was more accurate to say that the spotlight was on the fisherman. Sure enough, in the next moment, Secretary Wang handed him a mobile phone, the screen displaying a live broadcast from CCTV. He promptly halted the meeting and rushed to the scene. Before he could even inquire, Director Tian hurriedly began to explain. Mayor Yao, the incident occurred suddenly. Yet before he could finish, Mayor Yao waved his hand, interrupting, no more words. It is no longer the time for explanations. Having occupied a high position for many years, he has long forgotten what it feels like to be apprehensive about the journey ahead. Young Su Yang is blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. How can the esteemed director of the Haicheng Public Security Bureau exhibit such instability? What prompts Su Yang to take risks and display bravado? Even if Professor Wu were to seek assistance, would this be something that could be resolved on-site, so casually? Should blame descend from above, what then would become of Su Yang? If the matter escalates, it could potentially ruin his future. Mayor Yao Said inwardly. Selfishly, he believed the young man to be quite capable. It was only natural that Su Yang could not resolve an issue that even the nation's top experts could not tackle. The higher-ups should not, and would not, hold him accountable for this. His concern lay in the fact that this brash young man might make reckless promises, thereby delaying the vital time needed to seek help from above. A flicker of worry crossed Mayor Yao's eyes as he involuntarily glanced in Su Yang's direction. Observing the young man's calm demeanor, even displaying a hint of ease, made Mayor Yao internally anxious for him. Cursing under his breath, he thought, well, who told me to value talent so highly? This troublesome lad continually struck chords of admiration within him. With this thought, Mayor Yao decided to approach Professor Wu. He wore a sincere expression, smiled warmly, and even slightly bowed. Old Professor, I am Yao Song, the mayor of Haicheng. While introducing himself, he scrutinized the professor's demeanor. Reading the room had become an instinctive skill. Noting the professor's expressionless and serious countenance, Mayor Yao's heart sank. As anticipated, the situation was not as simple as it appeared. If even Professor Wu harbored dissatisfaction towards Su Yang, any casual remarks made during an investigation from above could prove devastating for Su Yang's career. Without hesitation, he resolved to take the initiative. Adjusting his mood, he switched to a mode of righteous indignation. Addressing Su Yang with stern words, he exclaimed, Su Yang, you truly do not understand the gravity of the situation. Admit your inability to handle this, and do not waste everyone's time. Following this declaration, Mayor Yao turned his gaze toward Director Tian. Bring me my direct line. We need to seek assistance from above. Silence. The atmosphere fell silent once more. All eyes swiftly turned towards Mayor Yao. Furrowing his brow, he noticed the officers around him were frozen in place. What are you all doing? Hurry and clear the area. After uttering these words, Mayor Yao observed the peculiar expressions on everyone's faces, hesitating to speak. Professor Wu appeared to disregard him entirely, his gaze fixated on Su Yang, his lips trembling slightly. Just as he was about to inquire, a sudden, piercing shriek emanated from Professor Wu's phone. It lit up, illuminating the surroundings. The professor's expression shifted dramatically, transforming from joy to euphoric elation. Mayor Yao was momentarily taken aback. No wonder Professor Wu remained so composed. He had managed to locate the satellite. A glance towards Su Yang revealed that as long as the satellite was successfully retrieved, the higher-ups would likely refrain from pursuing the matter too vigorously. After all, Su Yang was once a person of great merit. With this thought, he secretly sighed in relief. His gaze toward Professor Wu became even more sincere. Old Professor, I am immensely grateful for your presence today. Otherwise, this young man would have landed himself in considerable trouble. Upon saying this, he treated Su Yang as if he were one of his own, frowning at him. You rascal, hurry over and thank Professor Wu. If it weren't for him, you would certainly face disciplinary action today. Su Yang, who had always maintained a calm demeanor, now wore a look of bewilderment. Professor Wu's white brows could not help but rise in surprise. Disciplinary action? Mayor Yao, that just has gone too far. The one who ought to be reprimanded is I. After uttering this, Professor Wu's gaze fell upon Su Yang. It was as if, at that moment, the old professor's previously murky eyes sparkled with a hint of brilliance. In a hoarse voice, he disregarded Mayor Yao's expression. If it weren't for Su Yang today, the Dragon Country would be in peril. Even now, as the satellite signals were fully restored, Professor Wu was still processing the events that had just transpired. Su Yang had indeed accomplished it. He truly achieved it. He had never anticipated that an ordinary city like Haicheng could harbor such a remarkable individual. He recalled the evaluations of Su Yang by the two old men. The youth is accomplished and stands out from the crowd. At that time, he had been puzzled, as old man Xia, who usually held high standards, had not uttered such words in many years. Moreover, Su Yang was merely an ordinary young man. Yet now, Professor Wu understood from the depths of his heart why old man Xia's eyes glimmered with light whenever he spoke Su Yang's name. With this realization, his feet moved forward involuntarily. Approaching Su Yang, he squinted his eyes into a narrow slit. My dear brother, could you please explain Pythagoras' theorem in fluid mechanics to me once more? I am getting on in years, and my mind struggles to keep up. Would you kindly indulge me again? As someone who could close his eyes at any moment, I have nothing I cannot let go of, except for the proof of this theorem. I cannot rest in peace until I grasp it. Professor Wu rambled on excitedly before Su Yang. Meanwhile, Mayor Yao stood a short distance away, utterly astonished. Had he made a mistake? Was it Su Yang, not Professor Wu, who had located the satellite? Hadn't that rascal failed? When he had glanced from the conference room to the live broadcast, the satellite had just vanished again. That was why he had rushed over in a panic to save the situation. After all this time, the real fool was himself? In a mere 20 minutes from the city government to the scene, Su Yang had accomplished what even Professor Wu could not. Chapter 77, A Contest Among All Sides. The inaccessible Su Yang. Mayor Yao stood still. Beneath his calm facade lay tumultuous waves within, unable to settle. All the satellites had returned to their original orbits. The crisis for the Dragon Country had been averted. Mayor Yao knew in his heart that all of this was due to the young man before him. He felt a mix of emotions, even tinged with a hint of self-mockery. How foolish he had been, making countless phone calls, leveraging every connection he could think of, all for fear that this rascal would suffer a loss. Who would have thought that the little rascal not only escaped unscathed, but also miraculously found himself in a position of strength in such a brief span of time? The moment Professor Wu held the connection, Mayor Yao felt an inkling of foresight. Surely, the entirety of Longwell must now be aware of Su Yang, right? Can this small temple, Haicheng, still accommodate someone like Su Yang? As a southern city, it undoubtedly pales in comparison to the opportunities available in the capital, Kyoto. With this thought in mind, Mayor Yao resolved to seize the initiative without delay. Approaching Su Yang with a benevolent demeanor, he exclaimed, "You rascal. Indeed, you have not brought shame to Haicheng. Rest assured, I shall ensure you are well taken care of while you are here." There was a hint of familiarity in Mayor Yao's tone. Had Su Yang not displayed such an indifferent expression, he might have even patted him on the shoulder. However, before the mayor could finish his sentence, Professor Wu, who had been mumbling to himself, suddenly sprang into action as if stung by a bee. Rewards? What remarkable rewards could Haicheng possibly offer? Without waiting for the crowd to absorb his words, he dashed to Su Yang's side, grasping his arm. "Brother, I have a villa in Kyoto. I'll transfer it to you. Also, as long as you're in Kyoto, I'll take care of your household registration and everything else. Oh, and our compound has a dedicated kindergarten and elementary school, offering comprehensive services. The kindergarten serves exceptionally good meals, with 3 drumsticks per serving." As Professor Wu enthusiastically recounted, Su Yang wore a perplexed expression on his noble face. Meanwhile, in the Aerospace Command Hall, the assembled crowd stood transfixed before the large screen, their eyes fixated on the star map. 1 satellite, 2 satellites, 3. Each vanished satellite re-emitted a dazzling glow. As the final satellite reappeared on the control map, cheers erupted throughout the command hall. Yang Liwei rubbed his hands together in excitement, a glimmer of tears welling at the corners of his eyes. The thrilling events of the past hour or two still left him feeling somewhat shaken. The young man on the screen had recovered the satellites, resolving a dilemma that had plagued Longhua for decades. A problem that had stumped top experts and the entire aerospace department for years had astonishingly been resolved by a mere fisherman. Observing the room filled with a plethora of the nation's finest aerospace talents, Yang Liwei cleared his throat. This is indeed a rare opportunity for learning. The techniques Su Yang utilized just now could provide a decade's worth of knowledge for this group. Colleagues, Su Yang employed the optimal enhanced dissipation theorem during his orbital maneuvers. Yang Liwei Anonjet. Taken aback, he noted that his young subordinates, all of whom held at least a doctoral degree, were not surprised by this revelation. Nodding, he added, "Indeed. However, in fluid mechanics, certain conditions must be met to achieve the codirectionality of turbulent vortex motion." Before he could finish, he noticed several of the closest young individuals nodding in agreement. The limitations of solid materials and the energy requirements of flow velocity, among them, the scale of 0. A few young people spoke with confidence. Yang Liwei was left speechless, his astonishment growing by the moment. "Well done." To my astonishment, the young men below were able to derive the theorem simply from Su Yang's movements, far beyond my expectations. As the creases on my face tightened, I was about to commend them when I heard our minister let out a cold snort, his expression one of displeasure. His gaze swept over Yang Liwei, taking in the circle of young individuals in the hall. With an ambiguous tone, he addressed Yang Liwei, remarking that if they could all grasp the concepts, there would be no need for assistance in locating the small aircraft. Upon hearing the minister's words, the atmosphere in the command hall shifted, with everyone turning red with indignation, especially those seasoned veterans who had dedicated decades to aerospace. Indeed, who could have anticipated this? It was thanks to Su Yang's elucidation that the theorem was analyzed with greater clarity than by the professors at Harvard. Yang Liwei found himself utterly bewildered once again. He glanced at Su Yang, then at his minister, momentarily at a loss for words. Had everything been explained in the brief time he stepped out to make a phone call? Zhang Kejian observed Yang Liwei's shocked expression, his own eyes betraying no emotion. He had experienced that very feeling just moments ago. In a mere morning, Su Yang had astonished countless individuals, a talent so exceptional that it would not be an exaggeration to call him a national treasure. It would be an utter waste to leave him in Haicheng. No, he must help the aerospace sector secure this talent. With this thought, Minister Zhang retrieved his phone and dialed a number beginning with 010. "Leader, this is Kejian." Minister Zhang reported the events of the day in Haicheng, listening as the person on the other end gasped in surprise, followed by a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. After a brief pause, he continued, "Such talent should shine brightly in our aerospace department. With Su Yang's involvement, I believe we can advance our nation's aerospace development by 20 years. As Zhang Kejian finished speaking, he was met with a sudden exclamation from the other end. "Wait, Su Yang? Did you just say the young man who recovered the satellite is named Su Yang?" Hearing the heightened tone of voice, a sense of foreboding washed over Minister Zhang. Could it be that the leaders in Nanhai were also aware of Su Yang? Just as doubts swirled in his mind, he heard a peculiar tone from the other side of the line. "Old Jean, to be honest. I've heard Su Yang's name several times already. However, I cannot provide him to you. I intend to hire him as a senior consultant for Longhua." As the words left the leader's mouth, Zhang Kaijian felt a jolt of shock. A senior consultant for Longhua. The leader actually intended for Su Yang to assume such a prestigious position. Since its founding, no one had ever been awarded such an honor. Even after the Smoke-Free War, no individual had ever been appointed as a senior consultant for Longhua. Minister Zhang composed himself, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then ended the call. Looking at Yang Liwei's expectant gaze, he slowly shook his head. If it were another department vying for Su Yang, he might still have a chance. But now, with the leader from Nanhai personally approaching him, he felt an ominous premonition. Following today's events, Su Yang would surely become someone beyond their reach. Meanwhile, in the Nanhai office, before the imposing man at the desk ended the call with the Minister of Aerospace, he paused for a brief moment before pressing the intercom to arrange an immediate press conference. Chapter 78. Su Yang's Dimensional Strike, Shattering Public Perceptions. Half an hour earlier, in the Dragon Country's Ministry of Security, the most formidable white-hat hacker collective in the Eastern Hemisphere had gathered. At that moment, the country's most skilled hacker, the director of the technical department, Yuan, was intently focused at his computer, his brow furrowed, fingers dancing across the keyboard with remarkable speed. Behind him stood a group of staff members, their expressions a mix of excitement and anticipation. Witnessing Director Yuan in action was a rare privilege. What mission could warrant the involvement of their esteemed leader? It was no wonder that Yuan described it as an urgent task. The satellites from the aerospace department had vanished. With Yuan at the helm, they felt confident that everything would be manageable. A group of youthful individuals, their faces radiant with vitality, engaged in animated discussions. To them, Yuan was nothing short of a deity. During the 2008 Olympics, he had served as the specially appointed information security expert for Dragon Country. There had never been a task that Yuan could not conquer. All eyes were fixated on the computer screen. The details of the mission were classified. Once they stepped outside, they were to forget everything that transpired within. Time ticked away, 10 minutes, then 20. Yuan's hands remained in motion, but his expression grew increasingly grave. Beads of sweat began to form at his brow. The young staff behind him sensed a shift in the atmosphere. What was happening? They had never seen Yuan struggle beyond 10 minutes. Yet here they were at the 20-minute mark. An urgent task indeed proved to be quite the challenge. Yuan's speed had nearly become a blur. Quiet. This is not a trivial matter. If we fail, one of the closest staff members to Yuan spoke up. Concern etched across his face despite Yuan's relentless pace. In his memory, such urgent tasks had only occurred twice before. Accompanied by an unspoken rule, the previous director of the technical department had faced dire consequences after failing one. The entire team was disbanded that very day. For anyone in the security department, it was a disgrace that could never be erased. Suddenly, a red progress bar appeared on the screen, causing Yuan's expression to shift dramatically. This is bad. The firewall has been breached. The young staff members exchanged incredulous glances. Who was behind this? Even Yuan, the most skilled hacker in Dragon Country, was unable to trace them. Just as the atmosphere thickened with disbelief, a sharp sound echoed from the screen once more. Yuan's pupils dilated in alarm as the progress bar vanished, replaced by the initiation of a new program package. His fingers returned to the keyboard with lightning speed, a flurry of green characters cascading down the screen. Yet, amidst this chaos, a black box emerged, with white characters scrolling rapidly within. The events transpired with such rapidity that the content became almost indecipherable. In a fleeting moment, Yuan's expression darkened like the bottom of a cauldron. He was utterly incapable of halting the self-initiation of this program, oblivious to how it had infiltrated his system. Beep, beep, beep. A collective gasp resonated throughout the room. The firewall, had it been restored? This sudden incursion of a program had, in fact, aided them in mending their defenses? Yuan froze. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at the screen before him. After a prolonged silence, he managed to utter, "How is this possible? It's too fast." Yuan could hardly fathom the reality unfolding before his eyes. Throughout his career, no one had ever successfully breached his systems. Just as he grappled with this unsettling revelation, the internal phone rang abruptly. Upon seeing the caller ID, Yuan bit his lip, realizing he was about to disappoint his superior. He had never anticipated that he would depart from the Dragon Nation's security department in such a manner. For the first time in his life, he tasted the bitterness of failure. After a brief moment of contemplation, with a heavy heart, he picked up the phone. Before he could speak, a hearty laugh emanated from the other end, accompanied by a cheerful tone. Xiao Yuan, the crisis has been averted. The satellite signals are fully restored. Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he gasped. What did you just say, Minister? His astonishment was already anticipated by the caller. Xiao Yuan. This Su Yang is quite a character. Hearing the name Su Yang caused an explosion of thoughts in Yuan's mind. He turned sharply, noticing a black box on the screen. In the completed program, a series of characters appeared at the bottom right corner. It dawned on him that this was not a team code or a special identifier, but rather an abbreviation of name. He had breached the security department's defenses and thwarted an enemy attack. Yuan gripped the phone tightly, his palm marked with deep impressions from his nails. He surmised that this individual was not merely his equal. Judging by the firewall restoration, he was likely even more skilled. Su Yang. He had never before encountered such a figure in the Dragon Nation. Who exactly was this person? Before he could voice his questions, a small image of a young man holding a fishing rod appeared beneath the characters on screen. Yuan was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow. Was this person fond of fishing? Yet, the next moment, the minister's jovial laughter broke the silence. Not just fond, he is in essence a fishing enthusiast. The phone slipped from Yuan's grasp and clattered to the floor. The room erupted into chaos, disbelief palpable in the air. What did the minister just say? A fishing enthusiast thwarted our attack. Surely, this is a mistake. How could a mere fishing enthusiast surpass me, Yuan? Impossible. The minister must have misinterpreted the information amidst his numerous duties. The discussions in the room surged like a boiling pot. Yuan reflected on the events that had just transpired. Suddenly, he lifted his head, asserting with conviction, impossible. The security system of the department cannot be so easily breached. The latter part of the statement went unspoken by Brother Yuan. Moreover, the adversary is merely a fisher. How could he possibly be outmatched by such an individual? The thoughts lingered in his mind. Suddenly, the screen began to run a program autonomously. What on earth is happening? Has the firewall been repaired? Why is it activating itself again? Brother Yuan, look quickly. It seems that our own firewall is starting up. Impossible. Our firewall was personally crafted by Brother Yuan. How could there still be areas needing repair? Hearing the discussions among the crowd, Director Yuan was jolted. He involuntarily approached the computer screen. In the next moment, he stood as if nailed to the spot. His eyes widened, fixated on the first line of the black-framed characters. Chapter 79. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird waits. Brother Yuan stood frozen, incredulous as he gazed at that line of characters. There was no doubt. It was undoubtedly left by that fisher from Haicheng. Perhaps others were oblivious, but as a core member of the security department, he recognized it at a glance. This was an upgraded Morse code specifically utilized for internal communication. Yet, that was not what truly astonished him. After all, it was hardly surprising for someone capable of breaching the system to view internal codes. What genuinely took him aback was the content of that string of characters. There are 3 security vulnerabilities in the firewall. A quick fix is in order. 3 vulnerabilities? A quick fix? Brother Yuan could hardly believe the words before his eyes. How dare this fisher make such a claim? Did he understand that this security system was the culmination of the strength of the Dragon Kingdom? Crafted over a year by a team of 2 to 3 dozen individuals, from architects to engineers, this system had successfully thwarted unidentified signal attacks during the 2008 Olympics. Weekly, they conducted checks and had never discovered any vulnerabilities. Yet, just moments ago, Su Yang not only helped them fend off an unknown signal attack, but also identified 3 vulnerabilities? Discovering them was one thing, but what did he mean by a quick fix? The slap to his face came too swiftly. Just a moment ago, he had confidently declared he would only believe it upon seeing it. The next moment, Su Yang seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of his thoughts as he witnessed the patch currently running autonomously. Brother Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. Not only had it upgraded the signal range, identified all anomalous signals attempting to connect, and successfully severed them, but it had even added 2 additional layers of network protection. Brother Yuan's expression grew increasingly grim, and even the group of technicians behind him began to sense the gravity of the situation. Was that fisher truly serious? The security system of the Dragon Kingdom is attacked billions of times daily, Yet no one has ever succeeded. Are there really vulnerabilities? Did you not see how pale Brother Yuan's face turned? If the fisher had taken a wrong turn, would Brother Yuan have reacted this way? This is utterly absurd. How strong must one be to discern our vulnerabilities with just a program run? Acknowledging the vulnerabilities is already outrageous enough. But the fact that this fellow could even manage to fix them effortlessly, it is astonishing that such a rudimentary technique for defending against sequential attacks could be circumvented so effortlessly. Within the confines of the room, the technicians engaged in fervent discussions. Yuan-gu could not help but smirk bitterly. How could Su-yong possibly be his equal? This was a complete and utter domination, a quintessential example of a dimensionality reduction strike. Years later, this day would be whimsically dubbed the Fishing Man Legend Day by the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Security. Simultaneously, within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs press briefing hall, a routine press conference of the Dragon Kingdom was taking place. The previous session had just concluded, with spokesperson Hua Chunying masterfully commanding the room. In terms of poise, eloquence, and professional demeanor, Hua Chunying undoubtedly stood as the most distinguished spokesperson of the Dragon Kingdom. Over the years, no foreign journalist had managed to gain the upper hand against her. Each press conference served as a test of both intellect and stamina. Hua Chunying kept a keen eye on every movement in the audience. At that moment, a commotion erupted among the journalists in attendance, as several individuals began to extract their mobile phones, resulting in a cacophony of notifications. Although Hua Chunying maintained her composure, the unusual atmosphere heightened her alertness. Something significant was unfolding. Without a doubt, a major event was at hand. Rapidly, she sifted through her memory for recent international occurrences, aside from the explosion at the concert hall. Nothing of great magnitude seemed to have transpired. Could it be that the Eagle Nation had once again engaged in some oppressive act? As doubts swirled in Hua Chunying's mind, her phone on the table vibrated unexpectedly. The sudden disturbance felt as if it were resonating directly within her heart. After decades of serving as a spokesperson, she instinctively silenced her phone in such settings. Moreover, the only device permitted in the conference room was this one, designated solely for internal emergency notifications. Lest an impending Third World War unfold without her knowledge. To her recollection, this phone had only rung during the Wenchuan earthquake in 2008 and the embassy incident in 2009. A sense of unease washed over her as she hesitated momentarily before tapping the screen. Her pupils dilated sharply, her mind racing with the thought. Had the Eagle Nation breached the Dragon Kingdom's internal network? How could a personal signature appear on an internal mobile device? Who exactly was this Su-yong? A slight furrow appeared on her brow, but the moment she glimpsed the content of the message, her mind went blank. Her calm demeanor, a deeply ingrained instinct, remained intact, yet internally, tumultuous waves surged within her. Before she could process the information, a voice from the audience broke the silence. Ms. Hua, we have received credible intelligence that the Dragon Kingdom's satellite signals have inexplicably vanished. The cause of this disruption is attributed to the illegal intrusion by the Dragon Kingdom Security Department into the Eagle Nation. The speaker was the very journalist who had been the first to pull out his phone, his striking blue eyes gleaming with fury. Hua Chunying maintained her tranquil composure, lifting her glass of water to moisten her throat. Rather than immediately denying the accusation, she allowed the journalist to interpret her silence as an indication of guilt, intensifying their aggressive inquiries. Could the Dragon Kingdom elucidate why it has illicitly breached the security systems of the Eagle Kingdom? What ulterior motives do you harbor? Hua Chunying arched an eyebrow, her piercing gaze radiating confidence. The Dragon Kingdom has never contravened any international treaties or infiltrated foreign systems. What evidence do you possess? A fleeting glimmer of delight passed through the eyes of the reporters present, as if they had been anticipating Hua Chunying's response. Whether true or false, I possess evidence. I ask your side. Dare you to display it on the big screen? This declaration from the foreign journalist instantly sparked a flurry of discussions among the international press. Could it be true? Had the Dragon Kingdom indeed engaged in such conduct, and had they been caught in the act? Such baseless accusations. Our Dragon Kingdom would never partake in such underhanded dealings. This is a blatant conspiracy, Hua Chunying retorted with fervor. Who would dare to disrupt a press conference before the eyes of international reporters without any substantial proof? The Dragon Kingdom's journalists, upon hearing the murmurs of concern from the audience, were filled with trepidation. Sometimes, even when the truth is known, It is far from the simplistic FA presented. Yet in such circumstances, a lack of counter-evidence could be interpreted as acquiescence. The journalists from the Dragon Kingdom turned their hopeful gazes towards Hua Chunying, who stood poised and unwavering. The Dragon Kingdom has committed no wrongs. We require no evidence, nor do we need to display anything on the big screen. The foreign journalist scoffed, seemingly having anticipated her response. I perceive a guilty conscience. If the Dragon Kingdom is unwilling to clarify matters in real time, I shall promptly release this video online. The gathered foreign journalists watched with keen interest, reveling in the predicament of the renowned spokesperson for the Dragon Kingdom. The journalist who had suddenly launched this attack wore an air of confidence. Observing the varied expressions of the audience, Hua Chunying remained silent, her lips pressed together. This reaction only served to reinforce the foreign journalist's belief that the Dragon Kingdom had indeed fallen into the trap set by the Eagle Kingdom. Miss Hua, there is no need to squander our valuable time. I will count down 3, 2. Hold on. Hua Chunying's resounding voice echoed throughout the venue. What if it is discovered that the Dragon Kingdom is being slandered? What would you do then? Chapter 80. The Intricacies of Intrigue, as anticipated by Su Yang. Upon hearing Hua Chunying's words, a flicker of predatory satisfaction crossed the foreign journalist's face. He had received intelligence indicating that the Eagle Kingdom had successfully disrupted the Dragon Kingdom's satellite signals and implanted a small program. Now, he sought the opportune moment to publicly humiliate the Dragon Kingdom. Having infiltrated the Dragon Kingdom as a journalist for years, he had awaited this moment. The communication station providing him with information was designed for immediate destruction, rendering it impossible for the Dragon Kingdom to uncover any evidence. To claim that this information was invaluable would be no exaggeration. With this in mind, he confidently declared, I am the Vice President of the Eagle Kingdom United Press Agency. If the Dragon Kingdom is indeed being maligned, we shall issue a public apology. No sooner had he finished speaking than a reporter from the Korean nation interjected. Is the Dragon Kingdom's evasion of responsibility not an implicit admission of the truth behind the Eagle Kingdom journalist's claims? Did the Dragon Kingdom truly illegally infiltrate foreign systems? Indeed, is it so difficult to clarify matters simply by checking one's phone? Listening to the foreign journalists in the audience engaging in a chorus, Hua Chunying scoffed inwardly. Su Yang had been correct. The opponents had come prepared. Among the journalists present today were several unfamiliar faces, indicating that their appearance was orchestrated for this very moment. A glimmer of insight flashed in Hua Chunying's eyes. If they dared to challenge her, she would not hold back. It seemed that today, she could not afford to refuse. Hua Chunying nodded, her demeanor betraying a struggle between words unspoken. This scene appeared to the foreign journalists below as a sudden offensive. With Long Country caught off guard, they reveled in their clandestine delight and hurried to the stage with the staff to scan codes, preparing to synchronize the screens. Below, foreign journalists eagerly brandished their phones, reveling in the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, the internet, devoid of memory, allowed this moment from the press conference to disseminate rapidly. Accusations from Eagle Country and the plight of Long Country surged to the forefront of trending topics, swiftly climbing to the top 10, threatening to eclipse the #1 trending topic related to Long Country's satellite. Although Hua Chunying could not report the news in real time, the back-end staff had already erupted in chaos. They swiftly gathered the identities of the foreign journalists, just as Hua Chunying managed the situation on stage. At that moment, some staff members hurried back to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. On this side, within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the minister's office, a dozen individuals sat in profound silence. This room housed diplomats from Long Country engaging with the global community. The press conference was being broadcast live. Each journalist entering had undergone thorough vetting. Within the venue, all mobile signals were blocked. Each person was permitted only one dedicated phone. Wang Yi swiftly analyzed the situation. The foreign journalists nearly simultaneously retrieved their phones. This sudden and unified action was clearly part of a conspiracy against Long Country. The synchronization among so many nations was telling. Recalling the earlier communication from Security Department Chief Zhang, Wang Yi's brows furrowed in a formidable manner. Everything transpired today, the Aerospace Department's satellite signal loss, and the security firewall being assaulted by unidentified signals. Now, at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs press conference, foreign journalists were instigating events on site. Wang let out a cold chuckle. In the realm of great powers, warfare consists equally of information and public opinion battles. It appeared that ever since the explosion at the concert hall in Bear Country, some in Eagle Country could no longer remain composed. Observing the live footage on the screen, Wang's unease magnified swiftly. Given the recent circumstances faced by the aerospace and security departments, it was evident that the foreign journalists had come well prepared. They were not as fortunate as the aerospace department, which had a fisherman to help them navigate the crisis. Now, all hope rested on Hua Chunying's ability to adapt swiftly. Meanwhile, everything unfolding at the press conference had already ignited a significant uproar online. Wow! Just as the satellite was located, how did the Ministry of Foreign Affairs find itself in trouble again? Can't you see? It's all interconnected. Clearly aimed at Long Country. Considering the disappearance of the Aerospace Department's satellite, what the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is facing must be no trivial matter. Online call for the fisherman. Is the person above indulging in fantasy? Ms. Hua is a distinguished diplomat from the Dragon Kingdom, present at the scene. What logic leads you to believe in a virtual connection with the fisherman? My apologies, I couldn't help but chuckle. In matters of verbal sparring, how can one summon a fisherman without being present? I quietly raise my hand. Is it possible for the fisherman to control the computer screen at the venue? The absurdity grows with each word. Remote control from afar? The fisherman is right here in Sea City. I just switched from the live stream to this side. The audience is abuzz with discussion. At the press conference, the staff has adjusted the screen. The system is booted up, and a gray-white map emerges on the large display. A red dot appears within the borders of the Eagle Nation. The foreign reporter wears a smug expression. This is the anticipated scene. A string of characters appears, and the reporter explains, "This is an anomalous signal detected within our territory. Our staff is conducting a reverse trace." As he speaks, he inputs a series of characters. The large screen displays a string of characters easily comprehensible to anyone familiar with computers, a standard reverse tracing program. The program activates, and the red dot begins to spread, crossing into the Maple Nation and traversing the Azure Ocean, meandering along its path. Strings of characters continuously emerge. Hua Chunying tucks a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her gaze inadvertently drifting to the phone on the podium. She is already delayed for 30 crucial seconds, as per Su Yang's information. However, upon witnessing the flickering red dot, Hua Chunying suddenly feels a wave of unease. The foreign reporter has launched an unexpected offensive at the press conference, and so many are responding. This shows thorough preparation. Yet, how could she so readily place her faith in a fisherman she has never met, without even conducting a background check? Under the scrutiny of so many, if the foreign reporter seizes upon this, it would undoubtedly lead to adverse consequences for the Dragon Kingdom. What was she thinking? In a moment of impulse, she believed that this young man, named Su Yang, could resolve the current crisis. Regardless of how he came to learn of the Eagle Nation's conspiracy, an ordinary young man could not possibly confront the Eagle Nation single-handedly. Moreover, this conspiracy may involve not only the Eagle Nation, but also the Stick Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation. How could an unremarkable youth stand against these nations, eyeing the Dragon Kingdom with intent? As these thoughts swirl through her mind, Hua Chunying lowers her gaze to conceal her flustered expression. Just then, the foreign reporter speaks with urgency. "Look, the signal originates from within the Dragon Kingdom." What more can you say? Hua Chunying jolts her head up to the large screen. There, within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, a stationary red dot glows. The audience erupts in astonishment. Chapter 81. A carefully crafted conspiracy? At the press conference, the reporters below gasp at the sight of the red dot within the Dragon Kingdom. Could it be? Has the Dragon Kingdom truly infiltrated the Eagle Nation's systems? The red dot unmistakably appears within the Dragon Kingdom. How intriguing. This is no trivial matter. The Dragon Country must provide a reasonable explanation, or else the Eagle Country will undoubtedly not let the issue rest. An explanation? Is there even a need for one? The evidence is right here, having been caught red-handed. How we explain this? What nonsense! Our Dragon Country would never engage in such actions. This is a baseless accusation. An accusation? Where's the evidence? One must always speak with substantiation. If the signal truly had issues, why didn't the Dragon Country raise it at the very first opportunity? The Dragon Country journalists in the audience fell silent upon hearing this statement. Their expressions filled with indignation. Yet, in that moment, they found themselves at a loss for a rebuttal. Indeed, what kind of occasion is this? It is a battlefield of sharp tongues and quick wits. If that foreign journalist had not seized upon concrete evidence, he would never have dared to act so brazenly at the press conference. The murmurs in the room grew quieter. The Dragon Country reporters, in unison, turned to glance at the visibly troubled Hua Chunying. Meanwhile, within the Dragon Country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Wang Yi wore a grim expression. His worst fears had materialized. A series of intricate traps had been set. When the satellite from the Aerospace Department vanished, this inexplicably emerging signal from the Eagle Country must have already been orchestrated. Moreover, it left traces within the Dragon Country, even launching simultaneous attacks on the Dragon Country's firewall to divert the attention of the security department. The firewall under siege and the satellite signal vanishing. Each of these incidents alone was sufficient to destabilize the Dragon Country. As all eyes of the Dragon Country focused on these two matters, the events unfolding within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs seemed to pale in comparison. Wang Yi took a deep breath. He had faith in Hua Chunying's abilities and did not question her handling of the situation. However, upon witnessing the ominous signal red dots appearing in the Eagle Country, winding their way toward the Dragon Country, a sense of foreboding washed over him. His instincts urged him to immediately consult the appropriate experts. With this thought, Minister Wang retrieved his phone and, without hesitation, dialed a familiar number. When it comes to domestic authorities, undoubtedly, only Professor Wu stands at the pinnacle. Even though Minister Wang was aware that he was currently in Haicheng, he decided to seek his counsel nonetheless. After a brief wait, the call connected. After exchanging pleasantries, Minister Wang directly addressed the matter from the press conference. Professor Wu, the situation is urgent. Do you have anyone you can recommend who can rush to the press conference site? On the other end of the line, there was the expected brief pause. Professor Wu's robust voice resonated from the receiver. Old Wang, hold on a moment. I need to consult someone. Hearing Professor Wu's words, Wang, he was momentarily stunned, then shook his head. Perhaps the recent events had been too taxing, and he hadn't rested well. How could he possibly hear Professor Wu say he needed to consult someone? How could that be? In the Dragon Country, within this field, is there anyone who could outmatch Professor Wu's knowledge? Not only in the Dragon Country, but globally, few dare to question Professor Wu's words. Just as Minister Wang was engulfed in doubt, Professor Wu's voice came through the receiver once more. Old Wang, rest assured, Su Yang has already taken care of it. He said, once it's settled, you can rest assured. I'm busy here, goodbye. With that, he hung up the phone. Hearing the dial tone, Wang, he nearly choked on his breath. Did Professor Wu actually hear what he said? And who is Su Yang? Could it be that Professor Wu just inquired about him? Were the individuals accompanying Professor Wu also experts? This thought quickly dissipated as Professor Wu quelled it. He was overthinking. Experts of Professor Wu's caliber were certainly residing within the talent pool of Kyoto. He could not possibly be unfamiliar with them. Moreover, how could a person he did not even recognize resolve any issues? That would be nothing short of absurd. Why did old Wu abruptly terminate the call without clarifying anything? With this in mind, Wang Yi furrowed his brows in anger and threw the phone onto the table. That old Wu was becoming increasingly erratic. Just as Minister Wang simmered with indignation, the voice of Hua Chunying suddenly resonated from the screen. Dear reporter, how can you ascertain that this signal source is indeed within the Dragon Country? Upon hearing Hua Chunying's inquiry, the foreign journalist in the audience reacted as if he had heard a ludicrous joke, his eyes brimming with derision. The source of the tracking, the red dot, had halted within the borders of the Dragon Country. There's an old saying in the Dragon Country, the evidence is irrefutable. Now you ask me how I can be sure? I also know another adage. One does not shed tears until one sees the coffin. What more needs to be said about a matter that is so well established? As soon as her words fell, a chorus of agreement arose from the foreign journalists. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yi frowned deeply. Could it be that Hua Chunying was flustered and momentarily lost her composure? How could she pose such a meaningless question? Not only did it fail to resolve the current predicament, but it also provided others with an opportunity to seize upon her words. Wang Yi felt some dissatisfaction brewing within him, as whispers of concern rippled through the audience. It's over. It's confirmed. Even Hua Chunying cannot find a justification. Such incidents are quite commonplace among nations, aren't they? Can we not just gloss over it? Commonplace? While the situation may be normal. To put on the table for discussion is anything but. This time, the Dragon Country has suffered a significant embarrassment, caught red-handed by the Eagle Country. Rest assured, the Eagle Country will not let this go easily and will undoubtedly exploit this incident. Forget about analyzing it later. The real challenge now is how to conclude this press conference. The murmurs from the audience wafted into Hua Chunying's ears. Recognizing that the moment was ripe and the rhythm of the event was nearing its climax, Hua Chunying deliberately adopted a stern demeanor, attempting to sound forceful in her argument. So, according to our esteemed journalist from the Eagle Country, the country in which this signal source appears is the one that unlawfully intrudes into the systems of the Eagle Country. A flash of severity passed through the foreign journalist's eyes. Indeed, the nation that illegally intrudes into the security systems of the Eagle Country will be deemed an enemy and will face repercussions and condemnation. Hua Chunying smirked internally. Her expression momentarily rendered speechless. The foreign journalists exchanged glances, eager to see what the Dragon Country would articulate next. Just when everyone felt triumphant, Hua Chunying's voice echoed once more. In that case, let us observe where this signal source will ultimately come to rest. The signal source has not ceased. With that, Hua Chunying gestured dramatically towards the large screen. The expression of the American journalist shifted, and he instinctively blurted out, "Nonsense. How could it be? The signal is clearly." His words trailed off as he glanced once more at the screen. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, he watched in horror as the foreign journalist's pupils contracted, instantly reducing to a mere dot. On the screen, Hua Chunying was magnified infinitely. The small red dot, it appeared, had not stopped. It was moving at an imperceptible speed, slowly advancing. It was still in motion. Hua Chunying noted the sudden change in the foreign journalist's complexion, a wave of satisfaction washing over her. The signal source remains active. Let us uncover its origin. Chapter 82. A triple breakthrough, emphasizing the absurd. The venue fell into an eerie silence. Amidst the crowd, a few foreign journalists exchanged glances, an undercurrent of panic evident in their eyes. The American journalist was struck by sudden bewilderment. What was happening? How did it differ from the information he had received? Shouldn't the signal source have ceased within the Dragon Nation? Why had it not stopped? Not only had it not halted, but it also created an illusion of having done so. An unsettling feeling surged within the foreign journalists, yet they forcefully suppressed it. What was he even pondering? The higher-ups had personally sent him this message, indicating that several nations led by the United States were prepared. Judging by Hua Chunying's reaction, the Dragon Nation appeared ill-prepared. The only caution advised was regarding that fisherman. However, it was evident that the higher-ups were overthinking the situation. This was a press conference specifically convened by the Dragon Nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. A mere fisherman would not even gain entry to the venue. How could he possibly orchestrate any action? With this thought, the foreign journalist regained some composure. The audience exchanged glances, their expressions a kaleidoscope of intrigue. What was the United States up to? Weren't we supposed to assist their journalists? Why was the small red dot in the Dragon Nation now on the move again? Remain calm. The United States would not act recklessly. I wonder if this is a deliberate ploy to induce complacency in the Dragon Nation? Deliberate? Isn't that akin to dancing on someone else's landmine? Would the United States engage in such foolishness? Intentionally allowing the signal source to move slowly within the Dragon Nation? Wait, now that you mention it, I find this scene eerily familiar. I recall now. A journalist from the Korean nation exclaimed. The sudden elevation in his tone drew an annoyed glance from the American journalist. The piercing gaze compelled the Korean journalist to swallow his words. His eyes fixated on the meandering red dot. Just moments ago, he had recalled the incident with a false dragon head. For reasons unknown, a strong premonition washed over him, and he felt an uncanny connection to the fisherman. The Korean journalist clenched his palm silently, the imposing figure of the fisherman surfacing in his mind. If this truly involved that fisherman, a spectacle was imminent. Given the fisherman's capabilities, anything could transpire. Meanwhile, within the Dragon Nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Wang Yi wore a look of utter astonishment. The staff stood in astonishment, glancing at their minister and then at the large screen. It had been years since they had witnessed their minister display such a lapse in composure. Wang Yi halted his actions, replaying the incredulous events in his mind. Could this be what old Wu referred to when he said Su Yang had everything under control? This enigmatic figure was not even present at the scene. If it truly was him, how could he have achieved such a feat? No, Wang Yi dismissed this absurd notion. Surely, the Ministry of Security must have intervened. Otherwise, who could possess such remarkable capabilities? In order to validate his hypothesis, Minister Wang did not hesitate. He promptly dialed the internal line of Minister Zhang Kejian from the Ministry of Security. Old Zhang, this is Wang Yi. I require assistance from the security department. There seems to be an issue at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs press conference. As soon as Wang Yi's words fell, he heard Zhang's voice rise sharply on the other end. When did this happen? I suspect. Both men spoke in unison, nearly echoing each other's thoughts. Wang Yi refrained from voicing his suspicion that the missing satellite from the Aerospace Department might be linked to the current predicament at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. If his conjecture was correct, then it was evident that someone was manipulating events from behind the curtain. Meanwhile, Zhang Kejian furrowed his brow. While Wang Yi pondered two matters simultaneously, Zhang's professional instincts led him to consider three, including the issue of the security department's firewall. With three fronts to strategize, it was clear whose handiwork lay behind this. A cold smirk crossed Zhang Kejian's mind as he contemplated the explosion at the concert hall in the Bear Nation. It seemed someone was intent on exploiting this situation. As he quickly analyzed the pros and cons of the situation, weighing whether to contact Old Wu, Wang Yi's voice interrupted once more. I've already called Old Wu. To be frank, he has been somewhat unreliable this time. Zhang Kejian was taken aback. Wang Yi had already contacted Old Wu. If that were the case, he must have provided some guidance. Even if Old Wu faltered, Su Yang was on site. Technical issues would pose no challenge for this young man. Discovering the mastermind behind the scenes would be a trivial task. What was Wang Yi so troubled about? Zhang Kejian even detected a hint of reproach in his tone. As he pondered this, eager to inquire about what Old Wu had been unreliable about, Wang Yi lowered his voice in complaint. Has Old Wu grown so old that he thinks someone named Su Yang can handle everything? You say this. Before Wang Yi could finish, he was met with an abrupt change in Zhang Kejian's tone. What did you say? Old Zhang, tell me. Has Old Wu lost his mind? My reaction just now was exactly like yours. Wang Yi felt a surge of indignation in the disarray of Zhang's voice. He found a kindred spirit. It appeared that Minister Zhang had not received any forewarning regarding the events unfolding at the press conference. This implied that the entire security department was unaware. How could this young man, Su Yang, possibly have known? Not only was he aware, but he had also managed to resolve matters ahead of time. With this thought, Wang Yi let out a cold snort. Even more absurd is Old Wu, who has joined in the chaos. It is truly baffling what kind of enchantment Su Yang has cast upon him. Wang Yi, increasingly infuriated, appeared even more formidable, his countenance resembling that of a darkened coal. However, just as his righteous indignation reached its peak, Zhang Kejian suddenly spoke from the other end of the line. Old Wang, why didn't you mention this sooner? If Old Wu says there's nothing to worry about, then you ought to remain calm. I am also following the press conference, and currently, Eagle Nation has yet to confirm the location of the signal source. Wang Yi gasped in disbelief, seemingly unable to fathom what he had just heard. If Old Wu has indeed resolved the matter, then why should I be concerned? He mentioned Su Yang, a young man by the name of Su Yang. To his surprise, Zhang Kejian's tone was unmistakably one of relief upon hearing this. If it were anyone else, I might genuinely harbor doubts at this critical juncture. But since it's Su Yang, you can rest assured, there will certainly be no errors. This young man is even more reliable than Old Wu. Upon hearing the minister's words, Wang Yi's expression shifted dramatically. His mouth slightly agape. He struggled to believe what he had just heard. What kind of individual occupies the position of security minister in the Dragon Nation? Wang Yi was all too aware. But what did this person just say? This young man named Su Yang is more dependable than Old Wu? What has Su Yang accomplished to earn such high regard from Minister Zhang? Wang Yi's mind buzzed with confusion. At that moment on the screen, the small red dot indicating movement suddenly halted. Chapter 83. Eagle Nation sees Su Yang take a detour. Impossible. The Eagle Nation reporter stared in disbelief as the signal source abruptly ceased, exclaiming in shock. The crowd present fixated on the location of the signal source's small red dot, their expressions revealing an air of incredulity. No one had anticipated that the Eagle Nation reporter, so adamantly proclaiming that the Dragon Nation had unlawfully infiltrated their national security system, would now witness the signal source make a complete circuit only to return to the Eagle Nation. Moreover, it remained there, emanating an exceptionally strong signal. The reporters, who had previously maintained neutrality, now displayed expressions of sardonic amusement. Observing the Eagle Nation reporter and his foreign counterparts, their faces could hardly conceal their mockery. So much for the thief calling out to catch the thief. On stage, Hua Chunying extended her long arms, standing resolutely before the audience. As previously stated by our esteemed reporter colleague, the country where the signal source lingers is the one engaging in mischief. Now that the signal source has halted in the Eagle Nation, are we to believe that this is merely a case of the thief calling out to catch the thief? In an instant, the Eagle Nation reporter's face turned as pale as a ghost. With the events unfolding as they had, what could he possibly still misunderstand? The signal source ought to have remained in the Dragon Nation, yet after a brief pause, it had returned to the Eagle Nation. His complexion oscillated between crimson and pallor. The foreign reporter forced out a few words from his throat. The Dragon Nation has been prepared, hasn't it? Your country has a saying, inviting the guest into the trap. Does this not refer to the scene we witnessed today? It is utterly despicable. Hua Chunying let out a cold snort. Her tone measured yet crystal clear. How laughable. The Dragon Nation has confirmed multiple times with your country, yet the Eagle Nation did nothing to prevent the signal's return. Now the signal source is stationed in the Eagle Nation, and your country refuses to acknowledge it? Hua Chunying's tone shifted. Who is truly shameless? You. The Eagle Nation journalist was publicly rebuked by Hua Chunying, rendering him speechless. The reporters in attendance began to murmur among themselves upon witnessing this scene. What a classic case of losing the chicken while trying to steal the rice. Such petty behavior could only be executed by the people of the Eagle Nation. Truly, they are utterly shameless. This journalist is merely a faade, utterly embarrassed in front of so many witnesses. Let us see what the Eagle Nation has to say now. It was a nail-biting moment. Fortunately, we managed to turn the tide. Otherwise, the Dragon Nation would have found it impossible to articulate its case. I wonder which department is responsible for this, as they have once again accomplished a significant feat hearing the discussions among the crowd. The Eagle Nation journalist wore a disgruntled expression. What was supposed to be a well-played hand at a press conference had turned into a complete disaster. Most infuriatingly, he remained oblivious to where exactly the flaw lay. He had merely followed the directives from above. The press conference, fraught with tension yet ultimately resolved, came to a temporary close. Meanwhile, Wang Yi stood before the screen, unable to believe the scene unfolding before him. Was it truly over so simply? The conclusion returning the signal to the Eagle Nation was flawlessly executed? The Eagle Nation would never launch an attack without cause, and according to his conversation with Minister Zhang, the security department had not intervened. So who was it? A flash of insight struck Wang Yi's mind. His pupils dilated suddenly. That fisherman. Could it truly be the handiwork of that fisherman? Professor Wu's remarks. Minister Zhang's demeanor. Was this merely a jest at his expense? No, how could this be possible? This young man named Su Yang could not possibly possess such foresight. He even managed to resolve the issue before the Eagle Nation made its move. Just as Wang Yi was weighed down by a heavy heart, his tightly gripped phone began to vibrate. It was a call from Hua Chunying. His brow furrowed as he pressed the answer button. Before he could even speak, he heard Hua Chunying's urgent voice on the other end. A stark contrast to her demeanor during the press conference. Gone was the composure and calm. Her voice trembled slightly over the phone. Minister, I did not receive any abnormal alerts prior to the meeting. During the meeting, I received a text message. Hearing Hua Chunying recount the events in detail, Wang Yi's expression cracked inch by inch. His pupils widened unnaturally. He could not suppress a gasp. It was indeed that young man named Su Yang. He was still a fisherman. Su Yang not only detected the anomalous signal in advance, but even successfully predicted the scenarios that might arise during the press conference. Wang Yi remained silent. If he still believed at this moment that all of this was mere coincidence, he was being exceedingly naive. This young man named Su Yang had, through his own efforts, helped the Dragon Nation secure victory in this battle of public opinion. In the realm of the jungle law, if a powerful civilization appears weakened, it will inevitably attract the attention of other civilizations. A civilization stripped of its deterrent power is susceptible to fragmentation. Thus, Wang Yi has earned a reputation for his formidable diplomatic prowess. This time, Su Yang's decisive intervention not only alleviated the crisis within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but also preserved the dignity of Long Nation. Unbeknownst to him, a rare smile graced Wang Yi's typically stern visage. This young man is indeed remarkable. When did such a promising individual emerge in Long Nation? His approach to problem-solving is resolute and composed, embodying the qualities expected of a diplomat. A thought suddenly struck Wang Yi. Might this young man have the opportunity to serve in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Hua Chunying exhaled deeply as she hung up the phone, her anxieties finally settling. The spokesperson for Long Nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, often referred to as the Eastern, which by the Cherry Blossom Nation, had not experienced such a heart-pounding moment in years. The red signal that meandered across her screen, akin to a creeping sensation on her heart. Lowering her gaze, she once again opened the message signed by Su Yang. Everything that had just transpired felt like a fleeting dream. The Eagle Nation seizes every opportunity to retaliate against Long Nation, and the diplomatic landscape has become increasingly intense. During recent press conferences, she has opted for increasingly forthright language, considering the intelligence of foreign journalists. The consequences, of course, have sparked intense discontent among certain nations. But the truth must be revealed to a broader audience. In diplomacy, especially during press conferences, it is a frontline battlefield where no opportunity can be afforded to the adversary. Today, however, they nearly fell victim to an oversight. Had the Eagle Nation succeeded, her resignation would have been insufficient to atone for the blunder. Thankfully, that life-saving message arrived. Hua Chunying's emotions remained unsettled for quite some time, unaware that the online community was even more agitated. Everything that transpired during the press conference garnered immense attention and was shared widely among netizens. The trending topics exploded. Chapter 84. As a phishing streamer, I was officially highlighted. In an instant, the trending topics on various platforms shifted. A mysterious savant resolved the diplomatic crisis, while the Eagle Nation's hypocritical outcry became a laughingstock, demanding official recognition for the unsung heroes behind the scenes. As soon as the trending topic surfaced, comments flooded the screen. Revenge fulfilled. Eagle Nation, scurry away naked, requesting recognition. I suspect this was orchestrated by the Ministry of Security. Who else could possess such capability? Brothers, the thrilling replay video is now available on the small platform. If you missed it live, you can catch it elsewhere. Wow, a significant discovery, everyone. I noticed Hua Chunying looked unwell for a few minutes. Her complexion turned pale. Could it be related to something involving the Eagle Nation's journalists? This inevitably led me to ponder whether someone had tipped them off in advance, causing her sudden change in demeanor. Brothers, I just came from another streaming room. Today's trending topics are dominated by these events. Let us boldly speculate if these matters are interconnected. My dear brethren above, do you imply that the incident of the lost satellite is intertwined with the recent event concerning the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Beneath the trending topic, the comments pour in like a relentless tide. Some astute netizens have even begun to juxtapose the timelines of occurrences in two separate live broadcasts. In Haicheng, when Su Yang activated a small device and pressed a sequence of characters, the expression on Hua Chunying's face shifted in an instant. Despite the Eastern Enchantress's adeptness at managing her expressions, a miraculous scene unfolded when enthusiastic netizens compared the visual timelines. The synchrony of their actions was uncanny. The comment section erupted in fervor. Could it be that this angler orchestrated it all? Amidst the astonishment and speculation of the netizens, a startling announcement emerged. Within mere minutes, this news surged from the 10th and 8th positions to claim the top spot with the velocity of a rocket. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs expressed gratitude towards Su Yang from Haicheng for his timely assistance. What on earth? The Ministry of Foreign Affairs actually sent a letter of thanks. They acknowledged Su Yang for unraveling the adversary scheme at a critical moment. To facilitate understanding for netizens, the letter even elaborated on the sequence of events. Once this news broke, the entire internet was astounded. Goodness gracious! Is Su Yang truly that angler from Haicheng? It must be him, right? Hold your horses. My friend, it seems to be a mere coincidence of names. Isn't that Su Yang handling the satellite crisis in Haicheng? Indeed, there must have been a misunderstanding. Surely, one cannot reach the Ministry of Foreign Affairs while being physically present in Haicheng. If this Su Yang is not from Haicheng, then what purpose does the comparison of the live broadcast serve? Are the netizens merely idle? Is it truly so difficult to acknowledge another's excellence? The question remains. Whose angler possesses such remarkable abilities? Netizens flooded the comment section, and within a few brief moments, the count surged into the tens of thousands. In the evolution of Longwoo's social media, such an event has never transpired. It is essential to note that everything from the recent press conference was broadcasted live. Over 1 billion netizens in Longwoo witnessed the happenings of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs press briefing in real time. The magnitude of the official broadcast is an entirely different realm compared to the programs aired by Haicheng Television. With the official acknowledgement, it seems that the name Su Yang has etched itself into the collective consciousness of Longhua. An ordinary angler from Haicheng managed to predict the actions of the Eagle Nation in advance and successfully defuse a crisis for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, or rather, a crisis for Longhua. Even more astonishing is the fact that this angler was not present at the scene. He was still in Haicheng searching for the missing satellite. The announcement from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs stated that Su Yang, while in pursuit of the satellite, discovered an anomaly and inadvertently resolved the ministry's dilemma. Goodness, it was merely incidental. Those two words have stirred a tempest online. Comparing one individual to another can be disheartening. Whose Good Samaritan casually performs such feats? Is this the conduct of a normal individual? This is nothing short of miraculous. An individual in Haicheng assisting the aerospace department in locating a satellite while simultaneously resolving the Ministry of Foreign Affairs issues? To single-handedly confront the entire Eagle Nation? The streamer is incredible. The excitement is palpable. This is the star that we, the youth, should aspire to. Amidst the fervent discussions online and the barrage of comments flooding the screen, the Aerospace Ministry once again captivated public attention. The ministry expressed gratitude to Su Yang for recovering the lost satellite. It seems they were competing with the foreign ministry in a show of appreciation, not only drafting a lengthy letter of thanks, but also recording a video. It is worth noting that the esteemed professor has maintained an exceptionally low profile. Although he holds the title of honorary dean, he has not made public appearances for quite some time. Unexpectedly, this time, he took the initiative for a fishing streamer. What a significant gesture for the angler. Meanwhile, in the upper echelons of the security ministry, Minister Zhang held a tablet in his hands, his fingers gliding across the screen. First, he perused the Foreign Ministry's letter of gratitude, followed by the Aerospace Ministry's, which surprisingly included a video of the venerable Professor Wu. Upon witnessing the elderly man with graying hair praising and inviting Su Yang, a smirk involuntarily crept across Minister Zhang's lips. The Foreign Ministry and Aerospace Ministry were indeed extending their goodwill, observing the netizens showering praise on these two departments and even urging Su Yang to swiftly join the bureaucratic ranks. Zhang Kejian began to feel restless. What do the aerospace and foreign ministries matter? Such talent should undoubtedly be recruited by their security ministry. Su Yang had shielded the entire Dragon Nation from invasive threats. Such a monumental event demanded discretion. Witnessing the fervent overtures from the two major departments in Kyoto, Minister Zhang felt a sense of urgency. What if Su Yang was tempted? Should he choose the aerospace or foreign ministry? Their security ministry would lose its chance entirely. Such an exceptional individual could not be overlooked. Minister Zhang's mind raced. If he recalled correctly, Professor Qian's earlier invitation to Su Yang had been declined. A spark of inspiration struck. Minister Zhang slapped his thigh and reached for the phone in his secretary's office. Xiao Zhang sent out a tweet on behalf of the security ministry. Offer Su Yang an exceptional recruitment opportunity. If he is willing to join, provide him with a 100-square-meter apartment in Kyoto and resolve his household registration issues. Not to mention his children's schooling. On the other end of the line, Xiao Zhang sprang to his feet, unable to believe what he had just heard. Had it not been for the familiar voice of his minister on the line, he would have thought the caller was delusional. An apartment in Kyoto, 100 square meters. What million? And the household registration in Kyoto. How many people toil their entire lives only to be denied such an opportunity? Secretary Zhang glanced at the Foreign Ministry's letter of gratitude on the screen, unable to suppress a smile. It was indeed their minister who made such a powerful move. Meanwhile, at the scene in Haicheng, Su Yang suddenly sneezed. At that moment, he remained unaware that he had caught the attention of others. Chapter 85. Unlocking Achievements, Million-Level Streamer. The afternoon sun blazed in Haicheng. The temperature on the beach soared, as if it threatened to melt everything in its path. The police and staff present had nearly finished packing up. Su Yang silently observed the still excited Professor Wu while discreetly patting his now-empty stomach, casting a glance into the distance. The delectable aroma of seafood lingered in the air, captivating Su Yang's senses. Without a moment's hesitation, he succinctly addressed the still-dazed Liu Xiaobao. "Let us go." Upon hearing Su Yang's icy tone, Liu Xiaobao, who had been fervently tapping on his phone, suddenly froze. He looked up at Su Yang's profound profile. his round face breaking into a smile. Brother, the Livestream server has crashed. Liu Xiaobao could hardly fathom that just as he had attempted to access the Livestream, the screen had gone black. Goodness, the server has indeed collapsed. He was well aware that his brother's Livestream had monopolized all available server resources. It must have taken an astronomical number of visitors to create such a disruption, while his brother was preoccupied with locating the satellite. He had sneakily checked the back end for the tipping amounts. However, the alarming truth was that Liu Xiaobao had failed to count the generous donations in the back end in that moment of chaos. The sum of contributions from this live stream was beyond his wildest dreams. As he switched to the home page to check the fan count, the live stream abruptly went dark. Liu Xiaobao, filled with frustration, tucked his phone into his pocket and approached his brother. While he helped gather the fishing rods, he spoke up, "Brother, it's scorching outside. Let us go have seafood porridge for lunch at that place from yesterday." Su Yang remained nonchalant, continuing his tasks. Whatever. He was busy restoring the satellite connection and patching the firewall vulnerabilities while casually sending a message to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In a world devoid of stability, how could one expect perfection? He was merely compelled to act, seeking a refuge to continue his leisurely pursuits. By noon, a sudden wave of hunger struck him. What did a server crash or live stream donations matter? The balance in his account was more than sufficient to purchase a cozy little home in Haicheng and live in comfort. As for his daily fishing excursions, it was simply a matter of relishing the unrestrained joy that fishing brought him. Fully immersed in nature, such opportunities were rare in his past life. As Su Yang pondered, he and Liu Xiaobao made their way to the dining establishment. However, upon arriving at their usual restaurant, he abruptly halted in his tracks at the sight of a throng of people at the entrance. Liu Xiaobao nearly stumbled behind him, with his eyes wide in disbelief. He realized it was already past mealtime. Did they truly have to queue for their meal? A flash of insight struck him, and he slapped his forehead, recalling yesterday's scene. He quickly retrieved a cap and a mask, handing them to Su Yang while exclaiming, "Brother, let us use the back entrance." Without a moment's thought, it was evident that these individuals were waiting for his brother. After all, he was currently the most prominent figure in Long Country. With their own thoughts in mind, the two turned to head towards the side path behind the restaurant. After taking just a few steps, Liu Xiaobao's eyes lit up. Indeed, the tall figure of the owner was already waiting at the back door. However, a frown and a grim expression marred his features. What could be the issue? With a queue stretching out the door, wouldn't such a thriving business bring him joy? Thinking this, Liu Xiaobao called out from a few meters away, "Boss, have you encountered a dilemma?" As soon as the words fell, Liu Xiaobao witnessed his boss performing a dramatic transformation akin to a Sichuan opera face-changing act. Originally wearing a frown, upon hearing the voice of the newcomers, his expression shifted to one of evident surprise and peculiarity as he approached. "I thought you weren't coming." Upon hearing this, a flicker of inexplicable emotion flashed in Su Yang's eyes. Liu Xiaobao squinted in confusion. Why would they not come? The seafood at the boss's establishment was exceptionally fresh, with fishing boats returning at noon, perfectly timed for their arrival. Moreover, his brother had a particular fondness for the seafood porridge from this very restaurant. The thought of the delectable porridge made Liu Xiaobao's mouth water. Observing the boss's reluctance today, he grumbled, "So today we're not welcome because you didn't go out to sea?" "Boss." The boss slapped his thigh in response, exclaiming, "What are you saying? Quickly, take out your phone and look at what I just browsed." "Brother, see for yourself. I thought you were heading to Kyoto. What good would it do to go to Kyoto?" Liu Xiaobao felt even more bewildered. However, in the next moment, when he glimpsed the content on the screen, his mind went blank. Initially, he thought he was immune to Professor Wu's overtures towards his brother. But, oh my, he had not anticipated the bombshell that followed. Following the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Aerospace, the Ministry of Security was even more audacious. They had directly posted on Weibo, stating that if his brother could go to Kyoto, not only would he be rewarded with a lavish mansion, but his household registration would also be resolved, and even kindergarten would be arranged for him. No wonder the Livestream server had crashed. In the comments section, netizens were tagging his brother, inquiring when he would be heading to Kyoto. Some even asked about his fishing plans for the next day, eager to witness the fishing miracle before he left Haicheng. In no time, public opinion was in an uproar. The boss had just seen these news reports, and his heart sank. It's worth noting that his restaurant was struggling to keep up with business. And why was that? It was because this young man frequented the establishment daily. Those waiting outside were all there for Su Yang. If Su Yang left for Haicheng, it would be akin to losing a fortune. The boss felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow at this thought. People strive for greater heights, while water flows downward. Others had already prepared houses and registrations for Su Yang. Who wouldn't he want to go? With a sigh, the boss spoke. When are you two heading to Kyoto? Before you leave, make sure to come by my little shop for one last bowl of seafood porridge. Little did he know, as soon as the words left his mouth, Su Yang's cold voice rang out. Who said we're going to Kyoto? With that, he took a long stride and entered the back courtyard. Su Yang's expression remained indifferent, a hint of impatience flickering between his brows. What was so great about Kyoto? The traffic was congested, and the subway was overcrowded. Had he not experienced enough of that in his previous life? As for household registration and housing, weren't those just fleeting clouds? Hearing Su Yang declare that he wasn't leaving filled the boss with elation. He hurried off to the kitchen to prepare a feast. Su Yang took a long stride into the private room, lazily reclining in a chair, closing his eyes to rest. At that moment, Su Yang was blissfully unaware. In an office located in the South China Sea, an elderly gentleman, brimming with vitality and radiating wisdom, sat upright in his chair. His posture was impeccable, exuding an air of authority that rendered those around him silent in awe. Is this the young man who effortlessly resolved the issues of 3 major departments? The young lad indeed possesses remarkable qualities, truly a pillar of our dragon nation. At this moment, far away in Haicheng, Su Yang had no inkling that even before he commenced his broadcast, he was already on the radar of influential figures. Chapter 86. Which fisherman casts lines like you? After a delightful feast, Su Yang indulged in a refreshing slumber. The following morning, a beam of sunlight streamed into the corner of his room. He woke up promptly, stretching luxuriously. After a brief wash and a light breakfast, he set out with Lu Xiaobao. Brother, where are we going fishing today? Lu Xiaobao inquired, pulling out his phone to hail a ride. However, before he could tap the app, he heard Su Yang's hoarse voice from the morning. No need for a taxi. Let's head to the back. The hotel is ready for us. Lu Xiaobao was taken aback. What hotel is ready? Despite his confusion, as his brother's most ardent supporter, he resolutely followed Su Yang down a narrow path behind the hotel. The path was lush with greenery, winding and serene. Lu Xiaobao scratched his head, pondering where his brother was leading him. Is this a morning exercise? If only he had mentioned it. He wouldn't have turned on the camera. What if the viewers thought they were slacking off? As expected, viewers who had eagerly awaited the stream early in the morning were perplexed by the unfolding scene. What's going on? I tuned in early, and the streamer is on strike today? Indeed. Why did the photographer ask we're going fishing? Only for the streamer to walk into this alley? Is this a stroll? The streamer stayed here last night. The hotel is quite nice. Is this a tour? Oh no. I woke up early just to watch the streamer fish. Please don't abandon us. Not a chance. You underestimate the streamer's dedication. With such massive traffic, he is still streaming. Are you joking? The streamer's dedication? This is someone who has turned down 3 departments. Like the viewers engrossed in discussion. Lu Xiaobao murmured as he walked. Brother, is there even a place to fish here? Are we not fishing today? Should I turn off the live stream? There are mosquitoes. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Yang suddenly halted. Lu Xiaobao nearly collided with him, just as he was about to voice his confusion. His eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before him. Lo and behold, behind the hotel lay an expanse of shallow waters, a pristine environment with sunshades and lounge chairs. No wonder his brother had told him not to bring a camping chair this morning. Preparations had been made in advance. While Lu Xiaobao was still in a daze, a staff member dressed in uniform approached him promptly. Mr. Su, welcome. This beach is exclusively for your esteemed use. I am your personal steward, the hotel manager Zhou. Should you have any needs, feel free to communicate directly with me. If you require a clearing of the space, we can certainly accommodate that today. Just as manager Zhou finished speaking, a cool voice resonated through the air. No need, everyone please feel at ease. With lowered brows and a fleeting frown, Su Yang reflected on the numerous instances in his past life where he had witnessed the dynamics of favoritism. In this life, he found himself above such associations. Su Yang's unintentional gesture ignited a flurry of comments in the live stream. Indeed, he is the man I adore. Some top-tier celebrities wouldn't hesitate to venture out with 80 bodyguards. Look at the host's poise. Shouldn't the focus be on the host? He is already eligible for a private beach. I detect a hint of jealousy. Shouldn't the host be entitled to enjoy a private beach? If you can resolve the crises of Long Country, You too can indulge. Exactly. Moreover, the host remains humble, even declining the staff's offer to clear the space. Is the host perhaps uninterested in fishing today? This is a vacation spot, not a fishing ground. Oh, is the host slacking off? Goodness, how beautiful. The endless coastline and those beach loungers. If I were the host, I wouldn't want to work either. With that face, he could easily make a living. You could stop right there. Do you think the host is like you? Not fishing, but carrying a rod for nothing? Unbeknownst to Su Yang, the location he chose to fish had become a hot topic among netizens. At that moment, he had found the largest patch of shade on the beach, comfortably reclining on a lounge chair. When the hotel manager had contacted him the previous day, offering exclusive access to the private beach for his live stream, he had accepted without a moment's hesitation. Why refuse such a beautiful environment without the need for travel? Even if he knew that the likelihood of catching anything here was slim, what did it matter? Though he had not checked the back-end data, he could easily surmise that his live stream's popularity ranking must be at its peak. With that in mind, what harm was there in indulging for a day? Pleased with this thought, Su Yang basked in the sunshine of Sea City, feeling an indescribable sense of comfort and ease. Meanwhile, Liu Xiaobao had gathered his belongings, retrieved his fishing rod, and prepared his bobber as he approached Su Yang. He may have been plump, but his mind was sharp, seeing his brother choose to fish here. He already anticipated that today would undoubtedly be a day devoid of catches. Not a single one. However, the camera was rolling, and they were live. He needed to maintain appearances. Brother here. Fish. He extended the fishing rod while casting furtive glances at Su Yang, fearing that his brother would completely give in to leisure and abandon the rod altogether. Clearly, while Su Yang's mindset was one of indifference, his professional instincts compelled him to accept the fishing rod. Liu Xiaobao let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, it was still his brother. However, before he could fully exhale, the next moment, Liu Xiaobao nearly choked on his own breath. He lay there without even rising, casually pressing the fishing rod beneath him. Fishing while reclining? With his eyes closed? This scene, witnessed by viewers in the live stream, sent them into a frenzy. This is hilarious. What was that saying? You can't go against human nature. The streamer is just lying down, isn't he? Truly flat out. I've never seen anyone fish like this in my life. At least hold the fishing rod in your hands. Is the cameraman slow-witted or just dedicated? Shouldn't he help maintain the streamer's image in such a situation, and yet he keeps the camera rolling? I think Elijah just can't stand to see the streamer doing well. Haven't you seen his skills? Who says you can't catch fish while lying down? Stop it. Who lies down to fish? And not just lying down, but with his eyes closed. If he actually catches something, I'll run naked for you. Huh? Do you think anyone wants to see you run naked? Can anyone even see anything? Enough already. Oh no, streamer, get up quickly. I see two people approaching us. And they're in military uniforms. Oh no, I feel like something's about to happen. Indeed, wherever there is a streamer, there are stories to be told. I absolutely love watching the streamer stir things up. Fishing is hardly the point. Su Yang and Liu Xiaobao, one expressionless and the other with a blank face, were both intently focused on the sea, completely oblivious to the middle-aged man in military attire and a burly man approaching them from behind. Chapter 87. Su Yang's first life crisis. The waves crashed against the shore, one wave after another, creating a drowsy sensation. Su Yang reclined on a beach chair, sunglasses shielding half his face. Liu Xiaobao, with dazed eyes, rested his head as if pecking a grain like a chick. Viewers, witnessing this scene, erupted in laughter. Wow, is this a live stream for work? This is clearly a vacation. It must be intentional. The streamer must be doing this on purpose. How could someone like me, who gets up at 7 to toil away, bear this? Are these two actually asleep? Incredible. This has transformed from a fishing live stream into a longing for a simpler life. Hasn't it? Streamer, wake up. Hurry. Two people are walking over here. Are they looking for trouble? Oh no. I have a feeling the streamer is about to stir things up again. I just love it when the streamer causes a ruckus. Facing away from Su Yang and Liu Xiaobao, the man in uniform and the burly man staggered toward Su Yang. When Liu Xiaobao turned to look at them upon hearing the commotion behind, Su Yang slowly sat up. An inexplicable tension filled the air. Just as the atmosphere grew taut, Wang Bingbing arrived, panting heavily, searching for Su Yang's figure. However, upon seeing the man in military attire and the burly figure behind him, her expression instantly froze. Why was he here? Good heavens. This couldn't be a prank, could it? Why do the expressions of these four individuals appear so grave? Could it be that he has come specifically to confront Su Yang? If a confrontation were to ensue, what would she do? Isn't this an impossible predicament? The crux of the matter lies in the fact that this man in military attire is a singular entity within the entire Dragon Nation. In fact, when necessary, he can directly confer with the #1 leader. Yet, it is astonishing that such a busy individual has made the journey to Haicheng to see Su Yang. It is not that she perceives the man she admires to be lacking. On the contrary, could it be that his exceptional qualities have prompted this military figure to assess Su Yang personally? Just as Wang Bingbing's thoughts spiraled into chaos, the military man had already noticed her breathlessly approaching. Upon seeing her, a fleeting smile crossed the serious countenance of the man. However, as his gaze shifted back to Su Yang, his expression once again became stern. This entire scene was clearly visible to the enthusiastic viewers in the live broadcast room. Their instincts told them that there was more excitement to come. Wow, brothers, doesn't this man seem a bit familiar? Are you seriously judging by appearances? Just look at his insignia. I don't quite understand. Does anyone have an 18-centimeter explanation? Ahem, let me clarify for those who are confused. The golden olive branch with 3 stars denotes a genuine general, and a senior one at that. Wow, the host is truly outrageous. As if gathering top-tier experts wasn't enough. Now, they've even brought in a senior general? If I'm not mistaken, isn't the senior general the highest military rank in the Dragon Nation? I have a question. Previously, experts would only come after the host had lured something out. Why did the general arrive on site directly this time? Absolutely right. After the reforms, the senior general is indeed the highest rank. Quick, search for this man on Baidu. There must be a picture of him. I'm back, brothers. This man's identity is so significant that I dare not even mention it online, for fear of being banned from the live stream. Damn, the host has only been live for a few days and has already encountered the highest-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation. On the beach, Su Yang noticed the military man's unfriendly demeanor, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. However, upon catching sight of the man's rank, Su Yang felt a rare sense of bewilderment. At that moment, Wang Bingbing had quietly approached Su Yang's side. Turning to face her, he observed her expression of panic. Furrowing his brow slightly, Su Yang instinctively shielded Wang Bingbing behind him. This gesture, however, intensified the palpable tension emanating from the military man. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Su Yang's mind raced with countless possibilities, each one dismissed as quickly as it arose. After a few breaths, he regained his calmness. Meanwhile, Wang Bingbing, witnessing Su Yang's protective action, looked at him with wide, starry eyes. Indeed, he is a man of my affection, remaining remarkably composed even in the presence of such a distinguished individual. Alas, dear friends, do you not sense an oddity between the national goddess and this man in military attire? I share the same sentiment. Their expressions convey familiarity, perhaps even intimacy. But is that not contradictory? Shouldn't acquaintances greet each other with warmth? Why does this man in uniform appear as though he has lost something dear? Goodness, have you just unraveled the truth? Could this man in military garb be a relative of the national goddess? Let me venture a bold supposition. What kind of relative would react in such a manner? Surely not. It seems our host is about to face a calamity. Let us quietly offer our prayers. Are you out of your mind? Did you not observe their earlier reactions? This military gentleman's surname is Wang, and the national goddess shares that name. Their relationship needs no elaboration, does it? Goodness, I have just realized, could they possibly be father and daughter? In other words, our host, while live streaming, has inadvertently reeled in his father-in-law. Brothers, do not rush. This morning's revelation is quite delectable. Let's savor it slowly. As the audience in the live stream debated fervently, in a technological office in Kyoto, 3 elderly gentlemen fixated on the screen, their expressions turning to grimace. Professor Wu was the first to speak. What on earth does this Wang Depeo intend to do? It feels as though he wishes to consume Su Yang whole. Elder Xia chimed in. His daughter is indeed remarkable, yet Su Yang is more than adequate for her. To gain advantage and then feign innocence. Elder Qian did not hesitate to interject. If my granddaughter were not still in kindergarten, Wang Depeo would not stand a chance. This remark plunged the room into silence. The 3 men stared intently at Su Yang's live stream. Elder Qian's voice broke the hush once more. It appears we have been overly concerned. Look at Su Yang. He shows no sign of faltering. The three elders fell silent, fully engrossed in Su Yang's Livestream. Meanwhile, at the scene in Haicheng, the man known as Wang Depeo finally approached Su Yang. Just as Liu Xiaobao attempted to speak, Wang Depeo raised a hand to halt him. Chapter 88. Su Yang casts his line, all eyes upon him. A mere gesture revealed Wang Depeo's authoritative and uncompromising nature. Su Yang maintained a demeanor of neither servility nor arrogance. Even before this man clad in military garb, his expression remained unperturbed. The tension in the air was palpable. The man in uniform could no longer restrain himself and spoke first, his tone laced with evident irritation. Wang Bingbing, hiding behind Su Yang, instinctively shivered and recoiled further. Noticing her reaction, a flicker of displeasure crossed Su Yang's eyes. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Liu Xiaobao's sudden exclamation. "Brother, it's happening." Su Yang was momentarily taken aback. That phrase was all too familiar. Although he stood before the man in uniform, all his attention was captivated by the individual before him. However, Su Yang held a fishing rod in his hand. At the sound of Liu Xiaobao's call, everyone's attention turned towards Su Yang's fishing float. Wang Depeo's lips twitched involuntarily as a sharp glance was cast towards Liu Xiaobao. The beach of this hotel was clearly an artificial one, just recently constructed. With that, could one truly expect to catch anything? A lack of experience often leads to unreliable results. Was this even worthy of a shout? The atmosphere that had been painstakingly built was shattered by this insufferable brat. With such thoughts, Wang Depeo's expression grew increasingly grim. He offered Liu Xiaobao no courtesy, bluntly stating, "Young man, do you naively believe that just because the float moves, it guarantees a catch?" Hearing Wang Depeo's voice, which boomed like a cannon, Liu Xiaobao shivered. He turned, bewildered, to look at the man in military attire. The rank he had only seen on television instinctively instilled a sense of reverence in him, rendering him hesitant to speak freely. Yet, he could not suppress his inner thoughts. Just because his brother's float had moved, could it possibly be an empty catch? Did this middle-aged man not comprehend his brother's prowess? Seeing is believing, and hearing is deceiving. The truth would reveal itself once the rod was lifted. Liu Xiaobao swiftly turned back to Su Yang, exclaiming, "Brother, did you see that? It really moved. Quickly, lift the rod and check." Su Yang nodded slowly, a hint of exasperation flickering in his eyes. Today he had not intended to provoke anyone. The past few days of fishing had yielded increasingly remarkable catches, and he wished for a day of respite. In other words, today was meant to be a leisurely day. Thus, he had chosen this hotel's private beach, particularly the newly established one. How could it be that less than half an hour after casting his line, he had another bite? Given his current skills, he did not believe this was an empty rod. Reflecting on the sarcastic tone of the man in military garb behind him, Su Yang gripped the fishing rod firmly and abruptly yanked it upwards. Without a moment's hesitation, he lifted the rod. This action ignited the hearts of Wang Bingbing and Liu Xiaobao, as well as the viewers in the live stream. Is the host filming a movie? Wow, can one truly catch something in such a rundown place? Woohoo, I'm eager to see what the host will reel in. Alright, I confess, I just want to see the host show off and slap faces. Isn't this couple just too sweet? Is the host's courage gifted by the national goddess? When the national goddess sees her father, she acts like a little bunny. Poor host, daring to challenge the father-in-law. I'm dying of laughter. Did you see the father-in-law's expression? He probably still can't fathom why his daughter has fallen for someone like this. After all, who catches anything by the seaside of such an artificial beach? I feel a bit anxious for the host. If this turns out to be an empty catch, won't the father-in-law ridicule him mercilessly? The hero could instantly become a fool. What are you blabbering about? Don't you know the host's capabilities? He wouldn't dare to go empty-handed. Exactly. I can't wait to see the father-in-law's reaction. Host, rise to the occasion. It's time to showcase the strength of son-in-law. Early in the morning, the barrage of comments surged, and the unusually high number of online viewers once again captured the attention of the television station. After the previous incident where the server of the live broadcast room crashed, the station had formed a dedicated duty team for Su Yang's live streaming sessions. Several deputy directors took turns on duty, remaining on standby at the scene. On this particular day, Deputy Director Lin Guang lounged comfortably with his legs crossed, an ineffable air of tranquility gracing his face. It was his turn to be on duty for 24 hours, with a primary focus on Su Yang's live stream. 24 hours? A flicker of disdain crossed Lin Wenguang's face. The station director, nearing retirement, indeed had a tendency to over-dramatize situations. After all, it was merely a regular weekday morning. How many viewers could possibly be watching the stream? Moreover, since their platform had specifically adjusted the algorithm for Su Yang and tailored a custom system, the likelihood of another server crash was virtually non-existent. Not only for Su Yang, but all other hosts on the program had experienced system upgrades. The entire platform was grateful to him. Recently, Lin's life had been quite prosperous, and his standing within the station had risen accordingly. All of this was thanks to the man named Su Yang. If only his position allowed him to meet Su Yang in person, he would surely present him with an extravagant gift. Just as Lin Wenguang pondered how to connect with Su Yang, a secretary clad in professional attire, her voluminous waves cascading down her shoulders, burst through the office door. Her face a mask of panic. Lin furrowed his brow. He had always been jovial with his beautiful secretary. However, witnessing her indiscreet entrance, he admonished, "Xiao Li, how many times have I told you? Always knock before entering." Under normal circumstances, Xiao Li would have dutifully retreated upon being reprimanded by the station director. Yet today, she seemed unfazed, as if she hadn't heard him at all. Glancing at the screen on her boss's desk, her expression conveyed a knowing realization, and without hesitation, she switched the display to Su Yang's livestream. Xiao Li's unusual behavior left Wang Jijun, the director, utterly bewildered. He contemplated whether he had perhaps been too lenient with his subordinates lately, allowing them to become so audacious. However, the very next moment, when his gaze fell upon the screen on the desk, he was instantly agitated. He swiftly straightened up, leaping from his chair like a spring. Leaning closer to the computer screen, he saw that on the left was Su Yang's live stream, while on the right was the backend data of the live broadcast room. Among the plethora of unremarkable data, one particular set stood out strikingly: the statistics for Su Yang's live stream. At this hour, the number of viewers surpassed the total of all other streams combined, an astonishing feat. Furthermore, in less than half an hour since the broadcast commenced, there had already been hundreds of thousands in tips, with one user even contributing a staggering 100,000. Lin Wenguang rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was witnessing. Are streamers today truly this formidable? Is it too late for him to switch careers? Chapter 89, What on Earth? Fishing out the blueprints for a lithography machine? Lin Wenguang stared at the data in Su Yang's live stream, his expression one of bewilderment. This Su Yang was not a talent streamer. His sole specialty lay in his uncanny ability to stir up events, consistently reeling in the most unexpected things. Astonishingly, this very skill had garnered him over 40 million followers. Is such a follower count even attainable for a single streamer? It was a number that could only be amassed by several top-tier streamers combined, if not more. In that moment, Lin Wenguang began to comprehend what the station director had meant when he said that this fishing man was beyond their reach. As Lin Wenguang pondered how he might establish a connection between Su Yang and their television station, a brilliant idea flashed in his mind. Eureka! Xiao Li. Quickly check the company's stock price. Upon hearing Lin Wenguang's words, Xiaoyi suddenly covered her mouth with a smile. Mr. Lin, our company's stock has already hit the limit up. What did you say? The market has only just opened. Xiao Li's remark left Lin Wenguang utterly astonished. Could the television station's stock really hit the limit up? As the deputy director, he was acutely aware of the current state of the television station's live streaming sector. The stock price had been in a steady decline for 3 consecutive months under the harsh glare of scrutiny. Even for the Fruit Channel, it was implausible to reach a limit up right at the market's opening. Goodness, a mere fishing streamer could influence the company's stock price? This Su Yang is truly extraordinary. No wonder he attracted the attention of so many prominent figures in Kyoto. With this thought, Lin Wenguang felt a flicker of pride. Thankfully, their television station had always treated Su Yang well. Xiao Li, please instruct the legal department to draft a contract. I have decided to give Su Yang 20% of my personal shares at no cost. I will personally report this matter to the station director. Upon hearing the words from her deputy director, Xiao Li was left in a state of shock. Did she just hear him say he was giving shares to Su Yang? Was this truly the statement of her deputy director? Others might not know, but as his personal secretary, she often referred to the station director as Old Iron in private. The reason being that the director was notoriously frugal, akin to a miser. And now, he was willing to give away shares for free to Su Yang? What are you standing there for? Hurry up. Seeing Xiao Li in a daze, Lin Wenguang could not help but speak up. Whether it was 20% of the shares or even 50, what did it matter? Given Su Yang's current popularity, the value of those 20% shares would be recouped in no time. Most importantly, after the program concludes, Su Yang would eventually learn of the shares gifted to him. Once the program is over, the television station would have no further ties to Su Yang. However, he would be different. He could be said to have latched onto the thickest of legs. With this thought, Lin Wenguang straightened himself and watched Su Yang's live stream with earnest attention. Meanwhile, in the scene, Su Yang abruptly yanked the fishing rod, drawing out a cylindrical object. Upon sighting this peculiar item, both the onlookers and the viewers in the live stream were momentarily taken aback. What on earth is this? Could it possibly be a cannon? A cannon? Come on. Have you not noticed the host can easily pinch it between two fingers? It feels weightless. If it were a cannon, surely one would have to grasp it more firmly. The analysis upstairs holds merit. Goodness, this resembles an ancient message tube, doesn't it? What? You can't be telling me the host has unearthed yet another antique? Haven't we seen enough dragons? What more is there? Is the host trying to exhaust us? What are you thinking? I believe it's merely a kaleidoscope, akin to what children play with. This talk of cannons and antiques is an exaggeration. Just look at the material. It sparkles in the sunlight. Seemingly leather? A child kaleidoscope? When did the host's luck take such a turn? But then again, on this beach, finding a kaleidoscope doesn't surprise me. Fibbins, no. If the host were to catch a kaleidoscope, why did I rise so early this morning? Let's just see what's inside and we'll know. Look, the host is starting to act. As Su Yang examined the leather cylinder, Wang DePeo resumed his relentless commentary. What absurdity have you caught? A mere child's toy. And you spend half the day pondering over it? No sooner had he finished speaking than Wang Bingbing's earlier timidity transformed abruptly. She whipped around, casting a fierce glare at Wang DePeo, sneaking behind her to Haicheng without so much as a greeting, and now he confronts her so aggressively. Unaware of Su Yang's prowess, he comes out swinging, showing no signs of his usual temper. The more Wang Bingbing contemplated, the angrier she grew, glaring daggers at Wang DePeo. She turned her face away, too apathetic to even spare him a glance. The viewers in the live stream found the scene utterly amusing. Goodness, the national goddess truly has affection for the host. It's like she is standing up to her own father, and she shows no signs of backing down. Serve him right, regardless of rank. What father isn't a slave to his daughter? He boldly criticizes Su Yang without preamble, then blames the national goddess for her disapproving look. This is a mere blind favoritism. Primarily, the national goddess believes in the angler's capabilities. The host has pulled off such face-slapping feats more than once. What unique perspective. Are you implying the national goddess is offering a kind warning to protect her father's reputation? This father-daughter duo is simply hilarious. Did you see the expression on that middle-aged man in uniform? He looks positively affronted, as if he just swallowed a fly, and yet he is seething at the host. Whatever it is, we shall soon uncover it. Su Yang held the item he had caught, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. The leather cylinder felt warm to the touch, and within the first moment of contact, he sensed it must hold considerable value. Who would discard such a valuable leather cylinder into the water? Moreover, this cylinder was evidently not merely a cylinder. It appeared to conceal something within. As Su Yang pondered, he carefully twisted the seam at the top of the cylinder. In no time, a rolled-up stack of blueprints was extracted by Su Yang. After confirming that there was nothing else inside the cylinder, he placed it at his feet and gradually unfolded the blueprints, examining them one by one. Upon a swift glance, he was confronted with an array of cryptic symbols and intricately designed prototype diagrams, seemingly hand-drawn. The calm demeanor Su Yang had maintained began to shift to one of gravity as he unveiled the first sheet of paper. Wang DePeo, observing Su Yang's slow movements, could no longer contain his impatience. "Kid, are you going to stare at those papers forever?" he remarked, approaching Su Yang's side. However, upon catching sight of three exceedingly vague letters in the upper right corner of the second blueprint, Wang DePeo's pupils abruptly constricted to pinpoints. In Chapter 90, had Su Yang once again performed a miracle? This general, capable of conversing with the #1 leader at any moment, exhibited a reaction he would prefer to forget upon seeing those three letters. Instinctively, Wang DePeo raised a hand to rub his eyes. His bright, wide eyes were as round as copper bells. If he was not mistaken, Did this blueprint not resemble a lithography machine? The most advanced kind at that. As this thought surfaced, Wang Depeo immediately suppressed it. Impossible. If these truly were blueprints for a lithography machine, regardless of their origins, one would undoubtedly recognize their value. It was utterly inconceivable that such an item could be discarded into the water, even more so that a fisherman would serendipitously reel it in. As Wang Depeo analyzed the situation, he felt his reasoning was sound. Yet, when he redirected his focus to the blueprints and noted the precision down to mere millimeters, his brows knitted tightly together. Recalling the legends surrounding Su Yang within the capital's ministries, Wang Depeo suddenly found himself uncertain of his assumptions. As the only general of the Dragon Kingdom, he certainly understood the significance of this blueprint, assuming it was genuine. After pondering for a moment, Wang Depeo retrieved his military phone and quietly took a photograph. He gestured to the burly man behind him. However, at that moment, the man appeared utterly flabbergasted, even astonished to the point where he seemed on the verge of dropping his eyeballs. What had he just witnessed? The general, who had just rubbed his eyes, was indeed his own commander. How could he exhibit such a childlike action? It was well known that he was the only general of the Dragon Kingdom, a man capable of exchanging opinions with the #1 leader at any time. What grand occasions had he not encountered? Even during diplomatic missions, when confronting Eagle Sauce, the general's expression had remained unfazed. Yet now, he was reacting to something a mere fisherman had caught in such a manner. It was utterly inconceivable. What prowess did this fisherman possess to elicit such a response from their general? Was he truly just a fisherman? What remarkable catch has this fisherman reeled in? These two tattered sheets of paper have transformed the demeanor of his general entirely. As he pondered in bewilderment, the authoritative voice of his general snapped him back to reality. Xiaomai, send this to Director Zhang for verification of the blueprints. In a live broadcast room, astute viewers had already noticed the documents in Su Yang's hands. What on earth? This looks like a blueprint for some machine. It appears quite intricate. Indeed, the broadcaster produces nothing but the finest. But does anyone knowledgeable care to enlighten us? What is this thing? Ahem, I can make out a bit. Judging by its appearance, if I am not mistaken, it seems to be a blueprint for a lithography machine. A lithography machine? Are you joking? This is a grinding, alignment, and exposure machine. Its exposure system and lithography system are essential for chip manufacturing. Indeed, it is well known that Longwa's chip technology has been under sanctions by the Eagle Sauce. If the broadcaster truly has caught the blueprint for a lithography machine, that would be nothing short of miraculous. If memory serves me right, it employs a technique akin to photo printing, transferring the intricate patterns from a mask onto silicon wafers through light exposure. Correct? Precisely. This exemplifies the pinnacle of modern human technology, often referred to as the jewel of industry. What stroke of luck indeed. I must say, the broadcaster's fortune is astonishing. But does he even realize this is a blueprint for a lithography machine? Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. More than a lithography machine blueprint. I am eager to witness the expression on the broadcaster's face when he realizes that the man in military attire before him is actually his father-in-law at Haiqing Beach. As he finally comprehended the significance of his catch, the weight on his brow gradually lifted, revealing a peculiar smile. It seemed his fortune was indeed extraordinary. Initially, he had approached the day with a mindset of leisurely repose, yet he had somehow landed a blueprint for a lithography machine. He could almost foresee the ensuing events. With a sigh of resignation, he acknowledged that such professional matters ought to be entrusted to experts. With this thought, Su Yang glanced at Liu Xiaobao, conveying a silent understanding. Before he could utter a word, Liu Xiaobao swiftly produced his phone. After a couple of beeps, the call was immediately connected. Hello, this is Su Yang's direct line. Hearing the voice, Liu Xiaobao was momentarily taken aback. Good heavens! His direct line. It was evident that the police had learned from the previous lesson with Zhou Xiaona. Judging by the promptness of the connection, it was clear that the operator was waiting nearby. Moreover, the attitude was impeccable, as Liu Xiaobao relayed the situation. On the other end of the line, Operator Xiao Wu was on her first day of duty. Zhou Xiaona had returned to Kyoto with Professor Wu. Before her departure, she had fervently instructed Xiao Wu to guard this direct line fiercely, not allowing it to leave her side for even a moment. Even when using the restroom, she was to ensure the call was forwarded. To her surprise, shortly after starting her shift, the phone rang. After finally calming my anxious heart, I picked up the phone. Upon grasping the content of the call, I nearly leapt off the bench in astonishment. What did the other party say? That fisherman, Su Yang, has once again caught something? And it appears to be the blueprint of a lithography machine? What exactly is a lithography machine? It is the culmination of human intellect. Its blueprints require several years, if not decades, of research to develop. More critically, the value represented by these lithography blueprints cannot merely be quantified by money. Even I, a humble police officer, am aware of that. Suddenly, the other party fell silent. Liu Xiaobao wore a look of confirmation. Without waiting for the other person to continue, he declared, "All right, I've said what I needed to say. I'm hanging up. Quickly send someone over." With that, he promptly ended the call. Meanwhile, on this end of the line, Xiao Wu's mind was left buzzing from the conversation with Liu Xiaobao. By the time he regained his composure, the sound of the call being disconnected echoed in his ears. 1 second, 2 seconds. When Xiao Wu finally processed the content of the call, he nearly hurled the phone away. With a swift motion, the duty room was left empty, save for a scattered array of overturned chairs. At the same time, the beach in Haicheng appeared deceptively tranquil, yet beneath this calm surface, a greater storm was brewing. Chapter 91. Is it truly as legendary as rumored? On the morning beach, the sound of crashing waves rolled in succession. The originally serene and relaxed atmosphere grew heavy due to the blueprints in Su Yang's hands. As a sharp screech of brakes pierced the air from a distance, everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound. A fleeting shadow of a black sedan passed along the path that Su Yang and the others had walked. The sound of hurried footsteps followed, revealing Mayor Yao and Director Tian emerging at the sole entrance to the beach. Dressed in neatly pressed uniforms, it was evident they had rushed over from a work meeting. Both wore grave expressions, as if facing a formidable adversary. Observers online, upon seeing the two figures, flooded the comment section once again. "Oh my goodness, am I seeing this correctly? No way. I see that face on the evening news every night. Whoa, has it escalated to this level? The host now calls in people of this caliber? There's no need for such astonishment. Have you forgotten the host is the ambassador of Haicheng? The key point is, which ambassador calls the police and has the mayor personally arrive on the scene? Isn't that outrageous? And look at their attire. I would boldly speculate they hurried over from some important meeting. Just consider the weight the host holds in the mayor's eyes." The online discussions buzzed fervently. Meanwhile, Mayor Yao and Director Tian had reached Su Yang, panting heavily. Before Mayor Yao could utter a word, Director Tian eagerly asked Su Yang, "Is it truly the blueprint of a lithography machine?" Su Yang's expression remained tranquil as he extended the blueprint in his hand. The moment Director Tian received the document, his breath grew tense. Although he could not fully comprehend the intricacies of the blueprint, he was acutely aware of the significance represented by the words lithography machine. Ever since the malicious sanctions imposed by the Eagle Nation on Huawei, chips had become a critical factor constraining the Dragon Nation. Presently, there are only two mainstream light source schemes for lithography machines: deep ultraviolet and extreme ultraviolet. Both are essential tools in chip production, serving as the core equipment for large-scale integrated circuits. This technology holds a decisive influence over the current chip manufacturing capabilities of the Dragon Nation. The choke point for the Dragon Nation lies in the production of chips with a diameter of less than 5 nanometers, which can only be achieved using lithography machines. If Su Yang truly managed to procure the blueprint for the lithography machine, particularly the most advanced version, Director Tian dared not entertain further thoughts. His hand, clutching the blueprint, began to tremble uncontrollably as he cast a furtive glance at Mayor Yao. However, upon witnessing Mayor Yao's expression, Director Tian nearly choked on his own breath. In stark contrast to his own trembling demeanor, Mayor Yao regarded Su Yang with the warmth of a proud father, exuding an uncontainable joy that radiated from head to toe. Upon hearing that Su Yang had possibly obtained the blueprint for the lithography machine, he instinctively dismissed any doubts about the word possibly. If it were someone else, he might have sought confirmation, but this was Su Yang. Was there any need to question the prowess of this angler? The only unforeseen circumstance was that, within 10 minutes of entering the conference room, Director Tian had received a call. The early morning ring of the phone left no doubt that it heralded significant news. Indeed, without fail, that impudent lad had caught something again. Rumor had it to be a lithography machine? Good heavens! Startled, he hurried over. Without a shadow of a doubt, Upon seeing the two seemingly weightless blueprints in Suyang's hands, he was nearly certain that this audacious young man had achieved yet another milestone. Each of his accomplishments reverberated throughout the Dragon Nation. Reflecting on this, Mayor Yao could not help but smile wryly. With this angler station in Haicheng, he felt no concern about scrutiny from above. However, his own aging frame was beginning to feel the strain. Just yesterday, he had seen off Professor Wu and his entourage, and now Suyang had managed to reel in a lithography machine. Instinctively, Mayor Yao reached for his phone, contemplating seeking assistance from higher authorities. Such a monumental issue was beyond the purview of a mere city mayor. He knew all too well the uproar that the blueprint for a lithography machine would incite within the Dragon Nation. Just as he was about to make the call, a stolid middle-aged voice resounded behind him. No need to report. The capital has already received the news. Mayor Yao was taken aback. Who was speaking? In his high position within Haicheng, he had never before been interrupted mid-sentence. In the haste of his arrival, he only caught a glimpse of Wang Bingbing. Naturally, wherever Suyang was, the national goddess would follow, and he felt no surprise at all. The hotel had not cleared the area. Director Tian had already mentioned this on the way. Could it be that someone at the scene was still paying attention to Suyang? Did they even anticipate his actions? Mayor Yao's expression changed dramatically, instinctively glancing behind him. Upon seeing the two individuals, particularly the man in uniform, he nearly bit his own tongue in shock. His eyes widened, and he dared not even breathe, 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind. Who could possibly explain why this person was here? Was he seeing things? Wasn't he supposed to be in the capital? Were they specifically here to see Suyang? Mayor Yao felt his understanding of the situation being once again reshaped. The man in uniform before him held a rank equivalent to that of the provincial governor of the Eastern Province, a figure not easily encountered, let alone by a mere city mayor like himself. Yet, this person had deigned to come all the way to Haicheng to meet Suyang. Mayor Yao stood frozen, unsure of how to react. Director Tian noticed the unusual reaction of his mayor and instinctively raised his head. However, the moment he recognized the man in uniform, his hand trembled, nearly causing two blueprints to slip from his grasp. Observing the reactions of the two leaders from Haicheng, Wang Depeo remained impassive. His expression restored to its usual authority, yet his mind lingered on the moment Suyang had handed over the blueprint of the lithography machine. He was utterly astonished. This angler, did he truly recognize that this was a lithography machine blueprint? Wasn't he merely a live-streaming fisherman? At best, he could be considered a minor internet celebrity. How could he possibly be familiar with such advanced technology? Suddenly, Wang Depeo felt as though he had overlooked some vital information. Could it be that he was witnessing a side to this angler that he had never anticipated? With this thought, Wang Depeo took a step forward, standing before Suyang, his piercing gaze surveying the crowd. Fixing his eyes on Suyang, he spoke sternly, "Kid, don't think that just because you've studied for a couple of years, you can speak nonsense. This is not a lithography machine blueprint. It is clearly just a standard mechanical drawing." Chapter 92. The Lithography Machine Blueprint. Missing an important part? As Wang Depeo's words fell, the atmosphere turned silent. Nearly everyone present instantly altered their expressions. Wang Bingbing's almond-shaped eyes widened. Typically an advocate for Suyang, she was unusually silent upon hearing the words of the man in uniform, seemingly caught in a conflict of belief. Torn between unwavering faith in Suyang's abilities and an inexplicable conviction in the man's statement. Meanwhile, Mayor Yao and Director Tian exchanged glances, communicating their mutual astonishment. Their expressions were frozen, their actions abruptly halted. Not a lithography machine blueprint? The identity of the individual before them rendered every word he spoke impossible to disregard. If someone else were to utter such words, the immediate reaction would be to dismiss them as nonsense. Yet, standing before us is an individual whose opinions command the attention of even the highest-ranking officials. His statements are beyond reproach for all present, or rather, no one dares to contest them. For if high-precision photolithography machine blueprints truly exist, it is likely that only the top leader and this individual before us have had the opportunity to behold them. The viewers in the live stream were abuzz with speculation upon witnessing this astonishing turn of events. Goodness, did the host just misstep? Surely not. Is this military officer mistaken? If anyone else had said this, I might have doubted their accuracy outright. However, a brother has already elucidated the identity of this military man. Do you truly believe he could err? A person of such high rank must have encountered authentic photolithography machine blueprints. If it's not the blueprint for a photolithography machine, but merely a standard machine tool blueprint, then it holds no value whatsoever. Where is your discernment, my friends? Do you genuinely believe what this officer is asserting? Have you forgotten his initial reaction upon first seeing this blueprint? Indeed, not only his first impression, but he even had his subordinates contact the director of a research institute. If he could ascertain its falsity, why would he go to such lengths? You all sound like detectives. Your analyses hold merit. But can anyone explain why the officer is behaving in this manner? Patience, patience. Let us see how the host responds. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of a live stream, an awkward tension permeated the beach. Subtle sounds were amplified geometrically in the silence. Director Tion cleared his throat, smiling to diffuse the situation. All are distinguished individuals, yet he alone is the intermediary. Though it may not be a photolithography machine, it surely pertains to the blueprints of some precision component, which is still valuable. Su Yang, commendable performance, he remarked, observing Su Yang's calm demeanor, devoid of any visible disturbance. Just as Director Tion intended to approach, Su Yang spoke up unexpectedly. This is indeed the blueprint for a photolithography machine, the most advanced kind. Upon finishing, his gaze met that of the military man, unwavering and fearless. Wang Bingbing, upon hearing this, was filled with delight. Su Yang, how do you know this is a photolithography machine blueprint? Is there any evidence beyond mere assertion? As she spoke, Su Yang shifted his gaze. When his eyes met the starlight shimmering in Wang Bingbing's, he paused for a moment. After a brief hesitation, he replied, "There is no concrete evidence. I have previously studied this field and even constructed a photolithography machine. Although it cannot produce chips, the principles remain the same." Upon hearing Su Yang's revelation, Wang Bingbing gasped in astonishment. "Did I just hear you correctly? You single-handedly built a photolithography machine?" The incredulity of this statement was overwhelming. She recalled her earlier interview at the Kyoto Research Institute, where the director had informed her that their team of several hundred had labored for years without producing a single satisfactory mini photolithography machine. The man of her household, single-handedly accomplishing the tasks of an entire research institute. Wang Bingbing's exhilaration intensified with every thought, her eyes brimming with admiration. She had always known her man would never let her down. Simultaneously, Su Yang's words struck Mayor Yao's heart like a heavy hammer. If there had been even a shred of doubt lingering moments ago, perhaps Su Yang had indeed erred. And this was not the blueprint for a lithography machine. Such doubt evaporated the instant Su Yang uttered those words. No wonder he recognized the blueprint for the lithography machine. No wonder there was no trace of panic on Su Yang's face when confronted by the leaders. It turned out he had once crafted a lithography machine himself. Good heavens! This was utterly extraordinary. Mayor Yao could not help but curse inwardly. Which decent person casually constructs a lithography machine? Furthermore, is this a feat achievable by a single individual? Setting aside the complex scientific principles involved, the intricate components of a lithography machine could not possibly be produced without a sufficiently advanced industrial system. Even if one were to somehow fabricate it, mastering the required precision would take at least a decade. How old is Su Yang this year? Just in his early 20s, perhaps? Could he have begun studying lithography machines while still in the womb? How could that be? The only conceivable explanation is that Su Yang's genius has reached an astonishing level. Calling him a prodigy would be an understatement. As the gazes of those present began to shift noticeably towards Su Yang, a sudden cold snort echoed through the room. If Wang Depeo had merely harbored doubts and skepticism moments ago, at this moment, upon hearing Su Yang claim to have built a lithography machine, Wang Bingbing's unabashed admiration only fueled Wang Depeo's escalating dissatisfaction. It was as if he were glued to Su Yang's eyes, glaring without mercy. Such youthful arrogance, spouting nonsense. How could anyone possibly construct a lithography machine alone? Perhaps he could fool a naive girl, but to think he could deceive him with such fabrications? It was evident that this young man likely did not even recognize the blueprint. He was clearly attempting to swindle. Even if the blueprint were handed to him, he would still be incapable of constructing it. For in the Dragon Country, no, in the entire world, there exists no nation with the technological capabilities to fabricate a lithography machine. If this young man truly possessed such skills, would he still be here live streaming fishing? The more Wang Depeo pondered, the angrier he became. It seemed as though Su Yang was completely oblivious, casting a dispassionate gaze that did not even acknowledge Wang DePeo. His tone was devoid of emotion. Although the blueprint was indeed for a lithography machine, the most crucial components were not depicted. Su Yang's words once again struck the hearts of those present. Wang DePeo's pupils widened in shock. Just as he was about to speak, his phone rang abruptly. The sound deafening. Chapter 93. The Revelation, I am the father-in-law. Hearing the distinctive ringtone, Wang DePeo's expression immediately grew serious as he raised the phone to his ear. Just as he swiped to answer it, an urgent voice exclaimed, "Old Wang, where did you acquire this blueprint?" An urgent voice thundered from the other end of the phone. Startled, Wang DePeo instinctively pulled the device away from his ear. His heart raced, nearly prompting him to hurl the phone to the ground. Struggling to suppress his astonishment, he heard Director Zhang's voice, hoarse from agitation. "This is the blueprint for the most advanced lithography machine in the world." Upon hearing the term lithography machine, Wang DePeo gasped in disbelief, his eyes darting towards Su Yang, filled with incredulity. It was indeed true. This young man not only had the audacity to hook such information, but was genuinely familiar with the lithography machine's design. Initially, he had thought that Su Yang merely had a superficial understanding and was boasting to capture his daughter's attention. Thus, he had dismissed the notion that this was the blueprint for the lithography machine without hesitation. He aimed to test the young man's reaction and could not fathom that a mere fisherman from Haicheng would possess knowledge of such intricate designs. Now, after all the commotion, the fool turned out to be himself. Remembering the nonchalant gaze Su Yang had cast earlier, Wang DePeo felt a burning shame wash over him. How could a general like himself lose face before this young scoundrel? Just as his expression fluctuated between crimson and pale, the voice of old Zhang boomed again from the phone. "Chief, wait for me in Haicheng. I will be there shortly. Hello, old Zhang." Wang DePeo heard the busy signal and abruptly hung up, muttering under his breath, "I reckon he should be named Cannon instead." As he turned away, he felt the piercing gaze of Wang Bingbing upon him. Pouting her lips, she coldly remarked, "We all heard that." The person on the phone clearly stated, "This is the blueprint for the lithography machine. Are you deliberately framing Su Yang? Apologize." As soon as Wang Bingbing finished speaking, the previously serene atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Mayor Yao stared at the national goddess as if he had seen a ghost. How could she speak to the chief in such a manner? Was she truly disregarding everything for Su Yang? Even if she was unaware of the man's identity, she should at least recognize the rank on his shoulder epaulet. The tone of her complaint and defiance indicated she had not treated the chief as an outsider at all. This was certainly not the demeanor expected from a prominent figure on national television. Mayor Yao rubbed his nose. After all, this was Haicheng, and he needed to mediate. "Xiao Wang, your words are rather inappropriate. We should approach this matter with an objective mindset. How could there be any intention to frame anyone? Weren't we all unaware that this was a blueprint for the lithography machine just moments ago?" Before Mayor Yao could finish, the national goddess decisively interrupted him. Her voice as melodious as silver bells, equally enchanting and uncompromising. "If others are oblivious to the fact that this is a lithography machine blueprint, how could I possibly be unaware? Otherwise, why would I have called the director of the research institute? Now, the director is coming to Haicheng personally." Mayor Yao was momentarily speechless. The words of caution that were on the tip of my tongue were swallowed whole. Good heavens, everything was spot on. What a revelation. Yet left unspoken. Mayor Yao was frantically exchanging glances with Wang Bingbing. This girl was remarkably audacious. Her statement clearly implied, "I am well aware of your identity and rank, and I have certainly known about the lithography machine's blueprints all along." Yet she feigned ignorance, observing Wang Bingbing's resolute demeanor, seemingly unfazed. Mayor Yao cast a helpless glance at Wang DePeo. The viewers in the live stream, witnessing this scene, erupted in laughter. I'm dying of laughter. Does the mayor not realize they could be father and daughter? Of course he doesn't. If he did, would he still be mediating? His mind is probably racing with thoughts of how fierce this girl is. The mayor looks utterly flustered. Just look at his complexion. He must have never encountered someone so audacious in addressing a superior. She is exasperated. The nation's goddess is genuinely upset this time. She almost blurted out a personal vendetta. It's clear this is a father-in-law scrutinizing his son-in-law. No matter how one looks at it, it's a disapproving gaze. I can't wait to see how the mayor will respond when the truth is revealed. just as the viewers were all smiles and eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. A voice suddenly pierced the air. "You can't blame me." Wang Depeo, initially exuding authority and presence, now found himself avoiding Wang Bingbing's gaze. His tone laced with an unmistakable sense of grievance. Mayor Yao, whose thinning hair seemed to threaten to slide off his head, felt an eerie sensation wash over him. This was bizarre, too bizarre. His eyes darted between the two. Wang Bingbing appeared entirely unperturbed, while Wang Depeo looked sheepish and contrite. Mayor Yao's gaze flitted wildly between the two, disbelief gripping him. Surely, it couldn't be as he suspected, just as he was in the throes of panic. Wang Depeo delivered a precise blow. "Daughter, are you no longer angry?" Father was wrong. The clamor of falling objects echoed through the room. "Daughter?" Wang Bingbing and this official were indeed father and daughter. Mayor Yao's legs buckled, but fortunately, Director Tian was there to steady him. Observing the mayor's horrified expression, he realized his own countenance must be even more ghastly. No wonder the nation's goddess spoke with such abandon. What daughter would be concerned about her father? This was utterly outrageous. Director Tian instinctively glanced at his mayor. From their exchanged glances, they gleaned the information they sought. Why had the official appeared here so early in the morning? He had come specifically to Haicheng. He was here to see Su Yang. The father-in-law was here to visit his future son-in-law. Had this fisherman truly evolved to such a level? The highest-ranking general of the Dragon Kingdom had come to Haicheng, and it seemed he might even become his father-in-law. Mayor Yao felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as he processed Wang Depeo's declaration. Su Yang, typically exhibiting an indifferent demeanor, for the first time displayed a look of utter bewilderment. He glanced at Wang Bingbing, then at Wang Depeo, his gaze oscillating between them, appearing adorably dazed. Witnessing Su Yang's endearing expression was a rare delight for the viewers in the live stream, causing an explosive reaction in the chat. Chapter 94, A Fisherman. Bewildering the adorable girl. After a brief 2-second pause, the barrage of comments erupted furiously on the screen. The host's expression could make me laugh for a lifetime. I confess, I'm a father-in-law. Tell me, are you afraid? That lost little gaze, looking utterly confused, is simply too adorable. The host never anticipated that events would unfold in such an unforeseen direction. Lock this pair in. How about the national goddess becomes our Haicheng daughter-in-law? Our Haicheng is indeed a world-class, livable city. No matter how good Haicheng is, can it compare to the resources of Kyoto, the schools, the hospitals, the household registration in Kyoto? Don't steal our people. Wow, I just logged in and the online count is already in the millions. How ridiculous is that? What happened? You've missed the most exciting moment since the host started streaming. Hiss, what happened that suddenly brought so many viewers? Hehe. While you're all engrossed, did you not notice who just entered the live stream? As the viewers engaged in discussions about the sudden surge in the live stream's audience, at Haicheng television station, Lin Wenguang stared at the backstage data on the screen, utterly astonished. Ever since the largest live streaming platform upgraded Su Yang's streaming system, the recommendations were now based on online popularity algorithms. On this ordinary weekday morning, there was no doubt that Su Yang's stream had the highest viewership across the platform. Consequently, the algorithm automatically granted Su Yang additional recommendation spots. With more recommendations, combined with the support of the viewers, the number of people entering Su Yang's live stream soared to several million in just a few minutes. However, the cake was finite. The price for Su Yang's millions of viewers was a significant drop in traffic for other streamers, just as Su Yang's audience was skyrocketing at a terrifying pace. In another studio, the adorable girl was live streaming. Suddenly, a comment appeared. "Brothers, why are you still watching the adorable girl? Hurry over to Su Yang's stream." The instant this comment appeared, it was met with a barrage of attacks from the adorable girl's fans. "Wow, did you take a wrong turn? This is the adorable girl's live stream. Can't you see she just got out of bed? Hee. No, brother, you didn't take a wrong turn. Just taking a stroll next door while she's waking up. Goodness, Su Yang's live stream is far more entertaining than the adorable girl's. Is Su Yang the one who identified the genuine dragon head and received public commendation from several ministries? Yes, that's him. Brothers, hurry and check it out. You won't be disappointed, and there are some unexpected big names too. What a surprise. As I glanced over, I thought to myself, just wait if it's not impressive. I'll come back to give you a good thrashing. The sudden scene left the naive girl in shock. What on earth? Although she was aware that competition among streamers on live platforms was fierce, She had never encountered anyone brazenly attempting to steal viewers in her own streaming room. The naive girl instantly lost her composure. Clearing her throat, she opened her microphone. Dear brothers, do not be deceived. These other streamers are but illusions. I am a genuine article. Allow me to showcase my talents, whether it be singing or playing an instrument. I can do it all. Don't leave, dear viewers. However, her usually obedient fans seemed indifferent today. On any other occasion, donations would have flooded in, and the screen would be inundated with comments. Yet today, the chat remained eerily silent, as if trapped in a vacuum. Even the few thousand fans who remained were disinterested, while the naive girl was momentarily taken aback. A particular comment caught her attention once again. Brothers, I just returned from Su Yang's stream, and wow, that guy upstairs wasn't lying. Not only are there beautiful women in Su Yang's stream, but also mysterious big shots. Upon reading this comment, her mind buzzed, and her tone sharply rose. How could they leave so irresponsibly? What man could possibly be more captivating than me? As she spoke, she struck a charming pose. At this moment, the naive girl remained somewhat unconcerned. Most of her viewers were gentlemen. What do gentlemen enjoy? ISNT at the pretense of vulnerability and watching her act coy? With this tactic, wouldn't all her fans be completely under her spell? How could they possibly leave? Seeing the chat fall silent, the expression on her face began to relax. Just as she prepared to make herself some breakfast cereal, a new comment appeared. Naive girl, I'm sorry. I've given it serious thought, and we're just not compatible. Let us not be in contact anymore. I'm afraid Su Yang might misunderstand. Immediately after this comment appeared, her dwindling number of fans vanished. It was clear they had all flocked to Su Yang's stream. The naive girl, witnessing her stream dwindle to just a handful of viewers, burst into tears. This is so unfair. Why must I be subjected to such torment so early in the morning? Who exactly is this Su Yang? Determined, she decided she could no longer continue her stream. To know her enemy is to ensure victory. She had to see for herself what magic lay within Su Yang's stream. With this thought in mind, the naive girl quickly communicated with the moderator. After receiving permission to take a break, she promptly closed her stream. Without a moment's hesitation, she seamlessly transitioned into Su Yang's stream. In stark contrast to the desolate atmosphere of her own stream, the energy in Su Yang's room was nothing short of explosive. Viewers greeted one another with familiarity, as if they had known each other for ages. Hello, everyone. I've come over from the naive girl stream. Please take care of me. Wow, brother. You have also arrived from the realm of the charming Decryption, just as I have. Ah, how splendid this place is. You have truly made the right choice in coming here. What could possibly be more captivating than the clever banter between a son-in-law and his father-in-law? Moreover, soon we shall be graced by the presence of distinguished figures from Kyoto. Goodness gracious, is that the man in military attire? My limited education leaves me no choice but to express my excitement in such a manner. Brothers, I hope you will not take offense. What a remarkable experience. Being new here, with little to offer, I shall commence with a generous donation. Allow me to lead by example. It must be said, the viewers in Decryption's live stream are all quite astute. They are not ones for idle chatter. They shower Su Yang with wave after wave of donations, leaving everyone astonished. However, this scene was fortuitously witnessed by Decryption herself, who, upon seeing those familiar faces, was suddenly overcome with sorrow. Instantly, she transformed into a keyboard warrior in Su Yang's live stream. Brothers, do you not have any heart? Have you truly abandoned me? To watch a live stream is one thing, but to shower donations at the slightest provocation, why do I not receive such treatment? Oh dear, Su Yang, I am Decryption, and I come to pay my respects. From this moment on, you shall be my elder brother. After sending these 3 messages, Decryption steadied herself and promptly donated a super rocket. Predictably, this incited a chorus of cheers from the other viewers. Lin Wenguang, watching from the screen, was utterly astonished. This is the formidable prowess of Su Yang. Not only is his live stream extraordinarily popular, but he is also drawn in Decryption's fans. It is remarkable enough to attract fans. But even Decryption herself has come to watch the stream. There is no doubt about the prowess of top-tier streamers on this platform. He had a premonition. Tomorrow, no. For the entire month ahead, his television station stock would reach unprecedented heights, all thanks to this charismatic figure. Lost in such thoughts, Lin Wenguang could hardly contain his excitement. Just then, a sudden and jarring buzzing sound filled the live stream. Following the sound, Lin Wenguang turned to see, goodness, A helicopter. Chapter 95. The Grand Summoning Technique. The Mightiest Leader. The unexpected and piercing noise of the helicopter caused everyone present to frown. The decibel level was almost enough to rupture an eardrum. Wang Bingbing instinctively covered her ears, squinting her eyes to gaze at the helicopter in the distance. She recognized this model from magazines. The Schwarzer 300. Could it be that yet another significant figure is making an appearance? All eyes were drawn to the sudden arrival of the helicopter. Styling a glunt at Su Yang. Wang Bingbing found him once again wearing a calm expression. She could not help but reflect on the individual he had just spoken with, her heart filled with emotion. In the Dragon Kingdom, there are a few elders who serve as unwavering pillars of strength. Even the Eagle Nation has proclaimed that as long as these few remain, the third season cannot truly commence. They stand against the Dragon Kingdom with absolutely no chance of victory. The one with whom he had just spoken is indeed one of them. It is evident that Zhang, holding the esteemed position of director at the Research Institute, embodies not merely a title, but a significant standing and influence within the Dragon Kingdom. Remarkably, this individual has chosen to adopt a humble demeanor, opting to visit Haicheng to meet Su Yang. What is even more perplexing is that Su Yang, an ordinary fishing streamer, remains unfazed by encounters with prominent figures, treating them with the same simplicity as one might approach the act of eating or drinking. As she gazes upon the towering figure before her, Wang Bingbing finds her understanding continually challenged. A question arises in her heart. Is he truly just a mere fisherman? Reflecting on the initial apprehensions she harbored regarding her family's acceptance of Su Yang's identity, she realizes that in just a few short days, her concerns have shifted. Now, she contemplates whether Su Yang might regard her with disdain. The notion that she has begun to care about another's perception of her is bewildering. As Wang Bingbing's thoughts swirl in uncertainty, she spots an elderly gentleman disembarking from a helicopter in the distance. Her heart quickens before she can fully process the scene. She witnesses her father, Wang Depeo, striding confidently toward the elder, accompanied by a robust man. Upon recognizing his old companion stepping down from the helicopter, Wang Depeo is taken aback. He is well aware that his old friend typically abhors any semblance of privilege. Yet, here he is, making such a conspicuous entrance to Haicheng, and for the purpose of meeting a live-streaming fisherman, no less. As Zhang steps off the aircraft and spots Wang Depeo, his eyes gleam with excitement. Before Wang Depeo can utter a word, Zhang eagerly inquires about the location of the lithography machine's blueprints and the whereabouts of the young man who had procured them. Unbeknownst to Zhang, as he enthusiastically engages with Wang Depeo, the camera on Liu Xiaobao's chest is capturing the moment, broadcasting it live to an eager audience. The viewers in the live stream erupt with fervor upon seeing his face. Good heavens! Am I mistaken? Is this not the esteemed figure that the earlier brother mentioned? He has arrived too? This must be the same person who just spoke with the general. My word, is he not the one who expressed a desire to visit Haicheng to meet the streamer? How quickly he has arrived by helicopter. The streamer is truly remarkable. Zhang is also my idol. I bow to him. This is the most authentic Zhang I have ever seen. The streamer is extraordinary, essentially summoning top-tier figures from the Dragon Kingdom to Haicheng. Oh dear, compared to these illustrious visitors, I feel utterly insignificant. Indeed, the real self of the aforementioned girl has spoken wisely. There is simply no comparison. These are the pinnacle of talent across various fields in the Dragon Kingdom. When will I ever reach the level of a streamer? No. When will I ever attain even a fraction of their stature? Dear brother above, your words are becoming incoherent. Everyone, please quiet down. Zhang must be here to discuss the lithography machine's blueprints. Let's continue to observe. As Su Yang catches sight of the newcomer, dressed in scholarly attire, he surmises that this must be an influential figure arriving from the capital. The morning had passed, and the sun gradually ascended, its scorching heat stirring a sense of discomfort within. Just as Su Yang contemplated leading Liu Xiaobao to the shade of a nearby tree to escape the sweltering heat, he noticed the elderly gentleman who had just alighted from the helicopter striding purposefully towards him, his eyes sparkling with vitality. Young man, you are remarkable. Thank you for retrieving the lithography machine blueprints. Su Yang was momentarily taken aback, but as he discerned the familiar features of the elderly man, his surprise swiftly dissipated, and he regained his composure, extending a handshake to Zhang. Not at all. It is my honor to have such a venerable figure visit here. Observing Su Yang's poise and confidence, Zhang felt an even greater satisfaction. He turned to cast a stern glare at Wang Depeo. Fully aware of his old friend's busy schedule and the purpose of his trip to Haiqing, it was rumored that he had just put this young man through a trial. How foolish. Just look at this impressive young man. He is clearly of exceptional caliber. Where else could one find such an outstanding son-in-law? Truly insatiable. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, his gaze toward Su Yang grew increasingly approving. Under Zhang's enthusiastic scrutiny, even Su Yang found it somewhat overwhelming. Zhang, the sun in Haiqing is quite intense. Let us converse in a cooler place, Su Yang suggested, gesturing invitingly as he led Zhang toward the shade. After a few brief exchanges of pleasantries, Zhang promptly shifted to the matter at hand. In an instant, he transformed from the amiable, neighborly elder into a serious professional. Su Yang understood that this lifelong researcher had come solely for the blueprints. Without delay, Mayor Yao, who had been waiting nearby, handed the blueprints to Zhang. Zhang accepted the two remarkably light sheets of paper with an almost reverent demeanor, his expression grave as he examined them closely. Time slipped by, and beads of sweat, the size of soybeans, began to bead on Zhang's forehead. Gradually, his frail body began to tremble uncontrollably. Su Yang furrowed his brow, prepared to support Zhang at any moment. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. When Zhang finally finished reviewing the lithography machine blueprints, he erupted into joyous laughter, even bouncing on the spot. Ha 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 ha! The lithography machine is indeed the most advanced blueprint, he exclaimed. Bravo, Su Yang, you have accomplished a tremendous feat. After his outburst, he laughed again, repeatedly slapping his slender thigh. The jubilant atmosphere was palpable among all present, each aware of the monumental impact this blueprint could have on the nation. However, amidst the elation, only Su Yang remained composed, his lips pressed tightly together and his expression unyielding. Witnessing these pillars of the nation, who poured their heart and soul into the country, reveling in joy, a flicker of compassion flashed in Su Yang's eyes. With a faint sigh, he spoke softly, "There may be some issues with this blueprint." Chapter 96. The bewildered father-in-law. Is the son-in-law really this impressive? The scorching sun of Haiqing felt suddenly icy in the wake of Su Yang's words, enveloping the crowd in an unexpected chill. In the fleeting moment, Zhang's smile lingered on his face, only to be swiftly replaced by an expression frozen in disbelief. He slowly turned his head, incredulously gazing at Su Yang, as his mind replayed Su Yang's words. Is there a problem with the schematics? The onlookers were equally perplexed. How could this be? They all turned their hopeful gazes toward Zhang. He picked up the schematics for the lithography machine once more, scrutinizing them back and forth repeatedly. After several confirmations, he furrowed his brow and directed his gaze at Su Yang. May I inquire, Mr. Su, what exactly is incorrect with the schematics? I fail to see it. Before Su Yang could respond, Zhang's question had already begun to alter the expressions of those around them. Wang Depeo seized the moment, launching into a furious tirade. Kid, do you even know who Zhang is? In Longhua, no one dares to challenge him in the realm of lithography research. You, a mere fisherman, think you can outshine an expert? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. He simply could not fathom what his daughter saw in this insufferable brat. After spending so long in Haicheng, he was reluctant to return to Kyoto. Had it not been for stumbling upon his daughter's image on trending searches, he would have remained blissfully unaware. It turned out she was secretly pursuing a fishing streamer. The thought nearly took his breath away. Clearly, he was the only one invested in this, and apart from his face, what else did the boy have to offer? When the brat had recognized the lithography schematics earlier, he had assumed him to be a hidden talent. Yet now, a single statement had unveiled his naivety. A problem with the schematics? Was he jesting? If old Zhang could not discern it, how could he? Wang Depeo wore a look of indignation, utterly oblivious to the eerie silence enveloping the atmosphere. Everyone was observing his expression, hesitant to voice their thoughts, their faces twisted in odd expressions. However, at that moment, Wang Depeo remained oblivious to the fact that his words had been echoed numerous times by others present. Mayor Yao, who had initially appeared anxious, now found an inexplicable calm settling within him. It was unclear when it had begun, but his trust in Su Yang had reached a formidable depth. If Su Yang asserted that there was an issue with the schematics, his instinctive response was to believe him. Consequently, the the mayor's countenance darkened. If the lithography schematics were indeed flawed, the path to resolving Longwa's current chip issues would be arduous. Yet, the prevailing circumstances in Longwa, marked by an unprecedented upheaval, demanded an urgent resolution to the bottleneck technology of chips. In a certain sense, these schematics were a timely lifeline. Every citizen of Longwa fervently wished for no missteps regarding the lithography schematics. With this thought in mind, a glimmer of determination shone in Mayor Yao's eyes. He approached Su Yang and inquired, "Su Yang, since you can discern the issue with the lithography schematics, could you kindly elaborate on what the problem is? Let's see if we can rectify it." Upon hearing this, Zhang's previously dim eyes sparkled with renewed hope as he eagerly awaited Su Yang's response. Indeed, Longwa, a vast nation and a manufacturing powerhouse, had the schematics in hand. What obstacle could possibly remain insurmountable? Mr. Su, please share your thoughts. This blueprint is crucial for the advancement of our nation's chip development. We are fully prepared to cooperate with any solvable issues. The eager gazes of the crowd turned towards Su Yang. The enthusiastic netizens in the live stream were also quite active. How absurd! After such difficulty in acquiring the lithography machine, there are still issues with the blueprint? Is that fisherman incapable? Why the rush? Don't you believe in his capabilities? Why don't you present a lithography machine blueprint? By the way, how can our nation utilize this flawed lithography machine blueprint? Are you still a fool? We have a host here. Haven't you seen the experts proactively inquiring about how to resolve the issues? Indeed, the host will certainly not disappoint us. Moreover, he has previously constructed a lithography machine. So, if the host merely shares a bit of experience and knowledge, a simple gesture could lead to success. However, in the face of the anticipation both on-site and online, Su Yang merely shook his head indifferently. His gaze settled on a detailed component diagram on the second blueprint. Remaining silent, following Su Yang's line of sight, Zhang's heart sank, as if doused with cold water. He instantly comprehended why Su Yang indicated that there were issues with the lithography machine blueprint. The intricate component illustrated on the second page could not be manufactured with the current industrial capabilities of our nation. In other words, what purpose does the acquired lithography machine blueprint serve if we cannot reach such heights? The brilliance in Zhang's eyes dimmed abruptly, akin to a black hole devoid of focus. Wang Depeo, witnessing his old partner in such a state, felt an unexpected frustration akin to seeing a failure in one's own aspirations. It was as if someone was gaining renown at the expense of his own pride. Old Zhang, after a lifetime in this field, how could you allow a mere young novice to outmaneuver you? If he claims there are issues, then there must be. Hurry back to the Research Institute, and let us delve into it together. I refuse to believe that a room full of PhDs, postdocs, and experts cannot outwit a mere fisherman. As he spoke, he scoffed. Hearing Wang Depeo's words, Zhang felt no surge of motivation. He shook his head, raising his murky eyes to regard his old companion, offering a bitter smile and replying helplessly. Old friend, if only it were as simple as you say. Ineptitude is simply ineptitude. Picking up the second blueprint, he pointed to the component and remarked, even this simplest screw cannot be produced by any machine in our nation. Zhang's words plunged the entire assembly into silence. Everyone collectively recalled the technology that had long perplexed our nation, the steel ball of a ballpoint pen. With a thickness of merely 0.3 millimeters, it demanded an exceptionally high processing precision and stringent requirements for stainless steel raw materials. It was not until 2017 that Taiyuan Iron and Steel Group successfully developed materials suitable for ballpoint pen tips. Now, it is a mere screw that hinders the progress of our nation. The faces of nearly everyone present bore the marks of despondency. The excitement that once surged at the beginning has now morphed into profound disappointment. However, Mayor Yao Song of Haicheng remained deeply engrossed in the blueprints, his expression contemplative. Chapter 97. A provocation from his son-in-law, the vanishing satellite, the inexplicable intrusion of the Eagle Nation systems, and the positioning device previously located within the Dragon Head. Mayor Yao pieced together the events of the past few days in his mind, particularly today's photolithography machine blueprint, a design that even Zhang had failed to recognize as flawed at first glance. Had it not been for Su Yang's presence today, this blueprint would have undoubtedly been set into production, perhaps even revered as a treasure by the Dragon Nation. When monumental resources in manpower, material, and finances were invested, only to discover at the production of the second blueprint that a certain screw lacked a mold for fabrication. An impossibility given the current industrial capacity of the Dragon Nation. What a tremendous waste of time would ensue. At that point, they might not only realize they had squandered invaluable time in the wrong direction, but also that this erroneous blueprint could halt the Dragon Nation's research on photolithography machines altogether. In the realm of scientific research, time is indeed money. If the lion remains in slumber, amidst the intricacies of international relations, Mayor Yao was suddenly reminded of the conflict that erupted at 4 in the morning between two nations in the Middle East, as well as the recent uproar surrounding the third season online. All these events, it seemed, were inextricably linked to the Eagle Nation. A chill of dread crept over Mayor Yao as his expression shifted abruptly. Lifting his gaze, he met the knowing looks of his companions. Unlike Zhang, who was consumed by his research, those who had endured the past few days had all sensed the ominous undertones of a hidden conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. Almost all shared a singular resolve. Regardless of the Eagle Nation's underlying schemes, they must not be allowed to succeed. Mayor Yao's attention shifted to Su Yang. In this moment, their sole hope rested upon this young man. Reflecting on this, Mayor Yao murmured to himself, since the problem had been identified, the photolithography blueprint, hard won, must not be relinquished so easily. His words resonated with conviction, jolting Zhang and Wang Depeo back to reality from their own musings. Indeed, Wang Depeo firmly patted Zhang's shoulder, striving to convey his silent support. Facing this old comrade who had fought alongside him for decades, a man without children who was soon to retire, having devoted his life to the chip industry of the Dragon Nation. Wang Depeo understood the depth of Zhang's initial exhilaration upon seeing the photolithography blueprint, now overshadowed by despondency. Yet, as the backbone of the Dragon Nation, he must summon the strength to persevere. He believed that Zhang would undoubtedly surmount the challenges before him, for presently, the entire Dragon Nation could only rely on Zhang. However, unbeknownst to Wang Depeo, Zhang's thoughts diverged completely from his own. At the very moment Wang Depeo laid his hand on Zhang's shoulder, the overlap of movements suddenly reminded him of Professor Wu's words before their departure. The once dim gaze was instantly filled with dazzling starlight, and the hunched back straightened in an instant. Witnessing the transformation of his old companion, Wang Depeo felt a surge of comfort in his heart. This was the Zhang Suo he knew. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Zhang Suo's unwavering gaze fixed on Su Yang. He stepped forward, grasping Su Yang's arm, and said, "Little Su, since the problem has been identified, I believe you must have a solution. Why don't you take a look?" Not only Zhang Suo, but also Mayor Yao, Director Tian, Wang Bingbing, and nearly everyone present looked at Su Yang with eager anticipation. Wang Depeo, who usually exuded authority, stared incredulously at the scene before him. With a raised brow, his tone transformed. "Old Zhang, have you lost your mind?" Wang Depeo's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of astonishment. Old Zhang was actually seeking assistance from fishermen. He was an expert in the chip industry. This fisherman, merely recognizing a flaw in the blueprints, could have simply stumbled upon luck. How could he possibly resolve the issue? Was this not a fool's errand? Old Zhang was truly desperate, throwing caution to the wind. Realizing this, Wang Depeo gazed at Su Yang with a hint of resentment. That scoundrel not only harmed his daughter, but also ensnared his brother. How could he not fathom what sort of secret elixir he had fed these people? Why did they all trust this little rascal so unconditionally? He had noticed how Mayor Yao and even his own daughter looked at Su Yang, their eyes practically glistening with admiration. Could this imp truly draft a lithography machine blueprint? Wang Depeo simmered with indignation. Observing her father's furious demeanor, Wang Bingbing furrowed her brow, feeling as if her father had been possessed. Was this truly her stoic father? He had always imparted wisdom to her, claiming to be inscrutable in his emotions. Since she could remember, she had never seen her father display such a range of expressions. Moreover, what puzzled her more was that even if it was his first day meeting Su Yang, he should have heard about the events that transpired in Haicheng from others. Why was he so stubbornly convinced that Su Yang was incapable? Even the director of the research institute believed in Su Yang. Shouldn't her own father offer greater support for her and for Su Yang? Contemplating this, Wang Bingbing felt her eyes welling with tears. She looked at Wang Depeo and coldly declared, "Whether Su Yang can accomplish this, he will prove it himself. There is no need for your denial." Her words instantly changed Wang Depeo's expression. An awkward atmosphere enveloped the room, and nearly everyone could sense the undercurrents between the father and daughter. All eyes darted away, feigning ignorance with remarkable professionalism. The spectacle of leadership was not for everyone to witness. Of course, this did not include the viewers in the live stream. Early in the morning, this drama is truly delightful. One fears that the cabbages in his field will be raided, while the daughter fiercely guards the streamer. The military officer really is something. Now, who in the entire Dragon Country could possibly be unaware of Su Yang's remarkable achievements? It is evident that some are reluctant to acknowledge this exceptional son-in-law. After all, holding a high position is only natural for them to harbor such sentiments. I find myself furtively anticipating how the father-in-law will respond when the angler finally takes action. The commander has clearly lost his composure. Has he not realized, or is he unwilling to believe that the streamer once created a lithography machine? If one were to consider an exception amidst the crowd, it would undoubtedly be Zhang, whose mind was solely preoccupied with blueprints. Despite the awkward atmosphere enveloping everyone present, Zhang remained oblivious. Grasping Su Yang's arm with one hand while holding the blueprint with the other, he inquired, "Xiao Su, could you possibly make some alterations to this drawing?" Wang Depeo scoffed internally, convinced that Su Yang would undoubtedly decline. Yet, in the next moment, an unforgettable scene unfolded before his eyes. Chapter 98, The Commander's Astonishment. Su Yang's Reward. Su Yang lifted his gaze, intentionally casting a glance at Wang Depeo. Without a moment's hesitation, he accepted the blueprint and the pen from Zhang's hand. This action left everyone present utterly bewildered. Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief. He instinctively reached out to grasp Su Yang's hand, but halted at the last moment. Was this young man truly attempting to draw by hand? What a jest! This was the blueprint for a lithography machine. However, the next instant, as Su Yang's pen tip made contact with the paper, Zhang could not help but take a step back. In Zhang's recollection, only his master, a founding figure, possessed such extraordinary skill. And this youth, how old could he possibly be? With unwavering focus, Su Yang guided the pen across the blueprint. His hand, steady as a mountain, deftly sketched the intricate lines of the components with precision and agility. It was unimaginable that such finesse could be achieved without decades of experience. Suppressing his astonishment, Zhang stepped forward, eager to scrutinize the blueprint in Su Yang's hand. Yet, before he could take a closer look, the young man had already handed the revised drawing over. "All right, the rest is for you to handle. Is that satisfactory?" Dumbfounded, Zhang accepted the lithography machine's blueprint. When he finally discerned the modifications made by Su Yang, his facial expression betrayed him once more. Su Yang had replaced the impossible-to-manufacture screws and revised the previous components. Each part's dimensions were meticulously annotated. This method effectively resolved the current production challenges. Zhang's pupils dilated in disbelief. What appeared to be a simple modification of components was not lost on him. It was crystal clear. A slight deviation in detail could lead to disastrous consequences. By eliminating the non-manufacturable screws and altering the shapes of the components, this approach would necessitate starting the entire design process anew. In a brief span, it would require reevaluating the logical design and establishing new regulations, along with considerations for manufacturing and sealing tests. Every link in the chain is intricately connected. A single flaw in one segment can lead to the collapse of the entire endeavor. However, it is evident that Su Yang has meticulously considered every specification of each component. As Zhang Su examined the blueprint, his excitement became increasingly difficult to contain. Observing the rapid changes in his expression, Wang Depeo cast a skeptical glance at Su Yang. Approaching Zhang Su's side, he remained incredulous. "Old Zhang, this blueprint." Hearing the voice of his longtime comrade, Zhang Su's exhilaration surged even further. "Depeo, can you believe it? Old Wu was absolutely right. This Su Yang is truly a treasure of our Dragon Nation. Look, he has indeed drawn the schematic for the lithography machine. With this blueprint, our chip industry has advanced at least 2 decades. Witnessing the undeniable sparkle in his old comrade's eyes, Wang Depeo pressed his lips tightly together, his emotions swirling in complexity. If he still believed that Su Yang was merely showing off, the absurdity would lie with him. As the sole general of the Dragon Nation, Wang Depeo felt a tinge of frustration. Surely, he was not so naive. The moment Su Yang calmly accepted the blueprint, his pen touching the paper, Wang Depeo felt both relief and sorrow. The relief stemmed from the hope that this young man might alleviate the stranglehold on their nation. Yet, an indescribable sense of disappointment washed over him as he cast a reluctant glance at his daughter. She was completely captivated by that insufferable young man's every move. The sensation of a heartache surged again. After nurturing her for over 20 years, was she truly about to be taken away? Gazing at his daughter's silhouette, Wang Depeo was overwhelmed with sorrow, nearly brought to tears. However, oblivious to all this, Wang Bingbing trailed closely behind Su Yang, her heart racing with excitement. Regardless of whether it was her father or Zhang Su, they were revered figures in Kyoto. Yet, in the presence of Su Yang, the aura of their status faded. To him, they were all the same. He didn't even finish drawing the blueprint for Zhang Su, simply stating, "You all can handle the rest." To outsiders, this was utterly outrageous. Without prior knowledge of Su Yang's achievements, one might easily mistake him for an arrogant young talent. Yet, witnessing Zhang Su's reaction and the mention of Professor Wu, Wang Bingbing realized that her man's exploits must have gained fame in Kyoto. As a fishing streamer, he not only defused bombs with his bare hands, but also solved the transnational human trafficking case involving women and children. He had recovered the long-lost dragon head that had been abroad for a century and even helped reclaim satellites that mysteriously vanished, while simultaneously exposing a conspiracy from the Eagle Sauce. Each of these accomplishments was nothing short of extraordinary. If one were to declare Su Yang an unprecedented genius, who could possibly disagree? The national goddess covertly admired Su Yang's profile, her cheeks flushed. Was this man truly without any limitations? How is it that he possesses such an array of formidable skills simultaneously? For a moment, Wang Bingbing was utterly captivated by Su Yang, completely oblivious to her father's murderous glare. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were in stitches, declaring, "I hereby announce that in this round, the father-in-law has been utterly defeated, reduced to nothing but scraps. I admire the host's immense fortitude. The national goddess seems to be entirely smitten. Even before she knew the host was a general, she was already somewhat enamored. Goodness, one by one, all the experts from the Dragon Nation have been vanquished by the host, and he's merely a fishing streamer? Su Yang's expertise is truly commendable. To be frank, I have reasonable doubts that the fisherman is merely concealing his true identity. Dai Xiaomei, no wonder my wealthy patrons have all left. With a host like this, how will I sustain myself in the future?" The crucial point is that, even when faced with experts and generals, the host remains neither humble nor arrogant, something few can achieve. A common person would have cowered long ago, wouldn't they? Observing the incessantly popping comments, in an office in Kyoto, a high-ranking official slammed his hand on the desk. It had been ages since he had seen old Wang in such a predicament. Bingbing has a discerning eye. If he were present, he might even give this young man a thumbs up. From the moment he received the man's dossier, he felt a strong premonition. This young man, regardless of the field he engages in, has the potential to rise to the pinnacle of his industry. Clearly, Su Yang did not disappoint this time. It was time to reward Su Yang. With that thought, the official pressed the intercom on his desk. Chapter 99. The Livestream platform offers shares. The magnate seeks acceptance. On site in Haicheng, witnessing his daughter's bashful demeanor, Wang Depeo felt a whirlwind of emotions. Just as he was about to speak, a uniquely melodic ringtone echoed. Upon hearing that distinct ringtone, Wang Depeo's expression shifted. He hastily retrieved his phone and stepped aside to answer the call, fearing he would be a second too late. Seeing the caller's name on the screen, Wang Depeo's scalp tingled. Why would the official personally call him? Had something happened in Kyoto? On the other side, as Su Yang prepared to find a shady spot to rest with Wang Bingbing, a top-tier sports car emblazoned with the Livestream platform's logo came into view. Liu Xiaobao regarded it with suspicion. A sharply dressed man emerged from the vehicle, traversing the serene path with a document in hand, making a beeline for Su Yang. In no time, the man stood before Su Yang, extending his hand. "Good day, Mr. Su. I am Lin Wang, the general manager of the television station and the Livestream platform. I have a document here that requires your signature." Upon hearing Lin Wang's words, a look of confusion flickered across Su Yang's face. A document requiring his signature? Wasn't the contract for the Livestream platform typically completed online? Beside him, Liu Xiaobao and Wang Bingbing exchanged perplexed glances. As a professional in the media industry, Wang Bingbing is undoubtedly well acquainted with this renowned platform. However, given her partner's current stature, even a visit from her superior would necessitate a courteous acknowledgement. Regardless of one's title as a general manager, such discourtesy, demanding her partner's signature upon arrival, seemed quite inappropriate. This thought left Wang Bingbing somewhat displeased. One inflated sense of self-importance. Lin Wenguang, noticing the change in expression before him, swiftly realized that his actions had been somewhat abrupt. Accustomed to commanding subordinates, he had momentarily failed to adjust his demeanor. While contemplating this, he hastily extended the document in his hand, donning a conciliatory smile. Mr. Su, this document requires your personal signature to take effect. Before Su Yang could respond, Liu Xiaobao perceptibly seized the document. After a cursory glance, his eyes widened in surprise, his face betraying an uncontrollable delight. What a revelation! The general manager had come to personally deliver shares. Liu Xiaobao, suppressing his astonishment, quickly presented the document to his brother. Su Yang glanced at it and was equally taken aback. It turned out to be a share transfer agreement. According to its contents, due to Su Yang's exceptional performance in live streaming, which had yielded unexpectedly impressive results for the platform, they were offering him 20% of the shares. So, the general manager had specifically come to bestow shares upon him. A flicker of skepticism crossed Su Yang's eyes. Previously, he had only heard that live streaming platforms typically sign contracts with top-tier anchors. He had never encountered a situation where someone rushed to deliver shares. His slender fingers tapped on the document's page, and a glimmer of light flashed in his gaze as he spoke in a cold, measured tone. Manager Lin, these shares are not being given away freely, are they? Upon hearing Su Yang's inquiry, Lin Wenguang immediately perked up. Rest assured, Mr. Su, due to your influence, the platform's stock price has surged recently. These shares are a token of our sincerity, with no hidden stipulations. We simply hope for a lasting collaboration. Lin Wenguang wore a humble smile, his attitude bordering on obsequiousness. Upon hearing the final mention of collaboration, Wang Bingbing understood the underlying motive. No wonder the leading live streaming platform was so eager to present Su Yang with shares. They were likely concerned about him signing with rival platforms once the program concluded. Observing this scene, netizens couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The anchor is incredible. Even Li Jieqi hasn't had a platform come to him with such eagerness. I recognize this Lin Wenguang. He is a trusted aide of Zhang Yiming. If Zhang Yiming were back from the Eagle Country, he would have personally sought out the anchor. What stature does this anchor possess? Goodness. While others merely receive preferential resources, he seems to have transformed the platform into his own domain. The anchor has hit the jackpot. 20% of his shares. Will we see his name on next year's Forbes list? Noticing that Su Yang had momentarily paused, Lin Wenguang's expression turned anxious. Before leaving, Zhang had already given him specific instructions. If this matter is not handled properly, he need not return to work. With this thought, he hastily retrieved the steel pen he always carried. With an almost domineering demeanor, he thrust it into Su Yang's hand and urgently spoke. Mr. Su, rest assured. Just sign here, and we will assign dedicated personnel to manage the rest. In other words, you can simply sit back and reap the rewards. Upon hearing Lin Wenguang's words, Su Yang nodded silently and affixed his signature at the designated spot. Observing this, Lin Wenguang let out a long sigh of relief. Seeing Su Yang's bold signature, he nodded in satisfaction. All settled, Mr. Su. I shall now proceed with the legal formalities. I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. After completing the legal procedures, I will return to deliver the contract to you. With that, Lin Wenguang nodded, content, and briskly departed with the documents. Soon, the sound of a sports car roaring away was heard. The viewers in the live stream erupted once again upon witnessing Su Yang's signature. Wow, wow, wow. He signed it. That SA stake in Douyin, and they hold 1/5 of the shares. The host is incredible. I, a professional in the Hong Kong stock market, have seen Douyin stock soar because of the host's influence. No. You're mistaken. It was already declining, but after the host unveiled the lithography machine blueprint today, it skyrocketed. Woohoo. No wonder the general manager personally delivered the stocks. It was a tribute to the god of wealth. I envy him. Just this 20% of shares must be worth billions. Wow, the host is amazing. No one compares to Li Jieqi or Xiao Yang. The host has truly ascended to the pinnacle of life through live streaming. How can the host remain so calm at this moment? What psychological fortitude is this? As the viewers in the live stream flooded the comment section with messages, on the other side of the port, Wang DePeo, who was on a call, suddenly exclaimed. Startling everyone, they turned to look in his direction. Chapter 100. An unbelievable reward. What? Wang DePeo's suddenly elevated tone nearly shattered everyone's eardrums. Wang Bingbing was the first to frown. What could have happened? Throughout her life, even when she was admitted to a top global university, her father had never shown such a change in demeanor. He remained utterly unflappable. Even today, because of Su Yang, her father had exhausted every expression he had accumulated over decades, but had not lost his composure like this. Although she could not ascertain who was on the other end of the line, Wang Bingbing could glean from her father's subtle movements that the caller was of significant status. What could have been said to provoke such excitement in her father? Was it related to Su Yang? As Wang Bingbing pondered, she watched her father hang up the phone and slowly turn to face her, his expression difficult to decipher. A sense of unease gripped Wang Bingbing as she hurried over to his side. Dad, what happened? Upon witnessing his daughter's worried expression, Wang DePeo sighed internally. Alas, his resentful gaze shifted towards Su Yang. Although he was reluctant to acknowledge it, he had no choice but to concede that the young man was exceptionally remarkable, far beyond his expectations. He had never imagined that the leader would personally make a phone call to inquire, instructing him not to obstruct the relationship of this young couple. It nearly made him spit out a mouthful of old blood. What young couple? It was simply his own foolish daughter who was infatuated and overly invested. While he had not witnessed the previous live broadcast, it was abundantly clear from today's scene that it was his daughter who harbored feelings for someone else. Where could he possibly hide his aging face? Sigh. Wang DePeo caressed the dedicated phone in his hand, casting aside the filter of his daughter's affection and confronting his true thoughts. Indeed, the young man was a talented individual, worthy of the leader's personal inquiry and deserving of commendation. With this realization, Wang DePeo's sharp gaze locked on his Su Yang, and his aura transformed instantaneously. He metamorphosed from a concerned father into a formidable general, instilling fear in the hearts of many in Long Country. The oppressive atmosphere was palpable, and as Wang DePeo strode with gravitas toward Su Yang, his tone became solemn. Emir Su Yang, we extend our heartfelt gratitude for your significant contributions to the chip industry of Long Country. In accordance with the directive from our esteemed leader, we have decided, in addition to the monetary reward, to grant you a special recognition. Upon hearing of this special reward, Su Yang instinctively turned his gaze towards Wang DePeo, a flicker of surprise and curiosity glimmering in his eyes. He understood the critical importance of lithography machines and their potential impact on the chip industry's development for decades to come. However, he had not anticipated their significance to be so profound, enough for the leader to personally call and bestow a special reward upon him. As Su Yang pondered, Wang DePeo retrieved a card from his pocket, presenting it to Su Yang with both hands. This subtle gesture underscored the significance he attributed to the card. While Su Yang examined it, Wang DePeo continued, Su Yang, this is a specially customized identification card from Long Country. As he spoke, he casually pushed the card, revealing a section for fingerprint entry. By registering your fingerprint here, your identity will be verified and simultaneously uploaded to the talent database. Pausing momentarily, Wang DePeo cast a meaningful glance at Su Yang. From this moment forth, you shall enjoy military-level privileges. Specifically, your provisions, accommodation, and travel arrangements will be managed by the military with dedicated personnel overseeing your needs. Furthermore, the military will ensure your protection, providing escorts during your travels to guarantee your safety. Should you have any other requirements, do not hesitate to express them to me. A profound silence enveloped the room, an almost tangible stillness as everyone stared at Wang DePeo, seemingly incredulous at what they had just witnessed. Observing the petrified expressions of those around him, Wang DePeo remained unfazed, turning his attention back to Su Yang. He had anticipated that a young man of Su Yang's age would. Upon suddenly hearing that he was to be granted military-grade privileges, one could only imagine the exhilaration it would elicit. Yet in the next moment, it was none other than himself who stood there, utterly astonished. Su Yang exhibited not a single flicker of emotion, his visage as impassive as if he had not heard a word. Not even the slightest expression of surprise graced his features. Despite having witnessed countless exceptional young talents over the past 2 decades, Wang Depeo had never encountered anyone quite like Su Yang. At that moment, he could not help but curse under his breath, bewildered by the young man's demeanor. This was a military-grade privilege in the Dragon Kingdom's armed forces. Such a distinction was exceedingly rare. Many had aspired to it, striving tirelessly throughout their lives, yet remained unfulfilled. And here stood Su Yang, seemingly unfazed in the face of this monumental gift. Observing Su Yang's tranquil composure, a subtle shift began to stir within Wang Depeo's heart, and a barely perceptible smile crept onto his lips. Meanwhile, Wang Bingbing stood frozen, taken aback. Coming from a military family, with both her father and grandfather having served as soldiers who enjoyed military-grade privileges, she was acutely aware of the arduous journey an ordinary individual must undertake to attain such status, often requiring 2 to 3 decades of relentless effort, coupled with fortuitous circumstances. For someone outside the military to achieve such privileges was nearly insurmountable, unless they had rendered some extraordinary contribution. Slowly lifting her almond-shaped eyes to gaze at Su Yang, she pondered the incongruity of her ordinary fishing live streamer partner being bestowed with military-grade privileges, a feat seemingly unattainable. Even if all the streamers in the Dragon Kingdom, or indeed, the entire world, were to unite, none could achieve what Su Yang had. A torrent of emotions surged within her. Having grown up in the military compound, she could not deny her privileged upbringing. Yet at this moment, standing before Su Yang, she felt an uncharacteristic sense of inadequacy. Rather than merely admiring a man, she realized she was beholding a rare gem. As Wang Bingbing grappled with her shock, Mayor Yao stood there, utterly perplexed, overwhelmed with confusion. The terms first leader, military-grade privilege, Su Yang, and fishing streamer were all familiar to him, yet their conjunction left him baffled. Had he not been aware of Wang Depeo's identity, he might have suspected he was being deceived. How could an ordinary person casually enjoy military-grade privileges? There were scarcely a handful of individuals in the Dragon Kingdom who could claim such a distinction. Reflecting on the honor he had previously conferred upon Su Yang as the ambassador of Haicheng, it paled in comparison to this newfound recognition. In essence, given Su Yang's current status, he could, at times, even command him to act. As Mayor Yao regarded Su Yang, an inexplicable sense of reverence washed over him. He understood that from this day forth, he could no longer perceive Su Yang as just an ordinary fishing enthusiast. As mayor, Yao found himself at a loss for words. The live streaming platform erupted, and the trending topics set the internet ablaze. Chapter 101, Sun, Sand, and the Indispensable Beauty. In the live stream, Su Yang's fans were in a frenzy. Could this be true? The host has actually received military-grade treatment? Such privileges are rare, even across the entirety of Longhua. This host is truly defying expectations. Wow, the national goddess seems utterly captivated. I too am captivated. Forgive me for being a man. Truly, the host is extraordinary. He is not even a soldier, yet has achieved military status. Speaking of wealth freedom, the host has undoubtedly attained it. I just wonder if he will continue to stream. If not, what will I watch? If we speak of wealth freedom, the host must have long since achieved it. Let us not forget that he is currently the most popular streamer online. Dai Xiaomei, I can attest. I can hardly continue streaming. All my sponsors have flocked to him instead. As the viewers in the live chat erupted with excitement, Su Yang on the beach had also come to terms with the situation. General Wang, since the military has made such a grand gesture, I shall graciously accept this card. With that, he took the card from Wang Depeo's hand. Wang Depeo thought to himself, this clever lad truly knows the value of a good thing, accepting it without hesitation. Just as he was about to respond, Wang Bingbing suddenly interjected. Dad, there's nothing more to be done here. You and Officer Zhang should hurry back to Kyoto. We need to commence production on the photolithography machine's blueprints, lest we waste all the effort Su Yang put into this. As she spoke, she nudged him towards the exit. Wang Depeo's feet moved almost involuntarily, and upon hearing her words, he was nearly enraged to laughter. So much effort? How dare you say such a thing? You little rascal. Have you forgotten your father for this boy? You're actually sending me away? In front of so many people, with a live broadcast no less. Did he not deserve some dignity? His thick brows furrowed, eyes blazing with indignation. The viewers reveling in the spectacle could hardly contain their laughter. This is hysterical. Indeed, daughters are forever their father's nemesis. The national goddess is simply marvelous. They aren't even officially together, and she is already defending him, disregarding her father's dignity. Oh, come now. One cannot say it like that. The general departed of his own accord. Is it not a testament to the host's capabilities? Would an ordinary person manage this? I request the host's coordinates. Can I still make it to Haicheng? To the one above. The host has even met his father-in-law. It might be time for the hopeful sisters to reconsider. Reconsider? That is out of the question. Host, would you mind having another girlfriend? I am ready to queue with my love number. The brother above is hilarious. Are you trying to stir trouble? You appear to be quite the man. Enough of this frivolity, my brothers. Since the host is so exceptional, why not elevate the streaming room's popularity? Quickly, let us shower the host with our support. Under the enthusiastic influence of netizens, a fervor of monetary gifts surged in Su Yang's live streaming room. On the beach, Wang Depeo and Zhang, armed with blueprints for a lithography machine, departed the scene by helicopter. They were indeed pressed for time, needing to hasten back to the Research Institute to expedite the production process of the designs. Watching Wang Depeo recede into the distance, Wang Bingbing nodded in satisfaction. Turning to Su Yang, she inquired, Su Yang, shall we continue fishing? Her voice was melodious, tinged with a hint of youthful shyness. When her father had appeared earlier, Su Yang instinctively shielded her behind him. That singular gesture made her feel a newfound closeness to Su Yang. Typically, she would never directly inquire about his upcoming work plans. However, today felt unusually early. It was not yet noon. If their work concluded today, she would lose her excuse to stay with Su Yang. Upon hearing Wang Bingbing's words, Su Yang glanged skyward. The scorching sun compelled him to squint. On such a sweltering day, it was certainly time to wrap up and retire for a nap. Yet, upon noticing the glimmer in Wang Bingbing's eyes, he inexplicably altered his decision. It's still early. Let us fish for a while longer. Even as he uttered these words, Su Yang was taken aback. Had he truly just said that? Wasn't he initially intent on returning to enjoy a chilled watermelon and relax in the air conditioning? Wang Bingbing remained blissfully unaware of Su Yang's thoughts. Her eyes sparkled like crescent moons, elation radiating from her visage. Instinctively, she moved to retrieve Su Yang's fishing rod, hastily thrusting it into his hands, fearful he might retract his agreement. The viewers in the live stream, witnessing this scene, were instantly filled with renewed anticipation. The host is on fire today. Back to work again. My donations were not in vain. Go for it, host. Aim for a double success. Wow. I never knew double success could be used this way. I'm choked on dog food. I clearly saw the host not wanting to continue, but upon meeting the national goddess's gaze, he perked right up. Huh, is the host working overtime for the national goddess? Perhaps he can't bear to leave just yet. After meeting the father-in-law, sweetness levels have skyrocketed, but that's all right. It only benefits us as we get to see the host in action again. Exactly. The host has never fished twice in one day. What'll he catch next? As the viewers engaged in lively discussions, Mayor Yao and Director Tian, having seen off two prominent figures from Kyoto, intended to greet Su Yang. However, turning around, they spotted him leisurely strolling along the coastline, fishing rod in hand. Mayor Yao shook his head in resignation. Indeed, with a beauty by his side, the man who never fished a second time had picked up the rod once more. Would he truly return home? Although the city government office was merely a 10-minute drive away, Su Yang seemed captivated by the moment. However, according to Mayor Yao's understanding of Su Yang's past illustrious achievements, this fellow, whenever he raises his fishing rod, is guaranteed not to return empty-handed. It's just that what he hauls in may not necessarily be fish. Having never witnessed Su Yang fishing in person, Mayor Yao's thoughts began to swirl. He turned to Director Tian and instructed, please convey that we shall not be departing just yet. Let us stay and observe Su Yang's fishing. Upon hearing Mayor Yao's words, Director Tian instinctively shuddered. Since Su Yang's broadcast commenced, he, as a mere director of a small coastal city bureau, had encountered numerous prominent figures. However, he never anticipated that the mayor would forego his duties to remain on-site and watch Su Yang fish. They had just rushed over from an executive meeting. A multitude of documents awaited the mayor's approval. Now that matters have been resolved, should they not hasten back to continue their work? What was the situation that warranted staying to witness Su Yang's fishing? Typically, their mayor was a workaholic. Was he truly on the verge of strike? As Director Tian's mind swirled in confusion, he was about to reach for his phone when suddenly, A delicate cry from Wang Bingbing pierced the air. Chapter 102, Su Yang. Ascending to the pinnacle of life. Wang Bingbing's unexpected exclamation instantly heightened the tension among the crowd. What was happening? Had the fisherman uncovered something new? All eyes involuntarily turned in that direction. There stood Wang Bingbing, beaming with a smile beside Liu Xiaobao. The two engaged in hushed conversation. Liu Xiaobao even struck various exaggerated poses, leaving the onlookers bewildered. Mayor Yao exchanged a glance with Director Tian, both expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. What could possibly cause such excitement? Perhaps sensing their scrutinizing gazes, Liu Xiaobao noticed the mayor and director watching, and his eyes suddenly sparkled with enthusiasm. He dashed over, exclaiming, "Mayor Yao, you must see this. What has you so agitated?" Mayor Yao inquired, casting a glance at Su Yang, who stood calmly with his fishing rod. Observing his composed demeanor eased Mayor Yao's concerns. As long as the fisherman was not causing any trouble, everything else was inconsequential and would not ruffle his tranquility. While contemplating, Mayor Yao shifted his gaze to the screen in Liu Xiaobao's hand. In the next moment, he gasped. "What?" Mayor Yao abruptly seized the screen from Liu Xiaobao's hands. Rechecking the digits displayed, his expression instantly turned to stone. "Leader, what's wrong?" Liu Xiaobao, with a grin as sweet as honey, queried at the sight of the mayor's frozen countenance. Director Tian's confusion intensified, and he abandoned his phone call, drawn closer. What has happened to Mayor Yao? He wondered. As the mayor appeared oblivious to his question, his eyes fixated on the screen, unblinking. Director Tian leaned in closer to see for himself. In the next moment, wow! In the live broadcast room of Liu Xiaobao, the chief of the Haicheng Public Security Bureau found himself involuntarily uttering a phrase from the essence of national culture. The mayor of Haicheng and the head of the municipal police exchanged glances, their faces betraying their astonishment. Observing their expressions, Liu Xiaobao felt no surprise. He himself had nearly dropped his phone in disbelief just moments earlier. The reactions from these two prominent figures of Haicheng filled him with a sense of satisfaction. Upon confirming that the two men before him had indeed comprehended the data displayed on the screen, he gleefully withdrew his right hand, which had been holding up the phone. Were they not shocked? On the phone's display was the back-end data and earnings of Su Yang. Perhaps it was due to Lin Wenguang's 20% share that his brother's back-end interface had undergone a significant transformation. To put it simply, the previously existing super gold beans and gifts had now been converted into the actual reward amount from users. This meant that the figures displayed on his brother's back-end interface represented bona fide direct earnings, monies that could be withdrawn. However, this was not what caused the two illustrious figures of Haicheng to pale. Rather, it was the astonishing amount of his brother's earnings, a figure that compelled one to double-check and mentally count in the millions, a staggering 8-digit sum starting with an 8. This was entirely beyond Liu Xiaobao's wildest imagination. It is worth noting that the show had only been airing for less than a week. Within this brief period, his brother had already amassed such a sum solely from fan donations and platform rewards. In comparison, the 1 million reward for the top live broadcast seemed rather trivial. After all, his brother was now one of the platform's partners. Moreover, this 8-digit sum of withdrawable earnings was a testament to his brother's capacity for attracting viewership. How could he not be exhilarated? This was not merely a transformation from a bicycle to a motorcycle. It was akin to a metamorphosis into a Boeing 737. Liu Xiaobao wore a beaming smile, while Director Tian remained expressionless. He understood that being a live-streaming host, especially one as prominent as Su Yang, was akin to being a magnet for wealth. In a month, he could potentially earn what Tian made in an entire year. However, that earlier figure was indelibly etched in his mind. If he recalled correctly, the program had only been running for a few days, and Su Yang had just recently begun his tenure. Within this short span, he had already reached an 8-digit figure, although there were bonuses from Haicheng, the eastern province, and some departments in Kyoto. This amount far exceeded his comprehension. Noticing his old colleague still in a state of shock, Mayor Yao had already processed the information and wore a composed expression. Clearing his throat, Mayor Yao's gentle cough interrupted everyone's thoughts. The contributions made by Su Yang to the nation could not be measured by mere monetary value. Upon finishing his statement, he cast a meaningful glance at Director Tian. This look instantly jolted Tian from his stupor. Indeed, Su Yang had accomplished feats for the nation that could be considered of the highest merit. regardless of the retrieval of the dragon's head or the vanished satellites, whether it is the deciphering of anomalous signals or the thwarting of sinister conspiracies. Each event cannot merely be quantified by monetary value. It embodies not just the flow and trends of live broadcasting, but more importantly, it signifies the upward surge of positive energy and the hope for the future of the Dragon Kingdom. Those seasoned individuals still at the forefront are on the cusp of retirement. The future of the Dragon Kingdom belongs to the countless young souls like Su Yang. Contemplating this, Director Tian's expression shifted, and upon gazing into Mayor Yao's eyes, a hint of shame tinted his demeanor. Mayor Yao offered a serene smile, directing his gaze towards a young man engaged in fishing. If astonishment was present, it was overshadowed by a sense of contentment. It was fortuitous that this young man appeared in Haicheng, enabling him to partake in these momentous events that would undoubtedly be etched in the annals of the Dragon Kingdom's history. As these two reflected, the viewers in the live stream witnessed this scene, and the barrage of comments erupted once more. What did they see? Why are they suddenly so excited? Is this mayor skipping work to watch a streamer fish? I believe only the streamer in the entire Dragon Kingdom is afforded such privilege. I'm going crazy. I think I just saw the mayor of the police chief looking at something. Oh my, I saw that too. The cameraman accidentally shook the lens just now. What did I miss? Brother, don't leave us hanging. Quickly tell us what you saw. I mentioned it. I think you wouldn't believe how subtle the chief's reaction was. If it were me, I might have had a heart attack on the spot. Stop teasing us. Hurry up and spill. If you don't, I'll lose my mind and crash your phone. I'll answer. I know this. Covered. Just now, they were looking at the backend data of the streamer live broadcast, the interface showing profits. To add, it was an 8-digit profit display, a string of zeros. With this comment, the entire live stream felt as if it had been paused, just as astonishment filled everyone's hearts. A piercing scream shattered the silence. Chapter 103. Targeted by all, danger abounds. Even the composed Mayor Yao felt his heart race at the sound, as though it might leap from his chest. Indeed, he resolved never to participate in such live events casually again. That single scream made him feel as if his cerebral cortex were pulsating uncontrollably. Mayor Yao pinched his temples, his head buzzing. One was the daughter of a general, and the other was a treasure of the Dragon Kingdom. He could not afford to provoke either. What on earth was happening now? The fishing float had barely descended for 2 minutes. Surely, nothing could have taken the bait so swiftly? Mayor Yao's thoughts raced as he slowly turned his gaze towards the two individuals. However, in the next moment, he was taken aback. It was not 2 individuals, but rather 4. Wang Bingbing, Lu Xiaobao, and even Director Tian, who was about to make a phone call, were now standing beside the fisherman. Not far away, a crowd of onlookers had gathered, seemingly emerging from nowhere. Mayor Yao furrowed his brow, his heart racing. Something was indeed amiss. Without wasting a moment, he rushed toward the crowd. What is happening? He inquired, pushing through the throng of spectators. However, the next moment, upon witnessing the scene before him, he nearly fainted. How could that fishing rod be bent like this? Meanwhile, in a high-end private hospital in Kyoto, Walata lay weakly on the hospital bed, the air thick with the pungent scent of disinfectant. Beneath layers of gauze, a pair of eyes, bloodshot and filled with unyielding resentment, revealed a deep-seated bitterness. He had narrowly escaped death, but at a grave cost. He would never again set foot on the land of the Eagle Nation. Even in death, he would be a stranger in a foreign land. All of this was the handiwork of that fisherman. His intricate scheme, meticulously crafted over the years, had been unraveled by a mere fisherman, causing unimaginable losses to the Eagle Nation. The president was furious. His pawn had been exposed and was now rendered expendable. At this very moment, Walata had yet to comprehend who this fisherman truly was. Given the circumstances, to still perceive Su Yang as an ordinary person would be nothing short of foolishness. He had privately investigated Su Yang's identity, finding nothing of substance. Yet, the absence of information only hinted at deeper issues, did it not? One possibility was that this fisherman was a concealed master, reluctant to reveal his true identity, having encountered a formidable adversary. Alternatively, it could be that the Dragon Kingdom was keeping Su Yang's identity under tight wraps, rendering any inquiry fruitless. Regardless of which scenario prevailed, this individual could not be allowed to remain. A glimmer of malice flickered in Walata's blue eyes. Suddenly, a faint sound broke the silence as a figure stealthily slipped into the hospital room. "Who goes there?" Walata called out, his voice hoarse with suspicion. "Oof, you fool. What good is your vigilance now?" A man with fair skin retorted, hearing Walata's voice. The man removed his mask, slowly revealing his true visage. "What brings you here?" It was none other than the foreign journalist who had challenged Hua Chunying at the previous press conference. The man shot him a disdainful glance. There is an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom: climb the ladder to success. He was indeed the one who had ascended that very ladder. The title of a mere journalist was but a fade for his hidden identity. In truth, he was a secret advisor to the security agency of the Eagle Nation. His presence in the Dragon Kingdom was to coordinate with Walata's actions. Upon a successful conclusion of their scheme, his master would seize this opportunity to ascend to the presidency. What was once a flawless plan had been disrupted at the last moment by a fisherman. He had transformed from an envied secret advisor into a despised pariah. The blue-eyed man gazed at Walata, lying helplessly on the hospital bed. "Now is not the time to reveal your secret weapon. Will you seek revenge only after descending into the underworld?" As soon as the words left my lips, I noticed Walata's pupils dilate sharply, his expression shifting dramatically. "What secret weapon are you speaking of?" I did not understand. He stammered, but his words were abruptly cut off by the impatient man with blue eyes. "Enough! Stop feigning ignorance." Without granting him a moment to react, the man stepped forward and decisively pulled back Valada's covers. "You!" Valada's previously hoarse voice suddenly regained its vigor. "You are indeed uninjured." The man with blue eyes scoffed coldly. "The president has already divulged your plans to me, Valada. This is your final chance, and likewise, ours." The blue-eyed man paused, a glimmer of ruthless determination flashing in his eyes. "If what you release this time fails to eliminate that fisherman, neither of us will return." Seeing that the blue-eyed man had seen through his scheme, Valada decided to drop the charade, for lying in a hospital bed each day was exhausting in itself. "Indeed, he is in Kyoto with the final military order," he declared, "and the item has already been placed in the location where Su Yang is fishing. If my predictions are correct, this fisherman will surely retrieve it as expected. Once it is caught, the entire coastal city could be reduced to rubble. This fisherman has been designated as a top-tier threat by the Eagle Nation. If we can ensure his demise, the president will forgive his previous missteps, allowing him to return to his homeland, and even granting him the position of director of the Security Bureau." Valada chuckled coldly. He has bribed the hotel staff and is waiting precisely at the spot where the fisherman casts his line. This time, he requires no elaborate plan. All he needs is for Su Yang to reel in that item. He is confident in the fisherman's abilities and believes he will not be disappointed. Meanwhile, on the beach, the once radiant sun was suddenly shrouded by ominous clouds. The oppressive heat felt like a boulder, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. "Tiangu, put in more effort. We are the strongest duo." Lu Xiaobao grunted as he tugged at the fishing rod, gritting his teeth while addressing Director Tian beside him. Director Tian nearly gasped in disbelief. "Goodness, Su Yang's photographer has begun calling him Tiangu. How has he, a dignified chief of the coastal city police, become so down-to-earth?" Glancing at Su Yang's profile and then at Mayor Yao's indifferent demeanor, Director Tian sighed deeply. Enough. If he calls Su Yang, then he is essentially my brother." Setting aside his distractions, Director Tian exerted more force, his veins bulging. He strained against the fishing rod, casting a furtive glance at Su Yang, inwardly grumbling. "This fisherman is truly extraordinary. The moment the rod enters the water, there is immediately a catch. But I wonder what we have hooked this time. The three of us cannot seem to pull the rod up. The sensation does not feel like it is snagged on anything. It seems we have caught something significant." As he pondered this, he noticed Su Yang's expression shift, the fishing rod becoming lighter. "It's coming up. Chapter 104, what? The fisherman caught a missile?" Just as the crowd wore expressions of horror and exerted all their strength on the fishing rod, Su Yang raised his rod, eliciting gasps of astonishment from everyone. However, during this process of reeling in, an unsettling sensation washed over them. It felt as if the sand on the beach was being drawn into the ocean, akin to a sand glass spilling its contents into the sea, and the speed of this phenomenon was accelerating. An air of foreboding enveloped them. Although their hands remained firmly on the fishing rod, their feet instinctively began to retreat. Mayor Yao observed this scene with furrowed brows and addressed the crowd. "Release the rod." Something feels amiss. The speed at which the sand is sinking into the sea resembles a mudslide. The safety of Su Yang far outweighs the value of what we might catch. The national treasure must not be compromised. As Liu Xiaobao's camera captured this chilling moment, it was broadcast live to the viewers online. Oh my, streamer, don't pull anymore. This beach was just newly reclaimed from the sea. What if you pull up something that causes a collapse? Oh my legs are trembling. The sky has darkened. This feels like the prelude to a horror film. Streamer, please stop. Fishing is important, but your life is paramount. Keep the rod, and there will always be fish to catch. Indeed, the mayor and the director are still present, and the general's daughter is here too. Look at the national goddess. Her face has turned ashen. Things have escalated too quickly. The other police officers have yet to arrive. Safety must come first. Why isn't he the streamer? Let go of the rod. The viewers in the live stream expressed their concerns for those present at the scene. Yet, the reality of the situation was suffocating. Far removed from the digital realm of the broadcast, beneath the shallow waters, something terrifying seemed imminent. Various crabs scuttled out, tiny sand crabs darting about on the beach, even attempting to leap upwards. Their sheer numbers could induce panic in those with a fear of crowds. Beyond the crabs, the ocean was tumultuous, with fish of all sizes thrashing at the surface, dancing and leaping as if fleeing from a boiling pot of water. Then, frogs and snakes emerged one by one, scrambling ashore in a frenzy. Director Tian exclaimed, "Fish leaping into the sea, snakes fleeing. What on earth have we caught?" Mayorgao, witnessing this scene reminiscent of a movie, widened his eyes in speechless disbelief. Were they truly destined to remain here? This beach was reclaimed from the sea. Why were there so many marine creatures? Moreover, these creatures seemed to be fleeing for their lives, as if something terrifying lurked beneath the waves. Mayor Yao suddenly turned his gaze towards Su Yang. "Good heavens, it's you again." As calm as ever, his expression betrayed no concern, and his grip on the fishing rod remained unwavering. Su Yang unequivocally expressed his stance through action. Abandoning the rod? That is utterly out of the question. Fear? Such a notion does not exist. His composed demeanor brought a sense of calm to the viewers in the live stream. Wow, that's our host. So composed, truly extraordinary. Goodness, my heart might just stop. Isn't the host afraid at all? What on earth is hooked on that fishing line? The creatures crawling up from the depths of the water seem almost sentient, evading capture with an uncanny awareness. Surely, their essay replay of this live stream? This could serve as material for the impending apocalypse. The atmosphere here is so palpable. Wait, could it be that the aquatic beings have gained sentience? In our harmonious society, such occurrences are simply unacceptable. On site, amidst a collective effort, not a single person relinquished their grip in this extraordinary scenario. They managed to hoist an enormous entity from the depths. First, a sharply pointed head emerged, adorned with countless circular rings. Then a lengthy, cylindrical body followed, culminating in a tail that resembled a folded wing. Boom! What on earth? Is it a missile? An eerie, deathly silence enveloped the scene. No one, be it Mayor Yao, Director Tian, Su Yang, or Liu Xiaobao, nor any of the viewers in the live stream, could fathom the spectacle before them. Director Tian rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Goodness, is that a missile? Or a shell? Though he held the title of police chief, he had never encountered such an object in his career. What kind of fisherman could possibly reel in such a thing? It's no wonder they struggled to pull it up. He could comprehend fishing up firearms. Even dragon heads seemed plausible, and he could accept the idea of retrieving schematics for lithography machines. But to haul up something resembling a shell? This was an item not commonly seen even in military circles. Standing upright, it towered over him by a considerable margin. Mayor Yao was expressionless, frozen in place, entirely unresponsive. Director Tian nudged his superior S-arm. "Mayor, must be real, right?" Mayor Yao, like a marionette, nodded, though internally he was screaming in disbelief. What does it mean to say it should be real? This is something Su Yang has caught. How could it possibly be fake? Please, hit me. Mayor Yao unexpectedly spoke to Director Tian, who, as if caught in a moment of cognitive dissonance, did something he would never normally dare to do. He actually struck his superior. Ouch, that hurts. Upon realizing the absurdity of the situation, Mayor Yao shot a furious glare at Director Tian. Yet after merely 2 seconds, his gaze fell back upon the colossal object that Su Yang had reeled in. This was neither a dream nor an illusion. Su Yang had indeed fished up a cannon. Was this a miracle? Since the founding of the Dragon Kingdom, oh no, throughout the ages, never has there been a soul capable of reeling in a shell. Is this akin to a dream? No, it is not a dream. I can still feel the ache in my arm. Mayor Yao steadied his mind, casting a glance at the shell lying merely a few meters away. Unable to resist, he turned to Director Tian. You go take a look. Director Tian nodded, a palpable eagerness evident in his demeanor. As an experienced police officer, soon to retire, opportunities to encounter such artifacts are rare. The shell's exterior suggests it has been around for quite some time. Under normal circumstances, such items would be housed in a military museum. Yet here it lies before him, and he might be the first to touch it. The thought delighted Director Tian, a smile creeping onto his lips. Just as he lifted his left foot, poised to step forward, Su Yang fixed his gaze on the cannon, suddenly interjecting. Chapter 105, Commander Su Yang, Blease Adfise. Don't move. The authoritative command halted Director Tian's foot midair. Su Yang scrutinized the object before him, a fleeting darkness swirling in his eyes. A missile? Had anyone told him this was a missile prior to the Mask era, he might have believed it. However, in recent years, great powers have been vigorously advancing their military arsenals. The shape of this hefty object, along with its tail design, deviates from conventional missile architecture. If his instincts were correct, what lay before him was far from a missile. Yet, why would such a thing appear in Long Country? Was it an accident or a deliberate act? Su Yang's intuition sensed the scent of conspiracy. While pondering, he began to stride towards the missile's tip. Wait! Wang Bingbing, her face pale, instinctively grasped Su Yang's arm. You can't go over there. What if there's radiation or fuel? Her tone betrayed her anxiety and concern. Growing up in a compound, she harbored an innate reverence for such matters. Stay put. I've already called my father. His plane will return. Su Yang may have been adept at fishing, but identifying munitions was undoubtedly beyond his father's expertise. What if a shell remained inside? Though the odds of such an event were exceedingly rare, she could not gamble on even a minuscule chance. For Su Yang, her man could draw in anything besides fish. She dare not wager. Hence the moment she spotted the object, she snapped a photo and sent it to her father. As expected, he replied promptly. The plane is returning. At the scene, Mayor Yao and Director Tian, just a moment ago, had their gazes fixed on the shell. Upon hearing Wang Bingbing mention that General Wang's aircraft was turning back, they both exhaled in unison, their expressions turning peculiar as they exchanged glances. Mayor Yao regarded the national goddess, unable to suppress a smirk. Daughters are indeed precious, akin to a cozy garment. Yet, if that garment allows the chill to seep through, it becomes a source of discomfort. How unfortunate for General Wang to summon one's own father back home out of concern for a man's safety. How profound must the psychological shadow be? At this moment, Mayor Yao finds himself feeling a modicum of sympathy for General Wang. However, for Haicheng and himself, the willingness of General Wang to return is nothing short of fortuitous. Based on his current experience, any turmoil instigated by Su Yang is beyond the scope of his authority to resolve. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream are erupting with excitement at the unfolding scene. Goodness, has the host truly escalated this situation? How could he have brought a bomb into play? The individual above seems somewhat understated. What the host has reeled in can hardly be termed a mere bomb. At the very least, it resembles a missile. My word, this audacious maneuver by the host is absolutely remarkable. Who else can fish out a missile? No other streamer globally can boast such a display. As a military enthusiast, I can assure everyone that this is likely not a weapon from our Dragon Nation. The missile's design appears rather unusual. Heavens, how can they remain standing on site? Shouldn't their first instinct be to flee? Fleeing? Have you not heard the national goddess declare that General Wang has already turned back? On that note, I genuinely wish to light a candle for General Wang. To have such a daughter with such a lack of discretion must be quite disheartening. Your perspective is uniquely intriguing. The national goddess is not merely calling for any father, but for one who is a general. What weapon has he not encountered? I wholeheartedly agree. Clearly, she has summoned her father for professional assistance. ISNT, the focus not solely on the beauty of love. The fans in a live stream are fervently engaged. Meanwhile, Su Yang gazes in astonishment at Wang Bingbing. He is not one to easily alter his decisions. Yet, upon witnessing the starlight in Wang Bingbing's eyes, he finds it difficult to withdraw his hand from hers. Just as the atmosphere becomes somewhat charged, a sudden, urgent screech of brakes pierces the air. A squad of armed police disembarked from a military truck, robust men with serious expressions hastily approaching. A young officer adorned with the insignia of a colonel rushes directly to Su Yang, executing a precise military salute. Commander Su Yang, reporting from the 305th Chemical Defense Unit. We have been ordered to handle this dangerous incident. Please advise. Su Yang is momentarily taken aback, but quickly regains his composure. This unit is typically stationed to address urgent and hazardous situations. Their unexpected arrival here is clearly a directive from General Wang. Indeed, where there is a need, there is the presence of the Dragon Nation's forces. With this realization, Su Yang's demeanor shifts as he returns a standard military salute and addresses Wu Yingqiao. Please take full command. Understood. Wu Yingqiao responds, leading his team directly towards the missile. This sequence of events leaves the viewers in the live stream utterly bewildered. What? Has the host transformed into a commander? Wow, our Dragon Nation's soldiers are truly impressive. However, the host is undeniably more handsome. Not only is he attractive, but he also holds the rank of a commander, boasts a girlfriend who resembles a goddess, and has a father-in-law who is a general. To the person above, kindly share the address, and I shall procure a hamburger for you to silence your chatter. Is it true that the host can now be casually referred to as a commander by any colonel? I find this rather fantastical. Have you forgotten that the host enjoys military-grade privileges? Sister Dai, I have resolved to change my career. As long as the host continues to stream, I believe I can no longer sustain myself in this profession. The host is simply extraordinary. Sister Zhou, host, I feel that Xiangge is not as good-looking as you. Do you still like a girlfriend? My legs are perfectly fine. Liu Yifei, the host is incredibly handsome. If he considers entering the entertainment industry, I would gladly assist in introducing him to resources. Unexpectedly, the catfish effect miraculously expanded. With a single maneuver, Su Yang attracted individuals from various professions. It is worth noting that these individuals are all top influencers, each carrying their own fan base. Soon, the popularity of Su Yang's live stream soared once again, prompting the streaming platform to issue a traffic threshold alert for his channel. The red alarm blared incessantly. Meanwhile, Lin Wenguang, the head of the platform, stood behind the screen, observing the back-end data with a beaming smile. Chapter 106. Su Yang's words are absolute truth. On the beach, Wu Yingqiao and his team approached the missile with grave expressions. Upon receiving a call from General Wang, he could hardly believe his ears. A fisherman had caught a missile? If anyone else had said this to him, his only reaction would have been disbelief. However, they were the elite forces stationed in the eastern province under General Wang's command, directly governed by the Dragon Kingdom's headquarters. They absolutely adhered to the words of their general. Despite his astonishment, he rushed to the scene without delay, encountering the legendary commander Su Yang. Little did he know, upon first sighting the missile, he was overwhelmed by an ominous premonition, prompting him to order everyone on site to don full protective gear. The general had declared that Commander Su Yang was a national treasure of the Dragon Kingdom, and no mishap could be tolerated. What he could never have anticipated was that Commander Su Yang was not even wearing a radiation suit, resolutely asserting that there was no radiation. How could this be possible? Radiation is not something that can be discerned with the naked eye. It requires their stringent and precise testing. Could it be that Commander Su Yang possesses some unique hidden abilities? It was rumored that Commander Su Yang is also the prospective son-in-law of the general. Indeed, a person of high stature remains a person of high stature. Meanwhile, Mayor Yao approached Su Yang, holding a set of special protective clothing. Xiao Su, why aren't you wearing it? Radiation is not a trivial matter. It can cause significant harm to the body. The crowd stood several meters away, their palms already damp with cold sweat. Yet, Su Yang maintained his calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed. With a gentle nod toward Mayor Yao, I spoke, "Thank you, but it is unnecessary. There is no radiation." Observing the specialized uniforms worn by the armed police before me, my heart was as clear as a mirror. The appearance of such an object in a non-restricted area necessitated, by established protocol, an immediate radiation inspection. However, it must be noted that this item emitted no radiation whatsoever. Since my rebirth, my body had become extraordinarily sensitive. It could be described as a unique ability. In simple terms, I possessed the capacity to accurately perceive surrounding radiation. I was certain that this suspected missile bore no trace of radiation. Upon hearing this, Mayor Yao was momentarily taken aback. Nora Diestin? His initial intention to don a protective helmet came to an abrupt halt. Leaders, Xiao Su, hurry and put it on. This is no jest. There is danger. Director Tian, witnessing the hesitation of the two, grew anxious and perplexed. Upon hearing Director Tian's words, Mayor Yao regained his composure, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. Nora Diestin, you say? Director Tian exclaimed involuntarily. Are you out of your mind? The viewers in the live stream were equally bewildered by my assertion. The host is crazy. Now, even the mayor is blindly supporting him? How does the host know there is no radiation? He isn't a human detection device. Goodness. Could it be that the host carries some equipment with him, or possesses some special ability we are unaware of? What on earth is the host? How does he seem to know everything, with no blind spots? The mayor looks utterly baffled. The funniest part is it seems like a conditioned reflex. Whatever the host says is taken as truth. The two leaders are standing there, utterly directionless. What is there to doubt? We must trust the host. Has he ever been wrong in his judgments? Incredible. Have they reached such a level of blind faith? Is this a matter of belief? Believing does not equate to blind confidence. Until the instrument's results are in, one cannot speculate recklessly. If the host's judgment is flawed, everyone present could suffer irreversible effects on their health due to the absence of precaution. Enough of the noise. Look over there. What is Captain Wu holding? The results should be forthcoming. Amidst the lively discussions in the live stream, the scene at the beach remained eerily silent. Captain Wu and his team first set up ample lighting around the nuclear device. Then, he personally retrieved a sophisticated instrument from his equipment case and aimed it at the nuclear device. 1 second, 2 seconds. No one spoke. The tension was palpable. All eyes were fixated on the device in Wu Yingchao's hands. After approximately 1 minute, a rapid beeping sound began to emanate from the instrument. Wang Bingbing's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively positioning herself to shield me. Yet, I had not donned any protective gear. Just as she moved, I instinctively pulled her back. A man should never hide behind a woman. At this moment, Wu Yingchao suddenly straightened his posture, the gravity of his previous expression dissipating entirely. Report, Commander. After testing, this missile is free of radiation. Wu Yingchao's voice trembled slightly, astonished that Commander Su Yang had accurately predicted this. Nora Diestin, could it possibly be mere conjecture? No, that was implausible. No one would jest with their own life. If it were guesswork, why would he refuse to wear a radiation protection suit? It was unexpected that Commander Su Yang possessed such profound insight, able to ascertain the missile's safety without the aid of instruments. If given the chance, Wu Yingchao yearned to learn from Commander Su Yang. This would greatly facilitate future missions. As he pondered, he approached Su Yang with measured strides, executing a precise salute, accompanied by a genuine smile of respect. Report, Commander. The missile inspection is complete. The danger has been neutralized. Please advise on the next steps. Su Yang, noticing the colonel's return, couldn't help but raise his head and rub his forehead. Handle it on your own. That's all. Yes. Following Su Yang's directive, Wu Yingchao gathered his team to attend to their tasks. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd present, while the atmosphere in the live stream room ignited with excitement. Oh my, the streamer actually pulled the national goddess behind him. I'm swooning. No wonder the national goddess is attracted to the streamer. Who can resist such charm? I didn't expect even the colonel to address the streamer as commander. Although not a soldier, he enjoys military-level treatment. Yet the streamer's presence rivals and even surpasses that of the colonel. Wah, does the streamer still need a girlfriend? He is simply flawless, without any shortcomings. The livestream chat was abuzz with fervor, messages flooding in one after another. Meanwhile, on site, a helicopter suddenly hovered overhead, its droning noise piercingly loud. Everyone turned their heads towards the helicopter. Had it arrived so soon? Chapter 107. A gathering of bigwigs, all coming for Su Yang. Just as everyone presumed that the helicopter bore the returning Wang Depeo, another wave of buzzing filled the air. Not just one helicopter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Goodness, there were a full 11 helicopters. Mayor Yao, the head of Haicheng, was taken aback by this spectacle. This was certainly not Wang Depeo. It was an entirely different helicopter. Yet the magnitude of this arrival was evidently linked to the incident at hand. As the helicopters drew closer, Mayor Yao's pupils dilated in astonishment. Goodness, was he dreaming? Mayor Yao clearly discerned the code and numerical designation emblazoned on the helicopters. This code was the exclusive designation of Commander Number 1. Such a unit was only dispatched for significant events, a fact well known among local leaders to facilitate cooperation. Had they truly arrived in Haicheng? A wave of dread washed over Mayor Yao as he cast a glance at the expressionless Su Yang, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The innate intuition of a ruler, if indeed accurate, signals a profound transformation in Su Yang's life commencing today. A multitude of helicopters hovered overhead, while Mayor Yao's mind was engulfed in chaos. Not far away, the chemical defense team, led by Wu Yingqiao, stood tall and resolute, embodying the posture of awaiting an official inspection. Wu, at the forefront, brimmed with excitement as he gazed at the circling aircraft, astonished that he would witness such elite forces in his lifetime. For every soldier, the pinnacle of aspiration is to enter the military, a realm that harbors the finest talents of Longhua, each individual having undergone rigorous trials, selected from millions. The legendary presence, unexpectedly manifesting today in Haicheng, was none other than the direct unit of the Supreme Commander. Could it be that they were summoned to find Su Yang? The thought sent a chill down Wu Yingqiao's spine. He had come under the command of his general. Was the weight of Longhua's sole general insufficient? Did it necessitate a personal directive from the Supreme Commander to deploy his elite guard? As this notion crossed his mind, he cast a furtive glance at Su Yang, his eyes filled with reverence. The general's son-in-law seemed to eclipse even the general himself. At Wu's age, his general had not yet enjoyed military rank privileges. The crowd, each harboring their own thoughts, collectively gazed upwards. The helicopters, showing no signs of halting, opened their doors and lowered a soft ladder. Stout men clad in black tactical uniforms descended one after another. As the last man stepped down, the others assumed a perfect military stance, awaiting orders. The leader, obscured by a helmet, was indistinguishable in appearance. After a standard salute, without a moment's hesitation, he approached Su Yang with measured strides. The atmosphere hushed. Mayor Yao's heart raced. Indeed, they had come for Su Yang. Viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement. Wow, the host is becoming increasingly formidable. Ordinary police officers are clearly insufficient for his needs now, and only armed police are making appearances. Brothers, did you notice? This doesn't seem like an ordinary unit. That uniform is entirely unfamiliar, exuding an air of authority. Of course it's impressive. Did you not observe the insignias of colonels on each descending individual? One can only imagine the rank of the one they are addressing. And the bewildered expression on the mayor's face clearly indicated he was in the presence of superiors. Undoubtedly, a significant figure has arrived. Isn't this all rather unsurprising? The host is now enjoying military rank privileges, and with General Wang present, who could possibly surpass him? Wow, how coincidental. Your comment reminded me of someone else, also a general, one from the south and the other from the north. Whoa, hold on there. Don't get the live stream banned. I know precisely who you're alluding to. With a bold inquiry, the younger brother dared to ask, could it be that you are referring to the nemesis of Wang Depeo, the one who is both beloved and adversarial? Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, a robust man stood before Su Yang, slowly removing his helmet. His skin was dark, his brows thick and eyes large, emanating an air of military gravitas. The two locked eyes, neither uttering a word. Only Wang Bingbing appeared astonished, frozen in a state of naive bewilderment. How did he arrive here? In his capacity as Uncle G, he should no longer be required to attend. Although her father was the only general of the Dragon Nation, Wang Bingbing was acutely aware that Uncle G's medals were no less than her father's. The saying South G, North Wang had long echoed within their compound, referring to her father and Uncle G. In fact, she herself had not seen Uncle G for many years. Wasn't he just in the Bear Nation due to the concert hall incident? Such matters typically didn't summon the esteemed Uncle G himself. She could hardly fathom that her own man had managed to bring him here. This was utterly absurd. After all, even the mayor of Kyoto could not meet him at will. Contemplating this, Wang Bingbing quietly turned her gaze towards the mayor of Haicheng standing nearby. In the next moment, she awkwardly touched her nose. Mayor Yao's eyes widened, as if he had been made to stand in the corner like a schoolboy. What was the reason for Uncle G's presence? The distinguished chief of general staff of the Dragon Nation was someone she could only see during grand assemblies or on television. There had been no prior notice, and he hadn't even arrived by private jet. He had descended upon Haicheng as if from the heavens. Moreover, upon his arrival, he directly approached Su Yang. Was this a special visit for him? Suddenly, Mayor Yao felt a chill run down his spine. His gaze towards Su Yang was imbued with more than mere reverence. This fisherman was truly formidable. Simultaneously, armed police officers disembarked from the helicopter, clad in black uniforms, wielding protective shields and glistening heavy machine guns, instilling a sense of suffocating pressure among the onlookers. Like indifferent reapers, they instilled dread in everyone present. Jin Yin regarded the young man before him, showing no signs of tempering his imposing aura. His gaze scrutinized the youth without reservation. Earlier, during the helicopter ride, he had received a brief report claiming this was a mere fisherman, yet it did not seem so. Jin Yin surveyed the crowd, noting the expressions on their faces. His attention returned to Su Yang, who appeared as calm as ever, the tousled hair obscuring his eyes, devoid of any fluctuation. Jin Yin squinted. It was remarkable that, even as a mere fisherman, Su Yang displayed a psychological fortitude that surpassed even that of the mayor of Haicheng, who would not have remained so composed in the face of such an imposing display. Just as he pondered this, a sudden screech of tires broke the air. From the off-road vehicle, Wang DePeo burst forth, his voice echoing before his presence could be seen. Observing the scene on the beach, he shouted from a distance, "Ji Xiaosan, what do you intend to do?" Chapter 108. The Unparalleled Secret Surfaces. With a thunderous roar, Wang DePeo seemed to expend every ounce of strength within him. From a distance of several meters, he could clearly see the elite unit, fully armed, with their predatory gaze fixed on Su Yang. In the moment he handed a card representing identity to Su Yang, his subconscious had already regarded him as his son-in-law. How could this Ji Laosan dare to bully his son-in-law? A hush fell over the crowd. Wang DePeo's words instantly dispelled the suffocating atmosphere. Jin Yin did not even turn back, his facial expression cracking inch by inch, his complexion shifting from red to an ominous shade of black. Suddenly spinning around, he retorted fiercely at Wang DePeo, "You're the true third party. Your entire family is composed of third parties." Silence enveloped the scene once more, this time. Everyone's gaze, except for Wang Bingbing's, darted away. So this was how the rumors of these two prominent figures avoiding each other had come about? Is this how the illustrious military leaders of Longwa communicated? Was this something they were even meant to hear? Meanwhile, Wang Bingbing's face flushed crimson, akin to a blood-red hue. Su Yang also furrowed his brow instantly, directing a glance at Jin Yin. It was as if he had been pricked by needles. Jin Yin, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, was struck by the realization that this was not merely banter with Wang DePeo within the military. They were in Haicheng. His own goddaughter was present. It was all Wang DePeo's fault for carelessly letting slip his words. Ji Yin sheepishly scratched the back of his head, offering an awkward grin to his goddaughter. "Dear girl, your godfather misspoke. Please don't take it to heart." However, what Jin Yin did not anticipate was the complete absence of the embarrassment he had imagined on his goddaughter's face, or the reconciliatory smile he hoped for. Instead, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, his goddaughter abruptly turned to the tall young man behind her. "Su Yang, don't listen to what Uncle Ji says. He just loves to banter with my dad. Uncle Ji is a childhood friend of my father, and as the third in line, my dad loves to tease him. Oh my." Upon hearing this, Ji Laosan's eyes instantly sparkled with realization. What was happening here? His goddaughter's eagerness. Was this a display he had not witnessed before? No wonder Wang DePeo hurriedly rushed to Haicheng. He thought he was on some clandestine mission, but it turned out that the family treasure was being ravaged by a pig. Watching Wang DePeo flounder, Jin Yin's spirits lifted considerably. At that moment, as Wang DePeo, panting heavily, approached, he just happened to overhear his daughter's words. The way she desperately tried to ensure Su Yang misinterpreted nothing was enough to send a spike in Wang DePeo's blood pressure. He clutched his chest, striving to regain his composure. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream were utterly taken aback by the unfolding scene. Oh heavens! Who would have thought that the national goddess was so unassuming? She is simply the darling of the group, and she has such an impressive godfather? Isn't it the host who is impressive? Even such an outstanding national goddess still fervently pursues the host? Absolutely. At this moment, is the national goddess's godfather really the focus? The true highlight is that even General Ji himself came to Haicheng to meet the host. What kind of treatment is this? The host is truly outrageous. One general is insufficient, and now another has arrived? It's worth noting that the chief of staff holds a rank equivalent to a general. I, the naive young lady, must admit that we are utterly outmatched in this live broadcast. The host's life is irreplicable. Which household has a virtuous person capable of casually fishing out a missile? With so many distinguished figures present, I can't shake the feeling that this missile is far from ordinary. At the beach site, following the commotion caused by Wang DePeo and Chief of Staff G, the previously oppressive atmosphere has lightened considerably. G first cleared his throat and began introducing himself to Su Yang. Hello, young man. My name is Jin Yin, Chief of Staff of the Dragon Nation. Su Yang was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes before his expression returned to normal. Greetings, I am Su Yang. Su Yang politely nodded, fully aware that they had likely come for the missile. Seeing this elite team arrive, he felt a sense of reassurance. Their presence should alleviate the impending troubles. With this thought, Su Yang subtly stepped aside, presenting the object he had caught mere meters away for all to see. Wang DePeo and Chief of Staff G's eyes instantly lit up upon seeing the missile. They scanned its body and tail fins, but when they observed the tail fins, both leaders momentarily froze. They exchanged a glance, and in an instant, their expressions grew grave. Chief of Staff G gestured, and a team member respectfully handed Wang DePeo a set of protective gear. After donning the protective suit and helmet, the team adeptly formed a human barrier, isolating the others. G set down his toolbox, adorned special gloves, and approached the tail fin, inadvertently glancing at Su Yang. He caught a glimpse of a cryptic glimmer in Su Yang's eyes, as if he had anticipated G's intentions all along. G paused briefly, then shook his head. Had he truly become so enchanted as to regard this young man as omnipotent? While contemplating, he switched on his flashlight and instruments, moving closer to the tail fin. Upon closer inspection, nothing appeared unusual. Furthermore, the design did not resemble that of Dragon Nation's munitions. It seemed more akin to something from a bygone era of the Bear Nation. Yet, if it were from the Bear Nation, why was it here? Why had it surfaced in Haicheng? G's brow furrowed as he glanced at Wang DePeo, who mirrored his confusion. The missile's body was cold and dark, seamlessly cast with the warhead, devoid of any seams. Wang DePeo stood before the warhead, first scanning it with his device, then raising a telescope to scrutinize the circular section of the warhead. He tapped it lightly. Standing up, he shook his head at G. There were no issues with the missile body or warhead. However, G, stationed by the tail fin, pursed his lips and remained silent. Noticing this, Wang DePeo promptly strode over to G's side. G Lao San, what is the situation? In the workplace, the two individuals exhibited an exceptional synergy, markedly different from the playful atmosphere they had just shared. As they approached General G, their eyes were drawn to the tail wing adorned with a striking red spider lily, causing their pupils to constrict in unison. In hushed tones, they exclaimed, "What a design! Is that not the blueprint that has been classified in the archives?" Chapter 109. Su Yang refrains from action. The Dragon Nation is in peril. The two highest-ranking officials within the Dragon Nation's military war expressions of sheer astonishment. According to the records of that blueprint, this object was evidently a relic from the previous war with the Bear Nation. Curiously, only 3 of these artifacts exist in the world. One in the Bear Nation, one in the Dragon Nation's military archives, and another in the Eagle Nation. Each of these is a national treasure, making it utterly impossible for one to appear in Haicheng. As this realization dawned on him, a flicker of unease crossed Wang DePeo's gaze. Suddenly, he extended his fingertip to trace the contours of the red spider lily. Upon feeling the edges beneath his touch, he paused momentarily and then rubbed it again with greater intensity. "Bring me a magnifying glass," he commanded. General G, understanding the urgency, promptly produced a magnifying glass and positioned it above Wang DePeo's fingertip, revealing dark specks of sand. Jin Yin exchanged a glance with Wang DePeo. The presence of the sand suggested that if this indeed belonged to that era, how could such a substance remain? This was likely a research model from some institution, quite convincingly crafted. With a scoff, Wang DePeo shot a glance at Jin Yin. "It seems your trip was in vain, a waste of your ostentatious entrance." Reflecting on Jin Yin's descent from the soft ladder, Wang DePeo's expression conveyed his disdain. "You've always been a show-off, and even in old age, you remain the same. Quite the spectacle. Jin Yin regarded Wang Depeo without uttering a word. He sensed something amiss, yet could not pinpoint the issue. The red spider lily etched on the tail wing radiated an eerie glow that beckoned to be touched. Jin Yin's gaze fixed upon the flower, and suddenly, his expression became dazed, emanating a captivating light. "Do not move." Su Yang's chilling voice cut through the air like a winter's frost. This command jolted Wang Depeo back to reality, his expression shifting dramatically as he swiftly seized Jin Yin's wrist. The sudden pain sent a shockwave through Jin Yin, snapping him back to awareness as he stared at Wang Depeo's face in astonishment. Old Wang, his throat felt as if it were being torn apart, and a chill ran down Jin Yin's spine as he broke out in a cold sweat. His outstretched hand remained suspended in the air. What is happening? What was I about to do? Why has Wang Depeo restrained my hand? The shift seemed to occur in mere moments, yet Jin Yin retained no memory of it. All he could recall was the urge to press down on the center of the red spider lily. The thought of the flower's center sent a wave of realization crashing over him. Am I ensnared in an illusion? Jin Yin's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. An eerie silence enveloped the room, leaving everyone momentarily frozen, their faces reflecting confusion mingled with a hint of fear. Who exactly is Jin Yin? That was a moment when the Dragon Kingdom could grapple with Wang Depeo, a figure directly under the jurisdiction of the Supreme Leader. All this commotion over the inscription on a mere cannon? Jin Yin's expression darkened. At this juncture, if he still believed this was merely a prop for educational purposes, he would indeed be a fool. Was it possible that someone crafted this contraption, merely waiting for someone to press the Manjusaka? Had it not been for Su Yang's thunderous reprimand, would he not have pressed it, having held a prominent position throughout his life? He surely understood the ramifications of such an action. Wang Depeo released his grip on Jin Yin's hand, exerting too much force, causing a twinge of pain in his palm. In that fleeting moment, his heart raced in trepidation. To his astonishment, even Jin Yin had fallen for it. If it weren't for that insufferable brat, Wang Depeo did not turn back, his lowered gaze betraying profound astonishment. This young man, had he not discerned the truth long ago? He distinctly recalled seeing Wu Yingqiao offering him protective gear, which Su Yang had declined. What sane individual would refuse such an offer? Who would jest with their own life? The only plausible explanation was that he already knew the missile was devoid of radiation. Reflecting upon it now, he realized he had underestimated him. When the absence of radiation was confirmed, everyone had displayed relaxed expressions, save for him. It was likely that at that moment, Su Yang had already foreseen the present situation, yet perhaps he had not anticipated that Jin Yin would inadvertently fall for the ruse. Wang Depeo mulled over the recent occurrences in his mind. This was certainly not an ordinary cannon. With that thought, Wang Depeo and Jin Yin exchanged glances and nodded, slowly turning around. Jin Yin cast a meaningful look at Wang Depeo. Wang Depeo's gaze wandered, feigning ignorance, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, implying that if Jin Yin wished to proceed, he could do so while maintaining the dignity of his role as father-in-law. Jin Yin regarded the elderly man, still so stubborn at this age, and snorted dismissively. If I am to go, then I shall go. In the theater of battle, Su Yang had saved his life. With that thought, what was there left to uphold? Meanwhile, not far away, the onlookers were still recovering from their astonishment, lingering in the wake of Su Yang's admonition. Shortly thereafter, they witnessed General Ji approaching Su Yang with a beaming smile. What was this unexpected amiability about? Were they imagining things? Wu Yingqiao, accompanied by his troops, observed the scene, as did Jin Yin's own entourage. The soldiers from the unit were unlike any others, though forged through rigorous trials to join the ranks. Each bore an air of superiority. They had never witnessed Jin Yin displaying such an expression. Among those present, the most composed was undoubtedly Mayor Yao. He was all too familiar with the fluctuating expressions on General Ji's face. Had he not traversed this path himself? Time and again, every situation had unfolded with him, suspecting Su Yang would falter, only for it to be invariably revealed that he himself was the fool. The national treasures and experts from various fields, who were usually only seen on the evening news, now stood vividly before him, reflecting the very expressions he had once worn. From looking down upon Su Yang with disdain to harboring a flicker of doubt, from perceiving him as arrogant to ultimately yielding in admiration. Mayor Yao observed the gradual transformations of their expressions with an inscrutable demeanor. Yet within his heart, he rejoiced immensely. Regardless of how esteemed or formidable the experts from Longwa might be, in Su Yang's presence, they were all rendered equal. Amidst the assembly, thoughts diverged. Jin Yan approached Su Yang with a beaming smile, disregarding the group of youngsters he had brought along. Without a hint of hesitation, he inquired, "Young man, would you be so kind as to assist us in understanding the situation regarding that missile?" As soon as the words left his lips, a collective gasp resonated through the crowd. Su Yang's countenance remained unperturbed. While he offered Jin Yan a polite glance, his expression remained aloof, as he contemplated conjuring an excuse to deflect the request. However, before he could utter a word, Jin Yan seemed to anticipate his thoughts. "If it weren't for you earlier, I would have fallen into a trap. If you do not intervene, Longwa is in peril." Chapter 110. Is there another missile inside the missile? Though Jin Yan's voice was not loud, it struck each individual present like a heavy hammer upon their hearts. The exclusive team behind Su Yang was left astounded, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Is this truly the utterance of their leader? What jest is this? What stature does their leader possess? He is someone who traverses freely in the realm of the Russian bear. And now, he is humbling himself before an unknown figure who seemingly emerged from nowhere. That expression, could it be one of ingratiation? Some members of the team were unable to restrain themselves and rubbed their eyes in disbelief. They never anticipated witnessing such a scene in their professional careers. The gazes directed at Su Yang had shifted from scrutiny and indifference to a profound fear of the unknown and deep reverence, contrasting with the silence on site. The viewers in the live stream were overwhelmed upon hearing Jin Yan's plea for help, causing the barrage of comments to flash so swiftly that it was almost indecipherable. No way. Is the streamer even human? These are two generals too. They are figures whose mere presence could shake Longwa to its core. This is something even movies wouldn't dare portray. Could it be that this is merely an ordinary missile, and the big shot has made a mistake? What nonsense are you spouting? Words can be misinterpreted, but can one's gaze deceive? Can actions be false? Did you not see how General G just now appeared as though bewitched? That cannon is not of Longwa's making, so the notion of being bewitched is laughable. I suspect it may be an illusion. I have accessed some information over the wall, which suggests that the illusion should be classified as advanced hypnosis, a technique reportedly utilized by security agencies during interrogations. What matters is not the specifics, my friends. The crux of the matter lies herein. Shouldn't the focus be on whether the streamer will take action and resolve this predicament? Goodness, I have a premonition that the streamer is about to make headlines. Which internet broadcaster is sought after by the top brass of Longwa? Indeed, this is not the first instance of a big shot seeking help from the streamer. I seem to have developed a certain immunity to it. What is happening? As the anticipation among the viewers in the live stream grew palpable, Su Yang remained blissfully unaware of their expectations. He stood before the elderly man, whose military posture was characteristically straight, yet at this moment, it seemed to convey a slight hint of bowing, as if urging Su Yang to take action. Abovely audible, sleeps. While he yearned to be indifferent, the call of duty as a citizen of the Dragon Nation compelled him to act. In the midst of his inner turmoil, Su Yang took a resolute step forward, approaching the cannon without hesitation, his gaze fixated on the exquisite red spider lily. In the next instant, mirroring his earlier resolve, he reached out and touched it. Startled, Jin Yan, who stood behind him, instinctively gasped, exclaiming, "Be careful." Su Yang paused momentarily, casting a clear-eyed glance at Jin Yan while his hand continued its motion. Moments later, he withdrew his finger and turned to face Wang Depeo and Jin Yan, stating, "This is not a missile." Wang Depeo faltered. "What do you mean? Is it fake?" Su Yang pursed his lips, hesitating for a few seconds before slowly shaking his head. Wang Depeo, being rather impatient, was utterly perplexed by Su Yang's ambiguous gestures. "What is going on? Just tell me." Su Yang surveyed the crowd before him, blinking his eyes. He began to speak, his tone laced with an air of innocence. "It's not a missile. It appears to be a specially designed nuclear bomb." The moment those words left his lips, a wave of astonishment swept through the gathering. "What the heck? This is a nuclear bomb?" Even Wang Depeo and Jin Yan wore expressions of sheer horror. All the team members behind them were left utterly dumbfounded. A weapon of mass destruction, no matter how elite one might be, even if one were a dragon, facing a nuclear bomb would mean instant obliteration. Amidst the shocked reactions of the onlookers, the most dramatic response came from Liu Xiaobao, who had previously been rather inconspicuous. In a flash, he appeared beside his brother, clinging tightly to Su Yang's arm, trembling like a leaf. "Brother, what does this mean? Are we going to die? We have so much money in our accounts. But my bank card has a withdrawal limit, and I haven't even finished withdrawing. And my mortgage and car loan are still unpaid. I want to contribute to society, don't I? Brother, I don't want to die yet." By the time he uttered his last plea, Liu Xiaobao was on the verge of tears, shaking Su Yang's arm while willfully ignoring the disdain etched on Su Yang's face. "Wow, the cameraman is too immersive. I suddenly feel terrified. And I'm right here in Haicheng. If that nuclear bomb explodes, am I going to turn into an octopus? Hey, what are you talking about? Think before you speak. Look at the anchor's expression. Does it really seem like the bomb is about to explode? You're making me laugh. If the nuclear bomb were to go off, wouldn't the anchor be the first to run? With his current worth, he is worth more than my Baba, right? Calling him the richest is hardly an exaggeration. I am curious about how much earnings streamers truly have in the back end and what has led to the withdrawal limits." The streamer, moments ago, hesitated, exclaiming about a missile. No, a nuclear bomb. Clearly, something significant is afoot, and onlookers are eager for the unfolding drama. "Be quiet." Su Yang's voice, cold and calm, cut through the chatter like a knife. The previously raucous atmosphere gradually settled into silence. Wang Depeo and Jin Yin exchanged glances, fully aware of the reckless nature of their comrades. Typically, they would not yield to mere persuasion. However, it was evident that a single remark from Su Yang could transform the slightly chaotic scene into one of control. They both couldn't help but smirk, reflecting on the relentless passage of time. Indeed, they felt their age. Su Yang cast a warning glance at Liu Xiaobao and slowly continued. "This nuclear bomb is both real and false. But fret not, we are currently safe." His enigmatic words left the two military leaders perplexed. When Su Yang first mentioned a nuclear bomb, their minds had momentarily exploded with disbelief. Now, they were left grappling with the ambiguity of his subsequent statement. Wang Depeo frowned, his straightforward nature intolerant of roundabout explanations. "You need to clarify this for Uncle G." Jin Yin, taken aback, shot a meaningful look at Wang Depeo. "Do you still see yourself as my father-in-law?" Su Yang seemed unfazed by Wang Depeo's demeanor, his focus unwaveringly on the missile. He tapped on the cold, dark surface, asserting, "It's quite simple. Within the missile, there lies another missile." Chapter 111. The answer is within reach. With a single statement, Su Yang had ignited a frenzy in the live stream. What the hell? There's a nuclear bomb inside the missile? What kind of script are we following? Does the streamer possess X-ray vision? How could he discern this? To those in doubt, questioning your intelligence is an affront. There are countless precedents. Do review historical live streams. Have you all noticed the bizarre occurrences lately? Hasn't someone pointed out that the shape of this projectile resembles nothing from the Dragon Kingdom? How did it end up here? Is this an attempt at framing? If the streamer fails to reel it in, won't the explanation become muddled? This situation seems more significant than any before. I wonder which nation's missile also conceals a nuclear bomb? Unprecedented. How could something that outwardly resembles a missile contain a nuclear bomb? Very few are acquainted with the true appearance of such a missile. If the intent was to conceal the bomb, why not simply hide it? Why go to the lengths of crafting this missile that bears a striking resemblance to artifacts from the Bear Country? The crucial question remains, how did the adversary know what relics from the Bear Country look like? Wang Depeo's mind raced, nearly exceeding its capacity. Traditionally, he would engage Jin Yin with barbed remarks. However, this time, he adopted a notably diplomatic tone. Recently, Zhang and I had a discussion regarding the unusual signals of intrusion from the security department. However, Wang Depeo refrained from continuing his thoughts. Yet, the decades of tacit understanding between the two allowed Jin Yin to grasp the sentiments lingering in the air. Nevertheless, the inconsistencies were too numerous. From what was visible, the origin of this missile resembled an enigma. Observing the furrowed brows of the two men, one could almost sense their frustration, as if they wished to swat a fly. Su Yang paused momentarily in his thoughts. Very well, let us pursue this matter to its conclusion. If my intuition serves me correctly, this missile must indeed be authentic. No sooner had Su Yang's words echoed through the air than Wang Depeo and Jin Yan's eyes were instantly fixed on him. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, as if time itself had momentarily ceased. A burly man clad in a distinctive black uniform stepped forward. Identified as number 00001, the captain of this unit, Ji Zhongsan had already conducted an examination. This missile is not genuine. What a farce! A brazen angler daring to question Ji Zhongsan. Not only did Luo's team share this sentiment, but the soldiers behind him, also dressed in specialized uniforms, cast hostile glances toward Su Yang. Even some of the younger members bore expressions of barely contained rage. In their eyes, Ji Zhongsan was akin to a deity, impervious to any form of desecration. Who was this insolent youth, claiming that Ji Zhongsan sought his counsel, thus extending him a measure of respect? How dare he assert that Ji Zhongsan was mistaken? What an absurdity! They had witnessed their superior personally inspect the missile, signaling them with assurances of safety. It was under the direct orders of the first leader that Ji Zhongsan prioritized this matter, arriving at the scene without delay and personally examining this missile. Even if Su Yang proclaimed it a forgery, what of General Wang? Surely, the combined authority of two of the highest-ranking figures in Longhua could not be overshadowed by a mere angler. With this thought, Luo nearly burst into laughter in exasperation. He had never encountered live broadcasts nor heard the tales of anglers before. What he observed today was nothing more than an arrogant internet streamer. As he pondered, his gaze turned increasingly hostile. Even Su Yang's seemingly nonchalant demeanor was misinterpreted as provocation. Just as he was about to speak, he was abruptly interrupted by his own superior. Xiao Luo, Jin Yan, and Wang Depeo exchanged grave looks. The answer seemed poised to emerge, yet it appeared they had overlooked certain details. His sixth sense informed him that this young man might hold the key to the answer. Su Yang cast a glance at Luo, his expression devoid of emotion, as if he had long since acclimated to the scrutiny. His gaze returned to the missile, and he spoke slowly. The mandala flower is merely an illusion, which virtuous individual leaves behind traces of deception unpurged. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, a flash of insight illuminated Jin Yan's mind. He finally discerned the crux of the issue. Recalling the white granules he had seen upon his fingertips, he realized he had formed a preconceived notion. 3 cannons could not possibly manifest in Haiqing. Hence, this missile must certainly be a counterfeit. Since it is a counterfeit, the missile should pose no issues. The only question remains as to why it has appeared in Longhua. However, what he never anticipated was that this missile was, in fact, genuine. The missile served merely as a diversion. The true peril lay within. With this thought, Jin Yan directed his gaze towards the connection between the missile body and the tail, fixating on a nut-like object. A narrow seam caught his attention. Recalling his earlier actions, had it not been for Su Yang's intervention, he would have proceeded to investigate what lay inside. After being submerged for so long, any missile would be rendered ineffective. Thus, the notion of safety never crossed his mind. Yet now, Su Yang's words served as a poignant reminder. The adversary had no intention of tampering with the missile's exterior. It was merely a waterproof container. The genuine threat resided within the nuclear weapon, and the ignition point, or the location to detonate the nuclear device, could only be at the seam connecting the body to the tail. A sudden shock coursed through Jin Yan. What a sinister plot. This missile undoubtedly did not belong to Longhua. It was either from Inghua or Mao Xianghua, as Jin Yan quickly unraveled the entire sequence of events in his mind. Within a splendidly adorned office, President Pu Pu of Mao Xianghua sat with a furrowed brow, fixated on a document laid before him. General Kusky stood before the desk, his face flushed as crimson as blood. This morning, he had received an alarming report. A missile had gone missing from the military museum, a relic from the previous war. While the loss of a missile was no trivial matter, it should not have escalated to the president's attention, making him appear so inept. What was peculiar, however, was that despite his immediate orders to review the surveillance footage, 3 days had passed with no leads. The situation had become increasingly enigmatic. How could a missile, once a prized exhibit in a military museum, simply vanish? General Kusky sensed that matters were far more complicated than they initially seemed. After all, the incident at the concert hall had only recently transpired, and the entire nation remained on high alert. He diligently compiled a report to present to the president. Upon witnessing the stern expression of his iron-fisted leader, A chill ran down Kuski's spine. It was evident that the president was decidedly dissatisfied with the investigation and handling of this incident. Just as Kuski steeled himself to speak, suddenly, President Poo-Poo's assistant burst through the door, a look of urgency etched across his face. Chapter 112. Has the emperor become a loyal fan of Su-Yang? The assistant, visibly distressed, rushed in and placed a tablet before President Poo-Poo. Mr. President, you must see this. It may hold the key to our breakthrough. After his assistant's words, Poo-Poo looked perplexed, skeptically opening the tablet. Within, there was a video, a replay of a live stream, showing Su-Yang reeling in the missile from a beach. Witnessing this scene, President Poo-Poo could no longer maintain his composure, abruptly rising from his office chair. The solid wooden desk trembled beneath him, sending papers and a water cup cascading to the floor in a chaotic tumble. Oh no, how is this possible? Is that our missile? Why is it in the Dragon Country? How did it get caught by a fisherman? Just the appearance of that missile is enough for Emperor Poo-Poo to recognize it at first glance without a second thought. Upon seeing the furious expression on the president's face, the assistant's voice trembled slightly. Mr. President, this is a live broadcast from the Dragon Country. I learned of it by chance. I rushed to report as soon as I saw the missile. Emperor Poo-Poo's eyes were fixed intently on the screen, his mind racing. He tapped his calloused fingers on the desk. Investigate this immediately. Yes, Mr. President. General Kuski exchanged a furtive glance with the assistant, a heavy weight lifting from his heart. As long as we can trace its descent, we will eventually uncover the truth. In this world, every event leaves a trace. Observing the two at the desk still in motionless silence, Emperor Poo-Poo's expression darkened. What time is it? Is this the efficiency we maintain? His tone turned stern. Why aren't you going? The assistant, taken aback, blurted out, Mr. President, the tablet. Emperor Poo-Poo paused, an uncomfortable sensation washing over him. Clearing his throat, he replied, leave the tablet. I want to watch the live broadcast. General Kuski and the assistant widened their eyes in surprise. Mr. President, watch a live broadcast? Their president, who was so busy he barely had time to drink water, was now indicating he wished to watch a live stream. To be aware, aside from his daily physical training, the president rarely indulged in any form of entertainment. The notion that he would watch a streamer from the Dragon Country was astonishing, although they had never seen Su-Yang. At this moment, his stature in their minds elevated significantly. General Kuski silently nodded in agreement. The person from the Dragon Country on the screen, if he recalled correctly, was named Su-Yang. Yes, that was the name. As soon as he exited the office, he would seek out a live stream room. He too wanted to see who this remarkable streamer was that could capture the president's attention during work hours. Meanwhile, at the scene in Haicheng. Got it. Wang DePeo hung up the phone, exhaling in relief. Noticing the concerned gazes of those around him, he stated, our missile is still intact. Ji nodded, having anticipated this outcome. After all, given the security measures in the Dragon Country, transporting such a large object would be nearly impossible. This leaves us with only two possibilities. Either it belongs to the Eagle Country or it is from the Bear Country itself. If it's the former, it would be a blatant case of the thief calling out to catch the thief. The missile itself is not the issue. The problem lies within. Had Su-Yang not discovered it, no one would have known that there was something hidden inside. If someone accidentally triggered the nuclear device while inspecting the missile, the consequences would be catastrophic. Ji, the chief of staff, dared not dwell on that thought any longer. Yet, a nagging intuition told him that this matter was not as simple as it appeared. Could it be that this missile belonged to the Bear Country? Just as this thought crossed Ji's mind, a young man stumbled onto the stage, rushing towards Su-Yang. Brother, we're in big trouble. The reckless verbal exchanges among the parties present caused the local police officer, Shu Li, to furrow his brow. A small, pudgy figure nimbly approached Su-Yang, presenting his phone before him, his trembling finger pointing at a comment on the screen. Brother, look. Am I blind? No way, this can't be fake, can it? It's all officially verified. Upon seeing the comment, a rare look of confusion crossed Su-Yang's face. After several seconds of contemplation, he murmured to himself, it should be real, right? Observing Su-Yang's peculiar expression, the two prominent figures present exchanged glances, both equally perplexed, and silently shook their heads. It was not until Su-Yang cleared his throat twice that clarity regarding the origin of the artillery shell began to emerge. As soon as Su-Yang finished speaking, Team Leader Luo could not suppress a derisive snort. Did you not hear? General Wang just confirmed it over the phone. The missile from our Dragon Nation is safely housed in the museum. What clues could you possibly uncover? Or did some high-ranking official provide you with information? It's truly hard to believe. This fishing enthusiast is merely putting on airs. General Wang just confirmed that the missile is still there. So how could he verify the origin of this artillery shell? Is it plausible that a mere fishing enthusiast could tap into the networks of the Eagle Nation or the Bear Nation? Could he really access contacts capable of confirming the whereabouts of missiles? Is such intelligence readily available to just anyone? This fishing enthusiast is full of flaws in his pretentiousness. How could he even attract the attention of our CEO? For a fleeting moment, Luo even questioned whether this fishing enthusiast possessed some kind of sorcery. Unfazed by Luo's remarks, Su Yang slowly turned his head, casting a casual glance at him while idly playing with his phone. Does this require any connections? I'm merely a fisherman. At that, team leader Luo seized upon the statement, exhaling heavily from his chest. Then what are you boasting about? You have nothing to show for it. How could you possibly know anything about the missile's origins? Such information is beyond the grasp of someone like you. The words struck a chord, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Wang Bingbing, about to interject, was silenced by a mere glance from her father. That single look was enough to bring her composure back. This was not a moment for a verbal spar. Empty rhetoric would only serve to highlight Su Yang's inadequacies. It was unacceptable to require a woman to lend support. Not only would she be unable to assist him, but it would also backfire. Wang Bingbing's charming face turned icy, glaring at team leader Luo with indignation. Did she not know her man's capabilities? She was acutely aware that her partner's words were always backed by substance. There was no way he would speak without foundation. To be labeled as lacking self-awareness by team leader Luo was utterly infuriating. Wang Bingbing was eager to witness the moment of Luo's humiliation, hoping for Su Yang to vent his frustrations. As Wang Bingbing seethed with indignation, Director Tian was whispering something into Mayor Yao's ear. At that moment, Mayor Yao's face was etched with worry. Chapter 113, Emperor Poo-Poo. Am I substantial enough? Mayor Yao waved his hand, signaling Director Tian that he understood. His gaze fell upon the young man, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, his lips twitching in exasperation. This Su Yang truly was a handful. Mayor Yao pinched his temple, recalling that he had insisted that Director Tian conduct another investigation, and indeed, he had not misremembered. This impudent youth, with a lineage spanning 3 generations plus collateral branches, was undeniably well-rooted. In other words, given Su Yang's connections, there was no conceivable way he could ascertain the ownership of that missile. If he were to become General Wang's esteemed son-in-law, there might be a sliver of possibility. But at present, looking at this young man, along with the formidable Captain Luo, he felt a twinge of headache. Youthful exuberance and rivalry. He had once been young himself and could empathize. Yet, deep down, he wished to spare Su Yang any distress. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but feel apprehensive for Su Yang. How would this impudent young man navigate such a predicament? In the recesses of his mind, Mayor Yao felt an inkling of anticipation. Meanwhile, Su Yang maintained an unwavering calm, his expression as serene as a deep pool. He cast a sidelong glance at Captain Luo, a faint smile tugging at his lips. In a voice that was both crisp and laced with amusement, he spoke leisurely. Is he, as my connection, sufficient? Upon finishing, his slender fingers held the phone, presenting the screen before Jin Yen and Wang Depeo, his gaze no longer straying towards Captain Luo. Captain Luo, still observing with a steely gaze what tricks Su Yang might conjure, was suddenly startled by a resonant exclamation. What the hell? Wang Depeo snatched the phone from Su Yang's grasp. Disbelief etched across his face as he scrutinized the barrage of comments. His astonished expression froze, rendering him momentarily speechless. Jin Yen furrowed his brow in confusion, and without waiting for further explanation, seized the phone. What on earth is happening? Give it to me. The words he had yet to articulate lodged in his throat, forcing him to swallow instinctively. Ah, damn it. Clang. Captain Luo's eyes widened, and the shield in his hand clattered to the ground. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, as if struggling to comprehend the scene before him. Had those words truly come from their composed and authoritative chief of staff? What was happening today? He had never witnessed his superior behave so uncharacteristically. First, unconditionally trusting this angler, even seeking help from him, and now He had actually heard the chief of staff utter such words? What exactly had the angler shown them to warrant such a reaction? Captain Luo felt as though he had stepped into a fantastical realm. And just as he was engulfed in confusion, a team member gently nudged him from behind. Captain Luo, why don't you take a look at this? As he spoke, he thrust the phone into Captain Luo's hands. What do you want me to see? I'm not in the mood. The last word caught in his throat, abruptly silenced. On the screen, a comment was being wildly pinned to the top. Emperor Poo-Poo. I am Poo-Poo. Thanking Su Yang for helping the Bear Country find the lost missile. Team leader Luo was taken aback, abruptly lifting his gaze to Su Yang, as if he'd seen a ghost. In that fleeting moment, he felt his grip weaken, nearly losing hold of his phone. Is this what Su Yang referred to as connections? The president of the Bear Country, Emperor Poo-Poo himself, personally expressing gratitude to Su Yang? Was he just a fisherman? What merit could he possibly have to warrant such gratitude from President? Such a scene had never unfolded in the annals of Dragon Country's history. Luo's mind went blank, his face paling as he looked at Su Yang. Meanwhile, the live stream was in an uproar. Oh my God! After a lifetime of fishing, when did the president become one of my viewers? Incredible. Is this real? It can't be. The Bear Country? Emperor Poo-Poo? Watching a fisherman's live stream? I recognize every word, but how do they make no sense together? Is this a special arrangement by the program team? This is too unbelievable. Which president would casually watch a live stream? Is it a fake? Shoo. Are you out of your mind? Think about it with your swollen brain. Who would dare impersonate Emperor Poo-Poo? What's his background? Who would want to risk their life? Absolutely right. This is all officially verified. General Kusky from Bear Country. Thank you, Su Yang, for helping Bear Country recover its lost missile. This missile represents the history of Bear Country and holds extraordinary significance. Upon the appearance of this barrage of comments, numerous viewers from Bear Country flocked into Su Yang's live stream. Some enthusiastic Bear Country netizens even located the previous playback link of Su Yang's stream. Oh, what is going on? This seems to be a Dragon Country person's live stream? A fisherman? How could a Dragon Country live stream appear on our official platform? This is astonishing. Wow, he is so handsome. Handsomeness knows no borders. Although I don't understand what is happening, I must admit the official eye for talent is impressive. This host is truly handsome. Indeed, this host exudes a unique charm of Dragon Country. ISNT, this a fishing streamer? Quite intriguing. What is the official trying to show us? Let us see what the host has caught before. At this moment, Su Yang and Lu Xiaobao were unaware that a throng of warriors from Bear Country had surged into the live stream. They were currently observing General Wang DePeo, whose face was lit with joy, laughing so hard that his eyes nearly disappeared. He beamed proudly at the young man before him, occasionally casting glances at Chief of Staff G, as if concerned that others might not notice. He had envisioned countless ways to resolve the situation for Su Yang, even contemplating whether he should leverage his connections if necessary. For the sake of his daughter, he could not allow the young lad to lose face. However, he never anticipated that Su Yang would deliver such a brilliant coup, winning so splendidly. The fact that Emperor Poo-Poo himself had watched Su Yang's live stream and even taken the time to dispel rumors was beyond belief. What status did Emperor Poo-Poo possess? He was the president of a nation. If he witnessed it himself, he would never have dared to believe it. Wang DePeo's heart soared with excitement. Yet his mind swiftly analyzed the pros and cons. From the analysis of the tweet issued by the Emperor Poo-Poo, it appeared that the Bear Nation was oblivious to the lost missile, let alone the fact that it contained a nuclear warhead. Old G, Wang DePeo said gravely, deliberately stepping closer to Jin Yin and lowering his voice. A mere glance exchanged between them sufficed to convey their shared thoughts. Subconsciously, they had begun to trust Su Yang unconditionally. The nuclear warhead was temporarily secure and needed to be returned to Kyoto at the earliest opportunity. Although this device belonged to the Bear Nation, they were completely unaware of it. Every clue pointed in one direction, the Eagle Nation. Just as Wang DePeo meticulously unraveled the entire incident, a helicopter ascended rapidly from the top of a private hospital in Kyoto. Chapter 114. Before Su Yang, the Eagle Nation's commander is but a fool. Inside the helicopter, the grim-faced Varada stared intently at the screen before him. In front of him stood an elderly man with a head of silver hair. However, if one assumed this elder to be benevolent and kind, one would be gravely mistaken. This man was none other than Marcel, the highest commander of the Eagle Nation's intelligence agency. Ruthless and cunning, he had executed no fewer than 500 missions over the past 2 decades, employing any means necessary, with countless lives lost at his hands. Thus, he was aptly nicknamed the Scorpion. At this moment, the Scorpion gazed at Varada with a hint of amusement, eyeing the screen in his grip. Varada, are you suggesting that all of the president's plans have failed due to this airman? 24 hours prior, he had received a coded message from the president, instructing him to covertly infiltrate the Dragon Nation to assist Varada in his mission. The directive was clear. Failure was not an option, regardless of the cost. Though Varada was his rival, he was the president's designated successor, often brimming with arrogance. Little did he expect to falter at the hands of a mere fisherman. No, an airman. The Scorpion scoffed inwardly, deeming Varada utterly incompetent. How could such a person possibly succeed him? Without offering Varada any courtesy, the Scorpion unleashed a torrent of scornful remarks. Yet, Varada remained silent, coldly regarding him as he extended the Eagle Nation's specialized tablet toward him. The Scorpion, taken aback by Varada's lack of retort, accepted the tablet with a puzzled expression. As time ticked by, the Scorpion's demeanor grew increasingly grim. His pale fingers crushed the screen in his grip, shattering it to pieces. Varada observed the scene without the slightest hint of surprise. What now? Do you still believe he is merely an ordinary broadcaster? The Scorpion's face turned ashen. It was he. The very individual who had thwarted their previous mission was this airman. Before receiving a call from the president, he had already heard of the recent failures of several Security Bureau operations targeting the Dragon Nation. Now, Varada was left with no choice but to make a desperate counterattack. Within the Dragon's lair, the positioning device detected an anomalous breach of security signals. Such actions were not solely the undertaking of the Eagle Nation. Rather, they were the collaborative efforts of several adversaries from the Dragon Nation. However, he could not fathom the true extent of their terror. Was he not merely a fishing streamer? As the head of the Eagle Nation's premier intelligence agency, he had never before heard of this fisherman's name, nor had anyone reported to him that such an individual existed within the confines of the Dragon Nation. Contemplating this, Scorpion glared fiercely at Varada. Why was I not informed sooner? Varada shrugged helplessly. This task was a secret directive from the president. No one anticipated that this fisherman could single-handedly dismantle the entire operation of the Eagle Nation. Moreover, I attempted to reach out to you several times for assistance, but my calls went unanswered. Upon hearing Varada's words, Scorpion's expression shifted between shades of anger and fear, his astonishment only amplifying. He was all too aware of who Varada was. Despite the fade of submission Varada presented before him, he knew that Varada was, in fact, a formidable individual. Over half of the instruments of torture within their agency were devised by him. Yet now, when Varada spoke of this fisherman, he appeared utterly cowed, as though paralyzed by fear, devoid of any courage to resist. In the past, Varada had successfully completed missions in the Cherry Blossom country and returned unscathed. What sort of adversary could elicit such a plea for help from him? An ominous premonition surged within Scorpion's heart as he silently repeated the name Su Yong. Good grief. Is this Su Yong truly just a fisherman? He seems oblivious to the fact that this individual has deliberately targeted Varada. Each encounter has been a reaction rather than an initiation. Yet, despite this, the entire Eagle Nation has been thrown into disarray by his machinations. In desperation, the president had dispatched him to assist with this mission. This time, they were to act as official representatives, traveling to Haicheng to negotiate with the Dragon Nation in hopes of reclaiming the missile that the fisherman had caught. The entirety of the Dragon Nation believed that this missile originated from the Bear Nation. However, in truth, it belonged to the Eagle Nation. The Bear Nation was merely a smokescreen. If the Dragon Nation were to bring this missile back to their laboratory, they would discover that the nuclear warhead within was indeed from the Eagle Nation. At that moment, the truth would be unveiled. The perceptive individuals of the Dragon Nation would undoubtedly discern the intricate web of deceit behind it. Subsequently, the Eagle Nation would find itself at the mercy of public scrutiny. This would severely jeopardize the president's plans for re-election. With this thought in mind, Scorpion once again focused his attention on the screen, striving to gather more information about Su Yong. The helicopter hovered above, drawing ever closer to Haicheng. This time, Varada and Scorpion had a singular, straightforward objective: to retrieve the missile at all costs and, in the process, thwart any further actions by that fisherman. He had a foreboding sense that if this fisherman continued his schemes, the Eagle Nation would inevitably find itself ensnared in his web. The hum of helicopters resonated in the air as the bustling city of Haicheng drew nearer. Meanwhile, Su Yang stood beneath the shade of a tree, squinting at the busy crowd before him. Wang Depeo and Chief of Staff Ji were each engaged in phone calls, organizing the forthcoming arrangements. All departments from Kyoto were required to report to the Research Institute, and everyone was to remain on standby, fully committed. The checkpoints along the route demanded strict confidentiality throughout the journey. Wang Depeo had already initiated the deployment of the nearest armed police forces to Haicheng. With his son-in-law achieving such a significant feat, there could be no lapses in logistics. Forget the helicopter. He would travel with them. Initially, he believed that his subordinates were capable, each able to stand on their own, but compared to his son-in-law, TSK, it was simply disheartening. Upon his return, he planned to devise a rigorous training regimen to transform them completely. The future of Long will belong to the youth, particularly to young men like Su Yang. Old Wang, what are you pondering? The plane will be arriving shortly. Shall we return to Kyoto together? Jin Yin had just ended his call when he noticed Wang Depeo lost in thought. No helicopter for me. I shall return with the missiles. Yinian bones. Instantly grasping Wang's intent. Nodding in agreement, he replied, That works. With you here, success is assured. The two began to quietly discuss their plans for the journey back to Kyoto. Meanwhile, Luo and Wu Yingqiao commenced clearing the area. Suddenly, two figures came sprinting from a distance. Chapter 115. Su Yang's Slight Intervention. The Eagle Nation's official slaps himself. Two middle-aged men with blue eyes rushed toward them, shouting in a tone laced with uncontainable urgency. Fishermen, stop at once. The poorly articulated Mandarin and the urgency in their voices caught the attention of everyone present, prompting them to cease their actions and turn towards the source of the commotion. Clad in military attire foreign to Longhua, adorned with an assortment of peculiar items, they were unmistakably not from Longhua. Wang Depeo and Chief Ji exchanged glances, a shared understanding flashing in their eyes. What was the Eagle Nation doing here at such a critical moment? Judging by their ranks, they appeared to hold significant authority. A cold smile crept across Wang Depeo's mind, though his expression remained inscrutable. Were they attempting to destroy evidence in a desperate act? Had they rushed here upon discovering the missile's exposure? Such audacity! He was eager to see what these two would attempt. One of the men, with graying hair and piercing blue eyes, approached Su Yang directly, his tone severe. Are you Su Yang? Sensing the hostility in the man's voice, Su Yang raised his gaze to meet his. Observing the man's attire and features, he narrowed his eyes, already forming a conjecture about his identity. I am Chels, the highest-ranking official of the Eagle Nation's Security Bureau. To this declaration, it seemed as if the crowd had not heard a word. There was no reaction from anyone, particularly from Su Yang, whose brows did not even twitch in response to Chels's imposing presence. Even a hint of disdain flickered in Shears's eyes. Witnessing this scene, Shears was instantly engulfed in fury. After all, he was the chief of the Eagle Nation's Intelligence Bureau, and yet this fisherman dared to treat him with such contempt. From the glint in the fisherman's gaze, it was evident he had recognized Shears's identity. He was clad in the uniform of the Eagle Nation's Intelligence Bureau, complete with insignia denoting his rank. He could hardly fathom that this group of individuals from the Dragon Nation would show him such disregard. While the soldiers of the Dragon Nation might be excusable, how could this fisherman dare to challenge his authority? Enraged, Shears felt a surge of emotion, his brow twitching uncontrollably, as if he could barely contain his outrage. The last time he experienced such an emotional upheaval was in kindergarten. Since he could remember, he had been selected for training in a secret base, molded by the Eagle Nation. Today, he found himself on the verge of losing composure, provoked merely by a glance from fishermen. In that fleeting moment of realization, a murderous intent surged within Shears. Pausing for a few seconds, he spoke to Su Yang with a remarkably calm demeanor. It seems you know who I am. Lower the missile. This is an order. Upon hearing this, not only Su Yang, but also the soldiers of the Dragon Nation present, as well as the audience in the live broadcast, erupted in laughter. Has he lost his mind? An Eagle Nation representative coming to the Dragon Nation, acting like a big shot? Did Liang Jingru give him the courage? Has he truly lost his senses? An order? On our sovereign soil? When did it become the prerogative of the Eagle Nation to dictate terms? This is utterly ludicrous. I wish I could give him a piece of my mind. He looks like a sleazy action movie protagonist, speaking in such a disgusting manner. Does he truly forget the repugnant deeds committed by the Eagle Nation's Intelligence Bureau? His inherent sense of superiority and arrogance, unwilling to acknowledge the excellence of the Dragon Nation, never considering equal dialogue, who granted him this sense of superiority, although deserving of a reprimand. Why does he appear so anxious? What difference does it make if the missile is not surrendered? How could Shares not be anxious? He never anticipated that this fisherman from the Dragon Nation would manage to reel in the missile. If the Dragon Nation discovered that this missile belonged to the Eagle Nation, cleverly disguised as one from the Bear Nation, it would present an opportunity for a coalition between the two countries. The president's plans for re-election would undoubtedly be jeopardized by this incident, exploited by his opponents. How infuriating! This unimaginable situation had unfolded like a miracle. Shares' mind raced with turmoil, contrasting sharply with Su Yang's unwavering calm demeanor. The words of this so-called Eagle Nation officer were as insubstantial as air before him. He was fully aware of the dynamics between the Eagle Nation and the Dragon Nation. To issue commands to him? Who gave him such audacity? Why should anything that appears on Dragon Nation soil be surrendered to an Eagle Nation representative? I kindly request you to depart. Despite his clarity of thought, Su Yang maintained a composed and dignified tone, embodying the grandeur of a great nation. I shall reiterate, lower the missile. Do you not comprehend? Clearly, Charles was incensed by Su Yang's apparent indifference. A mere fisherman from the Dragon Kingdom dared to disregard the commands of the highest official of the Eagle Nation's intelligence agency. Even the Minister of Security from the Dragon Kingdom would not dare to treat him with such disregard. However, when considering the potential consequences that this missile could unleash, Charles's demeanor transformed into one of ferocity. Young man, if you dare to take that missile away, do not blame us for being ungracious. Seeing the murderous intent in Charles's eyes, both Wang Depeo and Jin Yin's expressions shifted in unison. They were acutely aware of the myriad of tactics at the disposal of someone in the position of the Eagle Nation's intelligence chief. Nevertheless, they would not permit a single threat to the life of a national treasure from the Dragon Kingdom. Just as Wang Depeo was about to speak, Su Yang, as if anticipating the moment, cast a glance that effectively silenced him. Gazing at the enraged Charles, Su Yang spoke without a hint of emotion. How could the possessions of the Dragon Kingdom be so easily relinquished, unless that item does not rightfully belong to the Dragon Kingdom? In such a case, returning it would simply mean restoring it to its rightful owner. Clearly, Charles's comprehension of the profundity of the dragon language was insufficiently deep. Su Yang's slightly convoluted wording left him bewildered. Not fully grasping the implications of Su Yang's words, Charles's eyes lit up at the phrase restoring it to its rightful owner. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, Indeed, what belongs to the Eagle Nation is merely returning to its rightful owner. Chief. As soon as Charles's words fell, Virata's expression changed dramatically, and he gasped in shock. Realizing what he had just uttered, Charles's expression froze in disbelief. What had he just said? He had inadvertently exposed their trump card in front of the military of the Dragon Kingdom? No, it was more than that. This fisherman was a live streamer, and he had done so in front of the entire internet. Charles's face turned as pale as a ghost. Incredulity etched across his features as he stared at Su Yang. Had he unwittingly fallen into the trap set by this fisherman? Had he just openly acknowledged that the missile belonged to the Eagle Nation? With a resounding slap, Charles, seemingly transformed, gave himself 2 resounding slaps across the face in front of the entire internet and the military of the Dragon Kingdom. A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd, piercing through the silence like a dagger. Chapter 116. Want to reclaim the missile? I'm afraid it will cost you more. Meanwhile, witnessing this scene, Wang Depeo could not suppress a smirk. At that moment, he finally understood why Su Yang had given him a restraining glance. Within the brief time that Charles had appeared, it was evident that Su Yang had devised a flawless plan. That was to compel the Eagle Nation to admit the origins of the missile themselves. Heaven knows how much trouble this had saved them. It was worth noting that negotiating through official channels of the Dragon Kingdom would not only be arduous in gathering evidence, but would also consume a significant amount of time. To have the Eagle Nation voluntarily admit their ownership, without expending a single effort in negotiations, was a notion he could only dream of. Charles had already revealed his identity upon arrival. His words represented the official stance of the Eagle Nation. Wang Depeo cast a glance at Jinian, a hint of pride gleaming in his eyes. He had not anticipated that this matter could conclude so flawlessly without the loss of a single soldier. The corners of the lips of everyone present in Longhua involuntarily curled upward as they observed the two individuals from Ingwa behaving rather foolishly. However, Chiels quickly regained his composure in record time. He knew he had to bring this missile back to Ingwa, and his mind raced to analyze the current situation. A true gentleman knows when to be flexible. Since the words spoken cannot be retracted, he would pursue his objectives through alternative means. With this thought, a disingenuous smile spread across Chiel's face. Mr. Su Yang, I believe you are well aware that this missile is of no use in your possession. Although it has appeared in Longhua, since you lured it out, I assume you have the full authority to dispose of it as you see fit. If you are willing to hand it over to me, I would be pleased to represent the Ingwa government and offer you a generous sum of 20 million in gratitude. 20 million in currency of your choosing. Upon uttering these words, a determined smile graced Chiel's face. In his eyes, a mere platform streamer, even if they were purportedly the top influencer in Longhua, held no significance. Faced with such a substantial sum of money, it was only natural for any reasonable person to feel tempted. The audience fell into a stunned silence upon hearing his proposition. Some even found themselves instinctively checking their ears. 20 million? In any currency of their choice? Such a dream was inconceivable. Even a top influencer like Li Jiechi would have to work tirelessly to earn such a fortune. Yet, what was this fisherman presenting? A pie falling from the sky, and gilded at that. Who could possibly resist such an offer? Chiels had successfully left everyone at a loss for words. Wang Depeo maintained a stoic expression, seemingly biding his time for Su Yang's decision. Jinian remained outwardly calm, though the fingers hidden beneath his sleeves betrayed his inner turmoil. He felt both joy and concern. The joy stemmed from Chiel's reaction, indicating that the missile harbored secrets beyond its allegiance to Ingwa. It was highly likely, as Su Yang had suggested, that the warhead within was the very reason for his solitary venture to Longhua. Chiel's unabashed threats and temptations only underscored the missile's significance. However, he was troubled by the realization that Su Yang could not possibly have anticipated such a lavish offer from Chiels, who openly dangled a reward before them. It was undeniably a colossal temptation that would be difficult for an ordinary person to refuse. Jinian was acutely aware of Su Yang's value to Longhua. If Su Yang truly acquiesced to this offer, he felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were utterly bewildered by the audacious move made by the Ingwa official. What on earth? Is he really throwing money at the streamer? In any currency they desire? If it's the most valuable currency, wouldn't that amount to over 100 million? Goodness, the streamer is in quite the predicament. My heart aches for them. Can this opportunity be passed on to me? Let me bear any burdens. This Ingwa official is truly making a significant investment. Is this not a case of revealing one's hand? This only indicates that there is an issue with the missile, even if it belongs to the Eagle Nation. Its origins remain a mystery. The Eagle Nation may have spent a fortune to retrieve it, which is not without merit. However, such a zealous attitude certainly reeks of conspiracy. Whether it is truly a conspiracy or not is a matter for later consideration. The immediate concern is that the host must not be blinded by temptation. Clarity of mind is essential. To be frank, it is quite challenging for the host. If it were you in their position, would you be able to maintain your composure? The higher the price, the more it signifies the importance of this item to them. Upon hearing Chelsea's words, Su Yang couldn't help but let out a cold laugh inwardly. He certainly would not hand over the missile to the Eagle Nation. While no one would refuse a substantial sum of money, it was evident that Chelsea lacked sincerity. In his previous life, he might have felt a pang of regret for refusing. However, in this lifetime, amidst Chelsea's anxious waiting, Su Yang finally lifted his gaze. Seeing Su Yang's nonchalant demeanor nearly caused Chelsea to explode with frustration. He pinched his thigh fiercely. Now was not the time to provoke a conflict with the Dragon Nation. If he were to lose his temper now, wouldn't that play right into the hands of the Dragon people? Grinding his teeth in irritation, Chelsea resolved to endure. He vowed that once he returned to the Eagle Nation, he would dispatch the finest agents to put an end to this insufferable fisherman. While he harbored a desire to see Su Yang utterly crushed, his facade remained congenial. 20 million. Are you dissatisfied? How about 30 million? After a brief pause, Chelsea forcefully suppressed his fury and continued. Let us do this, Mr. Su Yang. Present your demands, and the Eagle Nation will certainly comply with any reasonable request. Upon hearing Chelsea's words, Su Yang felt a flicker of interest and finally regarded him with attention. The sudden shift in his expression caused the hearts of everyone present to leap into their throats. The promise that the Eagle Nation would comply with any condition stirred palpable tension, even prompting the stoic Wang Depeo to involuntarily press his lips together. The viewers in the live stream, witnessing this scene, became increasingly anxious. Oh no, they've upped the ante. Host, you must not be swayed. No matter how much they offer, it should not be accepted. This is a matter of principle. Just a nod or a word could exchange for a lifetime of wealth and luxury. Why impose moral constraints on a host? How many can resist such temptation? Can you? Never mind, at this point, any choice the host makes is reasonable. The person above is right. We should not morally bind the host. Let him make his own decision. Alas, if it allows the Eagle Nation to suffer a significant loss, it may not be a total loss. This missile appears quite antiquated. Its utility is questionable. Hearing Chelsea's words, a slow smile crept across Su Yang's lips. This moment, perceived by Chelsea, felt like an unspoken agreement. It seemed that the fisherman's will was not as resolute as presumed, but rather that the temptation had not yet reached its zenith. Just as Chelsea believed he had Su Yang firmly in his grasp, he remained oblivious to the fact that every step he took was meticulously calculated by Su Yang. Chapter 117. This fisherman actually enjoys military grade? As Su Yang slowly curved his lips into a smile, a heavy stone in Charles' heart lightened slightly. As long as he could return the missile with a legitimate reason, the secrets it contained would remain forever hidden. Once the president's grand ambitions were realized and he returned to the Eagle Nation, he would undoubtedly possess countless methods to deal with this fisherman. Rewards? Huh. We shall see if you are worthy of them. Just as a shadow of malice flickered in Charles' eyes, Su Yang blinked innocently, wearing an expression that seemed harmless. The Dragon Nation has always emphasized propriety, righteousness, integrity, and honor. Since you claim this is the property of the Eagle Nation, present your evidence. And this missile shall rightfully be yours to take. No conditions, nor any need for rewards. Charles wore a smug expression, but it suddenly froze. Evidence? What a ridiculous joke. He possessed it, yes, but how could he possibly present it? This was something that could never be brought to light. Although this missile belonged to the Eagle Nation, its entire design had been modified from one of the Bear Country's models. Moreover, he was currently in the Dragon Nation, representing the Eagle Nation officially. To admit to it would be to openly acknowledge that the Eagle Nation had instigated discord between the Bear Country and the Dragon Nation. If he uttered even a single word more today, the president would surely have him torn to shreds. Realizing this, the expression on Charles' face became rigid. Turning his gaze toward Su Yang, he caught a glimpse of the mockery etched on Su Yang's features. A thunderous realization struck him. This fisherman was merely toying with him. That expression indicated he never expected Charles to produce any so-called evidence. Reflecting on the earlier moment when he had shamelessly proposed terms, he felt utterly humiliated. Charles' eyes underwent a subtle transformation. As the highest-ranking official of the Eagle Nation's intelligence agency, no one had ever dared to treat him with such disdain. It was truly infuriating. Damn it! He stared at Su Yang, his gaze venomous as a serpent. The flames of anger within him had been fully ignited by Su Yang. He had never encountered someone so ungrateful. How dare an ordinary fisherman challenge him? He had 1,000 ways to ensure this individual could vanish from the world without a trace. Engaging in these underhanded dealings was his daily routine. And what of this fisherman's daily life? As Charles' expression continued to shift, Wang Depeo exchanged a knowing glance with Wu Yingqiao. In a moment of clarity, Wu Yingqiao understood. With a simple gesture, all the police officers on site stood at attention. The synchronized sound instantly pulled Charles back to reality. Wu Yingqiao strode forward with military precision, standing before Su Yang. Please, Commander, direct our next course of action. As soon as the words left his mouth, he observed the expressions of the two foreigners freeze, as if they had seen a ghost. He was well aware of the ranks of Dragon Nation soldiers. The person before him had already attained the rank of colonel in the Dragon Nation. How could he be addressing this fisherman as commander? What a farce. This fisherman was not a military figure. Gaining access to the Dragon Nation's inner circles was no simple feat. The people of the Dragon Nation were cunning and treacherous. Charles sneered derisively. A fisherman, and now he has become commander? What a clumsy illusion. Wu Yingqiao maintained a stoic expression, utterly dismissing Chelsea's provocations. Standing before Su Yang with an upright posture, his gaze remained unwavering. Su Yang blinked, momentarily at a loss for words. The brief silence only served to solidify Chelsea's convictions. How foolish of the Dragon Kingdom fisherman to dare impersonate a high-ranking military official. It was utterly ludicrous. Just as Chelsea prepared to launch a scathing remark, an unexpected commotion arose behind him. Turning towards the sound, his pupils constricted in alarm. That uniform! A jolt of apprehension surged within him. Upon recognizing the imposing figure clad in black, adorned with the number 001 on his chest, Chelsea's expression shifted dramatically. 001. It was indeed 001. As the head of the Eagle Nation's premier intelligence agency, he was acutely aware of the significance of those two digits. Yet, the question loomed, why would someone in such a uniform be present in Haicheng? This was the exclusive unit of the top commander of the Dragon Kingdom. In his rush towards Su Yang, he had failed to notice the multitude of police officers present. A cold sweat broke out on Chelsea's forehead. He had been exceedingly careless today, neglecting to observe the security detail on site. Could it be that they had come for this fisherman? The thought crossed his mind, and he immediately chided himself. How absurd to entertain such a notion. A mere fisherman commanding the attention of the Dragon Kingdom's top commander and his elite security team? Chelsea's expression shifted rapidly as his gaze fixated on the soldier with the 001 designation approaching Su Yang. The soldier marched with impeccable military precision, halting before Su Yang. The security detail has assembled. Please direct us, Commander. As the words fell, Chelsea and Velada, standing not far away, echoed in disbelief, their eyes widening like saucers. They were all too aware of the security details standing within the Dragon Kingdom's military. They were addressing this fisherman as commander? Chelsea instinctively rubbed his eyes, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. Viewers in the live stream, witnessing the two Eagle Nation officers' sudden loss of composure, erupted in exhilaration. Do these two foreign officers not realize that the host enjoys military-grade privileges? The intelligence chief, Chelsea, radiated murderous intent earlier, clearly plotting against the host. Regrettably, eliminating a fisherman is not remotely comparable to taking out someone with military-grade status in the Dragon Kingdom. Satisfying? So very satisfying. I even suspect the two present did this intentionally, as those calls of commander were clearly meant to bolster the host's standing. Clueless foreign officers. Unaware, they've provoked an ironclad reality. Given the host standing in the Dragon Kingdom, he could soon have personal bodyguards at his side. Be a bit more confident. Let's drop the uncertainty. The host is now undeniably enjoying military-grade status, complete with bodyguards and even personal chefs. Observing the ever-changing expressions of shares, Su Yang could not help but smile. Retracting his gaze, he turned to team leader Luo and Wu Yingqiao, saluting them before speaking slowly. Ensure the missile is safely returned to Kyoto, and be cautious of what it contains. With those words, the head of the Eagle Nation's foremost intelligence agency felt his legs give way beneath him, stumbling and collapsing to the ground. This fisherman had already discerned that the missile held more than mere weaponry. Chapter 118. The Eagle's Retreat. Su Yang's reputation soars. Shares' complexion turned as pale as a specter. The scenes from moments ago replayed in his mind like a film reel. Not only had he failed to retrieve the missile, but he had also inadvertently acknowledged its origins. Even more unsettling was the realization that since he set foot on this shore, this fisherman had likely known his intentions. Under the pretense of ignorance, he had systematically guided Shares to reveal the truth. Reflecting on the conditions he had previously proposed to Su Yang, Shares lowered his gaze, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, drawing blood. Concealing the emotions lurking in his eyes, Shares understood with crystal clarity that his actions had been entirely within the adversary's control. What astonished him further was that this fisherman enjoyed military privileges in the rigorously structured Dragon Nation. This matter required careful deliberation. With this thought, Shares slowly raised his head, his eyes glinting like a serpent's. Since the Dragon Nation had made its decision, there was nothing more to discuss. Velada, we shall take our leave. The imposing entrance they had made was now overshadowed by their disheveled exit. Witnessing their hasty retreat, The viewers in the live streaming room erupted into a frenzy of mockery and sarcasm. What kind of head of the Eagle Nation's intelligence agency is this? Did he come here just to be toyed with? He fled in disgrace. A complete victory. The host not only possesses capability, but also intelligence. This time, he was absolutely brilliant. From start to finish, he orchestrated the narrative, luring the Eagle-S missile and forcing them to admit it. How many diplomatic issues has he spared us? Once again, the host has achieved something remarkable. Did you all notice the change in the father-in-law's gaze? It was completely different from before. This time, the host has truly captivated General Wang. Indeed, the host's abilities are unparalleled. If it were me, I might have capitulated. The host is truly a pride of our dragon nation. Here we go again. Can we get something practical? Does the host really seem like someone in need of a girlfriend? What he lacks is, well, it seems he lacks nothing, regardless of need. Let the donations flow. After all, while we may not be able to offer any substantial rewards, our intentions must be conveyed. The barrage of comments continued unabated, creating an atmosphere as lively as a festival. Strong support for the host, donating 400. A chubby girl gazing at the stars donates 800 super gold beans. A Pikachu who loves battling werewolves donates 500 super rockets. With the first fan's donation, the popularity of Su Yang's live stream surged dramatically. Within mere seconds, it shattered the 10 million mark once again. Upon glancing at the backstage data of the live broadcast, Liu Xiaobao calmly slipped his phone into his pocket. Without the need for Su Yang to utter a word, he instinctively began to tidy up the surroundings. He was well aware of his brother's habits without any verbal cue. With noon approaching, the vastness of the world paled in comparison to the paramount importance of mealtime. Fortunately, today's gathering was at the beach behind the hotel, and it remained uncertain whether the dining would take place within the hotel itself. Meanwhile, Wang Depeo exchanged a knowing glance with Jin Yan, observing Su Yang, who seemed to be at a loss for words. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Wang Depeo approached Su Yang and firmly patted his shoulder. He then retrieved several cards from the inner pocket of his military uniform and handed them over. The individual from earlier was indeed the head of the intelligence agency of the Eagle Nation. I fear that his departure could pose a threat to you. This card grants access to the Nanshan Hotel, which is designated for the military of the Dragon Nation. Relocating there will ensure dedicated personnel to safeguard your well-being. Additionally, Xiao Wu, leave a vehicle on standby and assign a driver exclusively for Su Yang. From this moment on, both the car and the driver are solely for his use. Furthermore, return. Allocate a small team to Su Yang, selecting those with commendable skills to ensure his personal safety. He is, after all, a national treasure of the Dragon Nation. Upon concluding his remarks, he waved his hand and proceeded toward the awaiting helicopter. As Wang Depeo's words echoed through the space, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Despite having been astonished numerous times that day, Wu Yingqiao still found it hard to believe, his eyes wide in disbelief. The black card for the Nanshan Hotel was reserved for the paramount leader and their esteemed general. It was not the epitome of luxury, yet the security measures were unparalleled. Guards every 3 steps and sentries every 5, ensuring that not even a fly could infiltrate. Moreover, the provision of a vehicle was astonishing. The General S ride boasts a ballistic protection level of 9, with a bulletproof glass rated at 10. It could withstand sniper fire, grenades, or automatic weaponry without faltering. Most crucially, even if the tires were punctured, it could still maintain a speed of 80 kilometers per hour for approximately 100 kilometers. The fact that such a vehicle was to be assigned to Su Yang was staggering. It was reserved for the highest-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation. There were hardly a few such vehicles in the entire nation. Wu Yingqiao stood there, grappling with the reality of the situation. The brisk and decisive demeanor of Wang Depeo left Ji Nian momentarily speechless. His earlier lengthy admonitions suggested a deep concern for the talents of the Dragon Nation. One might mistakenly think he was preparing to marry off a daughter. This thought stirred a sense of frustration in Jin Yan. Wang Depeo had truly struck gold, acquiring such a remarkable ally without effort. Gazing at Su Yang's profound profile, it was evident that this young man was a rare gem. Before the Eagle Nation, he exhibited no trepidation, his aura unwavering. Most importantly, in the face of such overwhelming temptation, a mere nod could lead to boundless opportunities. However, the young man resolutely declined without a moment's hesitation, his resolve unwavering. Reflecting on Wang Depeo's earlier admonition, Jin Yin paused briefly. He approached Su Yang and gently patted his shoulder, urging him to prioritize his safety, as that eagle-eyed individual was certainly no benevolent figure. After this, he solemnly advised Mayor Yao before exchanging pleasantries and taking his leave. As he watched the two distinguished leaders of Long Country depart, Mayor Yao wiped the cold sweat from his brow. His gaze fell upon Su Yang not far away. At Nanshan Hotel, with military vehicles and dedicated security personnel, Mayor Yao's heart raced, following his direct encounter with the highest intelligence officer of Eagle Nation. It was evident that Su Yang was receiving protection of national treasure caliber, an honor even surpassing that of astronauts. Such treatment was utterly beyond the reach of a mere city mayor like himself, only slightly superior to the governor of the Eastern Province. A small temple cannot accommodate a grand Buddha. Henceforth, Su Yang's safety would undoubtedly become the foremost priority for their coastal city. In an instant, Mayor Yao felt a pang of regret for having bestowed upon Su Yang the title of ambassador for Haichen. It had entirely belittled his own stature. As he stood there, lost in thought, the viewers in the live stream were ignited once more by the unfolding scene. Chapter 119, What? Emperor Poo Poo personally visits? The barrage of comments in the live stream momentarily halted, blank as the screen, only to erupt into fervor mere seconds later. Did I hear correctly? Nanshan Hotel? Isn't that akin to the Dairo Yutai in the capital, specifically reserved for state guests? The host is now staying at such a place? Incredible. Just a few days into the broadcast, the host has ascended from a budget inn to a hotel of national guest caliber, rising like a rocket. Previously, I felt indifferent about the host enjoying military-grade treatment, but with the armored vehicles and security detail, the reality has set in. Absolutely a winner in life. One cannot claim that the national goddess looks down upon the host. Given the current circumstances, he embodies the dream of 900 million young girls. Did you notice how General Wang, despite his calm demeanor, had his fists clenched? It reveals his underlying concern for the host's safety, not out of flattery, but genuine worry. That is essential. The Eagle Nation is up to no good. They may very well have set their sights on our national treasure. The discussion among the viewers in the live stream was lively, while on the other side, at a corporate office of a certain streaming platform, a group of executives gathered before a large screen, watching the sharply rising line, afraid to utter a sound. 10 minutes prior, the atmosphere in the room had been charged with heated arguments, sparked by Lin Wenguang's unilateral decision to grant a portion of the platform's shares to a streamer without the board's consent. Even though this streamer had considerable popularity, Lin Wenguang's actions nonetheless infringed upon the shareholders' interests. How could a mere worker transform into an individual who could enjoy the same privileges as them? It is known that streaming platforms typically mitigate risk. Despite having leading streamers, they actively support others as well. What would happen if one day this fisherman were to lose his appeal? A person who has invested nothing has suddenly become a shareholder solely based on current traffic. Thus, early this morning, they flocked to Lin Wenguang's office. However, to their astonishment, the announcement of this so-called fishing expert joining the platform company was made just before the stock market opened. Remarkably, amid a plummeting stock market, the shares opened with a surge to the daily limit. This was utterly unbelievable. Not only had they never experienced a limit up when the market was at 6,000 points, but to witness such an event in the current market was even more improbable. Everyone fixated on the sharply rising red line, swallowing their saliva in silence. Lin Wenguang slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. If anyone has dissenting opinions, I will personally invest in purchasing your shares at today's stock price. As soon as he finished speaking, a senior executive wore a sycophantic smile. President Lin, what are you saying? We are grateful for your relentless efforts to elevate the company. I wholeheartedly support any decision you make. Voices of agreement echoed throughout the office. Lin Wenguang, observing the stock price and back-end data, could not suppress his excitement. Why had he been so eager to finalize the contract with Su Yang? It was to announce this significant good news through official media before the market opened. He had anticipated that the company's shares would rise, but he never expected them to hit the daily limit in such a market environment, let alone at the opening. Lin Wenguang's gaze shifted to the live broadcast on the screen, where Su Yang's exclusive, well-prepared security personnel were stationed. The calm he had finally regained surged once more. Knowing that Su Yang enjoyed military-level treatment was one thing. Witnessing it was entirely another. This level of prestige surpassed even that of the mayor of High City. In the future, their platform would also have a formidable backing. Lin Wenguang could not help but feel that his decision was exceedingly correct. Just as he was swept up in these thoughts, the office door was suddenly pushed open. President Lin, quickly look at the back-end data of Su Yang's live broadcast. Lin Wenguang was taken aback. He saw the traffic in Su Yang's livestream pouring in like a flood, causing immense pressure on the server. If they had not previously made dynamic adjustments to allocate greater resources based on traffic, this sudden influx could have caused the server to crash within mere seconds. What is happening? The unexpected turn of events drew the attention of everyone in the office. Look at the bullet screen. Poo Poo Emperor successfully leveled up to a loyal fan of Su Yang. Gas? This Dragon Kingdom streamer is incredible. Even our Emperor has become his loyal fan? Terrifying. I've been following Dragon Kingdom streams for so long and have never seen a streamer gain followers as rapidly as he does. Is there a brother from Bear Country upstairs? Even the Emperor is personally paying attention to a Dragon Kingdom streamer. How can we not join the excitement? You may not know, but the headline on Bear Country's official website is the entry to the Dragon Kingdom streamer. Welcome, friend from Bear Country. Does this count as the streamer expanding into international business? As the leading star of the Dragon Kingdom was not enough. There was a need to also engage with the Bear Nation. The streamers are indeed worthy. Idols know no borders. Had it not been for the valiant efforts of the Dragon Kingdom streamer, the Bear Nation would have already succumbed to the machinations of the Eagle Nation, significantly altering the battle landscape. General Kusky expressed gratitude towards the Dragon Kingdom streamer, Su Yang, stating that the Bear Nation had rediscovered its missile remnants. All orchestrated by the Eagle Nation. Did you see that? The streamer has indeed rendered great service to the Bear Nation. Consequently, it is only fitting for the Bear Nation to bestow some reward upon the streamer. Meanwhile, within the opulent confines of the Bear Nation's White House, Emperor Poo Poo found himself lost in contemplation as he gazed at the incessantly flowing comments on the screen. This airman is truly remarkable. It has been said that in the Dragon Kingdom, those who cannot catch fish are referred to as airmen. However, this particular airman stands apart from the rest. Upon reviewing his previous streams, I realized he could catch everything but fish. Moreover, each time he engages, the outcomes become increasingly astonishing. Such a talent is not merely a national treasure of the Dragon Kingdom. The Bear Nation yearns for him as well. With this thought in mind, Emperor Poo Poo stroked his chin, musing over the comment suggesting the Bear Nation should offer a reward. Given the substantial assistance rendered to the Bear Nation, it is only appropriate to provide some form of recompense. Thus, it follows that a personal visit to express gratitude would also be quite reasonable, wouldn't it? The Dragon Kingdom has a saying, meeting late is regrettable, but familiarity breeds fondness. Perhaps he and Su Yang are akin to long-lost friends, perfectly in tune with one another. With this notion, Emperor Poo Poo slammed the table, startling General Kusky, who is still engrossed in the live stream. Prepare yourself. I shall personally visit the Dragon Kingdom to meet Su Yang. The tablet in General Kusky's hands clattered to the ground as he gazed at his president in disbelief. The president is going to the Dragon Kingdom? Right now? Not for a routine diplomatic visit, but solely to meet a fisherman? General Kusky gasped in astonishment, struggling to comprehend what he had just heard. Unable to restrain himself, he confirmed once more, Mr. President, to the Dragon Kingdom? At this moment? It was inconceivable that even a slightly notable figure from the Bear Nation would warrant such an elaborate endeavor to meet an ordinary fishing streamer from the Dragon Kingdom. General Kusky never questioned any of the president's decisions, yet he could not help but voice his confusion. Why had his president, upon viewing this fisherman's stream, transformed as if into an entirely different person? However, before he could ponder further, he suddenly felt a piercing gaze directed at him. Instinctively lowering his head, he felt a chill run down his spine. Bowing slightly, he replied, Mr. President, I shall prepare immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and exited. Watching General Kusky's retreating figure, a glimmer of determination flashed in Emperor Poo Poo's eyes. He set down his tablet, slowly rose from his desk, and walked to the windowsill. His fingertips gently traced the window frame. The keen instincts of a longtime power player informed him that this fisherman was far from being as simple as he appeared. What kind of airman could fish up anything but fish? Moreover, the things he reeled in were increasingly absurd. Take, for instance, the missile that had gone missing from the Bear Country. It had only been a matter of days. Perhaps the Eagle Nation had long prepared a decoy, merely awaiting an opportune moment. However, to coordinate with the events unfolding in Bear Country that had transpired only recently. In such a short span, this fisherman not only managed to retrieve the Eagle Nation's missile, but also attracted the attention of relevant agencies immediately. With effortless words, he toyed with the Eagle Nation, bringing the truth to light. Could an ordinary fisherman achieve such feats? Although he was yet unaware of the fisherman's true identity, one thing was certain. This fisherman possessed abilities beyond his comprehension. Thus, he did not consider it a degradation to meet this fisherman in Dragon Country. He had a premonition that upon their meeting, even more unexpected events would unfold. Meanwhile, at the scene in Sea City, Su Yang observed the hasty retreat of Wang Depeo and Jin Yen, lost in thought. This truly was a bit too outrageous. Can I be blamed? I merely sought a place to indulge in sloth. Therefore, today I hadn't even scouted a fishing location, instead relying on the hotel to do me a favor. Initially, I had no intentions of achieving anything today. Merely passing the time would suffice. Yet, unexpectedly, I landed this bizarre and eye-catching item. With one cast, the course of events was no longer within my control. Su Yang couldn't help but feel a twinge of resentment, noticing the vigilant guards not far away, and he pinched the bridge of his nose. He genuinely did not seek fame. He simply wished to languish through life. Yet, inadvertently, every move he made was magnified under scrutiny. With a sigh, he approached Lu Xiaobao and patted him on the shoulder. Let's conclude today's livestream here. Let's find a place to eat. After speaking, he glanced at the guards and his exclusive vehicle, all while Lu Xiaobao looked on in astonishment. Su Yang's thoughtfulness was instantly understood. From this day forth, his brother would no longer be an ordinary person. Recalling the leader's repeated instructions as they departed, Lu Xiaobao flashed what he believed to be a particularly dashing smile at the camera. Dear viewers, today's livestream ends here. Same time tomorrow. Don't miss it. Upon hearing Lu Xiaobao's announcement, the online audience instantly began to flood the chat with comments. Why was today's stream so short? Why did it end so quickly? I'm going to miss the host. Exactly. Didn't we always stream while eating before? Why is it only half a stream today? You two upstairs? Are you fools? The past and present are not the same. Even if the host goes to eat now, it's at a special place. Brothers, do not forget, our host now has a bodyguard. Can he casually stream? Indeed, from the moment the bodyguard appeared, the host's status has changed. Even if he concludes this live broadcast now, it would be entirely justifiable. To be honest, I believe he will continue streaming, albeit with reduced frequency. It seems the host truly enjoys the process of broadcasting. Seeing the comments from netizens, Lu Xiaobao couldn't help but smile. The content of these messages clearly indicated that his brother's fans were remarkably loyal. Even if the streaming duration decreased, it would hardly diminish the scale of the next broadcast. With this thought, he gleefully turned off the camera perched on his shoulder. The setting sun cast a warm glow on Su Yang's profile as Lu Xiaobao bounced over to his side, exhibiting a rather obsequious demeanor. Brother, where shall we dine? He asked while pulling out his phone, ready to check reviews. Before Su Yang could respond, Wu Yingqiao, who had overheard Lu Xiaobao, approached without hesitation. Chief, the dining venue has been prepared. Following this, Su Yang's cold voice resonated. Let us depart. Lu Xiaobao's finger, which had been poised over the screen, froze mid-motion, and he promptly slapped himself on the forehead. His brother was now a high-profile individual under special protection, accompanied by a bodyguard. In Longhua, safety was paramount. It seemed that from now on, someone would be managing their daily needs. Lu Xiaobao felt a mix of emotions. He was delighted that his brother's status was increasingly remarkable, yet worried that his role as a mere assistant was reduced to operating the camera, lacking any sense of participation. Moreover, he would no longer be able to casually review restaurants. As he pondered this, he trailed behind Su Yang, heading towards his brother's exclusive vehicle. Unexpectedly, after just a couple of steps, Su Yang abruptly halted, nearly causing Lu Xiaobao to bump into him. Looking up, he saw his brother pause before a national goddess, his deep profile revealing no discernible expression. Wang Bingbing held onto his sleeve tightly, tilting her head, although a mischievous smile graced her face. Her voice bore a slight tremor as she asked, Su Yang, may I accompany you for a meal? Chapter 121, A Special Fan. Wang Bingbing gazed up at Su Yang, her fair neck gracefully arching in the air. Her ethereal voice wafted through the breeze, carrying a barely perceptible quiver. Suyang, momentarily taken aback, felt an inexplicable emotion swell within him. Instinctively, he raised a hand to touch his nose, nodding stiffly. He seemed unaccustomed to such sudden intimacy. As soon as Wang Bingbing slightly loosened her grip, he took long strides toward the sleek black car. Lu Xiaobao, squinting with a beaming smile, exclaimed, "Sister, come. Let us go eat together." He enthusiastically beckoned Wang Bingbing to join them in Su Yang's exclusive vehicle. "What delicious food shall we indulge in?" "The most I've eaten in Haicheng is seafood." "Excuse me, brother, but you are not from Haicheng, are you? Adapting to the climate here? It is highly advisable to wear a hat when venturing outdoors. The ultraviolet rays in our coastal city are exceptionally intense." Once Lu Xiaobao settled into the vehicle, he fully embraced his role as the life of the party, chattering incessantly. Su Yang and Wang Bingbing sat silently in the back seat, gazing out the window. Despite the spaciousness of the rear seat, they instinctively pressed against the window, creating an oddly confined atmosphere. The seasoned driver, focused ahead, remained undistracted by Lu Xiaobao's exuberance. The sleek black sedan glided gracefully along the road, winding into a long green path before coming to a halt in front of a quaint courtyard styled in the Lingnan architectural tradition. "Have we arrived? This resembles someone's private yard. Look at those flourishing roses," Lu Xiaobao exclaimed, rolling down the window, his face displaying an endearing bewilderment. "Did this officer take a wrong turn? This hardly seems like a dining establishment. Is this your home? The houses here are quite expensive. Do you earn such a high salary?" With a chuckle, Wang Bingbing could no longer contain herself upon exiting the cramped confines of the car. Su Yang, standing at the entrance of the courtyard, instinctively pressed his temples. Indeed, wherever Lu Xiaobao was present, awkwardness and silence were never concerned. Just as the group lingered at the courtyard entrance, the previously closed door swung open with a creak. A middle-aged man, dressed in a traditional jacket, emerged briskly, causing Su Yang to pause in surprise. "Wow!" The next moment, Lu Xiaobao exuberantly exclaimed a phrase steeped in cultural significance. Wang Bingbing, drawn by the sound, looked up, her eyes brightening. She quickly stepped forward. "Mr. Dong, what are you doing here?" Wang Bingbing could hardly believe her luck in encountering Dong Yuhui in Haicheng. Ever since the rise of Dongfang Jinshuan, Mr. Dong had retreated from the public eye amidst controversy. Wang Bingbing had been attempting to arrange an interview for a cultural program, and he was the ideal candidate. However, her efforts had been stalled due to her inability to reach him. To her astonishment, they met here. While pursuing romantic interests was one matter, upon seeing Mr. Dong, her professional demeanor instantly resurfaced. Without waiting for Dong Yuhui to respond, she launched into her plan, completely disregarding the fact that he was gazing past her, his attention fixed on someone behind her. Although Wang Bingbing's words flowed freely, her mind remained acutely aware. Mr. Dong was certainly not here by mere coincidence, and the driver's nonchalant expression indicated that Mr. Dong had likely been waiting for some time. Noticing the way he continuously looked towards her partner, a thought surged within Wang Bingbing. Could it be that Mr. Dong had come specifically to visit Su Yang? A smile involuntarily crept across her lips. Considering her partner's esteemed position in Longhua, if Mr. Dong had indeed sought an audience with him, opportunities might be scarce. After all, where her partner was, significant figures were bound to appear unexpectedly. Yet, observing Mr. Dong's warm smile, her instincts as a national idol whispered to her. As Wang Bingbing pondered the seemingly insincere smile of Teacher Dong towards her companion, she revealed her program plans. No sooner had she spoken than Dong Yuhui, with an endearing grin, warmly greeted her. "You are Mr. Su's friend. I will fully cooperate with the interview. Just have my assistant notify me once arrangements are made." In the blink of an eye, Wang Bingbing's smile faltered, her gratitude lodged in her throat. Although she may not rival her senior, Sa, among journalists in Longhua, she was not without her own renown. Collaborating with Teacher Dong surely did not tarnish his reputation or talent. Yet, it seemed she had inferred from Dong's tone that she was merely a beneficiary of her connection to Su Yang. Was she now to be regarded as someone with influence? Wang Bingbing was lost in thought. Meanwhile, Su Yang, caught in a moment of reverie, sensed an intense gaze upon him. Turning around, he found Teacher Dong approaching. "Mr. Su, I have awaited this moment. It is a pleasure to finally meet you," she exclaimed, clasping his hand firmly, her excitement palpable. Suyang mantanda kemposta diminer. Although a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. While he had heard of Dong Yuhui's esteemed reputation, their professional realms seemed disconnected. Moreover, Dong's fame was not inferior to his own. Why such fervor? As Suyang contemplated this, Dong Yuhui, as if reading his thoughts, eagerly continued. I came specifically to visit you, Mr. Su. There is no need for concern. Please come in. Dinner has been prepared. She warmly ushered him inside. Noticing the peculiar expressions on Su Yang and the others, she refrained from elaborating further, continuously inviting everyone to enter. Upon stepping through the doorway, a wave of warmth enveloped them. Lu Xiaobao, the atmosphere coordinator, did not disappoint, exclaiming, "Wow, it smells incredible." The group was taken aback by the hidden charm of the quaint courtyard. Today is Mother's Day. May every reader of this book enjoy health and happiness with their families. To all mothers, may your well-being flourish. Your gifts to the author would indeed bring joy, but even without them, I remain content knowing you'll spend your resources wisely today. I am preparing a delightful lunch for my mother. I will provide additional updates this afternoon. Thank you all for your enduring support. Since the inception of this book, I have battled gastroenteritis, the flu, and cervical spondylosis. Each day, I rely on patches and heating lamps, typing as if my fingers were dancing on needles. Without your support, I might not have persevered. Truly, I am grateful to each reader. Thank you so much. Chapter 122. The Man Like a Deity, Su Yang. To everyone's astonishment, Wu Yingqiao announced that dinner was ready, which turned out to be a table brimming with ingredients for a vibrant, spicy Sichuan hot pot, glistening with crimson chili oil. Wang Bingbing instantly felt her stomach churn, while Lu Xiaobao's belly audibly rumbled in anticipation. Please, everyone, take your seats and enjoy while it's hot. As soon as Teacher Dong's words faded, everyone settled into the nearest available spots. The enticing aroma filled the air, and the rich broth heightened their appetites. Who could truly grasp the significance of this moment? After a long day of exertion, the ingredients were plunged into the pot, steam billowing forth, and amidst the clinking of glasses, an atmosphere of camaraderie enveloped the room. Dong Yuhui warmly greeted the guests, and seeing the lively ambience eased the weight in his heart. The initial outcome appeared promising. He had indeed leveraged numerous connections, and thanks to his esteemed reputation, he found himself in this momentous occasion, all to meet Su Yang. Thankfully, he acted swiftly. After today, meeting Su Yang again would likely be an arduous endeavor. Since he was the one seeking assistance, he certainly needed to prepare diligently. As Dong Yuhui pondered, he continued to attend to the guests. The pace gradually slowed. Su Yang savored the spicy flavors that lingered on his palate, feeling quite satisfied. Teacher Dong, your journey from Kyoto surely isn't merely for a meal, is it? Dong Yuhui was taken aback, not expecting Su Yang to speak first. He chuckled awkwardly, quickly setting down his chopsticks and wiping his hands. Mr. Su, please wait a moment. He then rose and retrieved a document from the tea table at the back, his expression solemn, yet infused with a hint of gravity. He extended the document towards Su Yang. Mr. Su, I have come specifically to discuss a matter of great importance. In our Dragon Country's Yunnan Guizhou region, countless children are unable to attend school due to transportation issues. I have established a company to raise funds for this cause. How much is needed? Before Dong Yuhui could finish speaking, Su Yang interjected. Observing Dong Yuhui's stunned expression, he turned to Lu Xiaobao. Please assist with this using my personal account. Contribute whatever amount is feasible. He then fixed a serious gaze upon Dong Yuhui. Teacher Dong, it is my privilege to lend a modest hand to society. Su Yang had not anticipated that Dong Yuhui sought him for this matter. He had heard whispers of it. The mission to aid children in returning to school was one he felt compelled to embrace. It had nothing to do with seeking a good reputation. Rather, he recalled his previous life as a humble scholar from small town, having emerged from the mountains. In this life, although he had achieved success, he understood all too well that material possessions held no value for him. Thus, regardless of his earnings, he would continue to fish, relishing the tranquility it brought him. Witnessing Su Yang, completely unfazed and seemingly oblivious to the absurdity of his own words, Dong Yuhui was left speechless. His pupils widened in disbelief, his eyes filled with incredulity. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged, as if his throat had been constricted, rendering him unable to express his gratitude. He could scarcely believe that Su Yang was so decisive. Not only did he not even glance at the documents, but he also failed to finish his sentence, merely uttering a key phrase. Su Yang, remarkably, was willing to finance the road construction alone. This was no trivial sum. Did he not even inquire about the cost? From just a glance, Dong Yuhui could ascertain that Su Yang was genuinely motivated by a desire to assist those deprived of education. He had never intended to borrow money from Su Yang. He merely sought his help in raising awareness. After all, as an ambassador of Haicheng, he was quite suited to engage in philanthropic endeavors that benefited society. He had anticipated that Su Yang would not refuse, but he never expected Su Yang to resolve the matter single-handedly. Dong Yuhui struggled to contain his excitement, overwhelmed by the joy of the moment. Meanwhile, Liu Xiaobao was still reeling from his brother's earlier words. What did he mean by give as much as you have? From teacher Dong's implication, was this an intention to fund road construction in impoverished areas? If he understood correctly, his brother was planning to donate all the money he earned for this purpose. Although he wholeheartedly acknowledged that this was a noble cause, Su Yang's directive of give as much as you have left Liu Xiaobao momentarily bewildered. Even though his brother was not short on funds, what kind of spirit could prompt someone to donate all their assets so readily? Just as he was about to seek clarification, he turned to find his brother's gaze intense, with a slight arch of his brow. Seemingly displeased with his lack of immediate response, Liu Xiaobao felt a chill run down his spine. He had never before witnessed such a serious expression on his brother's face. Even during the urgent moments of defusing a bomb with his bare hands, his demeanor had not been so unyielding. In that instant, Liu Xiaobao suddenly comprehended that his brother was not jesting, nor was he speaking carelessly. He truly wished to pursue this endeavor from the depths of his heart. Many years later, when he reflected upon this moment, Liu Xiaobao would vividly remember Su Yang as a deity, indelibly imprinted in his mind. Meanwhile, Wang Bingbing was tapping away at her screen, her fingers flying with purpose and her gaze unwavering. As a professional journalist on the scene, she was determined to be the first to report. In the era of new media, even the finest wine fears being hidden in a deep alley. She had to promote her man's moment of glory without delay. The corners of Wang Bingbing's mouth could hardly contain her excitement, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. After clicking send, she exhaled deeply, raising her eyes to Su Yang, her gaze sweet as spun sugar. She suddenly realized that she did not yet know Su Yang well enough. Initially intrigued by his looks, she later found his live streams captivating, revealing a man seemingly unfazed by any challenge. It was as though there was nothing in the world that could daunt him. No matter how formidable the problem or how perilous the situation, she had never seen this man display even a hint of panic. Upon arriving on site, she discovered that he was like an invisible web, completely ensnaring her. Yet today, as this man unhesitatingly prepared to donate his entire fortune, she was left in awe. The last vestige of Wang Bingbing's defenses crumbled completely, reflecting on the initial stirrings of her affection for Su Yang. She had once harbored concerns about his identity and the prejudices of her parents. However, at this moment, as she gazed up at Su Yang, she suddenly realized how ludicrous her previous thoughts had been. Amidst the myriad thoughts of the crowd around her, Wang Bingbing's message, once sent, ignited an explosion across the internet. Chapter 123. Life does not halt, nor does one's career. In less than 5 minutes following Wang Bingbing's message, the top 10 trending topics were entirely reshuffled. The first trending topic read, "In the blink of an eye, a fortune donated." The second, "Humanity's great love, a fisherman supports underprivileged children." The third, "An ordinary fishing streamer, an extraordinary life." In an instant, be it on Baidu, Douyin, or Weibo, the news surrounding Su Yang dominated the discourse, eclipsing even the elderly matriarch guarding the nation's borders. The comments beneath the trending topics were nothing short of spectacular, reflecting on the first person in my life who made me kneel in admiration. Why did the streamer suddenly donate their entire fortune? Given their current fame, that is no small sum. What transpired at the dining venue? All I see is the national goddess's grid of images. Even Teacher Dong was present. Wasn't he supposed to meet the young master of the whole family? Who in Longhua is more significant than this streamer? Even the places for eating and sleeping have been arranged by security. For the first time, I resent the photographer for shutting off the camera so early. I want to see the drama unfold. When it comes to not disappointing netizens, only the streamer fits the bill. Is it time to call upon the streamer to take action, now that Ingzi is weary from guarding the nation? Are you out of your mind? Do you think he is a descendant of the Yi Hinala clan? Besides, it's not just one but two. Also known as the 100-Year Mountain, one trending topic after another emerged. Undoubtedly, each was accompanied by a flame icon. Netizens were utterly astonished that amidst the fervor surrounding the elderly matriarch, someone could still eclipse Yingzi's trending status. It is no exaggeration to say that Su Yang had forged a miraculous moment in the annals of live streaming history. Meanwhile, unaware of the online fervor, Su Yang had settled into a room behind the courtyard with Lu Xiaobao after having finished his meal. Leaning against the bed, he closed his eyes to rest. The arrival of Dong Yuhui felt like an interlude, bringing no disruption to his life. He scarcely gave the matter of his donation a second thought. In contrast, Lu Xiaobao, while discussing details with teacher Dong, appeared deeply troubled, even asking if they would be streaming the next day. Wasn't that a redundant question? Many might believe that with his current popularity, he had already achieved financial independence. Yet, what they fail to understand is that if it involves doing something one is unwilling to do, no one can compel them. Moreover, it has nothing to do with income. He broadcasts live every day, embodying the essence of fishermen, enveloped in an indescribable sense of comfort and ease. On a summer night in Haicheng, a gentle coolness permeates the air. As Su Yang contemplates, his eyelids gradually grow heavy, leading him into a deep slumber. The following morning, he awakens to the insistent stirrings of hunger within him. Once he has tidied himself up and stepped out of his room, an enticing aroma of food wafts through the small courtyard. Su Yang instinctively quickens his pace. Upon entering the main hall, he discovers that Wang Bingbing and Lu Xiaobao have prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Seeing Wang Bingbing momentarily catches Su Yang off guard. It dawns on him that she had indeed stayed over last night. After all, as the daughter of General Wang, resting at a military facility is akin to being at home. However, witnessing Wang Bingbing busily arranging breakfast at the dining table makes Su Yang feel somewhat uneasy. "You're awake. Just in time. Come over for breakfast, hot off the griddle," Wang Bingbing exclaims, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her starry gaze fixed intently on Su Yang. As he strides forward and pulls out a chair, she graciously presents him with a glass of warm milk and a sandwich. "Thank you." Su Yang replies politely with a nod. Just as he reaches for the glass of milk, Wang Bingbing's sweet voice, laced with urgency, interrupts him. "Eat a little first before drinking the milk. Consuming it on an empty stomach can upset your stomach. Are you not accustomed to sandwiches? The kitchen also has rice rolls and pork buns. I can fetch them for you." Without waiting for his response, she rises and heads toward the small kitchen at the back. A peculiar sensation wells up within Su Yang. Even the sandwich he holds seems to taste far more delightful. Perhaps it is true that he is simply hungry, or maybe it is because he has not experienced such warmth since his rebirth. Today, he finds an unusual satisfaction in his breakfast. Even the pork bun, which he usually finds greasy, is immensely gratifying on this occasion. Before long, the group finishes their meal. While tidying up, Su Yang and Lu Xiaobao prepare the equipment for their live broadcast. However, just as they switch on the camera and prepare to head out, a series of hurried footsteps resounds from outside. Wu Yingqiao strides in with a grave expression, an air of severity surrounding him. A chill descends upon the room, causing everyone present to flinch, their gazes shifting toward Wu Yingqiao. He approaches Su Yang and offers a crisp salute. "Good morning, Chief. A pressing matter requires your directives." His demeanor is serious, and his voice carries a robust tone. Observing this, Su Yang's face reflects a hint of confusion. After Wu Yingqiao speaks, he gestures behind him. "Bring them in." Several guards enter, escorting two burly white men adorned in masks and clad in dark attire. Both appear disheveled, their faces bearing the marks of struggle. "Behave yourselves," Wu Yingqiao admonishes, then turns to Su Yang, softening his tone. "Chief, these individuals are assassins dispatched by the highest intelligence agency of Eagle Country. They attempted to assassinate you last night, but we successfully apprehended them. Please determine their fate." Upon finishing his words, Wu Yingqiao did not hesitate for a moment. He reached out and removed the black hoods from the heads of the two individuals. "It's you." Wang Bingbing gasped in astonishment upon recognizing the face of the burly man leading the group. Su Yang followed her gaze, his expression turning icy. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of amusement. Who would have thought they would meet again in such a manner? Su Yang's voice was calm, yet carried a chilling tone that enveloped the onlookers like a frost-laden breeze. The man at the forefront had encountered Su Yang just the day before. He was none other than Varada from the Eagle Nation's intelligence agency, whom Su Yang had met on the beach. It was shocking to realize that Varada had attempted to assassinate him under the cover of darkness last night. This was clearly not a decision made by one individual alone. It was evident that Varada was backed by the entirety of the Eagle Nation. Such audacity, to act so brazenly on Dragon Nation's territory and engage in such clandestine activities. They had underestimated the strength of Dragon Nation. Being caught red-handed was entirely his own fault. Meanwhile, in a secluded villa within Dragon Nation, Celsus sat in comfort, leisurely swirling a glass of red wine and occasionally savoring a sip. His gaze flitted to a landline telephone beside him, as if he were anticipating an important call. Chapter 124. What? They are cohabitating? Varada had never imagined that when he encountered Su Yang again, he would be in such a disheveled state. Given even a fraction of a choice, he would have preferred to avoid this mission altogether. Instinctive fear coursed through him at the thought of facing Su Yang. Therefore, upon realizing he had no option but to carry out this task, he prepared meticulously, bringing along a full squad of 40 elite SEAL operatives. This was nearly the entire elite force of the Eagle Nation's intelligence agency deployed in Dragon Nation. After all, Su Yang was merely a formidable fishing live streamer. His plans, it seemed, were foolproof. He had received intelligence that Su Yang was residing in this small courtyard that night. However, in the early hours of yesterday, as he commenced his operation, he was abruptly intercepted by a group of armed individuals before even nearing the courtyard. A cadre of guards in black uniforms, devoid of any insignia, appeared as if they were already prepared for this encounter. Their strikes were decisive and precise. Only then did Varada comprehend the meaning of the Dragon Nation's idiom, catching a turtle in a jar. The display of guards he encountered yesterday made it abundantly clear that when the Dragon Nation claimed Su Yang enjoyed military-grade protection, they were not speaking in jest. These were evidently elite guards assigned to protect key figures of the Dragon Nation, those capable of shaking the ground with a mere stomp. Contemplating this, Varada's gaze towards Su Yang was now imbued with deeper trepidation. Was Su Yang truly just an ordinary fishing live streamer, enjoying military-grade privileges? Why did he warrant such protection? Other military figures in Dragon Nation did not possess such an array of guards. Agrave miscalculation. Had he known he would find himself in this predicament today, he would have ensured the entire assault team was present. As this thought surfaced, a realization struck Varada. Was he inadvertently provoking a confrontation between the Eagle Nation and Dragon Nation over this fishing streamer? Observing the disheveled state of Varada, whose gaze flitted nervously, Su Yang could not suppress a cold chuckle within. It was evident that he harbored no commendable intentions. Was he perhaps contemplating an escape? When it comes to dealing with adversaries, he certainly was no saint. With this thought, a glimmer of frost passed through Su Yang's eyes as he addressed Wu Yingqiao, suggesting, "Let us proceed as necessary, perhaps to a military tribunal?" Upon hearing the mention of a military tribunal, Varada's legs weakened instantaneously, his expression crumbling in an instant. He stared wide-eyed at Su Yang and Wu Yingqiao, realizing that the deeds he had committed could not be brought before such a court. The terror in Varada's eyes ignited a desperate plea, but before he could utter a word, Wu Yingqiao silenced him. "Let us move. No more chatter." With that, before Varada's filthy hands could reach Su Yang, he was dragged away by Wu Yingqiao as if he were a mere sack of potatoes. The live stream viewers, witnessing the spectacle, expressed their satisfaction. "Wow, I didn't expect such excitement so early in the broadcast. The host even has his own bodyguard, one who guards him even in his slumber. What the heck? How did we go from waking up to an assassination plot? Those upstairs, your focus is misplaced. ISNT that the man who appeared on the beach yesterday? How dare they underestimate our Dragon Nation, boldly engaging in assassination, especially against someone they've encountered before. Counterattack. This is outrageous. This is a cornered dog jumping over the wall. The Eagle Nation truly is despicable. This only signifies that the host poses a significant threat to them, reaching a point where they resort to desperate measures. Stay calm, stay calm. Setting aside the host's own abilities, look at how many bodyguards are equipped. How could the Eagle Nation prevail? They've already been thwarted before even taking action. As this barrage of comments surged, viewers quickly realized the significance. Countless anglers in the entirety of Dragon Nation enjoy military-grade treatment, but none, except for this unique individual, could claim the same while constantly accompanied by bodyguards. With this thought, the viewer's attention was swiftly redirected. Meanwhile, Su Yang, accompanied by Lu Xiaobao, their gear in hand and bodyguards in tow, departed in a convoy. Let us go. Time for fishing. Before long, Su Yang and his entourage arrived at the nearest beach. Upon disembarking, they were greeted by waves of scorching heat. Wu Yingqiao, leading the bodyguards, was the first to step out, surveying the surroundings for terrain and potential dangers. Occasionally, his gaze would drift toward the tall young man nearby. Curiously, Wu Yingqiao, a dignified colonel, found himself acting as a bodyguard for an ordinary individual. In any other scenario, one might feel overwhelmed. Yet Su Yang exuded an air of authority that rendered all discomfort absent, as if everything unfolded as it should. Commanding others came to him with greater ease than even his own assistant. Wu Yingqiao could not help but shake his head. To describe his state of mind is rather peculiar. With his military rank, it is simply inconceivable for him to serve as a bodyguard. Thus, initially, he harbored some resentment, even approaching the situation with reluctance. However, after a series of events, Wu Yingqiao developed a genuine sense of obedience, a natural inclination inherent in soldiers. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaobao, languidly stretching, glanced around and instinctively sought out a shaded spot for his brother. He prepared all the necessary items and handed the fishing rod to him. Everything was set. Subsequently, he casually opened the live stream's back end and was immediately taken aback by the viewer count. Oh my, what is this? The broadcast has just begun and it's still morning, not the typical time when everyone finishes work or school. Astonishingly, there were already nearly 8 million viewers. However, recalling the previous viewer count, Lu Xiaobao quickly regained his composure. Not bad, just a minor disturbance. With this thought, he calmly closed his phone screen and adjusted the camera. To his surprise, as he moved the lens, Wang Bingbing, sitting not far behind Su Yang, came into view. At that moment, due to the scorching beach sun, her cheeks blushed like peach blossoms. A laptop rested on her lap as she diligently attended to work emails. Coincidentally, Wang Bingbing wore a dress similar to yesterday's. A floral pattern with identical jewelry. The barrage of comments initially paused, then erupted instantaneously. One comment was copied and pinned to the top. What? Did they stay together yesterday? Are they cohabitating? Author's note, my cervical spine still hasn't healed. While typing, my left arm is completely numb, with a tingling sensation extending from my neck to my fingertips. It's only when ill that one realizes health is truly priceless. Wishing all readers good health. Chapter 125, Prize Guessing Game. What did Su Yang catch? A comment was like a stone cast into a tranquil pond, instantly creating ripples. What? Am I getting off this ride? Is this still the bus to kindergarten? Did they take a rocket? How could things escalate so rapidly? Oh my, is this something I can comprehend? Is the national goddess wearing yesterday's outfit again? So she didn't go home and came back with the streamer today? I'm about to lose my mind. Look at the streamer's shoulder. I feel like I see a long wine red hair there. Is that just my imagination? Am I mistaken? Early in the morning, the streamer truly knows how to surprise us. How can the excitement keep escalating? Can we even attend work now? I won't be able to watch the live stream at the office. To those above, I just opened the live stream and watched for 5 minutes. And I've already decided to take a leave. I have a premonition that today the streamer will continue to surprise us. The barrage of comments flowed continuously before Lu Xiaobao's eyes, prompting him to smile slightly as he occasionally glanced at the two sitting nearby, squinting with a maternal grin. If possible, he hopes that this live broadcast can continue indefinitely. Not only can he gain insights by following his brother daily, but he can also witness live love stories unfold. Even this group of fans is a treasure. Is there even a single hair left? Are they watching the live stream under a microscope? As the atmosphere of the live room began to drift, Lu Xiaobao couldn't help but twitch his lips. This is becoming increasingly absurd. Lu Xiaobao opened the barrage box. Dear family, the live broadcast has begun. Thank you all for your support. He clicked send, and the audience in the live room instantly became filled with anticipation. Oh wow, this is the first interaction. Although not the host, the photographer represents the host's attitude. Go host. Strive to bring some fresh excitement to the brothers. Top comment. Watching the host fish every day is like guessing a blind box. Each day is a new experience. Oh dear, brothers. This is the first time I've seen the photographer interact. It makes me wonder if the host is in dire need of donations. After all, his money is all going to charity. That makes sense. If you like the host, don't be shy, brothers. What are you waiting for? Hurry and send the host some work-related red envelopes. Driven by the enthusiastic netizens, the first wave of donations for the day began to surge in Su Chen's live room. Pippi, who wants to play cards on Chiao Island, donated 500 for the skyscraper. Eating grapes without spitting out the skins donated a super rocket worth 50. Wandering with a sword, Little Brain Axe donated 1,000 for golden fries. Lu Xiaobao barely had time to react before the back end of the live room began converting these donations into super gold beans. Watching the continuous influx of gold beans, Lu Xiaobao felt a mixture of joy and worry. The joy stemmed from the fact that his brother's live room had a group of viewers who didn't need to work. They were indeed quite wealthy. They were throwing tens of thousands of dollars into the live stream. The worry, however, was that after yesterday, everything would have to start new. Nevertheless, he thought, as it is all about accumulating good deeds, he had no objections. It was just hard work for his brother, who had to continue live streaming to earn money. While Lu Xiaobao was lost in thought, suddenly, the fishing rod in Su Yang's hand twitched. Lu Xiaobao instantly became alert, rushing to his brother's side without a moment's delay. Bro, what is going on? One must admit, his brother's efficiency in stirring up excitement was increasing. He hadn't even settled down yet, and the fishing float seemed to already be reacting. Lu Xiaobao stared intently at the water surface. What on earth is causing the fishing rod to shake like that? Could there be a living creature below? If it is a living creature, it must be something from the ocean. In a fleeting thought, all sorts of things besides fish flashed through Lu Xiaobao's mind. He even recalled the image of an orca, or perhaps a crocodile. He remembered the news he had scrolled through on Douyin a couple of days ago, about a young man being dragged into the water by a crocodile while strolling by the seaside. A shiver ran down Lu Xiaobao's spine, and he broke into a cold sweat. His complexion began to pale. With a trembling shout, he couldn't help but call out towards Wu Yingqiao, bro. Come over and take a look. In an instant, a group of guards, led by Wu Yingqiao, encircled the area, exuding an air of vigilance akin to facing a formidable adversary. Wu Yingqiao's expression was one of utmost caution, tasked with the protection of a high-ranking official. He recalled General Wang's specific instructions. The safeguarding of the nation's treasure was paramount, and any lapse was utterly unacceptable. As the fishing rod began to sway increasingly, the ripples on the water's surface grew more pronounced. A palpable tension gripped everyone present, their eyes fixated on the lake. Wu Yingqiao heightened his alertness, while the other guards dramatically brandished their weapons toward the water. It is important to note that these were real firearms. The viewers in the live stream erupted in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Has the host truly reached this level? Not only does he have guards while fishing, but why is there a firearm involved? Isn't fishing usually just a matter of a few tugs? Are they overly anxious? It's just a big fish. Not a reason for alarm. I envy the host's entourage. When will I have such protection while fishing? When danger arises, will someone stand in front of me? This only highlights the gap between me and the host. Don't cry. That's the difference between ordinary folks and the host in Dragon Country. The host is exceptional. So let's see what fish he catches. Stop talking nonsense. I don't want to watch the host fish. I'd rather see an underwater Ultraman. What's so interesting about a fish? I want to see the host stir things up. Quiet down. How could the host catch a fish? Have you seen the guards? Are there dangerous creatures lurking? Perhaps mutated by nuclear waste? Why does it feel like the sky has darkened? This feels like a scene from a grand Hollywood production. Messages flooded in, and the online audience continued to swell. All eyes were glued to the screen, anxious not to miss a single thrilling moment. Yet, Su Yang remained composed. Regardless of the fish rod's erratic movements, his expression was unyielding. It seemed that after enduring numerous trials, he regarded any potential incident as mere trifles. Glancing around at the anxious crowd, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. For the first time in his life, he found fishing to be an experience fraught with pressure. Was it merely a desire to know what he would catch? He raised the rod. Chapter 126. Host. Is your real name Koi? Just as Su Yang's thoughts began to wander, in Kyoto, at the Cultural Research Institute, a sharp sound echoed through the tranquil conference room, piercing the silence. Isn't our special advisor's contribution in recovering the dragon head for Dragon Country sufficient? In the conference room, an elderly gentleman with graying hair, puffing out his beard, glared with intensity. This man was none other than the venerable figure in Chinese cultural heritage, Elder Xia. Minister Sun glanced at the two individuals arguing before him, pinched the bridge of his nose, and hesitated to speak. These two had been debating in his office for nearly an hour, solely over the appointment of the director for the Cultural Research Institute. Although it is merely an honorary position, in a certain sense, this role holds greater significance than that of the director. This individual will partake in international conferences, representing the prestige of the cultural heritage sector in Longhua. Originally, Teacher Wang was the most suitable candidate for this position. However, who could have anticipated that the day after returning from Haicheng, Mr. Wang would specifically visit the ministry to adamantly decline the role? He claimed that his capabilities were insufficient for such a responsibility. Is this a jest? Could there truly be anyone more formidable than the towering figures of Longhua's cultural heritage? Left with no choice, he sought counsel from two influential individuals in the field of cultural artifacts. As soon as he explained the situation, Old Xia seemed to have anticipated it, even appearing prepared. He handed over a document containing his recommended candidate. Just as he was filled with curiosity and opened the file, he was astonished to find it was Su Yang. He was well aware of Su Yang, the fisherman who had retrieved the Longzhou. The Ministry of Culture had even assisted him in applying for recognition as a cultural advisor. However, the role of honorary president entails far more than just this. It requires daily representation of Longhua in cultural exchanges with foreign nations, as well as frequent journeys abroad to introduce the treasures of Longhua's culture. Could a mere fisherman fulfill such responsibilities? Just as Minister Sun began to waver in his resolve, the former honorary president of Longhua, Old Xia, slammed his teacup down with palpable frustration. You have glorified a mere fisherman to the heavens. Old Xia, after a lifetime of working in cultural heritage, how could you be so misguided in the end? Are the relics left by our ancestors simply lifeless objects? They embody 5 millennia of civilization. The honorary president does not engage in any affairs. Their sole purpose is to promote Longhua's cultural heritage. Is this a task that just anyone could undertake? Can you trust him to narrate the story of Longzhou? Isn't that absurd? Upon uttering these words, Old Xia's face was etched with deep sorrow. In the realm of cultural heritage, Old Xia's standing as a candidate for honorary president granted him a veto power. Old Xia argued passionately, yet he had not anticipated that the usually agreeable Old Xia would stand firm on this matter. Meanwhile, Minister Sun, upon hearing Old Xia's words, nodded in silent agreement. He glanced at Old Xia, who bore no trace of hesitation. Old Xia, I think, before Minister Sun could finish, Old Xia let out a heavy sigh. Minister Sun, it is not stubbornness on my part. Rather, Su Yang indeed possesses the requisite abilities. As he spoke, he retrieved a tablet from the document case and handed it to Minister Sunday Minister. Take a look at this. It was a Livestream video, and the paused background vaguely suggested it was from the Bear Country. Old Xia scoffed derisively. Old Xia, have you lost your mind? What does a cultural promotional video from Bear Country have to do with us? Old Xia shot him a glance, but remained silent. However, when Minister Sun took the tablet and pressed play, the skepticism on his face swiftly dissipated, replaced by a serious expression. Standing beside him, Old Xia's complexion turned pale as he gazed at the scenes unfolding on the screen. The background on the screen is that of the Bear Country. Yet the segment being played features Su Yang reeling in a dragon head, along with the subsequent appraisal, eliciting a flurry of likes and comments from countless fans of Bear Country below. Oh my goodness, the dragon head from Dragon Country harbors such profound tales? Its original function was a timepiece. I never imagined the culture of Dragon Country to be so vast and profound. In those days, the endeavors were not trivial matters. This is not merely a treasure of Dragon Country, but a testament to the wisdom of all humanity. How could the burning of Yuan Minjuan have led to such devastation? Had it not been for this fisherman from Dragon Country, how would we ever know these stories? The acts of burning, killing, and plundering do not reflect the grandeur of a great nation. This young man possesses an extraordinary charisma. Frankly, the details about the dragon head are readily available on Baidu. Yet he alone evokes an emotional resonance within me. Minister Sun gradually perused the comments, his expression subtly shifting with each revelation. A flicker of inscrutable light flashed in his eyes as he tapped his fingers on the table. Let us take a look at Su Yang's live stream. Meanwhile, in Haicheng, Su Yang sensed a tremor beneath his fishing rod and glanced at the onlookers, who were reveling in the spectacle, feeling a twinge of exasperation. The laziness in his gaze vanished in an instant. He sprang to his feet. With a sudden lift of his right hand, a blinding flash appeared as the object snagged on his hook plummeted onto the nearby beach. With a resounding thud, enormous sand pits emerged before the astonished crowd. The onlookers stood frozen in disbelief. What on earth is this? This object appears to be gypsum. But gypsum dissolves in water, doesn't it? The thought struck nearly everyone present. This object is gypsum? But how could gypsum endure such prolonged immersion in water? Liu Xiaobao involuntarily voiced his query. Su Yang set down his fishing rod, gazing at the colossal mass of gypsum before him, his expression tinged with resignation. At Liu Xiaobao's remark, a fleeting chill crossed his eyes. Does all gypsum dissolve? Indeed, even high molecular gypsum with extensive cross-linking structures and chemical bonds may remain intact for a while. However, prolonged exposure, especially in highly saline water, would lead to degradation. Yet, this gypsum evidently shows no signs of external erosion. This is not an ordinary gypsum material, or perhaps what you perceive is merely a fraction of the truth. As this notion dawned on him, Su Yang's gaze sharpened. Simultaneously, the audience in the live stream began to anticipate what was unfolding. What kind of gypsum could have been cast into the sea? If it were discarded gypsum, it should have been treated as waste and disposed of in a landfill, right? No, such a large piece of gypsum could not simply be abandoned. It must possess some intrinsic value. What exactly is this gypsum block that fortuitously fell into the hands of the fishermen? Chapter 127. Is the mayor coming in person? The lively crowd of onlookers in the live stream began to express their excitement. The live stream commenced once more, and there lay a plaster block, exuding an air of peculiarity. What on earth is this plaster block? One viewer remarked, perplexed by its unconventional appearance. Another chimed in, are you out of your mind? This is as legitimate a plaster block as it gets. A curious inquiry arose. Could there be a catgirl robot hidden within? Observations were made regarding the block's familiar shape and hue. I knew it would come to this. Someone exclaimed. But hold on. Let us allow the host to assess it first. In Haicheng, the crowd gazed at the recently hauled plaster block with bewilderment. Liu Xiaobao scratched his head, contemplating a different perspective. What a disaster. Just yesterday, I donated money. Could it be that my brother has already met his downfall today? He mused that even at a recycling station, this plaster block might fetch only a meager sum. Suddenly, inspiration struck him as he recalled the nearby art academy. This size is just perfect for their sculpting needs. He slapped his thigh in excitement, rushing towards a plaster block before anyone could react. Brother, leave it to me. I assure you I will handle it splendidly. While he feigned urgency to dispose of the seemingly worthless item, internally, he brimmed with joy, nearly bubbling over. With his distinct presence, he planned to showcase the plaster at the art academy, hoping to encounter a benevolent young lady who might not only offer a fair price, but perhaps even a token of goodwill. Just as Liu Xiaobao reached out to embrace the plaster block, a voice cut through the air, chilling and authoritative. Stop. What do you think you're doing? Liu Xiaobao instinctively flinched, a wave of trepidation washing over him, as if a cold gust had surged from his feet to the crown of his head. Fear encased his heart in silence. This sudden intervention startled the crowd, prompting Wu Yingchao's military instincts to kick in as he positioned himself protectively in front of Su Yang. Protect the commander, he declared. However, as Wu Yingchao scrutinized the plaster block, doubt flickered in his eyes. Was the commander being overly cautious? What could possibly be so dangerous? He had faced life-threatening situations before, and this block, solid and seamless, bore no visible seams. If something were concealed within, submerged for so long, the plaster would surely exhibit markings akin to a leopard's spots. The weight alone suggested that if there were indeed something inside, it would be implausible for the commander to have retrieved it single-handedly with just a fishing rod. Though Wu Yingchao assumed a protective stance, his heart remained steadfast, devoid of any anxiety. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream began to flood the chat with their reactions. I'm just having breakfast, and the host suddenly causes a stir. What is the big deal? I knew there had to be something inside that plaster block. What could possibly be inside? Is the host being a tad too anxious? With a single stroke, it felt as though I was lifting a mere bubble. If it were someone else reeling in, I would certainly think the same. However, this was caught by the streamer, which inexplicably led me to believe that this piece of gypsum was extraordinary. Could it be that this gypsum, because of its association with the surname Su, possesses a different quality? Quiet down, quiet down. Let us first observe how the streamer handles this. Don't lead the narrative. Meanwhile, at the scene in Haicheng, Su Yang, after delivering a few remarks to Liu Xiaobao amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, pulled out his phone without even allowing Liu Xiaobao to make contact directly. He dialed a specific number, seeing Su Yang begin to call for assistance. The viewers in the live stream had long since grown accustomed to such occurrences, and they patiently awaited his next move. Hello, Mayor Yao. This is Su Yang. On the other end of the line, Mayor Yao had just stepped into his office, not yet having sipped his tea when he received Su Yang's call. Instantly, he became fully alert. Goodness, is he stirring up trouble again? This rascal never has a moment of peace, does he? Even with such thoughts? He instinctively rubbed his hands together and hastily pressed the answer button. After all, this was a treasure of Longhua, a figure of higher standing, and he could not afford to be negligent. Su Yang, have you encountered another issue? Seeing that Mayor Yao got straight to the point, Su Yang also refrained from small talk. Mayor Yao, I've run into a bit of a predicament and require your assistance. Very well. I will bring a team over immediately. After saying this, he hung up the phone. The viewers in the live stream, witnessing this exchange, began to express their astonishment. I'm envious. The mayor's personal phone is just a call away. The streamer now has connections at the mayoral level? Goodness. I thought he was calling a department head or a hotline. I can't believe he went straight to the mayor. The mayor is incredibly cooperative, immediately stating he would come over. One can only imagine the streamer S standing in the mayor's eyes. Speaking of the mayor S regard, consider the streamer's position within Longhua. Does the mayor dare to treat him with any semblance of disrespect? As the comments flooded in, a black sedan sped towards the scene. Just as it approached the beach, it came to a sudden halt. Shortly thereafter, Mayor Yao, accompanied by Director Tian and 2 police officers, hurried towards Su Yang. Noticing the serious expression on Su Yang's face, Mayor Yao softened his tone as he approached. Xiao Su, what have you caught this time? He smiled while initiating a conversation with Su Yang. Look, following Su Yang's gaze, as Mayor Yao and Director Tian comprehended the situation before them, their smiles quickly faded, replaced by expressions of gravitas. The 2 police officers trailing behind them appeared utterly bewildered, initially confused as to why their superior had come to handle a mere call for assistance. Their bewilderment deepened. Why would this piece of gypsum elicit such a change in the mayor's demeanor? Was he merely an ordinary gypsum sculpture from an art academy? It is quite commonplace to encounter such scenes in the streets, so what is there to find peculiar? At that moment, as the 2 individuals exchanged a bewildered glance, Director Tian nodded, an instinctive reverence for Su Yang blossoming within him. He addressed the 2 officers behind him, instructing, go fetch the tools from the trunk. Chapter 128. Could it possibly be the black box from that aircraft? Upon hearing their superior's words, the 2 officers exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. Had the director already concluded that something was concealed within the plaster, without even asking a single question? This was utterly absurd. While retrieving the tools was not an unacceptable request, shouldn't they first adhere to the procedural documentation? Observing his subordinates still in a daze, Director Tian furrowed his brow. Stop dawdling, hurry up. The words he held back remained unspoken. Who could fathom what trouble this young man had stirred up again? Nowadays, he no longer needed to report to the station. Wherever Mayor Yao was, there he would be. Where Su Yang was, there Mayor Yao would be. Director, give us the detection device. The 2 officers huffed and puffed, not daring to waste a moment. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, the frenzied barrage of comments had already revealed the viewers' current sentiments. Hurry up, the official's efficiency is lacking. Don't delay the host's antics. Damn it, the host's commanding presence is making him increasingly charismatic. Is it possible that there is a corpse or something similar hidden within that plaster? What are you guys waiting for? Let us show some support and urge the host to get on with it. As Su Yang took the tools from the officers, the viewers in the live stream had automatically activated their official critique mode. Time was of the essence, and everyone was eager to discover what lay within the plaster. Amidst the enthusiastic donations from the audience, Su Yang's popularity surged once more. The back end of the streaming platform was in a frenzy. The staff, upon witnessing such popularity metrics early in the morning, had long since grown accustomed to it. They had received directives to lift all restrictions on Su Yang's live stream, resulting in an immediate consequence. All resources for his stream were now boundless. Even if his popularity doubled, it would pose no issue. The previous server crashes due to surging viewer numbers would no longer occur. As anticipation mounted among the crowd, Su Yang, with a serious expression, was just about to take a step forward to examine the plaster when Director Tian suddenly realized. Little Su, no, Chief, let me do it. Without waiting for response, he snatched the detection device from Su Yang's hand and approached the plaster block. Powering it on, the device emitted a faint electrical hum, clearly audible in the hushed surroundings. All eyes were fixed on the scene. Director Tian circled the plaster block with the detection device, pausing momentarily. No sound. He turned again. Still no sound. In disbelief, he glanced back at Su Yang, his expression peculiarly perplexed. Unyielding, he once again turned off the detector and then switched it back on. He meticulously examined the plaster block from every angle, yet still, there was no sound or indication. Observing this, Wu Yingqiao, who stood before Su Yang, felt a significant sense of relief. As the only individual present who had not participated in the earlier investigations, Wu Yingqiao found today's outcome to be quite predictable. How could it be otherwise? Though he held immense respect for his new superior, he was well aware that since the inception of the program, their leader had not experienced a moment of peace. Even the donkeys of the production team could not endure such a scenario. Moreover, the chief of the Haiqing Public Security Bureau and the mayor seemed to follow their leader's every move, appearing at work wherever he chose to fish. Today, a mere phone call summoned them almost immediately. This was clearly a 24-hour standby situation. But how could one expect to uncover something every single day? The plaster block appeared entirely unproblematic, just as he set down his instruments, intending to discuss the handling of the plaster block with Liu Xiaobao. He turned his head and swallowed the words he was about to utter. What was happening? The expressions of everyone present remained unchanged, their faces set in serious anticipation. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over Wu Yingqiao. Even Liu Xiaobao, usually carefree, wore a furrowed brow. Xiaobao, what is going on? Liu Xiaobao didn't even glance at him, his eyes fixed intently ahead. You wouldn't understand. The more ordinary things seem, the more unusual they often are. Before he could finish his thought, they heard the detector in Director Tian's hands, after several attempts yielding no results, suddenly emit a faint vibration. Director Tian's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, something was inside. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions mirrored that of inevitability. Wu Yingqiao's eyes widened in shock. What? Liu Xiaobao begrudgingly turned to cast him a glance. What is so surprising about this? When have we ever had a mishap? He could only suggest that perhaps the police equipment needed an upgrade, or maybe the batteries were depleted. Liu Xiaobao regarded Wu Yingqiao's astonishment with a hint of disdain. Wu Yingqiao, bewildered, felt his already sparse hair teetering on the brink of despair. Witnessing this scene, netizens erupted in laughter. Oh my, instantly defensive. The photographer is too amusing. How could he say that? Even a dog would shake its head. 1,000 laughs. I feel a bit sorry for this officer. What's going on? He clearly has no idea of the host's true capabilities. Alas, one could say this officer is a tad naive, but it's understandable. After all, he has never witnessed the host's previous legendary moments. To the one above, even through the screen, your mockery is palpable. Nonetheless, I think the detector's response this time is rather minimal. Perhaps the host has indeed encountered mishap. There is no chance of a mishap at all. What is the rush? The police equipment has already reacted. Soon, we shall know what lies within. The viewers in the live stream awaited with bated breath. Over there, Director Tian had just set down the detection instrument and, without a moment's hesitation, picked up a stick and struck the gypsum block with force. At that very instant, a beam of sunlight suddenly pierced through, illuminating the gypsum block before them, which shattered at the impact, revealing a rectangular object of orange and white hues to the astonished crowd. The moment the onlookers laid eyes on this peculiar item, their expressions transformed into ones of bewilderment. The combination of its orange and white coloration, rectangular shape, electronic nature, and the holes adorning it conjured an inevitable conclusion. Chapter 129, what? The fabled black box? The expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. This orange and white object could only be the black box. Mayor Yao exchanged a glance with Director Tian, both of their eyes reflecting profound astonishment and a shared solemnity. The mere occurrence of a black box appearing at any location was already peculiar, let alone one concealed within a gypsum block. One must ponder the circumstances under which people seek out a black box and the conditions that would compel them to hide it. The answers were glaringly evident. Mayor Yao tightened his grip on his phone, his palms slick with sweat. It is well known that the black boxes of most downed aircraft have been recovered throughout history. Only one plane remains unaccounted for, having seemingly vanished into thin air. Yet, so much time has elapsed since then. Back in the day, the Garden Nation even established an investigative team, but to no avail. How could it possibly surface here? Mayor Yao felt as though his heart was being gripped tightly. His conflicted expression resembled that of someone who had not been able to relieve themselves for days, alternating between red and pale. Were he anyone else, he would have immediately dismissed such an idea. Not only is a black box not easily found, but even if it were, it would be improbable for it to appear in Haicheng. However, this was caught by Su Yang. This compelled him to take the matter seriously, and deep down, he sensed that this could indeed be the legendary black box. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Mayor Yao soon realized that his back was drenched in cold sweat. He glanced back at Su Yang, exchanging a knowing look. Mayor Yao nodded and proceeded towards that direction with his phone in hand. After all, if it truly was the black box, it would herald a sensational news story. While everyone on site tacitly awaited Mayor Yao's directive, the live stream erupted with activity. Could it really be that black box? This is utterly absurd. If it is indeed that black box, the original site of the incident cannot possibly be here. So, could someone have deliberately placed it here? Let us entertain a conspiracy theory. Surely, it wouldn't be intentionally placed in Haicheng, would it? Perhaps in Longhua? Yes. Your implication is that someone has deliberately concealed the black box within the Dragon Kingdom, only for it to be fortuitously discovered by the broadcaster. It is inconceivable to consider that the experts from the prior incident on Flight 380, along with the president who opposed the Eagle Nation and subsequently met with disaster, would not have the Eagle Nation's fingerprints on this occurrence. Regardless of the circumstances, if this indeed pertains to the legendary black box, the broadcaster's contribution is invaluable, as it resonates with the hearts of many. I must admit, the broadcaster possesses an extraordinary resilience, encountering the most peculiar of events. Indeed, your thoughts mirror my own. The mayor must urgently summon personnel to ascertain the situation. Meanwhile, Mayor Yao has already reached out to the Civil Aviation Administration of the Dragon Kingdom. According to regulations, only the Civil Aviation Administration has the authority to access the black box. After a brief series of beeps, the internal line is connected. Hello. On the other end is the office of the Director of the Civil Aviation Administration. Director In Yongfu is listening to a report from his subordinates when an unexpected sound suddenly reverberates through the quiet office. The distinctive ringtone sends a jolt through Director and S. heart. This is their internal emergency contact line, restricted solely to the top officials of various provinces and cities. Upon seeing the caller ID display the number from Haicheng, a frown creases Director N's brow. The recent legends circulating in Kyoto regarding Haicheng flash through his mind. Could they possibly be involved? No, that is implausible. They oversee the skies, while those in the sea are entirely unrelated. Steadying his nerves, he contemplates as he presses the answer button. Before he can utter a word, an urgent, middle-aged voice erupts from the other end. Hello, Director In. I am the mayor of Haicheng. We have discovered a black box that we suspect is related to that case. What did you say? Director An's expression abruptly shifts, and he rises to his feet with a start. His office chair topples over, scattering documents and notebooks across the floor. The sudden turn of events leaves Kong Xiaowei, who was just reporting moments before, utterly stunned. As the director of the Aerospace Safety Office at the Civil Aviation Administration, he has been at the side of his superior for over a decade. Apart from the incident with that disappeared aircraft, he has never witnessed his superior behave in such a manner. What on earth has transpired? As he ponders this, he hears his superior speak again. Are you certain? Mayor Yao, this is no jest. A sense of trepidation grips Kong Xiaowei as he detects a note of caution in his superior's tone, accompanied by a barely perceptible tremor. The varying expressions on the director's face amplify an ominous premonition within Kong Xiaowei. As soon as the call concludes, he inquires, Director, what has happened? Director An's expression darkens inexplicably, and he gazes deeply at him. That glance feels weighty, as if laden with significance. Haicheng may have indeed located the black box. How could this be possible? Kong Xiaowei exclaims without a moment's hesitation. The black box. Those engaged in this profession possess a keen insight into the term black box. When a black box comes to the public's attention, or when there's a need to locate one, it often indicates that an aircraft has met with a catastrophic incident, an occurrence no one wishes to witness. Consequently, there exists an unspoken rule within their industry. The term black box is treated as a curse, seldom uttered lightly. However, the director just mentioned it. That black box. Historically, only one black box remains unaccounted for to this day. The aircraft associated with code 380. Within the office, two individuals are diligently processing the information just received from Haicheng. Haicheng. Suddenly, a spark ignites in Kong Xiaowei's mind, a flash of clarity illuminating his thoughts. Could it be that the director is referring to the fabled fisherman from Haicheng? The security bureau is taken aback, looking at Xiao Kong. You've heard of him too? Director Kong, a man over 40, twitches his lips. He muses, who in all of Longhua is unaware of the fisherman from Haicheng. His legend permeates the entire nation. Wait, if it truly is him, it can indeed be that black box. Director Kong slaps his forehead. Director, I will make arrangements immediately. We must depart at once. With that, he pivots and strides purposefully toward the door. Fortunately, they are not far from Haicheng. The helicopter will arrive in just 10 minutes. Otherwise, they might indeed face delays. Meanwhile, in Haicheng, Mayor Yao pinches the bridge of his nose and hangs up the phone. He reflects on the cacophony he just heard. Was it a chair toppling over? Or perhaps a blanket being overturned? He continually envisions the scene on the other end of the line, compared to the daily excitement he experiences with Su Yang. What significance do these events hold? With this thought, Mayor Yao feels inexplicably relieved. Come quickly. Prepare for some live electric therapy. Chapter 130. Can a damaged black box yield a miracle? The viewers in the live stream witness Mayor Yao rallying support, and to their astonishment, it is the Aerospace Administration. A palpable tension begins to rise. Could it be that their speculation was correct? Is it truly the black box that has never been found? If this is indeed the case, the ensuing uproar will be unimaginable. I'm starting to feel anxious. That missing aircraft stirred global turmoil. I thought it would forever remain an unsolved mystery. Who would have thought that after all this time, traces of it would be discovered in a small coastal town in our Longhua? Hey, newcomer, is there a seasoned expert who can explain what makes the black box so significant? You don't know about the black box? It is a highly specialized electronic device, officially known as the electronic flight recorder. Its primary function is to document the aircraft's flight data and parameters. Indeed, to add, once an aircraft experiences an accident, this device becomes invaluable as it can be utilized in flight simulators to recreate the circumstances of the incident. Goodness, if that black box could be retrieved by the streamer, it would indeed be a monumental achievement, fulfilling the hopes of countless families. The live chat was inundated with comments, expressing admiration and even a whimsical desire to be the streamer's partner. Meanwhile, Su Yang remained oblivious to the unfolding events. In a neighboring province, a retired elder from the Ministry of Science and Technology was engrossed in watching the live stream. The moment he laid eyes on the black box and heard Mayor Yao's announcement, he abruptly rose from his chair. Following the incident with Flight 380, as a prominent figure in the ministry, had participated in the analysis of the accident and spent considerable time abroad. His esteemed Prot GS had tirelessly searched for clues in the relevant fields, yet their efforts yielded no results. To his astonishment, clues had emerged from a fishing streamer in Haicheng. Suppressing his astonishment, Mr. Guo returned to his seat to continue watching Su Yang's broadcast. Meanwhile, at Haicheng Beach, Mayor Yao had summoned a police squad, securing the scene. Su Yang scrutinized the black box deep in thought. He was nearly certain that this was the very box from the missing aircraft. Despite its damaged exterior, he could discern that the internal components remained intact, indicating that the data within was preserved. With this realization, Su Yang reached out to lift the black box. The moment he did, the online viewers erupted in excitement. Wow, a sudden epiphany. I now understand why this black box was concealed within a block of plaster. Was it to protect the data? What? Are you suggesting that the data inside this damaged black box could still be intact? No way. Wow, the streamer has picked up the black box. Come on, confess. What is your true identity? How could an ordinary fishing streamer be acquainted with a black box, let alone care about its data? Streamer, reveal your hidden identity. Is the streamer exceptionally talented? Surely, they are not an ordinary individual. Who else would enjoy military-level treatment? However, What the streamer is doing this time is different. If they can indeed restore the data from this black box, it would be a truly noble endeavor. Indeed, this black box has stirred the hearts of many. To be honest, it would be prudent to proceed with caution. Can the streamer really handle this? Hasn't the mayor already called for assistance? Perhaps we should wait for the experts to arrive. As the viewers engaged in lively discussion, a piercing hum resonated from screen. Mayor Yao was taken aback. Had they arrived so swiftly? Turning his head, he confirmed the sight of a small helicopter hovering above. Two middle-aged men, fully armed, descended from the helicopter via a soft ladder. Before Mayor Yao could step forward to greet them, two middle-aged men dressed in aviation uniforms approached directly, removing their helmets. Anju and Director Kong displayed unmistakable anxiety on their faces. "Mayor Yao, where is it?" Anju queried, reaching for his work ID from his pocket and getting straight to the point. "The black box is over there. We discovered it in the gypsum." Upon hearing the term black box, Anju and Kong Xiaowei exchanged a tense glance, immediately on high alert. Following the direction indicated by Mayor Yao, they spotted an orange and white black box resting quietly in the hands of a young man. Anju's pupils constricted suddenly. Wasn't that the legendary black box? Witnessing this object validated his suspicions, and Anju's breath quickened. For a fleeting moment, he felt that this black box was the very item they had been searching for all along. With this thought, he instinctively lifted his feet and walked toward the black box, moving cautiously, as if both hopeful and apprehensive of potential disappointment. After a while, Anju and Director Kong stood before the black box, first casting a deep glance at Su Yang. Then, they looked down at the young man's palm. Carefully, they took the black box into their hands, examining it closely. However, upon noticing a damaged area, Anju's expression changed drastically, turning ghostly pale. Is it damaged? Can the data inside still be recovered? If the data cannot be restored, not only would they be unable to confirm if this black box was indeed the one they sought, but the flight data would also remain irretrievable. In an instant, Anju felt a flicker of hope, only to be engulfed by despair. The light in his eyes vanished abruptly. Turning to Director Kong, he instructed, "Retrieve the computer from a bag and check the status of this black box. Additionally, contact Old Guo urgently. He may be the only one in Longwood capable of opening this black box." Director Kong, gazing at the damaged black box, nearly gasped for breath. Unable to fully process his shock, he hastily pulled the computer from his bag, executing a flurry of operations with precision. Booting up the computer, he opened the specialized internal software. Meanwhile, Anju handled the black box with utmost care, connecting various colorful wires. Once everything was prepared, Director Kong, still uneasy, meticulously checked all connections once more. After confirming everything was accurate, he turned to seek Anju's approval. Observing Anju's slow nod and the resolute expression in his eyes, Director Kong exhaled deeply and clicked the start button on the screen. Chapter 131. An unexpected turn of events. Seeing the Civil Aviation Administration Director in such a state of agitation, the atmosphere on site became palpably charged. Mayor Yao stood at the back with a group of police officers, watching intently without blinking. "Director Tian, is this black box not as fragile as we had imagined?" "It's hard to say. Did you not see the Civil Aviation Administration Director's face turn green? Given its appearance, if there's any damage to the core components, it could be quite troublesome. In other words, should the scene of that moment be recreated, the value of this black box would be immeasurable. Otherwise, its significance would be greatly diminished." Hearing the hushed whispers of the crowd, Wang Bingbing felt an uncontrollable surge of emotion within her. The events of the 380 incident had left an indelible nightmare for every journalist who witnessed the press conference that day. She was acutely aware of the black box's worth. And as the flicker of hope began to spread within her heart, the astonishment etched on her face remained unwavering. To put it succinctly, Su Yang, as a fishing streamer, not only caught a black box, but also ensnared the one that countless people had eagerly anticipated. Reflecting on this, Wang Bingbing turned her gaze towards Su Yang, realizing that her partner's brilliance was becoming increasingly undeniable. His actions transcended those of an ordinary fishing streamer, perhaps sensing the fervent gaze of the national goddess upon him. Su Yang turned his head, raising an eyebrow in a questioning manner. In an instant, Wang Bingbing felt herself blush deeply, taken aback by his sudden glance and the intensity of his look. Though he uttered no words, his expression clearly conveyed, "What is it?" A A spark of insight illuminated Wang Bingbing's mind as her eyes darted towards the two individuals at the equipment. Would this black box be successfully deciphered? As she spoke, she cautiously observed Su Yang's demeanor, her tone gentle to alleviate her previous embarrassment. Little did she know, a flicker of inscrutable light flashed in Su Yang's eyes, so swiftly that Wang Bingbing almost thought she had imagined it. Without any ambiguity, Su Yang nodded subtly. The viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement upon witnessing this exchange. What on earth is happening? Why is the atmosphere so serious over there while the national goddess's gaze seems to be electrified? You can't help it when emotions run deep. Who cares about the serious ambience? I'm utterly amazed. The streamer has done nothing. Yet how has he managed to enchant the national goddess to this extent? Truly remarkable. I must learn this art of flirtation. It's hilarious. The tension has been completely alleviated by these two. Look over there. There's movement. Let's not digress. The key point is to see what the streamer has caught. As the crowd murmured, their imaginations ran wild, pondering whether the black box was indeed the one they speculated about. Then, the director of the Civil Aviation Administration approached Su Yang, standing before him and extending his right hand in a gesture of greeting. Hello, Su Yang. I'm the director of the Civil Aviation Administration. You can call me Lauan. Upon hearing this, Mayor Yao nearly stumbled in shock. When did director and become so approachable? The director, renowned not only for his auspicious name, but also for his formidable demeanor and stern character, was known for being taciturn and getting straight to the point. Thus, he never anticipated that director and would personally come forward and initiate a conversation with Su Yang, even though Su Yang currently enjoys the status of a deputy military rank. It should not warrant such attention from director. Could it be that he was already aware of this fisherman? Might this visit be solely orchestrated under the pretext of this situation? As Mayor Yao pondered increasingly bizarre thoughts, director seemed to intuit his inner musings. I have long admired your reputation and have taken this opportunity to pay my respects. Mr. Su, rest assured, if this black box is indeed the one that went missing, then you will have accomplished a significant feat, and there is no need for you to worry about the reward. Just as the words left his lips, a piercing siren echoed from behind. Director Kong suppressed his astonishment and hastily withdrew the conductive pen from his grasp. Goodness, what had he just heard? 5 minutes prior, he had been pondering why such an important black box was not being returned to the laboratory for secure handling, but instead was being addressed on site. Although the tools were at hand, Elder Gu was nowhere to be found. When it comes to the foremost experts in Dragon Country, none surpass the esteemed Elder Gu. Yet, he never anticipated that their director had come for this fisherman. Long admired, a special visit, and an unimaginable substantial reward? Had he not heard it with his own ears, he would have never conceived such words could emerge from the mouth of their own director. Naturally, he felt a tinge of confusion. What merit does a fisherman from a small coastal city in the East Province possess to garner the favor of their director? Their director is a figure whose very footsteps can resonate across Kyoto. Not only was Director Kong flabbergasted, but even Mayor Yao appeared as if he had seen a ghost. What sort of treasure had he stumbled upon? He was aware that Su Yang had become a celebrity, but the extent of his influence was truly a mystery. It is noteworthy that this individual is the director of the Civil Aviation Administration, a person of such stature that even he cannot approach casually. Yet now he had taken the initiative to visit Su Yang in Haicheng. Mayor Yao had a premonition that, should Su Yang continue to linger in Haicheng, he might one day even encounter the top leader. This thought sent a shiver down Mayor Yao's spine. Meanwhile, after a brief exchange of pleasantries between Su Yang and Director In, the latter quietly scrutinized the young man before him. In their first encounter, the young man displayed not a trace of flattery or sycophancy, his countenance marked by indifference and tranquility. Even after Director In introduced himself, the young man exhibited only a demeanor of respectful composure, his eyes betraying no flicker of emotion. Indeed, as the legend suggests, when Director In was of similar age, he did not possess such a state of mind. Even when he received a reward, he remained unmoved. If memory served him right, this fisherman had donated his entire fortune, a far cry from the norm. Are today's youth not inclined towards tangible gains? Not even a reward could pique his interest? As everyone's thoughts diverged, the viewers in the live stream were equally taken aback by the director's remarks, feeling a surge of disbelief. Flattery, quintessential flattery. The implication is too strong. The bonus has been announced before any confirmation. Is that the director I saw in the video? I can hardly recognize him. He appears to be two entirely different individuals. One a fierce and intimidating figure, the other so approachable and amiable. How is it that this director displays such humility? His words brimming with admiration for the broadcaster? Goodness, has the broadcaster truly risen to such heights? A veritable role model for our generation. I envy him so much. Does the broadcaster need a girlfriend? I would gladly volunteer. As comments flooded the barrage section, suddenly, a piercing voice resonated from the other side. Stop. What is happening? Chapter 132. Director of the Civil Aviation Administration. Suyong, may I request your assistance? The abrupt and jarring voice left everyone at the scene momentarily stunned. Director An's expression shifted dramatically. He hurried over to Shao Kong's side, disregarding any pleasantries with Suyong. What's going on? Kong Xiaowei's face turned pale, remnants of fear lingering in his heart. There's good news and bad news. Slowly turning his head, he exchanged a wordless glance with Director N. Despite having prepared thoroughly for this moment, he had not anticipated the current situation. Although his professional skills did not match those of Old Gua, he was nonetheless among the top technical experts in the Dragon Country. Otherwise, he would not have successfully entered the Civil Aviation Administration. Given the circumstances, they could only wait for Old Gua to arrive. With this thought, Kong Xiaowei felt a sense of relief and spoke slowly. The good news is that this black box has a 99% chance of being the one we have been searching for. Upon hearing this, Director N clenched his fists tightly. The sudden drop of hope ignited a wave of excitement within him. He could scarcely fathom the implications of this news. If it were to be made public, not only would it provide solace to the families suffering from the 380 incident in the Dragon Country, but it would also offer them a form of redemption. Seeing the expression on Director N's face, Kong Xiaowei understood his thoughts. After a brief moment of hesitation, a flicker of uncertainty passed through his eyes before he continued. This black box must have been tampered with while it was on the aircraft. It is currently in a black box state. When I attempted to access it earlier, I discovered that an unknown program had automatically activated in the background. I suspect it is most likely a self-destruct program. Upon finishing his statement, a grave look suddenly overtook Kong Xiaowei's face. Director N glanced at him, the tension in his expression easing slightly as he pondered. Do not be overly pessimistic. Old Gua is already on his way. This scenario has long been anticipated. An aircraft does not simply vanish without reason. Given that this action has been executed, the black box, which records the aircraft's behavior throughout, will not easily reveal its secrets. Though Kong Xiaowei was already a leading expert at the Civil Aviation Administration, he still fell short compared to Old Gua. At the very least, there had not been a problem to date that Old Gua could not resolve. As long as Old Gua arrived at the scene, the truth would soon be unveiled. However, just as Director N's thoughts began to wander, Shao Kong spoke again. We may not have time to wait. Director N was taken aback, an ominous premonition welling up within him. Before he could utter a word, Shao Kong's complexion turned pale. The back end has already begun its activation. The Security Bureau and all the black boxes must have self-destruct protocols. Upon hearing this, everyone present felt a sudden jolt of alarm. The Security Bureau, at that moment, realized that the instant the black box initiated its connection, the back end must have already commenced its autonomous activation. Quickly contact Old Gua. There is no time left. The countdown must only be a minute. Upon hearing this, the security chief involuntarily stepped back a few paces. However, the viewers in the live stream, privy to all that transpired, experienced a starkly different sentiment. TSK, TSK, TSK. Does the chief still not realize the streamer's capabilities? We've encountered this scenario numerous times. There is no need to panic. I'm dying of laughter. You all are being rather unkind. Have you not noticed how the chief's expression has changed? Imagine if this time the streamer truly fails. That is a black box worth 380. To those above, just as much faith as you place in Mazu, you must place in the streamer. Have you forgotten the streamer as past feats? An arresting contrast. Brothers, observe the mayor's countenance and then the chief's. I'm curious what expression will adorn the chief's face when he comprehends the streamer's true prowess. Indeed, I'm exceedingly eager to see. To be honest, is anyone truly untroubled? This is a black box, and not one from Longhua. How can you be certain the streamer will handle it? This black box is of profound significance. It is the one that everyone in the world has been unable to locate. If it were to be destroyed so easily, how many families would be left in despair? What the above says is correct. Streamer, please act swiftly. You are our hope. Among those sharing the same sentiments as the live stream audience were Mayor Yao and Director Tian. Observing the grave expression on the head of the Civil Aviation Administration, memories of the activation flooded their minds. No longer hesitating, Mayor Yao approached Director Tian and spoke, Chief, and since Oldwood cannot arrive at the scene in time, we may have no choice but to seek assistance from Su Yang. Upon hearing Mayor Yao's words, Kong Xiaowei abruptly turned around, his gaze sharp. No, I have 99 certainty. This is a black box worth 380. There can be no room for error. Perhaps sensing that his emotions were running too high, Director Kong took a moment to steady himself. What I mean is the interface of this black box is entirely different from those domestically. Moreover, the program has already been tampered with, without absolute certainty. Before Kong Xiaowei could finish, Chief and had already pivoted, approaching Su Yang with sincere eyes, devoid of the earlier gravity. Su Yang, could you possibly lend your assistance? As these words left his lips, Mayor Yao and Director Tian exchanged glances, a heavy weight lifting from their hearts. Meanwhile, Director Kong stood frozen in shock. What was the chief saying? Seeing Su Yang remain entirely composed only compounded his astonishment. The individual before him was the esteemed head of the Civil Aviation Administration. What manner of upbringing allowed this young man to be so unfazed? How could he remain indifferent to the chief's plea for help? Even more terrifying is the of our department. He is merely a fisherman from Haicheng, and yet he dares to seek assistance? While one can comprehend that if the contents of this black box could be deciphered, it would send shockwaves throughout the world. The challenge of unlocking this black box is of an entirely different magnitude compared to any previous encounters. Perhaps in the Dragon Kingdom. Only Elder Guo possesses the capability to attempt such a feat. What prowess does this fisherman possess? How can our director place such unwavering trust in him? Kong Xiaowei stood motionless before the black box, convinced that this fisherman would never accept such a daunting task. Deep down, he harbored an ominous premonition that this fisherman might never have even laid eyes on a black box in his lifetime. How could he possibly decipher it? After all these years, it was the first time Kong Xiaowei witnessed his director in such a state. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have dared to believe it. Just as Kong Xiaowei's expression shifted, Su Yang, with long strides, approached the black box. Chapter 133. The emergence of the big shot and the panic of the crowd. Kong Xiaowei's pupils dilated as he saw Su Yang approaching, his mouth agape in disbelief. Had Liang Jingru bestowed upon him such courage? Even if our director had misjudged his capabilities, how could he, as the principal party, dare to take such reckless actions? Did he not comprehend what this black box represented? Did he harbor not a shred of fear? Was this truly a matter to be trifled with? If even the slightest mistake were to occur, how many hopes would be dashed? This was not a moment for personal glory. Waiting for Elder Guo to arrive was the most prudent choice. Kong Xiaowei fixed his gaze on Su Yang, nearly bursting with indignation. He noticed Wu Yingqiao, who followed closely behind Su Yang, wearing an expression of suppressed fury. Words hung on the tip of his tongue, but were swallowed back forcefully. The guards trailing behind constantly reminded him that this fisherman was no ordinary individual. What kind of good Samaritan brings guards along when fishing? This was a fisherman enjoying the privileges of a deputy military rank. Unbeknownst to Kong Xiaowei, Su Yang remained entirely focused. He walked directly to the black box, his gaze unwavering, not diverting even a fraction of attention elsewhere. Standing before the operational computer, he observed a series of flickering characters on the screen, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Did the Eagle Nation truly believe that the Dragon Kingdom had no one left? With such trivial subterfuge, they dared to expose themselves to ridicule? Su Yang scoffed inwardly. Without a moment's hesitation, he seated himself before the computer. As soon as he settled into the portable outdoor chair, he heard the collective gasps of astonishment from the crowd. The guards accompanying Wu Yingqiao widened their eyes at the unfolding scene. Although they had heard tales of the director's formidable abilities, could it be that Kong, one of the foremost technical experts in our Dragon Kingdom, could not resolve this matter, especially when it concerned an expert in black boxes? Though perhaps slightly inferior to Elder Guo, he was nonetheless a representative during each exchange with the Eagle Nation. While the director was indeed impressive, his specialization lay in fishing. Truly, the bold are often the most skilled. However, This is not a matter of mere audacity. The data within the black box is devoid of any possibility of repair. This elucidates why Director Kong refrains from intervening personally. Indeed, Director Kong intends to await the arrival of Elder Gua. Goodness, the chief's hands move with remarkable swiftness. Could it be that he possesses profound knowledge in this domain? Goodness gracious, it suddenly dawned on me that our chief had previously decrypted that hard drive. Perhaps he truly can accomplish this. What a jest. The hard drive and the black box are entirely disparate in complexity. It can be asserted that even if the internal network of the security department were compromised, it would still pale in comparison to the intricacies of the black box. You almost made me forget. Yes, our chief not only decrypted the hard drive, but is also rumored to have aided the security department in fending off internal network attacks. However, this matter has not been widely disseminated. Wu Yingqiao, overhearing the discussion among the guards behind him, felt his lips twitch. Had it not been for the current atmosphere, he would have issued orders to make these young rascals carry a 10-kilometer load immediately. How dare they conspire against their own chief behind his back? Nevertheless, it is understandable, given that these soldiers have been transferred from various regions and are not yet well acquainted with Su Yang. Even he himself had only perused a dossier yesterday, a summary of all the chief's remarkable deeds. At that moment, 4 individuals occupied his mind, astonishingly extraordinary. Not to mention that if our chief were to open a black box, he would likely be unfazed, even if it were to command an aircraft carrier. For one can never fathom the terrifying prowess of this angler. In stark contrast to the animated expressions of the guards, the viewers in the live stream remained remarkably composed. Indeed, the host should have made a move long ago, allowing them to witness your prowess. Why conceal it? Can you believe that the personnel from the Civil Aviation Administration still harbor doubts about the host's capabilities? Trust me, they will soon be proven wrong. I can hardly imagine how jubilant he will feel later. The way he gazes at the host suggests he wishes to bore a hole through him. Were it not for the guard's presence, I would reasonably suspect he might attempt to restrain the host. While the viewers were engrossed in their discussions, a sudden, jarring screech of brakes pierced the air. Someone at the scene shouted, "Elder Gua has arrived." Instantly, the atmosphere became charged with excitement. Kong Xiaowei's eyes sparkled, as if he had glimpsed a savior. Elder Gua is a towering figure at the pinnacle of research concerning black boxes in Longhua. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a guiding star of the nation. Though Elder Gua has retired from the forefront, he remains a legend in the aerospace community. With his presence, no conundrum is insurmountable. As Kong Xiaowei pondered this, he hastened after the security personnel towards the sleek black sedan. The piercing sound of brakes vividly conveyed the urgency of the driver. The black sedan gradually came to a halt at the roadside, and an elderly gentleman with silvery hair opened the door. Despite his white locks, he stood tall and upright. The moment he emerged, the aura of one who has long held power infused the atmosphere with an added weight of authority. Elder Gua's arrival silenced the murmurs that had previously filled the air, rendering the scene almost motionless. A guard suddenly recalled something and instinctively turned his gaze toward Su Yang. Following the gaze of the crowd at the scene, Enju's expression suddenly darkened inexplicably. The look that Guo Lao cast while surveying the car was likely in search of the black box. Had he not sought assistance from Su Yang, it would have been Guo Lao seated before the computer now. Contemplating this, Enju glanced at Guo Lao, and upon meeting that piercing gaze, an involuntary chill crept down his spine. Originally resolute, he now felt a wavering in his confidence. As the viewers in the live stream observed the sudden stillness of the scene and the unexpected arrival of the expert, the atmosphere instantly became electric. Wow, they actually invited Guo Lao to the scene. Isn't he already retired? I can hardly believe my eyes. I never expected to see Guo Lao in a live stream. My idol, Guo Lao, is an authoritative expert in our dragon country. It's said that during his prime, he nearly captivated the Eagle Nation, holding a reputation akin to that of Qian Shuessen. The moment the expert appeared, the director of civil aviation's complexion changed. I wonder if he's regretting letting the host take a chance. There's no turning back now. Initially, it seemed impossible for the host to fail. But seeing Guo Lao's serious demeanor, I certainly trust his judgment. This is a bit awkward. If Guo Lao hadn't come, it would have been justifiable for the director to ask the host for help in a critical situation. However, now that Guo Lao is here, if the host falters, the data from this black box could be lost. So what if the expert has arrived? How many top-tier experts have failed in the hands of the host? I believe the host can resolve any issue. Amidst the lively discussions in the streaming room, Guo Lao's expression changed abruptly upon seeing the tall figure of Su Yang at the computer. With a stern face, he strode toward that direction, creating a palpable tension in the air. The crowd watched as Guo Lao advanced toward Su Yang, their pupils dilating in shock. Mayor Yao's complexion also shifted to one of distress. Although he held the highest authority in Haicheng, even he, alongside the director of the Civil Aviation Administration, felt as if they were witnessing a revered figure akin to the Mazu for people from Fujian. Guo Lao's demeanor was anything but welcoming. Despite his unwavering trust in Su Yang, Mayor Yao's heart raced with anxiety. At this moment, the gravity of the situation was unmistakable. Zhu's arrival must have signaled Guo Lao to oversee the matter, for he was the ultimate authority in all of Dragon Country. However, no one expected the black box to unveil such unexpected complications. It may have been tampered with at the time of the aircraft's disappearance. Perhaps this was the very essence of the truth behind the vanishing. What began as an urgent firefighting effort for Su Yang had now transformed into a delicate predicament with Guo Lao's presence. Should Su Yang falter, it could be misconstrued as a well-intentioned blunder. To put it bluntly, it would be a case of overreaching. Furthermore, the significance of this black box was unparalleled. It was a matter of global concern. If Su Yang mishandled it, not only would his previous accolades be overshadowed, but he might also face a backlash across the internet. Upon reaching this point, Mayor Yao could not help but feel a sense of trepidation for Su Yang. Meanwhile, director and Kong Xiaowei closely followed behind Elder Guo. Kong, observing Su Yang with a gaze that could pierce through, was utterly bewildered by the latter's audacity to unlock the enigmatic black box. A man of his usual conservative and meticulous nature, he could not fathom why something so critical was not immediately transported back to the laboratory. Under Elder Guo's guidance, all technical personnel should have been summoned to ensure absolute precision, with every contingency meticulously prepared before proceeding. It was beyond him how this fisherman had so bewitched their director into placing such unwavering trust in him. Pondering this, Kong Xiaowei couldn't help but steal a glance at his superior. However, director remained fixated on Su Yang, his expression inscrutable, though his face betrayed no emotion. A tempest brewed within him, for he had never witnessed Elder Guo so grave. Did he regret seeking assistance from his fisherman? Not at all. He could not forget the scene where the fisherman had retrieved the satellite, nor could he dismiss the words spoken by Sister Hua during the subsequent emergency meeting. This fisherman was indeed a treasure, albeit one shrouded in mystery. Thus, he was resolute in his belief that the fisherman would surely unveil the secrets of the black box. Yet, seeing Elder Guo's solemn demeanor stirred a storm within him. As Elder Guo strode purposefully towards Su Yang, the viewers in the live stream erupted in a frenzy. Oh my, the esteemed expert looks so imposing. Will he directly reprimand the host? Though I'm a loyal fan, has our host acted impulsively this time? There are no chances for error. Is this a joke? In this day and age, is not acting the same as not making mistakes? With such thinking, how can society progress? What past incident has anything to do with the host? Wouldn't it be better if he just fished quietly? Being a person is truly difficult. Ultimately, it is the host who bears the brunt. Indeed, besides, it was the director who initiated the request. Does he not know the host has capabilities and simply let him take charge? He must also bear the consequences. To those still doubting the host's true abilities, I ask, when has he not risen to the occasion? Exactly. The host not only rises to the occasion each time, but also achieves remarkable feats. How can you still question his capabilities? In an instant, the live stream chat was abuzz with noise, while those present in the room held their breaths, captivated by the scene. Elder Guo had reached Su Yang, yet the young man seated before him was entirely engrossed, his fingers flying over the keyboard with remarkable speed. He did not even spare a glance back, nor did his eyes waver. The onlookers remained silent, their gaze fixed on the screen. After pressing the final key, Su Yang let out a heavy sigh of relief. All right, he said, once this progress bar completes, we will be able to retrieve the data. His voice was calm, like a gentle spring breeze that soothed the hearts of those around him. Though his expression was obscured, the profound profile he presented left the crowd momentarily entranced. Until a cold snort pierced the tranquil atmosphere. It was particularly jarring. Kong Xiaowei's emotions ignited in an instant due to Su Yang's words. He had always held a deep disdain for those who spoke without knowledge. Having just tested the equipment, he knew full well that their ports were fundamentally incompatible. To disable the backend, one would have to circumvent the existing firewall. However, even if this young man possessed some hacking skills to bypass the firewall, he would still be unable to disable it. Unless he utilized the dedicated intranet of the security department to create a bridge, there might be a glimmer of hope. Yet, the intranet designated for the security department was exclusively for the use of the top leader. There was no way they would grant access to this amateur. It was unthinkable. This was, after all, the highest security level intranet in the entirety of Longwa, with an unimaginable level of scrutiny. To put it plainly, even their director did not have the privilege to use it. A mere amateur, regardless of past contributions, could never possess such authority. This was precisely why he insisted on returning to the Aerospace Bureau. Perhaps by returning to the laboratory and applying to Nanhai, there might still be some hope. Yet now, this amateur had the audacity to assert confidently that upon completing this decryption process, he would be able to retrieve the data. Kong Xiaowei's trembling lips were barely contained. Darkness clouded his vision, and he could only steady himself by clutching the person beside him. Despite the blazing sun outside, his heart felt as frigid as the depths of winter. Because of this obstinate amateur, it seemed that this black box was doomed. He even had a premonition that the moment the progress bar reached its end would coincide with the complete erasure of all data. How could he possibly reconcile this with the countless families affected behind the scenes? Perhaps sensing Kong Xiaowei's turmoil, Su Yang suddenly cast a fleeting glance in his direction. That glance was as powerful as thunder. His dark eyes resembled a swirling abyss, sending chills down one's spine. This sense of oppression was reminiscent of the aura emanating from the top leader. In that instant, Kong Xiaowei felt as though he were being pricked by countless thorns. Meanwhile, the crowd present remained oblivious to the undercurrents between the two, instead huddled before the computer screen, watching the progress bar advance steadily. Chapter 135. The flood sweeps away the Dragon King's temple. It turns out Su Yang is the true son. The atmosphere was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. The crowd's attention had been firmly affixed to the green progress bar until Guo Lao's sudden turn of head abruptly shifted their focus. They observed the peculiar exchange between the elder and the youth, their expressions a blend of intrigue and confusion. Guo Lao's eyes were clear, exuding an air of authority without anger. He scrutinized Su Yang for an indeterminate length of time before finally speaking. "Do you have something to say?" His voice resonated like a great bell, yet his tone remained calm. Standing beside Guo Lao, Anju caught this authoritative tone and subtly raised an eyebrow. A flicker of brilliance passing through his gaze. The entire figure paused momentarily before abruptly turning, striding purposefully towards the screen without looking back. This unexpected action instantly sent Mayor Yao's heart racing. What was happening? Was Anju suddenly abandoning his post? His impression of Su Yang was quite favorable. So why would he actively seek assistance from him? Mayor Yao felt a wave of frustration. As a mere mayor of a small coastal city, he found himself helpless in front of Elder Guo, unable to voice his concerns. He had hoped that director and would speak a few kind words on Su Yang's behalf. But to his dismay, and was the first to leave. Witnessing In's actions, a flash of insight struck Mayor Yao, and a flicker of suspicion crept into his mind. His expression became peculiar as he regarded the old man and the young man before him. This was not the Elder Guo he had heard about. He had once met Elder Guo at a conference in the East Province, and, in his memory, Guo was a man who would not tolerate any nonsense, and was as explosive as a firecracker. Now, he was seizing the opportunity to explain himself to Su Yang. Truly a rare sight. This was entirely different from the Elder Guo he had envisioned. Amidst Mayor Yao's clouded thoughts, the viewers in the live stream were already in an uproar upon witnessing the scene. Oh my, has the host just been backstabbed? Is the director betraying him at the last moment? This can't be true. Wasn't he the one who sought help from the host first? The director's demeanor just now clearly resembled someone who was ready to pack up and leave. This director is something else. Outrageous. I knew it. In the end, the host bears all the burden. This is simply despicable. Wait, everyone, let's not jump to conclusions. I specifically observed the director's expressions. He might not be betraying the host. It seems he could be aware that the experts want to harm the host. How ridiculous. That is pure speculation. The director has already walked away. How could he possibly care about the host anymore? Not a chance. Even a dog wouldn't believe that. In no time, the live stream was buzzing with excitement. At the scene in Haicheng, the old man and the young man locked eyes. Elder Gua, leaning on his cane, bore a keen gaze, subtly probing. No wonder those arrogant elders from Long Country returned from Haicheng singing praises of this young man. The composure he displayed while handling the black box was a rare find across the nation. If only he could take him as a disciple. With this thought, Elder Gua instinctively prodded the ground with his cane. It was all that detestable Wang Depeo's fault. If it weren't for him, perhaps this idea could have led to feasible measures. However, now that this fisherman enjoyed military-level treatment, he was, in some respects, even above Gua's rank. How could he possibly secure this impudent young man for himself? Elder Gua's eyes sparkled with determination as his mind raced. Opposite him, Su Yang stood languidly, sunlight illuminating his sculpted features with a golden glow. His lowered brows and profound gaze exuded an air of calm and composure, starkly contrasting with the anxious crowd surrounding them. This young man seemed utterly oblivious to the abruptness of his earlier actions. Just as the eyes of everyone present flitted between the old man and the young man, suddenly, Old Gu suddenly raised his cane, as if intending to strike Su Yang. The onlookers gasped in shock. Mayor Yao's lips twitched as he instinctively grasped Old Gu's cane. Forcing a smile, "Old Gu, let's discuss this calmly." The young man simply did not comprehend the gravity of the situation. He glanced pleadingly at Director N, who stood before the screen, yet did not even turn his head. Mayor Yao, meanwhile, was internally lamenting while gripping Old Gu's cane tightly. He turned to Su Yang, scolding, "You brat, why don't you hurry up and apologize?" This sudden turn of events left the crowd in utter disbelief. Kong Xiaowei, trailing behind Director N, kept his gaze fixed on the screen, though his attention was wholly diverted to the actions of the two men. His trembling hands betrayed the excitement surging within him. This was deserved. Let this fishing enthusiast be taught a lesson. Who is Old Gu? How could he stand idly by while you acted recklessly? Even if you enjoyed military-level privileges, what of it? In the eyes of the power brokers of Longhua, it was not your rank that mattered, but your genuine capability. Forget merely raising a cane. If the screen were to display a black box read failure, even 10 military-grade fishing enthusiasts would pale in comparison to the significance of that black box. Contemplating this, Kong Xiaowei fixated on the screen, his heart gripped tightly. Simultaneously, viewers in the live stream gasped at the scene unfolding before them. The feeling is back. It is indeed Old Gu. I once saw an interview where he made a student redo math problems for a month due to a data error. It was hilarious. This old expert is hailed as the Zhou Batong of the tech world. If the host truly messes up, I can only imagine Old Gu chasing after him. The scenario is too delightful to even contemplate. Is it necessary to paint such a beautiful picture over such a serious matter as the black box? Could the director have foreseen this moment, prompting him to discreetly step away? This is utterly outrageous. How can one resort to violence at the slightest disagreement? Is this old expert not being a tad too seniority conscious? Exactly. The host is at least a renowned figure enjoying military-grade privileges. How can he be treated this way in front of so many? Besides, the matter has yet to reach a conclusion. As a loyal fan of the host, I bet he won't falter, no matter what. Can a cameraman please give us a clear shot? I want to see the screen immediately. The live stream was akin to a boiling pot, yet the crowd remained oblivious. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Old Gu's eyes were wide, cane raised. Mayor Yao wore an expression of dread, gripping the cane tightly. Su Yang appeared calm, wearing an innocent expression. Just then, Old Gu suddenly raised his hand, poised to strike Su Yang. "You little rascal, were you waiting for me to take action?" Chapter 136, Su Yang, the legendary savior. The atmosphere was as if time itself had come to a standstill. Everyone ceased their actions, staring in astonishment at Su Yang's direction. Kong Xiaowei contorted his body at an almost 90-degree angle, twisting his head to gaze over here. What had Old Gua just said? The two of them were acquainted? No wonder this fisherman remained so composed. No wonder he appeared unfazed by his own anger. It turned out that, at some point unbeknownst to him, he and Old Gua were already familiar with each other. Now, he harbored a reasonable suspicion that Old Gua's visit was not primarily about the black box. An incredible thought surged in his mind. Could it be that Old Gua had specifically come to meet this fisherman? If this thought had crossed his mind 2 minutes ago, he would have found it laughable. However, now he felt he was the most ridiculous person of all. Although he could not yet ascertain whether this fisherman could handle the black box, He was absolutely certain that Old Gua had complete faith in him. Catching a glimpse of his own director, a sudden realization struck him. His director must have known all along. Kong Xiaowei was left in a state of shock, attempting to digest this revelation. Meanwhile, Mayor Yao stood frozen, his next words swallowed in disbelief. He stared at Old Gua in horror, struggling to comprehend what he had just heard. Turning back to Su Yang, he closed his eyes the next moment. It was too much to bear. Su Yang's innocent expression resembled that of the most adorable wolf in existence. He had never seen Su Yang look so obedient. Realizing his hand was still gripping Old Gua's cane, Mayor Yao felt a jolt of electricity. When had this little rascal become acquainted with Old Gua? No wonder he showed no surprise upon seeing Old Gua at the scene. He had thought this brat was perpetually expressionless. But it turned out he had been holding a trump card all along, perhaps waiting for Old Gua's appearance. How foolish he had been to worry about this rascal. A wave of inexplicable emotions washed over Mayor Yao. He cast a resentful glance at Su Yang. Gradually loosening his grip on Old Gua's cane, he sighed. As the saying goes, tea tastes better when steeped, and one must let go of burdens to live well. After all, he was the mayor and could not stoop to the level of this oblivious brat. Mayor Yao reassured himself, instantly feeling healed. When he looked at Su Yang again, he saw his beloved son. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live broadcast room erupted once more upon witnessing this scene. Wow, this time I truly did not anticipate the direction of the story. After all this time, the host knows Old Gua? Wait, I've been lurking in the live chat. What serendipitous circumstances led to their acquaintance? There was no foreshadowing at all. Why ponder that? The process is irrelevant. The outcome is what matters. And the outcome is that the host is unfathomable. He never engages in ventures without assurance. The host's life inspires admiration. Do not even mention imitation. I feel that even a portrait would be a desecration of the host. From the actions of Elder Gua, I sensed a profound favoritism. Not to mention Elder Gua's partiality. Just observe the mayor's expression. He was seething with anger moments ago. Yet now, my goodness, his gaze seems almost entranced. One must ponder whether the slap on the face is painful, as I pity that office director 100-fold. It is no wonder the director has distanced himself. He clearly understands the underlying circumstances. The moment Elder Gua addressed the host, the director silently turned away. Is there anyone left who questions the host's prowess? The ambience within the live broadcast room has transformed dramatically. Even the backstage data of Su Yang's livestream has surged unexpectedly. The staff has become somewhat immune to such anomalous data. Alas, anything deemed impossible can indeed manifest through this phishing enthusiast. Simultaneously, the trending indices across major platforms are undergoing constant fluctuations. Even Liu Xiaobao, who is currently monitoring the trending list, has caught a whiff of something unusual. He harbors no doubts regarding his brother's abilities. The myriad changes on site have diverted his immediate attention. Ever since his brother pledged his entire fortune to charity, Liu Xiaobao has grown acutely sensitive to the peculiarities of his brother's backstage data. He has silently resolved to assist his brother in achieving his first modest goal in the shortest possible time. Thus, the individual who typically refrains from engaging with the audience during the live broadcasts and seldom monitors the data has now taken a proactive stance. It is akin to the current trending topic. Though this is not the first time his brother has garnered attention, this instance appears markedly different from previous occasions. Astonishing. The phishing host unravels the mystery of the 380 missing black box. Upon encountering this entry, Liu Xiaobao immediately comprehended the inevitability of this trending topic. It will undoubtedly draw unprecedented attention from masses. What does the black box signify? It is not merely a matter of national interest. Its revelation will captivate the gaze of the entire world. Furthermore, the tone of the comment section is remarkably uniform. If the host claims it to be the black box of the 380, there's a high probability it is indeed so. Let us hope it remains relatively unscathed. May the heavens ensure a successful decryption. To be frank, the contents within are of utmost importance. They embody the hopes of countless families. Considering that many citizens of the Dragon Nation were aboard the ill-fated 380. An exhaustive investigation into this incident is imperative to ascertain the circumstances surrounding the disappearance of the 380. If the host can locate the vanished satellite, surely he can find a lost aircraft as well. Brothers, why do I have the feeling that someone is destined for misfortune? Once the host unveils the truth, the shadowy figures behind the scenes will undoubtedly receive their due punishment. If this transpires, the host may very well become a savior. Without the host, this matter would soon fade from public memory. It appears that even those outside have ceased their search and rescue efforts. Perhaps everyone has relinquished hope, considering the considerable time that has elapsed. This involves the lives of real individuals. Regardless of the circumstances, one must never yield to despair. The reliability of the streamer is undeniable. It is no wonder that they have made headlines. Without the streamer, the matter of the black box might have been overlooked. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, Su Yang has accomplished a significant deed. Su Yang, an everlasting deity. The comments beneath the trending topic are nothing short of spectacular. Liu Xiaobao, holding his phone, has slowed his scrolling. The atmosphere in the venue has undergone a complete transformation. Everyone's gaze is involuntarily drawn to the results of the black box. If anyone still doubts the streamer's capabilities, they might as well have water in their brains. In front of the screen, Director An's eyes are fixated on the progress bar, nearing completion, unblinking. It seems as though the reactions of those around him were anticipated long ago. A subtle smile flits across his lips. He had foreseen this outcome. What is this? It is the black box. If Old Guo were not already aware of the situation or lacked confidence in Su Yang's abilities, he would never have approached Su Yang so boldly without even glancing at the black box. Thus, in this moment, Director An comprehends the gravity of his decision to seek Su Yang's assistance. He has indeed placed his bets wisely, just as his old ministers had proclaimed. This fisherman is a treasure. Amidst Director An's swirling thoughts, a sudden gasp erupts from the crowd. Chapter 137. Shock from around the globe. The sound of inhalation rises and falls like a wave. Time appears to stand still in the venue. 1 second, 2 seconds, until someone in the gathering whispers softly, as if afraid to disturb something. Can the data really be read? All eyes are glued to the screen, silent. Hearing the commotion, Old Guo turns his head, motionless. Yet, the hands concealed behind him tighten into fists, knuckles whitening, tinged with a hint of blue. He struggles to suppress the surging tides of his emotions. The moment he heard Su Yang take action in the car, he realized that the regrets and longings harbored in many hearts might find resolution today. Yet, at this moment of dreams materializing, he feels as though he has traversed realms, utterly unable to believe his eyes. Has the black box truly been restored? He understands the explosive news this will generate, not just for the Dragon Kingdom, but for the entire world. Old Guo recalls the operations he previously participated in. The pursuit of the black box was never smooth sailing. Various unknown forces obstructed their efforts, even resorting to blatant threats. Clearly, someone fears the emergence of this black box. With this thought, Old Guo glances back at Su Yang, a flicker of concern crossing his gaze. He must personally file a report from this moment forth. The protection of this fisherman by the Dragon Kingdom must be elevated to a higher level. At the same time, witnessing the moment the black box data is successfully retrieved, Director An's pupils constrict to pinpoints. His expression shifts dramatically as he gazes at the fisherman in disbelief. Despite his prior expectations and the moment he observed Elder Gu's demeanor towards her, he realized that this fisherman was likely to astonish the world once again. Yet, at that moment, he could hardly suppress the shock swelling within him. Who exactly was this fisherman? The black box was indeed extraordinary, which was why he had brought Kong Xiaowei to personally investigate. Kong Xiaowei might be the only one in the Dragon Kingdom who could be considered Elder Gu's successor. However, even he struggled for nearly half an hour with the black box, failing to extract any data and inadvertently triggering hidden elements in the back end. In stark contrast, Su Yang managed to achieve results in less than 5 minutes. To be candid, part of the tranquility he felt stemmed from Elder Gu's presence. As long as Elder Gu was around, there would always be a safety net. Yet, it was utterly unexpected that in under 5 minutes, without even a glance from Elder Gu, he had accomplished this feat. Director and steadied himself, concealing the astonishment in his eyes. The others present exchanged incredulous glances, each bearing expressions of sheer disbelief. This fisherman had truly unlocked the black box? It was simply beyond comprehension. Just as Director and struggled to regain his composure, someone suddenly surged forward from behind, pushing past those blocking the screen, their face a canvas of disbelief. How could this be possible? The network available in the Dragon Kingdom could not possibly bypass that backend. There was no method to recover the black box, unless a blinding realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. Kong Xiaowei was taken aback by his own thoughts. No, that exclusive internal network access was reserved for the highest-ranking officials in the Dragon Kingdom. To possess such internal permissions, one would need the personal approval of the top leader. Yet, if his memory served him correctly, their own director seemingly lacked internal network access, let alone this fisherman from Haiqing. The astonishment within Kong Xiaowei grew exponentially. Even as he desperately tried to quell the burgeoning thought, his body betrayed him. He extended his right hand, trembling uncontrollably as he pressed his finger on the touch panel, opening a black ladder software in the lower right corner. Upon discerning the rank associated with Su Yang's account, his legs weakened. The viewers in the live stream were equally stunned upon witnessing this scene. Wow, this fisherman has truly accomplished it. Can this be considered as literally breaking a hole in the sky? Absolutely. If the data recovery is successful, it could unveil the reason behind the disappearance of the 380. To be honest, this time the streamer's achievement is unlike any previous ones. This is genuinely a merit accumulated. The streamer is incredible. Could it be that he actually possesses the highest internal network access in the Dragon Kingdom? How else could he have bypassed the backend? Does it even need to be said? Did you not see what the office director was doing just now? He was merely checking the streamer's account permission level. Shocked, utterly shocked. It's evident that this fellow has somewhat underestimated the streamer's capabilities. He had not been oblivious to such a possibility. Rather, he was simply reluctant to confront the truth. Regardless, the moment the black box data was restored can be deemed a historic event. The process is inconsequential. What truly matters is the outcome. The result is that the host successfully retrieved the black box and unearthed its data. It is as straightforward as that. There's no hiding it, not a single bit. I dare say, this time the host will not only captivate the Dragon Kingdom. Once the news breaks, the name Su Yang will echo globally. Suddenly, amidst the barrage of comments flooding the live stream, a series of engine sounds resonated from afar, rhythmic and booming. Unlike the previous jarring screeching of brakes, the engines roared closer, suggesting that more than one vehicle approached. The crowd once again fell into a state of astonishment, instinctively turning to gaze in that direction. To their surprise, several large buses were indeed making their way toward them. The atmosphere grew tumultuous. Even Mayor Yao furrowed his brow, casting an immediate glance at Director Tian. Understanding the urgency, Director Tian responded without hesitation. Upon confirming the presence of the black box, he had already initiated a lockdown. No suspicious individuals would be allowed entry. Mayor, I will call to inquire about the situation immediately, Director Tian declared, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he dialed. This was no trivial matter. This was the black box. Ensuring safety was paramount. As Director Tian made the call, the buses came to a gradual halt. The doors swung open, revealing a diverse group of elderly men and women, middle-aged uncles and aunts, and even children of various ages. Upon disembarking, they all fixed their unwavering gazes towards Su Yang, their expressions resolute. Clearly, they had come prepared specifically to seek out the fisherman. This scene left the onlookers utterly bewildered. While exchanging puzzled glances, the crowd suddenly began to march towards Su Yang. Chapter 138. Gratitude from the families of 380 before anyone could react. The group had already reached Su Yang, their faces grave yet their eyes shimmering with overwhelming emotion. Some of the elderly women even had tears glistening in their eyes. Su Yang was momentarily taken aback. He could sense the depth of emotion in their gazes, though he could not discern its exact nature. After all, even if he possessed boundless abilities, mind reading was not among them. Yet, seeing those sparkling eyes turned toward him ignited a fleeting thought in his mind. Realizing the moment, Su Yang cautiously spoke, "Could it be that you?" Upon hearing Su Yang's voice, the group exchanged glances and swiftly encircled him. This prompted Wu Yingqiao to instinctively shield Su Yang, adopting a wary stance toward the crowd. However, to everyone's astonishment, the individuals suddenly knelt before Su Yang in unison. The elderly individuals at the forefront were abruptly overcome with emotion, their voices choked with grief. The unexpected turn of events left everyone in attendance in a state of shock. Instantly, a thought crossed their minds. Could these individuals be the relatives of the 380 passengers? After all, this was fundamentally a live broadcast. And from the moment the black box was discovered, Su Yang's stream provided first-hand updates. Moreover, there were numerous trending topics still circulating. It was not surprising that these family members received the news. However, no one anticipated their swift arrival. After a prolonged moment, Su Yang was the first to regain his composure. "Elderly folks, please rise." His voice helped to anchor those behind him back to reality. A group of people exerted considerable effort to assist these individuals to their feet. They provided outdoor stools, yet the elderly did not even glance at them, let alone sit down. Instead, they gazed intently at Su Yang. Clearing his throat under their unwavering gaze made Su Yang feel somewhat embarrassed. After a moment of contemplation, he ventured to speak. "Could it be that you are?" Yet, the words missing nearly escaped his lips, only to be swallowed back. He hesitated, unwilling to utter such a heavy term that would undoubtedly weigh upon their hearts like a mountain. Seeing Su Yang speak, a middle-aged man, who was supporting an elderly woman, finally broke the silence. "Mr. Su Yang, we are the family members of the passengers lost in the 380 incident. We saw the trending topics and came here to express our gratitude to you." At this revelation, Su Yang immediately understood. Indeed, they were the relatives of the passengers who had perished in that tragic flight. No wonder their gazes were filled with such profound gratitude. Su Yang felt a swell of emotion within him. "You need not thank me. It is my duty." However, the group before him, a diverse assembly of ages, shook their heads vigorously in response, resembling bobbing ducks. The middle-aged man continued, "Mr. Su Yang, if it were not for you, we would never have received justice. You cannot fathom the torment we endured during our aimless waiting." As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes, and a suffocating silence enveloped the gathering. The weight of unshared suffering hung heavily in the air. No one could truly comprehend the arduous years these relatives of the 380 passengers had endured. At that moment, the crowd struggled to find any words of comfort. Su Yang, observing the elders standing before him, many of whom were significantly older, could not hide his own embarrassment. Just as Mayor Yao was about to speak, the leading middle-aged man stepped forward and stated, "Mr. Su Yang, we have come solely to thank you. There is no need for formality." Taken aback, Mayor Yao paused, and upon hearing the man's words, he felt a sense of calm wash over him, retracting his eagerness to step forward. Yet at that moment, Su Yang interjected, "Sir, please do not feel obliged. The black box was merely retrieved by chance. It is not a grand accomplishment. Whether it be the recovery of the black box or the restoration of its data, it is all about following one's heart. He has never sought gratitude from anyone, nor has he desired fame for himself." Witnessing the emotions reflected in the eyes of these individuals, along with the earlier act of kneeling, Su Yang felt somewhat overwhelmed. "Mr. Su Yang, there is no need for further words. My surname is Han. You may call me Old Han." The middle-aged man named Han, observing Su Yang's inclination to decline, promptly interjected to prevent any further refusal. He then turned and accepted several cards from the man in the suit behind him. Without waiting for Su Yang to protest, he directly thrust the cards into Su Yang's hands. "Mr. Su Yang, please graciously accept these cards as a token of our respect. They are discount cards from various enterprises run by our families, and they will not lead you astray." He recalled that Mr. Su Yang enjoyed military-level privileges, and it was imperative to clarify matters to avoid causing him any trouble. "This is a VIP card for Pullman hotels. It allows Mr. Su Yang to stay at any Pullman chain hotel while enjoying the finest VIP treatment. This yellow card is an exclusive Volvo VIP card, ensuring that whatever transportation needs you have, any of the 4 stores can provide you with vehicle services. The white card is a Wanda commercial card, allowing you to shop freely in any Wanda-owned commercial district across Long Country, covering all your basic needs with complete exemptions. Lastly, this black card for Tsuehu Villa is held by only a handful of individuals in Long Country. Should Mr. Su Yang wish to dine, he can directly visit Tsuehu Villa or request delivery, enjoying personalized service." As Old Han concluded, the atmosphere once again descended into an almost suffocating silence. Everyone was engulfed in profound astonishment. Food, clothing, shelter, and entertainment. These cards signified that wherever Su Yang went, he could simply present them to receive the highest level of service. Truly, to express gratitude for Su Yang's discovery of the black box, these individuals had come with the utmost sincerity. Liu Xiaobao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Goodness, at this moment, a singular thought occupies my mind. If my brother wished for a child now, there would undoubtedly be someone to deliver one. Previously, streamers would receive gifts or arrows. At most, gold coins as tips. Now, with his brother, it seemed as though all necessities of life were encompassed. It is no exaggeration to say that these cards could resolve the vast majority of difficulties in the world. To achieve such success as a streamer, as his brother has, is truly remarkable. On the other side, Su Yang was equally taken aback by this unexpected display from the gathering. Clearing his throat and rubbing his nose, he spoke slowly. Mr. Han, I appreciate your goodwill, but these gifts are far too extravagant for me to accept comfortably. Old Han, sensing Su Yang's continued reluctance, firmly reiterated. If it were not for your discovery of the black box, the only lead in locating those missing individuals, we would feel these gifts to be insufficient. Please, you must accept them. Hearing the middle-aged man's insistence, Su Yang glanced helplessly at Mayor Yao, who subtly urged him with his gaze. Reluctantly, he decided to accept the cards, primarily to put the minds of those present at ease. Witnessing Su Yang's gesture, Old Han's face lit up with joy. The matter here has been resolved satisfactorily, and Old Han bid farewell to Su Yang on the spot. After departing with a throng of people, the remaining attendees wore peculiar expressions, their eyes reflecting both envy and admiration, each exhibiting a distinct demeanor. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream witnessed this scene and erupted in chaos. Chapter 139, Su Yang, an unforeseen influence. When Liu Xiaobao opened the live stream, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What was happening? Was there a network issue? Why was there not a single comment? Liu Xiaobao casually toggled off flight mode and reopened the stream. He even shook his phone in confusion. Still, no comments appeared. He typed a string of question marks into the chat box and hit send. The network seemed fine. What was going on? Just as Liu Xiaobao was about to call the back-end staff, in an instant, the entire screen was inundated with a flurry of comments that could overwhelm anyone with a fear of crowds. Comments streamed in one after another, flashing by in rapid succession. Liu Xiaobao quickly realized that it wasn't a network outage. The live stream had exploded. I'm in tears. This is the first time I've cried while watching a live stream. The entire world hopes the host can find that black box. But who possesses such profound empathy in today's society? However, that elderly woman's kneeling moment truly brought tears to my eyes. It's only been a few short hours since this unfolded, and so many managed to rush to the scene, not to mention those who couldn't make it. It's genuinely touching. From the bus license plates, they seem to be from surrounding cities. I believe those who couldn't be, they're also watching from their screens. My father was on flight 380. He went missing during my senior year, and my mother only told me after I finished my college entrance exams. It's a burden I carry for life. Somehow, it seems fate has a hand in this. Today is the first day of the college entrance exams, and it's as if this day was meant for you to learn about your father. Money can solve many problems, but the pain of separation and loss is something that resonates deeply within many hearts. I can somewhat empathize with that middle-aged man. What he wishes to give is not merely those few cards, but rather his heartfelt sentiments. Indeed, whether the host should accept or decline is debatable. Have you forgotten that the host now enjoys military-level treatment, with all needs catered to by security personnel? What the host has done deserves to be recorded in history. I can't wait to see how the authorities will commend this. As the live stream audience engaged in lively discussions, a particular comment suddenly captured everyone's attention once more. Dong Yuhui, a great act of kindness. May the school be constructed simultaneously. A real name comment re-entered the spotlight, revealing that even the reclusive teacher Dong, who had withdrawn from the public eye for some time, was now following Su Yang's live stream. The viewers suddenly recalled the fisherman's meeting with teacher Dong, where he pledged his entire fortune to build a hope school. Teacher Dong's unexpected appearance stirred the live stream into a new uproar. Recently, the fishing enthusiasts have witnessed an unprecedented phenomenon, having observed countless live broadcasts. It is the first time encountering a host of such stature. Is this the Han Hong of the streaming world? Dai Xiaomei remarked at last. I comprehend why the leading streamers across various industries have seen their traffic halved lately. Upon entering Su Yang's live room, I had no desire to leave. Xiao Yang, Sanji Yang proclaimed, "This is the kind of streamer we ought to emulate, whether it be through merchandise sales or live streaming. We must give back to society." Zhoshin expressed, "I wholeheartedly support the real name system. With a song fulfilled, I am grateful to Mr. Su for realizing everyone's wishes. My goodness, when did I witness so many prominent figures using real names in a single live room? Human life is invaluable, and so is the truth. The host deserves to enjoy the grandeur of the temple. The live room was experiencing an unprecedented frenzy, paralleled only by the fervor across various trending platforms. At the pinnacle of the tallest building in Haicheng, the corridor, chilled like an icehouse, deviated from its usual frigid demeanor. The thick plush carpet muffled the sound of footsteps, yet could not conceal the expressions upon every face. As people exchanged greetings, each cradled a stack of documents in their arms. At the end of the corridor, the largest office had its door opening and closing incessantly. Lin Wenguang's 2-meter-long desk was now a chaotic mess. In just 2 short hours that morning, an astonishing number of advertisers, over 100, both big and small, sought him out. Their singular aim? Suyang. From the moment the black box was reeled in, the Baidu index began its relentless fluctuations. Any trending topic linked to Suyang bore a fiery tag. Even the annual college entrance examination paled in comparison. When Suyang personally stepped up to the black box, 8 out of the top 10 trending topics bore his name. Undoubtedly, every move of Suyang had captivated the hearts of the entire nation. Consequently, as the sole live-streaming company in the Dragon Nation holding shares in Suyang, it became an object of fervent desire. Apparel, footwear, outdoor gear, everything from head to toe, even sunscreen, sought opportunities to align with Suyang. Within mere seconds of the stock market opening, the company's shares had reached their limit. In just one day, Suyang had generated an 8-figure profit for the company. In the corridor outside the office, several secretaries sparkled with excitement in their eyes. They had all invested in the company's stocks. Little did they anticipate that without lifting a finger, such a significant fortune would fall into their laps. However, in stark contrast to the jubilant mood of the secretaries, Lin Wenguang sat at his desk with a grave expression, devoid of the anticipated joy. He remained motionless, fixated on the large screen before him, while his left hand, concealed beneath the desk, trembled incessantly. After a moment, as the fervor in his chest subsided, Lin Wenguang pressed the intercom on his desk. Following a rhythmic knock at the door, a sharply dressed young man entered. "Mr. Lin, Xiao Wang, please contact the company's legal department. I wish to donate the shares under my personal name, without compensation, to the Hope Elementary School founded by Teacher Dong, which is sponsored by Suyang." Secretary Wang abruptly raised his head, staring incredulously at the chairman. "Donate shares?" He blurted out. 1% of the shares. In cash, that amounts to nearly 8 figures. Based on his understanding of the chairman, he was not a particularly generous man. He treated employees well, but when it came to himself, he was as frugal as a sparrow. Lin Wenguang, catching a glimpse of Secretary Wang's astonishment, spoke in a tone that brooked no dissent. "Do as I say." However, Secretary Wang was taken aback by that glance, and the words that were on the tip of his tongue were swallowed. He hurriedly turned and, before leaving the office, glanced at the illuminated screen, striving to suppress the shock within. Could it be that this fisherman had such a profound influence? To wield his charismatic personality to inspire the chairman to donate his own wealth? At that moment, Secretary Wang felt as though the world had taken on an air of fantasy. Meanwhile, just a door away, Lin Wenguang sat in a daze, his eyes shimmering with undeniable brilliance. His right hand, concealed beneath the desk, trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 140. Collective Shock from Lonka Institute. Lin Wenguang fixated on the screen before him, desperately suppressing the moisture welling in his eyes. He had never anticipated that he would hear news regarding the black box within his lifetime. No one knew why he chose to work in new media. It was because this field allowed him to be at the forefront of global events, receiving news as it broke. Thus, as soon as there was news from 380, he would know immediately. Yes, his father had been on that very plane. He still remembered that unforgettable morning. It was an ordinary breakfast when his mother peeled an egg for him, joyfully informing him that his father would be returning home that day, and they would go to pick him up together. However, they ended up waiting at the airport not for the return of his father, but for countless police officers with unanswered questions and incessant inquiries. From then on, the sight of his mother weeping daily became the entirety of his youthful existence. Unbeknownst to him, at some point, he had silently resolved to uncover the truth regarding his father's fate, even if it meant finding nothing but bones. Consequently, as a high-achieving graduate from Huada, He did not join any research institution after graduation, but instead traversed various self-media companies. Some considered him unambitious, while others thought he was merely chasing fame and fortune. Yet, no one understood that he was driven solely by the desire to fulfill his mother's obsession, which was also his own singular obsession. Just when he was on the verge of giving up, today, at this very moment, Su Yang had discovered the black box from that ill-fated plane. Moreover, he had successfully retrieved the data contained within, meaning he had unearthed the truth behind his father's disappearance. Lin Wenguang suddenly extended his hands to cover his face, overwhelmed by the surge of emotions. Simultaneously, in Kyoto, at the Dragon Country Research Institute, dozens of experts were summoned to an emergency meeting in the exclusive conference room of the space agency. Esteemed attendees, each one of you is an expert or a professor hailing from the illustrious Dragon Nation, a gathering of remarkable individuals. However, you often immerse yourselves deeply in your respective fields, rarely emerging to engage with one another. Now, summoned together, a sense of bewilderment pervades the room. Old Zhang, it's been ages. What momentous event has transpired? Ah, Lu, my old friend, what brings you here? How is your project on polymer materials progressing? Let's not dwell on that. Why have we all suddenly convened here? A palpable tension hung in the air as everyone sensed something amiss. Since the establishment of the Dragon Nation, such a convergence of leading figures from aerospace and information technology had never occurred. It was an unprecedented event now unfolding before them. Just as confusion reigns, the large screen flickers to life. It displays an email from Elder Gua. The content outlines a data recovery process, yet intriguingly, this email is a forwarded message, with the original sender's address prominently featured. At the bottom, a succinct note reads, "Requires expert reassessment." This revelation left the esteemed professors in further perplexity. What could possibly warrant such scrutiny of Elder Gua's email? Perhaps it was more akin to an academic exercise than a genuine inquiry. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, the screen froze, highlighting the email's core content, data visualization. A hush fell over the room, as if time itself had paused. The audience, captivated by the displayed information, gasped collectively. After a prolonged silence, an exclamation broke forth. Incredible. Simply astounding. An elderly professor, eyes gleaming, gazed at the rows of data and theories. If the contents of this email prove authentic, and if the port issue has indeed been resolved, this black box could be unveiled to the world in a live broadcast. Indeed, this would preempt any accusations of manipulation. A global live stream. Let us see how the Eagle Nation attempts to refute this. Elder Gua has indeed unraveled a global enigma. This year, the accolade for outstanding contribution must undoubtedly belong to him. With Elder Gua, we are truly fortunate in the Dragon Nation. Wait, if memory serves me correctly, this email was forwarded by Elder Gua. The true problem solver is the individual associated with that email address, is it not? Another professor mused, marveling at how a single email had catapulted an unknown team into the spotlight of Dragon Nation's technological history. As the atmosphere reached a crescendo, a sudden announcement broke through. The director has arrived. At that moment, the esteemed director Ho Jiangwo, a towering figure in the realm of Dragon Nation's scientific community, approached with meticulously styled hair and gold-rimmed glasses, his demeanor grave and purposeful. Having led the Dragon Academy for nearly a decade, his presence alone commanded respect, a formidable achievement in a nation teeming with talent. It is sufficient to illustrate the remarkable professional capability of Director Ho, as well as his influence within the Dragon Nation. He approached the large screen, pausing momentarily, murmuring to himself, could it truly be the black box of the 380? Has the data been restored? This is no trivial matter. Even with Elder Gua personally making the call, he could not fully embrace belief. After all, the 380 had vanished for so many years. Despite Ma Country's announcement 7 years ago to cease its search, the Dragon Nation had not relinquished hope. Suddenly, being informed of an unresolved conclusion, which not only had been punctuated but done so in such a satisfying manner, would leave anyone in a state of skepticism. Even the one providing this information, a top expert in the field who had secretly participated in the search for Malaysia Airlines, Elder Gua, could not quell his doubts. Thus, until he personally witnessed the final outcome, he would maintain a respectful and meticulous demeanor. This is the fundamental integrity he upholds as a leading researcher in the Dragon Nation. The sound of an email notification interrupted his contemplation, and a flicker of change passed through Director Ho's eyes. The screen once again displayed the rows of numbers and symbols. Beneath his thick lenses, a glimmer of intrigue sparked. How fascinating. He had obtained security clearance from a chief. It was no wonder the black box data could be restored so directly. At first glance, Director Ho instantly realized that the individual who had accessed the black box was of considerable stature. This revelation fueled his desire to continue perusing the email. Scrolling with a mouse, he scanned through page after page of numbers and symbols. However, unlike the other professors and experts in the conference room, there was no excitement or ease upon Director Ho's countenance. When the cursor halted on the final line, his expression turned grave. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed his eyes. Just as he was about to close the page, another email with an attachment abruptly captured his attention. Chapter 141, Renowned and Impactful at the Dragon Science Institute. It was yet another message from Elder Gua. Another attachment? Instinctively, Director Ho opened the attachment, only to find it was a video. Clicking on the video, a cursor appeared on the screen. This is an operational video. It detailed precisely how the data from the black box was restored. In an instant, Director Ho drew in a sharp breath. He finally understood why Elder Gua had taken the time to call him personally and insisted on reviewing the contents of this email. He had successfully anticipated Ho's thoughts. Suddenly, Director Ho realized he may have committed a significant error. Science is rigorous, but it should never be stagnant. One must not presume, based solely on an individual's identity or capability, that the fisherman was merely able to restore the data due to the internal network privileges granted by the chief. In retrospect, his initial assumptions were profoundly misguided. As he observed the operational video, the shock within him was ineffable. It was utterly astonishing. As the video reached its final second, a myriad of sentiments surged within Director Ho. However, at that very moment, he abruptly grasped the reason behind the fisherman recording this video. It is evident that such a momentous event, which has captured the attention of the entire world and has been broadcasted live, cannot possibly remain confidential. The nation in question has already begun deliberating strategies in response. With the emergence of this unaltered recording, even if it does not serve as indisputable proof, the repercussions for them will undoubtedly include international condemnation. Contemplating this, Director Ho let out a profound sigh of relief. If indeed this is the case, the fisherman has achieved an extraordinary feat. After a moment of reflection, Director Ho gently tapped his fingers on the table, then turned to face the room filled with professors and experts, many of whom were older than he. His authoritative gaze swept across the room, and the previously slightly noisy atmosphere fell into a sudden hush. Ahem, he began, I have reviewed both the email and the video, and I can now almost conclusively state that the black box has indeed been located, and the data can be successfully retrieved. Upon these words, the conference room erupted into deafening cheers, nearly threatening to lift the roof off. It was utterly astounding. The black box had been discovered by Long Nation. It was hard to fathom. The significance lay not only in its discovery, but also in the successful recovery of its data. Otherwise, finding it would have been of little consequence. Indeed, almost everyone in this room had participated in the search over the years, utilizing every advanced technology available. Yet they ultimately returned empty-handed. The greatest regret of my life has been this matter, and I never anticipated that today it would reach a satisfactory conclusion. I must also express gratitude to the individual who recorded the video. Precisely, Elder Zhang is correct. Just as the discussion buzzed with excitement, an elderly professor closest to the screen spoke up. Director Ho, do we know which team recovered the data from the black box? Might we invite them to share their insights with us? Upon finishing his statement, a flush of unidentifiable excitement crossed the old professor's face. For him to express such a desire for dialogue, though framed as a simple exchange, was likely a humble request for guidance. Having viewed the video, he was clearly eager to learn more. It was evident that, in their minds, this was not an achievement that could be attributed to an individual, but rather to a research institution from a university. This group of seasoned scholars had long remained sequestered in their laboratories, unaware that such a team had emerged in Long Nation. After witnessing the video, the old professor could no longer suppress his yearning for knowledge. Hearing his inquiry, the previously quiet conference room buzzed with renewed fervor. Indeed, Director Ho, which academic institution is behind this research? We would like to meet them. Yes, especially regarding that series of command symbols. The speed was astonishing. I barely grasped it. Did they bypass the data storage address entirely? Understanding the operation without comprehending the thought process is crucial. Director Ho, we must have his team come and teach us. We old-timers need to keep pace with the times and continuously learn. As the crowd engaged in animated conversation, Director Ho took a moment to calm his heart, feeling a sense of relief. However, as he listened to their discussions, he couldn't help but feel a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. After a prolonged silence, as the discussions in the vast conference room gradually subsided, Dean Ho slowly began to speak. What research team from a prestigious university? He is merely an ordinary fishing streamer from Haicheng. The room erupted in astonishment. Everyone's eyes widened, even more so than when they first saw the email. Following the initial uproar, an eerie silence ensued. Fishing live streaming? Haicheng? One individual? The leading professors and scholars in the relevant fields were left in a state of bewilderment after their initial shock. Dean Ho's statement had left everyone utterly perplexed. Each word was comprehensible, yet when strung together, they rendered the entirety incomprehensible. Dean, you can't be joking, can you? Indeed, Dean, such a jest cannot be made. How is it conceivable that one person could recover the data? How could there be such an individual in our Dragon Nation? Furthermore, judging by the operations in the video, this person possesses the security clearance of the top leader, a privilege not just anyone can hold. Over the past few years, our Dragon Nation has invested considerable manpower, resources, and funding into this endeavor, and yet we have seen no results. Since the announcement by the Mon Nation to cease their search 7 years ago, our nation has been the only one to continue secretly persevering, right? Dean, could it be that Elder Gua has been deceived? The matter of the black box is a lifelong obsession for Elder Gua. No, there's one person whose actions would not come as a surprise. A flash of realization struck the minds of the assembly. Wait, had they forgotten something significant? Could it be that you are referring to him? A voice emerged from the corner. The audience collectively gasped. The sudden voice shattered Dean Ho's earlier silence. No wonder everyone found it difficult to accept. Even had doubts at first. However, such a young man, such a remarkable figure, should not have his talents and capabilities obscured. With this thought, Dean Ho's tone turned authoritative. Indeed, this fishing streamer is Su Yang. In an instant, the room fell silent. The stillness was profound. Su Yang. It was indeed Su Yang. Everyone present was no stranger to this name. It resonated like thunder. For some time now, these two characters had echoed throughout every research institution and ministry in the capital. He was a young man previously commended by the Ministry of Security and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He was the individual to whom the top leader had exceptionally granted a military rank. No one could have anticipated that it was Su Yang. The very name that had initially caused disbelief and seemed implausible now inexplicably appeared reasonable. However, the astonishment of the crowd was far from over. Chapter 142. Who is the true hidden big shot? In the sweltering summer heat, the air conditioning in the conference room was cranked to its maximum. Yet it could not conceal the excitement of the attendees. Waves of astonishment echoed throughout the room. Even with their own eyes witnessing the event, even with Dean Ho present, and even considering the incredible feats previously accomplished by this fishing streamer, it was not an isolated incident. However, upon witnessing the discovery of the black box and the retrieval of flight data, the experts and venerable professors present could not suppress their excitement. After a moment of unrestrained emotion, Professor Ho gently tapped the table with his fingertips and slowly began to speak, his voice steady and unhurried. I trust you all have perused the contents of this email, the significance of which need not be elaborated upon. However, I have a request. Professor Ho's tone suddenly shifted, becoming grave. I hope that everyone present can keep the name Su Yang confidential. A collective shock rippled through the attendees. Images of the seemingly indifferent young man automatically materialized in their minds. Just moments ago, they were immersed in the astonishment of the black box's discovery. It was only upon Professor Ho's reminder that they realized they had overlooked a crucial aspect. That is, this young man had unreservedly and candidly shared his mathematical achievements with them, displaying no hint of selfishness. After all, he had no obligation to send this email to the Institute of Aeronautics, let alone the complete version, as he had already garnered both fame and fortune. This matter had long since captured global attention, and it is worth noting that he was a live streaming platform host. Such an individual, merely a fisherman from a coastal town, was completely unconcerned with fame or fortune. solely intent on unveiling the truth. What an exceptionally noble character this young man possesses. Professor Ho observed quietly as the expressions of the esteemed professors and scholars in the conference room began to shift gradually. Everyone present held this fisherman in profound respect. Even Professor Ho shared this sentiment. In today's restless society, a young person with such aspirations and virtues is indeed a rare gem. Having devoted his life to academia and encountered countless young talents, Professor Ho believed that, in comparison to this weighty email, the character of this young man, who had not even revealed his face or sought to establish contact, was far more precious. With this thought, Professor Ho's heart surged with excitement. If given the chance, he would certainly travel to Haicheng to meet this remarkable young man in person. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous corner of the conference room, a white-haired professor, his beard quivering, murmured to himself. This individual was none other than the retired expert, Professor Hu, who had been re-engaged by the Institute of Aeronautics. What kind of person could Yang, a talented individual of Dragon Nation, be? Unlike the other excited experts, his gaze had not wavered from the screen since the moment the email appeared. For at this moment, Professor Hu was continuously simulating and calculating the processes involved, along with the series of specialized command codes. It was astonishing. Just the foundational architecture alone was years ahead of the industry. No, at least 20 years. Unbelievable. How could he merely be a fisherman? He must be a titan of the industry. After pondering for some time, Professor Hu suddenly turned serious and addressed Professor Ho. Old Ho, is Xiaoguo present? Do you have the contact information for that young man? I wish to personally visit him in Haicheng. In that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the room. All eyes abruptly turned towards Elder Hu, their astonishment unmasked. What did Elder Hu just say? He intends to personally visit this angler? Upon hearing Elder Hu's words, Director Ho was equally taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. This room was filled with esteemed professors and experts, each a luminary in their respective fields. Yet, Director Ho understood that none of these experts could compare to Elder Hu within the entire Dragon Science Institute. Only he knew the true identity of Elder Hu. He was a genuine hidden giant of the Dragon Kingdom, almost akin to Elder Qian of yesteryears, who could never return to his homeland. Therefore, to safeguard Elder Hu's personal safety and to maintain secrecy, he had always worked in the most inconspicuous laboratory of the Dragon Science Institute. However, this laboratory was also the most sophisticated and secure facility within the Institute. All research projects, funding, and equipment approvals passed solely through his hands, unbeknownst to others. Director Ho lowered his gaze to conceal the emotions swirling within him. If his memory served him well, Elder Hu's recent research topic concerned the dormancy of the Jurong probe. The fact that this angler had captured Elder Hu's attention, prompting him to express a desire to visit Haicheng, sparked a bold notion in Director Ho's mind. Could it be that this angler could assist Elder Hu in some capacity? Realizing this, Director Ho paused, his expression peculiar as he touched his nose, questioning his own thoughts. How could this be possible? The subjects Elder Hu researched were not merely cutting-edge technologies of the Dragon Kingdom, but of the world. How could a mere angler possess such capabilities? Shaking his head inwardly, Director Ho dismissed the idea as folly. He retrieved his internal phone. Since Elder Hu had spoken, he felt it inappropriate to outright refuse. Yet, he still did not believe that an angler warranted such a personal visit from Elder Hu. After all, this was a priority individual directly assigned for protection by the highest authority. Should anything go awry, the responsibility would weigh heavily on him. Meanwhile, at the scene in Haicheng, the midday sun blazed down as if to melt everything in its path. The area had long been cleared of bystanders, with police cordoning off the vicinity. A throng of uniformed officers busily wrapped up their tasks. Mayor Yao and Director Tian were both drenched in sweat, beads of perspiration hitting the ground as they coordinated subsequent safety transport arrangements. However, in stark contrast to the bustling activity, a seemingly discordant scene unfolded beneath the lone shade on the beach. A young man languidly leaned against a tree, while beside him, an elderly man with a white beard gesticulated animatedly, brimming with excitement. Meanwhile, Wang Bingbing and Liu Xiaobao acted as guardians, one tapping away at a tablet with nimble fingers, while the other wore a maternal smile as she navigated her phone screen. Young man, if you join my ranks, I promise, you will be my prized disciple. Whatever research funds you require for your projects, I shall procure them for you. As he spoke, Elder Gu glanced at the two individuals immersed in their work, leaning closer to Su Yang's ear to whisper, "Let me share a secret with you. My master is a true ace of the Dragon Kingdom, hidden away. As long as you are my closed-door disciple, you will also be my master's direct descendant. In the future, whether you are at the Dragon Research Institute or anywhere within the scientific community of the Dragon Kingdom, you will have the power to command respect." Su Yang listened to the old professor's words, his expression bewildered, with his lips twitching. Just then, Elder Gu's phone emitted an unusual ringtone, causing his eyes to sparkle like fireworks. "It's a call from my master." Chapter 143. Shock from netizens nationwide. Elder Gu's sudden exclamation instantly captivated the attention of everyone present. Unju, who was discussing the safe transportation of the black box with Wu Yingxiao, turned in astonishment to look at Elder Gu. His master? Could it be the one hidden within the Dragon Research Institute? He had heard rumors, as their daily work involved interactions with the Institute, yet he had never encountered the legendary figure in person. The one said to be the true hermit of the Dragon Kingdom, and the only individual concealed by the nation. Why would he call Elder Gu at such a critical moment? Could it be related to the black box? Unju couldn't help but sigh inwardly, stealing a glance at the young man by the tree. Once this matter settled, it wouldn't be long before the name Su Yang echoed across the globe. At that moment, Unju felt immensely grateful for Su Yang's military rank, relieved that he had a dedicated security detail. The safety of this fishing enthusiast was no less significant than that of the figure hidden within the Dragon Research Institute. Meanwhile, the netizens in the live stream began to speculate wildly upon witnessing this scene. Elder Gu's master? At his age, what kind of lineage does his master possess? I had no idea Elder Gu even had a master. You can bet he is a top-tier expert. Wow, is the host really connected to such people? Dai Xiaomei, is this your first time in the live stream? Be bold. The host will soon be someone else's network. Wow, Elder Gu is an expert in this field. Could it be that his master is interested in the host? What are you thinking? The host is impressive, but not on that level yet. Do you think all experts revolve around the host? Exactly. That call was surely for Elder Gu, likely regarding technical insights. After all, the black box cannot remain in Haicheng. It must be moved to the Dragon Research Institute, right? Who says it's impossible? I have a feeling this call is definitely related to the host. Otherwise, why call at this particular moment? In a live stream, a flurry of comments ensued, with everyone voicing their thoughts. At that moment, Elder Gu pressed the answer button. After all, since he had been preoccupied with research lately, it had been quite a while since his master had reached out. What a coincidence! This was the perfect opportunity to inform his master that he might have gained a new little disciple. When he returned to the Dragon Research Institute, he would also introduce Su Yang to his master. His master had always cherished talent and would surely be overjoyed to meet Su Yang. Upon realizing this, Old Gu's voice was tinged with surprise. "Master, what brings you here? I was just about to report to you that I have discovered a treasure and wish to take him as my disciple. You might gain another." Before Old Gu could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a deep, somewhat serious voice from the other end. "Is it Su Yang?" Old Gu was taken aback. "Master, how did you know? You aren't watching the live stream too, are you?" All he heard from the phone was a couple of chuckles, followed by his master's somewhat peculiar tone. "You wish to take him as a disciple? Has he agreed?" Old Gu was momentarily stunned, his mind momentarily blank. Was his master questioning his professional standing or his expertise? It is worth noting that the number of graduate students he receives each year surpasses that of all other mentors in the same field combined. Not to mention, even those recommended from prestigious institutions like Kyoto University or Huazhong University have to undergo rigorous selection, being among the elite to qualify as his students. The quantity of published papers is undeniable, and professional capability is paramount. However, to become his student, one must not only excel in their own field, but also stand out in related disciplines. It would not be an exaggeration to say he seeks polymaths. Such talent is indeed rare in the Dragon Kingdom, especially considering the current youth's tendency towards restlessness. How many are truly dedicated to in-depth research? Thus, he has not taken in students for several years. Moreover, it is exceedingly rare for him to personally extend such an invitation. Who could possibly refuse such a golden opportunity? No matter how excellent Haicheng may be, it cannot compare to the allure of Lonka Academy. This was not merely a stable job. It was a golden opportunity. Old Gu's prolonged silence seemed to reveal his thoughts to the other party. "Little Gu, is Mr. Su beside you?" Upon hearing this, Old Gu was momentarily stunned, casting a bewildered glance at the young man beside him. While it was one thing for his master to call him Little Gu, he had grown accustomed to it over the years. Yet, referring to Su Yang as Mr. Su was entirely unexpected. The words from the phone left Old Gu utterly bewildered. Just then, as he was engulfed in confusion, he heard a gentle cough from the other end. The tone carried a hint of earnestness and urgency. I have yet to interact with Mr. Su, but I have heard you two share a rapport. Is there any chance you could facilitate a learning opportunity for me with him? Almost simultaneously, as Old Gu comprehended the meaning of those words, his hand slipped, and in a flurry, his phone clattered to the ground, unknowingly activating the speakerphone. Thus, in the next moment, the still-connected phone transmitted another voice. Or perhaps you could inquire if Mr. Su would consider me as a grandmaster. Old Gu abruptly turned around, his expression akin to that of a ghost as he gazed at the innocent-looking young man beneath the tree. What had he just heard? Grandmaster? Could it be that his master's intention was to have him revere this fisherman as his master? Silence ensued. A deathly silence enveloped the scene. Everyone displayed expressions of utter astonishment. The security bureau could hardly believe their ears. The voice on the phone was none other than Old Hu, although he had never seen the appearance of Elder Hu. The insights he gained from Elder Hu's presentation on Mars launches and space stations during that United Nations lecture were immensely beneficial. Therefore, he was certain he would never mistake Elder Hu's voice. Upon inquiring further, he discovered that Elder Hu was indeed the legendary expert, regarded as a national treasure of the Dragon Kingdom, who had been kept under strict protection. It was only moments ago that he learned Elder Hu was also the master of Elder Gua. Reflecting on this, it became clear, after all, someone of Elder Hu's caliber could only mentor someone of Elder Gua's standing. But what had he just heard? The willingness to become the master ancestor of Elder Gua, which meant Elder Hu was indeed the master of his master. At this thought, Nju's expression changed dramatically. Elder Hu's master. This was something that could only be recorded in history. To this day, it was unheard of in the Dragon Kingdom. Nju stood rooted in place, gazing in the direction of Su Yang, momentarily unsure of how to react. This scene sent shockwaves through the viewers in the live stream once again. Insane. Wow. There are no words to express how I feel right now. Can the host behave like a person? Merit and military-grade treatment aside, what does it mean for Elder Gua to have a master ancestor? What level does that imply? I raise my hand. I know this answer. Graduated from Kyoto University. I spent 3 years trying to pass the entrance exam for Elder Gua's doctoral program and failed, let alone Elder Gua's master. This is practically a legendary existence in the Dragon Kingdom. The person above is not talking about Elder Gua's master anymore, but rather Elder Gua's master ancestor. Is the host about to break through the heavens? There is no information about Master Wan Baidu, but I recall once attending Elder Gua's lecture, where it was mentioned he is a mysterious figure from the Dragon Science Institute, a top talent of the Dragon Kingdom under first-level protection. Never would I have imagined that such a top-tier figure would have the host as his disciple. Even dramas wouldn't dare to portray this. It's too fantastical. The host truly is the foremost individual in the Dragon Kingdom. To be honest, there has never been a figure like this in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Now, who dares tell me the host is just a fisherman? I would not believe it. However, just as the live stream erupted, a special police officer in a black uniform, looking flustered, sprinted towards Su Yang and the others. Chapter 144, Final Chapter, Exposet, Fisherman Su Yang. Wu Yingxiao, observing the scene, furrowed his brow tightly, capable of crushing a mosquito, and addressed the approaching team member. What is happening? Why the panic? Can't you see the minister is here? Captain, there are many vehicles outside, rumbling loudly. What? Wu Yingxiao's expression changed instantly, and he stood upright in alarm. He had already cordoned off the area, with his team stationed at several intersections. By all accounts, given the uniforms they wore, no one should have crossed the security line. This was no trivial matter. The black box was still at the site. Could it be that someone intended to come and steal the black box? Wu Yingxiao felt an intangible tension, beads of crystalline sweat forming on his forehead. The thought of the potential global uproar brought on by this black box filled him with a sense of foreboding. Anything could happen. If someone truly attempted to seize it, such a scenario was not far-fetched. However, the individuals present had no capacity for resistance. Should anything happen to the black box, they would be deemed culpable. Meanwhile, Nju furrowed his brow, his expression not as grave as Wu Yingchao's, but rather contemplative, tinged with a hint of astonishment. It was implausible for them to arrive so swiftly. They had already consulted higher authorities, requesting special police to transport the black box. Yet, less than 2 minutes had elapsed since the call ended. It was utterly impossible for them to reach the scene so quickly. The only conceivable explanation was that the higher-ups had already witnessed the live broadcast before he even made the call, perhaps even issuing the next directive prior to his report. The realization sent a chill down Enju's spine. His gaze inadvertently drifted toward the composed fisherman, and a bold thought crossed his mind. Could it be that the South Sea had been monitoring this fisherman's live stream all along? How else could they have dispatched such an elite team so promptly? Was the supreme leader truly that invested in this fisherman? Contemplating this, Enju's eyes betrayed a flicker of unnoticeable horror as he regarded Su Yang, let alone the supreme leader. Even those in the South Sea office were perpetually occupied with pressing matters. How could they possibly spare time to watch a fishing live stream, unless it was of utmost importance? Was this not absurd? Just as Enju was lost in thought, a distant roar of engines pierced the air, growing ever nearer. His expression shifted. The sound was unlike that of a mere vehicle, and the engines bore a powerful growl. The crowd around him displayed palpable anxiety, tension etched on their faces. Wu Yingchao instinctively adjusted his stance, gripping his equipment tightly, entering a defensive posture as his gaze remained fixated ahead. With a thunderous rumble and a cloud of dust, nearly 10 armored vehicles gradually came into view. Those with keen eyes immediately spotted the red flags adorning the vehicles. They were allies, but who summoned them? Why such an abrupt arrival of so many vehicles? The scene caused the crowd's expressions to shift dramatically, taken aback by the sudden display of force. Even Old Gua, who was still on the phone with his master, hastily ended the call, his attention riveted on the unfolding spectacle. After all, even if he wished for Su Yang to become the patriarch of Lonka Institute, it was essential to understand the situation first. Why such a grand show? So many armored vehicles had arrived? Simultaneously, Su Yang raised his gaze, slightly squinting. Indeed, they had arrived, albeit slower than he anticipated. After all, he was participating in a live broadcast. The appearance of the black box could not be concealed from those watching. Logically, these individuals should have taken action immediately. They ought to have been here by now. He raised his wrist to check the time, realizing it was 10 minutes slower than he had anticipated. He was well aware that not far from Haicheng, there existed a base. It seemed these individuals had received explicit orders from above, emboldening them to take action. Just as Su Yang was about to turn around, Wu Yingchao behind him suddenly gasped in astonishment. What was that? The air was suddenly filled with a peculiar noise. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze skyward. Among the crowd, several police officers immediately recognized the source. A number of armed helicopters were circling above. Helicopters? Goodness, how many are there? No, these are not ordinary helicopters. Just look at the nose. These are armed helicopters. This is utterly absurd. An armored vehicle and armed helicopters appearing here simultaneously? What on earth is happening? Is it merely for the transportation of this black box? No, an armored vehicle would suffice for the black box. Why deploy armed helicopters? The sudden roar and the oppressive atmosphere above created a cinematic sensation for those present. Wu Yingchao gripped his equipment tightly, his knuckles turning white, his heart racing in terror. His eyes widened like saucers, murmuring to himself, "It's a cheetah, indeed, a cheetah, the legendary cheetah." If Peking University and Tsinghua University are the hallowed institutions in everyone's hearts, then the elite of the cheetah unit is the sanctuary for every special forces soldier. Each member of the cheetah must undergo rigorous selection, not to mention being flawless in every aspect, whether in close combat, utilizing various weapons, or long-range sniping. They must be the CRME de la CRME. It takes an immense investment of time and resources for the Dragon Kingdom to cultivate even a single cheetah operative. There's even a consensus, albeit unofficial, within the Dragon Kingdom that cheetah operatives are not meant for the personal protection of leaders. They are dispersed across the globe to undertake the most arduous and clandestine missions. They are humorously referred to as the extraordinary captains of the Dragon Kingdom. As Wu Yingchao's mind raced with thoughts, the atmosphere in the live stream captivated the viewers, causing the barrage of comments to slow down subconsciously. What is going on? Why are there suddenly so many armored vehicles? And helicopters? There wasn't such a commotion during the Wenchuan earthquake. Is this all for the host? How terrifying. This display of armored vehicles is enough for me to boast for ages. If I were there, I would surely be scared to death. But seeing so many helicopters arrive, I suddenly feel the situation has escalated. What is happening? Logically, the hostess bodyguards are all present. Isn't T1 black box sufficient? Even if it's not enough. They're armored vehicles, so why deploy helicopters? It's well known that being on the ground is far safer than being in the air. I have a bold idea. After all, the data from this black box was recovered by the host. Is it possible that the helicopters are here to retrieve not just the black box, but also the host? Impossible. Did you not see how astonished the bodyguards below were upon seeing the helicopters? What does that indicate? Even they were unaware of the impending arrival of the armored vehicle and helicopter. I too found it implausible. After all, the black box has already been capable of retrieving data. What is the streamer doing at the Dragon Science Institute? If they stop streaming, what shall I watch? I am solely relying on the streamer's program for my entertainment. It is quite a contradiction. I desire to see the streamer create chaos while simultaneously wishing for their career to flourish. After all, if the streamer goes to the Dragon Science Institute, their entire life would change dramatically. In the live broadcast room, netizens exchange remarks, each contributing their thoughts. Meanwhile, several helicopters landed, and dozens of individuals clad in black special police uniforms disembarked. Strangely, upon their arrival, they paid no attention to anyone present. Instead, they dispersed in a swift and orderly fashion, establishing observation posts at various intersections and concealed locations among the rocks. Even more astonishingly, some set up large-caliber sniper rifles, aimed in different directions. It was evident that this team had been dispatched with a specific mission, which explained their immediate positioning upon disembarking, without engaging with any of the bystanders. Wu Yingchao's expression cracked with tension. Without a moment's hesitation, they did not even take a second to assess the terrain. This indicated that the layout of the area had already been meticulously mapped in everyone's minds, and had likely been analyzed on the armored vehicle prior to their arrival. Could it be that the higher-ups are placing such significant importance on Haicheng? They not only dispatched an elite force, but had also conducted thorough reconnaissance of the scene beforehand. Wu Yingchao glanced at Su Yang with newfound respect. Simultaneously, the other security personnel on site were equally astonished by the elite unit. Cheetah, the special forces? From their unique vantage point, they could faintly discern the hidden operatives, each positioned with exquisite precision, ensuring that the scene had no blind spots and was entirely visible. Cheetah represents the pinnacle of elite forces. Each individual is a versatile warrior capable of taking on 10 adversaries. And now, at this very moment, dozens have suddenly appeared, armed with large-caliber weapons. It even instilled a sense of unease, as if any slightest disturbance would prompt the Cheetah unit to spring into action without hesitation. However, what puzzled everyone was why such a ruckus was necessary with the armored vehicle already on site. At this moment, the security chief was at a loss regarding how to respond, his expression a mix of shock and a hint of awkwardness. Observing the scene, it was evident that a state of heightened alert had been initiated, although throughout his career, he had never encountered such an extreme level of readiness. He could hardly believe that, due to this fisherman incident, he was experiencing it firsthand in his own professional journey. Just minutes ago, he had reported the situation in Haicheng via text to Nanhai, suggesting that it was highly probable that this information had reached the top brass, which might explain the deployment of the Cheetah unit. Yet, this display seemed rather excessive. Contemplating this, I could not help but steal a glance at Su Yang. Unbeknownst to him, an inexplicable premonition lingered within, suggesting that the team had come for purposes beyond merely retrieving the black box. Just as he was grappling with this bewilderment, the onlookers were struck with astonishment as the bomb-proof vehicle parked at the beach suddenly swung open its doors. This vehicle was, astonishingly, a modified version, its interior vastly superior to that of any previous bomb-proof transport. As the doors parted, a steady stream of heavily armed special police officers emerged, numbering well into the hundreds. Each individual was fully equipped, brandishing an array of weaponry. The diversity of arms was remarkable, hinting that each person wielded what they were most proficient in. To add to the astonishment, some sharp-eyed observers even noted the presence of individual combat missiles among the gear. What was the intent behind this display? Once again, the crowd stood in stunned silence. The security chief, rooted to the spot, pressed his lips tightly together, utterly at a loss for words. In that moment, he couldn't shake the feeling that his earlier absurd conjectures might indeed hold a kernel of truth. The bomb-proof vehicle, helicopters, and this formidable special task force, armed with high-caliber weaponry, were not merely here for the black box. Rather, they might very well be acting under the orders of the commander-in-chief to safeguard Su Yang. Old Gu's eyes sparkled with fervor as he surveyed this fully equipped elite squad. Although his expression was not as grave as others, it bore a trace of despondency and disappointment. He felt the weight of multiple setbacks pressing upon him. Heaven knows how desperately he wished to lure this fisherman to the Dragon Science Institute. Even if it meant apprenticing under him or becoming his mentor, he would have settled for anything. If only this young man would consent to join their ranks, the nation's research on Mars would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. The issue surrounding the Zhurong spacecraft would surely find resolution. This would mark a momentous milestone in the annals of human space exploration. He had even envisioned how he would confront the likes of Old Qian and Old Xia, thinking that seizing talent was nothing to be ashamed of. Driven by a spirit of camaraderie over competition, he would simply assert that Su Yang had a keen interest in Martian studies. However, he never anticipated the arrival of so many vehicles, aircraft, and personnel, though he could not decipher the equipment as classification. The gravity of the security chief's demeanor left little room for doubt. How profoundly the South Sea, or rather the commander-in-chief, must value this fisherman, to go to such lengths to secure him. Old Gu was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of despair, feeling as though his dreams had been shattered. Meanwhile, Mayor Yao and Director Tian exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes reflecting a sea of confusion. Faced with this vast assembly of threats to their safety, which they had only ever witnessed on television, they dared not move. Even Director Tian hesitated to budge. No one understood the power of these weapons better than he did. While the fisherman had stirred trouble before, never had it been as ostentatious as this. The arrival of so many armed special police was unprecedented. It seems that the intention is not merely to seize the black box. Mayor Yao suddenly felt a strong likelihood that he would lose the ambassador of Haicheng today. Wang Bingbing stared in astonishment at the already mobilized cheetah team, having forgotten to continue the live coverage. Growing up in a military compound, she had heard of the cheetah team but had never witnessed them in action. Today, however, in Haicheng, due to Su Yang's affairs, she found herself face to face with this formidable unit. At that moment, Liu Xiaobao stood beside his brother, his body trembling uncontrollably. The palpable aura of iron and blood, mingled with a chilling atmosphere, overwhelmed him. Although he saw his brother's calm demeanor, he felt utterly intimidated, for he was merely an ordinary person. In stark contrast to the trepidation felt by him and his companions, the police officers on the scene exhibited bright, envious eyes, captivated by the equipment donned by the special forces, which epitomized the pinnacle of every soldier's dreams. Simultaneously, the online viewers in the live broadcast were left in utter bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? What is happening? Are we filming an anti-terrorism movie? What a grand production. It's astonishingly realistic. I've never seen such scenes, even at the Oscars. Why are the special forces and nearly 1,000 SWAT officers present? Isn't that enough for a full-blown battle? To be frank, this is a military mystery. The manpower here is sufficient to wage a small-scale war. And look, the snipers are already in position. I'm so confused. I just stepped out to attend to my family's British short hair, and suddenly the atmosphere of this live stream has transformed. I can't stop laughing at the expressions of the crowd. They're clearly in shock. Honestly, it feels as if the scene has morphed into a highly classified military base. What truly matters is what is the purpose of their arrival. Such security measures are unprecedented. Only the most secretive military installations could boast such levels of protection. At that moment, the last armored vehicle stirred, drawing everyone's attention. They turned to see a middle-aged man adorned with a general's insignia striding towards them with a serious demeanor. Upon recognizing him, Wang Bingbing dropped her notebook in surprise and instinctively exclaimed, "Ah!" The incoming figure was none other than General Wang. Following closely behind him were several scholars clad in Zhongshan suits, each exuding an air of scholarly gravitas. The response team reacted swiftly. After a brief moment of surprise in their eyes, they regained their composure, tidied their attire, and stepped forward to greet him. "General Wang, what brings you here?" Not only had General Wang arrived, but it also brought along luminaries from various fields across Longhua. With a stern expression, General Wang extended his hand towards him, subtly indicating Su Yang in the process. Olden, you've worked hard. I have been dispatched on orders. The higher-ups regard this matter with utmost seriousness. The information contained within this black box has the potential to alter the current situation. The contents of the black box will be revealed to the world in a live broadcast, and at that time, the Aerospace Department will collaborate with the Lonka Institute to prepare for this event. Upon hearing General Wang's words, Anju displayed no surprise. After all, in Longhua, there is but one individual capable of eliciting such respect from General Wang. While General Wang exchanged pleasantries with Anju, a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit, with a serious countenance, strode directly towards Su Yang. His deep and authoritative voice resonated in the air. "Greetings, you must be Mr. Su? I am the director of the Nanhai office. By order of the first leader, I extend an invitation for you to meet in Nanhai. Your presence would be greatly appreciated." With every stroke of the keyboard, the young author unwittingly typed the words the end. A multitude of emotions surged within, tinged with a bittersweet ache. Throughout the creation of this book, the young author endured hospitalization due to the pandemic and suffered the relentless pain of cervical spondylosis. They experienced the relentless grind of a web author working 365 days a year, 24 hours a day. While receiving treatment in the hospital, thoughts of not having updated yet compelled them to pull out their phone and dictate their writing. During acupuncture sessions, the thought of an unfinished update drove them to type with one hand while managing their phone with the other, reflecting on the countless nights after overtime shifts. When exhaustion made even opening the computer seem daunting, the thought of the many readers eagerly awaiting their work resolutely brought them back to the screen. This book stands as the first true completion in the author's journey, though it is not without imperfections and shortcomings. Every word has been meticulously crafted by the young author on the keyboard. Through this book, they have grown immensely and learned much. The next book will undoubtedly be even more captivating. To all the readers who have accompanied the author through this journey, heartfelt thanks for your unwavering support. Special thanks to all those who gifted the author, including Chi Yuan, Jacques Tian, Ping Sushan Mai, and the Spicy Food Lover, among many others. The author is grateful for your encouragement and generosity, which have bestowed upon them the courage to continue creating. As a token of appreciation, the author bows to all who have read this book. After this conclusion, the young author will embark on a new story, striving to write even better and more engaging works to give back to everyone. Finally, may all readers enjoy peace, joy, happiness, health, and abundant prosperity. Until we meet again in the world of stories.